The cold and abstinent master secretly coveted your body for a full 300 years, until she lay dying in your arms and uttered those 4 words. Only then did you understand your master's intentions. Upon being reborn, you unexpectedly gained the ability to eavesdrop on your master's thoughts, revealing that the master's feelings towards you were not affection developed over time, but rather long-standing sinister intentions. At this moment, standing at the door of the master, you made up your mind. Since fate has given you a chance to start over, in this lifetime, you will protect her. As you pondered, the door opened, and Guchinue stood there, smiling at you. Are you silly? When you encounter a stronger demon beast, don't you run? Now you've ruined your meridians. Are you happy now? Guchinue's fair and delicate hand covered yours, whispering softly, her face filled with concern. Feeling the touch in the palm of your hand, your heart suddenly raced. Guchinue stared at you for a long time, then sighed. At this moment, you were still immersed in the soft touch of Guchinue, feeling a bit regretful when her hand left. Alright, come in, let me help you heal. Just then, you noticed something was wrong as faint rustling sounds reached your ears. Guchinue had already loosened her belt, her pretty face tinged with a hint of blush, her beautiful eyes showing a touch of nervousness. She sat cross-legged behind you, watching your back with pursed lips. Guchinue's fingertips occasionally brushed against your body, her pretty face turning even redder with shyness. Suddenly, you felt a softness behind you, warm breath by your ear. As Guchinue's delicate body pressed against your back, you instantly felt parched. You took a deep breath, trying to suppress the fire within. But as someone who had never tasted pork in 2 lifetimes, how could you succeed so easily? Soon, a strong spiritual energy gathered around the 2 people, countless golden lights merging into your body. You only felt a warm current filling your body, accompanied by sharp sword energy. You discovered that your originally broken sword veins were emitting faint golden lights, merging in a peculiar way. The aura emanating from it was extremely familiar to you. It was your own fiery sun sword veins awakening. Guchinue couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, her delicate eyebrows furrowed, and her beautiful face gradually losing its color. In the previous life, after helping you open the Lixiang sword meridian, Guchinue's hair would turn completely white, her breath often in disorder. She was known as the master who cultivated like a demon, but her realm had been stuck at the earth immortal level for a long time without breakthrough. At that moment, you understood everything, as she severed her yin-yang sword veins and gave them to you. Your heart ached deeply. Disciple, you must take care of yourself. Master does not allow anything to happen to you. Understand? Guchinue whispered softly in your ear. Upon hearing this, a tear rolled down your face. Ding! Congratulations, host, for understanding Guchinue's efforts. The strongest master-disciple system has been successfully bound. Suddenly, a mechanical sound rang in your mind, and you immediately became excited. The system you have been longing for day and night has finally arrived. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the heavenly sword veins. In an instant, a white light enveloped your entire body. At the same time, the yin-yang sword veins used to shape the primordial vein returned to Guchinue's body. Seeing this, Guchinue was stunned. Shaping the primordial vein is not something that once started cannot be stopped, so how could it return to her body? Moreover, the yin-yang sword veins that returned to Guchinue's body seem to have undergone a transformation, allowing her cultivation to break through 2 small realms, reaching the 9th level of earthly immortal. You look inward into your body, where the endless laws of the heavens permeate your limbs and bones, constantly tempering your physique. The once shattered sword veins instantly transform into 9 primordial veins. Guchinue nervously watches you, sensing your realm has ascended, though she finds the feeling a bit strange. At this moment, you are immersed in the joy of awakening the heavenly Tao sword veins. Ding! Congratulations to the host and the master's first bonding, rewarded with shared thoughts. Hearing the system say this, you suddenly feel excited. At that moment, the voice of Guchinue echoed in your mind, since it's like this, while the disciple is still asleep, why not just push the disciple away? Upon hearing this, you were stunned. Could such words be spoken by the aloof master? Recalling the previous life, the boldest thing Guchinue said was just that one sentence in your arms. I like you. Alright, master, you actually enjoy playing with unconsciousness. Come on, even though the disciple is not ready. If the master wants it, then take it. At this moment, you can't help but have some small expectations in your heart, and in your mind, scenes of beauty emerge. Woo woo woo, it's been 7 years, and I finally touched my disciple again. My disciple's back is so tight, I really like it, but still a bit thin. It hurts my heart. I should make my disciple eat more spiritual herbs in the future. What should I do if my disciple finds out? Will he think that I, as his master, am not serious? What if he doesn't like me anymore then? Thinking of this, Gu Qingyue reluctantly withdrew her hand. And you also snapped out of this series of aggressive words. You thought pushing you away was Gu Qingyue's limit, but unexpectedly, so many fierce words came out all at once. Who would have thought that the elegant and aloof master of the house would turn out to be such a strange person? Gu Qingyue hurriedly helped you cover the blanket, then rushed out of the bedroom in a fluster. Only after Gu Qingyue left did you dare to open your eyes. Looking extremely embarrassed, Gu Qingyue, leaning against the door, couldn't stop panting, her face flushed with embarrassment. Unable to shake off the image in her mind no matter how hard she tried, Gu Qingyue blushed and covered her pretty face, looking like a shy young girl in love, far from her usual cold and indifferent self. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in her mind. Congratulations, host, for gaining 258 affection points from Guang Qingyue. You immediately glanced at your information panel. Host, Jiang Bai. Talent, Heavenly Sword Veins. Realm, 10th level of Yuan Veins Realm. Bound Master, Gu Qingyue, 9th level of Earthly Immortal Realm. Heartbeat value, 258. System skill, Mind Connection, LV. 1. Seeing your powerful talent, you clenched your fist and silently vowed in your heart, in this lifetime, you must protect your master and live a carefree life with her. You climb out of bed and start wandering around Gu Qingyue's bedroom. Suddenly, you notice a book seemingly tucked under the wine barrel. You stand up and pull out the book, your expression turning somewhat peculiar. The cover prominently read, I am the rebellious disciple of the aloof master. You awkwardly touched your nose, feeling like you had seen this book somewhere before. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. When he was 12 years old, Gu Qingyue took him to the 100 Treasures Chamber of Commerce in Spirit Jade City. And Gu Qingyue entered the auction house while he wandered around. I just found a bookstall not far from the gate of the 100 Treasures Chamber of Commerce. So I picked a book to read there. I think the last book he read was this one. He only didn't have time to read a few pages before being taken away by Gu Qingyue. And, coincidentally, after Gu Qingyue handed him that flying sword, she said that she had something to take care of and asked him to wait in place for a while before disappearing. And not long after she came back, she directly brought him back to the Heavenly Sword Sect. Feelings are going for this stuff. Moreover, it was that night that Gu Qingyue stopped letting him sleep with her. After that, Gu Qingyue was even colder than before. Jiang did not easily rack her brain to figure out where she had offended her. Her heart was saddened to death. And more than once she thought of questioning Gu Qingyue. Sleeping with your disciple for so long, and kicking the disciple out without taking any responsibility. What do you take the disciple for? Of course, these are all excuses. The real reason is because there is no more opportunity to pretend to be scared and bury your head in the softness of your master's body in the dead of night. Kong is not easy. / / omega / / Jiang is not easy to casually turn over the book. Suddenly found that the book has several folded pages as a mark. And many paragraphs of the margins in Gu Qingyue with a feather pen to write markers. A fantasy romance actually gave him a sense of vision of the notebook. Do you dare to believe? Jiang was not easy to avoid some curiosity about what her cold master had written on it. So it was not easy for Kong to turn to the first fold of the book. Only to see in this page of the first big paragraph all by Gu Qingyue painted full of horizontal lines. And the content of this paragraph. Jiang did not easily scan his eyes over the opening few words. And then This paragraph is a detailed scene of the book where a man and a woman are having fun. And Gu Qingyue wrote a few words on a blank aside. Try it sometime. This. Master teacher. We are master and disciple. Is there any law? Is there any law? Master. When did you write this? Master. This idea of yours? Have you forgotten it? How come you haven't come to see the disciple? Jiang did not easily grin as he continued to read on. The next underlined passage was a conversation between the master and disciple in the book. Female master, apprentice. Why do you like master? You don't like Elder Ruahua from the next peak? Male disciple, because master is high and cold. There is a saying that young people don't know how good high and cold is, and mistakenly take dull and cute as treasure. I prefer a high cool master than a nerdy master. An arrow then pointed to a blank space. And Gu Qingyue wrote that. So, the apprentice is reading this book because he likes high-flying masters? There were a few more dots after this sentence, obviously dotted down by Gu Qingyue as she thought about it. And it continued afterward with, "It should be right. Or else it's not easy to pick this book to read." Below that, it was written again. "Cheer up. Gu Chengyu. Try to become a high-cool master and let your disciple get hooked on yourself." Seeing this, Jiang Yanyu didn't end up not being able to hold back and snorted out a laugh. He could sort of see that the original high spirits of this cold master of his had always been feigned. And, judging from the tone of her writing, it's clear that the master has been trying to eat him since before he was even old enough to be a beanpole. Jiang did not easily close the book and put it back in its original position. He was now very clear about Gu Qingyue's emotions towards him. However, he still had a doubt now. That is, why would his master like him? Could it be because he's handsome? Well, it's not impossible. After all, he's suave. Vomiting. Ginger is not easy. What do you mean? System. Sorry, host. I'm professionally trained. I won't throw up when I hear how disgusting it is unless I can't help it. Ginger is not easy. Do you want me to beat you up? I'm really sorry that the host can't punch the system. Well. System. Good for you. I'm telling you. Don't show any chicken feet. If you show any chicken feet and I catch you, you'll be in for a treat. Khan could not easily grunt and vent his indignation. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Jiang did not easily raise his head and met the visitor at eye level. The visitor's eyes were filled with shock. But more than that, they were surprised and relieved. In the Tianxian continent, spirit stones are indispensable to the cultivation of cultivators and their transactions with each other. Spirit stones in Tianxian continent were divided into 4 levels in total. From low to high, lower grade spirit stones, middle grade spirit stones, upper grade spirit stones and extreme grade spirit stones. The exchange rate between spirit stones is 1:100. Chapter 5, Sister Yen Yen Lu. Chapter 5, Sister Lu Yen Yen. It's not easy, senior brother. Lu Yen Yen took 3 steps to Jiang Yen Yen and hugged him. Oh. Elder brother, not easy. It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on dragging you to search for spirit drawing grass, you wouldn't have been so severely injured. Lu Yen Yen lowered her head while speaking, her tone filled with self-reproach. The dull hairs on her head sagging as if she was frustrated. Jiang did not easily open his arms, neither pushed away nor hugged back, looking down at the person hugging him with a slightly dazed expression. There were 6 elders in the inner sect of the Heavenly Sword sect. Each elder was in charge of a mountain peak under them. And according to the sect's regulations, each elder had to have at least 1 personal disciple. 14 years ago, the inner door of the sect. The other elders have more or less so 2 or 3 personal disciples on their knees. And the peaks under them are all lively. And Gu Qingyue's Qingyue Peak, as its name suggested, was secluded and uninhabited. The Patriarch had to ask Gu Qingyue about her acceptance of disciples every time she left the gate. All he got was a perfunctory next time for sure. Finally, after seeing Gu Qingyue shake her head for the 10th time, the Patriarch couldn't take it anymore. Patriarch, you'll be able to see it the next time you come out of the gate. Gu Qingyue still answered with the same promise as the previous 9 times. Next time, next time, next time. How many next times has this been? Trusting you again. This Patriarch's king is written backwards. Wang Daoyi said indignantly. Before this Patriarch closes his doors, you must accept a personal disciple. Otherwise, you won't be able to think about your monthly salary of 10 top-grade spirit stones in the future. After that, the news that Gu Qingyue was preparing to take on a disciple was released. And the sect set up a grand competition for this purpose. And many people cultivated desperately in order to be able to become the disciple of this cold and beautiful fairy, hoping to shine in the grand competition and gain Gu Qingyue's favor. As a result, it didn't come as a surprise that the day before the grand competition, Gu Qingyue brought back the 6-year-old little Not Easy and declared to the public that this was the first disciple she had taken in. And also the last one. All of a sudden, the crowd was in an uproar. And Jiang Ichio became a target. One must know that becoming Gu Qingyue's disciple was the dream of many people. Not only because of her stunning beauty, but also her terrifying cultivation talent and strength. Bearing the yin and yang sword vein, born with 2 swords. At the age of 100 years old, through the 9 paths of the immortals, stepped into the realm of the earth immortal. But also by the heavenly pavilion of opportunity crowned 300 years old into a saint evaluation. And in this great emperors do not come out. Saints are rare era. Saint's realm has already been the existence of the pyramid of the world above. The existence of this world's pyramid. When he fell in love with Gu Qingyue, explicitly, he had a powerful master as a backer. And secretly, if he could take her and dual cultivate with her, it would naturally do more good than harm to his own Dao path. Therefore, some people could be considered both envious and jealous of Jiang Dongyao. And with the fact that he had only created 4 sword veins and had average talent, many of them secretly tripped him up, either isolating him or making things difficult for him. Summarized in one sentence: what you can't get for yourself you don't want for others. As for Yen Yen Lu, she is the personal disciple under the seat of 3rd Elder Li Mangyun, the 2nd senior sister of Linglong Peak, who created 7 sword veins at the age of 6. Her talent is not bad. Lu Yanyan is different from those people. Does not care how talented Jiang is not easy. Genuinely treat him as a senior brother. Often pulling him together to do the sect tasks. Is not easy to John's last life as one of the few people close to. Later, Yen Yen Lu was injured in a trial, leaving an incurable scar on her face, and was secretly ridiculed by many people. The originally cheerful and lively young girl became silent after that. At that time, because he had awakened the blazing sun sword vein, he was busy cultivating all day long. But he would occasionally spare a little time to accompany her, just like what she had done to him earlier. Later, on the night before he left for the extraterrestrial battlefield, he received a letter left on his desk by Lu Yanyan, on which was Lu Yanyan's account. After reading it, she realizes that after the scars on her face, his concern is like a beam of light that makes her feel warm. And from that time on, her feeling for him starts to change from sibling love to man-woman love. Just because of the scars on her face, making her feel timid and inferior. She hesitated to tell him about her love, and could only bury the fondness in her heart. Without this letter, Jiang did not easily know the change in Lu Yanyan's feelings towards him. Later he went to look for her. But I don't know if it was shyness or what. Lu Yanyan had been avoiding him until the next day, after the first round of the evil devil's attack was over. It was only after counting the number of people in the clan that he realized that she was missing. By the time he returned to the battlefield and found Lu Yanyan in the sea of corpses and blood, the little ninny's blood-stained white robe was holding a sword in one hand, and in the other hand, she was clutching a grass ring that he had given her to comfort her shortly after scarring her face. Thoughts returning, Jiang did not easily purse his lips, and in the end did not hug up. Only one hand gently patted the young girl's back. Comforting. Am I not doing well? I'm sorry, senior brother, not easy. Hearing the teenager's reply, Yan Yan Lu cried even louder. Jiang, not easy to be a little helpless. This way to get. Do not know that he thought that he was bullying people. Suddenly, Jiang did not easily get a flash of light. Stop. Jiang Yixian suddenly spoke. As expected. Upon hearing Jiang Yanyan's words, Yan Yan Lu stopped crying at once. Lifting her head, her tearful eyes looking at him pitifully and uncertainly. Hey. Hey. How's it going? Your senior brother, I'm good. Right? Say stop and you won't cry. Zhang Yiqiu said with a smile. Put. Hearing this, Yan Yan Lu was suddenly amused. Seeing Lu Yanyan smile, Zhang was not easily relieved. Senior sister Yan, you don't have to blame yourself. If I don't go with you, the one who gets hurt might be you. And I will be incredibly self-condemned at that time. After all, you're my senior sister. I can't bear the thought of you getting hurt. Can you bear the thought of your senior brother being sad? Zhang did not easily ask with a light smile. No. Don't hold back. Lu Yanyan shook her head and replied. That's not it. Khan did not easily say. That wouldn't be tolerating senior brother getting hurt trying to save me. Yan Yan Lu added. Zhang could not help but be dumbfounded. But he was relieved to see that Lu Yanyan's emotions stabilized. Then, can you untie your senior brother? Jiang Yiqiu said. Only after hearing Jiang Yanyan's words did Lu Yanyan notice that her entire body was hugging Jiang Yanyan and immediately let go with a red face. Turning her back to Jiang Yanyan. Yes. Sorry, not easy, senior brother. I didn't do it on purpose. Lu Yanyan said with a small voice. I know. Jiang did not easily nod his head. Senior brother, not easy. Since you're fine, I'll leave first. Lu Yanyan remembered that she had just hugged Jiang Yanyan. Her entire body was burning. She didn't even dare to look at Jiang Yanyan. And ran out the door with staggering footsteps. Jiang did not easily watch Lu Yanyan leave. Oh. Right. Senior brother, not easy. Lu Yanyan remembered something and turned her head to look at Jiang Yanyan. Then lowered her head with a red face. That is the clan trial in a few days? Do you want to participate? Yan Yan Lu asked. Jiang did not easily recall that in his last life, after he had awakened the fiery sun sword vein, Lu Yanyan had also invited him. Only that he had refused in order to cultivate as quickly as possible. And it was also during this trial that Lu Yanyan teamed up with some disciples and accidentally broke into an unexplored area, triggering the formation, which left the scar on her face. Thinking of Lu Yanyan's silent face in her last life, Jiang was not easy to feel some heartache. Okay. I'll join you then. Zhang Yiqiu said with a nod. Great. Elder brother, not easy. Then you should take care of your injuries in the next few days. I'll see you at the Sect trials. Receiving a response. A smile appeared on Lu Yanyan's face before she waved her hand and left. Looking at Lu Yanyan's back, Jiang Yanyan secretly vowed in his heart that in a new life, he would protect the people around him. Gu Qingyue, Lu Yanyan. All of them must be good. The Tianxian anecdotal records, foreign races records that the world is vast. Not just the Tianxian continent. Beyond the Tianxian continent, there are still unexplored places. And all records of them are called extraterritorial. Extraterritorial survival of an extremely horrible community. It's evil demons. Evil demons extremely peculiar. Its body shape is not stereotyped, or real or virtual. Unchanged as the body can be so dense as to condense the shape of the strange evil gas. This evil gas can erode the body mind and the aura of the relative existence of extremely tricky. Evil demons would launch attacks on the Tianxian continent from time to time. And there were currently 103 historically documented battles. The most recent of which was 10,000 years ago. A vast strip of land was divided at the junction of Tianxian continent and the extraterrestrial region, which was the well-known extraterrestrial battlefield. Chapter 6, Is the Apprentice Teasing Me? Chapter 6, Is the Apprentice Teasing Me? Jiang did not easily stroll around Gu Qingyue's courtyard and did not find her figure. So he walked out of the courtyard and headed towards his own residence. He lived in the bamboo forest of Qingyu Peak, not far from Gu Qingyue's courtyard, about 300 to 400 steps away. Returning to his small bamboo hut, Jiang was not easily able to lay down his entire body on the bamboo chair. Squinting comfortably. Ding. Daily clocking task released. Will the host please check? Hearing the system's words, Jiang did not come down easily. View. Ding. Daily punching task 1. Hold Gu Qingyu's hand once. Rewarded with a copy of the Emperor's cultivation technique. Emperor's secret. Time remaining, 7 hours. When he heard that he would be rewarded with an imperial-grade cultivation technique just by holding Gu Qingyue's hand, Jiang Dongyi's eyes instantly lit up. What a great bargain for nothing! Mission failure punishment, forcing the host to wear made black silk in front of Gu Qingyue. Hearing the system's punishment notification, Jiang Dongyi's entire body froze. What the hell? Women's clothes? Or maid's black silk? Huh? Whoa! You this. System. Don't be too outrageous. You. You don't have any special hobbies. Do you? I'm afraid you're not using your power for personal gain. Jiang could not help but swallow a mouthful of water. This is not afraid of 10,000 but afraid of what if. In case he can't find Gu Qingyu today. Won't this mission not be completed? Thinking about how embarrassing it would be if he wore his black silk made look in front of Gu Qingyu. Hissed. Not even dare to imagine. It's true that pie doesn't fall from the sky. How high the reward is, correspondingly high the cost. Daily hit quest 2. Speak love to Gu Qingyu once. Reward 1 memory stone. Remaining time, 7 hours. Mission failure punishment, airborne the host to Gu Qingyu while she was bathing. When he heard the punishment of the second mission, Jiang was not easy to straighten up and leave. Hey! Slip STH. System. This. I feel that the second task is too difficult. Right? I'm a straight man. Where can I say so many love words? Kong is not easy, crooked mouth smile. However, what Jiang was not easily curious about was the rewards given by the system. System? What the hell is this memory stone? Jiang did not easily ask with furrowed brows. Ding. The host will explain himself when he gets his reward. Jiang did not easily skim his lips and looked to the west, where the sun was slowly setting. Grab the master. He doesn't want to wear a female costume. Little by little, the sun was mostly hidden behind the western mountains. Jiang did not easily turn Qingyu Peak almost all over. But he did not find Gu Qingyue. While he was anxious, suddenly, a place flashed through his mind. Jiang did not easily slap his head. How could he have forgotten about this place? With that, Jiang did not easily turn around and climbed towards the top of Qingyu Peak. At dusk, looking down from the top of Qingyu Peak, a sea of clouds is visible. Jiang is not easy to climb to the top of Qingyu Peak. Then there is a fragrance coming. Raise your eyes and look. Not far in front of you towers a tall peach blossom tree. Peach blossom bloom on the branches of the tree. From time to time, there are white petals from it to drift down. A patch has been spread under the tree. White as snow. Not far from the peach blossom tree, Gu Qingyu's cheeks were slightly intoxicated, and she was holding her fragrant cheeks with one hand, leaning against a rock and faking a nap. A few petals of peach blossoms fell on her clothes and hair. With some naivety, which made her look unique. Seeing this appearance, Jiang did not easily let out a light laugh. Without having to think about it, he knew that she was drunk again. Since Gu Qingyue bought him that flying sword, Gu Qingyue could be said to have let go of herself. Hugging the wine gourd all day long. Getting drunk wherever she went. And sleeping wherever she got drunk. Gu Qingyue is a bit dangerous when she is drunk. 6 relatives. Except for Jiang, not easy. Whoever dares to come close to her within 3 feet. More or less have to hang some color on their body. The Patriarch heard about this when he last came out of the gate. And preferred not to believe in evil. Letting it be known that if he was near Gu Qingyue and hung up, he would write the word king backwards. Thus, after Gu Qingyue got drunk again, the sovereign walked within 3 feet. And as a result, the two fought directly, shaking the sky and the earth. As the Earth Immortal 5th grave, Gu Qingyue directly swelled the face of the Earth Immortal 9th grave sovereign. After that day, the Patriarch once again went into seclusion and hasn't come out until now. It was also after that incident that the people within the sect were unspoken. And when they encountered a drunk Gu Qingyue, they would either take a detour and leave. Or if they couldn't, they would call Jiang Yenyuan to come and take her away. Jiang was not easily able to walk towards Gu Qingyue, when Gu Qingyue's voice suddenly rang in his head. Oops. The apprentice is finally here. Hurry up, disciple. Come over here and carry master away. Jiang was not easy on his feet, looking at Gu Qingyue's pretty face and smiling with deep meaning. Aya. Disciple. You're finally here. Master has been pretending for a long time. Ooh. A hug is good. It's a good thing it was my apprentice who spotted me first. Or else I would have had to strike again. And that would have been unseemly. Where are you going to touch later in your apprentice's arms? How about touching my apprentice's chest? Oops. I just touched it a few days ago. Will touching it again make it look like I'm doing it on purpose? How about talking in your sleep this time? What can I say to tease this silly apprentice of mine? So torn ah. Listening to Gu Qingyue's heart, Jiang did not easily understand. Well, Master, disciple is connected to your heart. But you are craving for disciple's body. Jiang did not easily understand why only he was able to get close. Why Gu Qingyue was in his arms. Either touching this or that. Either saying this shy word or that teasing word. He thought it was the norm of his master's drunkenness. So every time he put Gu Qingyue back in the room, he was made to turn red. His mouth was dry. And he could not wait to dominate her. Several times he wondered if Gu Qingyue did it on purpose. But when he thought of her cold, frosty, unsmiling face, he immediately dismissed the thought. As it turned out, she was really pretending to be drunk on purpose to take advantage of him. Master, your disciple has been tricked so hard by you. Thinking of this, Jiang did not easily reveal a playful smile. Since this was the case, he would have to properly collect interest from Gu Qingyue. Jiang did not easily come to crouch in front of Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue's heart immediately leapt for joy. Apprentice, hurry up. Master can't wait. Jiang did not easily evoke a smile. But instead of picking up Gu Qingyue as usual, he held her other hand. Gu Qingyue's heartbeat suddenly disappeared. Jiang did not easily notice that Gu Qingyue's hand trembled. His eyes fell on her pretty face. He did not know whether it was due to shyness or the alcohol surging up. Gu Qingyue's face was even more flushed than it was just now. Master, your hands are so soft and moist. Jiang did not easily smile badly and said softly. As the words fell, the blush on Gu Qingyue's face gradually colored her earlobes. Ah! What does the disciple's words mean? Isn't he a pure-hearted young man? How? Does he? Gu Qingyue was incomparably flustered inside. Don't look at how bold she was just now in her heart. In fact, it was all because she was familiar with Jiang Yiqian's disposition that she was so carefree. But as a result, this time, Jiang Yiqian didn't clumsily pick her up and send her back like he did before. Instead, he took the initiative to touch her hand. And that her hands were so moist. What is the disciple doing? What to do? The heart is so panicky. Hearing Gu Qingyue's heartfelt words, Jiang Yi easily laughed lightly. Bitchy master teacher. How dare you toy with me? Now I will let you know what happens when you toy with me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Daily Mission 1 and obtaining the Emperor's cultivation technique. Emperor's secret. Pay attention to checking the receipt. Ding! Detected Gu Qingyue's heart rate accelerating due to the host holding her hand. Gaining a heartbeat value of 237. 233. 240. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang was not easy to understand in his heart. So it turns out that the heartwarming value can be obtained continuously. In that case, Jiang did not easily move his head closer to Gu Qingyue. Noticing that Jiang Yiqian's aura was getting closer and closer, Gu Qingyue's entire nervousness went to the extreme. Her petite body tensed up and her slender eyelashes trembled slightly. What is the apprentice going to do? It can't be that he's going to kiss his master. Right? Ah! What to do, what to do? The corners of Jiang's mouth were not easy to hook out a smile. And he moved to Gu Qingyue's ear. Exhaling hot air. Ah! That tickles. Gu Qingyue quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Her entire petite body trembling a little from nervousness. Master teacher. Are you drunk? Master teacher. Can you hear me? Jiang did not easily whisper. Gu Qingyue pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Master. You've been so obnoxious lately. Gu Qingyue froze for a moment when she heard this. The apprentice said I was annoying? Really? Did I get caught lying to him? So should I apologize to him? What should I do, what should I do? The apprentice won't ignore me anymore. Right? While Gu Qingyue was anxious inside and ready to confess, Jiang Dongyi's next words made her breath stop. Delightful. Never tire of it. The blush on Gu Qingyue's face became even more pink, along with her white lotus root-like neck being stained a bit. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Heart beating so fast. Is the apprentice teasing me? Ooh. My heart can't take it anymore. My master. Can't stand it so soon? That's just where it's at. Looking at Gu Qingyue's quiet face, listening to the voice of the heart that does not match, Jiang is not easy to hook his lips. This sense of contrast. Do not say it is quite lovely? Jiang did not easily pick Gu Qingyue up in his arms and walked down the mountain. Feeling that Jiang Dongyao didn't seem to have any more plans, Gu Qingyue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. The apprentice touches my hand and talks to me in love though. But he only dares to do so without my knowledge. Well, I must take advantage of him later. It can't just be me being bullied. Thinking of this, Gu Qingyue once again leaped up. She didn't realize that for a while it was no longer bullying, but a one-sided massacre. Chapter 7, Playing with Qingyu. Learning the Emperor's Skill. Chapter 7, Playing with Qingyu. Learning the Emperor's Secret. On the way down, Gu Qingyue twisted her delicate body, and one hand suddenly lifted up, hooking a hand around Jiang Dongyi's neck. He. Master is like this. Disciple. Let's see if your heart is moved. Gu Qingyu was confident that Jiang Yi would still send her back with a red face like before, not daring to move, while Gu Qingyu was being complacent. Jiang did not easily pretend that her feet slipped and her hands lurched as if she was going to fall off. Ah. Aha. Gu Qingyue's heart was shocked. Her delicate body tensed up. And she opened her mouth to shout. But she quickly reacted and hurriedly closed it. Only to let out a muffled grunt. Aya. Scared me to death. I almost shouted out just now. But luckily I managed to collect myself. Or else I would have designated it as wearing out. No. 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 You can't even hold me steady. I'm angry. Thinking about Gu Qingyu pretending to be sleepwalking. Her other hand lifted up. Both of her hands encircling Jiang Yi's neck. Her head buried into his chest. He. Little apprentice. I won't charm you to death. Jiang did not easily look down at the beauty in his arms. Vaguely visible in the curve, she hooked up and smiled lightly. Master. Master. You let go. Jiang Yanyu lowered his voice and said in a slightly shy tone. Oh ho ho. My disciple is really mesmerized by me. Oops. The voice sounds like Master wants to bully so badly. Gu Qingyue couldn't help but feel excited in her heart. Okay. 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 You want to bully me, don't you? Jiang did not easily show a bad smile. Master? Master Teacher? It seems that Master Teacher hasn't sobered up yet. Gu Qingyue was even more pleased to hear this. Silly apprentice hasn't realized that Master is taking advantage of you. Has she? Geez. It's so solid against my apprentice's chest. But with clothes on. Not as much as taking them off to feel boinging. Smell it. The scent of a male. Shen. Gu Qingyue began to be reckless in her heart. Hearing Gu Qingyue's heartfelt words of those tigers and wolves. Jiang did not easily feel that his master was only a sea woman. Suddenly, the hand holding Gu Qingyue's thigh squeezed hard. Gu Qingyue couldn't help but let out a humming sound. Feeling her entire body go soft. Her face so red that it could drip blood. Since Master hasn't sobered up. It's not too much to pinch. Right? Jiang did not easily laugh badly. Gu Qingyue's delicate body trembled slightly. Ah. Just now the apprentice actually pinched his own thigh. And you say it's not too much to ask for a drunken pinch from your master? Is the apprentice coveting the master? Oh. You stinking disciple. Actually taking advantage of master's drunkenness to bully master. Big bad, big bad. Hearing that Gu Qinyu had been cursing herself in her heart, Jiang Yi instantly came to life. Ha! Master didn't react? Then squeeze again. When she heard Jiang Dongyao's words, Gu Qinyu panicked. And then she felt her thighs being pinched again. And then it wasn't over. Jiang Dongyao's hand actually secretly tickled it a few times. Gu Qingyue pursed her lips and clenched her teeth, forcing herself to hold back and not make a sound. The disciple is actually a little pervert. You have to scratch after you pinch. It's so itchy. Oh. Being bullied. Under the moonlight. Seeing Gu Qingyu's face become red and flushed, Jiang did not easily give up. Only to feel that the whole person was in a good mood after bullying this lovely master of his. Seeing that Jiang did not easily stop, Gu Qingyu was relieved and did not dare to make any movements for fear that Jiang would not easily do something to bully her again. Just like that, Jiang did not easily and quietly bring Gu Qingyu back to her bedchamber. And after placing Gu Qingyu on the bed and covering her with a quilt, she turned around and prepared to leave. Phew! The apprentice is finally leaving. Damn it, he took so much advantage today. He must take it back in the future. Gu Qingyu began to slowly calculate in her heart. Upon hearing Gu Qingyue's heartfelt voice, Jiang did not easily stop. Turned around. And bent down. Feeling Jiang not easily approaching, Gu Qingyue's entire body tensed up again. Looking at Gu Qingyue's eyelids that kept moving, Jiang did not easily let out a light laugh and pinched her face. Smooth and delicate. Good night, Master. When he finished, he left the room in stride. Hearing the door close, Gu Qingyu immediately opened her eyes and stared blankly at Cheng Chen. One hand touching the face that Zhang Yi had just pinched, as if it still retained his temperature. You! Gu Qingyue covered her face and pulled the quilt up to cover her head, leaving her two slender white legs flopping around outside. Stinky disciple. You know how to bully me. Under the moonlight. Zhang was not easy to hold a dog's tail grass in his mouth and walk leisurely with his hands clasped behind his head. Shui. Suddenly, Zhang did not easily sneeze, and the dog's tail on his mouth flew out. I don't know which beautiful woman wants her brother to sleep with her. He. Zhang did not easily raise his hand and wiped his nose, cheerfully saying, System. Check how much heartwarming value is there? Zhang did not easily call out the system to ask. Ding. The host currently has a heart value of 11,237 points. Hearing the system's reply, Zhang did not easily let out a light laugh. It was unexpected that this had not been a long time, and there were more than 10,000 heartwarming values. Ding. The current host possesses the Emperor's secret. Does the host comprehend it? Zhang did not easily say. Comprehend. Ding. The Emperor's secret is being instilled. Infusion successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the Emperor's Secret's subsidiary cultivation skill. The speed of cultivation has increased tenfold. The Emperor's Secret subsidiary cultivation know-how can let the surrounding aura influx into the host's body. The host does not need to pull, can also be cultivated. And as the host cultivation level rises, their own grade will also be raised. And the speed of cultivation will be increased as well. As the system's words fell, Zhang did not easily feel that the surrounding aura didn't need to be pulled before it madly surged into his body. And in an instant the aura filled the 10 yuan vein acupoints. So as long as he wanted to, he could enter the spirit drawing realm at any time. Zhang is not easy to be happy in his heart. Originally the heavenly Dao sword vein cultivation talent is extremely high. Plus the subsidiary cultivation know-how. In the short term to become immortal and become a saint is not easy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the first stance of the Emperor's Secret. One sword breaks mountains. The system voice sounded again. And Zhang did not easily blink in front of his eyes, arriving at an ink world. At his feet was a blank pool of water, surrounded by inked mountains rolling in, like he had drilled it 1,000 times. Zhang did not easily close his eyes, merged his fingers and raised them high. At this moment, the fingers were like an incomparably sharp sword. Falling down, the largest ink mountain in front of him came to explode, and nearly a third of the area was instantly turned into ink mist and dissipated. When he opened his eyes, Jiang Yushi's eyes were filled with excitement. Worthy of being an emperor-grade technique. A sword breaking mountains. Just with his current strength he was able to slice off a third of a high mountain with a single sword. His current low strength made it difficult for him to exert his true power. If he reached the immortal realm, heavenly immortal realm, or even a higher realm by then, wouldn't his power be ridiculously strong? He was a bit afraid to imagine it. After all, this was still only the first stance of the Emperor's Secret. There are a total of 9 styles in that Emperor's Secret. And the host will be able to comprehend a new style for every realm that he advances to. The system said. And hearing that, Zhang was not easily in a good mood. Right, system? What's that memory stone? Zhang did not easily remember something, and with a thought, a black stone the size of a baby's fist appeared in his hand. Ding! replying to the host. This memory stone stores Gu Qingyue's memories of her last life. Upon hearing the system's reply, Zhang Yichou's movement of playing with the memory stone paused. In his last life, he had been so focused on burying his head in cultivation that he had spent most of his time in seclusion. And he didn't know much about what had happened in the sect during that time or what Gu Qingyue had gone through. Based on how he had spent time with her in his last life, he knew that Gu Qingyue had some secrets that he didn't know about. He just had never been able to find out. With this memory stone, he might be able to understand Gu Qingyue better. Tianxian Strange Stories, Power Chapter, Tianxian Continent. The power of the complex. According to the strength of the total can be summarized as follows. Empires, with imperial soldier inheritance. Holy places, with saints sitting on them. Imperial dynasties, with half-saints sitting on them. Lineages, with half-saints sitting on them. Super sects, with half-saints sitting on them. First ranking, with heavenly immortals sitting on them, to ninth ranking sects. And secular kingdoms. Of course, this kind of division standard is not absolute. The real strength of a power also depends on the strength of its parties. Chapter 8, Memory Stone. Gu Qingyue's Surprise. Chapter 8, Memory Stone. Gu Qingyue's Surprise. System. How do I use this memory stone? Zhang did not easily try to use his aura to drive it, but found that the memory stone did not respond at all. The memory stone stores many of Gu Qingyue's memories from childhood to adulthood. And hosts who want to read them need to trigger them under specific circumstances. And after triggering them, they need to spend 1,000 heartwarming values in order to view some of the memories. What particular situation does it need to be in? Kong asked, not easily. The system can't answer this. However, after reaching a specific situation, the memory stone will partially light up to prompt the host. Listening to the system's words, Zhang did not easily look over the memory stone in his hand and did not find any of it glowing. Obviously, the so-called specific situation had not yet been reached. Zhang did not easily sigh and took the memory stone back. Don't want to. Anyway, there will be hints at that time. Only one step to count one step. The most important thing at the moment is to enhance the strength. In a few days still have to go to the clan trial with Lu Yanyan. Zhang was not easily able to sit on his knees and look into the Yuan chakra internally. There was silence all around. And the sound of a mirror shattering rang out abruptly. Zhang wasn't easy to move around as his aura rippled and skyrocketed, pulling up non-stop. Phew. Finally, Zhang did not easily let out a breath and opened his eyes. A sword aura flashed in the depths of his eyes, and the surrounding bamboo shook with it, with many bamboo leaves falling to the ground. His realm ended up staying at the 9th level of the spirit drawing realm. This heavenly Dao sword vein and subsidiary cultivation skill were truly overbearing. But in just a few moments, they had allowed him to raise a large realm. If he had been originally gifted, it might have taken him many years. Zhang is not easy between the eyebrows of the golden light flashed, only to hear the buzz sound. A white flying sword suspended in front of him. The sword body, from time to time there is a flow of golden light. This was the innate flying sword that had manifested from the first sword vein of the heavenly Dao sword vein after he had broken through the Yuan Pulse realm. And it had already taken on a spirit, making it a veritable heavenly flying sword. Let's call you Moon Yi. Zhang Yi lifted his hand and tapped the flying sword in front of him, smiling. Gu Qingyue's moon. Zhang Yi's easy. The Moon's sword shook for a moment, then flew around Zhang Dongyi several times, as if it was satisfied with the name. All right. Come back. Zhang did not easily smile and said. Hearing this, the Moon's sword turned into a stream of light and disappeared into his eyebrows. Zhang did not easily raise his right hand, and a slightly broken green flying sword appeared in his hand. This is the Gu Qingyue gave him, that heavenly flying sword. named Over the Clouds, in which the residual sword spirit is still sleeping. Remember in the last life. Is he awakened the strong sun sword vein? With the source of the sword vein feed 3 years before letting make which the sword spirit awakened. And the overcloud was loyal. Although the contract they signed was not a contract of the same life. But in the first few times of the extraterrestrial battlefield evil attack for him to block a number of fatal attacks. And ultimately broken. Jiang did not easily lower his head and gently stroked over the body of the cloud sword. A green-clothed back figure appeared in his mind as he softly said, I wonder how effective it will be to use the source of the sword vein from the heavenly Tao sword vein. Jiang Yenyuan closed his eyes and drove the source of sword veins within his body. The 10 heavenly Tao sword veins blossomed with golden aura. And the silk gushed out of Jiang Yenyuan's body, injecting it into the overcloud sword. In an instant, the overcloud sword's body trembled and emitted a burst of sword sounds. And the broken areas were miraculously recovering. Seeing this change, Jiang was not easy to rejoice in his heart. Worthy of the heavenly Tao sword vein. To know that the blazing sun sword vein could not even repair the breakage of the overcloud sword. Thinking to himself, he increased his delivery and his face grew white. A long time later, after feeling that it was difficult to continue channeling the source of the sword vein, Jiang did not easily stop his movements. Exhaled a breath and looked at the overcloud sword in his hand, revealing a smile. Only once let overcloud sword recovered 70 to 80%. In a few days to convey once again. Overcloud should wake up. I wonder how this ninny will look when she wakes up and sees the sword restored as before. Retrieving the overcloud sword back into space, Jiang Yenyu collapsed onto the bamboo chair, only to feel that his entire body was deflated. It couldn't be helped that his cultivation wasn't enough. And this time, the source of the sword vein in his body was almost exhausted. Closing his eyes, he soon fell asleep. The night was silent. And the next day, Jiang did not easily stretch. This first night of rebirth, sleep can be really comfortable. When he raised his eyes, Jiang did not easily see Gu Qingyue, who was walking towards here. Good morning, Master Teacher. Jiang Ichio smiled and saluted. Aha! Gu Qingyue's face was expressionless as she gave a faint response. Her eyes were a little dark around the circumference of her eyes. Obviously she hadn't gotten a good night's rest last night. Jiang did not easily notice this and deliberately asked. Master looks in poor spirits. Did you not rest well last night? Stinky disciple. Knowingly asking. Last night, he was moving his hands and talking about love to his master. It's only strange that his master could sleep. Aya. I'm so angry. The corners of Gu Qingyue's mouth twitched slightly, her heart screaming furiously. However, on the surface, she said flatly, it's just that last night, Master drilled into the Tao to no avail. And there's no major problem. Hearing Gu Qingyue's heartfelt words, Jiang did not easily hold back his laughter and said, I see. Disciple still hopes that Master should not just focus on cultivation. Resting at the right time is also necessary. Upon hearing Jiang Dongyi's words, Gu Qingyue's face eased a bit. Humph. Seeing as you silly apprentice who cares about the master. The master will not care. Gu Qingyu thought to herself. On the surface she just nodded without saying anything. Ha! Apprentice. You've broken through? As her mood eased, Gu Qingyuan noticed that the aura on Jiang Ichio's body had changed. And it was clearly between the spirit drawing realm and the god refining realm. So she couldn't help but be a little surprised. That's right. After a night's sleep, Jiang did not easily break through again. Hey! It's all right, master. Jiang Ichio scratched his head and laughed. Gu Qingyue didn't say anything and held one of Jiang Dongyu's hands to probe. A moment later, Gu Qingyue's face revealed a look of shock. Her fine eyebrows lightly raised. 10 yuan veins? Gu Qingyue asked. Yes, master. I remember that one of the family's ancient genealogies recorded that 10 veins are heavenly. And the diffractive Tao returns to the ruins as the veins of the heavenly Tao. I've always thought that this was nothing more than a fabrication. But I never imagined that it actually exists. Gu Qingyue lowered her eyes in contemplation. Although this encounter was treacherous, it was also blessed with deep fortune, allowing you to obtain such a chance. So cherish it and cultivate diligently. Understand? Gu Qingyue said as she looked towards Zhang Yenyuan. Master's words. Disciple keeps them in mind. Zhang Difficulty bowed deeply and responded sincerely. Gu Qingyue nodded. And when she raised her hand, a luster didn't enter Zhang Yenyuan's body. I covered up the weather within you. So unless the sage realm strikes, it's impossible to tell what you are. Gu Qingyue explained. Hearing Gu Qingyue's words, a warmth went through Jiang Dongyi's heart. All right. It's getting late. Follow me to the council hall to discuss the matter of the Sect trial in 3 days. Gu Qingyue turned around and left after saying that. Jiang wasn't easy to follow. But suddenly, Gu Qingyue's heartfelt voice rang in his head. 10 yuan veins. This foolish apprentice actually created 10 yuan veins after the Jedi. Truly a fool has a fool's fortune. TSK TSK TSK. Hearing Gu Qingyue's words, Zhang Yi's mouth cannot help but twitch. Well. Actually call your disciple stupid. Wait for the opportunity to be sure to teach you a good lesson. If I do that with my disciple, will my cultivation level go up even more? That said, if my disciple and I had a child, wouldn't the talent be unbelievable? Well, it must be. Egu. Gu Qingyue. What are you thinking? He's your disciple. But a master-disciple taboo sounds so exciting. Ah no. Don't think about it. Following behind Gu Chengyu. Listening to Gu Qingyue's heartfelt words all the way, Zhang was not easily filled with black lines. He seriously doubted that when Gu Qingyue had taken him on as a disciple, she was craving him. He was 6 years old. According to the Tianxian Strange Tales Sword Dao chapter, above, a person who has achieved great success in sword cultivation can move mountains and overturn oceans, pick stars and break the moon, and walk in the heaven and earth without any restrictions. The most important thing for a sword cultivator is to have a sword that fits. And the more you have a sword that fits, the more the strength of the sword cultivator can be fully realized. Sword cultivators' swords are roughly divided into 2 types: natural flying swords and acquired flying swords. The so-called natural flying sword is those who have 9 veins or special veins of the sword cultivator, through their own sword veins to raise the life of the flying sword. This sword is the most suitable for the sword cultivator, because the connection is comparable to the kinship, can be said to know the roots. As the name suggests, it is acquired, not born. There are many ways to do this. The 2 main ones being, 1. Asking the sword maker to feed the sword with the source of his own sword vein, so that it produces a spirit for his own use. 2. Signing a contract with the legacy flying sword that has a spirit. Chapter 9, Discussing the Sect Trials. Chapter 9, Discussing the Sect Trials. It wasn't long before Jiang was not easy to follow Gu Qingyue to the Heavenly Sword Sect's Council Hall. As soon as the 2 entered, 5 gazes swept over. 6th Elder. The elders are deliberating. What's the point of bringing your disciple here? A middle-aged man frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. Jiang did not easily look at the person who spoke. It was 4th Elder Chen Hai, Peak Master of Dustless Peak, Earth Immortal Realm 5th level, acting in an archaic manner, and especially protective of his shortcomings. Thinking back to some of the events of his last life, Zhang's eyes were imperceptibly cold. Fourth Elder. I remember that the council hall only says that it's a place for elders to deliberate. And it doesn't state that disciples aren't allowed to attend. Right? Gu Qingyue said indifferently. You. Shen Hai opened his mouth to say something, but realized that Gu Qingyue was right, and was unable to refute it for a moment. His complexion somewhat ugly. All right. The two of you stop there. The council hall really didn't state that elders aren't allowed to bring their disciples to observe. So the fourth elder shouldn't nitpick. The white-bearded old man at the head waved his hand and said. It was none other than the Heavenly Sword Sect's Grand Elder. Violet Sun Peak Master. Xinling. First level of the Heavenly Immortal Realm. Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, Shen Hai did not look at Gu Qingyue even though his heart was not willing to do so. Humph. Just with an old uncle like you still want to stop me from bringing my stupid disciple to the meeting? Not even the door, haha. Gu Qingyue's heart rang out. And Zhang did not easily look at her just in time to catch a flash of smugness in her eyes. And you? Sixth Elder. You were told earlier to come over earlier. As a result, everyone has arrived for quite a while before you came. You are also at fault. Deducting 1 spirit stone from you this month. Xinling looked at Gu Qingyue and said seriously. Hearing this, Gu Qingyue froze for a moment, but quickly reacted and nodded. Sitting in her seat, Shen Hai immediately revealed a gloating expression upon hearing this. Gu Qingyue glared at him, not saying anything on the surface. But in fact, Jiang Dongyi had just come back to his senses and his head was about to explode. Whoa. The stinky old man is bullying people. Actually deducting my spirit stones. No uncle or aunt can tolerate that. In that case, I'll only have 9 top-grade spirit stones this month. Owing 3 to the 4th elder, 2 to the 2nd elder, 1 to the 5th elder, and 3 to the wine store. What? After this math, I won't have a single one left after paying off my debt. Doesn't that mean I won't have any wine to drink next month? And this 4th elder, this old uncle. Laugh at your laugh. Gu Qingyue cried in her heart. Zhang not easy to listen to the end of the happy. Together with the real Moonlight family chant. Zhang was not easy to stand at the sight of Gu Qingyue. Slightly lowering his eyes, he saw Gu Qingyue's face bulging if anything. Seeing this, the corner of his mouth could not help but hook up a smile. This master is so cute and silly. Alright. Since everyone is here, let's start deliberating. Xinling withdrew his gaze, cleared his throat, and spoke. 3 days from now will be our Heavenly Sword Sect trials. And according to the previous arrangement, the disciples are all teleported to the periphery of the Heavenly Sword Sect's secret realm for the trials. But this time is different. I'm sure you all know that not long ago, the Heaven's Mechanism Pavilion explored a saint's secret realm in the northern part of the southern Xian continent. And it obtained 12 secret cards to enter the secret realm. It just so happens that 2 months from now will be the southern Xian continent's once-in-a-decade Heaven's Pride Conference. And the Heavenly Hall of Opportunity has decided to send the 12 secret medals for entering the Saint's mysterious realm as a reward to the top 12 winners of the Heaven's Pride Conference. Speaking here, Xinling paused for a moment. A faint smile appeared on his face, stroked his beard, and continued. So, in order to be able to let the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect get the top 12 of the Heavenly Pride Conference competition and get the chance to enter the Sage Secret Realm, I propose that this time, the place of the Sect trial be changed to the core of the Heavenly Sword Sect's secret realm, so that they can get the chances therein to enhance their strength. I wonder what you all think about it. After saying that, Xinling stopped talking. The other elders listened to this and were all deep in thought. The entire council chamber fell silent. That's when a voice stands out. Thump. 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 Everyone looked at Gu Qingyue. The voice ended abruptly. Gu Qingyu looked at the crowd and calmly spat the chewed tea in her mouth back into the teacup and put it down. Well, this tea is a bit chalky, Gu Qingyue said indifferently. Crowd, tea for your teeth? Are you playing us for fools? Do we believe you? Cough. Sixth Elder. Please pay attention to the guidelines of the proceedings, Qin Ling said before the crowd took their gazes back and continued thinking. The others didn't know. But Jiang was not easy to see and hear from the side. From the beginning of Qin Ling's speech, Gu Qingyue had been staring hard at Qin Ling while chewing the tea leaves hard, as if she was munching on his meat and eating his bones. Old man Qin. Deducting my spirit stones is like taking my husband and killing my parents. I won't share the same fate as you. I'll bite. I'll bite you to death. Yada yada yada. The voice of the heart can be arrogant to the core. As a result, after being discovered, the moment was a panic within. What should I do? I've been discovered. Old man Qin won't be deducting my spirit stones again. Will he? Just a reminder. Phew. Okay. Oh. Sociopathy. A few people just looked at me the same way they look at cuties. The same. Silly apprentice doesn't think master is silly too. Right? John was not easily able to stare ahead without slanting his eyes. And then he felt Gu Qingyue's gaze. Ha! Silly apprentice doesn't look any different. That's good. This high and mighty master must be pretending. Hearing this, Jiang did not easily laugh lightly. Grand Elder. The core of the secret realm does have many opportunities. But there are countless array traps there. It's a lot more treacherous than the periphery. I'm afraid that disciples can't handle it. Chen Hai frowned and said. However, without the help of the secret realm's chance, it would still be a struggle to capture the top 12 places in the Heavens Pride Conference with the entire Tianxian continent's heavenly prides. Qin Ling said in a deep voice. After all, the reward is a secret card that can enter the Sage secret realm. Listening to Qin Ling's words, several people all looked moved. The secret realm of the saints. Now, has been nearly 10,000 years no new Emperor realm powerhouse appeared. Most of the remaining old monsters are oil exhausted. In order to survive has long retired. Do not ask the world. All. The Sage realm could almost be said to be a representation of strength. The Saint's secret realm was a special place formed in a certain area after the death of a Saint's realm powerhouse when the energy in his body erupted. Scattered inside were all the chances of this Saint realm powerhouse's life. Either weapons, formations, or pills, which might have been of a low grade previously. But after a long period of nurturing by the holy breath, all of them had been greatly enhanced. And obtaining one of them would be of great benefit to future cultivation or enlightenment of the saints. Their heavenly sword sect was a first-rate sect. And if a disciple was able to enter the saint's secret realm to bring out even a single saint's object, not only would their personal cultivation be aided, but it would also allow the sect's status to be elevated. And they would be amongst the ranks of the super sects. One must know that the southern Xian continent currently had one super sect and 3 first-rate sects alone. The lure of the Sage secret realm was simply too great. Perhaps, for the sake of the Sage secret realm, this risk must be taken. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face said. Jiang could not easily look at that person. It was the 5th elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, Lin Machuan, the peak master of the Moonwatch Peak, the 3rd level of the Earth Immortal realm. Qin Ling smiled and nodded. However, we must formulate a safe plan to ensure the safety of the disciples. A nice voice rang out. The one who spoke was none other than 3rd elder Li Mengyun, Lu Yinyan's master, Linglong Peak master, 7th level of the Earth Immortal realm. Then let's discuss the various matters of this clan trial next. Second Elder Feng Tianji opened his mouth. A few others nodded at this and started a discussion. Gu Qingyue then lost interest in this and looked on with her fragrant cheeks, looking at the crowd faintly. When will it end? It's so boring. It's so boring. Gu Qingyue thought to herself as she frowned slightly and looked ahead with her eyes lifelessly. Jiang is not easy to watch from the side. Cannot help but want to laugh. How to feel a kind of students look forward to the end of the class of the vestigial feeling? Humph. It's all because of the stupid apprentice. Doing those things yesterday caused me to not have a good night's rest. That said, yesterday took off the clothes of the stupid apprentice. I did not expect to usually look at thin as thin a little bit. Touch is quite material. Hey. This kind of thing cannot come a few more times. Gu Qingyue's thoughts began to stray. The corners of her mouth unconsciously hooked up into a smile if anything. And her face revealed a slight suspicious blush. Row. Master, you really think of why your disciple all the time. The record of strange tales of heavenly Shen realms in detail, saints, records that there are 3 greatest watersheds among the 13 realms. Namely the Immortal realm, the Saints realm, and the Great Emperor realm. To become a saint one must go through a holy tribulation. The so-called holy tribulation is the heavenly thunder used by the will of heaven to obstruct the cultivator from becoming a saint. There are 300 of them in total. And each of them is stronger than the previous one. If one survived these 300 heavenly thunderbolts, one would be recognized by the heavenly Tao and a new divine idea would be born in the sea of consciousness, called holy consciousness, which would be able to perceive and transform the holy breath, and raise one's cultivation level. And the so-called holy breath was different from Reiki, which was the source of the survival of heaven and earth. And the holy breath was the source of the Tao of heaven and earth, and was the sign of the sage realm. If the heavenly thunder tribulation fails, bad luck is the death of the road. A little better luck to survive. Because the heavenly thunder quenching, the sea of consciousness also has a vague outline of the holy consciousness, can also barely sense the holy breath. But ultimately, still to the road to the end of the road. A few may not be the possibility of moving forward. This kind of person is the pseudo-saint. Chapter 10, Taking Up a Strange Mission. Chapter 10, Taking Up a Strange Mission. Finally, the proceedings were over. Gu Qingyue couldn't wait to open the wine gourd when she walked out of the council hall and tilted her head back to drink. With a large mouthful in her stomach, Gu Qingyue narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. Apprentice, go back on your own. Master is going to find a land to continue to study the Tao. Gu Qingyue waved her hand, then left on the royal wind. Jiang did not easily look at Gu Qingyue's back and smiled. What delving into Taoism is clearly an excuse to drink. Jiang did not easily have to walk down the mountain. Ding! Daily punching tasks refreshed. Daily punching task. Kiss Gu Qingyue's cheeks once. Mission completion reward, heart to heart, LV. 1, upgraded to LV. 2. Mission failure punishment, forcing the host to wear a maid's fishing net outfit in front of Gu Qingyue. Remaining time, 14 hours. Ginger is not easy. Kissing Gu Qingyue? System. You're not mistaken. Are you? After such a hit yesterday, Gu Qingyue must have been on guard. It's impossible for her to get drunk again. How can I kiss her? And dog system. Are you so persistent about me wearing women's clothes? Host. This is at the author's behest. System. Master Unity. That's true. But you're at least my system. Jiang did not easily mutter in a small voice. Host. You're making it difficult for this system. Tough. So let the dog author stop writing. Jiang not easy, degree, keyboard. Ding. Detected the appearance of an encounter quest. Will the host check it out? The system's words made Jiang not easily froze for a moment. Strange quests? Yes. The content of the quests and the encounter quests is random. Possessing a time limit. Just like the game. After solving the quests issued by the NPCs, you will randomly get the rewards. And the rewards are of varying grades. It all depends on the luck of the draw. Hearing this, Jiang did not easily touch his nose. For him, a person who relied on guarantees to draw props for playing games, this mission was really not too friendly to him. Still, a reward is better than nothing. Right? What if luck comes your way? Thinking so, he said, View. Ding. Adventure quest viewing successful. Recently Kanglan Town has been a bit unsettled. The residents have been losing their things every now and then. No. The bachelor Wang in the east of the town has lost a gold bar. This is already the third one he has lost this month. Go and help him to retrieve the gold bar. There might be a good harvest. Remaining time, 14 hours. Jiang did not easily look at the strange encounter quest and silently calculated in his heart. According to his experience of playing the game, most of the game's strange quests had no obvious time limit, and could give players plenty of time to complete them. While the system's encounter quests, although with a time limit and shorter, seemed to be more urgent, but also from the side of the content is relatively simple and easy to complete. In that case, the matter of kissing Gu Qing you would wait until he returned. After all, it's not always possible to wait around dry. To be honest, he was quite curious about the rewards of this strange quest. Thinking this way, Jiang did not easily call out Yui. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's call, the Mooney's sword flew out from his brow and stopped in front of him. Go. Take me to Kanglan Town. Jiang did not easily pat the Mooney's sword blade and laughed. Although he himself could not yet control his sword, but he could not resist that his sword itself could fly. The Mooney's sword landed at Jiang Dongyi's feet at his words. Kong can't easily step on it. Walking. Ah. Jiang is not easy to say before the words fall. The Mooney wuxia fly out, so that his center of gravity is unsteady. The whole person fell backward. Fortunately he reacted quickly enough, and hurriedly reached out to grab the hilt of the sword, so as not to fall down. In the blink of an eye, the Mooney sword arrived high in the sky. Ha! What just flew by? Bird bar? It can't be. Can it? It feels pretty big for its size. That's big bird. It's mostly the bird's call that's always weird. Well, like killing a pig. Not long after, outside Kanglan Town. Vomit. Kong couldn't easily vomit uncontrollably with one hand propped up against a tree. Next time. Vomit. Not to be so fast. Vomit. Hear it. Jiang did not easily vomit as he said. The Mooney sword choo-choo levitated to the side. Who knew you were sword sick? It took a long time for Jiang Dongyao to slow down, shaking off his right hand, which was a bit numb. To think that he was a half-sane sword cultivator in his last life. But now he had fallen here. Wouldn't it be a joke to spread the word? But there was one thing to be said for it. Mooney was the fastest flying sword he had seen so far. It was worthy of being birthed from the heavenly Tao sword vein. After retrieving Yui, Jiang did not easily tidy up a little before heading towards Kanglan Town. Ding! Target found. Bachelor Wang. Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang did not easily look forward. And not far away, under a large tree, an old man over 100 years old was hanging his head and sighing. Why do you look so sad? Moncler? Did something happen? Jiang did not easily approach and asked. Routine trigger quest. Alas. Don't mention it. I don't know what's going on lately. The town has been losing things every now and then. No. I lost a piece of gold yesterday. This is the third time this month. Mr. Wang lamented. At this rate, within 100 years my house will be stolen. Yes? Jiang did not easily nod his head and said. Then froze. And then the corner of his mouth twitched. Damn you to hell. Yeah. I lost my family heirloom 2 days ago. And me. I lost a jade disc. And me. The people around them gathered around to tell what they had lost. Their eyes full of indignation. Listening to a general. Jiang not easy to understand. This is not a thief? Specializing in stealing valuable things. Little brother. Seeing that you're dressed in extraordinary clothes and have an imposing demeanor. You must not be simple. I hope you can help all of us and catch this thief. Wang Qi looked at Jiang Ichio and said. Yes. Little brother. Please help us. Hearing this, the crowd asked Jiang Yanyu for help. I will help everyone. Jiang did not easily respond with a nod. Thank you, little brother. If you help me retrieve those 3 gold bars, I will definitely repay you. Wang Qi said with eyes full of gratitude. Ahem. It's nothing to repay or not. Mainly because I'm a person who likes to roar at the sight of the road. Jiang Ichio smiled and laughed. In that case, everyone disperse? I will help everyone find the thief. Jiang Ichio raised his voice. Upon hearing his words, the crowd left. Suddenly, Jiang Dongyi's sleeve was tugged. Turning his head, he looked at a young woman with a lot of style. Little brother. I lost a red belly band. I hope you can help me find it back. The young woman's face was flushed. Her eyes were full of tenderness. And the peaks in front of her body kept vibrating with her movements. Jiang Ichio hurriedly retracted his sight. His old face slightly red. And coughed. Don't worry. I will definitely help you catch the murderer and return the things to their rightful owners. Then I'll trouble you, little brother. The young woman left while sending her eyes towards Jiang Yiming. Waiting for the young woman to leave. Jiang was not easily relieved and began to think about how to catch the thief. He asked a few more people some questions and found that the times when things were lost were irregular. Sometimes during the day. Sometimes at night. And most importantly, the things that were lost had been taken out of their hands not too long ago. In this way, it is clearly presumed that thieves steal when they see something of value. However, how is the bib again? It can't be the sight of spring. Ahem. Catch the thief first. Thinking about it, Jiang Dongyi had a plan in mind. After buying something with his heartbeat value at the system store, he took out a top-grade spirit stone from his spatial ring and held it in his hand as he strolled around the eastern part of the town for a bit before heading to the outskirts. Right at noon, Jiang did not easily come under a large tree. Took out a book and read for a while. Not without some sleepiness. Covered the book over his face. Carried the top-grade spirit stone in his hand. And fell asleep. Snap. Not a moment later, the top-grade spirit stone fell from Jiang Dongyao's hand and rolled to a place 3 feet away from him. In the middle of the day, only a swish sound was heard. And a figure swept past, disappearing into the forest along with the top-grade spirit stones. Jiang did not easily take down the books and look towards the place where the top-grade spirit stones had disappeared. Revealing a smile. Hooked. Chapter 11, Treasure Hunting Mouse Rice. Chapter 11, Treasure Hunting Mouse Rice. Jiang did not easily stand up. Took out a yellow talisman paper and injected his aura into it. His mouth vibrating. Seek the dragon to share the gold. Oh no! It is 1,000 mountains and thousands of rivers always have feelings. Help me find things, okay? As the words fell, the talisman paper then folded a few times, turning into a paper man-like figure that stood in his palm, holding his chest and looking at Zhang Yenyuan with 2 sesame-sized eyes on top. Go! Take me to find this thing. Zhang did not easily take out another top-grade spirit stone from his spatial ring and placed it in front of the paper man, saying, the paper man raised his hand and touched the top-quality spirit stone, nodded, jumped off Zhang Yichou's palm and ran towards the forest. Seeing this, Zhang Yenyuan hurriedly put away the top-grade spirit stones and followed closely behind the paper man. After traveling for an indeterminate amount of time, the paper man came to a sudden stop. Arrived? Zhang could not easily raise his head and could not help but ask as he saw a cliff face in front of him. The paper man nodded and pointed to the grass off to the side. Zhang did not easily approach and peeled back the grass, only to realize that behind the grass was a hole the size of a fist. You mean the top-grade spirit stones are in here? Zhang did not easily frown and asked. There's no mistake, right? Hearing this, the paper man jumped up and threw a punch towards Zhang Yenyu's head. Ouch! Zhang was not easy to eat the pain, covering the place where he was hit by the paper man with his hand, looking with a grimace at the paper man standing on his shoulder, blinking his small sesame eyes staring at him. What are you hitting me for? It hurts. Worthy of being exchanged for something with the heartbeat value. I have to say that the paper man looked like it didn't have much offensive power, but it was really quite strong. The paper man raised his hand to write and draw, and a paragraph appeared in front of Zhang Yichi. Location tracking. I'm a professional. Don't question it. Zhang did not easily bristle and said, Okay. 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 I'm wrong. I shouldn't have questioned you. So tell me, how do you catch the thief who steals things out? The paper man patted his one-horse chest, indicating that I had it covered. Then he jumped off Kang's shoulder and drilled into the hole. A short while later, a squeaking and yelping came from the mouth of the cave, sounding a little miserable. Finally, the sound faded, and soon the paper man emerged from the hole, dragging a spirit animal shaped like a hamster behind him. Ding! Congratulations on discovering the descendant of an ancient beast, the treasure hunter mouse. Temporary mission release. Take in the treasure hunter rats. Reward for mission completion: 1 bloodline purification pill. Hearing the system's voice, Zhang did not easily show a happy face. Surprisingly, it's a treasure hunting mouse. Treasure hunting mouse, as the name suggests, is a spirit beast that can search for treasures, and there are not many of them to be found in the entire Tianxian continent. I heard that a great emperor in the previous era was because he had a treasure-seeking mouse searching for countless treasures for him, and eventually claimed the title of emperor and witnessed the Tao with the help of a massive amount of treasures. Now, this kind of rare spirit beast had actually allowed himself to come across it. And if he were to subdue it, wouldn't that mean that he had already secured a great emperor? Ha ha ha. I can't believe that a non-celebrity like him would actually turn over a serf to sing. Puff! The paper man threw the treasure-seeking mouse forward, and the round body couldn't stop tumbling, and only stopped when it touched the tips of Zhang Yi's toes. Zhang was not easy to squat down and carefully observe this treasure-hunting mouse. The treasure-seeking mouse rolled over its belly, its little head tilted to the side, spitting out its tongue, its limbs twitching from time to time, dying as if it would hang up the next moment. He would have believed it if those tightly closed eyelids hadn't been moving from time to time out of nervousness. Identification complete. Treasure hunting mouse. No doubt. But a silly mouse that can't even play dead. Zhang did not easily let out a light laugh and reached out his finger to poke the rounded stomach of the treasure hunting mouse and said, Hey! Don't pretend to be dead. Let's discuss something with you. I know you can understand me. Knowing that his trick had been recognized, the treasure-hunting mouse immediately rolled over and made squeaking noises as he fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness. Jiang did not easily lift the treasure hunter mouse up and placed it in his palm. Looking at it. How about signing a contract with me? Zhang Yiqiu asked with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Dongyi's words, the treasure-hunting mouse froze. A flash of hesitation appearing in its eyes. Jiang could not easily take its reaction in. Treasure-hunting mouse is good at treasure hunting and also good at hiding. With a careful and cautious character. If not for the fact that he has the help of the paperman, I am afraid that giving him in decades and centuries will not necessarily catch it. And after signing the contract, then its whole life will be closely linked to the signer. Subject to the signer. If it can't take enough benefits to it, I'm afraid that even if it dies it won't agree. The treasure hunter mouse looked at Jiang Yushi, then at the paperman, and as if making some sort of determination, turned around. Squeak. 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 Mouse translation: even if I die and jump from your hand, I will not make a contract with you. If you make a pact with me, I can give you these few benefits. First, after signing the contract, I won't shut you up and give you as much freedom as possible. Secondly, I know of a few secret realms with high explosive rates that I can take you to, and I can protect your safety during the treasure hunting process. Thirdly, although you have a gifted space, according to my speculation, it shouldn't have been opened yet. Right? So, after contracting with me, I'll give you a space container to use for carrying treasures. Fourth, I have an elixir here that can purify the bloodline. And if you sign a contract with me, I will give it to you. Well, consider it? Zhang Yenyuan said as he looked at the treasure-hunting mouse with a smirk. The treasure-hunting mouse, who still wanted to continue to show his determination, froze when he heard Jiang Dongyi's words. These four conditions all hit the heart straight on, especially the fourth one, which was actually able to bring up the purity of its bloodline. If it was true, its cultivation, its abilities would be qualitatively enhanced. Mouse, I think it. What conditions are not conditions? Talk about conditions more hurt feelings. The main thing is that I see you people quite good. The treasure hunter mouse turned around, and a peculiar rune appeared on his forehead. Jiang did not easily see this and rejoiced in his heart. It's done. Biting his finger, he drops out a drop of blood onto the rune. The rune bloomed with a dazzling red light upon contact with the blood. When the red light disappeared, Jiang did not easily feel that he only felt an additional unique connection between himself and the treasure-hunting mouse, whose meaning he could easily understand. Orcs are never slaves unless given too much. Mouse me. I finally succumbed to reality. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing a contract with the treasure hunter mouse. The bloodline purification Dan has arrived. Host, pay attention to checking. The system's voice came in his head. Jiang did not easily move his mind and a blood-colored elixir appeared in his hand. Here. This is the bloodline purification pill. Jiang was not easily able to hand the elixir to the treasure-seeking mouse. The treasure-hunting mouse held the elixir with both paws and sniffed it, confirming that there were no problems before swallowing it in one gulp. In the next moment, a strange change occurred on the treasure hunter mouse. Only the treasure hunter mouse emitted a red glow around its body, and an aura from a long time ago skyrocketed on it. Buzz. The aura swept through the treasure-hunting mouse. And Jiang was not easily shocked in his heart, running his aura to protect his body before he was shaken back a few meters away. In a few moments, however, everything was calm again. The treasure hunter mouse refalls back to the ground. Jiang did not easily rush forward and placed it in the palm of his hand to inspect it carefully, and found that apart from a few more golden lines on his body, there were no more changes. The treasure hunter mouse's eyes were closed, as if he had entered a unique state. Only after a long time did it open its eyes, its little round eyes twinkling with joy. I told you it would be able to raise your purity for you. Right? Jiang Ichio said smugly. The treasure hunter mouse nodded repeatedly. By the way, there's something. Jiang did not easily look at the treasure hunting mouse and said. Hearing that, the treasure hunter mouse raised its head to look at Jiang Ichio. Have you been stealing a lot of stuff from people in town lately? Like gold bars and stuff? Jiang Ichio asked. The treasure hunter mouse hesitates for a moment and nods. All in that hole? Kong asked as he couldn't easily point to the small hole. The treasure hunting mouse nodded. Okay. Jiang did not easily take out a space ring to bring it around the neck of the treasure hunting mouse. Just right. Like a collar. And said. Bring out all those things and return them to their rightful owners. Although the treasure-seeking mouse was a little reluctant, it still obeyed and did as it was told, jumping off Jiang Ichio's hand and burrowing into the hole. During this time, the paper man reformed into a piece of talisman paper and was placed back into the space. Not long after, the treasure-hunting mouse came out of the hole and presented everything in front of him. Looking at a small mountain of treasures piled up in front of him, Jiang was not easily able to keep his eyes straight. After a little rummaging, Jiang did not easily find his top-grade spirit stone. However, there was a red fabric off to the side that caught his attention. What is this? Jiang could not easily hold it in his hand and flip through it. And there was still a fragrance, if any, emanating from it. Then remembering something, Jiang Ichi's entire old face instantly turned red and hurriedly put it back. That. Why did you steal a belly band? Khan could not easily resist glancing at it and quickly retracting his eyes, asking with a red face. Squeak. Treasure hunter mouse explained. Khan did not easily nod. It turned out to be a little too much to steal that night, so he came along to load. All right. I'll return the things for you, Jiang Ichio said as he raised his hand to put away the array of treasures in front of him. The treasure hunter mouse glanced grudgingly at Jiang Ichio, then jumped onto his shoulder. Jiang did not easily return the same way with the treasure hunting mouse. By the way, what's your name? Treasure hunter mouse shook his head. No name? I'll give you one. Seeing how chubby you've grown, let's call you Rice. Treasure hunting mouse. So, what does growing fat have to do with rice grains? Chapter 12, Gu Qingyue's Memory. Chapter 12, Gu Qingyue's Memory. Back in Kanglan Town, Jiang did not easily return the residents' lost things one by one. The people were all excited to get back their lost things, and bowed to him to thank him. And many of them even took out some valuable things as a gift of thanks. And Jiang was not easy to accept it directly without any pretense. The king's bachelor smiled when he got back his own gold bar, revealing a big gold tooth. And not being stingy, he gave him a gold bar as payment. The crowd dispersed, and at that moment, Jiang Ichio's sleeve was pulled by someone. Turning his head to look, his eyelids jumped wildly. And the visitor was none other than that young woman. Little brother. My belly band. Did you find it? The young woman's face showed shyness and asked lightly with a smile. Jiang not easy to touch the nose. Smell the fingertips of a little fragrance. Suddenly remembered that this hand seems to have touched the belly pocket. Immediately put down again. Holding in a smile. When? Of course found. Hearing this, the young woman's smile intensified. Then please give it back to me. Little brother. The voice was teasing and unbearable for a bit. Jiang did not easily take a deep breath and took the belly bib out of the spatial ring. Then with a red face. Don't look away. And panically put the belly bib in the young woman's hand. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Thank you, little brother. The young woman came closer. Staring at Zhang Yiqiu's face. Her winks like silk. Did little brother do bad things to my belly band? There was something whiny in the young woman's tone. Zhang did not easily take a few steps back and cough to ease the embarrassment. Girl, you don't want to wrong a good person. The young woman laughed. I knew that little brother is a righteous man. The slave is not to be rewarded. Or. The young woman said. Reaching up and making a gesture to lift her dress. Zhang did not easily turn around with a red face in a hurry. No. 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 No need. I'll leave after the stuff is found. After saying that, Zhang did not easily leave as if he had fled. The young woman looked at the back of Zhang not easy. And then picked up the belly band in her hand to sniff lightly. Revealing a look of reminiscence. Well. The taste of a young man. Escaping from the young woman. Zhang did not easily take the rice grains with him as he strolled around Kanglan town. Buzz. Suddenly, Zhang did not easily feel something in his heart and took out his memory stone. Only one of the prongs of the memory stone shimmered with a bit of light. This is considered reaching a specific situation? Zhang did not easily carry doubts and then injected his aura. Zhang did not easily feel a blur before his eyes. And the people and buildings around him all disappeared, leaving only a blank space. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound of talking from behind. Turning around, I don't know when there were a few more children. Looking at the attire. They should be from some big family. Look. There she is. The fatherless one. What bad luck to meet her here. Isn't that so? I heard that both her parents died shortly after she was born. And he was a disaster. It was she who killed her parents. Several people murmured. Their voices unconsciously amplified. Jiang did not easily look away. Not far from the steps, a girl of about 6 or 7 years old lowered her head and did not speak. But he saw that the girl's fists were clenched tightly, trembling uncontrollably. I'm not a calamity. I didn't kill my parents. The girl suddenly erupted, roaring towards several people. A few children were startled. Along with Jiang Yanyu. You are the calamity. Why else would both your parents have died after you were born? Someone immediately shouted. Several others chimed in. Calamity. Calamity. The young girl's eyes were at first angry, then confused, and finally fearful. No. That's not true. I'm not calamity. I didn't kill my parents. Not like this. The girl clutched her head and shook it uncontrollably, slowly crouching on the ground. The words like a needle in her body and heart. Zhang did not easily frown and tried to speak but realized that he could not make a sound and his movements were restricted. It was at this moment that a stern voice rang out. What are all doing? Looking towards the source of the voice, a middle-aged woman with a serious face walked over. Seeing the visitor, several children's faces all changed, and they lowered their heads, not daring to speak again. Who told you to treat your fellow clansmen like this? Go. Copy the family admonition 100 times for me. The visitor said in a strict voice. Hearing this, the few kids didn't dare to say anything more and hurriedly left. Watching the few people leave, the middle-aged woman withdrew her gaze and looked at the girl, her face showing tenderness and heartache. Good boy. Qingyu. Don't cry. Auntie helped you teach them a lesson. The middle-aged woman held the girl in her arms and stroked her head, softly comforting her. John was not easy to understand. So this was Gu Qingyue's childhood memories. Feeling the middle-aged woman's embrace, Gu Qingyue finally couldn't help herself and cried in aggravation. Good boy. The middle-aged woman's eyes are even more heartbroken. Only after a long time did Gu Qingyue stop crying and asked in a low voice. Auntie, am I really a calamity? Is it really me? But before Gu Qingyue could finish her words, she was interrupted by the middle-aged woman. No. You are not a calamity. Your parents' deaths are none of your business. You're a very, very good child. You need to grow up healthy and happy. You know? This is your parents' wish. The middle-aged woman helped Gu Qingyue wipe away the tears on her face and comforted her, revealing complex emotions in her eyes that were not easily captured by Jiang. Jiang did not easily frown, always feeling that there was something hidden. Gu Qingyue nodded. Here. Have a piece of osmanthus cake. The middle-aged woman took out a box as if she was doing a magic trick. Opened it. And inside were several pieces of osmanthus cakes. Taking one out and handing it to Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue took the osmanthus cake and took a bite. How was it? Is it good? The middle-aged woman asked with a smile. Gu Qingyue nodded. Sweet and sticky. Like it? Thanks, Auntie. If you like it, be happy and smile. The middle-aged woman said softly as she touched Gu Qingyue's head. Gu Qingyue looked at the middle-aged woman and revealed a sweet smile. It's so similar. They both like to eat osmanthus cakes. And they both look good when they smile. The middle-aged woman stared at Gu Qingyue and murmured. Her eyes couldn't help but redden. Jiang is not easy to be in front of a flower again. Back to God. He is in a room. Looking at the room dress up. Should be a woman's boudoir. While he was frozen, the door was suddenly opened. The young girl of about 10 had grown taller and opened up quite a bit. And her first lusciousness was heartwarming. Gu Qingyue held a jar of wine in her hands and closed the door after confirming that no one was following behind her. Placing the wine on the table, he took out his glass and poured a glass of wine. Then took a sip. Probably the first time to drink did not adapt. Violent coughing up. Only a moment to cough up the face red. Gu Qingyue slowed down for a while and poured another cup. This time, she didn't stuff it down in one gulp like the first time, but drank it in small sips. Her pretty little face scrunched up into a ball as she couldn't stop coughing. It's not a good drink either. The words were said. But she didn't stop drinking. One glass after another. Gradually getting used to the taste of the wine. In no time Gu Qingyue was drunk and lying on the table. Her shoulders were trembling uncontrollably. And she could faintly hear intermittent sobbing. I don't know how long it took. But the choking sound broke off. And Gu Qingyue didn't move a muscle. So she should have fallen asleep. The sky is cloudy. Gu Qingyue raised her head, only to feel as if her head was going to explode. Frowning and rubbing her head, half on, waddled over to the cabinet next to the bed. Pulled out a box. Opened it. And inside were a couple of cinnamon cakes. After taking a bite of the osmanthus cake, Gu Qingyue's face then looked better. Staring at the osmanthus cake in her hand and launching herself into a daze. The scene shifted and there was a bang. Not waiting for Jiang is not easy to react. There is a loud noise came. Scared him. Just want to spit fragrant when he saw the scene in front of him. Forcibly interrupted the casting of spells. Because what appeared before him was that little bamboo hut of his. Gu Qingyue, on the other hand, stood in the forest not far away, looking at the door of his tightly closed room. Her eyes filled with heartache. John was not easy to be a little dazed. In his memory, such an angry shutdown was only once in his last life. That time was when he was stuck at the 9th question of the Immortal realm and spent more than 10 years delaying his breakthrough, making him feel irritated in his heart. When Gu Qingyue heard about it, she told him to go out for a stroll. Perhaps he could find a breakthrough while relaxing. But after strolling around down there is not much sense. The heart is more annoyed. Then have slammed the door of the action. What he didn't know was that Gu Qingyue had been secretly following him. A flash of light brought him to the town. Gu Qingyue walked past him. Seeing this, Zhang Yiqiu hurriedly followed her and walked with her. Turning his head to look at Gu Qingyue, he suddenly froze for a moment. His eyes filled with heartache. Gu Qingyue's face was a little pale with a hint of haggardness. Her brows had an inextricable sorrow. And her breath was disordered. When she couldn't help but blame herself inwardly. Suddenly, Gu Qingyue stopped her steps and stopped in front of a store. Kang could not easily look up. Zhang's pastry shop. She asked for a box of cinnamon cakes. When the osmanthus cake was in her hand, the corner of Gu Qingyue's mouth hooked up into a smile. A smile that melted the indifference on her face and gave people a feeling like a spring breeze. Zhang was not easy to watch. Along the way, Gu Qingyue's pace was somewhat cheerful. This was the first time he had seen her like this. Following Gu Qingyue to the bamboo house, Gu Qingyue raised her foot just about to step into the courtyard, only to quickly stop. Zhang was not easy to smile bitterly. Because shortly after returning, in order to impact the 9th question, he set up formations and began to close his eyes again. Zhang did not easily look at Gu Qingyue. She hung her head so low that it was impossible to see the expression on her face. And her slender fingers couldn't stop rubbing the pastry box. Chapter 13, Gu Qingyue's Temptation. Chapter 13, Gu Qingyue's Temptation. The Night Moon. The summit of Qingyu Peak. Gu Qingyue sat on the edge of the cliff in a white dress, the tail of her dress following the wind. Her eyes reddening as she stared blankly in the direction of the bamboo house. She carried the box of cinnamon cakes in her arms, and her grip on the box was perhaps too hard, drawing her knuckles white. Gu Qingyue opened the pastry box and looked at the 6 pieces of osmanthus cakes contained inside. Pursed her lips and tears fell silently. She took out a piece of cinnamon cake and stuffed it in her mouth through her tears. Zhang was not easy to stand aside and watch. His heart filled with guilt. Suddenly, the scene in front of him dissolved into a flower petal. When he came back to his senses again, in front of him was Gu Qingyue's courtyard. Not easy, senior brother. Let's go. Lu Yanyan's voice came from behind him. Zhang did not easily turn to look, only to see him and Lu Yanyan standing side by side. Zhang is not easy looked at the door of the sleeping room, finally nodded his head and left with Yanyan Lu. Zhang could not easily recall that this seemed to be the scene from his last life, when he had come over to say goodbye to Gu Qingyue before heading to the extraterrestrial battlefield. Only that he had not been able to meet in the end because she was in seclusion. Only when he and Lu Yanyan's figure disappeared did the sound of the door opening come from behind Zhang Yiqian. Zhang did not easily freeze and turned around, only to see Gu Qingyue's entire body leaning against the doorframe. She was in an extremely bad state at the moment. His face was pale. His breath was wilted. His entire face revealed endless exhaustion. And there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Gu Qingyue looked at the direction they left. Her eyes filled with worry. Seeing her appearance, Zhang Yiqiu's entire body was struck by lightning and stood frozen in place. In his last life's memories, ever since he got the blazing sun sword vein, the number of times he and Gu Qingyue met was very few. Not only because he spent a lot of time on cultivation, but also because even if he went to look for her, either he couldn't find anyone, or he heard that she was in seclusion or going out on a trip. And even if they met, Gu Qingyue never showed anything wrong in front of him. And all of them were in a hurry. Now it seemed that Gu Qingyu's situation was extremely bad since she had ceded the sword vein to him. The fact that he couldn't find her should be because Gu Qingyu was deliberately avoiding him. And her real situation was probably covered up with some special method. Only it couldn't last too long or it would reveal itself. At that moment, a white spirit bird flew over and landed in front of Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu crouched down and placed a package in front of the spirit bird. And tied a note on its feet. Nian Yi. Help me bring it to Not Easy. You should know is sent. Gu Qingyu stroked the spirit bird's head and said softly. The spirit bird rubbed against Gu Qingyu's hand. Then grabbed the package with its claws and flew away. Jiang did not easily recognize the spirit bird, which had landed in his house the night he arrived at the extraterrestrial battlefield. Inside the package was a box of cinnamon cakes. The note read, Not easy. Seeing words is like meeting people. Be careful when you are outside of the domain. And make sure that your own safety is the first priority. You should have seen the parcel from Nian Yi. I have packed some osmanthus cakes in it. If you are sad, you can taste it. Or it can be soothing. Paper rolls are limited. And finally, expect to return in peace. Clear Moon. He remembered that after Lu Yanyan was killed in battle, he ate a few pieces of osmanthus cake when he was grieving. And the sweet and sticky flavor did ease the grief in his heart a little. The contents of the note he did not pay much attention at the time. Now recall. The beginning and end of the name is not her usual disciple and for the teacher call. But the name of the last two characters. With some intimacy. And it deliberately mentioned the name of the white bird. Nian Yi, that is. Miss Jiang, Not Easy. Nian Yi means Miss Jiang Yi. It is thought that the note actually whispers her love. Jiang did not easily look at Gu Qingyu's emaciated face. A burst of heartache. Slowly walked to her front. Reached out to hold her. Only his arm fluttered empty. And the scene around him gradually became illusory. In his ears, the cacophony of voices went from small to loud. Jiang did not easily come back to his senses and found that he had already returned to the streets of Kanglan town, holding the memory stone in his hand. And the light from that prong had turned into a light golden color, much like the color of the osmanthus cake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking Gu Qingyu's memory keyword osmanthus cake. Cinnamon cake. Ah! Jiang did not easily murmur. Selling pastries. Fresh pastries. There are dragon beard cake, peach blossom cake, osmanthus cake. A yelling sound came. Jiang did not easily smell the sound to see. It is that Zhang's pastry store. Boss, can I try a piece? Jiang did not easily come to the pastry store and asked. Yes. Which one do you want to try? The owner said very cheerfully. Have a cinnamon cake. Jiang Yanxian said as he pointed at the osmanthus cake. Hearing this, the boss didn't dawdle. So he handed a piece of osmanthus cake to Jiang Ichi. Received the cinnamon cake and tasted it. Sweet and sticky. Quite delicious. Jiang did not easily recall the memories he had read, and somewhat understood why she liked to eat cinnamon cakes, especially when she was in a bad mood. It wasn't a pastry she was eating. It was a parasite. Boss. A box of osmanthus cakes. Jiang did not easily eat the rest of the osmanthus cakes and clapped his hands, saying, Come on. Just a moment. The owner responded with a smile and then began to fill the cinnamon cakes. Soon, a box of cinnamon cakes was handed to him. Jiang did not pay easily and left after receiving the cinnamon cake. Arriving outside the city, he summoned Yui. And with the previous experience, this time the imperial sword went very smoothly. As the sun grew dusk, by a small stream at the back of Qingyu Peak, Gu Qingyu sat on a rock, her white dress slightly raised. Her white jade feet dipped in the stream, her slender calves swaying from time to time. Especially eye-catching. Gu Chengyu was looking down at a book, nodding her head as if in approval from time to time. And only after a long time did she close the book called 36 Strategies for Seducing Men and take it back into the space. While then picking up the wine gourd that was placed on the side and took a sip, burping with satisfaction, with a slightly drunken expression, revealing a languid look, which was simply very different from the usual coolness and had a different flavor. For people who were cultivators, it was difficult to get drunk from ordinary liquor, especially for a cultivator with a high level of cultivation like her. Unless she wanted to. The possibility of getting drunk was even smaller. Although what she drank wasn't ordinary immortal brews. But it was still not even close to getting drunk if she wanted to. So, her drunk are pretending. In order to be able to have the opportunity in Zhang not easy to stick. Do not ask why. Ask is. The decision to sleep in separate rooms when she was 12 she regretted. Gu Qingyue took another sip of wine and looked up at the setting sun. It shouldn't take long for silly apprentice to come looking for me. Right? Gu Qingyue whispered with a soft smile. Afterwards, Gu Qingyue retracted her jade feet from the stream and was about to lie down when her movements paused. Her mind suddenly flashed to the new skills she had just learned in the 36 stratagems of seducing men. The 7th plan to seduce men. Wet seduction. Thinking. Gu Qingyu scooped up a few handfuls of water and sprinkled it on herself. Then contentedly propped up her head and laid down on her side, closing her eyes and pretending to fall asleep in a drunken stupor. Zhang is not easy to return to Qingyue Peak. Came to Gu Qingyue Courtyard. Found that she is not there. The heart is clear or else in which place to drink and buy drunk. With that, he began to look around. Aya. The sun is going down. Why hasn't the silly apprentice come yet? Could it be that the place chosen is not easy to find? Will the foolish apprentice not be able to find it? Then won't my whole body be for nothing? How about something a little closer? Gu Qingyue began to twitter in her heart. Then couldn't help but open her eyes and get up, ready to leave. At that moment, Zhang Yenyuan walked away from the forest and his gaze just happened to meet Gu Qingyue's. Seeing Jiang was not easy. Gu Qingyue's entire body froze. And in a second's time, the not-so-smart little brain turned 360 degrees and finally had a countermeasure. Gu Qingyue hurriedly revealed a confused look. Her feet were floating. Her mouth muttered words she didn't know what they meant. Stumbled forward a few steps. And then fell to the ground drunk. Zhang did not easily touch his nose. Not to mention ignoring Gu Qingyue's heartfelt words. It was quite like that. Ah! What's going on? As soon as I get up, the stupid apprentice is here. Embarrassing as hell. Phew. But luckily I'm resourceful and reacted immediately. The apprentice is so stupid. She shouldn't have realized that I was pretending. Right? Apprentice. You can be smart anytime. This time you must be stupid. Zhang not easy to twitch the corners of his mouth. Good guy. Or the first time to see the master expect the disciple is stupid. Zhang did not easily move and slowly walked over. Gu Qingyue was nervous to the core. Ha! Master teacher is drunk again. Jiang Ichio said deliberately. Gu Qingyue was relieved when she heard Jiang Ixian's words. He. Silly apprentices are so gullible. But that's what makes them cute. Hearing Gu Qingyue's heartfelt words, Jiang did not easily reveal a smile and squatted down to turn it over. Then froze for a moment. Because Gu Qingyue was wet in front of her body. The clothes were close to her torso, outlining a perfect figure. And some places were hidden in unique light because of the thin fabric. Jiang is not easy to dry throat. Difficult to swallow a mouthful of water. And then only feel a hot nose. Hurriedly raised a hand to touch. Nosebleed. A supreme saying came to Kang's mind easily. The whole fruit will only go soft. It's only justice if it's hidden. Family. Wet seduction. Who can stand that? Chapter 14, Helping Gu Qingyue Undress. Chapter 14, Helping Gu Qingyue Undress. Ha? Why isn't the apprentice moving? Will he be mesmerized by me? Wet seduction really works, eh? But it's so shy to be like this in front of my apprentice. Had. So it turns out that my own silly disciple is a little colorful. Gu Qingyue inwardly screamed with excitement. Jiang is not easy to hear Gu Qingyue heart voice back to God. Good guy. So it is to hang him. The book says that this scheme is very dangerous. And that it might target people who will go straight to the top? Ginger is not easy. Is this book decent? Oh. Will the silly apprentice do it? So nervous and looking forward to it. If the foolish disciple makes a move, should I respond to him? But wouldn't that mean I'm deliberately tempting him? So torn ah. And we're still master and disciple. It's so exciting to think about. Gu Qingyue mentally voiced the words of a tiger and wolf once again. Jiang was not easy to hear and was instantly filled with black lines. That said, is he the kind of guy who would take advantage of someone's situation? Nope. Gu Qingyue was awake and it was in her heart. So if he did it, it wouldn't be taking advantage of the situation. It would be a matter of you and me. Thinking about it, the corners of Jiang's mouth did not easily curl up into a smile. Closed his eyes. And leaned down to give her a kiss on the cheek. Gu Qingyue's heartfelt voice came to an abrupt end. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heartbeat value of 287. 295. 301. Lips parted. Jiang did not easily reopen his eyes. Only to see Gu Qingyue's good-looking eyelashes trembling uncontrollably. And the blush on her face intensified. Ah! Silly! Silly apprentice actually kissed me. He actually really dared. Ah! No way. I'm not really going to lose my virginity today. Right? Is it too late for me to open my eyes? After a few seconds, Gu Qingyue's mortified and panicked heartbeat once again sounded in Jiang Yenyuan's mind. Jiang did not easily laugh lightly. He knew that this nerdy master would only mouth high. Real do and dare not. Of course. Even though Gu Qingyue's current appearance was really tempting, he had no intention of doing anything. After all, that kind of thing required two people to be very sober and in love with each other before they could touch it. And he was just doing it for the sake of doing a little bit of a mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily clocking task. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading his mind connection, LV. 1, 2, LV. 2. Heart and mind connection, LV. 2. Introduction. On top of being able to hear Gu Qingyue's heartfelt voice, she is also able to see the images she is thinking about. And the connection between the two is strengthened so that no matter how far apart they are, they can have a sense of each other's situation. As soon as the system's words fell, an image appeared in Jiang Yenyu's mind. By the creek. Jiang Yixin pressed down on Gu Qingyue and said with a bad smile on his face. Master. I'm going to do it. Oh. Don't. Gu Qingyue said with a red face. Her hands covering and blocking in front of her. Like she was refusing. Of course. Unless one ignored the large slit that showed between her fingers. The next moment, the two are entangled. Jiang was not easy to stare blankly at Gu Qingyue's face with her eyes tightly closed. Calling out to the good guy with such a big brain. Knowing that the readers didn't love it. Jiang did not easily shake his head and blocked out the images in his mind. His eyes somewhat helpless. In his heart, he also became even more determined that when Gu Qingyue had accepted him as her disciple, She was thinking ill of him. With that in mind, the play goes on. Although wet clothes wouldn't affect anything to a cultivator, Jiang Yinyuan still took off his own outer robe and draped it over Gu Qingyue before picking her up in his arms and returning the same way. Perhaps because of the wet water on her clothes and the long time it took, Gu Qingyue's body temperature was a bit low, and Jiang Yi couldn't help but tighten his hand around her. Feeling a series of Jiang Yi's actions, Gu Qingyue only felt a warmth in her heart. And with her head pressed against his sturdy and hot chest, she was able to clearly hear a powerful heartbeat. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile, enjoying the moment of warmth. A rare moment when his heart wasn't so full of words. Jiang did not easily make any more moves. With no words along the way, Gu Qingyue was sent back to her bedchamber. Jiang did not easily put Gu Qingyue on the bed and was about to leave when Gu Qingyue's heartfelt voice rang in his head. "So the apprentice is leaving? Won't you help master change his clothes?" What a nerd! "Apprentice, can you give me a change of clothes? It's so uncomfortable." Jiang did not easily hesitate and ignored it. After all, it's not like she was really asleep. As he was taking a step to leave, the system suddenly vocalized. "Ding! Random task released. Help Gu Qingyue change her clothes. Reward for mission completion. Obtaining an unknown name grade implement. The Immortal Scroll. Mission failure penalty. Forcing the host to wear a bunny girl suit in front of Gu Qingyue." Jiang did not easily curse in his heart. "Ah! You! Dog system! Are you punking the host? What kind of bull ***** mission is this? Also, another female punishment. And this time the dress is just outrageous. Bunny, why don't you tell me to wear a bikini? No. You might as well change your name. Don't call it the master and apprentice system. Just call it the women's clothing system. Consider." Jiang did not easily curse in his heart, and was almost spitting blood from anger at the sudden words that popped out of the system. "Can't you bear to see me freeze? You don't love me anymore. You don't love me anymore. You don't love me anymore? I don't want to be in charge anymore. Okay. Silly disciple has no heart for himself. There is no point in living." Jiang did not easily listen to Gu Qingyue's self-talk in her heart and only found it funny. Well. The system not only gives itself a problem. You're also twisted in your heart. Okay. Then I'll change it for you. It feels like it should be very uncomfortable for Master Teacher to be dressed like this. Why don't we change it for her? Jiang Yiqiu walked over to Gu Qingyue and said deliberately. Gu Qingyue's breath stuttered when she heard Jiang Dani's words. Then, she felt Jiang Yuxian's warm palm touch her body, instantly causing her entire body to go soft. Unable to lift a single bit of strength, Jiang did not easily undo her sash and removed her cloud-patterned tunic and set it aside, not forgetting to gauge Gu Qingyue's reaction. Slightly pursed lips. Blushing. Looking at Gu Qingyue's appearance, Jiang Yinyuan swallowed his saliva. The look is so provocative. Unconsciously, there was a peculiar atmosphere brewing within the bedchamber. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang did not easily take a deep breath and began to unbutton his centerpiece. Because of the wet water, the front side of the middle garment was close to the skin. Plus Gu Qingyue's peaks were too spectacular, during which they were accidentally touched a few times. Feeling the temperature coming from Jiang Yiqiu's fingers on her chest, Gu Qingyue only felt that her mind was blank and she didn't know anything. During the period, Jiang is not easy several times had to stop and take a deep breath, forcibly suppress the fire of desire in his heart, for fear that he could not control one. Jockeys destroy their ancestors. After all, it was hard not to let one's heart be moved with such a human beauty like Gu Qingyue in front of them. Finally, untying his centerpiece, Jiang did not easily take it off with a sigh of relief. Then the gaze fell on the red belly band. Kong is not easy to cry. System. Is the mission still incomplete? Is it really necessary to continue? Jiang did not easily ask in his heart. Of course. Jiang is not easy to curse in his heart. Looking at a piece of red on the bright delicate body. Gritted his teeth. Closed his eyes. Trembling hand slowly reached over. Just as he was about to touch the strings of his bib, his hand was gripped by a slightly cold but soft hand. Jiang did not easily open his eyes, only to see Gu Qingyue's face full of blush. Her earlobes bright red. Her eyes with ecstasy. Contrasting with her usual cool appearance. Taking in people's hearts and souls. Apprentice. Apprentice. Gu Qingyue's voice was low and soft. Master. I'm just going to help you change your clothes. It's not what you think. Jiang did not easily open his mouth to explain. He also didn't notice that his voice was a bit hoarse. Gu Qingyue gently nodded her head. Red-faced. And softly said. No. I'll do it myself. Hearing this, Jiang is not easy to ask the system silently in his heart. Gu Qingyue changed by herself. Is it okay? It's okay. Hearing this, Jiang did not easily breathe a sigh of relief. And seeing the light on Gu Qingyue again, he only felt his entire face burning as he withdrew his hand. Then, disciples retire. After Jiang did not easily finish, he bent down slightly and quickly left. Gu Qingyue was relieved when she saw the door of the room close. Remembering the process of Jiang not easily undressing her, her blush intensified and she raised her hand to cover her face. Shame on you. Although an stupid disciple pasted paste. But it was when he was unconscious. Gu Qingyue grabbed the quilt right over her head. And only after a long time did she come back to her senses. Revealing a head to look at the doorway once again. And then froze for a moment. Because there was a wooden box sitting on the table in front of the door. In the style of Zhang's pastry store for cinnamon cakes. Gu Qingyue's originally recovered face was once again tinted with a blush. And a happy smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 15, Immortal Scrolls. Second Stance of the Emperor's Secret. Chapter 15, Immortal Scrolls. Second Stance of the Emperor's Secret. A moonlit night with a cool breeze. Jiang did not easily run out of Gu Qingyue's yard in a panic. Stopped under a tree. Supported his body with one hand on the trunk. Bent over slightly. And took several deep breaths before the fire in his heart was gradually extinguished. Jiang did not easily let out a breath and turned his head to look at Gu Qingyue's courtyard. And involuntarily, the image of Gu Qingyue's mesmerized eyes when she grabbed his hand just now surfaced in his mind once again. No way. This is too provocative. He as a maternal solo nearly 400 years of bachelor cannot hold Jiang did not easily look down and could not help but laugh bitterly. The reaction that had just gone down came back up. Jiang did not easily shake his head, forcing himself not to think about what had just happened. And then walked towards the bamboo house. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the randomized quest. Rewards are being distributed. Reward issued successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Immortal Scroll. Please pay attention to the host to receive it. At that moment, the system's voice rang out in Jiang Dongyi's mind. Jiang did not easily have a few moments of curiosity in his heart about this so-called immortal volume of unknown named Great Apparatus. Back in the courtyard of the bamboo house, Jiang did not easily lie down comfortably on the bamboo chair before taking out the Immortal Scroll. With a flash of golden light, only an ancient picture book appeared in Jiang Ichou's hand. The cover of the album had no embellishments. But the 3 words Immortal Scroll were written squarely on it, with dark gold flowing in every stroke of each word. revealing a supreme aura. Jiang was not easy to open the album. The first side of each page was painted with a portrait of a person. Only that for some unknown reason. The picture was blurred. It was not that the painting itself was faulty. But it was as if there was some special power that covered it up. And only roughly discerned the outlines. And on the backside of each painting floated words of varying lengths. As if they were introductions to the characters in the paintings. And at the end of the introduction are written in golden text the conditions for unsealing the portrait. System. Is this Immortal scroll? If I complete the unlocking conditions, I'll be able to unlock the characters in the painting to do things for me? Jiang did not easily look through the Immortal scroll and asked. Yes, host. The Immortal volume contains the remnants of dozens of powerful souls that have existed in the Tianxian continent. And these powerful people were at least at the pinnacle of the sage realm in their lives. It's just that these residual souls no longer have any previous memories. But they are 100% loyal to the host. The characters in the Immortal volume unlocked by the host have a minimum initial strength of the Immortal realm. Hence, the name Immortal volume. Hearing this, Jiang Yanyu was not easily interested. Initial strength? So, they're still able to raise their realms? Jiang was not easy to ask. Yes, host. With their own subconscious cultivation talent as well as the help of the Immortal volume. The characters' realm of elevation are very fast. However, their cultivation in addition to the aura. But also need to have a special thing to assist. As for what? Each character needs different. This system is not good to answer. The host can be through the exploration of the knowledge. Jiang did not easily hear the system's words and nodded thoughtfully. Then asked. After unlocking, is it possible to exist for a long time? The Immortal volume is a container for inclusion, which contains special power to contain the residual souls. The residual souls need to rely on the Immortal volume to supplement, contain their own to ensure that it does not dissipate. So the length of time in which the character is present should be based on the character's own consumption. If the consumption of the overly large, the existence of the time will not be too long. And vice versa. The same reason. Immortal volume characters need a certain amount of time to recover after appearing, which is also known as the cooling off period. During this period of time it is impossible to summon a character to fight. However, the host does not need to worry about it, because the consumption of characters on each page is independent. And the cooling off of one character does not affect the summoning of other characters. The system's word for word falling on Jiang Yi's ears was nothing short of a thunderclap. Doesn't that mean I can reuse it? Jiang did not easily ask. Theoretically. However, if a character suffers an attack that is far beyond their ability to resist, the remnants of that character's soul will dissipate and cannot be summoned again. The system explained. Hearing this, Jiang did not easily nod his head. It seemed that improving his strength was still the first priority. Jiang was not easily able to imagine how spectacular it would be if a strong enemy came to attack. And with a wave of his hand, dozens of either heavenly immortals or saints or even quasi-emperors or great emperors stood behind him. When he thought of this, Jiang Yiqiu couldn't help but grin. Calming down a bit, Jiang did not easily take the Immortal scroll back into his space, and then began to comprehend the second stance of the Emperor's secret. There were a total of 9 styles in the Emperor technique, and one of them could be comprehended with every realm breakthrough, which meant that he would be able to comprehend all of the Emperor technique by the time he was at the heavenly Immortal realm. Now that he was at the 10th level of the Spirit Drawing realm, he had long been able to comprehend the second style, but he just hadn't had the time yet. Jiang did not easily sit on his knees. His mind traveled to the sea of consciousness, and his mind came into contact with the Emperor's secret that was suspended in the depths of the sea of consciousness. In the next moment, Jiang did not easily enter that ink world again. Unlike earlier, he was currently suspended in the air. and under his feet was a rushing and flowing Mo river. The second stance of the Emperor's Secret. Jiang did not easily close his eyes and whispered. The ink in his hand falling to form a sword. Sword breaks the river. As the words fell, Jiang Yanyu opened his eyes violently, while waving the ink in his hand and slashing out with a sword. Swish! It seemed to be like ink that had been swung out. More like a biting sword chi. With a majestic momentum. Boom! The sword chi swung and chopped on the river water, while it exploded, stranding a large vacuum area. Upstream, downstream of the river by the sword chi agitation. Have against the current. Up and down the collision. Stirred up more than 10 feet of water wall, downstream by the sword chi of the push wave. The river flow down. But in a moment will be the water to go road empty. Only endless dry. One river but shows two things. Jiang was not easily able to take in the scene below, and the excitement and shock in his eyes was obvious. Regaining his senses, Jiang could not easily hide the excitement in his heart and jumped down from the bamboo chair. Swish swish swish. He played a few sword moves in the ink world with his finger as a sword, and felt a sense of grandeur in his heart. The same realm, the same strength of the people. Out even if the same moves. But with reference to the cultivation of the Gongfu grade there are differences. Is bound to be a low-grade people fail. Because there were differences in the comprehension of the Gongfu contained in different grades. The power that could be exerted was naturally different. Simply put, it adds attributes. And the higher the rank, the higher the attack bonus. Jiang is not easy to feel very deep. Because there is a comparison of the last life. His last life to practice the highest grade of the Gongfu although it is a holy product. But the crippling serious. Can play out the strength is always limited. There is a cut. Just because others Gongfu grade than he perfected a lot of. The front was crossed too small realm suppression. The last although one. But it seems to be very woeful. That's why he was so agitated. He was going to get back what he had held back in his previous life. And now, the more one had more insight into the Emperor's secret, the more one could feel the power of it. Jiang did not easily exhale and calm down. He glanced at Gu Qingyue's residence. And after thinking for a moment, decided to begin his seclusion and wait until the clan trials before coming out. 1. Because it was indeed a bit awkward to come to this with Gu Qingyue today and hadn't figured out how to face it yet. The second was to seize the opportunity to enhance his strength with the Heaven's Path sword vein and subsidiary cultivation technique. Wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't work hard? The third was that he wanted to quickly break through the realm and reach the god-refining realm to open the second innate flying sword and increase his odds of dealing with the crisis in the secret realm. Thinking this way, Jiang Yenyuan put a do not disturb talisman on the door. Then closed the door to his room and began to cultivate. Chapter 16, Encountering Chun-Chi. The Man Who Must Be Killed. Chapter 16, Meeting Chun-Chi. The Man Who Must Be Killed. 3 days later. In the bamboo house. Jiang was not easily able to open his eyes as a biting aura rippled out from his body. Phew. Jiang did not easily let out a breath and clenched his fists. A smile at the corner of his mouth. After 3 days of cultivation, his current cultivation had reached the 8th level of the god-refining realm. And he had also successfully awakened his second innate flying sword. He took the name Nimyu. At the same time, he also discovered that the awakened instinctive flying swords all had their own special attributes. For example, the Moon E sword's special attribute was that it possessed extreme speed. And the special attribute of the Nian Yu sword was space. 2 words to describe these 2 flying swords respectively were strangely fast and strange. After collecting his breath, Jiang did not easily walk out of the room. As soon as he went out, he saw that in the courtyard. He saw Lu Yanyan lying on the stone table, staring at the bamboo leaves on the table in boredom. the dull hairs on her head fluttering. Very cute. Hearing the commotion, Lu Yanyan lifted her head. And when she saw Jiang Yanyan, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Senior brother, not easy. Yanyan Lu stood up and waved towards Jiang Yanyan. Jiang did not easily walk up to Yanyan Lu and smiled. Specially came to wait for me? Yanyan Lu nodded her head and said shyly. Senior brother, not easy, promised me to go to the trial together. So the two of us are a team. So I came over to find senior brother, not easy. Then let's go. Jiang did not easily smile. Aha. Yanyan Lu nodded her head. The two walked side by side towards the clan square. Sub-peak. Sect square. On the presiding high stage. Other than Gu Qingyue, the other 5 elders had already arrived. Below, a dozen or so outer sect elders arranged themselves on both sides. And in the center, inner and outer sect disciples slowly gathered. Jiang Yanyan and Lu Yanyan also arrived at the sect square and walked towards the line of pro-disciples. On the road, seeing the two of them walking over, many people's gazes fell on Jiang Doni's body, revealing unkind looks. Jiang did not easily pay attention to these people, and his eyes looked towards the hosting stage, not seeing Gu Qingyue's figure. I don't know if I'm too scared to see him to come or what. Thinking of that night, the corners of Jiang's mouth did not easily curl up into a smile, if anything. Lu Yanyan sensed those unkind gazes and leaked her breath on her body, then glared back one by one. The day she encountered the one-horned rhinoceros. It was fortunate that Gu Qingyue arrived in time and not only subdued the one-horned rhinoceros, but also helped her find 5 spirit-inducing grasses. With the efficacy of the spirit-drawing grass, her cultivation had risen from the 3rd level of the spirit-drawing realm to the 9th level of the spirit-drawing realm. And she was already far beyond the ordinary inner disciples. Noticing the aura that was revealed on Lu Yanyan's body, a few people's faces stiffened slightly, and then they withdrew their gazes. On the hosting stage, the 5 elders all nodded their heads as they sensed Lu Yanyan's aura. 3rd elder. Your disciple is not bad. He has made so much progress in just 3 days. Xinling stroked his goatee and said with a smile. Li Mengyun looked at Yanyan Lu, revealing a helpless smile. Yenner is talented. It's just that she was too lazy earlier. And although she has made a lot of progress, she is still currently the bottom of the list amongst the crowd of personal disciples. Speaking of which, the crowd's eyes fell on Zhang Yiqiu, who was beside Lu Yanyan. Alas, I don't know what the 6th elder thought back then, accepting him up with only 4 sword veins. Xinling sighed. A few people did not comment on it. After all, among the several personal disciples, Jiang Yanyan and Lu Yanyan's realms had always been ranked 1st and 2nd from the bottom. Lu Yanyan was lazy, while Jiang Yanyan had a too low starting point in terms of talent. And now he hadn't even broken through to the spirit-drawing realm yet. Seeing that Jiang Yanyan was a bit absent-minded, Yanyan Lu touched Jiang Yanyan's arm and said, What's wrong, senior brother Yanyan? Are you worried? Don't be afraid. Now I'm at the 9th level of the spirit-drawing realm. You protected me earlier when I faced the unicorn raging rhinoceros. And now it's my turn to protect you in the sect trial. Hearing Lu Yanyan's words, Jiang did not easily smile and nodded. So powerful, ah. Then I'll have to rely on senior sister after going in. Aha. Yanyan Lu nodded her head vigorously, her dorky hairs tilting in delight. The two came to the queue of pro-disciples. There were already 4 men standing there. Senior brother Jiang. Senior sister Lu. You're here. Seeing the two of them walking over, 2 of the similar-looking youths took the initiative to greet towards the two. The seniority designation between their personal disciples was mainly decided based on their talent when they first joined under the elder's door. Those with higher talent would have a higher seniority, and he and Yan Lu were the least talented among them. So their seniority was also the lowest. Zhang did not easily look at the two men. They were twin brothers. The elder brother was called Wei Ignorant and the younger brother was called Wei Yuji. Both of them were second elder Feng Tianji's personal disciples. They were at the second level of the God-refining realm and first level of the God-refining realm respectively. Good day to the two senior Wei brothers. Zhang Yanyan and Lu Yanyan responded with smiles. These two brothers had a strong sense of justice. And they had given him a lot of help after he entered the Heavenly Sword Sect. So in his heart, he still felt quite good about these two brothers. Zhang did not easily look at the other two men. One with dark skin and the other dressed in elegant clothes. The three just nodded to each other. The dark-skinned one was called Qin Shi, the son of Grand Elder Qin Ling, fourth level of the God-refining realm, while the one dressed in elegant clothes was called Lu Xing, the personal disciple of fifth elder Lin Mochuan, second level of the God-refining realm. Both of them were rather indifferent personalities. So there weren't too many interactions between them. I say, you two senior brothers are also too cold. Aren't you? Putting on a face every day. I'm tired of seeing it if you guys don't mind. Wei Yoji hated this kind of character the most and started chattering. The two men just glanced at each other and turned away in unison. Feeling like he was stepping on cotton. Wei Yoji bristled and simply closed his mouth as well. Talking to the two Jiang Yushi. Senior brother Jiang. Senior sister Lu. You two are the weakest. Why don't you follow us? We'll protect you too. Wei Yoji said. On the side. Wei I don't know nodded his head in agreement. Yes. I've heard that this trial is different from the past. I've teamed up with senior brother Not Easy. I'll listen to senior brother Not Easy. Lu Yanyan said. Then looked at Zhang Yanyan. Good. Zhang did not easily smile and nodded. Just then, a conspiratorial voice came from behind him. Just a waste of 7 yuan pulse levels. Wouldn't it be a burden to bring him along? Zhang was not easy to turn around and look. Two people walked slowly towards them. The one who opened his mouth was the white-clothed youth walking on the right. He closed the fan in his hand and looked at Zhang Not Easy with disdain and mockery in his eyes. This person was called Chen Qi, Chen Hai's son. And the person next to him was called Lei Ming, Chen Hai's personal disciple. When he saw the visitor, Zhang Yanyu's eye sank. This man is the one he must kill in this life. Chapter 17, The Calm Before the Trial. Chapter 17, The Calm Before the Trial. This person, Chen Qi, could be described as a born evil breed. Using the lives of his family as a threat, he forced no less than 20 female disciples. And afterwards plundered their intimate apparel as a collection. In addition, he also issued loan sharks in the outer door. Cannot pay back, the light will be brutally beaten. The heavy will be broken hands and feet. Randomly according to a reason for the mission. Sold to those who are evil and crooked. In theory, these things happen more often than not. There would always be wind rumors spreading out. It was just a pity that Chen Qi's father, Chen Hai, was in charge of being in charge of the entire outer sect. He has trained and installed many of his closest minions to keep the news well sealed. Therefore, up to now, several elders still didn't know about the crimes of Chen's father and son. On the side of the pro-disciples, Chen Qi was well disguised. And coupled with the fact that he didn't have much contact with the crowd on weekdays, everyone only had an arrogant and domineering evaluation impression of him. Nothing more. Chen Qi, one of Gu Qingyu's many suitors. When he heard that Gu Qingyu was going to recruit a personal disciple, he bought many cultivation-enhancing pills and knocked on them furiously in order to be able to show off his skills in the competition assembly and gain Gu Qingyu's favor. And his cultivation was close to that time's eldest senior brother. While he was full of confidence. As a result, The day before the conference, Gu Qingyu brought Zhang Dongyi back to the clan and claimed that he would never accept any disciples after that. Moreover, because of the excessive knocking of pills, his foundation was damaged and his cultivation speed slowed down greatly. Therefore, Chen Qi's hatred for Zhang Yiqi could be considered to be extreme. Adding to that, one of the only two female disciples among the pro-disciples, Lu Yinyan, who was with Jiang Yinyan every day and scoffed at Chen Qi. The anger in her heart was even more on another level. Chen Qi couldn't figure out why such a waste of a guy could get the hearts of two beautiful women. Therefore, with his power, Chen Qi made many people isolate and make things difficult for Jiang Yenyuan, trying to make things difficult for him. These things that Chen Hai had done. Logically speaking, as long as Chen Hai was still an inner sect elder, there would be no risk of leakage. Only that there was a change of heart later on. In his previous life, at the Southern Xian Continent Heaven's Pride Conference, Lei Ming had brought more than a dozen disciples who had been bullied by Chen Qi to expose his crimes in public, causing the eyes of the entire Southern Xian Continent to fall on the Heavenly Sword Sect. Under the pressure from the outside world, the Patriarch was forced to come out and personally supervise the investigation of all the evil deeds done by Chen Qi and Chen Hai's father and son. In order to show the others, the Patriarch beheaded both Chen Hai's father and son, as well as his minions. And although Lei Ming was credited with the prosecution, he was involved in many of the things that happened. So he decided to abolish his cultivation and banish him from the clan. Although Chen Hai's father and son had been killed, the Heavenly Sword Sect had still suffered a considerable amount of repercussions, and had been cancelled by the Heavenly Pavilion to continue participating in the conference. And that time, those who entered the Sage Mystic realm gained extraordinary opportunities. A first-rate clan that was on par with the Heavenly Sword Sect in terms of strength, the Qingyun Sect, had been promoted to a super clan shortly after obtaining the chance of the Saint's mysterious realm, receiving the opportunity to be able to send disciples to the central continent to study. And its strength far exceeded that of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Chen Qi, what are you talking about? When Yan Lu heard Chen Qi's words, she was furious and chided. The dull hairs on her head cocked up like a cat's tail because of her anger. Zhang was not easily brought back to his thoughts by Yan Lu's words as well. What did I say? I said the truth. For sword veins, cultivating for more than a decade without being able to break through the spirit drawing realm. Am I wrong? Chen Qi shrugged his shoulders and said, Senior Sister Lu, follow me. I only broke through to the 4th level of God refining yesterday, so I guarantee that I can protect you. Chen Qi looked at Yan Lu and said with eyes full of deep emotion, Don't! Being with someone like you who doesn't know how to respect fellow disciples is disgusting to me. Yan said without hiding the disgust in her eyes. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Chen Qi's face immediately sank, fiercely glaring at Zhang Yan with threats in his eyes as he greeted Lei Ming and walked towards the front of the group. Lei Ming's eyelids lowered as he followed behind Chen Qi. Jiang Yenyuan ignored Chen Qi's threat and instead looked deeply at Lei Ming. He had an idea in his mind that he would shake out Chen Qi's affairs before the Heaven's Pride Conference. Not only would this prevent more disciples from being persecuted, but it would also keep the scandal of the Heavenly Sword Sect from spreading, allowing him to participate in the Heaven's Pride Conference and travel to the Sage Secret Realm. Mentally, a plan slowly emerged in his mind. It wasn't long before the sect disciples gradually arrived, while Gu Qingyue also arrived late. 6th Elder, you're finally here. I thought you didn't care about the clan trials. Chen Hai looked at Gu Qingyue and mocked. Not much strength. And extraordinarily talkative. Gu Qingyue responded coldly. You. Chen Hai was instantly enraged and made a gesture to get up to confront him. Boom! The aura of the heavenly immortal realm erupted from Qin Ling's body, and Chen Hai only felt like he was being pressed down by a huge mountain on his shoulders, making him unable to move. Grand Elder. Chen Hai looked at Qinling. Enough. Between elders of the same sect. What is the decency of moving your mouth and hands? The most important thing today is the sect trial. Qinling lightly snorted and said. Chen Hai's face was ugly as he glared at Gu Qingyue and stopped moving. Gu Chengyu didn't bother to look at Chen Hai and sat in her own seat. And when she swept her gaze downward, she saw that Zhang Yi was looking at her with a smile on her face. Gu Qingyue's mind once again recalled the scene of that night. Panicking and moving her gaze away. But a blush had already hung on her face. Ah! What to do? The apprentice is looking at me. What to do? I don't dare to look at the apprentice. One look at the apprentice reminds me of that night. So shy. But now a little regret what happened. Oops. That night should not stop the disciple. Otherwise it is likely to have been. Ah. No. Gu Qingyu wants to be reserved. Ah. Why does the disciple like his high cold master do not want to be reserved? Hearing Gu Qingyu's heartfelt words and looking at Gu Qingyu's increasingly reddened face, the corners of Zhang's mouth did not easily hang up a smile. And at the moment, he was a little curious, wondering what image she was thinking of right now. Thinking this way, Zhang did not easily unblock Gu Qingyu's imagery. And then an image popped into his mind. On the screen, Zhang Yiqiu was not easy to fruit his upper body, revealing his robust body, and held Gu Qingyue, who was only left with a belly band, in his arms. Silly apprentice. Say you like master. I like master. Silly apprentice. Saying you're super into master. I'm super into master chief. Gu Qingyue covered her face, her fingers showing slits as she looked at Zhang Yiqi, her eyes full of shyness and joy. Seen your brother not easy. What are you thinking about? Lu Yanyan asked as her head came up to Zhang Dongyao and waved her hand. Zhang did not easily come back to his senses, blocking out Gu Qingyue's imaginings. He let out a light laugh and said, It's nothing. Why? When we come out of this trial, let's see if we don't teach you a good lesson. Noticing Zhang Dongyi's gaze, Gu Qingyue recalled the image she had just thought of, and instantly became a bit shy. Not far away, when Chen Shi saw that Zhang Dongyao had been staring at Gu Qingyue, anger surged in his heart for no reason. At that moment, a voice came from his mind, and his gaze went to Chen Hai on the stage. A moment later, Chen Shi withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhang Yenyuan. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Lei Ming. When you enter in a while, you find a chance to detach Lu Yanyan and the others. I'm going to settle the score with this waste of a man. Jian Yanyan. Chen Shi said in a cold voice. Yes. Lei Ming lowered his head, unable to see the expression on his face, and responded in a deep voice. Zhang, not easy. You brought this on yourself. If you want to blame me for why you took away my chance to become Gu Qingyue's disciple. Chen Shi's expression was cold, looking at Zhang Yonggao as if he was looking at a dead man. Zhang did not easily notice Chen Shi's gaze, and the corners of his mouth unnoticeably revealed a touch of ridicule. Chapter 18, Entering the Secret World. Chapter 18, Entering the Secret Realm. On the stage, Qinling slowly stood up. Upon seeing the Grand Elder rise, the voices talking immediately disappeared, and the entire square fell silent. Qinling cleared his throat, infused his aura, and spoke. Today is the Heavenly Sword Sect's triennial Sect trial. According to the regulations of the Sect trials in previous years, the Sect trials lasted for 3 days, and the place of the trials was arranged in the Heavenly Sword Sect's secret realm, with the outer disciples being arranged at the outermost perimeter of the Heavenly Sword Sect's secret realm. while the inner disciples and the personal disciples were arranged at the middle perimeter of the secret realm. Based on how many spirit grasses each disciple searched for were spirit beasts they killed in the secret realm as well as the grade level. The rankings for the inner and outer sects are listed separately. The top 10 of the outer sect will be able to receive a chance to enter the inner sects test in addition to some cultivation rewards. The top 30 of the inner sect will be able to obtain a greater share of cultivation resources ranging from a greater share, while the top 15 of the inner sect will also be able to obtain the opportunity to enter the Heavenly Sword Pavilion for half a month of cultivation. But here, Xin Ling's words turned, paused, and continued. This year is different. In 2 months, the Southern Shen Continent Heaven's Pride Conference will be held. At that time, the entire Southern Shen Continent's new generation of Heaven's Pride will be attending. And the reward for the top 12 of this Heaven's Pride Conference will be to be able to enter the Saint's Mystic Realm secret plate. Hearing Qin Ling's words, the disciples below boiled over. I'll go. The Sage Secret Realm secret card. Wouldn't that be able to enter the legendary Sage Secret Realm? I heard that there are all kinds of weapons and techniques inside the secret realm of the Saints. And they are all of high grade. So taking just any one of them will be very beneficial to your future cultivation. Red-eyed. But I can only be red-eyed. Alas. I should have known better than to cultivate hard. The surrounding disciples were talking. Some sighing and some rubbing their fists. On the side of the pro-disciples, all of them had heard their own masters talk about this matter. So they weren't too surprised. But everyone's eyes showed a gleam of determination. Because the Heavenly Sword sect is only able to participate in the Heaven's Pride Conference with only 6 slots. There are some changes to be made to the sect trials this time around. Qin Ling told the crowd to be quiet and continued. First, the trial site has changed. Outer disciples can enter the middle perimeter area this time, while inner disciples and pro-disciples can enter the core area. As for which area you actually want to be in, it's up to you. So I'd like to remind you to live within your means. Secondly, this trial will add more cultivation resources on top of the original rewards. And the top 3 of the inner sect will not only be given the opportunity to participate in the Heaven's Pride Conference, but for these 2 months, they will also be able to use the Heavenly Sword Pavilion as much as they want to cultivate. Qin Ling said. As soon as the words were spoken, questions were raised. Great Elder. Why the top 3? Aren't there 6 spots? Qin Ling smiled gently and said. Because the other 3 spots were given to Wu Daohei, Zhang Rin and Mu Yuyan. Upon hearing the names of these 3 people, everyone didn't make a sound, and didn't show any dissatisfaction, but rather more respect. Because these 3 people, all of whom carried 9 veins or special bloodlines, were the Heavenly Sword sect's well-deserved pride of this generation. A year ago, they had gone down the mountain to practice, and at that time, the 3 of them were already at the 9th level of God refining. After a year of practicing, I'm only afraid that my strength is even higher. Wow. Elder brother, not easy. There are only 3 spots. It seems that the 2 of us are hopeless. Yen Yen Lu said with a bitter face, her dull hair also drooping down listlessly. Jiang did not easily want to comfort. But as a result, in the next moment, Lu Yanyan raised her head again in full blood. Her dull hairs arched. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, even if it's 6 slots, the 2 of us won't be able to get it. It's better to focus on getting more spirit beasts and spirit herbs, to raise the ranking and get more cultivation resources. Lu Yanyan looked at Zhang Yanyan and said with gusto. Zhang did not easily froze. Obviously did not expect Lu Yanyan to have such a strong ability to self-soothe. Could not help but be dumbfounded. Don't worry. Not easy, senior brother. With me, your ranking won't be too low. No matter what, I will bring you inside the top 30. No. Top 15. Lu Yanyan said furiously. Good. I believe you. Zhang Yiqiu nodded with a smile. Lu Yanyan immediately revealed a smiling face. Shen Qi, who was not far away, snorted coldly. Laugh? You'll never laugh when you get inside. Alright. I've pretty much said it all. The Sect trial will now begin. The teleportation array is activated. Qin Ling said in a loud voice. The other 5 elders stood up, their auras erupting around them, channeling their auras over the Sect square. Buzz. The aura formed pillars of light, and a huge formation emerged on the square, enveloping all the disciples in it. Swish. Blue light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, all the disciples were teleported into the Heavenly Sword Sect's secret realm. With a wave of Qin Ling's big hand, large and small images appeared on the square, showing the situation of each disciple in the secret realm. Observe well, and if any disciple encounters danger, immediately step in. Qin Ling looked at the many images and said in a deep voice. Yes. Several elders nodded in response. Gu Qingyu lazily picked up the tea on the side and drank it. He. Elder Gu is so elegant. Still drinking tea here. Just letting your disciple who was only at the 7th level of the Yuan Pulse realm enter the secret realm. Aren't you worried? Chen Hai walked over and snickered. I won't bother the 4th elder with how my disciple is doing. Rather it's the 4th elder. Gu Qingyue took a sip of tea and then placed it on the table. Her face had a bland expression as she said. Your son is domineering and has no one else to see. So be careful of all the consequences. Chen Hai's face was grim. Then he smiled and nodded. Let's wait and see then. When he finished, he turned to leave. Gu Qingyue stared at Chen Hai's back, her eyes as cold as ice. Within the secret territory of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Zhang did not easily appear with 8 people at a junction between a gob and a forest. The forest is the core area of the secret realm. I'll leave first. Qin Shi looked towards the depths of the forest. It was hard to hide the longing in his eyes. After saying that he didn't even look back, he disappeared inside the forest with a few long leaps. I'll go first too. Lu Xing also followed closely inside. Let's go. Punk. Chen Qi looked at Zhang Yenyuan with a sneer, then also entered the forest. At this moment, only Zhang Yanyan, Yan Lu, the Wei brothers and Lei Ming remained. The 2 of them? Asked Yan Lu as she looked in the direction the 2 left. You 2 are entering the secret realm for the first time. You don't know. Wei Yoji opened his mouth to explain. The Heavenly Sword Sect's secret realm has a lot of spirit grasses and spirit beasts. But these aren't the most precious. The most valuable thing is that it holds the Sword Dao inheritance of the Heavenly Sword Sect's successive patriarchs. If you are able to obtain one, your future cultivation will be a matter of course. And these legacies are all in the depths of the secret realm. But because there are many dangerous traps inside, disciples are usually not allowed to enter unless the clan encounters a major event or a disciple with a singularly high talent appears. An eldest brother, second senior sister, and third senior brother are the Sect's fantastically talented disciples. The 3 of them were allowed to enter the secret realm after entering the God-refining realm. And each of them received an inheritance. And those who received the inheritance reached the 9th level of God-refining in a short period of time. And then they bid farewell to the clan and went down to the mountains to practice. Wei Yoji said with envy in his eyes. Zhang Yanyan and Yan Lu nodded. No wonder Qin Shi and Lu Xing couldn't wait to go in. By the way, with the strength of the 2 of you, it's safer to stay in the center perimeter. And the 2 of us brothers are going to enter in search of the inheritance as well. Wei Yoji said as he looked at the 2 Jian Yushi. Zhang did not easily smile and nodded, saying, All right. Two senior brothers, be safe. Wei Yoji and Wei Unknown nodded, and their figures disappeared into the forest as well. Jiang did not easily turn his head to look at Yen Yan Lu, who was a little lost in thought as she looked at the backs of the two. Jiang did not easily guess that it was likely that in her last life, she had disobeyed Wei Yoji's advice and went into the forest, resulting in triggering a trap that left her with a scar. Lu Yanyan returned to her senses, and when she saw that Jiang was not easy to look at, she was a little embarrassed. Senior brother, not easy. Why are you looking at me? Let's the two of us retreat back to the center circle, Yan Yan said. It was at this moment that Lei Ming, who hadn't said anything, spoke. You two follow me. Enter the forest and I can protect you. At this moment, Lei Ming, who was on the side, spoke up. No. Let's stay in the center perimeter. Lu Yanyan snatched her mouth and refused. After all, elder brother Not Easy was only at the Yuan Pulse realm. His strength was too low and it was too dangerous to go in. Lei Ming opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Jiang Yenyuan grabbed his mouth first. Yeah. Get in there together. When they heard Jiang Ichio's words, both of them froze as they looked at him. Not Easy, senior brother, what are you talking about? You only have. I mean, it's too dangerous inside. Let us just be obscene outside, Lu Yanyan anxiously said. Senior brother Lei Ming said that he'll be able to protect us. Moreover, your strength isn't bad. In fact, it's just senior brother Lei Ming protecting me. It's easy as pie for him. Right? Right. Senior brother Lei? Jiang did not easily look at Lei Ming with a smile and said. Yan Yan Lu froze for a moment and looked at Lei Ming. Lei Ming hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes. In the periphery. Strength at the 7th level of the spirit drawing realm basically won't encounter any threats, while senior sister Lu is at the 9th level of the spirit drawing realm. She should be able to cope with it when she enters the core area. And I'm at the 3rd level of the spirit refining realm, so I'm more than capable of protecting senior brother Jiang. Hearing Lei Ming's words, Yan Yan Lu was still a bit uneasy. Alright. Let's go. I have the means of self-preservation given by my master. Jiang did not easily laugh. By the way, with a bit of luck, you might be able to get the inheritance as well. Seeing Jiang not easily say this, Lu Yanyan only nodded her head. Then let's go in together, Yan Yan said. Lei Ming then led the way. Jiang did not easily look at Lei Ming's back and hooked up a smile. He wanted to see what tricks Chun Chi had up his sleeve. Chapter 19, Crippled Chun Chi. Chapter 19, Crippled Chun Chi. Outside the secret realm. The clan square. I wonder this time, how many disciples will be able to obtain the inheritance in the secret realm? Xinling asked as he looked at the image in the sky above and took a sip of tea from the teacup on the side. Senior nephew Qin will certainly live up to his expectations. Chen Hai smiled and spoke. Xinling gently shook his head, put down the teacup in his hand and said, My son, I know in my own heart that the inheritance of the Heavenly Sword Sect's secret realm is not that easy to obtain, compared to Wu Dao He and the three of them. Whether it's in terms of talent or heart, it's far from being the same. The corners of Chen Hai's mouth twitched slightly. All of a sudden he didn't know what to say. He didn't expect Qin Ling to give his own son so little face. Gu Qingyue, who was on the side, propped her head up and looked at Jiang Dongyi in the picture, the corner of her mouth hooking up into an undetectable smile. Silly apprentice. You can't get tired of looking at me. What's going on? The picture disappeared? Feng Tianji, who had been paying attention to the condition of the screen, suddenly made a sound. The elders looked around, and the images of more than 10 disciples disappeared, leaving only a white color. Is there no more aura to support it? Xianling stood up and asked in a deep voice. This is the first time this has happened. The aura delivery is stable. It's not a problem outside. Feng Tianji shook his head and continued. It's inside the secret realm. For some unknown reason. Affecting the display of the picture. Should we terminate the trial? Li Mengyon looked at Xianling and asked. Xianling frowned and thought. It was at this time that the few blank images resumed once again. And the disciples inside did not appear to be in any unusual condition. At the same time, some of the other images turned white. But it didn't take long for them to recover. The trial continues. The disappearance of the image didn't have an effect on the disciples. I think that the change is not a threat to the disciples. Xianling pondered for a moment before saying. However, everyone's attention should be heightened. And if there is a change, immediately go in to save them. Yes. Everyone immediately agreed. In the crowd, Chen Hai glanced at Gu Qingyue and revealed a grim smile. Gu Qingyue noticed Chen Hai's flickering line of sight and only frowned slightly without making too many movements. The secret world. Lei Ming led Zhang Dongyao and Yin Yan Lu through the forest for a long time. So boring. I didn't encounter either spirit beasts or any traps along the way. Is it really the core area? Lu Yanyan casually pulled off a leaf from the side of the tree and deflated her mouth. Her dull hairs drooping listlessly and swaying slightly. Zhang was not easily able to keep an eye on Lei Ming. And his mental power was spread around so that he could always be able to deal with unexpected situations. At that moment, a white mist gradually gathered around them. Where did the fog come from? Lu Yanyan frowned and said. Zhang did not easily glance at a tree not far away. And a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finally, the fog was getting thicker and thicker, making the scenery around them gradually blur. Stop. It's a little weird. Lei Ming stopped and began to look around. Hearing Lei Ming's words, Lu Yanyan immediately stopped her steps and approached Zhang Yanyan. Her aura revealing itself around her as she alerted the surroundings. Don't be afraid, senior brother, not easy. I'm here. Lu Yanyan said. Zhang did not easily move and raised his hand to slap behind her. A dark aura flickering away. Outside the secret world. Gu Qingyue's eye showed a hint of dissatisfaction when she saw Zhang Yanyan and Lu Yanyan leaning so close. Yoo-hoo-hoo. So close. It was at this moment that Zhang Yanyu's screen turned blank, followed by the screens of several other prodisciples one after another. Seeing this, several other elders revealed worried looks. Don't worry. They are at least personal disciples. Nothing will happen. Chen Hai said as he took a sip of tea. But his eyes looked towards Gu Qingyue. The elders nodded. And their gazes all followed in turn to Gu Qingyue. After all, Zhang is not easy to be but Yuan Pulse Realm. If something unexpected happens during this period. Gu Qingyue ignored it and began to close her eyes with an indifferent expression. When Chen Hai saw that Gu Qingyue was unmoved, his gaze turned grim. Humph. Pretending. I'll see how calm you are when your punk-ass disciple dies. Thinking of this, Chen Hai began to look forward to Gu Qingyue's painful appearance. The secret world. Not good. Retreat. Lei Ming shouted violently, pulling Zhang Yanyan and Lu Yanyan as they retreated violently. Boom. The next moment, the place where they had been standing was struck by a ball of fire. And a violent explosion came from it, landing on the ground. Looking at the crater blown out in front of her, Yan Yan Lu sweated coldly. It's a good thing there's Lei Ming, or they would have been finished just now. Yan Yan Lu just wanted to say thank you to Lei Ming. But before she could turn her head, she felt a dizzy spell in front of her eyes and fainted. What are you doing? Zhang Yenyuan shouted angrily. Lei Ming slapped Zhang Dongyao away and crashed into a tree. Jiang did not easily fall to the ground, revealing a pained expression. Ha ha ha. Jiang is not easy. Didn't expect it. Did you? Chen Shi walked out from behind a tree and looked at him with a face full of mockery. Lei Ming glanced at Jiang Yanyan and left with Yanyan Lu. Shen Qi. Aren't you afraid of being seen by the elders? By my master teacher. When you do this? Jiang Yenyuan yelled. Chen Shi walked over to Jiang Yenyuan, squatted down, and snorted. See? They won't be able to see it. And Gu Qingyue won't come to save you. What do you mean? Jiang did not easily freeze for a moment and asked with a frown. Humph. Because I blocked all the images here. The outside can't see what's going on inside. So don't think anyone will come to save you. Today is your death. Ha ha ha. Chen Shi laughed maniacally, looking at Jiang Yenyuan with a look full of hatred. Jiang not easy. Why? Why would Gu Qingyue look at a loser like you? Why does Lu Yanyan surround you every day? Why? He. Jiang Ichio. You should not have done anything. You should not have gone against me. You should not have gotten together with Yanyan Lu. You should not have snatched away Gu Chengyu. Yanyan Lu is mine. Gu Qingyu can only be mine. It's all mine. Chen Qi roared. His eyes filled with scarlet as he pulled the sword out of his hand. Be a human in your next life and be smart. Chen Qi said. The sword in his hand raised high. As Jiang Yi easily looked at Chen Qi, the look of pain on his face had long disappeared, leaving only disdain and mockery. Chen Qi frowned when he saw Jiang Yenyu's appearance. What's that look on your face? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang did not easily open his mouth. Chen Qi's eyes widened and he was just about to open his mouth when a fist suddenly enlarged. Boom! Chen Qi was sent flying by a punch, knocking down 5 trees in a row before stopping. How? How is it possible? You are actually so strong. Chen Qi's whole body was in severe pain, as if the bones were going to break. Especially his face, which was already a bloody mess at the moment. Jiang did not easily walk slowly, crouched down, and looked at the half-dead Chen Qi with an indifferent expression. My master, my senior sister, are also things you can just imagine? Jiang did not easily grab Chen Qi's hair and forced him to look up at himself. With this tugging, Chen Qi couldn't stop moaning in pain. Jiang Ichio, you dare to kill me? My father will not let you go. Chen Qi threatened. Jiang did not easily hold back his laughter and said, even with your father's 3-legged strength you want to move me? My master is already at the 9th level of Earth Immortal. Chen Qi stared at Jiang Ichi, his eyes filled with resentment. Again and Jiang not easy words cooled down. Said, I not only want to kill you, but also let your father follow you to accompany the funeral. Chen Qi revealed a mocking expression and said, laughing at me. What kind of a thing are you? If I remember correctly, you forced no less than 20 female disciples of the outer sect. Didn't you? Upon hearing Jiang Yenyuan's words, Chen Qi's entire body shivered and looked at Jiang Yenyuan with an unbelievable expression. There is also the issuance of usury, forcible collection of protection fees, and trafficking of disciples to evil demons and crooked paths. Jiang is not easy to count the sins done by Chen Qi and Chen Hai word by word. Hearing Jiang Yi not being able to speak in such detail, Chen Qi's face began to look terrified. No. No. How did you know? We are obviously closed so well. Not. Chen Qi couldn't stop shaking his head, his voice trembling. Jiang Yenyu, you deserve to die. Chen Qi was suddenly agitated, his eyes filled with hatred. It's you who's damned. It's your father. Jiang Yenyu roared back. slapping Chen Shi across the face, directly knocking his face askew. Ah! Chen Shi wailed in pain. No! Death is too cheap for you guys. We can't let you die just like that. Zhang Yiqiu's gaze was icy cold. What? Do you want? Chen Shi sensed that something was wrong, and shivered in fear at Zhang Yiqiu's gaze. I will slowly torture you to death. Avenge those women you forced. The disciples you killed. Zhang Yanyu finished in a cold voice, and a terrifying aura emanated from his hands, going straight into Chen Shi's body and breaking his yuan veins one by one. Ah! Chen Shifa let out a pig-killing wail that resounded through the entire forest and was creepy. Outside of the secret world, a miserable scream came from just as soon as the image of Zhang Yanyu and the others appeared. When the elders took a look, they sucked in a breath of cool air. Chen Hai's eyes turned red as he roared. Jiang Yiqiu, you seek death. Chapter 20, Lei Ming's Prosecution. Chapter 20, Lei Ming's Prosecution. On the screen, Chen Shi became a bloody man. His face bloodied and bleeding as he let out a miserable scream. And Jiang was not easy to squat in front of him with a cold expression. One hand grabbed his hair and the other hand was crushing his bones little by little. Chen Hai fiercely got up and was about to enter the secret realm. Boom! Gu Qingyue erupted her pressure and stopped Chen Hai. Gu Qingyue! You dare to stop me! Look what your disciple has done! Injuring a fellow disciple. Chen Hai's own aura exploded as he shouted angrily. Just as the two were about to make a move, Qinling's heavenly immortal realm strength erupted, suppressing the auras of the two. Grand Elder! What do you mean? My son is about to be beaten to death by this beast. Jiang Yiqiu! Chen Hai roared towards Qinling. Qinling's face was grim as he raised his hand and grabbed it. Buzz! The figures of Jiang Yiqiu and Chen Shi appeared in front of the crowd. Jiang did not easily look up at the crowd and lowered his head to continue crushing Chen Shi's bones. Ah! Father! Save me! Chen Shi saw Chen Hai and shouted as if he had grabbed hope. Little you stop! Chen Hai's eyes were scarlet as his Earth Immortal 5th level strength erupted and he was about to attack Zhang Yenyuan. Gu Qingyue snorted coldly and raised her hand to pull Zhang Yenyuan back to her side to protect her. Alright! Qinling raised his hand and forced the two back. Chen Hai glared at Zhang Yenyuan and Gu Qingyue and scrambled to Chen Shi's side to probe the situation. Little! You're so vicious. To actually break my son's yuan vein. Gu Qingyue! If you don't give me an explanation for this matter, I will definitely not spare you. Chen Hai roared towards the two, killing intent in his eyes. Gu Qingyue's expression was indifferent, one hand tightly gripping Zhang Yenyuan's hand as she spoke. There is bound to be a misunderstanding. Why don't you listen to what's really going on? Zhang did not easily look at Gu Qingyue's side face and then to the hand that was pulling him. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile. It's so good. It's so good to have a master over you. Jiang, not easy. Tell us. Why did you mutilate Chen Shi? If the reason is not sufficient, then according to the sect rules, the yuan vein will be abolished and expelled from the sect. Qinling stroked his beard. His gaze fell on Zhang Yenyuan, and he spoke in a deep voice. The elders looked at Jiang Yiqiu with different expressions. Gu Qingyue pursed her lips and her grip on Zhang Yenyuan's hand tightened. What to do? The stinky old man is going to hold his stupid apprentice accountable. Although I'm sure the foolish apprentice has a good reason for doing so. What if the stinky old man doesn't think so? If the foolish disciple really has his yuan vein abolished, that's most of his life gone. No way. If you really want to abolish the stupid disciple's yuan vein, I'll do it for him well. Abolish my yuan vein. Kill me. Whatever. Just can't touch my disciple. If I can't top That either then what's the harm in taking my apprentice and killing him out? Thoughts surged through Gu Qingyue's mind. Jiang was not easily moved when he heard Gu Qingyue's heartfelt words. Whether it was her last life or this one, Gu Qingyue was willing to give her all for him. Even if it meant her life. If you meet a teacher like the moon, what more can you ask for? I can only give my body to him. Jiang did not easily pat Gu Qingyue's hand gently, his eyes signaling that there was no need to worry. Gu Qingyue hesitated for a moment, but still let go of her hand. Jiang did not easily walk up to Gu Qingyue, looked at the Chen father and son, and snorted before saluting the elders. It's natural for disciples to move their hands. First of all, it was Chen Qi who first made a deadly move against disciples. And disciples were forced to fight back. Your bull ******* ting me. Chen Hai roared. Qin Ling glared at Chen Hai and looked at Zhang Yiqi. If this is the truth, you can still be forgiven for acting like this. But after all, this is your verbal words. There is no evidence. So, Qin Ling narrowed his eyes and continued. If you don't have more evidence to prove it, then you can't escape the punishment of the door rules. Jiang did not easily look at Qin Ling and said, Of course I have proof. Qin Ling raised his eyebrows and asked, Where is it? Jiang did not easily salute towards the Grand Elder and said, Please also ask the Grand Elder to bring out Lei Ming and Yin Yin Lu. Hearing Chen Hai's gloomy face, Qin Ling nodded and raised his hand again. Buzz. Lei Ming and Yin Yin Lu appeared in front of the crowd. Yin Yin. Seeing that Yin Yin Lu was unconscious, Li Mengyun rushed over to hold her in her arms, examined her carefully, and was relieved to find that there were no major injuries. Li Mengyun looked at Zhang Yiqiu and asked, What the hell is going on? Jiang did not easily smile and looked at Lei Ming, saying, That would be something to ask senior brother Lei. Everyone looked at Lei Ming. Lei Ming and Jiang Dongyi glanced at each other, looked at Yin Yin Lu, and then at the Chen father and son. Ming, what the hell is going on? You truthfully tell us. Chen Hai stared deathly at Lei Ming and said in a low voice. Lei Ming was silent for a moment, looked at Qin Ling, and flopped down on his knees. Disciple Lei Ming, plead guilty. Everyone froze at this statement. Lei Ming, what are you doing? Chen Hai's expression flashed with panic when he saw this. Then he shouted angrily. You don't want to be taken advantage of. Shut up. Qin Ling slammed his palm on the table. His aura pressed straight down on Chen Hai, making him unable to move. You say. Qin Ling looked to Lei Ming to let him continue. Disciple confessed. It was Chen Qi who disliked senior disciple Jiang and conspired with disciple to get disciple to detach others in the secret realm so that Chen Qi could kill Jiang not easily to vent his anger. So, in the secret realm, I intentionally stayed at the end to bring senior brother Jiang and senior sister Lu into the core area and create danger, taking the opportunity to knock senior sister Lu out and take her away, leaving senior brother Jiang alone. And behind that, I wouldn't be able to know. Lei Ming finished in a deep voice. Lei Ming, you actually harmed Chen Qi. Chen Hai roared, his eyes red, itching to kill Lei Ming. Qin Ling nodded after hearing this, glanced at Chen Qi and Chen Hai, and said, Since someone has proved it, then I declare that Chen Qi has committed the crime of brutalizing and killing his fellow disciples. And according to the rules of the sect, he should be abolished from the Yuan vein and be expelled from the sect. So it's only right that Chen Qi should have turned out like this. And Lei Ming, you acted as an accomplice to Chen Qi. But considering that you were able to confess your guilt of your own accord, and that it can be a lighter punishment, you're punished for 10 years of face-to-face on the Seo Cliff. And you're not to blame. Do you have any complaints? Disciple has no complaints. Lei Ming bowed and saluted. Chen Hai looked at Lei Ming and Jiang Yiqiu with hatred in his eyes. Humph. I told you. Silly apprentice is an upright person. There's no way he would do something for no reason. You bad things. You actually want to kill my disciple? I really can't endure a bit. When it's over, I'll definitely find a chance to kill you. Gu Qingyue was indignant in her heart. And Jiang did not easily hear it and laughed softly. While Qin Ling was preparing to end this farce, Jiang Yanyu stepped forward and saluted. Grand Elder. Wait. Qin Ling looked at Jiang Yiqiu and asked. What is it? Jiang Yenyuan was just about to open his mouth. But Lei Ming grabbed it first. Grand Elder. I want to report the Chen father and son. Lei Ming said. His voice calm. Everyone froze when they heard this. Chen Hai's eyes revealed fear when he heard these words. Jiang did not easily look at Lei Ming with a complicated expression. Lei Ming noticed Jiang Dongyao's gaze and twisted his head to meet it. Smiling. Some relief showed in his eyes. Chapter 21, Cherish those who cherish you. Chapter 21, Cherish those who cherish you. Prosecution? Qin Ling looked toward Lei Ming with a probing look in his eyes. Lei Ming took a deep breath and said. Yes. I report. Chen father and son. They abused their power. Lei Ming. How dare you? Chen Hai's aura skyrocketed as he rushed over to kill Lei Ming. Unbridled. Qin Ling shouted violently and stood up. A golden light immortal statue appeared behind him and slapped Chen Hai on the ground. Unable to move. Continue. Qin Ling's complexion was gloomy as he droned. Lei Ming glanced at Chen Hai and continued. Chen's father and son abused their power. Chen Hai relied on him to be in charge of things in the outer gate. Condoned Chen Shi to force the female disciples of the outer gate. And those who didn't comply would threaten the lives of their family members. And forcibly collected protection fees in the outer gate. And issued usurious loans. And those who couldn't afford to pay back were either killed or sold to evil and foreigners. Lei Ming counted the past crimes of Chen's father and son one by one in the past few years. And every time he said one, Chen Hai's face turned white. And the looks of the surrounding elders as they regarded Chen Hai and Chen Shi grew colder and colder. Finally, Lei Ming finished. Chen Hai's face was bloodless at the moment and his lips were shivering. Where is the evidence? Evidence? There's no proof in the mouth. You must have made it up because of something. Holding a grudge against us. You're just a white-eyed wolf. I really regret taking you as my disciple. Chen Hai cursed in a sinister rage. Qin Ling coldly glanced at Chen Hai. His eyes already filled with killing intent. But he still turned his gaze to Lei Ming and asked. Do you have proof? Lei Ming nodded and said. There is a secret room underneath the Dustless Peak's main hall, in which a large amount of spirit stones are piled up, all of which were scavenged from the outer disciples. And there is also a deposit of notes for collecting protection fees and issuing loans. Also, in Chen Shi's spatial ring, there is a catalog of the list of female disciples of the outer sect and the belly buttons of the female disciples who have been forced to. Bastard! Li Mengyun couldn't help but shout angrily. The solemn look in the eyes of the elders was also extremely dense. These two people were the scum of the Tianxian continent. A disgrace to their heavenly sword sect. If it was known outside, how would others look at their heavenly sword sect? Unnoticed by the crowd, a paper man slipped from Lei Ming back into Jiang Yiqiu's hand. It's over. It's all over. Chen Hai's face was ashen, and his body was trembling madly from fear. This matter is of great importance. I declare that the clan trials be stopped immediately. The second elder will lead all the elders and make sure to arrest all of Chen's cronies and minions by noon tomorrow. And I will go ask the Patriarch to come out and preside over the ruling. After Qin Ling finished speaking, He turned around and flew out towards the patriarchal hall. Feng Tianji abolished Chen Hai's Yuan vein and then teleported the disciple back. Everyone was in a daze, not knowing what was happening. Huh? Why am I back? Is the trial over? No way. I'm close to picking third-order herbs. Ah! I almost managed to kill a peak second-ranked shadow wolf. All the disciples could not stop wailing. Qin Shi, Lu Xing, Wei Unknown and Wei Yuji were also confused. It didn't take long for the crowd to realize something wasn't right on the host stand. Eh? What happened to Elder Chen and Senior Chen? Covered in blood. I don't know. What the hell happened? The crowd couldn't help but wonder. A few of the personal disciples returned to their own masters. Confused, but none of them opened their mouths. Quiet. Disciples. There is a reason for what happened. Now. Line up immediately. Feng Tianji's aura was revealed. And immediately, everyone shut their mouths. Feng Tianji and a few elders brought Lei Ming and began to identify the minions down below. Jian Yenyuan and other personal disciples went to Dustless Peak to seize the spirit stones and the word. Up and down the clan. There was almost a great purge. The next day at noon. The clan square. On the high platform, Wang Tianhao sat in the center. The great elders and others sat down in order. And the personal disciples stood behind their own masters. Lei Ming, Chen's father and son, and his minions knelt on the stage together. Behind them were all the disciples of the inner and outer sects, pointing at a few people. Chen Hai and Chen Qi had dull gazes and had long been disheartened. Lei Ming had his eyes closed and his face was open. Today, convene the clan assembly for an announcement. Wang Tianhao looked majestic, and his voice spread up and down the sect. The patriarch opened his mouth, and the following remarks immediately disappeared. Fourth Elder Chen Hai, appointed by the clan for external affairs. As a result, instead of thinking about the development of the clan, he used his power for personal gain and mutilated the clan's disciples. His bad behavior is obvious. There's also Qin Shi. Relying on the power of Chen Hai, he does no evil in the outer sect. The crimes of the two men are a common outrage to the heavens and the earth. They are the shame of my heavenly sword sect. According to the rules of the sect, they will be executed by lightning punishment. As Wang Tianhao's words fell, Chen Hai and Chen Qi were tied to a pitch-black pillar. Please. Thunder punishment. Wang Tianhao shouted up to the sky. In the next moment, the originally clear sky became cloudy, forming a vortex and pointing directly at the two. No. No. Don't. Chen Hai and Chen Qi looked at the vortex, revealing horrified expressions. Rumble. Gathering momentum, a black thunder erupted from the vortex, tearing through the sky and striking directly at the two. Ah! The thunder roared as the two men let out shrill screams and finally disappeared. The sky regained its calmness. And on the pillar, the two Chen Hai and Chen Qi had long since gone up in smoke. Under the stage, those minions were scared silly one by two, frozen and kneeling in place. Wang Tianhao retracted his gaze and continued. Chen's father and son's minions, aiding and abetting the evil. According to the sect's rules, abolish the Yuan vein and expel them from the sect. Wang Tianhao's words were like the king of hell naming his name. And all the minions turned white with fear, kowtowing madly and begging for forgiveness. Wang Tianhao ignored it and waved his hand. Immediately some disciples came forward and abolished the Yuan veins of those minions. In an instant, wailing sounds rose and fell in the clan square. Wang Tianhao waved his hand and those people were thrown out of the sect. Now, only Lei Ming is left. Lei Ming was involved in many of the things that the Chen clan's father and son were involved in. But In the end, he came to his senses and took the initiative to report it. So, the punishment is a little lighter, with the Yuan Vein abolishing half of it and expelling it from the clan. Wang Tianhao looked at Lei Ming and said, "Would it be too heavy?" Yan Yanlu looked at Zhang Yanyan and whispered. Senior brother Lei Ming was also threatened by Chen Enabled's family, and he wasn't really involved. Zhang did not easily answer and looked at Lei Ming. A disciple came up and was about to make a move. Lei Ming waved his hand and said, "I'll do it myself." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lei Ming slapped his palm to his own chest. And with that, he spat out blood, his breath wilting. The crowd was shocked, because what Lei Ming had destroyed was not half of his Yuan veins, but all of himself. "What do you mean by that?" Wang Tianhao looked at Lei Ming, his gaze tinged with probing. "That's better," said Ming softly, raising his head slowly. "My father admonished me before I went to the mountain to cultivate hard and become a great cultivator, to perform righteousness in the world and to eliminate evil in the world. But unfortunately I let him down. These past few years, I've slept uneasily. And every time I close my eyes I can see the helpless eyes of those female disciples looking at me. See the bodies of the disciples whose arms and legs have been severed. And hear their desperate pleas for help and their agonizing wails. Therefore, there is no need for a lighter sentence. This is what I deserve, so that it can be that much fairer to those disciples who were brutalized." Lei Ming tilted his head to the sky, tears streaming down his face, revealing a look of relief. The whole room was silent. Zhang did not easily raise his hand to look at the talisman paper in his hand. He kind of understood why Lei Ming had jumped ahead of him to prosecute. In the secret realm, Zhang is not easy to put a paperman talisman on the back of Yan Yanlu, using this to cooperate with him in prosecuting the Chen's father and son. In his proposal, it was for Lei Ming to tell him the evidence of the actions of Chen's father and son, and he would be the one to prosecute them. He would not expose Lei Ming. As for why Zhang did not easily come up with this idea, Lei Ming did not bear it with the elders in this life. According to his previous life's understanding, Lei Ming was threatened by Chen Qi's family because he accidentally bumped into Chen Qi after forcing an outer sect female disciple. After receiving Lei Ming's assurances, Chen Qi was still uneasy, and in order to pull Lei Ming down, he brought him to participate in one of the events a few times, acting as a bystander. In the end, there is guilt in his heart. He secretly collects evidence of the Chen's father and son. And only after his father died and he had no worries did he bring those who had been bullied to the Heavens Remarks conference to make revelations. In hindsight, in fact, to Lei Ming, the bystander and the actor were equally unforgivable. He had broken his Tao heart and died completely long ago at the moment he chose to conceal it. Zhang is not easy to look at Lei Ming. Some regret. In the end, it is not good to meet someone. Thinking of this, Zhang did not easily look at Gu Qingyue's back in front of him and laughed lightly. It also made him more aware of the importance of cherishing those who cherish you, and not knowing how many obstacles have been overcome in one right encounter. Chapter 22, It's Not Easy, Senior Brother. There's a succubus in our clan. Chapter 22, It's Not Easy, Senior Brother. There's a lecher in our clan. Ming went downhill. For the next many days, Wang Tianhao personally led the elders to carry out some aftermath work. And Gu Qingyue was among them. That's why he hadn't seen Gu Qingyue even once in the past few days. Qingyu Peak. Bamboo House. Zhang was not easily able to sit cross-legged on the bed and cultivate, with dots of golden streams of light interspersed with sword chi surrounding him. Phew. A moment later, Zhang did not easily exhale and opened his eyes. Now, his realm had already reached the 10th level of the God Refining Realm, and he was only one step away from stepping into the Return to Origin and stepping into the upper third realm. Entering the upper three realms was truly entering the path of immortal cultivation and questioning. Jiang was not easily able to walk out of the bamboo house and look towards Gu Qingyue's residence. Slightly stunned. I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you very much. Z. While Jiang was not easily distracted, a voice suddenly rang out. Jiang did not easily look down. And Rice was standing right in front of him. Me? You fellow? Where have you been all these days? Jiang did not easily squat down, his fingers touching Migwen's head, and asked. Ever since bringing it into the Heavenly Sword Sect, this fellow had never appeared again. If the connection between them hadn't still existed, he'd have thought Miguel had hiccuped. Mimi climbed onto Jiang Icho's shoulders, her eyes full of excitement. Seeing this appearance, Jiang did not easily move his heart. You found the treasure? Jiang did not easily twist his head to look at Rice and asked. Rice nodded vigorously. Jiang did not easily look left and right, and then took Rice into the house. Here. Let me see. Jiang did not easily place the rice grains on the table and said, his eyes full of anticipation. Rice didn't hesitate. The space ring around his neck flashed with light. And in the next moment, dozens of things wrapped in various colors of fabrics appeared in front of Jiang Ichao, piling up into a small mountain. Jiang did not easily open one of them. And for a moment, the dazzling blue light almost blinded him. Jiang did not easily reach out to cover himself, and waited until he was acclimatized before dropping it to take a look. Asterisk 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 asterisk. On. Top quality spirit stones. Jiang Yenyuan said with wide eyes and an unbelievable expression. A pocket full of them. A rough count. A pocket must have 40 or 50. And the house totaled 72 pockets. In other words, he had at least 2,880 top-grade spirit stones in front of him. No. 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 It's too big a concept. He needs a unit of measure. Jiang did not easily rest his chin on one hand and began to look down in deep thought. Gu Qingyue's monthly salary is 10 top-grade spirit stones. 2,880 divided by 10 equals 288. 288 divided by 12 equals 24. Got it. Jiang did not easily light up and clapped his hands in excitement. In front of him was Gu Qingyue's 24 years. Ha ha ha. Jiang did not easily wipe the harumphs from the corners of his mouth and giggled as he stared at these extremely high-quality spirit stones. One must know that after saving for so many years, he only had 5 top-grade spirit stones on hand. As a result, the rice grains had only been here for a short time and brought him so much. It was really worthy of being a treasure-hunting mouse. This was developed. Jiang did not easily touch Migraine's little head and laughed. Migraine. Good job. Rice's face was full of smugness. Jiang did not easily calm down quietly. Then asked with some concern. But where did you get these from? It couldn't have been stolen from the Sect's repository. Right? Rice shook her head and began to squeak out an explanation. It turned out that when he brought the rice grains to the foot of the mountain, the rice grains sensed the scent of a large number of top-grade spirit stones somewhere nearby. And after searching for a few days, it was only yesterday that he found a very hidden cave in the mountain forest not far away, where he found these top-grade spirit stones. After listening to Migran's explanation, Jiang did not easily nod his head. It was good that it was not from the repository. However, a hidden cave yet storing so many top-grade spirit stones. This was obviously done by someone in secret. It seemed that when he had time, he would have to go to that place to have a look. Of course, he wasn't there to see if he had missed anything, but mainly to find out if there could be anything against morality behind this. Jiang did not easily open a few more, looking at so many top-grade spirit stones in front of him, only to feel it's full and very reassuring. However, the more Jiang did not easily look at it, the more wrong it was. These things wrapped in top-grade spirit stones. How do they look so much like? The young woman in Guqinghua suddenly surfaced in Jiang Doni's mind. For a moment, Jiang did not easily look a bit odd. No. It can't be. It should be my eyes. Comforting himself with this in his heart, Jiang Yushi still couldn't help but scrutinize these cloth pockets. This close look does not matter. Oh look! Jiang not easy to only feel that his entire person was struck by lightning as scorched outside. Each cloth pocket had some pattern on it. Either peony or dragon and phoenix. A few corners with fine threads. And, most of all, there was some fragrance left on it. Jiang is not easy to die. Looking at Mimi and asking, "Where did you get these cloths?" Rice was holding a top-grade spirit stone and squeaked a few times when he heard Jiang Dongyi's words. There is a warm water lake on a hill to the west and these cloths are hanging not far from the lake. The last flicker of hope in his heart died. Well, destroy. These are belly buttons without a doubt. Because the warm water lake on the western mountain is where the female disciples bathe. Jiang was not easy to look at the 72 various colors of belly buttons in front of him. The whole person's numb. That is to say, there are 72 female disciples who have lost their belly buttons. And this has been spread to the sect. Isn't this perverted? Bastard. Rice grain. You pitted your master. Are you sure you're a proper treasure-hunting mouse? Not a pocket mouse? Now Chun-Chi and Shanghai incident just happened. The whole clan is in a tense moment. If Wang Tianhao these big cultivators check up, it is impossible to guarantee that he will be investigated. How will he have the face to stay when the time comes? When did you steal it from? Jiang did not easily show a smile that was worse than crying and asked. Squeak. Rice replied. Yesterday. Just as Jiang was not easily thinking of a countermeasure. Suddenly, Yan Lu's voice rang out. It's not easy, senior brother. Jiang was not easy to scare. His hands moved. And a few belly pockets wrapped with top-grade spirit stones fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Elder brother not easy. What's wrong with you? Lu Yan was a little anxious when she heard the voice coming from the bamboo house and hurried to the door ready to open it. Senior sister, wait. Don't come in yet. Jiang Yuan shouted. Yan Lu's hand on the door paused for a moment and did not open it. Squeak. Jiang did not easily hurry to put both the belly band and the top-grade spirit stone into the space. And took a deep breath to calm down before opening the door. Where Lu Yan was standing. Senior sister Lu. What brings you here? Jiang did not easily look at Yan Lu and asked. Elder brother not easy. What just happened? Yan Lu asked as she gazed towards the room. Ah. That. Something just fell on the floor. It's nothing. Jiang did not easily look a little unnatural and laughed. Come in. Lu Yan smiled and nodded. Following Jiang Yan into the house. Elder brother not easy. Why is there a scent in your room? Yan Lu sniffed her nose and asked with a face full of curiosity. Hearing this, the corners of Jiang's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he snorted. That. It should be the smell of the spirit grass that was just picked. Oh. Lu Yan nodded her head and did not doubt it. Come drink water. Jiang did not easily pour a cup of water and handed it to Yan Lu. Thank you. Not easy, senior brother. Yan Lu took the water cup and thanked her. Why did you come to my place today? Jiang did not find it easy to ask. Yan Lu took a sip of water and became agitated when she heard Jiang Yan's words. It's not easy, senior brother. You don't know. Our clan has come out. Yan Lu lowered her voice and came closer. What's out? Jiang did not easily ask curiously. Succubus. Chapter 23, Daily Task. Help Gu Qingyue wash her feet. Chapter 23, Daily Task. Help Gu Qingyue wash her feet. Lu Yanyan said. Her eyes filled with anger. Hearing this, Jiang Yenyuan couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of water. But his face pretended to be unaware of it, revealing a look of surprise. I can't believe this is happening? Yan Lu looked at Jiang Yi and nodded violently, the dull hair on the top shaking. Let me tell you. Yesterday, I went with the female disciples of the inner sect to bathe in the warm water lake in the western mountain. And it turned out. Speaking of this, Lu Yanyan's face turned slightly red. As a result, all our belly buttons were stolen. Jiang is not easy to hear. Heart a thump. Good guy. Dare to those bibs have Lu Yanyans? Jiang did not easily touch his nose somewhat sheepishly, averted his gaze, and said, That's really abominable. Not only is it abominable, it's simply not something a normal person would do. Lu Yanyan said with her small face bulging with anger. Not a normal person. Poke. This kind is just super horny and perverted. Super horny. Big pervert. Poke. I can already think of him doing bad things with my clothes. Gross. Ooh. Disgusting. Poke. At once, several arrows poked at Jiang Yuxian's body, directly coing him. Seen your brother not easy. What's wrong with you? Yan Lu asked curiously when she saw Jiang Dongyao lowering his head. I'm in a rage. The person who did this is just too much. Jiang Yuxi revealed an angry expression and said. Yan Lu nodded her head in agreement. That. Lately you go out and be more careful. Understand? Jiang Ichio said. Lu Yanyan revealed a smiling face and said. I know it's not easy, elder brother. Droopy dorky hairs swing happily from side to side. Finally, Yan Lu left, closing the door. Kong could not easily take a long breath. Rice. Kong did not easily say. Rice got out from under the bed. Jiang did not easily take out the belly band from the space and placed it on the table. Send these belly buttons back the same way. Quickly. Jiang Ichio rubbed his temples and said rather helplessly. Rice nodded, received the belly band into the space ring and left. It didn't take long for the news of the inner sect female disciples' bibs being stolen and their bibs being returned to come out. And all of a sudden, all the female disciples were on edge. Wang Tianhao and the others proceeded to investigate for a few days without any clues. So they had to hand the matter over to Li Mengyun and let her be on guard from time to time. And after hearing this news, John's heart that wasn't easy to hang on to finally fell. That night, in order to prevent the incident from happening again, Kong is not easy to decide to educate Nini properly. Get down. Kong said as he couldn't easily look at the grains of rice on the table. Rice's watery black eyes looked at Kong and blinked. Being cute doesn't work. Kong did not easily say. Knowing that this time it had been a disaster after all, Rice resigned herself to getting down. I'll recite one sentence and you follow it. Got it? Jiang did not easily pull Rice a little closer and said. Z. Got it. Jiang did not easily nod his head. I'm going to be a proper treasure hunting mouse, he said, bouncing Ricey on his butt. You the man. Squeak. Despite this, Midge purred pitifully. I'll never steal a belly band again. Squeak. I'm a sin rat. Squeak. I'll never dare again. Squeak. After the fourth stroke, Jiang did not easily withdraw his hand, nodded in satisfaction, and said, All right. Have you memorized all these words? Nini rubbed her ass and nodded with a bitter face. Go on. Hearing Jiang not easily put words in his mouth, Rice immediately jumped off the table and ran out. Mouse, I'm insulted. Woo-hoo-hoo. Ding. Daily task released, wash Gu Qing Yu's feet once. Mission completion reward, randomly awaken a character from the Immortal scrolls to the host. Mission failure punishment, forcing the host to wear a pink nurse's white silk outfit in front of Gu Qingyue. 5 hours remaining. The system, which hadn't released any quests for several days, suddenly voiced out at this time, saying, Punishment Kong is not easy to be immune to. He kind of knows that the system is looking forward to his female clothes. However, washing Gu Qingyue's feet to obtain a growing Immortal realm powerhouse. How could one look at it? It was a good deal. That's a double bonus. However, it was uncertain whether Gu Qingyue was in her chambers now. I don't want to think about it. Let's go check it out first. Jiang did not easily get up and go out of the room then. The night moon was half full, and the stars were shining. Jiang did not easily come to Gu Qingyue's courtyard and found that there was no light inside. So he thought that he should not be there. Jiang was not easy to deal with a bitter face. There was no need to think that Gu Qingyue must still be dealing with those elders. It's over. Is his life's innocence about to be ruined? While Jiang was not easily imagining things, a sound came from behind him. Jiang did not look at it easily, and his eyes lit up. Master! Jiang did not easily salute. When Gu Qingyue saw Jiang Yenyuan, the corner of her mouth hooked up into a smile. But she quickly suppressed it and resumed her indifference, returning a salty inside. Wow! It's been a busy few days. Either in meetings or running around. I haven't even had time for a drink. I'm so hard. Woo-hoo-hoo. But it's so happy to see the silly apprentice as soon as I come back. And, with the apprentice standing at the door, could it be that he's come to see me on purpose? What could it be? Gu Qingyue's heart was filled with anticipation. Seeing Gu Qingyue again and hearing Gu Qingyue's heartfelt words, that one vacancy in Zhang Yiqi's heart was finally filled. Senior, it's been a hard few days dealing with the clan's affairs. I've specially come down the mountain to send you cinnamon cakes. Zhang Yiqi smiled, took out the box from Zhang's pastry store from his spatial ring and said, The apprentice has the heart. Gu Qingyue nodded and took the box. Wow! My apprentice bought me cinnamon cake. Happy. But how did he know about it? He even bought it for me last time. Thinking of this, Gu Qingyu looked at Zhang Yi and spoke. By the way, disciple, how did you know that Master likes to eat osmanthus cakes? Zhang did not easily laugh. There were a few times when I accidentally bumped into Master eating, thinking that Master liked it. So I silently wrote it down. Gu Qingyue nodded. A warmth in her heart. The apprentice as well. So happy. Master Teacher has been running around for the past few days. Why don't I wash Master Teacher's feet to ease the fatigue? Zhang did not easily look at Gu Qingyue and took the opportunity to speak. Gu Qingyue was still immersed in the joy of Zhang Yi's delivery of osmanthus cakes. When she heard this, she froze for a moment. Then her pretty face slightly reddened and her heart cried out, Apprentice wants to wash my feet? Good. I promise. Hearing this, Zhang was not easily amused in his heart. But would it not seem condescending to just say yes? How about a refusal? Gu Qingyue opened her mouth, shook her head, and said in a low voice, Forget it. For Master. It's not too tiring. Ooh-hoo. Disciple. The Master also wants to. But you like his high cold Master Pain. Too painful. Why does the disciple like his high cold Master Gu Qingyue wailed in her heart. The corners of Zhang's mouth didn't move easily. He really wanted to tell Gu Qingyu that he didn't like any high and cold master teachers. He liked stupid and silly master teachers. However, this sentence could only be answered when Gu Qingyu asked him. Or else it would reveal the fact that he was able to hear Gu Qingyu's heart. He kinda liked Gu Qingyu's contrariness. Apprentice. Silly apprentice. Beg me again and I'll say yes. Gu Qingyu's voice entered Jiang Yinyu's mind, pulling him back to his senses. Jiang did not easily hold back his laughter, revealing a hurt look as he said, "Does master teacher not like it when apprentice child does this?" In the past, it was also an apprentice who washed master teacher's feet. Is master teacher disliking apprentice? Looking at Jiang Yinyuan's aggrieved appearance, Gu Qingyu's entire body was going to be heartbroken. No. Hold it. Thinking about it, Gu Qingyu barely maintained the coldness on her face and said after pretending to be contemplative, "All right then." When he finished, he walked into the yard. Yay! That's great. The apprentice is going to wash my feet. Looking forward to it. Gu Qingyu's footsteps looked light. Kong could not easily follow and laughed when he saw this cute look. Back in the bedchamber, Gu Qingyu sat on the edge of the bed while Zhang Yiqi brought over a basin of hot water. "Master, I'll do it." Gu Qingyu originally wanted to take off her shoes herself, but she was not easily preempted by Jiang, so she could only give a low Jiang was not easy to squat in front of Gu Qingyu, gently helping her take off her white flowing cloud boots and put them aside. Then undoing the straps of the white luo stockings, revealing her delicate and tender jade feet. Jiang Yixin quietly gulped, holding Gu Qingyu's ankles and placing her jade feet into the hot water. Feeling the temperature on her ankles, Gu Qingyu's body couldn't stop trembling, and her face was colored with a reddish haze, making her look tantalizingly delicious. "Master, is the water temperature right?" Jiang did not easily raise his head to ask. Gu Qingyu panicked and looked away, responding, "Appropriate." Jiang did not easily bring a smile to the corner of his mouth and lowered his head to help her rub and press delicately. It had to be said that the feel was really good. Jiang was not easy to say in his heart. The touch on her feet made Gu Qingyu's pretty face even more blushing, almost dripping blood. And the force of the massage by Jiang Yi was extremely good. Gu Qingyu squinted her eyes to enjoy it. Aha! Unconsciously, Gu Qingyu hummed out in comfort. Jiang did not easily pause in his hand movements. "What's wrong?" Gu Qingyu asked, her voice trembling a bit. "No. Nothing." Kong replied not easily, continuing the massage. Maru spice. He was already apoplectic from touching Gu Qingyu's jade feet, and a few catcalls had just come in, so he directly stood up. Jiang Yiqi smiled bitterly and could only secretly take a few deep breaths, forcing his second brother to regain his composure. Gu Qingyu's gaze landed on Jiang Dani's serious face, revealing a happy smile. Silly apprentice has such good massage skills. Should I let him bathe me? Gu Qingyu, how can you think like that? Shame on you. Actually, this one can be had. Kong not easy, hey. 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 Chapter 24, Opening the Scroll of Shangguan Yuan. Awakening the Overcloud Sword. Chapter 24, Opening the Scroll of Shangguan Yuan. Awakening the Overcloud Sword. Master, the washing is done. Jiang did not easily finish wiping Gu Qingyu's jade feet and said, "Well, it's been hard for the apprentice. Go rest earlier." Gu Qingyu lowered her head to hide the blush on her face and said softly, "Master also rest early. My disciple will leave first." Jiang Yiqi carried the water basin, glancing at Gu Qingyu with a smile on the corner of his mouth before leaving. Only when she heard the door of the room being closed did Gu Qingyu cover her burning face and lie straight on the bed. letting out a few giggles from time to time. As if remembering something, Gu Qingyu took out the pastry box, opened it, and took out a piece of osmanthus cake and put it in her mouth, with an expression of enjoyment on her face. It's nice to have someone who cares. On the way back to the bamboo house. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily clocking task. Rewards are being distributed. A random immortal scroll powerhouse is being awakened. The system's voice sounded in his head. Hearing this, Jiang was not easy to be a bit expectant, not knowing how the awakening of the character. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the 30,000-year-old quasi-imperial great sword cultivator. Shangguan Yuan. Shangguan Yuan. The pride of the Shangguan clan in the central continent 30,000 years ago. Created the heartless sword vein. At the age of 400. Stepped into the Saint realm. At the age of 700. Was promoted to quasi-emperor and achieved great success in the way of the sword. At the age of 800 reached the peak of the quasi-emperor. And then spent 300 years settling into the way of the sword. And then certified the way of the emperor with the way of the sword at the age of 1100. Ushering in the rare 30,000 heavenly emperor's calamity. And was surrounded by people during the calamity. And ultimately fell. Legendary deeds. He once crossed the border with the peak of the quasi-emperor to kill a powerful person who had just stepped into the heavenly emperor realm. Hearing the system's introduction, Jiang is not easy to call out straight. He seems to have awakened an unimaginable character. At that moment, the immortal scrolls floated in front of Jiang Ichio and automatically flipped to one of the pages. On the page of the painting, the portrait gradually became clear. A middle-aged man dressed in green sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed. A black long sword was placed on his knees. Even though it was a painting, it still conveyed a supreme majesty. Jiang did not easily stare at the portrait for a moment before a panel popped up in front of him. Character, Shangguan Yuan. Realm, first level of the Immortal Realm. Current status, summonable. Requirement for each promotion, Heartless Fruit *1. Heartless Fruit? This spiritual fruit can't be found. Jiang did not easily furrow his brows. The Heartless Fruit was extremely precious and usually appeared in auctions, where any one of them could fetch 200 to 300 top-grade spirit stones. It seems like it's not so easy to raise the realm of the characters in the Immortal Scrolls. Jiang did not easily look at the panel and muttered to himself. Ding! Hint to the host. The Heartless Fruit can be exchanged in the system store with the heartwarming value O. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Yinyu slapped his head violently. How could he have forgotten about the system store? Jiang did not easily open the system store then and checked it out. The heartbeat value has accumulated 31,258 points. And the price of the Heartless Fruit was 2,000 heartwarming values for one. Seeing this, Jiang did not easily light up in front of his eyes. This was too cheap. He. It seems like we have to go to Gu Qingyu's place often to glean the heartbeat value. The little calculations in Jiang Ichio's mind were flying. Returning to the bamboo house. After gathering his thoughts, Jiang did not easily take out the Overcloud sword. Now, he would continue to imbue the Overcloud sword with the source of the sword vein. And the more cards he had on hand, the more at ease he would feel in his heart. With that in mind, Jiang did not easily cross the Overcloud sword in front of his body and began to inject the source of the sword vein. The Overcloud sword then emitted a burst of sword sounds. And the sword body trembled more than once, as if a submerged dragon was in the abyss about to come out of the sea. Jiang was not easy to realize for a while in a trance. And in the next moment, the front of his face changed. And it seemed like he was in an icy land at the moment. The snow is slowly melting around us. Not far ahead, a huge block of ice loomed alone. At the sight of this scene, Images from the previous life surfaced in his mind and overlapped with the immediate present. Jiang did not easily realize in his heart that this was the sword world of the Overcloud sword. Kong could not easily walk towards that ice cube. The closer he approached, the clearer the scene in the ice became. A woman dressed in green, in her 20s or 30s, was curled up and frozen in it. Her face was indifferent and calm, and between her eyebrows, a red sword tattoo was extremely eye-catching. Before long, the snow around them melted away, revealing green grass, and the ice had finished melting as the woman lay curled up on the ground. Strangely enough, her clothes and hair were not soaked with icy water. The young woman frowned and slowly opened her eyes, a flash of sharpness flickering in the depths of her eyes. She sat up and looked at Kong not easily, wanting to say something. Jiang Dongyao was the first to speak. First, my name is Jiang Dongyao, and your sword body is now in my hands. Secondly, I awakened you with the source of my sword chakra for the purpose of having you make a contract with me. Thirdly, the contract is not a cohabitation contract. I'm giving you maximum freedom. If you want to leave any time now, I just need you to be loyal enough to me in the meantime. Fourth, I've repaired your sword's body for you, and I have resources that will help you raise your grade. Fifth, I won't ask about your past. After saying that, Jiang was not easy to look at Overcloud with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Overcloud opened her mouth and looked odd. This guy answered everything she wanted to ask and say. Overcloud's face showed some shock as he recalled what Jiang Dongyao had just said. You helped fix my sword body? Jiang did not easily nod his head, enjoying seeing Cloud's shocked appearance. After all, in the last life, this guy is the same as Gu Qingyue. No, it is not the same, although both of them are cold with a face. But Gu Qingyue at least still talks to him, while this little nymph of the Overcloud, she is indifferent to his words. Overcloud felt it carefully and realized that it was just as Jiang Yenyuan had said. The sword had been repaired, and 1/5 of her strength had been restored, with her grade infinitely close to immortal grade. Overcloud suppressed the surprise in his heart and looked at Jiang Yenyu, trying to gain insight, but all he saw was chaos. Apparently it was deliberately covered up. Want to sign a contract? Jiang did not easily ask with a smile. Overcloud looked at Jiang Ichio with a complicated expression, always feeling as if he knew her well. After a moment of silence, Overcloud nodded and said, "Good." After saying that, the sword pattern between her eyebrows blossomed with red light, and the sword pattern floated in front of the two. Jiang did not easily compress his fingers and dripped a drop of blood onto the sword pattern. Buzz! The red glow of the sword pattern shone even brighter. Not long after, the light disappeared and everything was back to the way it was. Jiang could not easily feel a little more sensation between him and Overcloud. And it was only at this moment that Overcloud could see what was going on inside Jiang Yenyuan's body. And his entire body froze in place. You are actually a heavenly Dao sword vein. Overcloud was surprised. Jiang did not easily raise an eyebrow and looked at Overcloud, asking, "You know about the Heaven's Path sword vein?" "Well, 10 chakras for the heavenly way." Overcloud nodded and said. Jiang did not easily look at Overcloud. It seems that this little ninny's origin is not simple either. That. Master, can you moisturize me with the source of the sword vein every day? Overcloud said a little shyly as she looked towards Jiang Ichio. Khan did not easily freeze. Master? Overcloud actually called him master. This was something he didn't dare to think about in his previous life. He had to know that in his previous life, although they had signed a contract and were nominally in a master-servant relationship, Overcloud didn't give him any face at all and called him by his full name. Seeing that Jiang was not easy to speak for a long time, Overcloud thought it was unwilling and hurriedly said, "I don't need too much. Just give me a little bit." Hearing Overcloud's words, Jiang did not easily come back to his senses and nodded slightly, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. "Don't tell me. It feels good. Ahem. This is no problem." Jiang Ichio agreed. "Great." Overcloud was relieved when he received Jiang Dongyao's reply. "I'll go out if it's okay." Jiang did not easily say. "Respectfully, Master." Overcloud said respectfully. Jiang did not easily nod his head as his consciousness left the world and the sword. Overcloud stared at the place where Jiang was not easy to leave and launched herself into a daze as a blurry figure appeared in front of her. According to the record of Strange Tales of Tianxuan, 3 hijacks and 3 questions. The path of cultivating immortality and asking for help is to go against the heaven. And to improve the realm, not only to overcome one's own limit, but also to overcome the obstacles of the heavenly way. In the 13 realms, there were a total of 3 robberies and 3 questions to go through. And these 3 robberies were called realm robberies by the world. Namely, the immortal robberies for the peak realm to break through the immortal realm, the holy robberies for the half-saint realm to break through the sage realm, and the emperor robberies for the quasi-emperor realm to break through the heavenly emperor realm. These 3 questions were the immortal's 9 questions of the immortal realm, the earth's questions of the heavenly immortal realm stepping into the semi-saint realm, and the heavens questions of the saint realm stepping into the quasi-emperor realm. Chapter 25, The Legend of Jiang Not Easy. Gu Qingyu's Sours. Chapter 25, The Legend of Jiang Not Easy. Gu Qingyu's Sours. The next day, when Jiang did not easily open the door, he was startled by Lu Yanyan, who suddenly came out. "Ouch, what are you doing?" Jiang Ichi asked as he looked somewhat helplessly at the excited Lu Yanyan. "Not easy, senior brother. You lied to me so badly." Yan Lu called out, revealing a pitiful appearance. Senior sister. Early in the morning screaming so loud, why? What, I cheated you so bad. You put the words clearly. Jiang not easy to scratch his head to ask. Some 2 feet long monk puzzled. You're still pretending. It's all over the sect. Lu Yanyan beamed. What was passed on? Khan did not easily ask. Didn't you violently beat up Chun-Chi a few days ago? Yan Lu asked. Ginger doesn't easily nod. Yeah. Chen-Chi is at the 4th level of the God refining realm. The fact that you easily thrashed Chen-Chi means that your strength is far above his. Yan Lu was a little excited. Jiang did not easily want to open his mouth to say something. But Lu Yan did not give the opportunity and talked to herself. So the disciples were stunned. And they all called out that it was impossible. And later, some people began to reason based on the clues. And eventually reasoned out such a thing. Lu Yan paused. And continued. Elder brother EE. You actually pioneered not 4 sword veins, but 9 veins or even a special sword vein. Right? Yan Lu stared at Jiang not easily. Jiang wasn't easily able to get his mind to work and was about to reply when Yan Lu spoke quickly again. Because of your high talent. In order to prevent someone from being unsuspecting. So the 6th elder declared to the outside world that you had only created 4 sword veins. So that the outside world would think that you were just a waste of space. Relaxing their attention on you. And then you developed in silence. And the 6th elder, in order to prevent someone from recognizing you, did not know what method was used to hide your true talent and strength. Right? Yan Lu looked at Jiang Yan. Her black eyes flickering, revealing the light of wisdom. Her dull hairs shaking happily. Jiang did not easily smile. He was worried that he did not know how to explain why the strength came up in a short period of time. Now it's good. Everyone has made up this speculation on their own. What else does he need to say? Really sleepy, someone hand pillow. Jiang Yi's smile in the eyes of Lu Yanyan is clearly the meaning of recognition. Then, elder brother, not easy. Your current strength is? Yan Lu was filled with anticipation. Zhang Yenyuan didn't say anything either. And his strength at the 9th level of the God-refining realm was clearly revealed. Wow! Lu Yanyan opened her mouth wide and looked at him with a shocked expression. 9th level of God-refining. I thought that it wasn't easy for senior brother to be at most at the 7th level of God-refining. Oh. The joy of breaking through the God-refining realm is gone in a flash. Now I'm at the bottom of the list within the Prodisciples. Lu Yanyan hung her head low and cried. Jiang is not easy to smile. He did not tell Lu Yanyan. In fact, it is not the refined God realm. Just today, when he opened his eyes, he has broken through to the return to the Yuan realm. And also opened the 3rd instinctive flying sword. 2 or 5. Specializing in setting fires. Alright. Let's go. The Sect trials are about to begin. Jiang Yiqiu laughed. Lu Yanyan nodded her head and followed Jiang Yanyan with her head hanging down. Clan Square. When the surrounding disciples saw Jiang Yanyan and Lu Yanyan appear, they all talked and looked at him with reverence. Look! Senior Jiang is here. Senior brother Jiang. If it wasn't for him, I don't know when the Chun clan father and son would have fallen. And we outer sect disciples wouldn't know how much longer we would have to suffer from their oppression. Oh! Senior Jiang, my hero. It was senior brother Jiang who saved us. Almost spontaneously, the disciples present saluted and shouted. Senior brother Jiang. Yan Lu looked at Jiang Yanyan excitedly. With a smile on his face, Jiang did not easily return the salute with a clasped fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his achievement. Minor fame. Requirements for achievement: gain the heartfelt admiration of at least 300 people. Congratulations to the host for the achievement reward. 10,000 heart values. Hearing the system's words, Jiang did not easily froze slightly, not realizing that the system had an achievement function. Jiang Yanyan and Yan Lu walked towards the queue of Prodisciples, hearing quite a few voices in between. Did you hear? Senior brother Jiang is a genius. I've heard that for a long time. And now so many things make sense. Right. I told you. A strong person like the 6th elder would not be able to choose someone who can only create 4 yuan veins as a disciple. Arriving in front of Qin Shi's few people, Qin Shi and Lu Xing were obviously quite a bit more enthusiastic than last time and took the initiative to greet them. As for Wei Unknown and Wei Yuji, they were as usual. On the stage, Qin Ling took a sip of tea and said smilingly, 6th elder. You've hidden us so hard. Gu Qingyue's face was as normal, the grand elder is joking. As she spoke, Gu Qingyue's gaze fell on Jiang Yi. Her face unconsciously tinted with a blush. And she could only pick up the tea on the side and drink it to hide her abnormality. Soon, the teleportation array opened again. Buzz. Jiang did not easily open his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The junction of the core area and the center perimeter area. Elder brother, not easy. What do we do next? How about going in? Yan Lu looked towards Jiang Yi and asked expectantly, while her dull hair turned around with her. Now, Lu Yanyan was at the 1st level of the God-refining realm. And Jiang was not easily stronger than her. So entering the core area and searching for the inheritance was simply out of the question. Wait a moment. Jiang Yiqiu said, lowering his head and gently patting his chest. Get up and get to work. Jiang Yiqiu said. What are you doing? Elder brother, not easy? Who are you talking to? Seeing this, Yan Lu could not help but ask curiously. her head coming up. As soon as the words left his mouth, Rice's little head poked out of Jiang Yi's arms, looking from side to side. Wow! Seen your brother not easy. What kind of spirit beast is this? It's so cute. Yen Yen Lu was about to be melted by the appearance of the rice grains. Her entire body was in pink bubbles. It's called rice grain. And it's a treasure-seeking mouse. Jiang did not easily laugh lightly. Can I touch it? Yen Yen Lu asked softly. Sure. Jiang did not easily say. Receiving Jiang's words not easily, Lu Yanyan reached out her fingers and rubbed them on Migran's head. Soft. Fluffy. Tiny. So cute. I can't. My teenage heart is melting. Alright. When we go out, I'll let Miguel accompany you for a few days. For now, let's look for the treasures and inheritances in the core area. Jiang Ichio said. Lu Yanyan obeyed and answered. Then retracted her hand fondly. Miguel. Are there any inheritances or treasures around here? Take us there. Jiang Ichio said with his head lowered. Migran screamed and jumped out of Jiang Yi's arms. Then ran in one direction. Go. Follow. Jiang Ichio said. Following. Yen Lu followed closely behind. In about a quarter of an hour, the two men and a mouse arrived at a cliff. This is a cliff. There's no way out. Lu Yanyan said as she took a step forward and saw the bottomless abyss. Jiang did not easily hold his chin. According to the netbook setting, there must be a cave under the cliff, where there was either a supreme divine weapon or a white-bearded old grandpa was locked up. In short, something must be extraordinary. Rice grain. Is the treasure on the cliff face of the cliff? Jiang was not easy to ask. Rice looked at Kong and nodded not easily. Then jumped in a position. You mean underneath this? Kong asked not easily. Z. Rice nodded. Jiang did not easily put the grains of rice back into his arms. Looked at Yen Yen Lu and said. We're going down there. How to go? Yen Yen Lu asked worriedly. Nian Yu. Jiang did not easily call out. The Nian Yu sword appeared and hovered in front of the two. Take us down. The Nian Yu sword shook its blade as if nodding. Yen Yen Lu stared wide-eyed at Nian Yu. The flying sword with spirit. Elder brother not easy is indeed a genius. Here. Hold it. Jiang did not easily hold the hilt of the Nian Yu sword. Looked to the frothing Lu Yanyan at the side. And reminded her. Oh. Yen Yan Lu hurriedly reached down and gripped her hand on the hilt of the sword below. Outside the secret world. Due to the angle of the picture, such a pose looks very ambiguous from the outside. Seeing this scene, Gu Qingyu instantly spat out the tea she had just drank. Her eyes deadpan on the screen. Whoa! 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 Leprechaun! Let go of my pupil. At this time, Li Mengyun, who was on the side, smiled and opened his mouth and said, I see that my yener and your family are not easy to match. Why don't the two of us, who are masters, settle the marriage? How? Gu Qingyue gritted her teeth and said word for word. Dream on. Not easy can only be hers. Sour. Her whole body was sour. Chapter 26, Old Man in White. Inheritance. Chapter 26, Old Man in White. Inheritance. The Nian Yu sword let out a sword roar and disappeared with Jiang Yanyan and Lu Yanyan. Outside the secret boundary, all the elders revealed surprised expressions when they saw the scene. It was actually an innate flying sword that had mastered space. Ha ha ha. It looks like the clan has produced another heavenly pride. Qin Ling stroked his beard, nodded uncontrollably, and laughed. Gu Qingyue, on the other hand, was full of grudges. Like a kitten whose beloved object had been snatched. The secret world. Jiang did not easily feel that his feet only let go of the air. And his body shape felt like it was being tugged by something. But it did not take long for his feet to touch the ground again. The two opened their eyes and realized they were at the entrance to a cave. The depths of the cavern were so dark that you couldn't see anything, while the outside was an endless abyss. Jiang did not easily guess correctly. There was indeed a cave on this cliff face. Let's go. Go inside and take a look, Jiang Ichio said, taking back the Nianyu sword and about to head inside. Seen your brother not easy. We don't have fire. What if we can't see? Yan Lu tugged on Jiang Dongyao's clothes and spoke in a low voice. It was only then that Jiang did not easily remember that the spiritual power of the returning Yuan realm had taken a qualitative leap. And even if one could not see, one could perceive by virtue of their spiritual power. But the refining spirit realm was still in the outer realm of the path of immortal cultivation, and still required the support of the senses. Thinking about this, Jiang did not easily think about whether or not to let Erwo out to set the fire to illuminate. But as soon as the thought came out, he immediately vetoed it. No, he couldn't let people know that he had multiple instinctive flying swords. But soon, Jiang was not easy to find a way. Here. Take. It. Jiang did not easily get a few more pieces of talisman paper in his hand out of thin air. Then handed it to Yan Lu and said, "This is." Lu Yan looked at the ghostly talisman in her hand and revealed a confused look. This is a luminous talisman. As long as it is infused with aura, it is able to emit light. Jiang was not easy to explain. Lu Yan nodded and did as Jiang Yan said, injecting aura. And as expected, the luminous talisman emitted a white light that was clearly visible from a 3-foot radius. Elder brother, not easy. Where did you get this kind of thing? Yan Lu asked excitedly. Once when I went down the mountain, I saw it at a wandering vendor and felt interesting. So I bought it. Jiang was not easy to fawn over casually. He couldn't say that he had a system that gave him heartwarming values just by molesting Gu Chengyu, and then exchanged them for heartwarming values at the system. Could he? Oh. Yan Lu believed it. The two walked deeper into the cave. After about a T-walk, a stone wall appeared in front of them. There's no way out? Lu Yan revealed confusion. Walked up and surveyed the stone wall, saying, why don't we open it? Open it? Saying that, Lu Yan looked at Jiang Yan and shook her small pink fist. Jiang did not easily shake his head and said, the walls are decorated with defense formations, so doing it easily will likely trigger the killing formations in them. We need to find the eyes of the formations in them. Huh? A formation? You still need to find the formation eye? Lu Yan instantly had a bitter face when she heard about formations. For someone like her who didn't have a lot of brain cells, things like formations shouldn't exist. Rather than researching something as complicated as finding the eye of a formation, it would be better to just let her hiccup. Jiang did not easily glance at Lu Yan. His heart understood. It is estimated that in his last life, Lu Yan was in a certain place of brute force to open the road. And as a result, he accidentally triggered the formation. And only then left himself a scar. Rice. Work. Kong said easily. Looking down. Reaching out and placing rice in his palm. Holding it up in front of the wall. Ha? Migu would find the formation eye? Yan Lu was shocked. And looked at Miguel as if he had seen a ghost. Aha. Jiang did not easily nod and did not explain too much. Secret outside. Qinling looked at Jiang not easy in the hands of rice. Spoke, treasure hunting mouse clan from time to time activities in the hidden treasures of the place. Those places' formations are numerous. There is no lack of ferocious and renowned kill formation dead formation. But also gradually prompted the treasure-hunting mouse clan has a very high attainment of formations, along with the bloodline from one generation to the next. However, according to the ancient records, the treasure-seeking mouse clan died out long ago in the great wars of the ancient times. And the ones that survive now should be collateral branches. And there wouldn't be too much of a sense of formations in their bloodline to be able to unravel the defensive formations set up by successive patriarchs. However, what Qin Ling didn't know was that Zhang Yenyuan had given Mi Gel a bloodline purification elixir. And now the concentration of her bloodline was almost indistinguishable from that of her own race. Gu Qingyue, who was on the side, looked at the treasure-hunting mouse and had a small plan in her mind. Z. Rice looked away for a moment and barked. Jiang did not easily move, placing the rice grains back into his arms, looking at the 6 circles on the formation in front of him, reaching out his hand and stopping at this one, then moving to another, as if hesitating. Well, still haven't found it? Yen Yan Lu asked worriedly. Rice can only roughly determine one of the 3 circles below. Khan did not easily say. Why don't we forget about it? Yen Yan Lu frowned and said that the probability of choosing 1 out of 3 was still a bit low. Bet on it. John was not easy to silence for a moment and said. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, John Yushi's hand pressed on one of the circles. Boom! The formation on the wall emitted a golden glow and detached itself from the wall, hovering in the air, with the circle pattern on it slowly rotating and finally fixing itself. Ta-da! The stone wall opened automatically. It worked. Elder brother, not easy. We made the right bet. Yen Yan Lu said excitedly. Yeah. Right bet. Jiang did not easily respond with a smile. But there was not much surprise on his face. This was expected. The rice grain had long ago found out the eye of the formation. Just now his hesitation was just for show to the people outside. After all, the treasure-hunting mouse itself was a sought-after item. And if it revealed its superb array attainments, it would be hard not to be coveted. He couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be a second Shanhai among the several elders. Let's go, Jiang Ichio said, taking a step inside. Yen Lu hurriedly followed. Outside the secret world. Hit. Open? Qin Ling froze for a moment. This kid's luck is too good. Isn't it? Lin Machuan raised his eyebrows. 1 out of 3. The probability of success is not large. But it's not small either. Making a choice still requires vigor. Feng Tianjit Skadin praised. The other elders acquiesced, thinking that perhaps Jiang was not easy to make luck. Inside the stone wall was a secret room, with thick treasure chests stacked on both sides of the room. And behind the treasure chests were placed rows of weapon racks with all sorts of weapons hanging on them. Continuing forward revealed another secret passage leading underground. Zhang Yanyan and Lu Yanyan looked at each other and went down one after the other. Down below, unlike up above, the space was much smaller and empty, except for a pedestal placed at the end of the room, on which rested a sword inserted into a white scabbard. Zhang did not easily walk forward and felt that the flying sword in front of him was not of a low grade. Raising his hand, he touched the scabbard. Next moment, when Zhang did not easily come back to his senses, he was no longer in the secret room, but had arrived at the top of a mountain. Posterity! You're here! A vicissitude yet still majestic voice rang out from behind Jiang Yenyu. Jiang did not easily twist his head to look, only to see an old man dressed in white sitting with his back to him. Old man with a white beard. Jiang could not easily help but blurt out. The old man in white froze, then laughed out loud and turned to look at you. Interesting. You junior. I'm sorry. It was my junior who was rude and offended senior. knowing that he had been rude. Jiang Difficulty hurriedly bowed and cupped his fists and said, "There is no hindrance." The white-clothed old man waved his hand and said, "Come here and sit down." Hesitating for a moment, Jiang Yanyu still walked over and sat in front of the old man in white. The old man in white stares at you to himself. "Senior. What are you?" Jiang was not easy to be stared at by the old man in white and was a little uncomfortable. The white-clothed old man laughed softly and withdrew his gaze, pouring 2 glasses of wine for himself and pushing one of them to Jiang Ichi. "Thank you, senior." Jiang was not easy to accept the cup of wine and took a sip of it. And immediately, he only felt that the 10,000 swords were traveling through his 100 bones, which was refreshing. In an instant, he only felt that he had gained a new sense of the sword Tao. This is sword wine brewed with sword chi. Rare in the world. You are blessed. The white-clothed old man said with a smile. He took a sip himself and added, "I am also blessed. But unfortunately, I can't afford it." "What does senior mean by that?" Jiang did not easily look at the old man in white and asked. "Your sword Tao talent. There is none in the ages. If this inheritance is given to you, I'm afraid that not only will it not bring you refinement, but it will also hold you back." The old man in white said. "Inheritance. Could it be that you are?" Jiang is not easy to chew the meaning of the words. Not bad. The old man is really the second patriarch of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Zhang Bo Mu. The old man in white stroked his beard and said, "Late generation Jiang Yanyu. Meet the great ancestor." Jiang Difficulty hurriedly got up and saluted. "Well, I've been dead for a long time. There's no need for that." Zhang Pakmu waved his hand cheerfully and said, "Die? Well, what you're seeing is nothing more than a wisp of residual soul attached to the sword that will float away at any time." Zhang Bo Mu said blandly. "None of this is important. What is important is that the Tianxian continent will inevitably still have to stretch on for eternity when it has heavenly pride such as yours." Zhang Bo Mu said in relief. Hearing Zhang Bo Mu's words, Jiang Yi's heart was touched for a moment. "Great ancestor. If you don't give the inheritance to me, why don't you give it to senior sister Lu?" After a moment of silence, Jiang Yenyuan got up and saluted, looking towards Zhang Bo Mu and respectfully saying, "Sister Lu? That's the girl child who followed you? Ha ha ha. The sword spirit is already working on inheritance matters with her." Zhang Bo Mu laughed. "That is to say, from the very beginning, you never intended to give me the inheritance." Jiang was not easy to laugh at dumbly. Zhang Bo Mu nodded, then poured Jiang Yi a glass of wine once again. Hearing this, Jiang didn't feel much of anything easily. After all, he hadn't intended to ask for anyone's inheritance when he came in. It was already enough that he had the heavenly Tao sword vein. Chapter 27, End of the Trial. Chapter 27, The End of the Trial. It gives me peace of mind to see you all. The wind swept up the fallen leaves. The old man in white tilted his head back and drank the wine in his cup, uttering his last words, and his entire person dissipated with the wind, never finding any trace of his existence again. Jiang did not easily come back to his senses and realized that he had already returned to the secret room, and the sword in front of him had disappeared. Jiang did not easily turn around, only to see that Lu Yanyan was already sitting on her knees at the moment, with sword light flashing around her. And from time to time, there was also a stream of terrifying sword chi leaking out. So he thought that he should be carrying out the inheritance of the sword way. Beyond the secret world. The crowd all froze for a moment when they saw that it wasn't Jiang Yanyan who had received the inheritance of the sword Tao but Yanyan Lu. Shouldn't it be logical that only those with high talent would be able to receive the sword Tao inheritance? Can it be that Lu Yanyan's talent is higher than Jiang Yanyan's? How is this possible? However, The truth is really in front of them. It's hard to believe that something happened in it. The crowd was puzzled and could only wait for Jiang Yanyan and Lu Yanyan to return before asking properly. After about a quarter of an hour, the sword chi around Lu Yanyan stopped leaking out. But as she sat there, it was like an unsheathed sword that still made people couldn't help but pay attention. Phew! Lu Yanyan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened her eyes. Seeing Jiang Yanyan, she immediately jumped up happily and came to Jiang Yanyan's face. "Seen your brother not easy. I've gotten a sword Dao inheritance. It's a nice sword spirit, sister," Yan Yan Lu said excitedly. The dull hairs on her head swaying wildly with her. Jiang did not easily smile and said, "Really? Great. Congratulations. In that case, let's leave." "Aha!" Yan Yan Lu nodded and followed Jiang Yanyan back to the secret room above. "Let me see. What is in these boxes?" Lu Yanyan squatted in front of a box on one side and said while opening it. Jiang was not easily able to look at the weapons in the back to see if there were any high-grade ones. Whoa! Elder brother, not easy. Spirit stones? So many. Many spirit stones. And it's still top-grade spirit stones. Lu Yanyan's excited voice suddenly rang out. Jiang did not easily turn to look, only to see a dazzling blue light blossoming from the already open treasure chest, reflecting on Yan Yan Lu's face. It was a scene of déjà vu. Jiang did not easily rush over to take a look. Wow! My titanium dog eyes. He could already smell the air full of top-grade spirit stones. Jiang did not easily squat down and carefully felt the amount of top-grade spirit stones in the treasure chest. There were 600 pills in this one box. And there are 10 boxes in the entire chamber. Based on the 9-9 multiplication table as well as simple elementary school multiplication and division operations, it could be known that in front of him was Gu Qingyue's 50 years. Wealthy. Wealthy. It wasn't long ago that Mimi had given him Gu Qingyue's 24 years. And now there was Gu Qingyue's 50 years. Ouch. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. Senior sister Lu. Let's split these top-grade spirit stones equally. Jiang did not easily look at Yan Yan Lu and said, "Not easy, senior brother. Forget it. Why don't we give it all to you? I already have the sword Dao inheritance. I'm very content." Yan Yan Lu shook her head and said, she was able to come here and still get inside, relying on the fact that it was not easy for Jiang. And she was already embarrassed enough by taking the sword Dao inheritance. So how could she ask for these top-quality spirit stones again? Outside the secret world, the crowd was all dumbfounded as they looked at the chest full of top-grade spirit stones. Gu Qingyue was even more indisputably drooling. Oh no! Tears. Li Mengyun, who was on the side, was ready to jump up and down happily to celebrate when she heard that Jiang was not going to be easy to share equally, only to be crumbled by a shake of Lu Yanyan's head in the next moment. Silly disciple. We don't mind too much. Li Mengyun was called a hater. No. You take some too. How about 2 for you and 8 for me? Jiang did not find it easy to say. Lu Yanyan hesitated for a moment. And after seeing Jiang Yanyan's undeniable gaze, she nodded and said, "All right then. Thank you, senior brother Yanyan. Our senior brother and sister say thank you, not thank you." How vivid. Jiang is not easy to wave his hand. Will be one of the 8 boxes into the space ring? By the way, those weapons will also be in the bag. Although the grade is not high, but the answer small is also meat. Yan Yan Lu also put away the remaining 2 boxes of top-grade spirit stones and followed Jiang Yanyan out. Outside the secret world, after Li Mengyun saw that Lu Yanyan still collected 2 boxes, he nodded his head thankfully. Having 2 boxes is not bad. Although Gu Qingyue was dissatisfied that Jiang did not easily give away 2 boxes. She did not care too much when she thought that there were 8 more boxes. He. The disciple will be my husband from now on. And husbands belong to their wives. So the disciple belongs to me. So the disciple's things are my things. Which means that all 8 boxes of spirit stones are mine. Thinking like this, Gu Qingyue was able to imagine the spirit stones raining down on her. How many drinks does that buy her? Gu Qingyue sad face, suck it up Xian. Jiang did not easily summon Yen Yu and brought the 2 of them back to the edge of the cliff. Rice grain. Are there any more treasures nearby? Jiang Hyo asked. Rice squeaked and didn't show his head. It seems that there is no more. Jiang did not easily think to himself. Actually, there was still something. But he was too lazy to look at it since Mimic couldn't see it. And with so many things, it should be enough to rank him in the top 3. So they found a place to start resting. For the next 2 days, Jiang was not easily able to stroll through the forest occasionally, scavenging for some treasures in the process. Yen Lu, on the other hand, was grinding with the sword Dao inheritance. Finally, the trial ended and everyone was teleported back. In the clan square, some people were happy and some were sad. Good. All disciples stand at the bottom. The sect elders will be coming down to conduct an acceptance of the results. Xin Ling's voice rang out. Soon, an elder came down to the square to record the results of each disciple. Senior brother not easy. Senior sister Lu. How was the harvest for the 2 of you? The elder who had inspected the harvest had just left. When Wei Yoji and Wei Unknown came up and asked. Average. Jiang did not easily smile and shrugged. Upon hearing Jiang Dongyao's reply, Wei Yoji and Wei Unknowing's gazes shifted back to Lu Yinyan. It's okay. A little bit of luck. Lu Yinyan smiled embarrassedly. It's over. Are the 2 of us the only ones who don't think it's great? Wei I don't know and Wei Yuji looked at each other. Then hugged each other and cried. It turned out that the 2 brothers had traveled a lot of places. Encountered a lot of traps and formations. And in the end, not to mention being bruised all over, they hadn't been able to get anything good. I should have known that I would have stayed in the center perimeter. Wei didn't know inside. Jiang did not easily look toward the silent Qinshe and Lu Xing, both of whom also had some woes on their bodies, and asked, What about the 2 of them? Wei Yoji glanced at them both and gently shook his head. Kong was not easy to understand. Steady. Soon the rankings came out. Feng Tianji stood on the stage and began to read. This clan trial. The 10th ranked in the outer gate. Li Dogdan. Harvested 1 spirit drawing grass. First place. Li Zixing. Harvested 3 spirit drawing grasses. The outer gate is over. Next is the inner gate disciple ranking. 30th place. Li Yuhao. Harvesting 3 plants of spirit gathering grass. 6th place. Wei Yoji. Harvested 5 phoenix sun grasses. Upon hearing his name, Wei Yoji let out a bitter, expected smile. 5th place. Wei I don't know. Harvested 3 phoenix sun grasses. 4th place. Lu Xing. Harvested a 2nd order shadow wolf. Hearing this, a flash of disappointment appeared on Lu Xing's face. The crowd on the stage was shocked. They didn't expect senior brother Lu Xing to only be 4th. 3rd place. Qin Shi. Harvested a broken heavenly flying sword. Once again, there was an uproar at these words. A heavenly flying sword. Although it's broken, it's not much better than the one in front of it. Yeah. This can only be ranked 3rd. How anticlimactic must the first 2 be? While discussing, Feng Tianji's voice was unceasing. 2nd place. Jiang Yenyu. harvested 800 top-grade spirit stones, as well as a dozen weapons and dozens of spirit herbs. When Jiang Dongyao's message came out, everyone's exploded. Whoa! 4,800 top-grade spirit stones. Don't dare to think about it. Let's not talk about it. I wouldn't dare to think about the number of spirit herb weapons alone. Wei I don't know, and Wei Yuji looked at Jiang Yushi with a look that said, this is average? Are we entering the same secret realm? First place. Yen Lu. Harvested a sword Dao inheritance. 1,200 top-grade spirit stones. This time, the room was silent. Xin Shi and Lu Xing looked violently at Yen Lu. Their faces full of dismay. Ever since the Wu Dao He trio, there was actually another person who had obtained the sword Dao inheritance. In the end, the Sect trial ended amidst the consternation of the crowd. While everyone was about to come looking for Jiang Yanyan and Lu Yanyan, Gu Qingyue and Li Mengyun, as if they had discussed this beforehand, left with their disciples in flames one after the other amidst the envious faces of the elders and disciples. When Qin Ling saw it from the side, he felt like crying and laughing. It seemed that many things could only wait until afterward. Chapter 28, Apprentice. The master is very good to get. Chapter 28, Apprentice. The master is very good to get. On Qingyue Peak, Gu Qingyue and Jiang Dongyao's figures appeared in the bamboo forest. Gu Qingyue looked left and right and saw that there was no one. Her heart was certain. Jiang did not easily look at Gu Qingyue's appearance of being a thief. He could not help but hook up the corner of his mouth. His gaze moved down and landed on Gu Qingyue's hand that was tightly gripping his hand. His heart gave birth to a teasing heart. And he dishonestly tickled Gu Qingyue's palm. Feeling the itching coming from her palm, Gu Qingyu remembered that she was still holding Jiang Yanyuan's hand. As if she had touched a hot potato, she hurriedly let go of her hand, her eyes wandering and not daring to look at Jiang Yanyuan, her pretty face revealing a dubious blush. But she continued to put on a cold demeanor. What should I do? I didn't pay attention to holding the silly apprentice's hand all the time. He won't think that master has thoughts about him. Right? Although this is true. But, in that case, won't the high and mighty look be lost? Also, the silly disciple actually tickled my palm. So he's not molesting me. Is he? Damn it. Actually letting him take advantage of me. In the past, I was the only one who took advantage of him. The thoughts in Gu Qingyue's head began to float. Forgetting her purpose and only feeling her heart thumping, while listening to the system furiously brushing his heartbeat value, Jiang did not easily listen to Gu Qingyue's heartfelt voice. Resisting the urge to go up to him and rub him in his arms, he pretended to be unaware of the situation and asked, Master? Why don't you say anything? Are you in such a hurry to bring your disciple back? Upon hearing Jiang Dongyi's question, Gu Qingyue froze, then remembered her purpose and raised her hand and coughed to hide the embarrassment in her heart. Damn! I almost forgot that I still have to ask my disciple for spirit stones. It's all because the stinky disciple just molested me. I hate it. Gu Qingyue opened her mouth to say something. But all of a sudden, she didn't know what to say. However, how should I ask the foolish apprentice for the spirit stones? Would it be too purposeful to ask directly? No. I can't ask directly. Or else silly apprentice will think I'm a materialistic person. Gu Qingyu was calculating in her mind, not realizing that all her little thoughts had been heard by Jiang Dongyi. Jiang was not easily able to look at Gu Qingyue with a feigned ignorance on the surface, reaching out his hand and waving it in front of her as he spoke once again. Master? At this time, Gu Qingyue also had something to say in her mind. Looked at Jiang, not easy to say. Oh. It's like this. You see, you harvested a lot in the trial this time. But then, your strength is too low. Take so many spirit stones. Secretly, I do not know how many people eyeing. Jiang is not easy to hear this. Heart laughs, Master. Who is the tiger eyeing? Your heart is not clear? Moreover, your experience is still too little. The flowery world is fascinating to the eyes. The teacher is afraid that you can't grasp. So what? Hand it over to the teacher. Let the teacher spend. For you to keep it. And save your wife's book for you. Gu Qingyue looked at Zhang Dongyi Dao with anticipation in her eyes. Is that right, Master? Zhang did not easily ask with a smile. Of course. I'm your master. We don't lie about master and disciple. Gu Qingyue nodded. Then inserted her hand and confidently continued. Don't worry. I'll help you manage a top-grade spirit stone. Absolutely no problem. Ginger is not easy. Master. Do you want to hear what you're saying to yourself? Management. 1. Zhang did not easily think that Gu Qingyue would directly let him give the 8 boxes of top-quality spirit stones to her. He was ready to take it out. But what? Actually only need 1. Gu Qingyue. You can really be a lovely goon. This is to know what kind of moral character he is. Afraid of spending all the money cannot be accounted for. Looking at Gu Qingyue's somewhat humble and righteousness, Zhang was not easily able to feel pity in his heart still. Master teacher. What are you talking about? Isn't what's mine. What's yours? Master teacher? Zhang was not easy to say. Upon hearing Zhang Yanyuan's words, Gu Qingyue froze for a moment. Not reacting. With a wave of his hand, 8 boxes containing top-grade spirit stones appeared in front of the two of them. Gu Qingyue blinked her eyes at the box in front of her. And then looked at Zhang Yi. Wide-eyed. Slightly open-mouthed and stunned. This moment of stupidity replacing high spirits. Master. Why are you looking at me like that? Apprentice. It's weirdly embarrassing. Zhang Yixian said as he pretended to be shy. Only then did Gu Qingyue react to the fact that she had been staring at Zhang Yiqi for a long time. And hurriedly replaced it with blandness again. Really, apprentice? All for master to manage? Gu Qingyue asked. Still in disbelief in her tone. It's for master. Zhang was not easy to correct. Silly apprentice is too good to me. Actually gave it all to me. This is for 800 top-grade spirit stones. Ooh. Touched. So touched. I want to hug and nibble on my disciple. When Gu Qingyue heard this, she was instantly moved and wailed in her heart. Hearing Gu Qingyue's heartfelt words, Zhang did not easily reveal a smile. She was already addicted to alcohol. But she was willing to give up alcohol for him to save money for 4 years. And bought a flying sword that contained the spirit of the sword. He was a supreme heavenly pride. But he willingly split his yin-yang sword vein and transmitted it to him. He was already running out of time. But he willingly blocked a deadly sneak attack for him. Just to tell his love and keep him alive. Pile by pile. Piece by piece. What Gu Qingyue had done for him. How could he ever repay it? Not to mention a mere 800 top-grade spirit stones. Even if they wanted his heavenly Dao sword vein and his life, there was no harm. Apprentice. You don't think you like master and want to use these to get master to loosen up? Do you? Gu Qingyue asked as she looked at Zhang Yenyuan. Master can tell you. With this, it's not enough. Gu Qingyue's voice was cold. Well, of course. Unless one excludes her heart. It's kinda like she said so. Oops. Enough is enough. Silly apprentice, I'm very good at getting it. As long as silly apprentice you say one word. Like me. Super like me. I'll say yes. Gu Qingyu thought with a leap in her heart. The tips of her ears flushed red. Apprentice only wanted to repay master's kindness. Not so much. Jiang Ichio saluted. Gu Qingyue was indifferent on the surface. But inwardly, she began to cry. Ooh. Hasn't it impressed silly apprentice? Could it be that my high and cold persona hasn't reached the silly apprentice's standards? It seems like I can only work harder. Go for it. Gu Chongyu. Thinking about it, Gu Qingyue took the 8 boxes. Since it's the disciples' goodwill, then I'll take it. After saying that, with a gust of wind, Gu Qingyue's figure disappeared. Thinking that she had gone to buy a drink, the wind came on his face, carrying the unique flavor of Gu Qingyue's body. And Jiang did not easily sniff it gently. It smelled good. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement. Throwing away thousands of dollars *4. 40,000 points of heartwarming value. Current heartbeat value, 81,235. $1,000, spend or give away 1,000 top-grade spirit stones at one time. Hearing the system's words, Jiang was not easily excited. It was important to know that the system shop was able to buy many rare yet very useful things in Tianxian continent at affordable prices. With such an achievement, then when he got the top-grade spirit stone in the future, he would directly turn it in to Gu Qingyu. Not only would he be able to brush Gu Qingyu's heartwarming value, but he would also be rewarded with the achievement. And Gu Qingyu wouldn't have to worry about having no money to drink. It would simply be a 3 birds with 1 stone. Kong couldn't easily stop nodding his head. Ding! Prompting host. You have the 3rd stance of the Emperor's secret yet to be comprehended. When the system voice sounded, Jiang did not easily remember that he had already broken through to the returning Yuan realm and could comprehend the 3rd style. So he hurriedly said, comprehend. He was looking forward to it in his heart. The 1st style breaks mountains. The 2nd style breaks rivers. I wonder what the 3rd style will be. Chapter 29, Confucian Sword Immortal. Mo Shanha. Chapter 29, Confucian Sword Immortal. Mo Shanha. Ding! We're instilling the host with the 3rd stance of the Emperor's secret. Swinging the vast sea. When the system voice fell, Jiang did not easily come to the sky above a sea. This sea is not blue sea, but a blank space. From time to time there is a lighting color of pollen floating. Jiang did not easily close his eyes, carefully sensing the wonders in the 3rd stance. In the next second, he opened his eyes and swung up the shadow of the sword in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. The speed at which he swung his sword was so fast that only the remnants could be seen. After a few breaths, Jiang did not easily stop. The sword shadow on his hand disappeared. But in a moment, between the sea and the sky, everything was silent. Boom! The quietness didn't last long before one explosion after another came from the sea. And the originally calm sea surface suddenly became choppy. In the direction where Jiang did not easily swing his sword, ink-colored waves splashed in all directions, exploding a sea pit 10 feet in circumference. After a few moments, the sea pit was filled in by the surrounding seawater. And only after a long time did the sea gradually return to calm. A scorching gaze flowed from Jiang's eyes as he couldn't imagine that he had just comprehended it and was able to exert such power. I'm afraid that even the Dao transformation realm wouldn't be able to catch this move of his. Even if you catch it, you'll take off a layer of skin. While Jiang was not easily surprised, the surroundings spun around in a dizzying manner. When he regained his composure, he fixed his eyes and found that, at the moment, he was standing in a small pavilion, in the center of which a stone table and 2 stone benches were placed. Jiang did not easily poke his head out of the pavilion's railing, and was shocked by the scene before him. Only to see the bottom is a big ocean sea. Above is a continuous ink-colored mountains, surrounded by ink flowing, as if the river is unending. What are you looking at? A neutral voice rang out behind Jiang Yanyu. Jiang did not easily turn his head to look. And at some point, a man in black fancy dress sat at a stone table, sipping his drink. There was not a single fluctuation of aura on his body, as if he was an ordinary person. But a voice in his heart told him that this man was by no means ordinary. Who is senior and where is this place? Jiang did not easily salute and asked. The man pointed to the stone bench in front of him and didn't answer, instead sipping something to himself. Seeing this, Jiang did not easily say anything more and sat over. At some point another teacup had appeared on the table, filled with a black liquid, sort of like ink. The man smiled and looked at Jiang Ichio, signaling him to pick it up and drink it. Jiang did not easily pick up that teacup. Smelled it. It smelled like wine. And after a moment of silence, he drank it. Jiang did not easily close his eyes and savored it. As soon as this black liquid was in his mouth, the rich aroma of the wine spread in his mouth. Unlike ordinary liquor, it appeared to be more warm and mellow. Not long after, Jiang did not easily feel that there was only a blazing fire burning inside his body, and the blood in his entire body was therefore boiling and raging, constantly rushing against his tendons and veins, and the tingling pain spread all over his body. Jiang did not easily tremble, gritted his teeth, and forced himself to endure the severe pain, his mind only going blank. I don't know how long it took for the blood in his body to regain its calm, but Jiang did not easily come back to his senses gradually, exhaling and moving his body, only to feel refreshed. The man watched quietly from the sidelines and let out a light laugh. Moving his fingers, the ink and water around him pooled into the teacup, the black liquid filling it once again. Senior, I wonder what this is. Jiang did not easily look at the dark liquid in the cup and then at the man, finally asking the doubt in his heart. This is the essence of this ink world. The man responded. Essence? Jiang did not easily whisper with his head lowered, picking up the teacup and taking another sip. Only this time it wasn't as drastic as the first time. It was as warming to the torso as simply drinking. I have to say, Jiang is not easy to say that he is suddenly a bit addicted. As if the man could see what Jiang was not easily thinking, he spoke. This stuff, before you reach the immortal realm, you can only have 2 cups a day. More than that, you can't stand it. Jiang did not easily froze, then skimmed his lips and could only put down the teacup in his hand. I still don't know who senior is. Jiang did not easily get up to salute and asked. I am just a Confucian sword immortal. The man laughed lightly. Hearing the man's reply, Jiang is not easy to be shocked in his heart. There is no lack of cultivators practicing Confucianism who practice the way of the sword. But since ancient times, there has only been one person who called himself a Confucianism sword immortal. That was the leading figure of the Tianqian continent tens of thousands of years ago. The mountain river heavenly emperor Mo Shanha. Mo Shanha not only in the Confucian rode out of the new heights, and even halfway contact with the sword, and then with the 3 great sword emperor. Ranked third of the Wuji emperor in the middle of the continent Beihua asked the sword to spar. The battle 3 days and 3 nights not divided into 2. The final result was that Mo Shanha lost. But there was gossip that Mo Shanha lost on purpose. After all, if he won, it wasn't just a slap in the face of the Wuji heavenly emperor. It was the face of all sword cultivators in the world. Seeing such a legendary figure, Jiang Yinyu's heart was naturally filled with infinite reverence. Late Jiang not easy. Meet the mountain river heavenly emperor. Jiang not easy said. Imo Shanha waved his hand and laughed. What mountain river heavenly emperor? It's just a false name. Imo Shanha paused for a moment and continued. Since you've seen me, it means that you've already obtained the emperor's secrets and have already completed the cultivation of the first 3 styles. Logically speaking, your strength today is only at the 4th level of the returning Yuan realm. And it's impossible for you to rise so quickly even with the heavenly Dao sword veins enhancement. So there is a secret in you that I cannot see through. Hearing Imo Shanha's words, Jiang was not easily surprised in his heart. Not expecting that actually Imo Shanha actually saw so much in him. Seeing how nervous Jiang was not easy, Imo Shanha continued. But you don't have to worry. I won't do anything to you. Nowadays I'm just a wisp of a lingering soul. Jiang not easy. I can see that you're extraordinary. Better than me. Li Tianshan and Gong Ziji. Imo Shanha stood up and pointed a finger on Jiang Yenyu's forehead. And the things around him transformed into a vortex and surged into it crazily. Jiang did not easily feel that his head was about to explode. And he could only hear a few words in his daze. It may be destiny for you to obtain the Emperor's secrets. And all the creatures and spirits of the Tianxian continent are counting on you. I will give you this ink world, the essence of which you can take for yourself. And more mysteries you will need to slowly grope for on your own. Back there, you'll meet 2 other people. So if you're confused, ask them both. After that, he lost consciousness. I don't know how long it took. But Jiang did not easily open his eyes and realized that he was lying in a bamboo forest. And at this moment, it was already dark. Jiang did not easily hold his head. Recalling the conversation he had with Imo Shanha in the ink world. He said he'd meet 2 other people. Which means there's someone else waiting behind him? When will they show up? And what about the Tianxian continent where all living things are in his possession? Jiang did not easily think about it. And did not intend to think about it. For the time being, it seemed that there was only one step to take. Jiang did not easily stand up and realized that his realm at this moment had suddenly come to the 9th level of the returning Yuan realm. I have to say, that ink world essence is a real treat. It's just a shame you can only have 2 cups a day. I wonder what will happen if Gu Qingyue drinks it. Jiang was not easy to think about while walking in the direction of the bamboo house. Chapter 30, Entering the Heavenly Sword Pavilion for Cultivation. Chapter 30, Entering the Heavenly Sword Pavilion for Cultivation. In this sect trial, Jiang was not easily ranked 2nd in the inner sect rankings. And received a place to participate in the Southern Xian Continent Heaven's Pride Conference. As well as the opportunity to enter the Heavenly Sword Pavilion for training. The next day, Jiang did not easily intend to go to find Yen Yen Lu to go to the Heavenly Sword Pavilion together. But he was told by a disciple from Linglong Peak that she had been summoned by the Grand Elder to go to the council hall. Jiang did not easily figure out that it should be about the Sword Dao inheritance. So he walked towards the Heavenly Sword Pavilion by himself. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Rather than a building, it was more like a half-step saint weapon. Brought out by the Heavenly Sword Sect's founding father from a sinister secret realm. Its interior was filled with power that could enhance the cultivation of the sword path. Accumulating the Heavenly Sword Sect's heritage since the beginning of the sect. One of the forbidden places of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Situated in the Heavenly Sword Sect's backyard mountain. Guarded by a pavilion guardian at the peak of the Heavenly Immortal realm. And prohibited to be entered unless there was a special need for the sect's master. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion had a total of 6 floors. Each with a different sword Dao power. The Way of the Sword has its own realm. Is divided into sword form, sword chi, sword power, sword intention, sword heart. Human sword unity 6 major realms. Each realm in human, earth, heaven 3 small realms. The method of the sword path was extremely difficult. and the level of the sword path was somewhat related to the realm. But not by much. And was considered relatively independent. Since ancient times, there were not a few people who had a high realm but a low sword Dao. And a high sword Dao but a low realm. Generally speaking, if one did not intentionally cultivate sword arts, only after a cultivator reached the returning Yuan realm would he step into the first realm of the sword Dao. The sword form realm. In order to be able to gain some understanding of the sword Dao. Because of the heavenly Dao sword vein, Zhang was not easy to use. He was already at the heavenly stage sword form when he hadn't reached the returning Yuan realm, and was only one step away from stepping into sword chi. At that time, perhaps the power of the first 3 stances of the Emperor's Secret would all be able to be taken to another level. Thinking about it, Zhang was not easy to come to the foot of a mountain. In front of him was a narrow green stone step, covered with moss, leading all the way up to the mountain. Zhang did not easily take a step onto the green stone steps. And with each step, he could feel a biting sword chi challenging his sword path. Now Zhang did not easily understand why this place was not allowed to be entered casually. The sword chi on this lapis lazuli step alone was able to casually and heavily injure a spirit-refining realm cultivator who had not stepped into the sword Dao. Because he was a heavenly ranked sword form, these sword chi didn't do too much harm to him, but instead had the effect of sharpening the sword, able to sharpen the sword path for him. In the sea of consciousness, he could sense that Yui, Nian Yu, Air Wu, and Overcloud were all enjoying themselves immensely. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, he finally finished the last step. In front of him was a not too big and not too small field paved with black sword grinding stones. Behind the field was an attic. On the plaque of the attic there were 3 words written vertically with sword chi, Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Zhang did not easily come to stand in front of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion door when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was an old white-haired man with a stooped frame. The old man's cloudy gaze fell on Zhang Yanyu, giving him a feeling of being seen through, as if any secrets were transparent in his eyes. License tokens, the old man said, making a raspy sound. Zhang did not easily take out the license token given by Qinling. The old man took the license token and looked at it, nodded his head and let out a raspy voice, saying, "You're very good. Your talent crushes those who came before you." Hearing the old man's words, Zhang did not easily understand that the person who had just arrived should be referring to Qin Shi. "Go in," the old man said as he returned the token to Zhang Yiqiu. And then his figure disappeared as if he had never been here. Collecting the token, Zhang did not easily take a few steps forward and pushed open the door. Swish swish swish. As soon as the door opened, countless sword chi rushed towards him. However, before these sword chi could get close, 4 flying swords flew out from his body and met them. It's none other than Yui, Nian Yu, Airwo and Overcloud. These 4 flying swords flew around inside as if they had found a fun place, clashing with those sword chi. Zhang did not easily walk in and closed the door behind him, his eyes looking towards the center of the room, where there was a table carved out of black sword sharpening stone, on which rested part of a flying sword fragment. These sword chi were all emanating from that flying sword fragment. To be able to release so much sword chi, I'm afraid that the original body of this flying sword fragment was very impressive. Zhang did not easily ponder in his heart. And then after feeling that his sword Dao was slowly improving, the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile, worthy of the heavenly Dao sword vein. There was no need for him to cultivate on his own. His 3 innate flying swords would naturally help him improve his sword Dao. It wasn't long before Zhang Yenyu's body's aura erupted, emitting a circle of energy fluctuations, and the sense of sharpness on his body became even sharper, as if a rusty sword was sharpened new. His sword Dao realm had already reached the human rank sword chi. Qin Shi, who was not far away, was forced to interrupt his cultivation when he was affected by Jiang Dongyi's influence. And his eyes looked towards Jiang Dongyi. And his heart couldn't help but tremble. At the moment, in his eyes, Jiang was not easy to use, like a sharp sword that was unrivaled in all ages. Standing there alone made him feel the pressure. Xianxue rubbed his eyes. And what shocked him the most was that there were actually 4 flying swords in front of Jiang Yiqiu. Jiang did not easily feel the power of his new breakthrough in detail, and found that he had gained a further understanding of the Tao of the sword. Jiang did not easily look ahead to the stairs leading to the second floor and stepped forward. After he had broken through the human stage sword chi realm, the sword chi at this level was almost of minimal help to him. And if he thought correctly, the power at each level of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion corresponded to a different stage of the Sword Tao realm. The first layer is the sword form, and the second layer is the sword chi. Seeing Jiang not easily going up to the second floor, Xianxue was confused. He came in and also wanted to go up to the second floor. But naturally, when he stepped on the stairs, he was sent flying by an even more biting and overbearing sword chi. And as a result, Jiang Yenyuan actually went up to the second floor like nobody else. Could it be that his sword Tao talent was already so terrifying? In his impression, he was afraid that the only ones among the disciples who could reach such a level were Wu Daohei and the 3 of them. Underneath his heart, Xianxue was not easily surging with reverence for Jiang. On this side, Jiang was not easily aware of Xianxue's thoughts, and instead took the 4 flying swords up to the second floor. When they reached the second floor, the 4 flying swords began to collide with these sword chi, letting the flying swords help him improve his sword Tao. Jiang was not easily able to walk towards the dais in the center of the room by himself, carefully observing the flying sword fragment. Although they were only fragments of flying swords, the blades on the fragments were still as sharp as ever. As he watched, in a trance, his surroundings became dimly red, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Jiang did not easily raise his gaze, and he realized that before him was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Among them, a man, holding a long sword, walked among them, his white clothes drenched in blood for an unknown number of times, appearing eerily scarlet at the moment. Jiang did not easily come back to his senses, his gaze falling back on the flying sword fragment. It seemed that this was a flying sword with a story. Jiang did not easily find a corner to plop down on the ground. Wouldn't it be great if the flying swords elevated the sword Tao and he elevated his realm? Chapter 31, Gu Qingyue's Memory, above. Chapter 31, Gu Qingyue's Memory, above. Back Mountain. At the foot of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Gu Qingyue leaned against a tree not far away with her wine altar in her arms and gulped down a large mouthful of wine with her head tilted back. Hiccup. Hiccuping, her slightly inebriated pretty face looked seductive. Ooh-hoo. It's been a month since I've seen you. I miss my silly disciple. Should he not have to cultivate until the start of the Heavens Pride Conference? This stupid disciple, how to be so cruel. That day the sword pavilion, what good to stay? Is not just some sword chi well? For the teacher has not? Hiccup. Or is there a beautiful woman in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion? Ooh-hoo. Sad. Actually leaving a beautiful master teacher with white skin and long legs like me behind to look at those little yakuza? Gu Qingyue's heart was really too bitter. In the first 2 or 3 days she pretended to be drunk, ready to take advantage of her stupid disciple. The result is hard to lie for a long time did not wait for others to come, and later realized that the original is into the Heavenly Sword Pavilion to cultivate. So she came over every day to pretend to be drunk and chance encounter. But a month has passed and still do not see Jiang, not easy. The heart suddenly deflated. No. I didn't use Reiki to hang on to it today. And I got drunk straight away. Is it that I don't have white legs? Is it because I don't have big boobs? Gu Qingyue's tearful eyes were hazy as she lowered her head and rubbed her steep peaks. murmuring in a low voice. Bad apprentice. Silly disciple. Stinky disciple. Beat you to death, beat you to death. Gu Qingyue muttered as she waved her pink fist and pounded the wine altar in front of her. As she fought, Gu Qingyue cradled the wine altar in her arms. Her head tilted against the edge. And fell asleep in a daze. On the second floor of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Jiang Yanyu was cultivating cross-legged. Not far away, there was a playful figure that was none other than Yan Yan Lu. Because of the Sword Dao inheritance, she had also broken through to the human stage Sword Chi realm after a few days of cultivation on the first level, and had smoothly arrived at the second level. Not long after, the aura that had been rising around Zhang Dongyao began to converge. Afterward, Zhang did not easily exhale a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. In a month's time, his Sword Dao realm had finally reached the heavenly stage Sword Chi realm with the combined efforts of Yui, Nian Yu, Air Wu, and the new addition, 15, with their 4 instinctive flying swords. He had also raised his cultivation level to the 10th level of the Dao of Transformation. During this time, Zhang did not easily comprehend the 4th stance of the Emperor's secret. Picking stars. Originally, he was thinking of cultivating until the Heaven's Pride Conference was about to start before he came out. But he didn't know what was going on. But in the past few days, the figure of Gu Qingyue had been echoing in his mind. So how could he not be able to calm down and cultivate? So much so that the sword path and cultivation were stuck. He knew that it was useless to stay like this. So he decided to go out for air today. Moreover, he hadn't seen Gu Qingyue for so long. And his heart really missed her. I wonder what this little nymph Gu Qingyue is doing. Zhang did not easily mutter to himself before getting up. Glancing at Lu Yanyan, who was practicing on the side, and lightly footing down the stairs. After exiting the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Zhang was not easily able to comfortably inhale the air while stretching. I have to say, after practicing for a long time and then coming outside, it just feels different. Zhang was not easily able to take a few steps before his heart suddenly moved and he took out the memory stone from his spatial ring. Only a larger part of the memory stone was lighting up. This is triggering a special situation? Zhang did not easily whisper. I wonder which of Gu Qingyue's memories it will be this time. Thinking about it, Zhang did not easily inject his aura into it. And the memory stone bloomed with a burst of light. Swish! The scene around him shifted. And Zhang did not easily survey his surroundings, realizing that he had actually arrived at the council hall. At that moment, the council chamber was ringing with a footstep. Soon, Qinling and the other elders walked in flanked by a middle-aged man. Looking at this unfamiliar man, Zhang could not easily sense from this person's aura that this person's strength was vaguely above that of the Grand Elder. The middle-aged man sat down, and Qinling hurriedly poured tea for the other party personally. Elder Gu. I've already had one of the elders summon Gu Qingyue. It won't take long for her to come. Qinling's tone was respectful and carried caution. Hearing Qinling's name for the man, Zhang did not easily raise his eyebrows slightly. This person was also surnamed Gu? Coming to find Gu Chengyu? Isn't it an elder of the Gu family? The man called Elder Gu had a flat face and just sipped his tea. He didn't say anything. And the few elders inside didn't dare to say anything more. For a while, the atmosphere in the council chamber was a bit stiff. Not long after, 2 figures walked in one after the other. Grand Elder. 6th Elder is here. Li Mengyun saluted towards the 2. Then his body stepped aside. Gu Qingyue frowned when she saw the man sitting on the chair. Elder Gu waved his hand. And Qinling and the other elders hurriedly exited the council hall, closing the door in the process. Qingyu. We looked so hard for you. Elder Gu placed the teacup in his hand and said with a smile. all grown so tall and pretty. Gu Justice. There are no outsiders here. Don't pretend to be sympathetic. I don't have any relationship with the Gu family anymore. Why are you still coming over? Gu Qingyu directly opened her mouth to interrupt. Her voice cold. Gu Justice poured himself a cup of tea and said, whether there's a relationship or not. You can't say. Back then, when the Gu family and the Zhang family were joined in marriage, you privately escaped from the Gu family, allowing the Gu family and the Zhang family to be ridiculed by the various forces of the central continent. And for that matter, you've yet to be found to settle the score. Ha! Gu Qingyu sneered and said, looking for me to settle accounts? Then you'll let Gu Yuanshan give me an account first. Gu Qingyu. No calling the matriarch by her first name. Gu Justice slammed the table and roared, staring at Gu Qingyu. Is he worthy? In order to seize the position of clan leader, he designed to kill my parents. I won't recognize him as the clan leader. Gu Qingyu looked straight at Gu Justice, her eyes scarlet, without the slightest bit of retreat. Gu Justice stared dead at Gu Qingyu for a long time and averted his gaze. I came to find you today not wanting to dwell on these things with you. We have nothing to talk about. Gu Qingyu said, about to turn around and leave. You have an apprentice named Zhang Dongyi, right? Gu Justice suddenly spoke. Gu Qingyu stopped in her tracks, turned around violently, and snapped. What are you trying to do? Gu Justice. Don't try to hit on him. Gu Justice tapped his fingers on the teacup and slowly said, there's nothing I want to do. It's just that I haven't seen this nephew of mine yet. Gu Qingyu stared at Gu Justice, and after a moment, her gaze was a bit disheveled, and her voice trembled a bit as she asked, say, what do you want? Qingyu, you're still as smart as before. Speak. Gu Qingyu impatiently interrupted Gu Justice. The smirk on Gu Justice's face froze, and a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. But he quickly returned to his normal self and continued. It's very simple. Continue your engagement with Zhang Hao. Hearing this, Gu Qingyu's gaze condensed and she said in a cold voice, dream on. Gu Justice stood up, paced in front of Gu Qingyu, and faintly said, I brought 2 people with me today. I just don't know where they've gone now. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qingyu's body trembled violently around her, and she was silent for a long time before she spoke. I have a yin-yang sword vein. You guys wouldn't be unaware of that. Saying that, Gu Qingyu looked at Gu Justice. Give me some time. It won't be long before I'm able to reach the Saint Realm. This is better than a marriage with the Zhang family. Of course we know. Gu Justice interrupted with a wave of his hand and turned his head to Gu Qingyu, saying, however, you have the yin-yang sword vein. That was before, wasn't it? Gu Qingyu froze. On the way here I was wondering whether to take control of your disciple and make you obey us, or to marry you off to the Zhang family. It wasn't until you came in that I sensed something was wrong. And although you used a secret method to cover it up so that Qin Ling's generation couldn't detect it, I could see that you were already missing your yang vein. And your yin vein was also badly broken. And your talent was greatly diminished. That's why I've decided to marry you off to the Zhang family to maintain the relationship between our 2 families. Gu Zhengwan narrowed his eyes as he finished and looked at Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu pursed her lips and frowned. She didn't expect Gu Zhengxing to see through her disguise. However, besides these 2 paths, I have a third. The 2 of them were silent for a moment before Gu Zhenghua said slowly. Gu Qingyu looked at Gu Justice. Cut out your yin vein and I can prevent you from marrying the Zhang family. Gu Zhenghua resumed his seat and slowly sipped his tea. What makes you dare to say that the Zhang family won't marry me if I cut out the yin vein? Gu Qingyue questioned in a cold voice. You've been away from the central continent for too long. You don't know many things. Gu Justice looked at Gu Qingyue and said. Back then, Zhang Hao was indeed a waste of the Zhang family. And you hadn't shown much talent at that time. So the two families allowed you to marry each other for the sake of a stronger relationship between the Gu and Zhang families. Who knows? Xingye actually helped you escape. Making a joke of both families. Auntie. How is she? Gu Qingyue couldn't help but ask out loud when she heard Xingye's name. Locked up. Gu Justice glanced at it and said casually. Gu Qingyue couldn't help but stagger on her feet. She didn't think much about it at the time. But now it seemed that her escape had even dragged down the aunt who loved her the most. Gu Qingyue bowed her head slightly as tears slid down her face. Chapter 32, Gu Qingyue's Memory. Next, this dream is sweet. It's so good. Chapter 32, Gu Qingyue's Memory. Next, this dream is sweet. It's so good. Gu Justice ignored Gu Qingyue and continued. When I couldn't find you, this marriage was nullified. And the relationship between the Gu and Zhang families was not as close as before. Later on. Who knows? This Zhang Hao fellow seemed like he suddenly became enlightened. His strength increased greatly in a short period of time, surpassing the pride of his peers. And in many of the competitions, he suppressed our Gu family. Plus, the Zhang family's old ancestor has been in seclusion for many years and attracted a saint's apocalypse. And even though he failed to cross the apocalypse, he's still a pseudo-saint. A lot stronger than a half-saint. So for so many years, the Zhang family has been targeting the Gu family at every turn. In order to avenge the shame of you running away from your marriage back then. Not long ago, your fame in the southern Xin continent reached the Gu family. And after learning of your talent, the Gu family originally wanted to bring you back. But as a result, the Zhang family also received news of you and sent someone to discuss with the Patriarch, requesting to continue to honor the previous marriage contract. Because of the enmity between the two families, the Patriarch originally did not want to agree to it. But nay, the Zhang family's old ancestor pressurized us with a 1-month deadline. So we had to agree to it. What Zhang Hao of the Zhang family sees in you is nothing else but your talent. And now that your talent is gone, what do they need a punk for? So cutting out the rest of your in vein is a two-way street for us. Gu Zhenghua finished and slowly sipped his tea. Gu Qingyue pondered for a moment and said in a cold voice. If I cut out the in vein, not to mention if the Zhang family wants me or not, they will want to kill me for the matter of escaping from the marriage alone. Gu Justice looked at Gu Qingyue and said. No. Pass your in vein to someone who will enter the Zhang family in your place. Who? Justice Gu knocked on the table. A short while later, a man opened the door to the council chamber and walked in. Seeing the visitor, Gu Qingyue looked at Gu Justice and sneered. Gu Justice, you play a good game. The person who came was none other than Gu Qianqian, Gu Justice's daughter, who bullied Gu Qingyue together when they were young, and had an average talent. Hearing Gu Qingyue's words, Gu Zhengwei's hand movements gave a start as he continued. It's just a win-win situation. Gu Qingyue stared at Gu Justice and said. In fact, the Gu family, the Zhang family doesn't even know about me. Right? It's just that you knew about me by chance. Right? What are you babbling about? Gu Justice frowned. Let's not talk about whether you, an elder, have the power to change the family's decision, or the fact that the in vein cut was given to Gu Qianqian. It's a question of how you can disguise Gu Qianqian to enter the Zhang family. Change your appearance? Even if I change my looks, a person's breath won't change even if they change a lot. Unless the Zhang family is a little cutie. Gu Qingyue said in a cold voice. You don't have to worry about this. Gu Justice twisted his head and said. Seeing Gu Justice's reaction, Gu Qingyue felt relieved in her heart. It seemed that she had guessed correctly. Furthermore, even if both families know about me and request as you said. However, it won't be a win-win situation. After I cut the yin vein to Gu Qianxian, you guys go back and operate however you want. Nothing at all. And me? My fate is unknown. Gu Justice. There's no point in deceiving me anymore. If you don't tell me the truth again, destroying the yin vein won't even be given to you. Gu Qingyue's words were full of threats. Think about your disciple. Gu Justice reminded with a frown. I believe that by dying with me, he won't blame me. Gu Qingyue stared coldly at Gu Justice. She was betting that if she was right, she would sacrifice her alone. And if she was wrong, the fish would die and she would have to save Jiang Yen Yuan. Finally, after a long silence, Gu Justice sighed. Gu Qingyue, you're really smart. Gu Justice said as he rubbed his eyebrows. Gu Qingyue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in her heart when she heard this. She had gambled right. That's right. What happened to you? No matter how much you spread the word, the family is in the northern realm of the central continent and won't know about it. I heard about it in the process of bringing Qian Shen to the southern realm to find out if there's a way to enhance her talent. Then played this excuse. Want you to cut your sword vein to Qianshan. Just did not expect. In the end by you to recognize. Gu Justice revealed a bitter smile, but quickly turned cold again and looked at Gu Changyu. But your yin vein must be cut or else. I can't guarantee that I won't do anything too drastic. Gu Qingyu stared at Gu Justice for a long time, really not knowing how to respond. She knew that if she didn't agree, perhaps Gu Justice would spread the word back about her. And at that time, not to mention herself, Jiang was not easy to protect. And even the Heavenly Sword Sect would be targeted by the two great clans because of her. Heavenly Dao Oath. Gu Qingyue whispered. What? Gu Justice didn't hear. Heavenly Oath. Conclude the Heavenly Dao Oath first. Otherwise, exemption. Gu Qingyue's voice was clear and cold. Hearing Gu Qingyue's words, Gu Justice's face had a cloudy expression. Gu Changyu. Aren't you afraid of? Gu Justice wanted to say something else. Oath of Heaven. Otherwise, exemption. I don't want to say it a third time. Gu Qingyue directly interrupted. She knew very well that Gu Justice was as selfish as Gu Yuanshan. And for the sake of his daughter, he wouldn't tell the family. One must know that the yin and yang sword vein, one yin and one yang split apart, are two complete special blood veins. And it's still the upper status of the special bloodline. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the exaggerated comment of becoming a saint at the age of 300. Fine. I promise you to enter into the Heavenly Dao Oath. After thinking for a long time, Gu Justice finally loosened his tongue. Gu Qingyue nodded. I, Gu Qingyue, hereby enter into the Heavenly Dao Oath. Gu Qingyue opened her mouth and a golden light shone through the roof onto her body. I, Gu Justice, hereby enter into the Heavenly Dao Oath. Gu Justice followed suit. Me, Gu Qianxian. Me too. Under Gu Qingyu's gaze, Gu Justice pulled Gu Qianxian a bit before Gu Qianxian reluctantly followed the chant. I, Gu Qingyue, promise to deliver the cutting yin vein to Gu Qianxian. Gu Qingyue said. I, Gu Justice, promise that after Gu Qingyue cuts her yin vein, I won't expose its matter and won't make things difficult for her and her disciple. Gu Justice said. I, Gu Qianxian. I'm the same. Gu Qianxian said. Gu Qingyue paused and didn't say anything, looking at Gu Justice. Understanding Gu Qingyue's meaning. Gu Justice gritted his teeth and continued. If you break the above oath, you are willing to be subjected to the heavenly Tao's death tribulation. Only after hearing Gu Justice's words did Gu Qingyue speak. If you break the above oath, you are willing to be subjected to the heavenly Tao's death tribulation. Cynthia Ku, me too. As the words fell, the golden light shining on the three disappeared. All right. Hurry up. Gu Justice urged. Gu Qingyue nodded, her expression calm. The three left the council chamber. Watching the whole process, Jiang was not easy to see. His eyes red, frozen in place, his mind blank. Could not imagine that in his last life, Gu Qingyue actually cared so much for his sake. For his safety. At the expense of entering into a heavenly oath with Gu Justice. The scene shifts. The three of them arrived in a hidden cave. And Gu Zhenghua set up a formation to prevent prying eyes. The two of them, Gu Qianqian and Gu Qingyue, sat on their knees one after the other. After running her aura, Gu Qingyue began to cut the yin vein in her body and transmit it to Gu Qianqian. Although Gu Qingyue endured without making a single sound. Her head full of sweat. Tight brow. Pale face. Wilting breath and body that couldn't stop trembling. All of them were not telling of the pain of this cut. Jiang did not easily want to pounce over and stop it. But he could not move or make any noise. So he could only watch from the sidelines. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Qingyue withdrew her hand. Gu Justice was satisfied and left with Gu Qianqian. After the two left, Gu Qingyue could no longer support herself and spat out a large mouthful of blood, passing out on the spot. It was only at night that Gu Qingyue woke up leisurely, supporting her body and staggering back to Qingyue Peak one step at a time, not knowing how many falls she had taken in between. Gu Qingyue didn't return to her residence at the first opportunity, but came to the door of Jiang Yanyuan's bamboo house. Lying on the door and sensing that he was fine before leaving with peace of mind. Looking at Gu Qingyue's silhouette, a stabbing pain ran through Zhang Yiqi's heart. Master, what is so virtuous about my disciple that I can gain your love? That I can make you protect me even at the cost of giving up your own future? Why? Why did you hide it and not tell me in your last life? Why did you have to take it all on alone? Jiang was not easy to kneel on the ground. Tears flowing uncontrollably. The surrounding scene gradually blurred and eventually returned to the front of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Master! Master! After crying for a long time, Jiang did not easily remember something and raised his head to look around. His spiritual power spreading out. Sensing that Gu Qingyue was at the bottom of the mountain, Jiang Yanyu wiped a handful of tears, hurriedly got up, and flew down. Not long after, Jiang did not easily come to the bottom of the mountain. Saw Gu Qingyue who was huffing and puffing not far away. Slowed down his steps and walked over. Coming to Gu Qingyue's side. Seeing Gu Qingyue's sleepy face that was dripping with saliva at the moment, Zhang Yi could not help but reveal a smile, accompanied by tears. Jiang did not easily squat down and gently wiped away the harumph from the corners of Gu Qingyue's mouth. Then held her in his arms. Oh! Half asleep. Gu Qingyu felt warmth coming from her body. An scent that made her very relieved and familiar. Gu Qingyu raised her head in a daze to look at Zhang Yi, and smiled with a dainty face. Hiccups I see silly apprentice. Silly apprentice hiccups hugged me. Happy he. Is it a dream? Gu Qingyu's head was buried in Zhang Yi's chest, her white hands gripping his lapel tightly, not wanting to let go. It's not a dream. Master. Jiang Yiqiu likes you. Super likes you. Jiang Not Easy gently patted Gu Qingyu's back. His voice was low, but incomparably firm. Aha! Gu Qingyue responded in a daze. I also like that it's not easy. Very much so. Like. Jiang was not easy to look at with gentle eyes. And the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Gu Qingyue. On the other hand, Barfton continued to sleep. This dream. It's sweet. It's so good. Chapter 33, Response, saying I can't? Chapter 33, Countermeasures, saying I can't? Jiang did not easily tighten his arms around Gu Qingyue, gently patting her back. Like when he was a child. Gu Qingyue wrapped him in her arms and gently lulled him to sleep. Hearing the sound of even breathing coming from his arms, Jiang did not easily lower his head to stare at Gu Qingyue's absolutely beautiful sleeping face. Sleeping? She really couldn't see a trace of her usual cold appearance. Instead, she looked very milky. Like a kitten. System. Just now the memory stone triggered a new memory. Is it Gu Justice coming? Jiang did not easily recall the memory and mentally asked the system. Reply to the host. Gu Justice and the others got the news of Gu Qingyue and are rushing over to the Heavenly Sword Sect. And are expected to arrive the day after tomorrow. System response. System. Can you help me pull out Gu Justice's information? Jiang Ichio asked. According to the system's guidelines. Theoretically it won't work. But who made this system a spoiled master demon? Tweaking out Gu Justice information for the host. Hearing the system's words, Jiang was not easily warmed in his heart. Thanks. Jiang did not easily say softly. Egu egu. This system has goosebumps. When did the host become so fleshy? Ginger is not easy. You're looking for a fight, aren't you, dog system? Jiang was not easy to say in anger. It was not easy for him to talk to the system in such a calm manner. Right on the money. This system still prefers the host to look at this system's appearance. Jiang not easy to draw the corners of his mouth. And then laughed a little. You this guy. Ding. Have pulled up information on Gu Justice for the host. Gu Justice. Grand Elder of the Gu family. 9 sword veins. 3rd level of the heavenly immortal realm. Seeing Gu Justice's message, Jiang did not easily frown slightly. Heavenly immortal realm triple. It's not easy to mess up. His initial thought was that anyway. Only a few people knew about this matter. Gu Justice. So he would brush up a little bit more heartwarming value in the past 2 days and use it to purchase heartless fruit to raise Shangwan Yuan's realm. Then kill him halfway through the process and get it over with. But now that I think about it, this method won't work. Gu Justice was after all the Grand Elder. If he died, it would definitely alert the Gu family. And when the Gu family sent more people to the southern realm, the 2 of them would be in trouble. But if they let Gu Justice in, this old thief would definitely use him to threaten Gu Qingyue, putting her in a dilemma. Moreover, even if he had Shangwan Yuan to protect him from becoming Gu Qingyue's burden, it was still hard to guarantee that Gu Justice wouldn't spread the news about Gu Qingyue when he returned. And then it would be the Gu family that would face him. Alas! No strength is really a brain-broad pain. If he is a saint realm where there are these things, directly will Gu Zheng 2 families all young. Jiang did not easily pick Gu Qingyue up carefully and walked in the direction of Qingyue Peak. Along the way, Jiang was not easily filled with thoughts of how to achieve the optimal solution. Returning to Gu Qingyue's place, Jiang did not easily lay Gu Qingyue on the bed gently, leaving the warmth of the embrace. Gu Qingyue frowned slightly and let out a light grunt, as if expressing the dissatisfaction in her heart. Jiang Yi's thoughts were interrupted by this maneuver of Gu Qingyue's. And after staring at Gu Qingyue's face for a moment, he finally resisted the urge to kiss her. There are some things that are better done when 2 people are sober. Jiang did not easily cover Gu Qingyue with the quilt. But eventually he could not hold back and scraped Gu Qingyue's nose before he left in satisfaction. No way. Really? It's so cute. Jiang did not easily go out of Gu Qingyu's place. Caught a mountain bamboo spirit chicken in the bamboo forest. And casually found a clearing. So he started a fire and set up a pot to boil chicken soup for Gu Qingyu. Jiang did not easily handle the mountain bamboo spirit chicken. Put it into the pot. And covered it with a lid. So he sat down. Added some bamboo to the fire. Refreshed his thoughts. And opened the system store in the meantime to see if there was anything that was available. Sunset. Golden light poured in through the window, spilling into the room and landing on the face of the serene beauty on the bed. Gu Qingyue frowned slightly and reached out to block the light before opening her eyes. Gu Qingyue sat up and rubbed her head. I hadn't used my aura to drain off the alcohol for the past few days. And this head was really hurting when I woke up. Though she could use her aura to soothe it. It was the pain that instead made it less unbearable to think about. Like in a dream, her stupid apprentice confessed to her. Right? And took her in his arms and put her to sleep. Thinking of this, Gu Qingyu's redness that had originally subsided reappeared. Followed by a sigh. It would be nice if it wasn't a dream. Gu Qingyue slowed down a bit and raised her eyes. Wasn't I drinking at the foot of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion? How come you're back? Being confused. A possibility flashed through her mind. Could it be that the silly apprentice has come out? Thinking of this, the blush on Gu Qingyue's face intensified. Oops. Why didn't you come out earlier? But after she was really drunk? Oh no. 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 If we did, wouldn't that be a lost cause? Also, did the silly apprentice take advantage of her during this period? What did he do? Thinking of this, Gu Qingyue hurriedly looked down at her clothes. There were no traces of messiness. She reached out and touched her lips. They were neither wet nor painful. She smelled them. And there was no strange flavor in the air. Like the stupid apprentice didn't do anything to her. What's with the sudden disappointment? Wow. She is such a big beauty is drunk. Are lying there for nothing? He actually do not do something. Said stupid disciple is really stupid. Gu Qingyue grunted in anger. And suddenly, as if she thought of something terrible. It can not be right. Silly apprentice cannot not be able to do it. Right? Blah 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 blah. What are you saying, Gu Qingyu? He is your disciple and your future husband. If he can't do it, the future happiness. You can't curse your disciple like this. Gu Qingyue covered her face and lay straight down. Her two legs constantly flopping under the covers. After thinking about it for a long time, Jiang Yenyuan already had an idea about dealing with Gu Justice. Because there was only one key to this bureau. And that was not letting the Gu family know about Gu Qingyu. Currently only Gu Justice knew. Once the Gu family knew, the Zhang family would pretty much know too. In which case things would be beyond their ability to cope with. Therefore, he couldn't kill Gu Justice. Nor could he let Gu Justice tell the truth about Gu Qingyue. Then there was only the threat. The threat of Gu Justice entering into a heavenly Dao oath. As for what to do, Jiang was not easily able to have a plan in his mind. Smelling the aroma, Jiang did not easily open the lid of the pot and saw that the chicken soup was almost simmering. So he salvaged it and loaded it into a ceramic stew pot and came to Gu Qingyue's place. Who would have expected to hear Gu Qingyue's heartfelt voice before she reached the door? Okay. 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 I can't do it. Right? I'll show you if I can. Thinking about it, Jiang did not easily push the door directly. Chapter 34, True Confessions. Chapter 34, True Confessions. The door was suddenly opened, startling Gu Qingyue. The fingers covering his face revealed a slit, and his gaze swept towards the doorway, freezing for a moment after realizing that it was not easy for Kong. Senior. You're awake? Jiang Yiqiu looked at Gu Qingyue and smiled. It was only when she heard Jiang Dongyi's voice that Gu Qingyue reacted to how comical her actions were at the moment. Her clothes were disheveled. Her silk sheets were frayed. And the quilt was so crooked from her kicks that it barely covered her calves. With a startled cry, Gu Qingyue pulled the quilt up to cover herself and sat against the corner of the bed against the wall, her face regaining its composure. Only the blush never faded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heartbeat value of 234. 248. Apprentice. You. Why are you here? Gu Qingyue tried her best to smooth out her voice. Jiang did not easily place the ceramic stew pot on the table and opened it. And the fresh aroma of chicken soup immediately filled the entire room. Gu Qingyue quietly sniffled. And suddenly her eyes lit up. Jiang did not easily take out a bowl and said while scooping up the soup. The disciple went down the mountain today and found that the master was drunk at the foot of the mountain. So he brought the master back. Special chicken soup was made for master teacher to use to sober up. Jiang Yi said, carrying the ladled chicken soup and coming to sit by Gu Qingyue's bedside. Looking at the bowl of colorful and flavorful chicken soup in Jiang Yanyuan's hand, Gu Qingyue swallowed her saliva. It smells so good. So greedy. Apprentice actually cooked for me personally. Ooh. So touching. Drooling. Ah no. Tears. Thank you, apprentice. Gu Qingyue's voice was low, reaching out to take the chicken soup. As a result, Kong Donnie's hand shrank back a bit. Eh? Gu Qingyue froze and looked up at Jiang Yiqi. Jiang did not easily laugh. I'll feed master. Ah? Gu Qingyue's eyes widened slightly, not expecting Jiang Dongyi to say that. Her white neck suddenly colored scarlet. Ah! Excited. The apprentice actually said he would feed me. So happy, so happy. This is not too good. Right? Gu Qingyue lowered her head, her eyes dodging, and said, what's wrong with that? It's only natural for a disciple to take care of his master. Jiang Yiqiu said with a light laugh. Then. Okay. Gu Qingyue finally nodded her head in agreement. Seemingly grudgingly. But in reality, she was happy. Jiang did not easily pick up a spoon and scooped up a spoonful of chicken soup, blew on it and fed it to Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue's head came closer. Her lips and teeth slightly opened. She held the tip of the spoon and drank it down. Chicken soup goes in your mouth and the fresh flavor hits the soul. Gu Qingyue narrowed her eyes in enjoyment. Master, how does it taste? Jiang Yiqiu asked. Yummy. Gu Qingyue nodded in response. That's good. Have a piece of chicken. Hearing Gu Qingyue's reply, Jiang Yixian nodded, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in his heart. Scooping a piece of chicken to Gu Qingyue's mouth, Gu Qingyue opened her mouth and ate it. Just like that, the room was peaceful and quiet. 2 people, one feeding and one eating, creating a uniquely beautiful image. Gu Qingyue peeked at Jiang Yiqi from time to time. And when she saw him scooping up the soup and blowing on it to cool it with a serious face, She felt warm in her heart. It's warm. It's warm. I wish I could stay like this. But after today, it's time to act high and mighty again. Gu Qingyue muttered in her heart, somewhat aggrieved. Hearing these words, the movement of Kang Yi's hand to ladle the soup paused for a moment, but quickly handed it over. Gu Qingyue drank it. The last spoonful. Zhang Yi said, scooping the last bit of soup in the bowl onto a spoon and bringing it to Gu Qingyue's mouth. Gu Qingyue obediently opened her mouth and drank. A little bit of soup spilled out of my mouth during the process. Gu Qingyue just wanted to raise her hand to wipe it off. But she was not easily held in one hand by Jiang. Gu Qingyue looked toward Jiang Yenyuan. I'll do it. Jiang did not easily say, taking out a hand towel and approaching Gu Qingyue, lifting his hand and moving gently to wipe off the soup from the corner of her mouth. Gu Qingyue was able to clearly feel the aura of Jiang Dongyu's body. And her heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. The air was a little subtle between the two. Tinkles. The atmosphere is all here. This system helps the host. Time-limited mission. Kiss Gu Qingyue within 10 seconds. Penalty for failure, such a good time. You damn well don't kiss as your loss ah. Sa Ning. The system popped up with a voice. Jiang did not easily look at Gu Qingyue and ignored the system. Even if it did not come, he still had to reveal his heart to Gu Qingyue. He didn't want his master to keep up the disguise. Master. Jiang did not easily call out softly. Gu Qingyue's gaze fluttered, not daring to look directly at Jiang Yiqi. And her voice in response was somewhat soft. Ginger did not easily come forward and pressed their lips together. Well. Gu Qingyue's pupils dilated. Her delicate body trembled. And her mind went blank. Two small pink hands placed in front of the chest, gently patting Jiang not easy chest. Rather than patting, it is more like caressing. Quite a feeling of refusal. Jiang did not easily take Gu Qingyue into his arms with one hand. One hand resting on the back of her head as he aggravated the kiss. Gradually, Gu Qingyue only felt that her breathing stopped. Her heartbeat was getting faster and faster. And her head was a little dizzy. Noticing that Gu Qingyue was out of sorts, Jiang did not easily loosen his lips. Gu Qingyue's face was flushed red at the moment. Her gaze frozen as she stared blankly at Jiang Yenyuan. Senior. Jiang Yenyuan frowned slightly and patted Gu Qingyue's back. Who? Gu Qingyue came back to her senses. She had been holding her breath for a long time. And she couldn't help but inhale several times before she was able to ease up a bit. Jiang was not easy to look at Gu Qingyue. A little helpless. Master teacher is really stupid and cute. Right. Actually forgot to breathe. If he did not react in time, I'm afraid that he would have fainted. Disciple. How do you kiss your teacher? This is a big taboo. I will never forgive. Gu Qingyue's voice was tinged with trembling. Remembering the image just now and feeling the residual warmth on her lips still, Gu Qingyue instantly flushed with shame. Master, said Zhang Yi as he gently stroked Gu Qingyue's head. You look so cute. Don't be like this. I am not going to original. Original. Gu Qingyue stuttered a bit when she saw that Jiang was not easy to approach. Jiang did not easily hold Gu Qingyue tightly in his arms, his fingers nudging her pretty face. Master. Original. 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 Gu Qingyue closed her eyes and bit her red lips. You're forgiven. Gu Qingyue reached out and wrapped her arms around Jiang Dongyu's waist. Her voice soft. Jiang did not easily stroke her hair gently. And in his mind, many images of Gu Qingyue surfaced. There was the tenderness on his face when he took him back to the clan. There was the joy between his eyebrows after buying him a flying sword. There is the figure who wants to drain for him, in order to buy him a cinnamon cake. There was the decisiveness of cutting the yang vein for him to repair the yuan vein. There was the coldness and worry in Gu Justice's eyes when he heard him use him as a threat. And the peaceful smile at the door of the bamboo house when he was told he was okay after his yuan chakra was cut. Master. Jiang Yiqiu tightened his hold on Gu Qingyue and said, I like you. Super like you. Upon hearing Jiang Dongyi's words, Gu Qingyue froze, then lifted her head in disbelief and gazed at his face. As her eyes gradually blurred, Gu Qingyue bit her lower lip, the corners of her mouth skimming downward, trying to restrain herself from letting her tears fall. These were the words she had been thinking about day and night. This was the scene she had dreamed of. She didn't dare to cry. Afraid it was a dream. Afraid that, like the thousands of nights of dreams that had preceded her, if she cried out, the dream would wake up. Senior? John did not easily look at Gu Qingyue's face full of aggression and softly called out with some heartache. At this moment, Gu Qingyue finally couldn't hold back her tears. Her head buried into Jiang Yiqi's neck and cried out, as if she wanted to vent all the grievances that had been buried in her heart for many years. John did not easily pat Gu Qingyue's back gently, warmly soothing her. I don't know how long it took, but Gu Qingyue got tired of crying and just sobbed from time to time. Not easy. This isn't a dream. Right? Gu Qingyue's head left from Jiang Dongya's neck, her eyes reddening as she looked at him and asked, It's not a dream. Master. Jiang did not easily laugh softly, cupping her face and delicately wiping the tear tracks on her face. Master. In front of me. You can cry if you want to. And laugh if you want to. No need to disguise. And don't hide everything from me. Okay? Jiang Yiqiu stared at Gu Qingyue and said seriously. When she heard Jiang Yanyuan's words, Gu Qingyue pursed her lips and wanted to cry again. Don't cry. It won't look good if you cry like a little flower cat. Jiang did not easily rub Gu Qingyue's face and joked. Gu Qingyue broke into laughter and said with a shyness, Hate it. Jiang did not easily pause for a moment. His eyelids lowered as he moved closer to Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue blushed and closed her eyes. Two lips touch. The warm touch made Jiang's heart not easily swirl. The first time, the two people just sticking. The second time Gu Qingyue tightly embraced Jiang Yiqi's waist, took the initiative to respond. Although raw and clumsy, but gradually familiarized in the continuous fumbling. Soon the two were addicted to it and couldn't get out of it. Chapter 35, As If I Should Like You, Elevating Shangwan Yuan. Chapter 35, As If I Should Like You, Elevating Shangwan Yuan. For a long time, the lips parted. Both men collapsed on the bed, both a little out of breath. Gu Qingyue lay on top of Jiang Yiqi's body, her head leaning against his chest, her eyes closed and a smile at the corner of her mouth. Jiang was not easily able to put one arm around Gu Qingyue's slender waist and one hand stroked her hair, his eyes full of doting. Apprentice. I like you. So much, so much, so much. Gu Qingyue said softly. Me too. Ginger didn't respond easily. What are you two? Gu Qingyue was clearly dissatisfied with Jiang Dongyao's answer, tilting her head to stare at Jiang Dongyao as she questioned. I like you too. Khan did not easily laugh lightly and said. How much? Very much so. Much like how much? Gu Qingyue pursued. Well, like hell. How is it going to kill me? Jiang did not easily raise his eyebrows and rolled over to press Gu Qingyue underneath him. Gu Qingyue was startled by Jiang Dongyao's sudden move to get up and let out a cry of surprise, subconsciously hugging Jiang Dongyao. What are you doing? Well. Gu Qingyue was just about to open her mouth, but she was kissed by Jiang Yiqi. Ryoko. Jiang did not easily let go of his mouth and looked at the beauty underneath him. Gu Qingyue's face was so red that it could almost drip blood, making people look at her and couldn't help but want to take a bite out of her. Got it? Kong asked, not easily. No what? Gu Qingyue's voice whined. Without saying a word, Zhang Yi once again blocked Gu Qingyue's lips. It didn't stop until Gu Qingyue was a bit out of breath and her two small fists pounded on his chest. Got it? Zhang did not easily ask again. Gu Qingyue took several deep breaths and looked grim. Seeing that Gu Qingyue didn't answer, Zhang Yanyu made a gesture to continue. Gu Qingyue was so frightened that she busily covered her mouth and said, Got it. Know what? Knowing. You like me. It's good to know. Zhang Yi smiled cheekily, his face coming over to rub against Gu Qingyue's soft face. Gu Qingyue closed her eyes and allowed Zhang Yi to fool around. Then, why do you like me? Gu Qingyue suddenly asked again. Do I need a reason to like you? Upon hearing Jiang Dongyi's reply, Gu Qingyue froze for a moment and spoke. Don't you need it? Need? Gu Qingyue instantly pouted in anger. So perfunctory. This guy. Said a look at her as a white-skinned beautiful long legs beauty, and what's wrong with it? Not perfunctory. Jiang not easy head buried into her neck. Closed his eyes. His mind flashed through. All about Gu Qingyue's picture. Finally fixed in the last life Gu Qingyue lying in his arms before dying confession. Tone seriously said, because, without realizing it, I fell in love with you. Gu Qingyue felt the hot breath exhale from her neck and heard Zhang Yi's words so sincere. Her heart was deer in headlights. What about you? Why do you like me? When did you like it? It couldn't be love at first sight. Could it? Zhang Yiqiu asked as he lifted his head to stare at Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue looked straight into Zhang Yixian's hot gaze and nodded solemnly. Aha! Zhang did not easily want to poke fun at her originally, but he did not expect Gu Qingyue to admit it so bluntly. Although it may be a bit ridiculous to say it, the truth is this. At the first sight of you, I couldn't control myself from wanting to hold you. There is an aura about you that makes me feel comfortable, at ease, and it's only natural to like you. It's like I was supposed to like you, even though you were only 6 at the time. Gu Qingyue said seriously. And when she said the last sentence, she looked a little embarrassed. That makes it sound like she's been scheming against him. Though it's true. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yixian's hand holding Gu Qingyue tightened. And Gu Qingyue returned the hug. Thank you for being able to like me, Master. Zhang did not easily say in a soft voice. Thank you for liking me too, Apprentice. Gu Qingyue responded. Moonlight poured into the room and the two snuggled close together, feeling each other's breath and temperature. The two-way run is beautiful because I love you. And as it happens, you love me. Early the next morning, Zhang did not easily open his eyes and saw Gu Qingyue, who was still sleeping soundly in his arms. The corner of his mouth could not help but reveal a smile as he lowered his head and kissed her lips. Zhang did not get out of bed easily and carefully. And after covering Gu Qingyue, he went out of the sleeping room. After the door to the room closed, Gu Qingyue leisurely opened her eyes, licked her lips, narrowed her eyes and smiled. Walking out of Gu Qingyue's courtyard, the system's voice rang out in Zhang Dongyi's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating Gu Qingyue's heartbeat value of 32,185 last night. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement and kissing Gu Qingyue for the first time. Gained 23344 points of heartwarming value. Gained an advanced cultivation improvement roll, shared. Obtained a Yuan chakra strengthening pill. Received the eye of detection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for kissing Guchingiwe for half an hour cumulatively. Gaining 30,000 heartwarming values. Reward has been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. The current host's heartbeat value is 166,764 points. These things were supposed to be told to Jung Icho last night. But it was just put off until this morning so as not to ruin the atmosphere. After hearing the system's words, Jiang did not easily brighten up and hurriedly returned to the bamboo house, shutting the door behind him and then sitting cross-legged on the bed. As envisioned by the plan, he was worried that the 80,000 or so heartwarming values weren't enough. But this was great. Now there were 160,000 or so heartwarming values, which couldn't be spent. Couldn't be spent at all. Thinking about it, Jiang did not easily open the system store to exchange the heartless fruit. When Shangguan Yuan was in the Immortal realm, he needed 1 heartless fruit to raise 1 realm, 2 in the Earth Immortal realm, and 3 in the Heavenly Immortal realm. Currently, Shangguan Yuan had absorbed enough aura reserves to raise to the 9th level of the Heavenly Immortal realm. So Jiang was not easily able to plan to raise him up in one breath. After all, the stronger the strength, the greater the deterrence to Justice Gu, and the higher the success rate of the plan. Raising Shangguan Yuan to the 9th level of the Heavenly Immortal realm required 54 heartless fruits, costing a total of 108,000 heartwarming points. But it's just some little money to buy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing 54 heartless fruits *. Please pay attention to check the receipt. Receiving the system's prompt, Jiang did not easily open the Immortal scroll and flipped to Shangguan Yuan's portrait. The golden letters of breakthrough appeared on the surface of the portrait. Khan could not easily point his finger up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using 54 heartless fruits *. Shangguan Yuan's cultivation enhancement begins to rise. Shangguan Yuan successfully broke through to the 2nd level of the Immortal realm. Shangguan Yuan successfully broke through to the 1st level of the Earth Immortal realm. Shangguan Yuan successfully broke through to the 1st level of the Heavenly Immortal realm. Shangguan Yuan has successfully broken through to the 9th level of the Heavenly Immortal realm. In the scroll, Shangguan Yuan's image became more vivid, shifting from dynamic to static. And there seemed to be a wind blowing through the scroll, with hair and clothing fluttering along with it, and the slightest hint of the Heavenly Immortal realm emanating from it. Jiang did not easily close the Immortal volume, and the aura of the Heavenly Immortal realm disappeared. However, in a split second's time, this aura was detected by the Heavenly Sword Sect's elders. Xiang Peak. Qinling violently opened his eyes and just wanted to probe the source of that Heavenly Immortal realm aura. But the aura quickly disappeared. He flew to the sky above the clan and spread his divine sense to the limit to search, but also found nothing, and eventually had to give up. Qinling's face was heavy. That aura was only at first glance, but he was still able to feel that this person's strength was not below that of the sovereign. When did such a character appear around the Heavenly Sword Sect? Could it be someone from the other 2 first-grade sects? But the people there were familiar to him, and there was no character corresponding to this centaur. The elders of the other peaks also flew to Qinling's side and inquired about the situation. Qinling just shook his head, indicating that he wasn't sure. Seeing Qinling's shaking head, the other elders' expressions were all a bit gloomy. After all, they didn't know what this powerful figure meant by releasing his aura. To whether the Heavenly Sword Sect is a foe or a friend. CU Peak. The culprit of this matter was immersed in the system store, buying everywhere. I'm on the highway, so I'll be there for about 9 hours. So I'll just have to update 1 chapter. Sorry. See here, think it is not bad at book lovers. Free hyped. Give a book review. Thank you. Chapter 36, Sorting Out Rewards, Attacking Justice Gu. Chapter 36, Organizing Rewards, Attacking Gu Justice. In about a quarter of an hour. Jiang did not easily prepare all the things he needed. Everything was ready. Just waiting for Gu Justice to deliver it to his door tomorrow. When he was free, Jiang difficulty began to study the rewards given by the system. With a thought, Jiang Yanyu took out a scroll and a golden pill from the system space. Precisely the advanced cultivation enhancement scroll and yuan vein strengthening pill given by the system. System. Given introduction T. Jiang did not easily look at the two objects in his hand and said, "Okay. Host. Advanced cultivation enhancement scroll, shared. As the name suggests, is a scroll that can enhance the host's cultivation. And it is the Pro Max shared version of the scroll. I.e. enhancing the host's cultivation will also enhance the cultivation of Gu Qingyue at the same time. The Yuan Chakra Strengthening Pill. I.e. the ability to strengthen the user's Yuan Chakra, creating a qualitative change and raising the upper limit of talent." After listening to the system's words, Jiang did not easily nod his head. Of these two items, the one that was useful to him was this advanced cultivation enhancement scroll. As for this yuan vein strengthening Dan, his heavenly Dao sword vein was already the strongest. There was no need to strengthen it. So he decided to give it to Gu Qingyu to take. Thinking this way, Jiang did not easily put the yuan vein strengthening Dan back into the space and opened the advanced cultivation enhancement volume. Swish! The moment the scroll was opened, a dazzling blue light erupted from the center of the scroll, causing the surroundings to dim with it. Countless channels of blue aura madly surged into Jiang Yanyu's body, catalyzing his breath to climb. Inside the bedchamber, Gu Qingyue was drinking beautifully. When suddenly, her drinking action stopped and her beautiful eyes revealed a look of surprise. Inexplicably, a large amount of spiritual qi surged within her body, filling her entire yuan vein. But in a moment, the half-full yuan vein was filled, and she had successfully broken through to the first level of the heavenly immortal realm. However, things didn't end there, and her cultivation continued to rise. Time passed little by little, and after about a tea time, the light of the scroll gradually dissipated, and finally stopped the aura delivery. In the end, Jiang was not easily able to stay at the 10th level of the peak ascension realm. Jiang did not easily exhale a breath and opened his eyes, feeling the power filling his body, his heart bursting with joy. It was unthinkable that this advanced cultivation enhancement role was actually so powerful, directly allowing him to raise a large realm. Nowadays, he was only one final step away from the immortal realm. Inside the sleeping room, Gu Qingyue's cultivation reached the 3rd level of the heavenly immortal realm. And when her breath was steady, Gu Qingyue hurriedly drove her divine sense to roam around in her body, probing her own situation. A few moments later, the divine sense probing ended. And after realizing that there was nothing strange present in his body, he was relieved. The sudden aura scared Gu Qingyue into thinking that she hadn't been chosen by some old monster to be a parasitic or transmigratory vessel. And the only thought in her head was, it's over, it's over. She'll never see her stupid disciple again. Oh. Happy life has only just begun, ah. Gu Chengyu. Luckily, though, things weren't what she thought they would be, and the good life was looking forward again. As for what happened to the aura, Gu Qingyue didn't bother to investigate. It was good for her anyway. So why bother? Outside the house, Jiang is not easy to awaken the 5th flying sword, the main attribute of thunder. As for the name, the 1st Moon E sword, with a main attribute of speed. was each taken from the last character of Gu Qingyu and Zhang Dongyi. The second Nian Yu sword, whose main attribute was space. As the name suggested, thought of Gu Qingyu. The third 2-5 sword, whose main attribute was flame, was the number of strokes of the three characters Gu Qingyu. The fourth 15th sword, with the main attribute of water and ice, was Gu Qingyu's birthday, the 15th day of the first month. He had used all the names that could be related to Gu Qingyu, and he hadn't thought about it yet. So he left it empty for the time being, putting the flying sword away. Zhang did not easily remember that the system seemed to have given him an eye of scrying back. Zhang did not easily close his eyes then, and open them again with a faint blue light emanating from them. However, Zhang did not easily scan the week and realized that there was nothing special about it. Then asked, "By the way, system, what is the use of this scrying eye?" Ding. Eye of probing. The host uses the eye of probing to see the sexual name, realm, talent, ability, familiarity with the host, and weaknesses of characters within the field of view. The voice of the system echoed in Zhang, not easy in his mind. After listening to the introduction of the system, Zhang not easy to call straight. This thing, it's properly see-through. Just when Zhang is not easy to indulge in the joy. A figure swish flash, wrapped around the neck of Zhang is not easy. The whole person lying on his back. Silly apprentice. What are you doing? Zhang did not easily reach out subconsciously to drag Gu Qingyu's thighs to keep her from falling. Missed you. Zhang did not easily respond with a smile. Humph. Net good at saying amusing things, Gu Qingyu said. That being said, a joyful smile appeared on her face as she buried her head into Zhang Yixian's neck, feeling his scent and temperature. Ha! Silly apprentice. Yesterday you were only at the 10th level of the Dao transformation realm. Why are you at the peak ascension realm today? Is this heavenly Dao sword vein so magical? Gu Qingyu said in surprise as she jerked her head up when she noticed the change in Zhang Dongyi. Back then, I was also 29 years old before I ascended to the 9th level of the peak realm and stepped into the immortal realm at the age of 30. Now you're afraid that you're going to set a new record for the southern Xian continent. Gu Qingyu rested her chin on Zhang Dongya's shoulder and spoke leisurely. What else would it be then? Without looking at whose disciple I am. Zhang Yixian responded with a smile. This sentence was quite flattering to Gu Qingyu, and a smug smile appeared on her face. Zhang was not easy to carry Gu Qingyu on his back. Strolling on the path of Qingyu Peak, 2 and 2 without words, enjoying the warm silence. Early the next morning, under the peach blossom tree, Zhang Yiqi and Gu Qingyu were snuggling up to each other and sleeping soundly with their eyes closed. A few moments later, Zhang did not easily open his eyes, glancing at Gu Qingyu, who was drooling in his arms, and letting out a light laugh. After gently wiping away the harlotry from the corners of her mouth, he carefully picked up Gu Qingyu and returned to her bedchamber. Placing Gu Qingyu on the bed and covering her with the quilt, he placed the Yuan vein strengthening Dan into Gu Qingyu's mouth. Then took out the sleeping charm purchased in the system shop and folded it up, placing it under her pillow as he looked at her sleeping face, his gaze filled with determination. Master, don't worry. This time, it's my turn to protect you. Thinking about it, Zhang did not easily lean over to drop a kiss on Gu Qingyu's forehead. After that, Zhang did not easily exit the sleeping room, collected his breath, and left the heavenly sword sect, heading in a direction with his sword. Southern Xian continent, the junction mountain range between the center and the south hidden Dragon Mountain. In the sky above, the figures of 3 people appeared. It was none other than Gu Justice, Gu Qianxian, and an earthy mortal realm 5th level attendant, Great Elder, After passing the hidden Dragon Mountain. 1 more hour of Imperial air ahead. And you'll arrive at the Heavenly Sword Sect. The attendant turned to Gu Zhang. And said respectfully. Gu Justice nodded his head and looked at Gu Qianshan next to him. His eyes filled with favor as he said. Qianer. It won't be long before you'll be able to possess a proud talent. A smile appeared on Gu Qianshan's face and said. Thank you. Father. The three of them were about to move on when suddenly. A terrifying aura came from not far away. Swish. A sword chi hundreds of meters long broke through the air and pushed straight at the three people. Seeing this, Gu Zhengwei's face changed drastically. And without thinking, he activated his aura. And in an instant, a golden shield enveloped the three of them. Boom! The moment the shield was just formed, the sword chi landed on the shield and exploded. The huge energy fluctuation spread over 100 miles in a radius. And the trees and spirit beasts on the ground were all devastated. After a long time, the stirring out of the spirit mist dissipated. And the figures of the three of them became visible once again. Gu Zhengwei's face was gloomy as he stared dead at the floating figure hovering in front of him. Gu Qianshan and the attendant were both frightened by the scene just now. And if Gu Justice hadn't been there, I'm afraid the two of them would have already gone up in smoke. Who are you and why are you fighting me? Gu Justice said in a deep voice. Humph. Griffin. The white-clothed figure slowly opened his mouth. And in his tone, he was filled with disdain. The aura of his body revealing itself without any concealment. Heavenly Immortal Realm. 9. Justice Gu exclaimed incredulously. Chapter coded on the subway yesterday. School starts today. Have to deal with some things. Maybe these 2 or 3 days only update a chapter. You can first raise before reading. Hope you forgive me. Thank you. Author. Chapter 37, Confrontation. Chapter 37, Confrontation. May we have met with Senior Wu? I don't know what we have done to cause Senior to fight against us? Gu Justice asked in a deep voice. What have you guys done? Aren't you clear in your own hearts? Shangguan Yuan spoke. His tone cold and murderous. Hearing this, Gu Justice's mind flew to recall the events of the past few days. He had only brought Gu Qianshan to inquire about ways to be able to improve his talent. And hadn't done anything bad. I still ask Senior to clarify. Gu Justice's face was unsightly as he said. Are you guys preparing to head to the Heavenly Sword Sect to look for someone? Shangguan Yuan said. The three of them, Gu Justice, froze and glanced at each other, all seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Shangguan Yuan ignored the trio's surprise and continued to speak. Is that person's name Gu Chengyu? As soon as Shangguan Yuan's words fell, the aura of the 9th level of the Heavenly Immortal Realm erupted once again, forcing the three of them. Gu Justice hastily opened his aura shield to envelop it. And only then was he able to barely withstand the terrifying aura. A flash of viciousness flashed across Gu Justice's face. But it quickly turned into a smirk. Removing the aura shield, he said, We are Gu Qingyue's clansmen. What's wrong with coming to find her? I just don't know who your excellency is. How dare you make a move against someone of her same clan? Aren't you afraid that Gu Qingyue will blame you? Gu Justice's smile hit a knife. And the threatening implication in his tone was unmistakable. While at the same time, his mind continued to ponder the relationship between the person in front of him and Gu Qingyue. I haven't heard that Gu Qingyu has any clansmen. And even if she does, she hasn't been in contact for so many years. So it's obvious that your relationship isn't very good. Shangguan Yuan said indifferently while slowly approaching the three. Scram! Shangguan Yuan droned. I'm only going to say this once. Or I'll have your asses. Gu Justice's face was ugly to the extreme. He concluded that the relationship between the man in front of him and Gu Qingyu was not ordinary. Otherwise he wouldn't have defended Gu Qingyu so much. However, he had asked around. Gu Qingyue's current cultivation level was the 7th level of the Earth Immortal realm. And since the beginning of her fame, she had always shown herself in a high and cold manner. And she had never heard of having much contact with any of the male cultivators. And the only thing she had was just a wasteful disciple with only 4 sword veins. This person in front of her? It can't be her disciple. Maybe it's Gu Qingyue's suitor. As for why they would come over and threaten them without asking the reason, perhaps it was because their inquiries about Gu Qingyue had been spread, which happened to be known to the person in front of them. And because this person might have thought that they had something in mind for Gu Qingyue, so they came over to obstruct them. Analyzing it like this, Gu Justice couldn't help but marvel at his thoughts. He was so smart. With just a little trace of the truth of the matter, he sought the true meaning of the matter. Just ask. Who else? Thinking like this, Gu Justice had a solution and spoke. Your Excellency may be someone who adores Gu Qingyue. I have a way here to be able to get you to work with. Before Gu Justice could finish his words, Shangguan Yuan raised one hand, and the attendant at the side instantly burst into flames. Blood spilled and splattered on Gu Justice and Gu Chanshan's bodies. It happened so suddenly that no one expected Shangguan Yuan to make a sudden move. After being stunned for a moment, Gu Chanshan smelled the blood in the air, felt the warmth on her face, and screamed. Senior! What do you mean by that? It was only when he heard Gu Chanshan's screams that Gu Justice reacted. And instantly his eyes turned red as he roared towards Shangguan Yuan with an angry face. This attendant had been with him since he was a child. And although he was a master and servant in name, in reality, he had already had a strong bond. Now, just like that, he was killed by Shangguan Yuan without saying a word. How could he not be angry? The one who killed him was you. Shangguan Yuan spoke faintly. What? Gu Justice froze. Then sternly questioned. You fart. Before Gu Justice's words fell, Shangguan Yuan spoke impatiently. I just said to tell you to get lost. Or else you'll be in for it. I'm a very good man of my word. Shangguan Yuan's eyes were full of teasing. Gu Justice opened his mouth and was dumbfounded. For a moment he actually didn't know how to retort. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Or else there will be consequences for you. Shangguan Yuan waved his hand, then turned around. Gu Justice's gaze was dead set on Shangguan Yuan's back. He knew that Shangguan Yuan was as good as his word. And if they didn't leave, he would definitely make a move. Although he has methods to be able to seriously injure or even kill the other party. However, the cost is too great. Thinking about it, Gu Justice prepared to leave with Gu Chanshan. Just then, Shangguan Yuan suddenly turned around. The two of them, Gu Justice and Gu Chanshan, froze, not knowing what else Shangguan Yuan wanted to do. What a coincidence that we meet again, Shangguan Yuan said slowly, his eyes full of playfulness. You. Gu Justice's pupils contracted, and his heart instantly realized that Shangguan Yuan had no intention of letting them go at all. Your Excellency, you have to think clearly. We are from the Gu family of the Central Continent. If you dare to touch us, not only you, but the family behind you will have to bear the Gu family's wrath. Gu Justice shouted angrily. I don't care, Shangguan Yuan said casually. Hearing this, Gu Justice's face sank. He only thought that it was a small place and didn't know the Gu family's power. And spoke again. Our Gu family. But we have a half-saint powerhouse sitting in the town. I said I don't care. Shangguan Yuan directly interrupted with his exit. Gu Justice's face turned ugly. It seemed that this person was determined to move them. Ha! Then be prepared for Gu Qingyue to endure the Gu family's pursuit. Gu Justice said in a cold voice. However, as soon as the words fell, a golden formation emerged around them, enveloping the three of them. Seeing this, Gu Justice's face changed drastically. Ha! And you want to pass a message to your clan? Not even a door. Shangguan Yuan said contemptuously. Gu Zheng's heart sank. It seemed that the person in front of him had prepared for this and actually took advantage of his inattention to set up a blocking formation. He had just passed on the information here to the Gu family through a transmission talisman. Only, it was blocked. And it also made the blocking formation visible. It's now or never. Gu Justice shielded Gu Qianqian behind him, his eyes looking dead at Shangguan Yuan. Since your excellency has set your mind to kill, then I will do as you wish. After saying that, Gu Justice tilted his head and ate something. And in the next moment, the aura around his body was insanely skyrocketing. In a few blinks of an eye, his cultivation level had suddenly arrived at the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly immortal realm. And he was vaguely on the verge of breaking through to half-saint. Father! Gu Qianqian shouted anxiously when she saw this. Daughter! Back away a bit. After I kill this arrogant person, I'll take you to seize Gu Qingyue's Unveiling. As things stood, Gu Justice didn't intend to hide anything and spoke straight away. Upon hearing Gu Justice's words, Shangguan Yuan's gaze went cold, killing intent in his eyes. An ant trying to shake a big tree. Ridiculously insouciant. I was so busy with school yesterday that I wrote 1,000 words late at night at almost 12 o'clock. And then I hurriedly got up in the morning to continue writing. Sorry everyone. Just started school. More busy. Maybe after 2 or 3 days can be normal update. These days on a more. I hope everyone understands. The National Day will explode more. Chapter 38, Abusing and Pressing Gu Justice. Chapter 38, Abusing and Pressing Gu Justice. Gu Justice shouted angrily. And a golden giant statue of 12 feet in size then appeared behind him. It was clearly a Saint Dharma face that could only be condensed after stepping into the half-saint realm. Only, Gu Justice wasn't a true half-saint realm after all. And this Dharma phase was smaller and blurrier compared to a true Dharma phase. Go to hell. Gu Justice's face was livid as he raised his hand and pressed down. The Dharma phase behind him also followed Gu Justice's movements, raising his hand and suppressing Shangguan Yuan. Shangguan Yuan's face was cold. And a crimson immortal ring emerged behind him, which was crawling with ancient and mysterious patterns, exuding an aura of killing and immortality. Shangguan Yuan clenched his right hand in the air. And the 5th flying sword surrounded by thunder appeared in his hand. At this moment, Shangguan Yuan's immortal posture floated like a true immortal descending to the world. Staring at the giant palm that was getting closer and closer, Shangguan Yuan raised his hand and swung his sword with a bland cry, saying, "The 5th stance of the Emperor's secret. A sword shatters the white moon." As the words fell, a sword was swung out, and the sky and earth seemed to darken. As a raging sword she wrapped in thunder broke through the air and blasted at the giant palm. Boom! The two forces collided together and a huge sound erupted. However, the two forces were not evenly matched against each other, but rather, they were crushed side by side. The stalemate lasted but a moment before the sword chi tore through the giant palm and struck the phantom with devastating force. Gu Justice's complexion changed drastically, and he just wanted to take action, but it was already too late. Boom! The head of the phantom was dry-bombed by the sword chi, drying it out and leaving no room for error. Put! Gu Justice violently spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his entire body fell to the ground like a kite with broken strings. Dad! Seeing this, Gu Qianqian hurried to Gu Justice's side and helped him up. Her eyes red. Gu Justice's breath was wilting at the moment, and he coughed a few times before spitting out a large mouthful of blood. His face even paler as a result. Shangguan Yuan landed in front of the two men and looked at Gu Zhang. His expression cold, unable to see any emotions. No! Don't you dare touch my father! Gu Qianqian blocked in front of Gu Justice, her face full of anger as she shouted sternly. Senior! My skill is not good. It's me who lost. Kill or die at Senior's disposal. Just please don't make things difficult for my daughter. Gu Justice pulled over Gu Qianqian's hand, looked at Shangguan Yuan and said, his face showing bitterness. The person in front of him was truly as terrifying as he was. Facing an attack that was vaguely of half-saint strength, he actually defeated it easily with just a single sword. Gu Justice already knew that the person in front of him was someone he could not defeat. He had no other choice but to pray that Shangguan Yuan let Gu Qianqian go. Do you think that I would let her go and let her go back to report the news to the Gu family? Shangguan Yuan's tone was lazy. But when it landed in Gu Justice's ears, it was like exploding thunder. Gu Justice then revealed a bitter smile. Had he known that he wouldn't have talked too much? Otherwise, the squire wouldn't have died, and he and Gu Qianqian wouldn't have ended up in such a state. However, I can actually not kill you guys. But, just as Gu Justice was ready to close his eyes in resignation, Shangguan Yuan suddenly said. Upon hearing Shangguan Yuan's words, Gu Justice immediately opened his eyes and looked at Shangguan Yuan. Gu Qianqian was also incredulous. But what? Gu Justice asked busily. If he could survive, anything would be fine. After all, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Let alone, he's not a gentleman. Shangguan Yuan's gaze casually traveled between the two. Gu Qianqian took a step back vigilantly and said, what do you want to do? I can tell you. Even if you are strong, I won't obey you. Hearing Gu Qianqian's words, Shangguan Yuan blankly glanced at her and said, I'm not interested in one horse. Hearing Shangguan Yuan's words, Gu Qianqian glanced down and was instantly annoyed, saying, what did you say? Gu Justice hurriedly pulled over Gu Qianqian with a warning gaze, fearing that if she was careless and angered Shangguan Yuan and changed her mind, they would really be finished by then. Elder, I'm sorry. My daughter had no intention of rushing you. I'll go back and discipline her properly. Gu Zhengwan nodded his head repeatedly and said. Shangguan Yuan waved his hand. I wonder what conditions Senior has? Gu Justice hurriedly asked, his tone humble. It's simple. Make a heavenly oath and you will be released. Shangguan Yuan said. Gu Justice and Gu Qianqian glanced at each other before asking. I wonder what vows Senior wants us to make. Shangguan Yuan didn't say anything and pulled out a scroll from his pocket. With a shake of one hand, the scroll opened and the other end fell to the ground and rolled for a long time before coming to a stop. At a cursory glance, the scroll had to be at least 5 or 6 meters long, and it was densely written all over. Gu Justice and Gu Qianqian, Ida Hair? Elder. This. Gu Justice had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Shangguan Yuan. Swear or die. Shangguan Yuan said. Hearing this, Gu Justice immediately shut up, contemplated for a moment, and agreed with gritted teeth. Shangguan Yuan nodded and held the scroll out to the two. The two men began to swear according to the above. I, Gu Justice, Gu Qianqian, hereby make an oath of the heavenly Tao. Starting up, a golden light shone down from the sky and landed on the two. First, will not divulge anything I heard about Gu Qingyue in the southern realm and South Xinzhou. including but not limited to her name, gender, cultivation level, and talent. Time passed by, and Gu Justice and Gu Chantian had become emotionless reading machines. Article 1321. Will not divulge anything about Gu Qingyue by any means, including but not limited to speaking, transmitting, using a transmitting note, eye signaling, writing. If you break the above oath, you are willing to be subjected to the heavenly Tao of death. Finally, the two men read all the contents of the scroll, and the golden glow disappeared. Shangguan Yuan put the scroll away with satisfaction and said, "All right. Get lost." Hearing Shangguan Yuan's words, Gu Justice was like an amnesty and hurriedly left with Gu Chantian. He was not going to stay a moment longer. This guy, he's not even human. He had originally thought that it was just a matter of making a heavenly Tao oath. And when the time came to play tricks on the oath, there would be several ways to circumvent the heavenly Tao oath. Spread the word back to his family, and send someone over to behead Shangguan Yuan at that time. He just didn't expect that Shangguan Yuan would prepare a list of oaths for him. What's more, I didn't expect. The content inside the scroll is really everything. He wanted to get the unthinkable. There are, and each can list more than 10 or 20 unspeakable. The most inexplicable is that each last, all to end with the word and so on. This man, he's so cautious. Now, the heavenly oath in the body. The information spread out to seek revenge has no chance. And, in the future, but also to be careful with their words, in case they accidentally touch that piece of 321 in anyone, leaving him only the body of the death of the part of the road to extinction. On this side, Shangguan Yuan saw Gu Justice and Gu Chantian's figures disappear before turning into streams of light, landing in a forest not far away and disappearing into the immortal scroll in front of Zhang Yiqian. Only after a long time did Zhang Yenyuan leisurely open his eyes. And then he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Everything just now was carried out by him controlling Shangguan Yuan through the imperial puppet talisman he bought from the system store. Only, Shangguan Yuan's realm was too high after all, and the forced control caused considerable damage to his body. However, compared to what Gu Qingyue had suffered for him in her last life, what was all this? However, this time it was cheaper for Gu Justice and didn't take his life. But it's okay. Let him live a while longer. When he enters the Holy Spirit, it will be the day the Gu family is destroyed. Zhang Yiqiu's gaze retracted from the direction Gu Justice had left, slowed down for a moment, and stood up by holding onto a tree trunk to the side. Let's go. Gu Qingyue is still waiting for him to go back? Chapter 39, The luckiest thing that ever happened was meeting you. Chapter 39, The luckiest thing that ever happened was meeting you. See you peek. The sleeping room. Zhang did not easily push the door open gently, his head poking in and seeing Gu Qingyu still asleep. Closing the door, he came to Gu Qingyue's side and took out the sleeping talisman placed under her pillow and retrieved it into the space. Ding! Daily mission released. Daily Task 1, Host and Gu Qingyue posting lasts for 10 minutes. Mission completion reward, Heart to Heart, LV. 2, upgraded to Heart to Heart, LV. 3. Mission failure punishment, forcing the host to catnip dress up in front of Gu Qingyue. At that moment, the system's voice rang out in Zhang Yinyu's mind. Hearing the system's mission, the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth hooked into a smile. Then he got into bed and held Gu Qingyu in his arms, face to face, rubbing against her constantly. Master's face is so soft and fragrant. Gu Qingyue beamed a bit and opened her eyes slightly. Seeing that it was Zhang Yiqi, she immediately grinned and hugged Zhang Yiqi back. Master, you're awake? Zhang did not easily smile. Well. Gu Qingyue's voice was glutinous. With some lethargy. Making people listen to her itchy. Like being scratched by a kitten. Zhang Yi could not help but gently bite Gu Qingyue's earlobe. Gu Qingyue's body could not help but tremble. Her pretty face along with the tips of her ears immediately turning red. Apprentice. Stop it. Itching. Gu Qingyue's breathing couldn't help but increase. Her voice as thin as a mosquito. Wow. The apprentice is so bold and loves it so much. Woo-hoo-hoo. Can't stand it. Really want to eat my apprentice so badly. No no no. Gu Chongyu. It's not time yet. This kind of thing must be done only when you're newly married. Hold back. You must hold back. Gu Qingyue was screaming madly inside. Hearing Gu Qingyue's heartfelt words, Jiang Yixian laughed in his heart and did not continue to tease Gu Qingyue. Noticing that Jiang was not easily converged, Gu Qingyue breathed a sigh of relief. But her heart was a little disappointed. Aya. Disciple. Why did you stop? If you continue to carry on, I'll subordinate myself. Alas. The apprentice is still too pure. Ginger is not easy. Why don't I come back? Of course. Jiang Yixian didn't continue. He just hugged Gu Qingyue and buried his head into her neck. So. Hot. Disciple. After hugging for a while, Gu Qingyue's face was even more red and tantalizing because of the hot air that Jiang did not easily exhale. And she said daintily, No. 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 Hold me a little longer. Jiang did not easily shake his head. Sticking tighter. It's not time to let go until it's time to let go. And it's so comfortable. It's even more important not to let go. Gu Qingyue felt an itch coming from her neck and couldn't help but say, Oops. Well. You're holding. But. Disciple. You. Don't move. It's so itchy. His mouth showed some helplessness. But his eyes were full of fondness as he looked at Jiang Yiqiu. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing Daily Mission 1. Rewards being distributed. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The mind connection has been successfully upgraded to LV 3. Mind connection, LV 3 on top of the previous 2 levels of skills. Add the skill of dream entry. I.e. When Gu Qingyue is sleeping, the host can enter Gu Qingyue's dream world. Hearing the system's words, Jiang did not easily light up. Being able to enter Gu Qingyue's dream world? Interesting. I wonder what this little girl does in her dreams. Ding. Release Daily Task 2. Take Gu Qingyue on a trip down the mountain and brush the touched value to 100%. Current moving value, 0%. Mission completion reward, obtain an Imperial apparatus. The Golden Source Phoenix hairpin. Mission failure punishment, losing the chance to listen to Gu Qingyue's confession. The system's voice sounded in his head again. Jiang did not easily freeze and looked up at Gu Qingyue's side face. Some anticipation in his heart. Wondering what Gu Qingyu would say to him. What's wrong? Gu Qingyue noticed Jiang Dongyi's gaze and lowered her head to inquire. Senior. We haven't played down the mountain together for a long time. Why don't we go together today? Jiang Yiqiu said. Gu Qingyue listened and nodded without hesitation. Yes. Hanging out with the disciples. Is this what the word book says? A rendezvous? Excitement. Gu Qingyue. That. Disciple. Can you go out and wait for me for a moment while I change my clothes? Gu Qingyue looked at Jiang Yenyuan and said. Jiang did not easily nod and placed a kiss on the corner of Gu Qingyue's mouth before getting up and getting out of bed. And. You also need to change your body. Gu Qingyue blushed and added in a low voice. Good. Zhang Yi replied with a smile, scratching Gu Qingyue's nose before going out. Gu Qingyue watched Zhang not easily leave and patted her flushed cheeks. Then got out of bed and opened her closet, starting to pick out her clothes for the trip down the mountain. Zhang did not easily return to the bamboo house. Rechanged into a white robe with golden trim, and came to wait outside the courtyard. Bit by bit, time passed and the door to the room remained closed. Zhang was not easy to sit at the stone table in the courtyard, propping up his head with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. How about this one? It seems a little small. No. What about this one? It's a bit ugly. No. And this one? It's too dark a color to look good. Zhang did not easily keep listening to the room as Gu Qingyue spouted off about the style of the clothes, barely stopping. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Gu Qingyue's heartfelt voice in her head disappeared. The door was pushed open. Zhang did not easily twist his head to look, and his eyes lit up. Between them, Gu Qingyue walked out of the room. At this moment, she changed into a light blue jacket. That already pretty and flawless face slightly powdered. Even more stunning, known as the absolute color of the earth is not too much. Senior, you're so beautiful. Zhang did not easily laugh. Hearing Zhang Yi's praise, Gu Qingyue's red lips curled slightly, took a few steps to Zhang Yi's front and said, "Silly disciple. You." Zhang did not easily look at Gu Qingyue. Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Zhang was not easy to laugh dumbly. He thought Gu Qingyue would say that he was also very handsome. Zhang did not easily reach out and hold Gu Qingyue's tender palm, interlocking his fingers with it, and said softly, "Shall we go then?" Aha! Feeling the warmth coming from her hands, Gu Qingyue slightly lowered her head, revealing a delicate demeanor as she responded in a low voice. Ding! Currently Gu Qingyue's moving value, 100%. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewards are being distributed. The Golden Source Phoenix hairpin has been issued to the host's space. Please check in time. Zhang did not easily move and brought Gu Qingyue with him, the two of them descending Qingyue Peak one after the other. The two arrived at a secluded town not far from the Heavenly Sword Sect, Anhu Town. Zhang did not easily take Gu Qingyue around the town, bought some trinkets, ate some snacks, and before he knew it, it was already as if the sun was dying. Outside the town, Reassurance Lake. Zhang did not easily carry Gu Qingyue on his back as he paced the edge of the reassuring lake. The breeze carries the miscellaneous smell of fresh water vapor. Here. Gu Qingyue bit down on a mouthful of sugar plums, then brought the last one to Zhang Dani's mouth. Ginger did not easily smile as she took the last candy cane into her mouth. What? Gu Qingyue asked as she wiggled her white legs. Sweet. Zhang did not easily nod his head and said. Gu Qingyue smiled. Her eyebrows curved like a crescent moon. Wiggling her long white legs, she placed her head on Kang's shoulder. After a long time, Zhang did not easily twist his head to look at Gu Qingyue's side face and said, Master, there is something I want to give you. What? Gu Qingyue tilted her head and asked. Zhang did not easily put Gu Qingyue down and turned to face her. Gu Qingyue looked at Zhang Yenyuan, her eyes glittering with anticipation. Close your eyes. Zhang did not easily say in a soft voice. Gu Qingyue sniffed and obediently closed her eyes. Zhang did not easily take out the hairpin from space and carefully put it on Gu Qingyue. Okay. Zhang did not easily say. Gu Qingyue opened her eyes, squatted by the lake, looked at her reflection in the water, touched the hairpin on her head, and her eyes gradually reddened. How is it? Do you like it? Jiang did not easily come behind Gu Qingyue and asked. When Gu Qingyu heard Jiang Dongyi's voice, she stood up and flung herself into his arms, her hands gripping the lapels of his coat tightly, her shoulders constantly trembling from sobbing. Jiang did not easily hug Gu Qingyue and patted her back soothingly. What's wrong, Master? Jiang did not easily ask in a soft voice. It's not easy. I've never been lucky in my life. The only good thing that happened in my life is that I met you. So thank you. I'm really happy. Chapter 40, Strange News. The cold fairy actually laughed. Chapter 40, Strange News. The cold fairy actually smiled. Gu Qingyu's voice was choked with sobs, falling on Jiang Yi's ears, recalling the memories of Gu Qingyu that he had seen. His heart was flooded with a heartache, and his hand holding Gu Qingyu couldn't help but tighten. I'm also very lucky that not only did I meet you, but I also got your liking. Ginger's voice was not easy to hear. Then, you promise me that you will never leave me. Gu Qingyu raised her head and looked at Zhang Yiqi with tearful eyes, saying, Good. Jiang not easy. Will never, ever leave Master. Jiang not easy laughed, his tone filled with determination. Hm. Gu Qingyue, too, will never, ever leave her apprentice. Gu Qingyue swore solemnly with a taut little face. When they finished, the two looked at each other, laughed out loud at each other, and hugged each other tightly. The red haze in the sky rendered the lake in romantic colors, stretching the figures of the two people infinitely. After a long time, Gu Qingyue looked at Zhang Yiqi and asked, Then this hairpin, is it considered a token of love? Of course. Jiang did not easily nod his head in response. Gu Qingyue's pretty face blushed slightly and said, I, too, also have a token of love for you. Really? Delight flashed in Zhang Yiqiu's eyes. Aha. Gu Qingyue nodded her head, letting go of Zhang Yiqiu and said, Close your eyes. Ginger did not easily obey and closed her eyes. Gu Qingyue revealed a smile. Jiang did not easily feel that Gu Qingyue had only lifted his hand up and brought something on his hand. Okay. You can open your eyes now. It wasn't long before Gu Qingyue said. Jiang did not easily sniff and opened his eyes, raising his hand to see a black and red intertwined concentric knot bracelet. This is a concentric knot I made with my own hair. And red rope. How about it? Gu Qingyue asked as she stared at Zhang Yiqiu with eyes full of anticipation. Well, it's very pretty. I like it a lot. Jiang did not easily stroke the concentric knot bracelet with care, a smile on his lips. Thank you, Master. I owe you far too much. Jiang did not easily hug Gu Qingyue and spoke softly, holding back the tears in his eyes. In his original world, he was an orphan, growing up all alone, never feeling any affection, let alone love. In these two lives, he had received these two warmths in Gu Qingyue. It was hard for him to imagine. And he didn't dare to imagine what his life would have been like without Gu Qingyue. No way. I didn't do anything either? Hearing Jiang Dongyao's words, Gu Qingyue froze for a moment, but quickly hugged Jiang Dongyao back and laughed. There it is. Anyway, I have been relying on you for my whole life. No. Forever. Jiang not easy to say. Gu Qingyue laughed, her heart sweet. Well, I hope you'll remember what you said. But don't move on. Gu Qingyue said. Well, if I go against what I said, it shall not be well. Before the word death could be uttered, Zhang Yinyuan's mouth was covered by Gu Qingyue's hand. Blah blah blah. Don't say those words. Let's All of us. Be good. Gu Qingyue said seriously. Jiang did not easily nod his head. And seeing this, Gu Qingyue then revealed a smile. Jiang Yi's gaze fell on Gu Qingyue's hand that was covering her mouth. And with a teasing heart, he stretched out his tongue and licked the center of her palm. Gu Qingyu only felt an itch in her hand and froze for a moment. Looking at Jiang Yi with a smile on her brow, she immediately reacted and let out a low exclamation of surprise, hurriedly withdrawing her hand. Ah! You! What are you doing? Gu Qingyue blushed up and punched Jiang Dani's chest, pouting. Looking at Gu Qingyue's appearance, Jiang was not easy to look at. The more he liked her, he really wanted to hold her in his arms and rub her all the time. Master! Don't you know you're killing yourself like this? Jiang did not easily laugh. Huh? What's very deadly? Gu Qingyue asked with a puzzled look on her face. Cute as hell. Jiang did not easily laugh. The blush on Gu Qingyue's face increased after hearing this. Oops. The apprentice has been teased again. Humph. Ignore you. Gu Qingyue beamed, feigned anger, and turned to leave. Jiang was not easy to catch up with. Oops. That's wrong. Master. Humph. Gu Qingyue don't look over her head to not look at Jiang, not easy. Looks very angry. But in fact, this time, I must air out my foolish apprentice. Otherwise he'll get an inch and keep molesting me. Although, it feels kinda happy. But I'm his master. Where is the master being molested by his apprentice? Aha! Right. This face must be earned back. Don't be spineless this time, Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu's heartfelt words were not easily heard by Jiang Yi, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a smile. Aya! Don't be angry. Jiang Yiqiu came to the other side of Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue immediately turned her head to the other side. Baby! Gu Qingyue's eyes widened when she heard this. Sweetie! Just ignore me. Honey! Don't be mad. Cutie? Jiang is not easy to come directly to several sweet name. And does not mind meat. Although there were some words that she couldn't understand, Gu Qingyu was able to detect that it was a very intimate kind of address. You? Where did you even learn all these words? Finally, Gu Qingyue couldn't bear it anymore and opened her mouth. Then tell me you're not mad first. Ginger said easily. Gu Qingyue tensed her face and said, Don't say it or don't say it. After saying that, Gu Qingyue accelerated on her feet and pulled away from Jiang Yiqiu. Mother, cried Kong not easily. The moment these words came out, Gu Qingyue's footsteps immediately stopped. After standing for a while, Gu Qingyue, red-faced and with her head lowered, turned around and came to Jiang Yiqi, stretching out her hand. What for? Jiang did not easily ask knowingly. Gu Qingyue squirmed for half a day before she said, Hold me. Idiot. Okay. Mama. Jiang Yi smiled, interlocking his fingers with Gu Qingyue's hand. The two walked hand in hand on the way back. Gu Qingyue secretly glanced at Jiang Yiqi's side face and smiled lightly. Gu Qingyue. You worthless. But so what? But he called her mama. He. Returning to the Heavenly Sword Sect mountain. Although Gu Qingyue was a little reluctant to leave, she still urged Jiang to not easily go to the Heavenly Sword Pavilion to cultivate and cope with the Heaven's Pride Conference in South Shin Continent. The two agreed that she would come over to pick him up the night before they left for the Heaven's Pride Conference. Jiang did not easily give Gu Qingyue a kiss on her forehead before leaving for the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Gu Qingyue watched Jiang Dongyao until he was out of sight. And only then did she turn around and walk in the direction of Qingyue Peak. On the way, he ran into a few disciples. Good day. Sixth Elder. Several disciples respectfully saluted. Well. Hello guys. Gu Qingyue responded with a light smile. This time, several disciples froze. Gu Qingyue didn't pay any attention and continued walking on her own. After a long time, several disciples came back to their senses. You looked at me. I looked at you. And all saw the surprise in each other's eyes. I'm not dreaming. Am I? Just now. Sixth Elder actually laughed. A disciple uncertainly opened his mouth to inquire. Good. It seems. The other nodded gently. No dream. Just now Sixth Elder just laughed. I'll go. Sixth Elder smiles so well. The third disciple immediately became excited. The others reacted. The 10,000-year-old iceberg's cold fairy actually laughed. A heavenly wonder. A heavenly wonder. It didn't take long for the matter of Gu Qingyue laughing to immediately spread like crazy within the Heavenly Sword sect. Gu Qingyue was unimpressed by this. Now that you've opened your heart, there's no need to keep wearing the disguise. With his liking, she doesn't need to pretend to be strong. She can show her joy and sorrow. I didn't have time to write yesterday with a full class schedule, so I put off posting it until today. And I have class at 3 o'clock in a little while. Next month the course is stabilizing and will steadily post at least 2 chapters a day. If something happens, it will be stated in the profile on the author's homepage, so you can pay proper attention to it. Chapter 41, The Starry Heavenly Emperor's Gift. Chapter 41, The Starry Heavenly Emperor's Gift. Zhang did not easily step into the second floor of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. His aura around him changed abruptly, and he had certainly arrived at the human rank sword potential realm. Yan Yan Lu was interrupted in her cultivation by the breath coming from Zhang Dongyao's breakthrough, and couldn't help but open her eyes to look at Zhang Dongyao. Zhang Yanyan and Lu Yanyan locked gazes, smiled, and walked up to the third floor of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Lu Yanyan's beautiful eyes were filled with shock, reflecting the figure of Zhang Yanyan. Her small mouth opened wide as if she could stuff down a goose egg. Froggy fun. Elder brother not easy is too powerful. Isn't he? It's only been a short time, and he's made another breakthrough? She had absorbed the Sword Dao inheritance and was only at the Earth Stage Sword Chi realm now. Had she absorbed a fake Sword Dao inheritance? Lu Yanyan's little mind began to wander. Kong didn't easily know what she was thinking. Arriving on the third floor, Zhang did not easily release his 5 flying swords, which flew in strings everywhere, colliding and sharpening with the sword chi on the third floor. Zhang did not easily find a corner, sat down with his knees crossed, and closed his eyes. His divine sense wandered through the sea of consciousness, searching for the floating light of the Emperor's secret, and his divine sense made contact with it. For a moment, Zhang did not easily feel only a wave of vertigo. I don't know how long it took for Zhang's dizziness to disappear before he realized that he was no longer in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, but rather in a dark place where he couldn't reach out and see anything. Where is this? Khan couldn't easily help but mumble. Buzz. While Jiang was not easy to contemplate. A little bit of starlight lit up around him from far and near. However, a moment later, the stars flashed, forming a sea of stars, and above the sea of stars, a round moon appeared. This is the stars? Zhang Yi could not help but open his mouth when he saw the sight before him. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of Zhang Yanyu, a sword in one hand, standing with his hands behind his back. The entire person did not purposely emit any aura, yet one could not help but feel awe. The sword picks the stars. The man spoke softly and swung his sword gently. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. Countless sword lights broke through the air and attacked on top of the stars. And with that, a star exploded and a piercing light shone one after another, lighting up the entire starry sky. The sword shatters the white moon. Afterwards, the man raised his sword and slashed the sword energy, chopping on the round moon in the distance. And with a boom, the round moon shattered and turned into bits of dust. Jiang did not easily recognize it. It was the fourth and fifth stanzas of the Emperor's Secret. The body slowly turned around, revealing a handsome and dignified face. Sixth style. Sword cutting the blazing sun. After saying that, the man swung his sword, and a sword chi of tens of thousands of feet manifested itself, carrying unrivaled power as it brushed against Zhang Yenyuan. Boom! Zhang did not easily turn around violently. All he saw was a huge sun that had taken up almost all of his eyes, split in two, and was tipping over. The enormous energy was transmitted on Zhang Yichou's body, and he vaguely felt as if his whole body was being burned by fire. And then he lost his consciousness. The time was long, like centuries had passed. Zhang did not easily open his eyes leisurely, and his surroundings were still a galactic vastness. Not far in front of him, the man sat demurely, looking at him with a smile on his face. Zhang did not easily stretch out his hands in front of himself, and then looked down at his own body, and found that he had no injuries, nor did he feel any pain. Zhang did not easily sit up and looked at the man, inquiring, "I wonder who senior is. I suppose you've met Emo Shani?" The man laughed. "Emo Shani?" Zhang did not easily freeze. And then the face of that elegant man appeared in his mind as he nodded and replied, "Yes. Could it be that you are one of the two people the Mountain River Heavenly Emperor spoke of?" Zhang did not easily ask. The man nodded and said, "That's right. To introduce myself, my name is Lin Tian, the second sword Heavenly Emperor of the world tens of thousands of years ago." The Emperor's name? Star. Hearing the man's words, Zhang was not easily surprised in his heart that he was actually a Heavenly Emperor from the same period as Emo Shanha, the one who claimed to open the sun and moon with the stars. The Star Celestial Emperor. In that case, wouldn't that last one be? A look of excitement flashed across Zhang Yenyuan's eyes. If that was the case, wouldn't this Emperor's secrets contain the Sword Dao enlightenment of three Sword Dao Heavenly Emperor powerhouses? And it was still the pinnacle of the Heavenly Emperors. Emo Shanha should have given you his ink world. Lin Tian spoke. Hearing this, Zhang did not easily return to his senses and solemnly nodded his head. The ink world is a small world, and small worlds can only be created and utilized if one enters the Heavenly Emperor realm and combines it with an extraordinary and unique comprehension of one's own path. Nowadays, your strength is only at the peak of Ascension realm, and although it won't be long before you can step into the Immortal realm, you still won't be able to put the ink world to use. Lin Tian paused for a moment and glanced at Zhang Yenyu before continuing. So, take this. With that, Lin Tian took out a transparent piece of bead the size of a baby's fist and sent it through the air to Zhang Yenyuan. Zhang is not easy to catch in a hurry. This is an Emperor-grade world glaze. You can load the ink world into it and can open the ink world as long as you activate your aura. However, the domain bonus in it is only 1% of the original. Lin Tian said. After listening to Lin Tian's words, Zhang Yenyuan's eyes lit up. What do you mean only 1% of the original? 1% of the ability of an imperial armament? That's quite terrifying. Zhang didn't easily feel that even if a half-saint entered the ink world, he could easily decimate them. Thinking about it, Zhang Yichou couldn't help but grin and laugh. Seeing this, Lin Tian let out a light laugh. Zhang did not easily come back to his senses. Smiled awkwardly, put the world glaze away, and rose to salute respectfully. Many thanks to the Star Celestial Emperor for his gift. Lin Tian waved his hand and said, It's just a trinket. The next thing is what I'm going to give you. After saying that, a black flying sword that was covered in star, sun and moon patterns emerged in front of Lin Tian and Zhang Yiqiu. Lin Tian waved his big hand and the flying sword slowly arrived in front of Zhang Yenyuan. Zhang did not easily take a close look at the flying sword. The flying sword was pitch black. This blackness carried a feeling of emptiness, as if one would fall into it just by looking at it. And on the body of the sword, speckled with tiny lights. Between the lights there were even finer lines connecting them, while patterns shaped like the sun and the moon were engraved on the front and back of the sword not far from the hilt, vaguely revealing that there was a cold and a warm aura. At first glance, how was this a flying sword? It was clearly a small star shaped like a flying sword. This sword is called Sun Moon Star. It's my innate flying sword. Now it's for you. Lin Tian opened his mouth and without waiting for Zhang Yunggao to react, the Sun Moon Star transformed into a black stream of light and disappeared into Zhang Yunggao's forehead. Zhang did not easily feel the impact coming from his forehead and could not help but take a few steps back, busy raising his hand to support his forehead, rubbing his forehead. He didn't feel anything. Only that in the sea of consciousness, there was an additional ancient connection. Senior, what exactly is the Emperor's secret? And why did you and the Mountain River Heavenly Emperor give me all of this? Zhang did not easily look at Lin Tian and inquired. Lin Tian waved his hand and laughed. There's no rush. The people behind will tell you. Who? Is it the Empty Sky Emperor? Zhang did not easily ask in a hurry. Lin Tian smiled and shook his head as his figure gradually blurred and eventually dissipated. Zhang was not easy to move forward, but his feet stepped on an empty space. The whole person fell down. He wanted to activate his aura, but found that his body was like a pool of stagnant water. It was difficult to move at all. It was like he was plunged into an endless abyss. And I don't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that someone was watching him. Ha ha! Tomorrow National Day. Ready to burst more law. See here. Feel okay, treasure children. Hope to give a favorable comment. Oh, thank you. Chapter 42, Black Thunderbolt. Chapter 42, Black Thunderbolt. Zhang did not easily open his eyes violently and gasped for air. His eyes scanned the weak and saw 5 flying swords chasing the sword chi in the attic. He's back. Zhang did not easily let out a breath and leaned against the pillar. His mind filled with Lin Tian's face and a gaze that seemed to be able to see through people. He always felt in his heart that the Emperor's secret was not such a simple feat. A single gongfu that could hide 3 heavenly Emperor realm greats? A feat that would allow him to obtain a small world and a perfect Emperor's flying sword? A gongfu? As to be so secretive and covered up? Kang's head hurt from not being able to think easily. System. What exactly is the secret of this Emperor's secrets? Zhang did not easily remember the system and inquired. Wasn't this Emperor's secret what it had given him? Ding. This needs to be explored by the host himself. Oh. This system has no right to tell. Ginger is not easy. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have the right to tell. Zhang did not easily sigh as his gaze fell on those flying swords. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to peek into the secrets of the Emperor's secret in a short period of time. In the 9 stances of the Emperor's secret, one person would be encountered in every 3 stances. And now that he had already met the first 2, he still had the last 3 stances left before he could meet the 3rd person. In other words, he wouldn't be able to know the secrets of the Emperor's secret until he reached the heavenly immortal realm. Strength, strength, strength. Whether it was protecting Gu Qingyue, or destroying the Gu family, or exploring the Emperor's secret, there was no getting around this thing. Zhang did not easily close his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them again, his gaze revealing determination. There are only 2 words in life: practice. Zhang did not easily recross his legs and sat down, gradually getting better. A moment later, a stream of light surged out from Zhang Yi's brow and transformed into a human. It was precisely over the clouds. Her rank had suddenly come to the immortal grade. Overcloud knelt down in front of Zhang Yiqi, carefully examining it with a complex expression. Having obtained the inheritance of those two, who exactly are you? Overcloud murmured softly, a slight hint of faint sadness in his tone. Is he? Qingyu Peak. Under the peach tree. Gu Qingyue sat on the rock not far away from the piece with her knees hugged, looking sideways in the direction of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion with a smile on her lips. Gu Qingyue picked up the wine gourd placed aside and tilted her head back to drink. Suddenly, her head was dizzy, and Gu Qingyue's movements stopped, spilling wine on her lapel. Gu Qingyue's gaze was a bit dull. Ah! A sharp pain came from her head. Gu Qingyue let go of the wine gourd and held her head with both hands, her face showing pain and moaning uncontrollably. The whole world was spinning upside down, and the scene around them became blurry and unfamiliar. Strange piercing sound keeps coming out of my ears, kind of like a horn. The bright scene steeply turned scarlet as blood. Buzz! The screen was suddenly interrupted. Gu Qingyue trembled around her body. Her eyes were red, and her expression carried bewilderment and overwhelm. She only felt that the blood in her entire body was cold, and she couldn't help but hug her knees tightly and bury her body down, as if this could make her feel a little warmth, a little peace of mind. 3 days later. Holy! Why is it suddenly dark? Look at the sky. Holy! What a thick dark cloud. Who's going to cross the threshold? Is it the Patriarch? The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect who were practicing sensed the change in the sky and immediately discussed it. In the sky above, rolling black clouds pressed down, constantly spinning and forming a vortex, in which black crack-like things constantly flickered, accompanied by also rumbling noises. Swish! Several figures appeared in the sky above, and they were none other than the sect's several elders. It's a black thunderbolt. Qinling looked at the black thunder surging in the sky above and was surprised. As the others listened to this, they all revealed looks of surprise and excitement. Black thunderbolt. When cultivators cross the immortal tribulation, sacred tribulation and emperor tribulation, they would all cause different colors of heavenly thunder. The different colors of heavenly thunder represented the level of talent of the person's cultivation after the breakthrough. From low to high, they are white sky thunder, blue sky thunder, gold sky thunder, red sky thunder and black sky thunder. In the past 10,000 years, when looking at the entire Tianxian continent, there were no more than a handful of people capable of triggering a red thunderbolt, let alone a black heavenly thunderbolt. It's the first one in 10,000 years. If this person was able to successfully survive the lightning tribulation, then it wouldn't be long before their clan would be able to leap into a super clan. And they would even be able to call the shots of the various forces in the central continent. Of course, the prerequisite was that the person had to cross over. The power of the black heavenly thunder was not to be underestimated. Rumor had it that there had been a cultivator in the South Shin continent who had triggered the red heavenly thunder. That was a supreme elder of the super sect Extreme Martial Sect 3,000 years ago. Only that he had ultimately failed to survive the heavenly thunder and had fallen in it. This shows the dreadfulness of heavenly thunder. Of course, there was actually not one, but two people who had triggered the red heavenly thunder in the 10,000 years of southern Shin continent. The second person was Gu Qingyue. Only because Wang Tianhao was prepared, at great cost, to cover up the sky, only did not let the people know. Of course, Tianji Pavilion counted out, but did not sound out. This was also the reason why, among the first-ranked sects in the southern Shin continent, The Tianji Pavilion gave the other two first-ranked sects only 5 places to participate in the Heaven's remarkable assembly, while the Heavenly Sword sect had 6. However, the time Gu Qingyue crossed the threshold, although she was well prepared, she nearly toppled the entire Heavenly Sword sect. Even the Red Sky Thunder was like this, let alone this Black Sky Thunder? And it came so suddenly. They were not prepared at all. Only, I'm afraid, it's very unfortunate. Who caused this? Lin Machuan looked at the black clouds in the sky and asked, is it the Patriarch? Xinling was just about to open his mouth, but a voice took the lead. Not me. The crowd looked toward the source of the sound, and Wang Tianhao didn't know when he came out of the gate and came to their side. Sovereign. The crowd saluted. Wang Tianhao nodded, his eyes looking towards the black heavenly thunder, revealing a bitter smile as he looked towards Gu Qingyue. Back then, Gu Qingyue's red thunderbolt had caused quite a bit of destruction. Gu Qingyue didn't notice Wang Tianhao's gaze as she looked from the black thunderbolt to the direction of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. She knew that it was likely that Jiang was not easily induced. When the crowd heard Wang Tianhao's denial, their hearts were both happy and sad. Joyfully, if it wasn't Wang Tianhao, then another cultivation demon had appeared in their clan, and the Heavenly Sword sect could be said to have a bright future. The worry was that in case this genius didn't make it through, it would definitely be a great loss for the sect. Gu Qingyue's hand under her sleeve tightened into a fist. If Jiang is not easy to hold up, she will block the thunderbolt for him. There has been a saying circulating in Tianxian continent. If you stand in for thunder, you will die without a soul. It means that if one takes the place of someone else in resisting the thunderbolt, then one's soul will be scattered. This was because, in a tribulation, if the person who had not triggered the tribulation resisted it, the damage of the tribulation would increase exponentially. And the higher the cultivation level of the person who helped to resist the tribulation, the higher the damage of the tribulation would be. There was a record in the ancient books that once there was a sect elder with a half-saint cultivation in the central continent whose disciple triggered a red thunder tribulation. And the elder decided to fend it off for him personally in order to allow his disciple to cross the tribulation with ease. As a result, after the first course of the thunderbolt was resisted by the elder, the power of the second heavenly thunderbolt suddenly became very strong. And after that, the power of each heavenly thunderbolt increased by several times. Within 20 heavenly thunders, both the elder and the disciple fell. Therefore, no one would help fend off the thunderbolt until it was absolutely necessary, or even as a last resort. However, Gu Qingyue's eyes were filled with determination. Even if she died, she would die with her disciple. Just as the black thunderbolt was about to take shape, suddenly, the entire sky came to a standstill, as if time had stopped. The crowd froze at the sight. Before the crowd could react, the black clouds dissipated with a swish and the sky became clear. Crowd, hashtag. Gu Qingyue blinked. Aha! Disappeared? I hope you urge more point a little bit. Free with love to generate electricity to send a gift. The next chapter to send a gift to the book friends together to say thank you. Chapter 43, Can't Push a Point. Chapter 43, Can't Push a Point. Inside the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Jiang was not easily able to look at the world glaze in his hand and couldn't stop tisking. At this moment, the world was glazed, with traces of ink-colored mountains and rivers showing at the bottom, and black clouds at the top, in which black lightning flashed from time to time. Just now, when Jiang did not easily make a breakthrough in his realm and felt the arrival of the heavenly thunder, he was worried about how to resist the thunderbolt. But who would have thought that the world glaze would suddenly come out of his space and absorb the black thunderbolt in its entirety? And at this moment, His cultivation level had stabilized at the first level of the Immortal realm. Hey. I wonder if channeling Reiki can release heavenly thunder? Thinking like this, John Ichio couldn't help but reveal a bad smile at the corner of his mouth. If he really could, what half-saints and saints would he be afraid of? Aren't they all scum in front of the thunderbolt? Must try it sometime. Thinking about it, Jiang did not easily put the world glaze back. Outside, Wang Tianhao and the others looked at each other in dismay. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. Gu Qingyue couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when she saw this. It's good to be gone. Right at this moment, Wang Tianhao seemed to feel something and looked in the direction of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and flew over. A few people looked at each other. Followed by also all, Wang Tianhao flew towards the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Swish! The Pavilion Guardian's figure appeared. Now on the grounds in front of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Looking up at the third floor. His gaze revealing a touch of divine splendor. At this time, Wang Tianhao and the others also arrived at the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Elder Mac. Seeing the pavilion keeper, Wang Tianhao solemnly returned the salute. And the other elders followed suit. The pavilion keeper in front of him was called Mu Fu, and was the person with the greatest seniority in the Heavenly Sword Sect. Mu Fu nodded and didn't say anything. Wang Tianhao followed Mu Fu's gaze to the third floor of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion had a unique layer of obscuring formations on its outer perimeter. And the entire sect could not see clearly what was going on inside except for the Patriarch and the pavilion keeper. Wang Tianhao gazed slightly, then froze and looked at Gu Qingyue, who was absent-mindedly kicking stones at the side, revealing a smile. Coming to this, the other elders were all clear in their minds. Although they couldn't feel what was going on inside, they could still guess. Currently, there were only 3 people who had entered the Heavenly Sword Pavilion to train. Qin Shi, Lu Yanyan and Zhang Yanyan. Qin Shi was only at the refined god realm of the 8th vein, and it was impossible to induce a lightning tribulation. Lu Yanyan had only entered the god refining realm not long ago. And even with the Sword Dao inheritance, it would be impossible to attract heavenly thunder so quickly. So it was ruled out. Then, only Kong is not easy. Although not long ago, his revealed realm was only the returning Yuan realm. And the possibility of crossing 2 realms to impact the Immortal realm in the short term was unlikely. But he couldn't help that what if his talent had been set up by Gu Qingyue's secret method, causing them to have difficulty seeing how Jiang was not easy to see. In case he was truly an extremely rare Yuan vein, breaking through 2 realms in a row to reach Immortal, which wasn't impossible. After all, his master was a pervert in his own right now. A perverted master with a perverted apprentice. That doesn't seem to be a problem. All right. All the elders go back. Tell the disciples not to spread the word. I will personally handle this matter, Wang Tianhao said. The elders looked at Gu Qingyue with envy in their eyes and left after bidding farewell to Wang Tianhao and Mu Fu. Patriarch. This matter. Gu Qingyue stood still and waited until everyone had left before he frowned and opened his mouth, wanting to say something, only to be interrupted by Wang Tianhao waving his hand before he could finish. Don't worry. Other than a few of us and at most a few old guys from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, there won't be any more people who know about this matter. After all, this time, even if the lightning tribulation alarmed the entire southern Xian continent, or even reached the central continent, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to find out about the Heavenly Sword Sect, because the thunderbolt appeared and then disappeared before it could coalesce properly. The interval was too short and the pointing wasn't obvious. It wouldn't look at the Heavenly Sword Sect all at once. Furthermore, even if there were a few old monsters who wanted to push through, they would have to see if they could withstand the backlash of the Heavenly Dao. After all, This is a violation of heaven's opportunity. The light is a loss of life and fall in the realm. The heavy is the death of the Tao. And the reason why the Heavenly Chance Pavilion was able to frequently and boldly deduce all things without fear of Heavenly Tao backlash was because they had an imperial-grade Heavenly Chance realm that was able to withstand most of the Heavenly Tao backlash and reduce the damage the deducer suffered. But the guy from the Tianji Pavilion, Gu Qingyue, still had concerns and wanted to say something. Don't worry. They won't say anything. Wang Tianhao waved his hand with a smile and looked towards the sky. After all, they keep saying, the sky's the limit. Gu Qingyue looked at Wang Tianhao and always felt that there was something in his words. But seeing that he didn't want to say it explicitly, she was not in a position to ask more. Anyway, as long as it didn't hurt her apprentice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the immortal realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a new journey. Receiving a reward of 50,000 heart values. System Road. Jiang did not easily check and now possessed a heart value of 124,358 points. Closing the system panel. Jiang did not easily close his eyes again to cultivate. He just wanted time to pass faster and meet with Gu Chengyu. Tianji Pavilion. Inside the Hall of Deduction, a huge bronze-shaped mirror hovered in the center of the lobby. In front of the mirror stood 5 old men with gray hair. Only, the faces of these old men were not good. Strange. The Heavenly Qi realm couldn't even deduce the master who triggered the Black Thunderbolt. A person on the left spoke. There are only 2 scenarios for something like this to occur. Either the Heavenly Tao doesn't want this matter to be known, or there is a great power that has spent a great price to cover up the Heavenly Chance. Another old man frowned and said, but whichever the case, it's not as if it's chaotic and there's no information at all. As the words fell, several people immediately murmured, feeling incredulous. Finally, the 5 men agreed to do it again. Soon, the aura on each person's body erupted. And it was clear that they were all at the strength of the Saint realm. The 5 of them raised their hands and injected their holy breath into the Tianji realm. Tianji realm golden aura flashes. A moment later, the golden aura disappeared. A few people rushed forward to check. Disappointingly, the above is still chaotic. Can't extrapolate. Can't extrapolate a bit. This was the first time this had happened since they had taken over the push. Is it possible? At that moment, the door to the hall was opened and a middle-aged man walked in slowly. Pavilion Master. Seeing the visitor, the 5 hurriedly saluted. The middle-aged man walked straight to the Tianji realm and stared at the chaos in the Tianji realm for a long time before continuing to speak. Is it possible that it's both? As the words fell, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. The 5 elders looked at each other. All of them could see the shock in their eyes at this moment. Chapter 44, Meeting. Chapter 44, Meeting. Day and night alternated. And little by little time passed. On the 3rd floor of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Zhang Yanyu exhaled a breath and opened his eyes. His aura around him was biting cold, just like a sword out of its sheath. After nearly a month of cultivation, his cultivation had already come to the 9th level of the Immortal realm. And his Sword Dao realm was already at the human stage Sword Intent realm. At the same time, he had also awakened his 6th innate flying sword, mastering the illusionary realm. Illusion? That's a good one. Moreover, Zhang was not easily able to think of a name for the 5th and 6th instinctive flying swords in the meantime. The 5th would be called Nian Nian, and the 6th would be called Unforgettable. If you don't forget it, it will come back to you. Pretty good. The corner of Zhang's mouth was not easy to hook up a smile. He could really be a little genius in naming. It was decided that the flying swords after that would be replaced by idioms. Jiang did not easily retrieve the 6 flying swords in the pavilion into his own sword vein. Then he got up and couldn't wait to walk out of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. He had agreed with Gu Qingyue that she would come over to fetch him out of the gate. Thinking about the fact that he was about to see Gu Qingyue's stunningly beautiful face after almost a month, Jiang was not easily able to hum a little tune in his heart with pleasure. Below the Heavenly Sword Pavilion mountain, Gu Qingyu sat at the place where she had gotten drunk earlier, holding a box of osmanthus pastries in her hand, looking at the sun that was residing in the sky, her gaze resting back on the path leading to the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Gu Qingyue pouted her small mouth and frowned slightly, looking a little unhappy. Why hasn't her disciple come out yet? In the last night, Gu Qingyue couldn't wait to sit here and wait for Zhang Yiqi. Her hair still stained with a bit of dew that hadn't dried. As a result, it is about to be noon. But still do not see the figure of Zhang. Not easy. How can not let her heart anxious? Just as he was thinking, Zhang Yiqiu's figure came into Gu Qingyue's eyes. The moment she saw Zhang Yiqiu, Gu Qingyue's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. Hurrying to stand up, he looked at Zhang Yiqi with a smile on his face. Master. From afar, still on the steps, seeing Gu Qingyue's slender figure, Zhang did not easily cry out in joy, his steps quickening. Almost in a few breaths, Zhang did not easily arrive in front of Gu Qingyue, and without waiting for Gu Qingyue to react, he picked her up and spun her around in place. Ah! Gu Qingyue was startled by Zhang Dongyao's sudden move and exclaimed in shock, but quickly reacted. Cheeks stained red. Small hand gently pounded Zhang Not Easy's shoulder. Said, Aya! What are you doing? Quickly when the teacher down. Be seen is not good. Heart. Don't let go. Hold it like that. After such a long time, my disciple has finally come back to hug me. Happy, happy, happy. Sniff, sniff, sniff. The smell of my apprentice's body is so charming. So likable. Aya. Gu Qingyue. You pervert. But what's wrong with Master's father being perverted to his disciple? He. Hearing the words in Gu Qingyu's heart, the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth smiled even more intensely. Gu Qingyu. This little nymph is a little sulky. After spinning around a few times, Zhang did not easily put Gu Qingyue back down. Feeling Zhang Dongyi's hand leave her body, Gu Qingyue lost some of her heart. Master. What for? Hearing Zhang Yenyuan's voice, Gu Qingyue responded with a somewhat disgruntled tone, raising her head to look at Zhang Yenyuan. Next. Well. Zhang did not easily hold Gu Qingyue's head and kissed it. Gu Qingyue's pupils dilated. But soon her beautiful eyes became wet. Closed her eyes. And began to respond. Like people who had been in the desert for a long time without water. The two men greedily inhaled each other's flavors. Ah! Suddenly, an ill-timed voice rang out from the sidelines. Both of them were startled, and their gazes simultaneously looked in the direction from which the sound had come. Only to see, at the steps leading to the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Lu Yanyan was looking at the two with a shocked expression. Seeing both of them looking at her, Lu Yanyan's dull gaze only then regained some of its vigor. Hurriedly stretching out her hands to cover her eyes, revealing a slit. Her big watery eyes constantly scanning back and forth between the two people. I didn't see anything. You guys go on. After saying that, Lu Yanyan turned around and raised her feet to run away. As a result, he accidentally bumped into a tree. And with an ouch, he covered his forehead and apologized to the two of them with a bow again. I'm sorry, I'll leave immediately. With that, he flew away. Whoa ya. What a big melon. Master-apprentice romance. How come it's so similar to the plot of the movie she's chasing? Bully apprentice fell in love with me. The plot is so similar? Looking at Lu Yanyan's running figure, Jiang did not easily turn his head to look at Gu Qingyue again. Scratching his head. Gu Qingyue's red face. Her head lowered. Her fingers rubbing the osmanthus pastry box. Not daring to look up at Jiang Yi. Jiang did not easily think that Gu Qingyue was embarrassed and was about to say something when he heard her heartfelt words. Ah! Kissing with my apprentice was discovered. So exciting. Good. Love it. Jiang not easy, he. Well, he was overthinking it. Who made his master a bore? Jiang did not easily hold Gu Qingyue's hand and softly said, Master. Let's change places. Aha. Gu Qingyue responded in a low voice. Not audible unless she listened carefully. To an outsider, this is simply the look of an innocent little girl next door. Unless, of course, one ignores Gu Qingyue's heartfelt words. Change? Is the kissing continuing? Or do what men and women are supposed to do? So shy. What if I'm not ready yet? Although I expected this day to come sooner or later, I didn't expect it to be so soon. However, if the apprentice must, then I will have to comply. Gu Qingyu looked down at Jiang Yi's hand that was pulling her. Her face was red. And in her heart, she began to think wildly about what Jiang Yi had just said. Jiang did not easily pull Gu Qingyue's hand to walk in front of him. And when he heard Gu Qingyue's immodest heartfelt voice, his heart laughed one after another. Where can I find such a cute and silly master teacher? Qingyu Peak. Under the peach blossom tree. Jiang did not easily stop and turned to look at Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue looked around. And the redness that had faded a bit had now become even more red. I can't believe it's not going to the room. Just outside? Is this what the books call a field day? Is the silly apprentice going to play such an exciting game at the beginning? But since they are all here, then let's get started. Gu Qingyue closed her eyes. Her heart actually vaguely looking forward to something. So shy. But what if I like it so much? Jiang was not easy to hear Gu Qingyue's heartfelt words and was dumbfounded. Sometimes she really wanted to crack open Gu Qingyue's head to see the structure of it. Day in and day out. Either trying to get horny at him or on the way to getting ready to try to get horny at him. Looking at Gu Qingyue's look of being at the mercy of the king, Jiang did not easily knock Gu Qingyue's forehead and said, Master, what are you doing? Gu Qingyue raised her hand to her forehead in pain and looked at Jiang Yiqi with an aggrieved expression. Why are you hitting me? Gu Qingyue's voice was a bit soft and sticky. With aggression. Didn't you bring cinnamon cakes? Not opening it for your disciple to eat? Jiang did not easily laugh. Ha? Gu Qingyue froze at Jiang Dongyao's words. How is it different from what she thought? Senior? Jiang did not easily look at Gu Qingyue's dazed and adorable appearance and laughed. Ha? No. Didn't you bring me here to do that? Gu Qingyue asked. Do which one? Jiang did not easily play dumb and said. Seeing Jiang is not easy to look. Gu Qingyue knows her own overthinking. Disciple he just want to eat osmanthus cake. But she thought. Gu Qingyue's entire body suddenly felt hot all over from shyness. Ah! Gu Qingyue! You horny girl! Reading those wild books day in and day out. Your brain is going to die. Her disciple was so pure. How could she have such thoughts? Ah! Oh! It's fine. Eat the cinnamon cake. Gu Qingyue's eyes dodged as she sat under the peach blossom tree and opened the osmanthus cake and said, with a bad smile on his face. Jiang Yiqi sat down with his but leaning against Gu Qingyue. Here. Gu Qingyue lowered her head and handed the osmanthus cake in her hand to Jiang Yiqi. Feed me. Jiang did not easily laugh. Gu Qingyue froze for a moment, but still picked up one of the osmanthus cakes and carefully passed it to Jiang Ichi's mouth. Jiang did not easily open his mouth and deliberately touched Gu Qingyue's finger with his lips and ate the osmanthus cake. Feeling the touch coming from her fingers, Gu Qingyue shivered around her body and the tips of her ears burned. Seeing Gu Qingyue's face of being bullied and not daring to resist, the more Jiang did not easily look at her, the more adorable she became and the more she liked it. I can't. My heart is melting. Chapter 45, Can't stand it anymore. Spank your butt. Chapter 45, Can't stand it anymore. Spank your butt. Jiang did not easily take the pastry box from Gu Qingyue's hand and took out a piece of osmanthus cake from it and handed it to Gu Qingyue's mouth. Senior. Open your mouth. Jiang Ichi looked at Gu Qingyue with eyes full of smiles and softly said. Gu Qingyu looked at the osmanthus cake in front of her, and then looked at Jiang Yi, and then ate it with a red face. Is it delicious? Jiang Ichi asked with a smile on her face. Yummy. Gu Qingyu nodded, her mind remembering the series of molestations that Jiang Yi had done to her. Her heart only felt unbalanced. For so many years, she was the one who molested the foolish apprentice. She was the one who took advantage of the foolish apprentice. And she did so secretly. Now, that position was switched. And instead, Jiang was not easy to molest her and take advantage of her. And it was still the open and shut kind. No. She's the master. How can she be dominated by her apprentice? Aggrieved. Resigned. No. Endure for a while, and the more you think about it, the more you step back, the more angry Gu Qingyu decided to take the initiative and regain control of the lead. Aha! Thinking about it, Gu Qingyue looked towards Jiang Ichio. The look in her eyes instantly filled with thousands of flavors. As long as it's fed by my disciple, it's all delicious, Gu Qingyue said in a whiny voice. Listening to Jiang was not easy for a while. Good man. That's how it's done. Right? Seeing that Jiang Yuan's eyes were a bit out of focus, Gu Qingyue's heart was suddenly pleased. Stinky disciple. Still want to molest me? You're still 20,000 years ahead. All of a sudden, Gu Qingyue's mood was pleasant. Jiang did not easily look at Gu Qingyue, revealing an imperceptible smile. Senior. I want to eat peaches. Jiang Ichio asked. Peach? What peach? Gu Qingyue froze for a moment and asked. He. Jiang did not easily come to Gu Qingyue's ear and said. Of course. Love you with no way to escape. Feeling the hot air coming from her ears and hearing these fleshly to the extreme love words, Gu Qingyue's entire body was like a lightning strike. Her body was soft. Gu Qingyue's gaze shifted away, not daring to look directly at Jiang Yuan's gaze. Her mind raced, but she never knew what to say in response to Jiang Yuan. I want to buy a piece of land. Seeing this, Jiang did not easily ride the wave of victory and said. What? What land? Gu Qingyue asked with a red face. Love you to death. Khan replied not easily. Gu Qingyu only felt her heart beating faster and faster, feeling like it was about to jump out of her chest. Ah! Host! It's exploding. It's going to explode. Gu Qingyue's heartbeat value is skyrocketing. The system's voice rang out in Jiang Dongyi's mind. How did you say so many love words? Did you say it to a lot of little vixens before? Becoming so skillful? Gu Qingyue managed to seize the opportunity and started to fight back. Not oh. I currently met you a vixen. Moreover, these love words. Only to you alone to say oh Jiang, not easy to soften his voice. Replied. Hearing Jiang's not so easy reply had already rushed Gu Qingyu's defenses to the ground. She bit her lip. Her white hands tightly crossed and clasped together before she barely managed to keep a shred of calm and not go jumping into Jiang Yi's arms. Seeing Gu Qingyu's appearance, Jiang did not easily know that Gu Qingyu, the little nymph, had already reached the edge of tipping over and was only missing him for the final blow. Master, you like to drink wine. And my disciple likes to drink a kind of wine too. What kind of wine? Knowing that this was also a set love line, Gu Qingyu still couldn't help but open her mouth to inquire. Hey. It's a long day with you. Help. Fallen. Jiang Dongyao's words were like Cupid's arrow, thrusting straight into Gu Qingyu's heart. No way. My own silly apprentice is too good at teasing. So much so, Gu Qingyu chose to give up. She wasn't going to struggle. And she couldn't. Poof. Every day netting out words that make girls happy. Gu Qingyu skimmed her mouth. But in her heart, she felt very sweet. You don't like it? Kang asked not easily. Don't like it. Gu Qingyu said this on her lips. But her hand unconsciously held Jiang Dongyi's hand. Her head leaning on Jiang Dongyi's thick shoulder. Her eyebrows arched. Like. Why not? Silly apprentice. You can only say these words to master alone from now on. Gu Qingyu cried out in her heart. Jiang did not easily take Gu Qingyu into his arms gently, patting her back. And of course, always. Only say those words to you. Feeling her body wrapped in Jiang Yi's warmth and hearing his powerful heartbeat through her chest, Gu Qingyu only felt incomparably at ease. All defenses were off. And for no apparent reason a wave of exhaustion came over him and he fell asleep. Ever since Jiang was not easy to enter the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Gu Qingyu dreamed of a scene in her dreams every few days. It was full of shrill voices, surrounded by unfamiliar buildings. The eyes were scarlet. Not far in front of her, in a pool of blood, lay a very blurry figure whose face could not be seen. Then the world collapsed and she fell into an infinite void from which she could not escape. Every time she did this, she would wake up with a jolt, after which it would be difficult to fall back asleep. And she even tried to enter a state of meditative contemplation, failing several times before succeeding. As a result, Gu Qingyu's mental state was deteriorating. Now, in Jiang Yuan's arms, Gu Qingyu had a rare good night's sleep. Jiang did not easily look down at the beauty in his arms, a slight smile on his stunning face, as if he was having some kind of beautiful dream. Jiang did not easily remember that his mind connection had reached the third level and could enter Gu Qingyu's dream world. I don't know what master has dreamed of. So happy. Jiang was not easy to find some curiosity in his heart, closing his eyes and driving his mind to connect. In the next moment, Jiang did not easily open his eyes, only to see that the scene around him had changed. And this was the side of a small stream in the back of the mountain. Whoa. The sound of running water rang out. And Jiang did not easily look for the sound, only to see a man with his back exposed, soaking in the stream to bathe. Who's this? Isn't this the suave, jade-like, graceful, outstanding figure, handsome face, like a true immortal Jiang Yichen? Rustle. The sound of grass came from beside him. Jiang did not easily twist his head to look and laughed. Only Gu Qingyu was seen holding a small tree branch with 1 or 2 leaves in each hand, holding it above her head as if it was a disguise. Sucking breath. Gu Qingyu sucked in her saliva for a moment and barfed, her eyes staring straight at Jiang Dongyi. Good apprentice. Good body. Good looking. At this time, Jiang was not easy to take a bath, and when he stood up and took his clothes and was ready to put them on, Gu Qingyue immediately couldn't sit still. "No!" Gu Qingyue shouted, dropping the pitchfork in her hand and jumping in front of Jiang Yiqiu to look at him. "Master! Master?" When Jiang Dongyi saw Gu Qingyue, his entire face instantly reddened and he hurriedly took his clothes to cover his body. "Master! Why are you here? Disciple is still bathing. Please excuse me." Jiang was not easy to wriggle, living like a bullied little girl. "Ho ho ho ho!" Gu Qingyue crossed an orchid finger and laughed. "Silly apprentice. You also have moments of shyness. Cute as hell. It's okay, it's okay. I'm your master teacher. I've watched you as a child. And you still care about this? Hey. Hey. Don't cover up. Let me see." Gu Qingyue said something. A hand will not be easy to Jiang Yi's clothes ripped away and threw away. A flop jumped into the water. Embraced Jiang Yi. Hands are not honestly caressing his body. Hissy hissy hissy. "Disciple. I never thought you had such a materialized body." Gu Qingyue had an infatuated look on her face. And Jiang Yiqi had a red face and whispered to dissuade her. "Master. Don't." Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words, Gu Qingyue became even more excited. On the side, the real Jiang Yiqiu looked at the scene in front of him, and his entire brain short-circuited. "Ha! All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. You're just gonna keep fantasizing about him all day, aren't you? Okay. Don't cry later. Master." Gu Qingyue was feeling up, when suddenly, the person in front of her suddenly tackled Gu Qingyue's hands with one hand. Gu Qingyue froze for a moment. And then, she was picked up by Jiang Yiqiu. Gu Qingyue let out a cry of surprise and was pressed against the shore by Jiang Yiqiu. "Why are you? You stupid disciple?" Gu Qingyue was a little flustered and asked. Jiang did not easily clasp Gu Qingyue's hand behind her back and asked with a smiling face, "Is it good to touch, master?" Hearing Jiang not easily asked, Gu Qingyue reddened her face and said, That of course. Then it's my disciple's turn now. Oh." Jiang Yiqiu had a bad smile on his face. "You." Before Gu Qingyue could say anything, a crunching sound rang out. Gu Qingyue was confused. Then her face was full of blush as she looked at Jiang Yiqi incredulously, stuttering a little. You. Jiang did not easily heave a laugh, and once again, a slap landed on Gu Qingyue's butt. "Master. Just now. How many times you touched my disciple? How many times will my disciple tap? It's fair. Right?" Jiang Yiqiu said. "Don't ah." Gu Qingyue's eyes were wet as she looked at Jiang Yiqi, her tone pitiful. Reality. Jiang did not easily open his eyes and looked at Gu Qingyue, who was reddening in his arms, revealing an aggrieved look, and let out a light laugh. "Too bad it's in a dream. He has no touch. I really don't know what it would feel like to fight. Ugh." One picked her up and carried her down the hill. Chapter 46, Li Mengyun and Gu Qingyue's Tit for Tat. Chapter 46, Li Mengyun and Gu Qingyue's Tit for Tat. See you peek. In the sleeping chamber, Gu Qingyu slowly opened her eyes and froze for a moment, seeing the furnishings around her. She then remembered that this was her bedchamber. Immediately, Gu Qingyue remembered the scene in her dream, and her entire little face suddenly reddened. She was beaten by Jiang Yuxian not knowing how many times, until she woke up. Involuntarily, Gu Qingyue touched her buttocks. Damn stinky disciple. Even if he bullied her in reality, he still had to bully her in the dream. It was simply enough. The more Gu Qingyu thought about it in her heart, the more angry she became. Her hands clenched into fists, pounding the quilt, impotent and furious. It was at this moment that the door to the room was opened, and Jiang Yixian's figure walked in. He had just found a place to test the power of the world glaze, and found that he could actually really inject spiritual qi to make the black heavenly thunder in it release. In this way, he had one more means of pressing the box, and he had more confidence in his heart. It was just that I didn't expect to see Gu Qingyue sitting on the bed with her teeth and claws open as soon as she entered the door. Master, you're awake? Jiang Yiqiu raised an eyebrow and asked. Ah. Well. Gu Qingyue somewhat sheepishly put her hand back under the covers and responded in a low voice. No. The venting scene was seen. How embarrassing. I don't suppose the apprentice knows what I'm doing? Gu Qingyue muttered in her heart. Jiang did not easily listen to Gu Qingyue's heartbeat as he approached and raised his hand to reach out to Gu Qingyue. Seeing this, Gu Qingyue was startled and hurriedly covered her hands behind her back, looking at Zhang Yenyuan with a wary face. What are you doing? Gu Qingyue asked, her tone revealing a bit of panic. Ooh. I knew it. This guy is going to bully me everywhere. Gu Qingyue thought to herself. Then the imagined thing didn't happen. Jiang Yiqiu just lifted Gu Qingyue's bangs to the side and laughed. Senior, the hair on your forehead is messed up. Huh? Gu Qingyue was a bit confused. It was good that the imagined thing didn't actually happen. But why was she a little lost inside? Ah. Gu Qingyue. You. You don't have a masochistic tendency. Do you? Gu Qingyue was startled by her own thoughts. Hearing Gu Qingyue's heartfelt words, Jiang Yixian couldn't help but hold his tongue. Who would have thought that a person with such a cool exterior could be so rich in inner activities? What are you doing, Senior? Jiang did not easily look at Gu Qingyue and asked, his face showing doubt and incomprehension. Gu Qingyue froze for a moment before realizing that her current movements were somewhat abnormal. Hurriedly withdrawing her hand, Gu Qingyue tactically coughed, slightly red-faced, her head don't turn to the side, saying, nothing. That. If there's nothing else. Disciple, you should go back to rest. Tomorrow you'll be going to Tianyu City to participate in the Heaven's Pride Conference. Then my disciple will leave first. Jiang difficulty also put away his thoughts of teasing Gu Qingyue, saluted, and left. Gu Qingyue heard the sound of the door closing. Then she breathed a sigh of relief, and her whole body lay straight down, her mind filled with images from her dream. It was a night of tossing and turning. The next day, the main peak. At this moment, many disciples had already gathered in the Sect square. On the high platform, the elders were seated in their positions, and the pro-disciples were standing behind them. Third elder, Yan Yan's talent is really good. In 2 months' time, her cultivation is already at the 9th level of the returning Yuan realm. And her sword Dao has also come to the human rank sword potential. Qin Ling looked at Yan Yan Lu behind Li Mengyun and couldn't help but marvel. Great Elder is joking. Yan Yan is merely having the help of the sword Dao inheritance. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to progress so quickly. Li Mengyun said humbly. On the contrary, it's master nephew Qinshi who broke through to the returning Yuan realm all by himself. Li Mengyun looked at Qinshi and said. Qin Ling smiled, took a sip of tea, and didn't speak again. At this time, Gu Qingyue brought Jiang Dani over. When Lu Yanyan saw the two of them, she immediately brightened up, her eyes scanning back and forth over the two of them, a burning heart of gossip igniting in her eyes. Hell! I know how hard it is to keep a big melon like that buried inside and unspoken. Master-disciple romance. Master-disciple romance. Hey hey hey. Yen Lu glanced at Li Mengyun inside. Pity. Gu Qingyue and Jiang Dongyao felt Lu Yanyan's gaze and remembered yesterday's collision and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Gu Qingyue hurriedly sat back to her seat. And Jiang Yiqiu stood behind her. The appearance of the two also attracted the eyes of the other elders, who scattered their divine senses to probe Jiang Yanyu. Immortal. Immortal realm 9th level? All the elders froze when they sensed Jiang Dongyao's cultivation level. Although they had guessed that it was Jiang Yanyu who had attracted the black heavenly thunder and broken through to the immortal realm, they hadn't expected that his talent would actually be so powerful. In less than a month's time, he reached the 9th level of the immortal realm from the 1st level of the immortal realm. This makes them, who have been practicing for hundreds of years. How can they be embarrassed? Li Mengyun reacted, propping up her head to look at Jiang Yiqiu. Smiling. Jiang master nephew. Your master is cold this face all day. Like someone owes her money. Do you want to come to our Linglong Peak? The third elder, I'm vivacious and cheerful. I can agree to any request you make. Even if it's just to ask for some boxing lessons. It's okay. Li Mengyun pressed a voice that was soft and tender, making people listen with some desire. Upon hearing Li Mengyun's words, Gu Qingyue's entire face collapsed as she glared at Li Mengyun. Get lost. My disciple is also coveted by you? Digging up someone in front of me? Too crazy. Aya. Sixth elder. You also need to think about your disciple. Like his age. But it's the time when he's ignorantly yearning for love. If you don't know how to be affectionate, what can you give him? Li Mengyun lightly laughed and teased. You. Gu Qingyu couldn't find words to retort at once, and instantly became aggravated and looked at Jiang Yiqi. Locking eyes with Gu Qingyue and seeing the pity in her eyes, Jiang did not easily smile. Thanks for the invitation, third elder. But I secretly vowed from the moment my master took me as a disciple that in this life, I would only recognize her as my master. So I'm sorry. Jiang did not easily decline politely. Gu Qingyue instantly looked at Li Mengyun in triumph. Li Mengyun said with a smile on her brow. In fact, we cannot have to be master and disciple. When these words came out, the few surrounding elders and pro-disciples were stunned. Wei, I don't know. Wei Yu Ji? Lu Xing? Xin Shi? And Lu Yanyan looked at Li Mengyun with the appearance of having eaten a large melon. Gu Qingyue was also surprised by Li Mengyun's bold words. If you don't do master and apprentice, then you don't have to do. In front of so many people. She, Li Mengyun, actually dared. Jiang Dongyao was also a bit surprised, not expecting Li Mengyun to say that. Bah! My silly disciple may be silly, but he's not stupid. You're so old. Purely and simply an old cow eating young grass. Aren't you ashamed? Gu Qingyu immediately retorted, her gaze fierce, pulling Jiang Yenyuan aside in a manner like a dog protecting its food. No. Age is not a problem. After all, at 200 or 300 years old, isn't it more charming? In case senior nephew Jiang likes it. Li Mengyun deliberately straightened her breasts and said. Gu Qingyue glanced at Li Mengyun's grandeur, then looked down at her own peaks, and immediately skimmed her lips. Mamma mia! Why is this guy so big? Just as Gu Qingyue wanted to continue her rebuttal, Qin Ling hurriedly came out to pull the plug. Ahem. Well, two elders. This kind of thing goes down to talk about. What's important nowadays is to hold a sending-off ceremony, so as not to delay the trip to Tianyu City. Qin Ling looked at the two women somewhat helplessly. These two people. At least they are also in the immortal realm and have experienced hundreds of years of cultivation. Yet sometimes they are really childish like a child. However, he always felt that Gu Qingyue seemed a bit different compared to before. Not so high and refusing. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Gu Qingyue snorted coldly and did not speak again. Li Mengyun smiled sweetly towards Jiang Yenyuan and withdrew her gaze. Ginger is not easy, Lu? Chapter 47, Li Mengyun gives up. Xin Ling's advice. Chapter 47, Li Mengyun gives up. Xin Ling's advice. Then, the Qinling began to organize a send-off ceremony. Gu Qingyue sat in front of Jiang Yenyuan and didn't move a muscle. He couldn't see her expression, but he could hear her heart like a flood raging inside. Damn you! Third Elder. How dare you rob me in front of my face? Uncles and aunts can't stand it. And I can't stand it anymore. Wow! 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 Humph! I've decided that I won't pay back the top-grade spirit stones I owe you. Let's see if you still dare to rob my disciple in the future. No! Just bigger boobs. Hearing this, Jiang did not easily see Gu Qingyue's unmoving sideways head glance at Li Mengyun. Then hurriedly retracted her gaze, lowered her head, and immediately raised it again. No! 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 Gu Qingyue's heartfelt chirps were so loud that Jiang did not easily want to laugh. Jiang did not easily take a step forward and carefully corrected the hairpin that had been given to Gu Qingyue. Feeling Jiang's movement that wasn't easy, Gu Qingyue froze and her heartbeat abruptly disappeared. It was a little crooked. It's fine now. Jiang did not easily withdraw his hand and said in a voice that only two people could hear. Gu Qingyue replied with a sticky raising her hand and touching the hairpin on her head, which seemed to still have the warmth of Jiang Yixian remaining on it. Gu Qingyue revealed a smile, and the uneasiness in her heart immediately disappeared. His disciple had given her a token of love. The third elder didn't. How can you compete with her? You have big boobs? I have a love token. You're mature? I have a token of affection. You're still in love? I have a love token. Come out and grab someone with strength and a token of affection. Thinking about it, Gu Qingyue's heart rejoiced. The send-off ceremony was soon over. This trip to Tianyu City was led by three elders: Xin Ling, Li Mengyun and Gu Qingyue. The clan's flying boat. Great Elder. Why haven't Senior Sister Mu and the others come yet? Lu Yanyan looked at Xin Ling and asked. They are already in Tianyu City. Xin Ling stroked his goatee cheerfully. So that's how it is. Lu Yanyan nodded her head, then got happy and said, Yay! Soon we'll be seeing Senior Sister Mu. Senior Sister Mu. Mu Yu Yen. Ling Long Peak's senior sister. Would bring her delicious food every time she came back from the mountain. On the other side of the airship, Jiang did not easily receive the mission issued by the system and was visiting the airship. At that moment, a silhouette appeared in front of him. Jiang did not easily froze. raised his eyes, and saw that the visitor was none other than third elder Li Mangyun. Senior nephew Jiang. What a coincidence. Are you strolling around the airship too? I'm still familiar with the very. Do you want me to take you? Li Mangyun said with a dark glance. Numerous black lines instantly surfaced on Jiang Yi's brain. What's the matter with these three elders? Have they eaten him up? Nah. I won't bother third elder. I'm just taking a casual walk. Jiang was not easy to answer. Is that so? Li Mangyun's flirtatious eyes stared at Jiang Yenyuan, pressing on step by step. Jiang was not easily able to step back one step and said, Third elder. What are you doing? Senior nephew Jiang. Won't you think about it? Li Mangyun's tone carried a slight aggression, making people listen to her without being able to move their hearts to accommodate. Jiang did not easily look up at Li Mangyun, just wanting to say something. Too late to open his mouth. The whole person was suddenly dumbfounded. Li Mangyun pouted with a grumpy face, her hands squeezing the mountains in front of her and shaking wildly. I don't have any material? Where can't I compare to Gu Qingyue? Yes. Maybe the looks are not as good as Gu Qingyue, but it's not bad either. And well, at least to have breasts. Front and back. Don't you have a heartbeat? Li Mangyun stepped forward and said, her gaze lingering on Jiang Yenyuan. If you promise, I can give myself to you right now. Let you pick. Li Mangyun is full of the words of the tiger and wolf, and says it without blushing or jumping. However, without waiting for Li Mangyun to finish speaking, Jiang Yenyuan interrupted her with a voice. Third elder. Please respect yourself. Jiang did not easily take a deep breath, his gaze full of determination. I am the disciple of master. But I said we can be not master and disciple. No. Jiang did not easily shake his head. I mean, I'm master's disciple. So I belong to her. I like master. So I would like to belong to her and only her. My heart for her will never change. After saying that, Jiang Yiqiu rubbed shoulders with Li Mangyun. Li Mangyun stood still, not knowing what she was thinking. In the middle of the day, she snorted and turned around, leaning against the side of the boat, her face lazy, hanging a smile as she watched Jiang not easily fade away. It's so nice that Luna has finally found someone who has her full in his heart and eyes. Li Mangyun stretched and prepared to leave when Gu Qingyue appeared. She looked at Li Mangyun with a wary face and said, Li Mangyun, I have to warn you. Don't hit on my disciple's idea. Or else, you won't want me to return your spirit stones to you. And I know. I give up. Li Mangyun laughed. Humph. I knew you wouldn't give up. So if you still dare. As Gu Qingyue spoke, her words suddenly stopped and she looked at her with an incredulous expression. Aller? What did you say? Li Mangyun laughed lightly and said, I give up. Okay? Ha? Gu Qingyue was still a bit unresponsive. In her impression, don't look at Li Mangyun, who had always been very easygoing and lazy. But she was the kind of person who, when she made up her mind to do something, she would definitely accomplish it and never stop. And would even do whatever it took to achieve her goal. That was why Gu Qingyue was uneasy and came to Li Mangyun for a warning. Only, she didn't expect that Li Mangyun would actually say that she gave up. Are you playing some trick to make me let my guard down and then secretly force yourself on my disciple? Gu Qingyue said in disbelief. Li Mangyun, dumbfounded, waved his hand and said, You love to believe it or not. Go away. With that, Li Mangyun turned around and left. Gu Qingyue frowned and stared at Li Mangyun's back. Oh. Right. Li Mengyun remembered something and twisted her head to look at Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue thought to herself. Surely she still hasn't given up? Remember to pay back the spirit stones owed to me. Any further delay and I'll be charging interest. Li Mengyun laughed softly and finished. Leaving. Gu Qingyue. It always felt like today's Li Mengyun was different from the usual feeling she got. But it would be fine if they did give up. The silly apprentice could only be hers. No one is allowed to take it away from anyone. Gu Qingyue touched the hairpin on her head and was instantly in a happy mood. Walking away with a brisk pace. La 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 la. Da day day day. Night. Room. John was not easily able to sit cross-legged on the bed and was looking through the system store. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door of the room. John did not easily retrieve the system panel and went over to open the door. When he was able to open it, he saw Qin Ling standing outside with a smile on his face. Zhang Yenyuan was stunned. Then he saluted. Greetings to the Grand Elder. Qin Ling nodded and walked in. Zhang did not easily bring the door with him. Poured a cup of tea for Qin Ling. And asked. I don't know if Great Elder came to Disciple's place so late. Is there something he wants? Qin Ling took a sip of tea before speaking. Senior nephew Jiang. I need you to hide your strength in this grand competition. Hide your strength? Zhang Yenyuan was slightly stunned when he heard Qin Ling's words. Qin Ling nodded and continued. I think you understand the reasoning behind harboring a jade. Reaching the immortal realm in his early 20s. As long as he doesn't die young, his future accomplishments will definitely not be low. Although our Heavenly Sword sect has made very few enemies, it doesn't mean that other people are willing to see the Heavenly Sword sect rise up. Such as the other two first-rate sects. The extreme martial sect. And the evil demons and foreigners hiding in the shadows. You are the hope of my Heavenly Sword sect's new generation. As well as the hope of the Tianxian continent. So I hope that you can hide your cultivation and not reveal it. Lest you be missed. Qin Ling's voice was heavy. Zhang did not easily contemplate for a moment and nodded. Disciple knows. Chapter 48, Drunken Gu Qingyue. Chapter 48, Drunk Gu Chengyu. Qin Ling is gone. Kong did not easily lie on the bed with his head on his pillow, staring at the ceiling. The idea was a good one. But of course, it was from his point of view. 20 years old at the 9th level of the Immortal Realm. The talent was simply too high. The youngest Immortal Realm in southern Xian continent was only created by Gu Qingyue at the age of 30. Moreover, this matter only spread out after she stepped into the Earth Immortal Realm. Nothing else? Just be careful. The path of immortal cultivation was not so much a path against the heavens, doing battle with the heavenly Tao. But rather, it was doing battle with people. The heavenly Tao's obstruction was only 3 heavenly thunder tribulations. And if one had made sufficient preparations, then the chances of succeeding in crossing the tribulation were still quite high. Since ancient times, those who succeeded in transmigrating had ultimately occupied the majority. What you really have to beware of are the cultivators of the same people, who may do anything for the sake of opportunity and for the sake of profit. Such is the case with the premature death of the Pride of Heaven. Unless you have an extremely powerful existence behind you as a backer, don't try to reveal your true natural strength. In the world of immortal cultivation, strength is honored. Before one can be truly powerful, one must hide. Of course, Jiang did not easily care actually. The strongest in the southern Xian continent was the half-saint ancestor of the extreme martial sect. Not to mention the fact that he had world glaze. Not only was he able to release the ink world for domain suppression, but he was also able to release the black thunderbolt for bombardment. Half-saints were nothing more than that in front of him. Even if he didn't use the glazed world, he could still pile up realms for Shangguan Yuan. whose current aura accumulation was already enough to support him in breaking through to the heavenly stage half-saint realm. There were 3 realms in the semi-saint realm: the human stage, the earth stage, and the heaven stage. Breaking through to the human order half-saint realm required 10 heartless fruits. Breaking through to the earth order required 20. And the heavenly order required 30. Which totaled to 60 heartless fruits and 120,000 heartwarming values. Gu Qingyue's heartwarming value was about to explode in the past few days. And he now had nearly 200,000 heartwarming values. Which was simply a sprinkle. So, from Kang's perspective, it doesn't matter. If the half-saint comes, let him have no return. What's more, half-saints don't make it easy? Zhang did not easily close his eyes. And the scene around him immediately shifted to the ink world. Zhang did not easily take out the immortal scroll and summon Shangguan Yuan out. Then he exchanged 60 heartless fruits in the system store. Ding! Will the host use them all? Well, use them all. Zhang did not easily answer with a nod. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Heartless fruit *60 was successfully used. Shangguan Yuan is breaking through. It is expected to take 3 days, during which time the host may not summon. Zhang did not easily nod his head and looked up at the Shangguan suspended in the sky. A smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Zhang did not easily take out a wine pot and guided the essence of the ink world into it. And when he had filled the pot to the brim, he exited the ink world. Inside the room, Zhang did not easily open his eyes and went to the table, taking out the wine pot containing the essence of the ink world and pouring himself a cup. Earlier, Imo Shanha had been warning him that he could only drink 2 small cups per day without reaching the immortal realm, which was simply gluttonous. Now, he had enough cultivation to drink freely. With that, it was a couple of drinks down the drain. Soon, the aura on Zhang Yuan's body changed abruptly, and he had certainly arrived at the 10th level of the immortal realm. With that, his form disappeared. A few moments later, there was a knock on the door of the room. Apprentice. Is it there? Gu Qingyue stood at the door and inquired. Of course. She was able to sense that Zhang wasn't easy to get inside. But the appearance still needed to be done. If you don't say anything, Master will come in. Gu Qingyue's tone carried a hint of impatience and excitement. Come in, Master. After Gu Qingyue finished speaking, she pushed open the door of the room and poked her head in, her eyes sweeping from side to side, not seeing Zhang Yiqiu's figure before the whole person walked in. Smells good. Gu Qingyue sniffed, her face showing some intoxication. When she had just passed by Zhang Yinyu's room, it was the aroma of wine coming from inside that attracted her. As a seasoned drinker, she can't keep her legs moving when it comes to good wine. Standing in the doorway, he struggled for a moment, but decided to come in and find out what was going on. Gu Qingyue came to the table and saw a jug of wine and a wineglass placed on the table. He opened the lid of the jug, leaned down, fanned it with his hand, smelled it, and then his eyes lit up. This is the one. The wine flavor is so strong. It's definitely a lot stronger than those immortal wine brews. Gu Qingyue looked left and right, poured a cup and drank it. Aha! When the wine just entered her mouth, the unique mellow aroma of the wine immediately blossomed in her mouth. And after entering her stomach, there was a warm power that immediately swam among her limbs and bones. And the whole person became quite soothing and refreshing. This is simply the emperor of wine. Gu Qingyue was addicted and didn't want to drink 1 cup at a time. She directly cupped the wine pot. Her warm red lips directly contained the pot's mouth. Tilted her head back to pour the wine and drank it. Phew! After drinking most of it, Gu Qingyue let go of her mouth. Her face flushed. Her feet staggered. And her whole body drifted. Good. Good wine. Ha ha. Good wine. Gu Qingyue had a silly grin on her face and burped. Stinking disciple actually. Hiccups. Actually secretly hid such a good wine. Not give for the teacher to drink. The punishment. Hey. In a while if the disciple comes. Must. Have to beat his butt. Stinky disciple. Actually dare to beat the teacher's butt in the dream. I must beat it back. Gu Qingyue slurred. One hand holding the wine pot. One hand made a swinging gesture. Flopping. An unsteady center of gravity. Fell to sit down. Leaning against the edge of the bed. Eyes stagnant. Only after a long time did Gu Qingyue pout and rub her buttocks. Showing her aggression and crying tearfully. Hearing the sounds coming from Zhang Yenyu's room, Xinling and the others rushed over, pushing the door open. The crowd was dumbfounded by the scene before them, only to see Gu Qingyue hugging the wine pot and crying. Her mouth constantly chanting words such as stupid disciple, stinky disciple, don't want me, and so on. A few people looked at me and I looked at you. All looking at each other. Since the news of Gu Qinyu's smile spread, they weren't quite convinced. But after a month of getting along, they all gradually realized that although Gu Qinyu still looked high and cold, she didn't have the kind of aura that made people not dare to get close. Now this appearance was very different from her usual high-cool asceticism. Further corroborating that, Gu Qingyue had really changed. This drunken look, a living image of a little abandoned kitten, gives rise to a strong desire for protection. Xinling frowned slightly, walked forward, and said, "Sixth Elder, you are drunk." Ah. Only. Xinling only took less than a few steps before his entire body flew out backwards, along with the door panel, smashing against the wall of the aisle before sliding to the ground. Don't come near me. I only want my apprentice. Woohoo! Gu Qingyue aggressively Baba cried out. Crowd. My old back eh. Qinshe hurriedly helped Xinling stand up. And Xinling grimaced. Seeing Xinling like this, several people sucked in a breath of cool air and had a heartfelt sigh of relief. In some ways, Gu Qingyue was actually still the same Gu Qingyue and hadn't changed. Chapter 49, Ask the Immortal's 10 Paths. Choices. Chapter 49, Asking the Immortal's 10 Paths. Choices. Jiang did not easily come back to his senses and realized that he had come to an unfamiliar place with some darkness around him. In front of him stood a huge stone door made of unknown stuff. At that moment, there was a rustling sound behind him. Jiang did not easily turn around to see a white-haired, stooped old man. He closed his eyes tightly and carried a lamp in his hand as he walked slowly towards Jiang Ichi. Senior. I wonder where this place is. Jiang did not easily detect any aura on the old man and bowed respectfully. The old man came in front of Jiang Yenyuan and stretched out his other hand for a while on Jiang Yenyuan's body. Jiang did not easily freeze, but did not move, allowing the old man to move his hands. It was only after a long time that the old man withdrew his hand and exclaimed, "It's not even known how long it's been. But finally someone has come again." Again? Jiang did not easily catch the key in the old man's words. The old man nodded and looked up. Even though his eyes were tightly closed, Jiang was not easily able to feel a pair of stern gazes watching him. You are the third person to come here, the old man replied. The third? Well, the last one that came here would have been tens of thousands of years ago. And as for the first one, the old man paused before continuing. I don't remember either. It's been too long. So, where is this place? Khan did not easily ask. Here. It's the 10 ways of asking the immortals. When the old man's words fell, Jiang Yenyuan froze. Ask the immortals about the 10 paths? Isn't there only the 9 paths to immortality? As if he could see the doubts in Jiang's heart, the old man opened his mouth to explain. As the world knows, the immortal realm is the knocking realm of the immortal realm. And if you want to shed your bones and become immortal, to have true immortal qualifications, to step into the ranks of the earthly immortals or even the heavenly immortals, you must pass through the 9 paths of the immortal realm. That is, for every breakthrough in the immortal realm, one must pass an examination of asking. Which is why the 9 paths of immortality are also known as the 9 examinations of immortality. Only by passing the examination of asking can you raise your cultivation to enter the next level. The old man spoke eloquently. And Jiang was not easily able to stand aside and listen silently. He waited until the old man's words ended before he asked the question in his mind. But I didn't encounter the 9 paths of asking immortals every time I broke through in the immortal realm. The old man turned his head towards Jiang Ichio, smiled gently, and said, "The world knows of the 9 paths of immortal questioning. But they don't know that there are 10 paths of immortal questioning. Simply because, in order to open up the 10 paths of immortal questioning, one needs to possess the heavenly Tao sword vein to do so. And by possessing the heavenly Tao sword vein, one doesn't need to go through the previous 9 paths and only needs to go through this final 10th path." Really? Hearing the old man's explanation, Jiang was not easy to understand in his heart. So it seemed that the Heaven's Path sword vein had saved him a lot of trouble yet. Oi! Brat! Don't think that you're resting on your laurels without the first 9 passes. This 10th pass is not something that can be passed so easily. For the first 9 courses, you have countless chances for trial and error. While for the 10th course, you only have one. The slightest carelessness will be the end of everything. The old man spoke leisurely. Jiang did not easily frown slightly. This was a bit tricky. Then, can I quit first and come back when I think about it? Jiang did not easily look at the old man and asked, "Did no one tell you that you can't come out after entering the space of the 10th Tao of the immortal asking?" The old man raised his eyebrows. "Ginger is not easy. Look at what you're saying. Are you talking like a human being? First of all, not many people in this world know about the 10 ways of asking the immortals. And there's no way to talk about someone telling him. Besides, if he knew, would he have come in? Well, though it was an accident that he came in. Go in. Prepared or unprepared anyway," the old man said. Jiang did not easily freeze. Looked at the old man and asked, "What do you mean?" The old man revealed an impish look and said, "Because this one has only one sentence. Don't die. If you're dead, you're really dead." After saying that, the old man waved his big hand. The stone door made a thick sound and slowly opened. Not waiting for Jiang, not easy to have any reaction. He was sucked into the stone door by a pulling force. Knock. The stone door closed heavily. And the lamp in the old man's hand went out. And the surrounding area was immediately darkened to nothing but darkness. In his ears, the sounds of killing gradually became clearer from a blur. Jiang was not easily able to look at the scene around him. Somewhat in a trance. Here it is. Extraterritorial battlefield. And in front of him, 2 strangely shaped creatures emitting black mist were standing floating in the air. This is exactly what evil is. A cold sensation came from behind him. And a sense of crisis spread throughout his body. Jiang did not easily remember something with a jolt. Just as he was about to turn around, a familiar voice rang out once again. "Apprentice! Watch out! Master! Don't come over!" Jiang did not easily shout and turned around, only to once again see the unforgettable scene from his previous life already. Gu Qingyue's shield was shattered by the spikes of the ice elemental, piercing through her chest. And Gu Qingyue forced herself to endure the severe pain as she maneuvered a black flying sword to cleave that one sneaky evil demon in half. After doing this, Gu Qingyue dropped to the ground powerlessly. Jiang did not easily roar, accumulating the strength of his entire body. He swung out his sword and decimated the two evil demons. Memories repeat. Jiang did not easily come in front of Gu Qingyue immediately and held her in his arms, his eyes red. Despite knowing that all of this had been experienced, Gu Qingyue was still fine now. But every time he recalled this scene, he always felt his heart ache. This has almost become a knot in his heart. Gu Qingyue stroked Jiang Doni's face. Her eyes filled with tenderness and reluctance. Tears flowed involuntarily as Jiang was not easily able to frantically channel what little aura he had left towards Gu Qingyue. Master, I like you. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. We'll be together. All the time. All the time. Jiang Yichou's voice choked a little. Gu Qingyue froze, then revealed a weak smile. I like you too. It's not easy. It's so nice. Before I die I can hear you say you like me. Really? Really happy. Gu Qingyue's voice grew fainter and fainter, and the luster in her eyes grew dimmer and dimmer. Just then, the whole world went quiet, as if time had stopped. Are you going to save her? The old man asked as he walked over. Jiang did not easily hear the old man's words and looked at him. The 10th way of asking immortals is different from the 9th way of asking immortals. Any choices made here will have a change on the outside world. If you want to save her, I can help you, the old man said. Really? Jiang's eyes did not easily sparkle with anticipation. But in exchange for your life. The old man's voice was flat. Ginger was not easy to get into a bit of a trance. If you take your life to save Gu Qingyue, you will really die. If you don't change it, then you'll have passed the 10 paths of asking immortals and gained a supreme talent. However, Gu Qingyue will also forget all her memories about you and lose all her emotions towards you. What do you choose? Chapter 50, after all. I've been there before. I know what I'm talking about. Chapter 50, after all. We've been there before. We know what we know. If he chose not to save it, then, even if he went out, he would leave behind a knot in his heart, eventually creating a heart demon. And it would be difficult for him to advance further in his cultivation. More importantly, Gu Qingyue would still forget about him. And if Gu Qingyue didn't remember him, then what was the point of him having a higher and more powerful cultivation? Maybe when he was stronger, there would be a way to bring back her memories and would make her fall in love with him again? But he didn't know how long it would take. Or even if there would be a so-called way out after this happened? However, if he chose to save Gu Qingyue here, then he would truly die. And by then, what would happen to Gu Qingyue in reality? A person who loved him so much would only be disheveled and fall into madness from then on. Right? Ginger was not easy to get into a tangle. Of the two options, he actually favored the first. The second option. To put it in a grandiose way, he did not want to take the liberty of deleting Gu Qingyue's memories. To put it selfishly, he didn't want Gu Qingyue to dislike him and not remember him. He was more willing to step into death than into oblivion. But, faced with the first option, he was still afraid. Of course, it wasn't death that he was afraid of. After all, in his last life, Gu Qingyue was willing to block a fatal blow for him. So why would he be afraid of death? He was just afraid that Gu Qingyue would do something irrational after learning of his death. Young man, have you chosen? the old man asked. His voice calm and unhurried, appearing extremely patient. Jiang did not easily clench his fists tightly and lowered his head, his gaze falling on Gu Qingyu's peaceful pale face. Ding. Host. Follow your heart. Everything is mine. Just as Jiang was not easily hesitant, the system's voice sounded in his head. Hearing the system's words, Jiang was not easy to see, and his heart made up its mind. Jiang did not easily loosen his fists and gently stroked Gu Qingyu's face. I choose the first option. Jiang did not easily open his mouth slowly, his words filled with determination. The old man was stunned, not expecting Jiang Yushi to actually answer so quickly. The last two people had thought about it for an unknown amount of time when they were making their choices. Actually, to be precise, you can't say you want to. And analyze. The guy in front of me, on the other hand, didn't analyze and made his choice based on emotion. Think about it. You're going to die, the old man said. Jiang did not easily nod his head. You really will die, the old man said once more. I know. Jiang did not easily let out a light laugh and looked at the old man. But so what? In the world, what is more painful than the person you love not loving you? Not to mention the fact that this person, once upon a time, died for you? Even without the system's buttressing, he'd have chosen first. He'd just have to hesitate for a long time. Wouldn't he? At that time, he would leave a long epistle expressing his love? Wouldn't he? Or maybe buy a bottle of forgetfulness medicine at the system store so she could forget about him and move on with her life? The old man opened his eyes, revealing cloudy eyes that stared at Jiang Yanyu for a long time. Okay. The old man suddenly laughed and with a wave of his big hand, a soft light enveloped Gu Qingyu's body. But in a flash, the wound on Gu Qingyu's chest healed, and her face became rosy and her breathing became steady. After a long time, Gu Qingyu leisurely opened her eyes revealing some confusion. Master, you are finally saved. Jiang Yanyu's eyes were not easily moist, and he hugged Gu Qingyu, his voice sobbing. Gu Qingyu froze. Then her cheeks colored scarlet as she gently patted Jiang Dongyi's back and said, Thank you, Dongyi. The surrounding scene gradually blurred, and Gu Qingyu's figure dissipated into bits of starlight. It was not easy for Jiang to raise his head before realizing that he had already returned to where he had come in earlier. Congratulations! You have passed the 10 paths of asking immortality. The old man spoke. Jiang did not easily freeze, looked at the old man and asked, What do you mean? I don't have to die? The old man let out a light laugh, waved his hand, and said, Actually, there is no such thing as death. The existence of the 10 paths of asking immortals is merely set up for people of the heavenly Tao sword vein to get rid of the knot in their hearts, in which you can pass by making the choice of asking for your heart. So all those consequences mentioned just now were all lies to you. The old man laughed and replied, After all, the 10 paths of asking immortals was specifically established for the people of the heavenly Tao sword vein. And since the heavenly Tao sword vein was the chosen son of heaven, its purpose couldn't possibly be to be detrimental to the people of the heavenly Tao sword vein. Ginger is not easy. You will be like them. Abandon me. Will you ? Feeling John's unkind gaze, the old man looked away somewhat awkwardly, coughed, and said, So what? Since you passed the 10 paths of immortal questioning, I won't keep you. After saying that, the old man waved his big hand and the stone door opened once again. Then he ran away in a huff. John did not easily pay attention to the old man and entered the stone door. White light flashes, The sound of crying in his ears grew louder. Why does that sound so familiar? Jiang did not easily come back to his senses. His eyes swept around. This was his room in the airship. He's back. Only. What's with all the people in his room? Woohoo woohoo. The sound of crying resounded again. And when Jiang did not easily look for the sound, he saw Gu Qingyue hugging a wine pot, smelling of wine, throwing her head back and crying, with a look of a torn heart, chopped liver, and a feeling of being abandoned by a scummy man. When they saw Jiang Dongyao suddenly appear, everyone was stunned. But soon, Lu Yanyan reacted and sent a message to Jiang Dongyao. Senior brother. The sixth elder is drunk and can't see you. So he's been crying out for you. Jiang is not easy to raise eyebrows. Glanced at Lu Yanyan. See, that little niece is full of light. A look at the gossip face. Almost carrying a small bench to sit down to get high. Jiang did not easily come back to his senses and looked at Gu Qingyue. His face softening as he softly called out, Master. Upon hearing Jiang Doni's voice, Gu Qingyue's crying came to an abrupt end. Then she looked at Jiang Doni with teary eyes and sniffled. Apprentice? It's my senior. Jiang Ichio smiled as he walked towards Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue did get up with a face full of aggression. Opened her arms and said in a glutinous manner, Oh. Hug. Hug. Good. Hug. Jiang Yi's words were filled with doting. And he hugged Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue, on the other hand, was like a sloth. Her arms clasped around Jiang Ichio's neck. Her white legs wrapped around his waist. And her entire body hung on his. Jiang did not easily feel only a mass of softness on his chest desperately squeezing into his arms. Holding Gu Qingyue's waist with one hand and supporting her thighs with the other to prevent her from falling off. Ooh. Silly apprentice. You're finally here. I thought I wouldn't be able to see you. Gu Qingyue's face was red with intoxication. Her eyes staring at Jiang Ichi in a mesmerizing manner. Extremely seductive. Causing him to go apoplectic for a while. Senior. I'm not. Well. Jiang Ichio just wanted to say something. Gu Qingyue kissed him without hesitation. Crowd. It's too sour. Lu Yanyan's eyes were wide with excitement. Li Mengyun hurriedly raised her hand to cover her eyes with a somewhat sour expression. Not for children. Not for kids. Soon. The crowd reacted. Knowing that they couldn't disturb the two. And hurriedly withdrew from the room. In but a few breaths. The room was empty. Qin Ling even arranged formations for the room and passing to keep people away. And the soundproofing was excellent. After all, I've been there and know it all. Chapter 51, Gluttony. Chapter 51, Covetousness. Gu Qingyue's lips were soft, with a slight smell of alcohol. A wonderful feeling hit Jiang Ichi's nerves. Not easy. Not easy. Gu Qingyue loosened her mouth. Her eyes mesmerized as she looked at Jiang Ichi. Reaching out to carefully caress his face. Murmuring softly. Gu Qingyue loosened the long legs wrapped around Jiang Yi's waist. Pulled Jiang Yi to the bed. The whole person rode on Jiang Yi's waist. Hands propped up on his chest. Because she felt hot and dry. Gu Qingyue tugged down the neckline. The body revealing half of the white fragrant shoulders. The whole thing is extremely seductive. Jiang was not easy to watch and could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Gu Qingyue closed her eyes and bent down. Jiang did not easily close his eyes as well and pouted. Waiting for Gu Qingyue's lips to fall. Then he could. Hey hey hey. However, the imagined warmth did not come. Jiang did not easily feel only a weight on his chest. And when he opened his eyes, he saw Gu Qingyue's head pressed against his chest, letting out a well-proportioned breath. Ah! Ah. Ginger is not easy. Ah. No. Master. I was ready to give my life for the sake of our long-lasting friendship. And you fell asleep for me? Jiang Ichio instantly had a bitter face. You're just setting fires and not putting them out. Aren't you? You're killing him. Aren't you? Jiang did not easily sigh helplessly. Reached out and gently hugged Gu Changyu. Looking at her delicate sleeping face. And then revealed a doting smile. Alas. Never mind. Who let him fall into the hands of such a master? But there was one thing to be said for the way the master teacher looked when he was asleep. It was really cute. Day 2. Gu Qingyue rubbed her sleepy eyes and let out a satisfied hum. That was a good night's sleep last night. When Gu Qingyu opened her eyes, Jiang Yi's handsome face came into view. Gu Qingyue froze for a moment. Then her cheeks burned and she opened her small mouth in shock. No. Is it normal to wake up and find her in bed with her stupid apprentice? Was it a dream? Gu Qingyu suspected that she had started violently. Then closed her eyes. And after a few breaths opened her eyes again. Jiang was not easy to be still there. Ihia. I can't believe it's not a dream. Gu Qingyue narrowed her eyes slightly, trying to recall yesterday's events. She remembers. Forget it. She doesn't remember anything. This is what is known as drinking out of your mind. Isn't it? It's still the first time, eh? My head hurts a bit. But not when I see the silly apprentice. Hey! Gu Qingyue burrowed into Jiang Dongyao's arms, greedily sniffing the smell of Jiang Dongyao's body. I smell so good, I love it. The corner of Gu Qingyue's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Suddenly, Gu Qingyue's mind snapped to life. Drunkenness. Lonely men and women. Bed. Gu Qingyue glanced down at her attire. Also clothed. Gu Qingyue's pupils suddenly dilated. And her eyes flashed with excitement. Doesn't this mean she's had sex with her disciple? Then won't she be the disciple's person from now on? Thinking about this, Gu Qingyu became more and more excited. In that case, the foolish apprentice would never be able to leave her behind again. For the rest of his life he would be hers. Ha ha. However, what made Gu Qingyue slightly unfortunate was that this kind of thing actually happened when she was drunk and had no memory of it at all. Oh. Books all say that the first-time feeling is very wonderful. In the end, what is the feeling? Well, she really is curious to death. Either or. Gu Qingyue raised her head to look at Jiang Ichi's sleeping face. And a thought welled up in her heart. Why don't we do it again? After all, it's been done once. So it should be. Well. Okay. Right? Ah. No way. Gu Qingyue. How can you take advantage of someone's danger? The disciple is still sleeping. What will he think of you if he wakes up? Little horny girl? Gu Qingyue immediately covered her face with a shy face and couldn't stop shaking her head. Ah. Da-ba-oh. Da-ba-da-ba. This image will never work. Sensing Gu Qingyue's movement, Jiang Yanyu woke up leisurely. A layer of dark circles still hanging on his face. It couldn't be helped. Gu Qingyue was just too dishonest in her sleep. The mouth was either hugging and kissing his head or nibbling at his neck. There were also two hands that either went up his arms or down under him. If it wasn't for his quick eyes, he might have gotten horny again. Disciple. You're awake? Gu Qingyue noticed Jiang Yixian's gaze and was immediately a little embarrassed. Yes. Master. You tossed me around yesterday. Jiang Yixian said. The smile on his face meaning nothing. When Gu Qingyue heard Jiang Dongyi's words, she thought she was talking about that. And immediately her earlobes were tinted red. Don't remember. Gu Qingyu said petulantly. Jiang is not easy to laugh a little. You remember only strange. Asleep you remember what? Master. You have to make it up to me. Jiang Dongyi came closer and stared into Gu Qingyue's eyes. Saying. Gu Qingyue's eyes dodged. How? How to compensate? Gu Qingyue blushed and asked. What do you think? Jiang did not easily hook up a bad smile. Should we do it again? Gu Qingyue buried her head and said. She only felt her whole body burning and was about to faint. Ha? Kong didn't easily freeze for a moment? No. Not willing? Gu Qingyue looked up at Jiang Ichio. Some loss in her tone. Oh. 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 Do you think I'm too good for you? Did I do something wrong yesterday? Didn't the book say that after having sex, a man can't help but want to come back a few more times? Does it mean that the stupid apprentice can't? Well, then, should I forget about it? Jiang not easy to hear Gu Qingyue's heart stared at once. Outrageous ah! It turned out that Gu Qingyue thought they had performed the deed yesterday. So, just now we're said to do it again. Senior. What you said about coming back again is. Jiang did not easily look at Gu Qingyue and asked. Being asked this question by Jiang Yiqian, Gu Qingyue was immediately ashamed and embarrassed. Oh. What's wrong with you? You've already done it and you're asking me. How can you ask me that? Gu Qingyue's heart was saying this. But her mouth still swallowed and replied. Just like last night. Do what? Ginger's head didn't easily move closer. Doing male and female things ah. Gu Qingyue's heartbeat accelerated and she finally said it. Ha? Jiang did not easily pretend to be shocked. What's wrong? Gu Qingyue looked at Jiang Dongyao's appearance. Unsure. We didn't do anything like that. What are you thinking? Master? Jiang did not easily laugh badly. When Gu Qingyue heard this, she immediately felt incredulous. It's all this and no. However, seeing that Jiang Dongyao's expression did not look like a joke, and there was no feeling described in the book on her body, he understood that Jiang Dongyao was not lying. The heart immediately felt incredibly lost. Seeing Gu Qingyue's appearance, Jiang Yanyu did not easily press her underneath his body. But, Master, you were drunk last night. But you teased me so hard. What do you think? How should this matter be settled? Gu Qingyue's eyes dodged. Her hands pushed Jiang not easy but the force was negligible. You want to take me down? Gu Qingyue's voice got smaller and smaller. But I want your approval. Master. Jiang Ichio said seriously. Gu Qingyue froze for a moment when she heard Jiang Dongyao's words and looked at Jiang Dongyao with a touching feeling in her heart. It's not easy. Gu Qingyue whispered. Master. Are you willing? Jiang did not easily lower his head, his forehead pressing against Gu Qingyue's. Gu Qingyue closed her eyes and spoke with a red face. I'll do it in bed and out of bed as long as you're willing. Apprentice. At those words, Jiang did not easily kiss up lightly. Gu Qingyue wrapped her arms around Jiang Dongyi's neck and hung her legs around his waist. The room smelled charming, and the two soon indulged in it, unable to extricate themselves from it. A ring of greed. Before long, occasional cat talk teased the restless hour. Chapter 52, The Reward for Completing the Rush of Masters and Rebels. Chapter 52, The Reward for Completing the Rush of Masters and Rebels. Noon. On the bow. Xin Ling, Li Mengyun, Lu Yanyan and Qin Shi were sitting around. Every now and then a few eyes looked into the depths of the ship. Say, Master, It's already noon. Why have an elder brother not easy and sixth elder come out yet? Yen Yen Lu asked, holding a talking book in her hand. The very same book. Bullying disciple fell in love with me. They shouldn't have been busy for a long time last night. Right? Yen Yen Lu just happened to finish watching an unspeakable bridge segment and immediately raised her head and said with eyes full of light. Li Mengyun slapped on Lu Yen Yen's head and said in a bad mood. What are they thinking about? All day long. I've been reading this. My brain is going to be spoiled. Confiscate it. After saying that, he snatched Lu Yen Yen's words from her. Lu Yen Yen ate the pain ouch. Watched Li Mengyun confiscated her favorite book. Pouting. Full of grudges. Qinling stroked his goatee and laughed. Looking back, when he had spent the night with Qin Shi's mother, he had barely managed to get out of bed with his back until the next afternoon. After that he is as long as he can stay in the clan will never go home. Because as soon as he goes home, the face-to-face is either a variety of kidney tonic meals or a variety of kidney tonic pills. Folklore says that 40 women are like tigers. And the one in his family doesn't know how many 40s. Alas! Speaking of which, he couldn't help but reach out and touch his waist, vaguely feeling a bit frazzled. Qin Shi was just cultivating silently on the side. In the room, Zhang Yiqiu had long been sweating profusely, gasping for breath, and had a lifeless look on his face. And Gu Qinyue was snuggled in his arms with a feeling that she couldn't get enough. He had just begun to imagine himself in a big show of strength, with Gu Qinyue in a pitiful state. Who had thought that Gu Qinyue was asking him for it over and over again? For the second half of the race, he was practically lying down. It's not working. It's really not working. Apprentice. I still want to. Gu Qinyue was flushed, raised her eyes to Zhang Yiqi with affection, and said in a delicate voice. Zhang did not easily reveal a bitter smile and said, Master, let my disciple rest for a while. There's not a drop left. Good Gu Chengyu, seeing Jiang Yi's look, didn't force herself and obediently agreed, closing her eyes and leaning in Jiang Yi's arms to fall asleep. Seeing this, Zhang was not easily relieved. Struggling to get up, he felt weak all over and couldn't exert any strength. Shame on you. Shame on you. He had no shame in being part of the army of travelers. Thinking about the novel heroes he saw in his previous life, which one didn't last for hours and make the female lead cry out for mercy? Go to him at. Zhang did not easily look down at Gu Qinyue, who was sleeping sweetly in his arms, and sighed. In fact, in other words, after all, it was a cultivator who had been lonely for 100 years. He couldn't top it. Normal. Right? Zhang did not get out of bed easily and carefully, helping Gu Qinyu cover up the quilt. And after changing into a suitable outfit himself, he went out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the life achievement One Night Stand. Gain 131. 499 points of heart value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission of Punching the Master and Rebellious Disciple. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Master and Disciple Cultivation tie. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the opportunity to randomly awaken 2 characters from the Immortal Scrolls. Plus a corresponding upgrade item *114 is included. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Cultivation Blitz Scroll. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Divine Beast Egg. After Zhang did not easily walk out of the room, in his head, the system's voice directly exploded. Zhang was not easily stunned. Then his eyes flashed with excitement. Good Lord! Are the rewards so rich? System. Give an introduction. Zhang did not easily walk towards the bow of the ship while speaking. Ding! Good host. Master-apprentice cultivation bond. With this bond, the cultivation speed of two people can be stacked and the cultivation experience gained can be shared, no loss. Stacking i.e. assuming Gu Qingyue gains 100 points for general cultivation, and the host gains 300 points for general cultivation due to the possession of the subsidiary cultivation know-how, etc. Then, with the tether, the two will each gain 400 points for each cultivation session. Sharing i.e. one person who cultivates gains 100 points and another person who doesn't cultivate can also gain 100 points. Hearing this, Zhang Yiqiu couldn't help but nod his head. This is good stuff. At the same time, the master and disciple cultivation bond will rise exponentially in the cultivation gained when the master and disciple perform dual cultivation. Zhang was not easy on his feet, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I Lu, a good boy. In this case, a few more times. Then become a saint. To become an emperor is not just a handful of? Host, please don't be a hero. As if it could tell what was going on in Zhang Dongyi's mind, the system reminded with a voice. Ginger is not easy. You'll die if you don't talk. No. System. You should not. Zhang did not easily think of something and stared with wide eyes. Host. Do not wrong this system. We have a special rule that involves this kind of thing. It will be forced offline. So don't worry about it. The system interrupted Zhang Dongyi's words. That's good. Zhang was not easily relieved. As for how this system sees it, hey. Zhang did not easily cough tactically and said, okay. So what? Go on with the introduction. The system didn't say any more and continued to introduce the rewards. There is no need to mention the random awakening of the two characters of the Immortal Scrolls. And the complementary upgrade items can help the host upgrade them to the Heavenly Order Half-Saint realm. Zhang was not easy to be satisfied with this reward. In this way, with 3 peak half-saint powerhouses, and also those powerhouses with legendary experiences as backers, who would dare to touch him? Cultivation Blitz Scroll. Using the Cultivation Blitz Scroll, the host can raise a minimum of 3 minor realms. And at the highest, pushing you to the peak of the Heavenly Emperor isn't even a problem. It all depends on luck. And no side effects. Zhang did not easily suck in a breath of cool air when he heard the system's words. I Lu, a good boy. If the luck comes up directly to him to rise to the peak of the Heavenly Emperor, that cannot be finished? Hey. While Zhang was not easily fantasizing, the system continued its introduction. Divine Beast Eggs, containing extremely ancient divine beasts. The host needs to incubate them with the source of Yuan veins. And the initial minimum realm is the Immortal realm to start with. After the system finished speaking, a baby-sized egg with a strange pattern on its surface appeared in Zhang Yinyu's mind. Is this the Divine Beast Egg? Zhang did not easily turn his divine sense around the Divine Beast Egg and murmured. However, with these rewards from the system, Zhang was not easily able to feel more confident in his heart. Calculating, there were still more than 200 years until the evil demon invasion. And according to this development trend, he would definitely have reached Heavenly Emperor by then. Those evil little devils don't want to make any big waves. Chapter 53, Weak, but also stronger. Chapter 53, Faltered, but also stronger. Zhang did not easily come to the bow of the boat, and the crowd turned their heads to look at him. Good morning, everyone. Zhang Yiqiu revealed a smile and greeted. It's not easy, senior brother. But it's almost afternoon now, eh? Lu Yanyan looked at the sky, placed her index finger on her lower lip, and replied in a pretense of thinking. Ha! Hearing Lu Yanyan's words, Zhang did not easily realize that he and Gu Qingyu had tossed and turned all morning. But Lu Yanyan withdrew her gaze and looked at Jiang Yanyan. Her eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. Taking 3 or 2 steps to Jiang Yanyan and staring at him. Elder brother, not easy. Why are your eyes so dark? How come your face is thinner? And your mouth? Why is it a bit white? Is it poisoned? Lu Yanyan stared with wide eyes. Eyes filled with an inquisitive look. The dull hairs on the top of her head shaking. Jiang did not easily freeze. Then hurriedly manifested an aura mirror out to shine. When he saw the haggard face in the aura mirror, which did not look as bright as before, Jiang was not easily confused as a whole. Khan could not easily stroke his thinning face with a trembling hand. Tough. Too tough. Khan could not easily imagine his life in the future already. It's really happy. Xinling saw Jiang not easy miserable. Cannot help but secretly staggered. Cannot imagine that the 6th elder actually so lost? Compared to Jiang not easy. He seems to be. But also a little bit better? Good nephew. Fend for yourself. Xinling thought silently in his heart. Elder brother? Not easy senior brother. What the hell is wrong with you? It will not be a false well. Well. Oh hey. Seeing that Jiang was not easy to respond, Yan Yanlu reached out and waved her hand in front of him. Only to be gagged by Li Mangyun, who then pulled it aside. Go go go. Kids don't ask too many questions. Go and cultivate on the side. Li Mangyun glanced at Lu Yanyan and said without any good humor. Lu Yanyan skimmed her mouth and just wanted to retort. But when she met Li Mangyun's stern eyes, she immediately wimped out. His head drooped, and his dull hair hung down listlessly. And he poked 2 fingers against his chest in a resigned tone. Got it. When he finished, he left in disgrace. Jiang did not easily come back to his senses and looked at Li Mangyun, just to see her face full of smiles. Senior nephew Jiang. Do you want to come under my door? I won't mind. Moreover, I will also be very restrained and gentle. Li Mangyun squirmed and said. Jiang did not easily glance at Li Mangyun's peach blossom eyes. The 3rd elder is at least 300 or 400 years old. 3 or 4 gu qingyue. How can he top it? Host. This system believes in you. You can handle it. I can't top it. You can do it. Can't top it. Zhang Yiqiu waved his hand and said. 3rd elder. Master is quite fine. Li Mangyun also stopped saying anything. She had only wanted to poke fun at this young master nephew. Before leaving, Li Mangyun threw a wink towards Zhang Yiqiu. Zhang did not easily breathe a sigh of relief and found a free place to sit down cross-legged. When Jiang did not easily raise his hand, a dark red talisman paper appeared in his hand. It was the cultivation blitz roll given by the system. Jiang did not easily close his eyes and slowly input his aura into it. Immediately afterward, the talisman paper that received the aura blossomed with a dark red light. Buzz! The cultivation blast scroll erupted with a breath of air. A red chi surging into Jiang's arm that wasn't easily holding the talisman paper, spreading throughout his body. Jiang Yenyuan only felt the aura in his body skyrocket, surging towards his yuan vein like mad. Earth Immortal 1. Earth Immortal 2. As one of the yuan veins in his body emitted a dark red glow, his aura skyrocketed. In the end, after about a pillar of incense, Zhang Yiqiu's breath cultivation smoothed out, and his strength stayed at the 9th level of Earth Immortal. Phew! Jiang did not easily exhale gently. As his cultivation level increased and the aura in his body iterated, he only felt refreshed at the moment. Taking out the aura mirror and shining it at him, the haggard look had long been swept away. Touching his handsome face, Jiang did not easily nod his head, only feeling that going back to fight with Gu Qingyue again for 300 rounds would not be a problem. Retrieving the aura mirror. Jiang did not easily take out the Immortal scroll. The Immortal scroll automatically turned to one of the pages. Only to see above was a stout middle-aged man, holding his chest, giving Jiang not easily a feeling of a man like a mountain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening Choi City. Shui Chang. Tens of thousands of years ago. The pride of martial arts. Just entered the quasi-emperor realm. Then in the extraterritorial battlefield, one person to defend a city. Bitterly fought for 30 days without retreating and became famous all over the world. After stepping into the realm of the heavenly emperor, he and the then no. One of the Wudao asked for a fist at the top of the central continent, losing in a fierce battle for 3 days and 3 nights, and was called the second person of the Wudao by the world. After listening to the system's introduction, John was not easily filled with admiration. He had also participated in the extraterritorial battlefield, and knew the weirdness and power of the extraterritorial evil demons. And the person in the painting was actually defending the city alone for 30 days. So how could he not be moved? Moreover, the path of martial arts is the most difficult. The need to constantly experience life and death test in order to take the opportunity to go further. So to martial arts into the emperor since ancient times is a rare. He was able to become an emperor, of which the hardships. It is difficult to imagine. Ding! The Stone Toward Death *114 has been released. Please pay attention to the host to receive it. Jiang did not easily look at the Stone Toward Death in his space. This was a necessity for Chui Cheng to raise his cultivation. Except that he had only just awakened and had not absorbed enough aura to raise it. So he could not use it for the time being. Or we'll see which one awakens next. The Immortal scroll flipped up again, finally coming to rest on a page depicting a man in a bucket hat, plainly dressed, with stubble, a dogwood in his mouth, and a sword in his arms. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening Nobubu. Miao Bai. The first person in the Tao of the Blade. In the heavenly emperor realm. Without an emperor's name. The world then calls him the Bi-Blade Emperor. He was once ambushed by 5 evil demons of the same level in the extraterritorial battlefield, and ended up killing them back, causing a sensation in the entire Tianxian continent. And many canonical books have records of the battle. And he likes to challenge the strong. Once competed with the first of the Sword Dao in the extraterritorial battlefield. Fought in the darkness of the sky. The ground shook the mountains. And fought for several days. And finally lost. After that, he closed the door to comprehend the deeper flavor of the Tao of the Sword. And after he came out of the door, he only went to the depths of the domain. And has never been in contact again. Hearing the system's introduction of Miao Bai, Jiang was not easily staggered. It was unexpected that the 2 randomized characters were actually both former Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses. In this way, with 2 people sitting on the ground, he was quite settled in his mind. Ding! Blade Soul *114 has been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check. The soul of the blade was the very item that elevated Miao Bu. After looking at the 2 characters that had awakened, John was not easily satisfied before he put away the Immortal scroll. Although he was weak from tossing around with Gu Qingyue all morning. With these things from the system, he also became stronger. Now, there was just that divine beast egg given by the system left to look at. Chapter 54, The Divine Beast is Surprisingly Era. Chapter 54, The Divine Beast is Surprisingly Era. Jiang did not easily take out the divine beast egg and place it in front of him. I don't know what kind of divine beast it is. Jiang did not easily murmur. Then placed his hands on the divine beast egg and drove the yuan vein source in his body to not enter it. After obtaining the source of the yuan vein from Jiang Yanyu, the stripes on top of the divine beast egg began to blossom with a faint light. A little bit of time passed, and the light above the divine beast egg became more and more dazzling. At the same time, an ancient aura emanated from the divine beast egg. The sky became vaguely dim. What's going on here? The sky suddenly changed? The people on the airship noticed the change and murmured. Xinling looked up at the sky. Then swept his gaze back and forth across the airship. Grand Elder. What's going on? I always feel like something powerful is about to appear. Li Mengyun came to Xinling's side and frowned. Xinling's gaze lingered in one direction. Then he darted over toward it. Seeing this, Li Mengyun hurriedly followed. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of Jiang Yiqiu. Jiang is not easy? Ninth Earth Immortal. Li Mengyun's entire body froze when he felt the aura emanating from Jiang Dongyu's body. Just now, he was only in the immortal realm. How come he's an Earth Immortal after only a short while? And he's still at the 9th level of Earth Immortal. This guy? Just outrageous. She had cultivated for more than 300 years. And at this moment, she was only at the 9th level of Earth Immortal. Xinling's eyes were also filled with incredulity. Not only for Jiang Yiqiu's cultivation, but also for the divine beast egg placed in front of him. It can't be wrong. This should be the divine beast egg recorded in the scrolls. Only, I've never seen this stripe before. I don't know which divine beast it is. Xinling stroked his goatee as he said. The surprises that Jiang Yanyu had brought him were really getting bigger and bigger. He believed that before long, Jiang's name would not be easy to be synonymous with the new generation of heavenly pride. Divine beast egg? It was only then that Li Mengyun noticed the egg covered in strange patterns and exclaimed in shock. The Divine Beast clan possessed extremely powerful strength and cultivation talent. But their numbers were rare. The evil demon invasion 10,000 years ago was initiated at the Divine Beast clan's compound, causing the Divine Beast clan to suffer heavy casualties. And after successfully resisting it, the Divine Beast clan retreated into hiding, with no one knowing of their whereabouts. Hatching a divine beast and signing a contract with it would inevitably be a great leap forward for future cultivation. Li Mengyun admitted that she was red-eyed and jealous. After a while, the light of the divine beast egg became more and more dazzling. Kala! Suddenly, a shattering sound came out from the divine beast egg. A crack appeared on the divine beast egg. Kala Kala! The cracks became more and more numerous and soon covered the entire divine beast egg. Phew! Jiang did not easily exhale a breath and withdrew his hand, opening his eyes to look at the divine beast egg that kept shaking in front of him. His yuan vein source could no longer be channeled in, indicating that the divine beast egg was saturated. And now it was just a matter of sitting back and waiting for the egg to shatter. Click! A hole broke in the side cone wasn't easily facing, and a blue light appeared, like eyes, full of clear folly, with a unique wisdom contained in the folly. This little eyes always feel deja vu. How come it looks so much like Grandma Lee's era next door? Click here. Pieces of the divine beast's egg cracked down, and the creatures inside extended their tiny claws. Finally, the divine beast egg broke a big hole. A black shadow swish jumped out from the inside, pounced on Jiang, not easy in the arms. Ginger couldn't easily cuddle the thing, furry and wet on her face, as if she was being licked. You guy, are you a dog's? Jiang could not easily help but voice out, picking up the divine beast on his body as he opened his eyes and was dumbfounded. Nima. Is it really a dog? And it's Era. The beast stared at those blue eyes and lolled its tongue in stupidity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine beast. The tsunami beast. The initial strength is the 3rd level of the immortal realm. The system's voice rang out in Jiang Dongyi's mind. Khan did not easily freeze for a moment. No system. You're not mistaken. Are you? This is a divine beast? Are you sure it's not Era? Ding! That's right, host. Don't question the expertise of this system. This is a divine beast. The corners of Zhang's mouth did not easily twitch. Why don't you say it's a snarling dog? Wow. Is this a divine beast? It really is different. Xinling walked forward and sized up the tsunami beast, unable to stop nodding his head in praise. Li Mengyun also walked over. And when she saw the tsunami beast, her entire eyes popped up with peach hearts. Ah! This! Is this a divine beast? Good, cute! Li Mengyun was immediately captivated by the tsunami beast's dumbfounded appearance. Senior nephew Jiang. Give me a hug. After Li Mengyun finished speaking, he hugged the tsunami beast in his big D and rubbed it vigorously. The whistling beast fluttered feebly on all four paws. It was hard to pull his little head out of the gully. But he was immediately pressed down again. Help me! Help me! Senior nephew! What kind of divine beast is this? Xinling looked at Li Mengyun and the tsunami beast and asked. Back to the Grand Elder. This is called the tsunami beast. Zhang did not easily get up and looked helplessly at the man and the dog, saying, Tsunami beast? Xinling froze when he heard Zhang Dongyi's words, looking a bit excited as he looked at him and asked after him. Are you sure? I'm sure. Zhang did not easily nod his head. Xinling paced up and down in place. And at the corners of his mouth was a suppressed smile. Good. Good. What's wrong, Great Elder? Zhang was not easy to ask. Tsunami beast. This is one of the 3 most powerful beasts of the Divine Beast clan. The bloodline is extremely rare. For you to be able to obtain it. This luck. It's simply amazing. Xinling explained. Zhang Yiqiu was also shocked, unable to imagine that this era came from such a big place. Sure enough, the saying that the system produces a fine product is not just a saying. Host. The old man knows more than you do. Ginger is not easy. Okay. I was wrong to doubt you. That's more like it. Jiang did not easily return to his senses, and his gaze fell on the tsunami beast, only to see that the tsunami beast had stopped fluttering its claws. Its front paws were twitching, and a soul could vaguely be seen floating above its head. Oops. Third Elder. It's going to be smothered to death. Zhang Dongyi hurriedly shouted. When Li Mengyun heard Zhang Dongyao's words, she realized that the tsunami beast hadn't moved. And she was startled and hurriedly let go. Splat! The whistling beast dropped to the ground, turning over its white belly. Zhang Dongyao and Xinling slapped their foreheads in unison. Sure enough, the saying that boobs are big and brainless couldn't be more appropriate in Li Mengyun. Aya! Little beast! Are you alright? Li Mengyun crouched down and was about to check on the tsunami beast's condition. Who knows? The tsunami beast's eyes gurgled. And with a carp, it climbed up, ran behind Jiang Yenyuan, and looked at Li Mengyun with a look of disgust. Li Mengyun froze for a moment, and then became a bit ashamed. What do you mean? Dislike me? Woof. Humph. Pissed me off. Not playing with you anymore. Seeing this, Li Mengyun huffed and left. Xinling glanced at Zhang Yiqiu and the tsunami beast, patted his shoulder, and followed suit. Zhang did not easily reveal a helpless smile and picked up the whistling beast. Woof! The whistling beast barked, tilting its head to look at Zhang Yiqiu as if to say, quickly praise me. Am I smart? Very smart. By the way, you don't have a name yet. I will call you Era in the future. How about it? Zhang did not easily laugh. After all, it was supposed to look like Era. The tsunami beast always felt that it wasn't a good word when he heard it, and gave a disgruntled grunt. Objection overruled. Jiang did not easily say. Era listened and dropped her head. You're such a dog. Tap the broken bowl and make eyes, degree you degree. Chapter 55, The First Elder, I suggest getting married in place. Chapter 55, The Grand Elder, I suggest getting married in place. Jiang did not easily pick Era up and walked over to the bow of the ship. Z. At this time, Rice ran out from the side. Jumped on Jiang Ichio's shoulder. Looked at Era. And barked. Meg Rain. This is your new companion from now on. It's called Era. Tsunami Beast Clan. Jiang did not easily turn his head to look at Rice Grain and introduced him. Rice nodded and looked at Era with small round eyes. Era also stared at Rice with blue eyes. This dog and rat just stared at each other. And in Jiang Ichio's eyes, there was quite a sense of comedy. Rice quickly lost interest. And with a yelp, he jumped off Jiang Ichio's shoulder and ran away. Seeing this, Era struggled to break free from Jiang Yinyu's arms and chased towards the rice. Jiang did not easily look at the figures of the two divine beasts and smiled helplessly. I don't know if these two guys fit together. While Kong was not easily prepared to take a step away. His eyes were blindfolded by a pair of hands from behind. Guess who I am? The speaker deliberately lowered his voice. Jiang did not easily smell that familiar scent. The corner of his mouth hooked up a smile. Then raised his hand to hold that person's slender wrist. The man whimpered in shock. Let me guess. Is not my lovely master teacher? After saying that, Jiang was not easy to turn around and look at Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue's face was slightly red. And her eyes seemed to have 1,000 tender feelings. Is there a reward for guessing correctly? Jiang Ichio came closer. Leaned down. And inquired softly in Gu Qingyue's ear. No. No. Feeling the hot air that Jiang did not easily spit on her ears and neck. The blush on Gu Qingyue's face increased. And her voice was petite and somewhat stuttering. How does that work? Jiang did not easily raise his eyebrows. Then kissed Gu Qingyue's soft red lips. Gu Qingyue's delicate body trembled. Then she closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around Jiang Ichi's neck. Responding deeply. It's not easy, senior brother. That rice grain. Lu Yanyan came out from the corner in a rush. Looked up to see the scene of the two embracing and kissing. And immediately froze. Seeing Lu Yanyan appear, Gu Qingyu hurriedly loosened her mouth and hung her head in embarrassment. Lu Yanyan quickly reacted and hurriedly covered her eyes and ran away. Sixth Elder. Elder brother, not easy. I'm bothering you. You guys continue. Yan Yan said as she ran. Jiang did not easily withdraw his gaze and looked at Gu Qingyue again. Noticing that Jiang Ichio's eyes fell on her, Gu Qingyue raised her head to meet his gaze. Again? Jiang did not easily laugh lightly. Outside? Should we go to the room? Gu Qingyue lightly bit her red lips and said. Jiang is not easy to remember Gu Qingyue's madness in the morning. His waist cannot help but vaguely hurt. Dry cough? Said. Why Don? You continue it at night. Listen to you. Gu Qingyue didn't say anything more and obediently nodded her head. Like a good cat. Jiang did not easily hold Gu Qingyue's hand and walked towards the bow of the boat. Gu Qingyue looked at the hand that was not easily clenched by Jiang. And felt a warmth in her heart. Along the way, the disciples were shocked to see Gu Qingyue following behind Zhang Yenyuan with the appearance of a little girl. Was this still the sixth elder they knew? Is this really something they can know? The two came to the bow of the ship. And the gazes of Qinling's few people immediately fell on the two. Normally, she didn't feel anything. But this time, Gu Qingyue was actually a little nervous in her heart. Hey! Seeing the two of them being mushy and Gu Qingyue looking shy, Qinling stroked his goatee and smiled heatedly. He had an idea. Sixth Elder. Senior nephew Jiang. You guys are not too young. If you are willing. If this trip ends and you return to the clan, I will immediately report to the Patriarch and organize a big wedding for you? Ling said knowingly. He suggested that these two people in situ marriage. Direct lock. John did not easily contain a smile and did not say anything. Of course he was willing. It was just that he wanted to know Gu Qingyue's attitude. When Gu Qingyue heard Qin Ling's words, her cheeks immediately blushed. Grand Elder. It's still early in this matter. My generation of cultivators should prioritize cultivation. Gu Qingyue's gaze landed on Zhang Dongyao's face. And hesitantly, she uttered these words. Yes. 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 I want to do it. But the apprentice didn't say anything. Did he think it was too sudden? Too early? That he shouldn't be ready? Well, never mind. My daughter likes me anyway. So let's talk about this later. I'm a miserable woman who can't get married even though I'm with the man I love. Gu Qingyue began to twitter in her heart. Zhang did not easily hear Gu Qingyue's heartfelt words and revealed a smile. Turning his head to look at Gu Qingyue. Those beautiful eyes covered with a thin layer of water mist. I think that this kind of thing should be done before it's too late. Zhang did not easily say. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyue's entire body froze in place with an unbelievable face. Really? Gu Qingyue suddenly exclaimed. Her beautiful eyes full of surprise. Her tone very excited. Then realizing that the reaction might have been a bit too big, he hung his head again in embarrassment. Zhang did not easily pull Gu Qingyue into his arms and hugged her tightly, saying, Of course. Master. Are you willing to marry me? Of course. Willing. Gu Qingyue's face was pressed against Zhang Dongyao's chest, able to clearly feel Zhang Dongyao's violent heartbeat. Raising her hands to hug his waist and nodding her head in response. This scene is so sweet. Qin Ling stroked his goatee and nodded his head and smiled. That's good. In a moment, I'll send a message back to the clan and tell them to prepare. Lu Yanyan bit her handkerchief, tears streaming down her face, the dull hair on her head hanging down and shaking. This scene is too sour. Oh no! It's too sweet. How can you not be touched by the love of master and disciple that crosses many obstacles to finally come together? Why do I often have tears in my eyes? Because the CP I knocked loves deeply. Li Mengyun had a smile on her face, and some relief showed in her beautiful eyes. As the sun gradually set, Zhang Yiqiu and Gu Qingyue sat side by side on the edge of the boat, looking at the golden red sea of clouds. The people around them had long since had the good sense to leave. Gu Qingyue's head leaned on Zhang Dongyao's shoulder, one hand holding Zhang Dongyao's hand, a happy smile on her face. It's not easy. Are we going to be happy like this forever? Gu Qingyue asked. Will do. Zhang Yiqiu laughed softly, his tone filled with determination. He. Love you the most. Gu Qingyue raised her eyes, looked at Zhang Yiqiu's side face, and said, Me too. I like you the most. Zhang Yiqiu lowered his head to meet Gu Qingyue's eyes. Zhang did not easily lower his head slowly and closed his lips with Gu Qingyue. Silent, yet containing a solemn oath. 2 days passed without encountering any obstacles along the way. Look! That's Tianyu City over there. Qin Ling pointed at the majestic city in front of him and said. The crowd hurriedly leaned against the ship's rail and followed Qin Ling's gaze, revealing gasps of amazement. So big. So spectacular. Yan Lu said excitedly, her dull hairs turning wildly. After all, this is the center of the southern Shan continent. Both the extreme martial sect and the Tianji Pavilion branch are gathered here. Qin Ling stroked his goatee and said, When the airship came to a stop at the moorings of Tianyu City, 3 figures walked over. Senior Sister Mu. Lu Yanyan recognized the people and shouted excitedly, rushing over and jumping into the arms of one of the women. The woman, in her sprightly attire, looked at Lu Yanyan in her arms, her eyes full of tenderness, and softly said, "It's been a long time, Senior Sister." Chapter 56, Mu Yuyan's Heart Knot. Chapter 56, Mu Yuyan's Heart Knot. Dao He, Zhang Ren, and Yu Yan. We haven't seen each other for more than a year. There's still quite a change. Not bad. They've all reached the Dao transformation realm. Qin Ling walked up to the 3 of them and cheerfully said, praise flowing from his eyes. Wu Daohe was carrying a thunder sword vein and was at the 8th level of the harmonized Dao realm. Zhang Ren and Mu Yuyan both had 9 sword veins and were at the 4th and 5th levels of the harmonization Dao respectively. Great Elder. Master. Seeing Qin Ling walk over, the 3 of them saluted and replied respectfully. Aya. Little Smoke. Haven't seen you for a year. You want to die for your master. Come. Let master take a good look. Have you lost weight? Li Mengyun came down from the airship, pulled Lu Yanyan away and held Mu Yuyan up and down. Lu Yanyan hugged her chest and immediately looked at Li Mengyun with a bulging little face. Li Mengyun ignored it, pinched Mu Yuyan's face, and said heartbreakingly, Aya. Thinner. Face pinched up with no flesh. Suffered a lot outside. Right? After saying that, he took Mu Yuyan's head into his arms and rubbed it. Mu Yuyan didn't resist. Obviously used to it. It took a long time before Li Mengyun let go of Mu Yuyan. At that moment, Zhang Yiqiu and Gu Qingyue walked off the airship together. 6th Elder. Seeing Gu Qingyue, the 3 of them saluted in greeting. Good. Gu Qingyue responded with a light smile. Seeing Gu Qingyue's smile, all 3 of them froze for a moment. You looked at me and I looked at you, all seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. The 6th Elder, who was known as an iceberg beauty, actually laughed. Are they blind? Seeing the trio's surprised looks, Gu Qingyue couldn't help but burst out laughing and said, there's no need to be so surprised. Right? The 3 scratched their heads in some embarrassment. Senior brother. Senior sister. Zhang easily greeted with a smile. Senior brother Jiang. The 3 responded with smiles on their faces. Haven't seen you for a year. It feels like you're much more confident than before. Wu Daohe laughed. Yes? Thanks for the compliment. Senior brother. Zhang did not easily say. All right. It's getting late. Let's go to the inn first to rest and recuperate. There will be plenty of time to catch up afterward. Qin Ling said with a smile. A few people nodded their heads and headed towards the center of Tianyu City. Mu Yuyan walked behind her. Her eyes fell on the hands of Zhang Yenyuan and Gu Qingyu holding together. And suddenly her heart of gossip ignited. Senior sister. What happened in a year's time? 6th Elder and Zhang senior brother they. Mu Yuyan pulled over Lu Yanyan as soon as she could and inquired in her ear in a low voice. That's the kind of relationship they have. Lu Yanyan revealed a wry smile. Huh? That kind of relationship? Mu Yuyan froze and blinked. Yeah. That's. Said Lu Yanyan, raising her hand and stretching out her 2 thumbs to keep touching together, revealing a look that knows it all. Mu Yuyan's eyes were wide and her mouth was open in disbelief. Really? Master and disciple romance. Is that so exciting? Mu Yuyan asked busily. Then there is still a fake? Lu Yanyan raised her eyebrows and said. Then lowered her voice. Mysteriously. Moreover, at the end of this Heaven's Pride conference, the clan is going to give the two a marriage. No way. Senior brother Jiang is such a stuffy person and elder Six is such a cold person. The two are actually together. My god. Unbelievable. Mu Yuyan sked. I don't know how these two got together. It was just quite sudden. Perhaps. This is love? Yen Yen Lu said as she looked at the backs of the two. And in that case, isn't the sixth elder's move a slap in the face of those heavenly prides? Mu Yuyan mused. Heaven's pride? Lu Yenyen knew what Mu Yuyan was referring to. And a disdainful look appeared on her face. Those people are worthy of being called Heaven's pride? Eh? Why? Mu Yuyan froze for a moment and asked. My not-so-easy senior brother is hiding his talent. He is the true heavenly pride. He rose above the rest in the Sect trials 2 months ago. Yen Yen Lu began to tell Mu Yuyan about the Sect trials. After hearing this, Mu Yuyan had anger on her face. Damn it! The Sect actually has this kind of assholes. It's really a shame for the Sect. Luckily, there's senior brother Jiang. Otherwise, I don't know how long those disciples will be persecuted. Mu Yuyan was extremely disgusted with Chun Chi and Chen Hai's actions. And in her heart, she had a lot more admiration for Zhang Yushi. Yes. Not only that. At that time, it wasn't easy for elder brother's strength to already be at the 9th level of the God-refining realm. And after 2 months have passed, I'm afraid that he's already at the Dao transformation realm as well. Lu Yenyan proudly said. Hearing Lu Yenyan's words, Mu Yuyan's gaze once again fell on Zhang Yenyan. When they had just met, she couldn't feel much of an aura on him and thought that he was still stuck at the Yuan Pulse realm. So she didn't think much of it. However, after listening to Lu Yenyan's words, and now feeling it again, he still couldn't feel much aura fluctuation, and couldn't detect what realm he was in. Then there's only one possibility. Yen Yen Lu was right. Jiang was not easily talented. But his realm was not the Dao transformation realm. Most likely, it was likely that he had already reached the peak ascension realm. And it was likely that he was still at the peak of the peak ascension realm. At the peak of the ascension realm at the age of 20. He was expected to impact the immortal realm before the age of 30. Mu Yuyan was greatly shocked in her heart. It was unthinkable that this senior brother was actually hiding so deeply. In that case, those so-called heavenly prides who had proposed marriage to Gu Qingyue weren't really that powerful. And Mu Yuyan looked at the backs of Jiang Dongyao and Gu Qingyu. The two of them joked and laughed from time to time. And even Gu Qingyu had a few times raised her small fists to pound Jiang Dongyao's shoulders in shame. A year's time. From master and disciple to lovers. Such a big change. Let her so envious. But she can only be envious. Mu Yuyan's gaze turned to Wu Daohei, who was sharing this year's experience with Qin Ling, and froze a little. Back then, in order to catch up with Wu Daohei's pace, she worked day and night and practiced hard to keep up with him, getting the chance to go down for a year. So many times, when it was clear that I could have revealed my heart to him. But the words came out, and I didn't know how to say them. After more than a decade, they were still stuck in the relationship of senior siblings. How the hell do you break it? Can it be broken? She wouldn't dare. She'd been confused, wondering where exactly her chance with him lay. Senior sister Mu. Senior sister Mu? What's on your mind? Lu Yenyan walked forward a few steps. The afterglow did not see Mu Yuyan's figure. Stopped and looked at the standing Mu Yuyan. Raised her hand in front of her eyes and asked. The dull hairs on her head shaking. Ah. No. Nothing. Let's go. Mu Yuyan's small face slightly red. Stuttered in response. and quickly walked forward. Weird. Lu Yanyan's eyes were full of confusion as she muttered, her dull hair swinging as she followed. Chapter 57, None of Your Business. Chapter 57, None of Your Business. Along the way, Yan Lu noticed that Mu Yuyan's gaze always fell on Wu Daohei's body intentionally or unintentionally. If it was once or twice, Yan Lu could still say that it was accidental and careless. But by the time she reached her destination, Mu Yuyan had looked at Wu Daohei 1,053 times. Then it wasn't coincidence. It wasn't accidental. It's clear that there is an intention. Yan Lu's gaze traveled back and forth between Mu Yuyan and Wu Daohei. Then she revealed a bad smile that had a melon to eat. Well, wow. Big melons come every year. But this year is especially big. First Gu Qingyu and Zhang Yiyi's teacher-disciple love. Then Wu Daohei and Mu Yuyan's teacher-sibling love. She really can't eat a bit more yet. Here it is. Wu Daohei brought the crowd to a stop in front of the residence that Tianji Pavilion had set up specifically for the Heavenly Sword sect. It had to be said that the Tianji Pavilion was in the end one of the powerful giants of the Tianxian continent. And even the construction of the sect residence under the auspices of the sub-pavilion was quite magnificent. The crowd entered the mansion and lodging was arranged. The Heaven's Pride Conference was held the next day. And Qinling licensed the crowd to go out and wander around Tianyu City this night. Yay! Great! I've heard that there are so many strange and weird things here. I've wanted to come and take a look for a long time. Lu Yanyan heard Qinling release the word and immediately jumped up and down in place happily. Senior sister. I've been here for a few days. And I've gone to see quite a few interesting places in Tianyu City. Let's go. I'll take you there. Mu Yuyan smiled and said as she pulled Lu Yanyan's hand. Good. Lu Yanyan agreed with eyes full of smiles. The two left one after the other. Right. Eldest brother. Together? Please. Yan Lu remembered something and turned her head to look at Wu Daohei and said, What's wrong with that? Hurry up. Yan Lu let go of Mu Yuyan's hand and pushed Wu Daohei to Mu Yuyan's side. Mu Yuyan's small face immediately turned red, glaring angrily at Yan Lu, not daring to look at Wu Daohei. Wu Daohei looked at Mu Yuyan, rubbed his nose, and laughed. All right then. I'll accompany you guys. Yeah. Let's go. Yan Lu threw Mu Yuyan a cheering glance and ran out the door in a huff. Let's go? Wu Daohei looked at Yan Lu's figure and then turned his head to Mu Yuyan, revealing a spring breeze and warm smile as he softly said, Aha. Mu Yuyan answered in a low voice and went out side by side with Wu Daoxian. Senior brother. We haven't seen each other for more than a year as well. Come. Spar with senior brother in the backyard. Let's see if you've improved this year. Zhang Ren patted Qin Shi's shoulder and said cheerfully. Good. Qin Shi nodded and followed Zhang Ren to the backyard. Senior. Let's go for a stroll as well. Zhang did not easily look at Gu Qingyue and laughed. Good. All listen to my apprentice. Gu Qingyue nodded, a pleasant smile spreading across her face. Grand Elder. Third Elder. We'll leave first. Zhang Yiqi saluted towards Qinling and Li Mengyun. And then he also left, holding Gu Qingyue's hand. Qinling stroked his goatee, looked at Li Mengyun, and joked. Third Elder. The least optimistic in the sect. Gu Qingyue and Jiang Dongyi are all talking to each other. And the two of them, Mu Yuyan and Wu Daohei, are also a bit interesting? You're all over 300 years old. When are you going to find a good match? Li Mengyun looked faint and said, I'm not even anxious. What are you anxious about? Ha ha ha. Qinling laughed and left. Li Mengyun stared at Qinling's back, skimmed his lips, and whisked his sleeves away. The streets of Tianyu City were really crowded with people. Either immortal cultivators or ordinary people. There were a wide variety of stores on both sides. Weapons and spiritual herbs. Food and snacks. Everything. Jiang did not easily come to the street with the two of them. Gu Qingyue's stunning beauty attracted passers-by to turn around frequently and let out gasps of amazement. Gu Qingyue was embarrassed by these people's reactions. And her earlobes couldn't help but be tinted with a blush. Jiang did not easily notice Gu Qingyue's reaction. His grip on her hand tightened. And he inclined his head, whispering in her ear. "What's wrong? You. Don't lean so close, so many people are watching." Gu Qingyu replied shyly. Her voice soft and sticky. "So what? You'll be my maiden before long. And I can't wait for the whole world to know that we love each other." Jiang did not easily laugh. "You are bad." When Gu Qingyu heard Jiang Dongyi's words, her small face instantly became flushed and she turned her head away, saying this on her lips. But she felt very sweet in her heart. Just then, a voice rang out behind the two. "Moon." The two men turned to look at the sound, only to see an elegant man dressed in white looking at Gu Qingyue with a delighted expression. However, when his eyes landed on the hands the two were holding, they immediately went cold but quickly changed to a smile. Jiang did not easily recognize him. One of Gu Qingyue's suitors. The second elder of the extreme martial sect. Zhou Zhang. Over 200 years old and at the 8th level of the heavenly immortal realm. You. I haven't seen you for so long. Did you miss me? I've missed you so much that my liver has been broken. Zhou Zhang said as he unfolded his fan and walked towards Gu Qingyue. Zhang Yenyuan frowned slightly and was just about to open his mouth to say something when Gu Qingyue had already grabbed the opportunity to speak first. "Don't call me Luna. Do we know each other well? Say another word and I'll kill you." Gu Qingyue's complexion was ice cold, and her words revealed a murderous aura. The smile on Zhou Zhang's face froze, and he originally wanted to continue. But he froze when he felt the strength of the 8th level of the heavenly immortal realm emanating from Gu Qingyue. How long had it been before Gu Qingyue had come from the 7th level of the earthly immortal realm to the 8th level of the heavenly immortal realm? Zhou Zhan was a little afraid of Gu Qingyue's current strength. His eyes looked towards Zhang Yenyuan, and his tone was unkind as he questioned. "Who is he? And what gives him the right to hold hands with you? What's it to you?" Gu Qingyue was too lazy to pay attention to Zhou Zhang. If the other party wasn't an elder of the extreme martial sect with a half-saint behind him, she would have greeted him with a slap. "It can't be that he is that disciple of yours, right?" Zhou Zhang said. "So what if it is?" Gu Qingyue frowned in response, her tone filled with nonchalance. "Everyone come over and look." A hint of viciousness flashed in Zhou Zhang's eyes, and his voice suddenly raised as he spoke. Gu Qingyue froze for a moment, not knowing what Zhou was about to do. The 6th elder of the Heavenly Sword sect is actually holding hands and talking about love with his own disciple. How unorthodox is this forbidden wind? Zhou Zhang said. Upon hearing Zhou Zhang's words, the people around them stopped in their tracks and pointed at Gu Qingyue and Zhang Difficulty. "Zhou Zhang! You villain!" Gu Qingyue cursed angrily. And as she was about to make a move, a sentence entered her ears. "Gosh! So she's the 6th elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. That cold fairy. No wonder she's so good-looking. Ha! So what if you're good-looking? And you're screwing your own disciple? That's right. That's right. If you ask me, this kind of person should be expelled from the division. Isn't this corrupting the atmosphere? High treason." These words made Gu Qingyue's mind uneasy. Her eyes looked towards Zhang Yenyuan. Seeing that his gaze was a bit dull, she was afraid that Zhang Yenyuan would be hurt by these words, and her heart could not help but panic. It was at this moment that Gu Qingyu felt a gentle kneading coming from her hand. Subconsciously raising her head and meeting Jiang Yi's smiling face, her panicked heart inexplicably settled down all of a sudden. Jiang did not easily scan the circle with his gaze and finally looked at Zhou Zhang, contemptuously saying, "A bunch of brainless things. It's none of your business if I'm in love with my own master." Chapter 58, The Half-Saint Suppresses the Field. Chapter 58, Half-Saint Suppresses the Field. Gu Qingyue pulled on Jiang Dongyu's hand, a worried look in her eyes. And Jiang Dongyao twisted her head to look at Gu Qingyue, handing over a reassuring look. "I don't deserve to love you if I let you suffer," Jiang Yenyuan softly said, his tone filled with determination. Upon hearing Jiang Dongyi's words, Gu Qingyue's heart welled up with deep warmth and emotion. Seeing the two of them talking mushy little words, the smile on Zhou Zhang's face could no longer be maintained and immediately collapsed. Jiang Yi's words were like a fuse that ignited the anger of the people around him. "You're nothing. Just a waste that can only open 4 yuan veins." That's right. If it weren't for Gu Qingyue standing here, would you have the guts to say such things? That is. Aren't you afraid that the Heavenly Sword Sect will be ostracized by the entire southern Xian continent? Yeah. You guys are still justified when you do something as hurtful as a master-disciple relationship. It's believe it or not we'll go to the Heavenly Sword Sect to get acclaim. Support. Add me. The crowd immediately yelled, looking at Jiang Yenyuan and Gu Qingyue with eyes filled with ferocity. Zhou Zhang had a smile back on his face as he looked at the two Jiang Yenyuan with a smug expression. Especially Gu Qingyue. This was the result of not agreeing to his pursuit. As for this Jiang is not easy. Although the body's breath is covered. Cannot see what strength. But he is a waste of the name is well known. It is expected to be the Heavenly Sword Sect does not want to be too disgraceful talent to cover up. Say these words. Pure and simple clown behavior for the Heavenly Sword Sect to discredit. Can't make any big waves at all. It was at this moment that a golden light's radiance pierced straight through the heavens. And the aura of a half-saint descended in a heck of a way, enveloping the entire arena. This is the aura of a half-saint. A half-saint has descended on Tianyu City. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. One must know that there were only a handful of half-saints in the entire South Xian continent. And at least the only ones that were currently there on the surface were the extreme martial sect's old ancestor and the Yu clan's old ancestor. And both of them were at the strength of an earth-ranked half-saint. However, it was far more than that. Immediately afterward, 2 more golden lights pierced through the firmament. And 2 new half-saint auras were revealed. This situation directly stunned everyone. 3 half-saints. In their lifetimes they were actually able to see 3 half-saints appear at the same time. Swish swish swish. The golden light disappeared and 3 figures emerged into the air. See the half-saint. The people of Tianyu City immediately bowed their heads and saluted. Zhou Zhang was shocked in his heart and hurriedly saluted as well. The aura emanating from these 3 half-saints was not the least bit weaker than his family's old ancestor. What kind of gods are these 3 half-saints? When Gu Qingyue saw these 3 half-saints, she was about to salute as well. But she was pulled back by Jiang Yenyuan. Not easy. What are you doing? Hurry up and curtsy with me. This is a half-saint. Gu Qingyue said anxiously. The consequences of angering a half-saint could be unimaginable. Not only them, but also the clan behind them would suffer. That was why. In the face of Zhou Zhang's repeated provocations, Gu Qingyue had almost always held back. There was no other reason because Zhou Zhang had the extreme martial sect behind him. And the extreme martial sect had half-saints sitting in their midst. I know. But there's no need to worship. They have to worship the 2 of us. Jiang did not easily laugh. Gu Qingyue froze for a moment when she heard Jiang Yenyuan's words. Reached out and touched Jiang Yenyuan's forehead, saying, No. Can the head of a person who cultivates immortals also break down? Jiang did not easily smile somewhat helplessly. The surrounding people once again murmured when they saw that the two Jiang Yanyu didn't salute. The Heavenly Sword Sect is also unlucky to have encountered these two people. Yes. Meeting saints and not worshipping them. Pissing them off. The Heavenly Sword Sect is afraid that it will be over. Zhou Zhang slightly raised his head to look at the two Jiang difficulties, revealing a cold smile. However, the next scene caused his smile to freeze. Only 3 half-saints could be seen landing in front of Zhang Yiqiu. Just when the crowd thought that the half-saints were going to question the two Jiang Yanyu. They didn't want to. But these 3 half-saints actually knelt down on one knee and saluted Jiang Yanyu. Shangguan Yuan, Miao Bai Yin Chui Chang. Pay respects to young lord. The moment these words came out, the entire room immediately became silent. And an unbelievable look appeared on everyone's face. Gu Qingyue was also staring with wide eyes. Not daring to imagine the scene in front of her. Not daring to imagine her ears. What's this? The 3 half-saints actually bowed to Jiang Yanyu. And they even called him young lord? Gu Qingyue looked toward Jiang Yanyuan, who just smiled and casually waved his hand. All right. Get up. Yes. Only when they received Zhang Dongyao's issuance did the 3 of them get up and stand behind him. Their faces indifferent. Only after a long time did the people around them come back to their senses. You looking at me and I looking at you. Finally believing the outrageous scene in front of them. 3 half-saints salute Jiang not easily. Zhang Yiqiu took a few steps forward and laughed. Who was the one who just called me a loser? Who was it that said they wanted to ostracize the Heavenly Sword Sect? Who was it that said they were going to the Heavenly Sword Sect to get acclaim? Jiang did not easily ask 3 questions in a row. And then his tone was cold. And who was the one who said that the love of a master and disciple was hurtful? Jiang did not easily walk up to Zhou Zhang. At this moment, Zhou Zhang had long since been scared pale and was trembling uncontrollably around him. Hey! Look straight at me! Zhang Yiqiu said with an icy voice. Upon hearing Jiang Dongyi's words, Zhou Zhang's entire body finally couldn't hold on any longer and immediately went limp. Begging bitterly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. My fault. It's all my fault. Please let me go. Zhou Zhang kept kowtowing. The force was so great that blood flowed out in just a few strokes. Jiang did not easily nod slightly and smiled. Actually, I still like the unruly look you just had. Jiang not easy to crouch down. Spoke. However, for the sake of you no wrong. Hearing this, Zhou Zhang seemed to see hope. And busily said. Yes. I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Jiang did not easily let out a light laugh. Now that you know it's wrong, just reincarnate early and don't do it wrong in your next life. Hearing Jiang Dongyao's words, Zhou Zhang's entire body froze. The fear in his eyes unable to stop magnifying. No. No. Me. Zhou Zhang stretched out his hand to try to grab Jiang Yanyuan. But he didn't want to. But before he raised his hand, Shangguan Yuan, who was not far away, clenched his hand in the void. And his entire person exploded into a cloud of blood mist. A golden shield appeared around Zhang Yiqiu, blocking the blood and flesh. Jiang did not easily stand up and shrugged, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet their eyes. Zhou Zhang's result let them heart-shocked. Those who scolded the 2 people at the moment hate to slap themselves to death. Why should the mouth be so oda? Jiang did not easily walk to Gu Qingyue's side, gently holding her hand, looking at the crowd, saying, since ancient times, have there been few cases of teacher-disciple love? No one answered. Jiang did not easily say to himself. 10,000 years ago. The Floating Light Heavenly Emperor and the Qiangyao Heavenly Emperor were master and disciple. And 5,000 years ago. The Flowing Light Fairy and the Hanhai Sage were also master and disciple. And these people also became the model of Tao couples in the later generations. It's the same master-disciple love. Why is no one giving them a hard time? It's just that they all have powerful plans behind them as backing. That's all. The love of master and disciple is not something intolerable. It's just the so-called clamor of a group of people. As long as I love you and you love me? Why care what kind of relationship two people have? John was not easy to say. Seemingly lecturing the crowd. But in reality, he was speaking to Gu Qingyue. He, Kong, is not easy. He doesn't care how the outside world judges their love. He only cares about her. As long as she loves him. Gu Qingyue's beautiful eyes gradually covered with a layer of water mist. Staring blankly at Zhang Yiqi. Zhang Yiqi looked down at Gu Qingyue with deep affection and held her hand as he ran. Behind them, when they saw that Zhang was not easy to leave, the crowd thought that it was finally over. But they didn't want to realize that in the crowd, many people had a symbol floating above their heads. What's this? Don't recognize it? The crowd looked at the floating symbols in disbelief. Just then, bang! 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 Those with symbols floating on their heads all turned into blood mist in place. Anyone who insults the young lord and young lord's wife is guilty of death. Shangguan Yuan indifferently opened his mouth. And with that, the three figures disappeared into thin air. Only a stunned crowd was left behind. Chapter 59, Zhou Zhang's Destiny Card Broken. Chapter 59, Zhou Zhang's Destiny Card Broken. The three half-saints' auras disappeared as if they had never appeared. Many sect elders were curious as to what had happened to cause three half-saints to appear. In the attic of the Tianji Pavilion's sub-pavilion, a flowery armored old man of the human rank semi-saint realm frowned as he looked in the direction where the three Shangguan Yuan people had disappeared. After staying in the southern Xian continent for so long, this was the first time he had felt the aura of these three half-saints. And it was surprisingly not weaker than him at all. When did such a character appear in South Xian continent? Did he come from the central continent? After a moment of contemplation, the old man closed his eyes. And the lines of stars emerged around him. In the middle of the day, the old man suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. His entire breath shriveling down. His cloudy eyes filled with incredulity. He actually couldn't calculate the origins of these three half-saints. With his deduction ability, he could figure out even the saint realm. But these three half-saints' destiny grips were unexpectedly chaotic. Unreasonable. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since he had entered the heavenly hall of deduction. The old man exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and took out a transmission note. This matter must be reported to the Tianji Pavilion elders. Extreme Martial Sect Destiny Brand Hall. The inner disciple in charge of the daily care of the fate tags heard a noise and rushed over to check it out. It was seen that Zhou Zhang's fate card was now in pieces scattered on the stage. Seeing this, the inner disciples were shocked and scrambled out of the Hall of Fate and arrived at the Hall of Elders. At this time, several elders in the Hall of Elders were discussing the matter of the three half-saint auras that had just appeared. Suddenly, the door to the hall was opened by the inner disciples, who ran in a panic. No. Is not good. The Grand Elder of the Extreme Martial Sect sat at the first place. And when he saw the appearance of the inner disciple, he immediately revealed a displeased expression. Daring. Do you know what the offense is for barging into the Hall of Elders without notification? The Grand Elder said in a cold voice. Puff. The inner disciple hurriedly knelt down and said. The disciple knows the sin. But it is just that the matter is so important that the disciple has no choice. All right. What's the matter? Say it quickly. Panicking. What's the matter? The Grand Elder impatiently waved his hand and said, "Yes. It's the second Elder's fate card. Shattered." The inner disciple replied with a trembling voice. "What?" Hearing the words of the inner disciple, all the elders revealed a look of surprise. And the Grand Elder even slapped the table. "What? You said that the second Elder's fate card is shattered. How is this possible?" The great elder of the extreme martial sect came to the inner disciple with quick steps, grabbed him by the lapel, and questioned him in a stern voice. After all, Zhou Zhang was at the 8th level of the heavenly immortal realm, and was already a figure on the pyramid in Antarctica. And those who were able to kill him were either at the 9th level of the heavenly immortal realm or half-saints. However, how few heavenly immortal realm 9 and half-saints there were in the southern Shin continent. And such people who opposed the extreme martial sect or had a grudge against Zhou Zhang were even fewer. One could almost say that there were none. Yes. It is true, great elder. Disciple does not dare to lie. Just now, when the disciple was on duty in the Hall of Fate cards, he heard a sound and went in to take a look, and saw that the second elder's fate cards were shattered. The inner disciple trembled and answered. As soon as the Grand Elder threw the inner disciple to the ground, he stomped out of the Hall of Elders. Go! Go to the Hall of Destiny cards and take a look, the Grand Elder said. The other elders of the extreme martial sect hurriedly followed. In a short while, a group of people arrived at the Hall of Destiny in great numbers. When he approached the Hall of Fate cards, the Grand Elder saw the scene of Zhou Zhang's fate cards scattered in pieces on the dais. And his anger instantly rose as his strength of the 9th level of the heavenly immortal realm erupted. Damnable! Just who is it that dares to kill an elder of my extreme martial sect? The Grand Elder shouted angrily. Then turned his head towards an elder and said, "Third Elder, you will go to Tianyu City right now to investigate and see who killed the second elder. If you dare to touch my extreme martial sect's people, you are an enemy of my extreme martial sect." Yes. Grand Elder. That elder saluted in response and then left the Hall of Destiny. After the third elder left, the Grand Elder stared at the broken tablet with a gloomy expression. Under the mountain, Tianyu City. With the disappearance of the saint's aura, Tianyu City quickly returned to its usual hustle and bustle. However, the matter of Zhang Yenyuan and Gu Qingyue was slowly spreading in various versions. In one of the streets of Tianyu City, Zhang Yenyu was not easily able to hold Gu Qingyue's hand tightly as he made his way through the crowd. Not easy? Where are you taking me? The two of them walked for a long time. And when they reached the outskirts of the city with no intention of stopping, finally, Gu Qingyue couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, "I don't know." Zhang Yiqiu glanced back at Gu Qingyue and said with some embarrassment. According to the development of the plot, he was supposed to take Gu Qingyue to a nice-looking place for a sincere confession of love. But then he remembered that he damn well wasn't familiar with Tianyu City. In the end, he had to harden his heart and take Gu Qingyue around to the outskirts of the countryside to see if he could find a location with a nice view. Gu Qingyue heard Jiang Dongyu's reply, then revealed a smile and stopped her steps. Seeing that Gu Qingyue was not moving, Jiang did not easily stop and was about to turn around when he was hugged from behind by Gu Qingyue. "Thank you." Not easy. Gu Qingyue's head leaned against Jiang Yiqiu's back, closed her eyes, and said softly, "Thank you for giving me a sense of security I've never felt before. And for letting me know that there are people besides my parents and aunt who love me with all their hearts, without fear of all." Jiang did not easily freeze for a moment, then turned around, hugged Gu Qingyue back, and gently dropped a kiss on her forehead. "Fool! You seem to be all I have in this world. Who else could I love if not you? If not for you, who else can I be for?" Jiang did not easily speak softly. His words filled with irrevocable determination. Upon hearing Jiang Dongyi's words, Gu Qingyue pursed her lips, tightened her arms around Jiang Dongyi, and nodded heavily in his arms. Well. The words were choked. It was a day she would always remember as the day he shielded her from all the gossip and swore his love for her. It's not easy. It's nice to like you. It's nice to be liked by you. Gu Qingyue thought in her mind. Jiang did not easily hook a smile gently. So am I. Tianji Pavilion Branch Pavilion. The third elder of the extreme martial sect walked into the Tianji Pavilion with a gloomy face. Just now outside, he had inquired about the general original story from his disciples. It was Zhou Zhang who was dead set on pursuing Gu Qingyue to no avail. So he made a big deal in public about Gu Qingyue having an affair with her disciple to embarrass her. And as a result, the three half-saints who came from nowhere actually called Gu Qingyue's disciple their master. And then backhandedly got killed. Once they heard it, it was a statement that Gu Qingyue's disciple was not an ordinary person, and was probably a disciple of a major power in the central continent. But the third elder still had some disbelief. After all, this kind of thing was too outrageous. Who is a good person who let go of a big power's son and came to this small place in South Shan continent to be a waste for more than 10 years? If he was really the son of a great power, wouldn't those who dared to pursue Gu Qingyue before have died a long time ago? Therefore, the third elder is going to come to Tianji Pavilion to seek confirmation. He thought that Zhou Zhang might have done something to accidentally provoke the three half-saints and was then killed. He only hoped that those three half-saints wouldn't hold a grudge against the extreme martial sect because of this. Haoren traveled lightly to the top floor of Tianji Pavilion. Pavilion Master Tai. Haoren of the extreme martial sect is seeking an audience. The third elder stood at the door and said respectfully, "Come in." Hearing this, Haoren then pushed the door in. In the center of the room, the flower-armored old man was sitting on his knees, cultivating his luck. Pavilion Master Tai. Haoren came in front of the old man and bowed respectfully. Tairan opened his eyes and looked to Haoren, signaling him to sit down. Haoman sat in front of Taran and looked over at him. "I know what you're here for," Taran said as he poured a cup of tea for Haoren. "I'm not sure." Haoman froze, not expecting Taran to say that. Chapter 60, These two people really can't be brought along. Chapter 60, These two people really can't be brought along. Then, what exactly is the identity of those three half-saints? And what is the origin of Gu Qingyue's disciple? Haoren asked eagerly. He only hoped that Jiang was not easily related to the three half-saints at all. Otherwise, I don't know. Tai Ran sighed. Just after deducing the three half-saints, he deduced Jiang Yenyuan again. He just didn't expect that his destiny was even more chaotic than the three half-saints' destinies. And the backlash was even more powerful. Almost. His cultivation level fell out of half-saint. "How do you?" He was about to say something, but he was shocked by a look from Taran. Hao opened his mouth, but ultimately no sound came out. He could feel that Tai Ran was very evasive about this matter of Jiang not being easy, and inexplicably had some bad feelings in his heart. After a few moments of silence, he got up and bowed to Taran, then excused himself and left. In the extreme martial sect, the elders stood in two columns in the Hall of Fate signs, and the Grand Elder stood in the center, standing with his arms folded as he looked at Zhou Zhang's tablet. It wasn't long before Hao walked in. "Grand Elder." Haoren saluted. "Have you found out everything?" The Grand Elder turned to look at Haoren and asked. Haoren nodded and told as much as he could about what he had heard as well as Tianji's Taran's reaction. As the Grand Elder listened, his face gradually became ugly. "That's basically it." Haoren finished the matter and couldn't help but sigh. The surrounding elders murmured in amazement. Those three half-saints were actually Jiang Dongyao's people. Moreover, It was surprising that Tianji Pavilion's Tai Ran was incomparably jealous of him. Unwilling to disclose it. What exactly was his origin? The Grand Elder couldn't stop pacing. His brows furrowed. And he couldn't help but roar angrily as he was distracted by the surrounding chatter. Quiet. Seeing that the Grand Elder was angry, the crowd immediately silenced down. Just then, a voice came from the Grand Elder's mind. And his entire expression immediately became respectful. After a long time, he sighed heavily and said, "In this matter, let's leave it at that. Although there are some dubious aspects to this matter. But after all, those are 3 half-saints. We don't dare to gamble after all. In case the bet is wrong, it's doom and gloom." Hearing the words of the Grand Elder, the crowd fell silent. Only, at present, I don't know that person's attitude towards our extreme martial sect. Of course, because of what happened to Zhou Zhang, it's definitely not very good. Well, this kind of thing is, in the end, Zhou Zhang's personal behavior and has little to do with the sect. But in order to prevent him from tying Zhou Zhang to the extreme martial sect, we still need to send someone to find him to make amends. And in the meantime, probe his bottom line. After the Grand Elder finished speaking, he glanced at the crowd and asked, "I wonder what all of you think. It's all up to the Grand Elder's arrangement." The crowd saluted. The Grand Elder nodded and looked at Haorun, saying, "Then, Third Elder, you're more familiar with this matter. So this matter will be left in your charge. How about it?" "Yes." Haorun responded with a respectful salute. He was also curious as to what this person who had previously been rumored to be a waste of cultivation who had only created 4 sword veins, but was now being referred to as his master by the 3 half-saints, was actually like. Nightfall. The entire Tianyu city was brightly lit, as opposed to the daytime. On an arch bridge, Zhang was not easily able to hold Gu Qingyue's hand as he strolled through it. "It's beautiful." Gu Qingyue couldn't help but lament. "Yeah." Zhang did not easily nod his head. It was at this time that a loud explosion came from the distance. "Whoa! Look! It's fireworks!" Gu Qingyue's beautiful eyes lit up, pointing at the colorfulness in the night, and said in surprise. Zhang did not easily follow the direction of Gu Qingyue's finger and reached out to embrace her in his arms. Gu Qingyue's head leaned against Zhang Yi's chest, and the luster of the fireworks reflected on her stunningly beautiful face, setting off the smile that was like a spring breeze. In this way, it is good. After watching the fireworks, Zhang Yiqiu and Gu Qingyue went down the arch bridge. The night was as dark as ink. And in front of the Heavenly Sword Sect's residence, the figures of the two appeared one after the other. Gu Qingyue was holding a sugar gourd in one hand and holding Zhang Yiqi in the other, biting down a sugar gourd, slightly puffing out her cheeks. Looking at the hand that was not easily clenched by Zhang, how could she not hide the happy look? Finally, Zhang did not easily turn around and laughed. "Aha!" Gu Qingyue nodded her head obediently. As the two approached the mansion, they saw that in the courtyard, a group of people were sitting around that one stone table. When they saw the two walk in, all eyes were on them. Each face had a different look, from surprise to confusion. On the other hand, Lu Yanyan had an anti-smile on her face, looking at Zhang Yanyan with eyes full of reverence, and looking at Gu Qingyue with eyes full of envy. "Everyone, what's going on?" Zhang was not easy to understand and asked. "Cough." Qin Ling coughed, got up and beckoned toward Zhang Yiqi, saying, "That, nephew, come over here for a moment." Zhang did not easily glance at Gu Qingyue, who nodded. And only then did she let go of Gu Qingyue's hand and followed Qin Ling into a room. Sixth Elder. You're so happy. After seeing Qin Ling and Jiang Yi enter the room and close the door, Yan Yan Lu immediately jumped up and came to Gu Qingyue's side and said, "Ha? Why?" Gu Qingyue was a bit confused. "If the world won't allow us to love each other, then I will kill the world so that there will be no one left to oppose it." This kind of bridge that only appears in novels actually happened to Sixth Elder and Elder Brother. Not easy. I'm really moved to tears, Yan Yan said excitedly. Gu Qingyue immediately blushed as she heard out that what Lu Yan Yan was talking about was the incident today where Jiang was not easy to fight for her. Quickly say. Sixth Elder. What did you feel the moment Elder Brother Not Easy stepped forward? Wasn't it super moved? Yan Yan Lu pursued with a face full of gossip. Gu Qingyue was a little embarrassed. But remembering Jiang Yi's figure standing in front of her, she involuntarily smiled and gently nodded her head. Well, it's touching. Whoa, Lu. Elder Brother Uneasy is so manly. You guys are really sour on me. The dull hairs on Lu Yanyan's head bobbed wildly. Li Mengyuan looked at Gu Qingyue with a face full of relief. Mu Yuyan, on the other hand, had an envious look on her face as she lowered her head and rubbed the corners of her clothes, and then raised her head slightly as her gaze gradually moved towards Wu Daoxian's face across the room. Buzz. Mu Yuyan's gaze fell on Wu Daoyi's face, and only then did she realize that Wu Daoyi was actually looking at him as well. And the two of their gazes met, causing her entire mind to go blank. Wu Daohei was the first to move away from the line of sight. Only then did Mu Yuyan react. Her face immediately climbed with a blush, re-lowering her head, rubbing the corners of her clothes even harder. Her heart thumping. Rip it! I don't know if I pushed too hard and it ripped. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes converged on Mu Yuyan. Mu Yuyan was immediately at a loss for words. Her face was full of blush and she could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill down. Then. I'll go change a dress. Mu Yuyan stammered a little and stood up. I'll accompany you, Wu Daohei said. No need. Hearing Wu Daohei's words, the panic on Mu Yuyan's face became even more obvious as she hurriedly waved her hand and shook her head as she quickly walked away. On the way, he tripped over a step and almost fell, his back looking extremely lousy. Seeing this, Lu Yanyan's dull hairs stood up, and she couldn't help but show an expression of hatred. These two people really can't be brought along. Chapter 61, Qin Ling's Inquiry. Chapter 61, Qin Ling's Inquiry. Thinking about what happened during the day, Lu Yanyan became a little angry. During the day, she specializes in heading to those dog-hitting mechas, and she also creates constant opportunities for both. On the Tanabata Bridge, Lu Yanyan deliberately tripped over the steps and pushed Mu Yuyan in the process, pushing her onto Wu Daoxian. Just as Lu Yanyan was secretly pleased with herself, the imagined picture did not appear. Instead, the two men immediately each took a step back and asked her how she was doing with concern. Yan Lu, just outrageous. Later, when we arrived at the peach blossom forest, many Taoist couples stood under the peach trees, either holding hands or embracing, for the painter to depict. Lu Yanyan offered to let the painter draw for them, but Wu Daohei and Mu Yuyan insisted that she stand in the middle of the two. So Lu Yanyan had no choice but to excuse herself and let the two draw first, and when she came back the three of them would draw a picture together. However, after half a day of water, when he came back, he found that Wu Daohei and Mu Yuyan were standing upright, looking straight ahead with solemn expressions, and there was a step of distance between them. Yan Lu, one word. Absolutely. Lu Yanyan could not help but raise her hand and slap her forehead. There was no way to wait for the artist to finish painting for the two. then ran to the center and held the hands of the two together, along with the three of them, and painted another one before finishing the job. Finally, the three of them came to the Mandarin's terrace. There was a long chain there, and the chain was covered with word tags with wishes written on them. Yan Yanlu took a piece for Wu Daohei and Mu Yuyan and told them to wish for this as well. When the two finished writing and bundled it up, Lu Yanyan took a look and the whole person was dumbfounded. Mu Yuyan, I hope it pays off. Wu Daoming, may all thoughts come true. Yan Yanlu, Yokohama. Are you two playing with me? Lu Yanyan is considered to see. Obviously, two people have each other in their hearts, just not willing to show it. One more than one can still endure. She is really fed up. Lu Yanyan's gaze shifted to Wu Daohei, seeing that he was staring at the direction Mu Yuyan had left in a daze. She couldn't help but skim her lips. Really? You two couldn't have gotten along without me? In that case, it looked like she would have to resort to desperate measures. Lu Yanyan's dull hairs shifted. Her mind had already conspired out a plan, and a smile of determination appeared on her face. Room. Xinling set up a blocking array for the room. Grand Elder. I wonder if you're looking for me. Is there something you want? Zhang Yiqiu looked at Xinling and asked. Xinling sat down on a chair, then pointed to the chair across from him, signaling for Zhang Dongyi to sit down. Seeing this, Zhang did not easily sit across from Xinling. Xinling poured 2 cups of tea, handed one of them to Zhang Yenyuan, and picked up a cup for himself and took a sip before he looked at Zhang Yenyuan and opened his mouth. Nowadays, Tianyu City is spreading rumors about you and Gu Qingyue. The matter between Master and I? Hearing Xinling's words, Zhang Yenyuan froze for a moment. A bit unresponsive for a moment. Xinling nodded and said, It was you who called out 3 half-saints and decapitated the second elder of the extreme martial sect and some cultivators. Hearing this, Zhang did not easily realize that this matter had already become known to everyone in Tianyu City. Senior nephew, I want to know who you are and what exactly is your relationship with those 3 half-saints. Xinling asked as his gaze landed on Zhang Yiqiu. Zhang was not easily able to keep his eyelids slightly lowered, as if he was thinking. Seeing this, Xinling let out a light laugh and said, Of course. Coming to question you so directly seems abrupt. It's fine if you don't want to say more. After all, this is your personal matter. After a pause, Xinling continued. However, you can also rest assured that after this incident, the Heavenly Sword Sect won't borrow you and those 3 half-saints to go around proclaiming. No, Grand Elder. I don't have any concerns in that regard. Zhang Yenyuan shook his head. Xinling froze for a moment, then spoke with deliberation. That's. Zhang did not easily ponder for a moment and said, Grand Elder, there are many things I'm not at liberty to say more about. I can only tell you that these 3 half-saints are my people. Even though Xinling had already prepared himself mentally, the moment he heard Zhang Dongyi's admission, Xinling's heart still set off shockwaves. Those 3 half-saints were actually really Zhang Yuxian's people. So what exactly is his status? Xinling was very curious in his heart, but reason told him not to ask more questions. That's right. Xinling nodded. Grand Elder, I can let these 3 half-saints stay in the Heavenly Sword Sect. Zhang Yiqiu pondered for a moment and looked at Xinling and said, Oh. Good. Xinling nodded his head. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Jerked his head up to look at Zhang Yenyuan. The whole person stood up, a little out of breath. What did you say? Let the 3 half-saints stay in the Heavenly Sword Sect. You're not kidding? Zhang Yiqiu let out a light laugh, looked at Xinling, and said, No kidding. I'm serious. But there's a prerequisite. What premise? Xinling asked as he barely managed to regain his composure for a moment. These 3 people will only be honorary elders. They will not participate in the specific affairs of the clan. And they will not make a move unless it is a time of life and death for the clan. How about that? Xinling thought that Zhang Yenyuan would open his mouth wide and propose some heavenly conditions, such as asking for the Heavenly Sword Pavilion or something. But he didn't expect it to be such a simple condition. No. It can almost go without saying that it is a condition. Even if he does not mention it. The Heavenly Sword Sect can't let the half-saint officer. Something to invite the half-saint to take action on. Just. That's it? Nothing? Xinling asked with some disbelief. Nope. Jiang did not easily nod his head. Xinling took a deep breath. His body trembled around him. And it was evident how excited he was in his heart. A half-saint. The extreme martial sect was the only super sect in the entire southern Xian continent because of an Earth-ranked half-saint ancestor. And now, not only did his heavenly sword sect have half-saints, but it was also 3 half-saint powerhouses in attendance. And the extreme martial sect was a direct scum in front of the heavenly sword sect. And he, Xinling, that's the grand elder of the Super clan. This feeling, it's wonderful. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. When he thought of the time when the extreme martial sect would come to flatter them, Xinling couldn't help but grin and laugh up to the sky. Seeing this, Zhang Yenyuan helplessly shook his head and smiled. Noticing his outburst, Xinling hurriedly stopped laughing, raised his hand to his mouth and coughed, saying, "Cough. Cough. Well, since that's the case, then I'd like to trouble my senior nephew to go and explain it to those 3 half-saint seniors." Of course. Jiang did not easily smile. Xinling nodded and raised his hand to remove the blocking formation. The 2 walked out of the room one after the other. Apprentice. Gu Qingyue stepped forward to hold Jiang Yenyu's hand. An inquiring look in her eyes. Jiang did not easily let out a light laugh and patted the back of Gu Qingyue's hand, saying, "It's nothing major. Don't worry about it." Well, that's good. Seeing this, Gu Qingyue revealed a smile. The stone hanging in her heart finally landing. "Sixth Elder. You're not being kind enough. We've worked together for decades at least. And you still don't trust me? How could I possibly make things difficult for not-so-easy master-nephew?" Xinling saw the 2 small movements in his eyes and couldn't help but say, "Who knows?" Gu Qingyue glanced at Xinling and said, "You this. Wow." Xinling suddenly autistic. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just then, a voice came from outside the mansion. The 3rd elder of the extreme martial sect, Hao Run, has come to pay his respects. Classes were a bit heavy today, so I apologize for the next chapter coming out later. Chapter 62, they seem to have the strength to rob it. Chapter 62, they seem to have the strength to rob. Hao's voice froze everyone in the yard. The 3rd elder of the extreme martial sect? Li Mengyun stood up and looked at Xinling. What are they doing here? Xinling stroked his goatee, narrowed his eyes slightly in contemplation, and had a general idea in his mind. No matter what he's here for. Won't we know when we meet him? Xinling waved his sleeve and said to the inner disciple at the side, "Take the extreme martial sect's 3rd elder to the guest hall." Yes. The inner disciple saluted in agreement and left with quick steps. You guys just stay here for now. I'll go meet him for a while. Xinling finished speaking and left. Senior. The people from the extreme martial sect came over. It couldn't be that they wanted to take Zhou Zhang's matter to task. Right? Yan Lu came to Li Mingyun's side. looking at Qin Ling's back as he left. Anne inquired. Li Mengyun glanced at Qin Ling and then at Zhang Yenyuan. Pondered slightly. And said, I don't think so. If they used that hypocrite Zhou Zheng to pick on the Heavenly Sword Sect, I will definitely not let him go. Yen Yanlu rubbed her fists and said viciously. After all, this matter itself was Zhou Zheng's fault. Using a net of underhanded tactics. Ha! 2A. Deserved to die. It is not easy for senior brother to remove a harm for the continent South Xinzhou. Lu Yinyan's words were like that. But just with this face. How could she not see the ferociousness in it? So much so that in the eyes of the crowd, it looked childish and cute. But everyone was very much in agreement with her. Gu Qingyue walked over to touch Yen Yan's head and laughed softly. Thank you. Yen Yan. Lu Yan was a little embarrassed all of a sudden. Scratching her head. Her dull hairs drooping and swaying slightly. Hey. She's a pure love fan. The other side. Haoren was guided into the guest hall and sat down by the inner disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Enjoy your meal. Elder. Our great elder will be over soon. The inner disciple poured a cup of tea for Haoren and said. Okay. Warang nodded in response as he took the tea. After the inner disciple went out, Haoren put down the tea in his hand and his eyes surveyed the guest hall. Surprisingly having a feeling of nervousness. One must know that he had never felt this way when he had represented the extreme martial sect to the Heavenly Sword Sect several times earlier. While Haoren's thoughts were drifting away, Qin Ling walked into the guest hall. Elder Hao. I've kept you waiting. Qin Ling looked at Haoren with a smile on his face. Elder Qin, what do you mean? I've only just arrived as well. When Haoren saw Qin Ling, he hurriedly stood up and said. Haoren had met with Qin Ling quite a few times. For him, a person like Qin Ling was nothing. It's just that times are different now. Nowadays. He was a great elder of the sect that had the backing of 3 half-saints. I wonder what Elder Hao came for? Qin Ling asked as he sat down and looked at Haoren. Haoren laughed a few times and saluted towards Qin Ling, saying, on behalf of the extreme martial sect, I have come here to apologize to your sect for what happened to Zhou Zheng. Saying that, Hao waved his hand. A light flashed, and several large boxes appeared in front of Qin Ling. This is. Qin Ling stood up, opened one of the boxes, and saw that it was filled with top-grade spirit stones. Top-grade spirit stones? Yes. Here are 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Considered as the extreme martial sect's compensation for Zhou Zheng's offense to the matter of Elder Gu. I hope that your sect will forgive the extreme martial sect. Haoren said respectfully. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. This was a net gain that the Heavenly Sword Sect could only have in more than a decade. From this, Qin Ling also heard it. The same as what he had in mind. There are 3 half-saints for Zheng is not easy. Although the extreme martial arts clan people do not know much, but also do not dare to take too much risk. Then make the worst decision. That the 3 half-saints in Zheng is not easy. And even with the Heavenly Sword Sect has a relationship. Afraid of the Heavenly Sword Sect will be asked to blame the extreme martial arts clan for this. So send Hao people with the spirit stone to come over to show their attitude. Said that it is to make amends. In fact, also want to come over to look at the realities. I can't make the call on this matter. I'll have to let Gu Qingyue and Jiang Dongyi come over. Qin Ling closed the box and looked at Haoren with a smile in response. All at Elder Qin's disposal. Hearing this, Haoren's heart rejoiced and he quickly agreed. He was still worried about not being able to meet Zhang Yenyuan. In this way, it will be possible to probe him. Qin Ling summoned the inner disciple and told him to go and bring Gu Qingyue and Jiang Dongyi over. Not long after, Gu Qingyue and Zhang Yiqiu walked into the guest hall. The two of you should be Elder Gu and Elder Gu's disciple Zhang Ichou. Right? I've really heard a lot about you. How people see two people. Rose and saluted. Divine thought fell on Zhang not easy. But unexpectedly how to detect his cultivation. They know that this is being set up by the secret method to cover up. Zhang not easy on the body is bound to have extraordinary secrets. Underneath his heart. His suspicions about the matter of Zhang not easily possessing a half-saint were reduced by quite a bit. Elder Hao is courteous. Gu Qingyue's face was clear and cold as she returned the salute. I don't know what the matter is that the Grand Elder called us here for? Gu Qingyue looked at Qin Ling and asked. It's like this. Elder Hao. On behalf of the extreme martial sect. Specially took out 100,000 top-grade spirit stones as compensation for Zhou Zhang's matter in the hope of being forgiven. And since I was not in a position to make a decision, I called you guys to come over here and choose for yourselves. Qin Ling explained. His gaze locking with Jiang Dongyi. Jiang did not easily nod slightly, reading Qin Ling's meaning. As for Gu Qingyue, her eyes lit up when she heard that there were 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Without waiting for Gu Qingyue to speak, Jiang did not easily take Gu Qingyue's hand and pulled her behind him, taking a step in front of Elder Hao. Elder Hao. Isn't 100,000 top-grade spirit stones a bit too little? Zhang Ichou's gaze lingered on a few large boxes for a moment. Then he looked at Hao Run, let out a light laugh, and said, Less? Elder Hao froze, but quickly responded. Then how much compensation do you need? Well, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones can only be compensation for Gu Qingyue alone. I have to have 100,000 as well. Zhang Ichou feigned a contemplative look and said, 200,000 top-grade spirit stones then. No problem. Hao Ren gritted his teeth and nodded his head in agreement. Their extreme martial sect's annual revenue of top-grade spirit stones was 100,000. Excluding the miscellaneous expenses such as distributing spirit stones to sect elders and disciples for cultivation, purchasing materials for alchemy and weaponry, and maintaining the sect's grand array. There were almost 20,000 top-grade spirit stones left over for the year. Although the extreme martial sect is rich in reserves. But in recent years, many disciples' breakthrough need a large number of spirit stones to support. Coupled with their own ancestor is preparing to break through the heavenly stage half-saint. Consumed more than half of the spirit stones to build the array. The clan spirit stone storage. Really tight. 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Although it was a considerable amount, it was within a manageable range. No. I haven't finished yet. Jiang did not easily shake his head. When Hao Ren heard this, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Zhou Zhang but let Shangwan Yuan and the others make a move. The cost for a half-saint to make a move isn't low. It would have to be 100,000 top-grade spirit stones for one person at any rate. So, in total, you'll have to take out 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. Zhang Yenyuan said. This sentence was like a thunderbolt exploding in Hao Ren's head. 500,000. Hao Ren stammered a little. This was beyond the number they had negotiated. It was no longer something that Hao Ren alone could decide. Moreover, listening to Zhang Ichou's tone, those three half-saints were, indeed, his people. The two of them, Gu Qingyue and Qin Ling, also sucked in a breath of cool air in shock at Jiang Dongyao's asking price. That's too harsh. Isn't that bleeding people dry? What? Not willing? Jiang did not easily raise his eyebrows slightly, his tone revealing some impatience. No. 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 You. Wait for me. I need to discuss this with the clan. This amount is too big. I can't make the decision alone. Hao Run hurriedly shook his head. Jiang did not easily nod. Okay. Hurry up. Hao Run hurriedly walked out of the room and took out a special sound transmission note to communicate with the clan. How much did you say? $500,000. Why doesn't he go and rob it? Extreme Martial Sect's Elder Hall. Hearing Hao Ren's transmission, the Grand Elder immediately couldn't tense up and shouted angrily. That big elder. With their strength, it seems like robbing is not a problem. At that moment, in the corner, an elder weakly vocalized. Now! The entire Hall of Elders fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 63, Hao Ren. Good people. Chapter 63, Hao Ren. Good people. The corner of the Extreme Martial Sect's Grand Elder's mouth couldn't help but twitch. So it seemed that this matter was clear at a glance. All in all, these 500,000 top-grade spirit stones were to be given. It just depended on whether their Extreme Martial Sect was active or passive. Holding back. Holding back. Throughout the generations of the Extreme Martial Sect's Grand Elders, there hadn't been any that he had been so stifled. After a long time, the Grand Elder of the Extreme Martial Sect sat down disheveledly and transmitted his voice to Hao Run. That's just what they want. 500,000 is 500,000. I will send someone to send the rest of the spirit stones over now. Finally, the Grand Elder agreed. After all, if the top-quality spirit stones were gone, they could still be earned again. But if the Heavenly Sword Sect was angered, and the 3 half-saints were allowed to come over to annihilate the Extreme Martial Sect, then it would really be game over. Okay. Hao Ren nodded his head in a hurry and returned to the room. Bowing to Jiang Ichi. Our Extreme Martial Sect is willing to take out 500,000 top-grade spirit stones as compensation. And we ask that your sect not blame us. Jiang did not easily smile and nodded. It seems that the Extreme Martial Sect also still sees the situation clearly. Hao Ren sweated and didn't know how to respond. So he just smiled and nodded. Not long after, there were disciples from the Extreme Martial Sect entering the Heavenly Sword Sect's residence with dozens of boxes. In the courtyard, after Lu Yanyan and the others saw the boxes piled up in front of them and heard that there were a total of 400,000 top-grade spirit stones inside, 1 or 2 of them couldn't close their mouths in surprise. Xin Ling emanated a probe and checked that there was no mistake. Then he nodded towards Zhang Yanyu. Seeing this, Zhang did not easily turn his head to look at Hao Run with a smile on his face. Elder Hao. It's really hard work. Why don't you stay and have a meal before you leave? Your clan's gracious invitation is appreciated. It's just that the clan still has a lot of affairs to deal with. So I won't continue to stay. Hao Ren waved his hand repeatedly and said, This matter? He still had to hurry back to report to the Grand Elder. In that case, we won't stay. After the end of the Heaven's Pride Conference, if Elder Hao is free, come to the Heavenly Sword Sect often to play. Jiang did not easily laugh. Definitely. Then I will take my leave. Hao Ren saluted towards the crowd and led the disciples of the Extreme Martial Sect back. When Hao Ren's several figures disappeared, Xin Ling suddenly laughed out loud. Senior nephew Jiang. I didn't expect it. The original compensation of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. You actually got 500,000. Really admirable. Xin Ling said as he patted Zhang Yanyuan's shoulder. Let alone $500,000. If they were to hand over the entire spirit stones of the clan, I guess they wouldn't dare to say a single word. Zhang Yanyuan shrugged his shoulders and said. However, he really had to thank the Extreme Martial Sect. Originally, this matter was Zhou Zhang's business from the beginning to the end. And after killing Zhou Zhang, the matter was actually over. And there was no thought of going after the Extreme Martial Sect. If they hadn't sent themselves to the door, he wouldn't necessarily have been able to get such a large amount of top-grade spirit stones. How run? Good man. There are how people in the extreme martial arts sect. And they're all good people. Jiang could not easily help but feel a sense of emotion. Senior nephew Jiang. You put these spirit stones away. Xinling glanced at the mountain of spirit stones behind him and said. He had never seen so many top-grade spirit stones in his life. He was truly envious. The others looked at Zhang Yenyuan and Gu Qingyue with eyes full of envy. Zhang did not easily glance at the top-grade spirit stones in front of him. Let out a light laugh. And said. It's fine. There's something for everyone who sees it. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones for each person. Upon hearing Zhang Yenyu's words, everyone's froze and couldn't believe their ears. Ah! What did you say? 10,000 pills per person. Xinling couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. Right. Zhang did not easily nod his head. Goody. Hearing this, Lu Yanyan immediately jumped up happily, but was immediately slapped on the head by Li Mengyun. Gu. Master. Why are you hitting me? Lu Yanyan covered the place where she was hit by Li Mengyun and looked at her pitifully, saying, not easy. Isn't 10,000 top-grade spirit stones too much? After all, these are compensation for you and Xingyu. Li Mengyun ignored Lu Yanyan and looked at Jiang Dongyao. Yeah. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones is too much. The crowd nodded as well. Jiang did not easily look at Gu Qingyue and saw the latter nodding her head before she looked back at the crowd and said. As you all said. This is mine and master's. So don't excuse yourselves when we say how much to give you. And I can't use this myself. After saying that, Jiang did not easily raise his hand. The spirit stones in the box swish out. Each person in front of the suspension of 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. He wasn't lying. After all, with the subsidiary cultivation technique of the Emperor's secrets adding to his cultivation, he was cultivating by leaps and bounds every day. And he didn't use top-grade spirit chi to cultivate at all. Moreover, he didn't spend much. And top-grade spirit stones were nothing more than good-looking stones to him. Seeing this, the crowd looked at me and at you, knowing that it would be impolite to push any further. In that case, respectfully, Xinling took the lead in storing the spirit stones in front of him. And when the others saw this, they all stowed them away in space as well. Senior brother Jiang. As the saying goes, you don't get rewarded for nothing. If there is anything you need my help with in the future, just say so and I will definitely help out. Wu Daohei received the spirit stone and saluted towards Zhang Yi with a clasped fist. Yes. If there is anything in the future, just come to me. Zhang Ren said. And me. Li Mengyun laughed. Xinling stroked his goatee and nodded. Me too. I'll be troubling the two elders and senior brothers from now on. Zhang was not easy to salute. And me. Elder brother not easy. When I become successful in my cultivation, you can trouble me as well. Yen Yan Lu jumped up and raised her hand. Good. Zhang did not easily smile and nodded. The rest. It's for master. Zhang did not easily look at Gu Qingyue and softly said. Ha? Gu Qingyue froze for a moment, her eyes blinking. No. It's all given to me. Then you. Gu Qingyue was a little hesitant. What's this? What's mine is yours. Zhang did not easily hold Gu Qingyue's hand and said. Gu Qingyue stared at Zhang Yenyuan in a daze. Oh. The people around him heard this and started to get up in arms. Gu Qingyue's cheeks immediately colored scarlet. Raising her hand to make a fist, she gently pounded Jiang Yi's chest. Then hugged him. I can't. I stood for a bit too long today. These old bones are dying. I have to go back and rest. Qianling was the first to speak, winking towards the crowd. Then turned to leave. It dawned on the others. By the way, Nia and Xiaoha don't know where to go. I'll go look for. Lu Yanyan scratched her head and left. Ah. I leave my green bottle. Ah. No. It's spring and autumn yet to finish reading it. I'll go back to read it first. Li Mengyun covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Wu Dao Hei. Mu Yu Yen. Zhang Ren. And Qin Shi also each found an excuse to leave. In a while. However, only two people, Zhang Yixian and Gu Qingyue, were left in the large courtyard. Master. Zhang did not easily lower his head and looked at Gu Qingyue with affection. Well. Gu Qingyue responded softly. Each other's breathing became clearer as their lips pressed together. Chapter 64, The Night Before the Competition. Chapter 64, The Night Before the Competition. After a passionate kiss, Zhang did not easily hold Gu Qingyu in his arms as he walked into his room. Closing the door and placing Gu Qingyu on the bed, Zhang did not easily take off his own robes in 3 or 2 tries. As Zhang was not easily prepared to undo his underwear, Gu Qingyu reached out and grabbed his sleeve. What's wrong? Zhang did not easily stop moving and looked at Gu Qingyu and asked. Apprentice. Why don't we forget about it tonight? Tomorrow you have a competition. I'm afraid it will affect your state. Gu Qingyu said with a red face. Her voice soft and sticky, tickling people's hearts. Hearing this, Zhang Yiqi raised his eyebrows slightly, bracing his hands on the side of Gu Qingyu's head and leaning down to look at her. You mean I can't? Zhang Yiqi's voice was low, and his gaze carried a hint of danger. Gu Qingyu didn't dare to look at Zhang Yiqi's eyes and whispered. Isn't it? Zhang did not easily narrow his eyes slightly, lowered his head, and nuzzled Gu Qingyu's earlobe. Gu Qingyu's delicate body trembled, and her entire face immediately flushed red. Don't do that. Tickle. Gu Qingyu gasped slightly and said. Her voice was delicate, attracting people's hearts. Zhang Yi let go of his mouth and breathed in Gu Qingyu's ear. Master. The most taboo thing a man can say is that he can't. You're playing with fire. Now I'll show you if I can or not. Zhang Dongyi said and began to undo Gu Qingyu's clothes. Gu Qingyu's eyelashes fluttered and she closed her eyes, revealing a look of being at the mercy of the king. The corners of her mouth hooked into a winning smile. Soon the two were entwined, with occasional chants elucidating the pleasures of stolen fruit. Time passes. Zhang Yiqiu collapsed beside Gu Qingyue with a thud. Gasping for air, Gu Qingyue raised her hand, her fingertips tracing across his chest. Her face flushed and her eyes mesmerized. Apprentice. You're good. You've carried on more than the last time. Zhang was not easy to hear this, but he was not happy at all. The last time. Up to now. The whole process. He had never seen Gu Qingyu beg for mercy. A face of enjoyment. Instead, it was him. Exhausted. Sure enough, there are only tired oxen, not plowed fields. Seeing that Zhang did not respond easily, Gu Qingyue licked her lips and sat up. What for? Zhang was not easy to see. Apprentice. Master still wants it. Gu Qingyue revealed a bad smile and said. When Zhang was not easy to hear, his eyes widened like copper bells. Master teacher. Without waiting for Zhang Dongyao to finish, Gu Qingyue pulled the quilt over Zhang Dongyao head and then sat across his body. Apprentice. Master knows that you're tired. So now you just lie down and rest while Master comes to help you. After Gu Qingyue finished, she smiled evilly, closed her eyes, and entangled herself again. The second half of the night. Room. Gu Qingyue hugged Zhang Dongyi from behind, her head resting on his back as she entered dreamland. As for Kong, he was not easy, curled up with a lifeless look on his face. Oh-hoo. Family members and not a drop left. It was a sleepless night after all. The next day, Zhang did not easily feel that it was difficult to breathe. And then his eyes snapped open and he sat up, opening his mouth to gasp for air. Apprentice. Awake? Gu Qingyue wiped her lips and laughed. No. Why are you blocking my mouth? Zhang did not easily slow down for a while and looked at Gu Qingyue. Not in a good mood. Everyone's up. You're the only one who hasn't woken up. Sleep a little longer and the Heaven's Pride Conference should be over. Gu Qingyue smiled at Zhang Yenyuan and said. Zhang did not easily bristle. Then it's still your fault? What? Gu Qingyue bent down slightly. Zhang, not easy to see, cannot help but shrink his head, swallowed a mouthful of water. Busy said. No. Nothing. I said this will get up. He could hardly forget the horrible experience of being squeezed 3 more times in a row by Gu Qingyue last night. This woman. She doesn't look like a good person. You hurry up, oh. They all left first. Gu Qingyue said. Got it. Zhang did not easily respond helplessly. After Gu Qingyue went out, Zhang did not easily change his clothes, took out his aura mirror and looked at the slightly slimmer him in the mirror, and could not help but reveal a bitter smile. He had previously thought about a happy life in the future. Holding hands, taking a walk, and bullying Gu Qingyue at night when he had something to do. Results. Zhang did not easily shiver. In the future, this kind of thing should be as little as possible. Is it ready, apprentice? Outside the door, Gu Qingyue's voice rang out. All right. Be right out. Thoughts returning. Zhang Yiqiu answered, retrieved the aura mirror, and went out the door. Gu Qingyue intimately took Zhang Yiqiu's arm and pampered herself. Let's go. Zhang did not easily nod his head, summoned his flying sword and flew towards the Tianyu City competition house with his sword. The place where the South Shin Continent Heaven's remarkable assembly competition was set up was on the outskirts of the northern gate of Tianyu City, taking the name of the Dragon Gate Terrace as the martial arts stage. At this moment, all the people were gathering towards the Dragon Gate Terrace, and it didn't take long for the east, west, and south viewing platforms to be filled with people. In addition to the viewing platform on the north side of the Dragon Gate Terrace. As for why, it was because the north stage was reserved for the Tianyu City Lord, the extreme martial sect, and the other 3 first-rate sects to watch the battle. And none of these parties had shown up yet at this moment. However, as time passed, several figures landed on the north stage. Whoa! Quickly look! It's someone from the Spirit Fire sect. I can't believe that the first to arrive was someone from the Spirit Flame sect. I've heard that the strongest heavenly pride sent out by the Spirit Flame sect this time is at the 5th level of the Tao Transformation Realm. The Heaven's Remarkable Assembly stipulates that the age that can participate is below 30 years old. And at less than 30 years old you're already at the 5th level of the Tao Transformation Realm. Your future is unlimited. The Spirit Flame sect's people revealed smug smiles when they heard these murmurs. Right at this moment, several more figures landed on the northern stage. And one of them with a marvelous figure attracted everyone's attention, causing the crowd to gasp in amazement. Froggy Funky Froggy Funky. It's the 10,000 Gun Sect. Su Xiao Xiao of the 10,000 Gun Sect is here too. I heard that Su Xiao is of the Ling Tiangun vein and broke through to the 8th level of the Dao transformation realm not long ago. Su Xiao. My goddess. Tiny fairy. Look here. I'm gonna give you a monkey. Whistles. On the north stage, Su Xiao had a smile on her face as she waved her hand towards the crowd. Seeing Su Xiao's response, the crowd's shouts became louder. Seeing that the limelight had been stolen, the Spirit Flame Sect's people all revealed ugly looks. But there was nothing they could do about it. Who made the Spirit Flame Sect the worst of the 3 first-grade sects? Among the new generation of disciples, just the Spirit Flame Sect didn't receive disciples with 9 veins or special Yuan veins. Yo! Elder Zhang. Long time no see. An elder from the 10,000 Guns Sect walked up to an elder from the Spirit Flame Sect and said with a smile. Yes. It's been a long time. Elder Yu. The corner of Elder Sang's mouth pulled out a smile in response. You guys have produced quite a few seedlings today. 3 at the 5th level of the Dao transformation realm. Unlike us who only have 1 disciple at the 8th level of the Dao transformation realm. Elder Yu revealed a helpless expression. Hearing Elder Yu's words so beaten up, all the people of the Spirit Flame Sect revealed looks of dissatisfaction. Elder Zhang took a deep breath. Everyone knew that the 10,000 Guns Sect and the Spirit Flame Sect had always been at odds. And no matter where they were, the people of the 2 sects, as long as one side had a little bit of an advantage, they would show off at the other side without mincing words. In the last Heaven's Pride Conference, the Spirit Fire Sect was because their own disciples' strength was stronger than that of the 10,000 Gun Sect's disciples. So they began to vigorously disparage the 10,000 Gun Sect. And the 2 sides almost came to blows before the match was even held. Nowadays, the wind and water are turning. Elder Yu looked at the Spirit Flame Sect's eating face in his heart. Swish swish swish. While the atmosphere between the 2 sides was scorching. From the distance, a figure came with a sword. The crowd looked up and recognized the men. The Heavenly Sword Sect's people are here. Chapter 65, Su Xiao. Good tea. Chapter 65, Su Xiao. Good tea. Wow. That's a lot of people. When Yan Lu saw the dense crowd below, her beautiful eyes lit up and she couldn't help but emote. The dull hairs on her head fluttering with the wind. Soon, the group landed on the north stage. As the figures of Yan Lu, Li Mengyun and Mu Yuyan appeared in front of the crowd, it once again caused the crowd to stir. Frog fun. The Heavenly Sword Sect actually came with 3 beauties this time. Yes. Each and every one of them has a look and body that doesn't lose out to Su Xiao. The male disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect are truly blessed. Ooh-hoo. Is the Heavenly Sword Sect still recruiting? I recognize one of them. It seems to be the 3rd elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Li Mengyun. Since the end of the last Heaven's Pride Conference, she's become more mature and sensible again. I didn't know Mengyun was good when I was young. And I mistakenly regarded Xiao as a treasure. I've decided that from now on, Li Mengyun will be the goddess of my dreams. The people around him were talking about it. Su Xiao carried her hands behind her back, tilted her head, and looked curiously at the 3 people. Elder Qin. Elder Qin. When Zhang Yudao of the Spirit Fire Sect and Yu Kai of the 10,000 Gun Sect saw Qinling, they temporarily put aside their preconceived notions about each other and scrambled to greet Qinling and express themselves. After all, just yesterday, the matter of 3 half-saints descending on Tianyu City to kill the man who spoke out of turn for Jiang Yanyu had spread like wildfire throughout the entirety of Tianyu City. This time, everyone knew that the Heavenly Sword Sect had 3 half-saints backing them up. One must know that the extreme martial sect had already become a super sect and the hegemon of the southern Shan continent with just 1 half-saint ancestor. The Heavenly Sword Sect has come down with 3 half-saints this time, directly opening up to the extreme martial sect with their faces plastered on the ground. and steadily sitting as the first brother of the South Shin continent. Getting on good terms with the Heavenly Sword Sect would be the right thing to do. Elder Zhang. Elder Yu. Xin Ling looked at the two and nodded, smiling in response. These are the pride of your generation. Aren't they? Truly remarkable. Yukai looked towards Mu Yuyan and the others and flattered. Zhang Yudao glared, then squeezed Yukai aside and rubbed his hands together. Aya. Elder Qin. After not seeing you for so many years, your wisdom and foresight, as well as your ability to select people, is truly admirable. Each and every one of the chosen disciples is a dragon and phoenix amongst people, with outstanding natural talent. The Heavenly Sword Sect is truly fortunate to have you. The Heavenly Sword Sect is fortunate to have these heavenly prides. When Xin Ling heard these words, he immediately laughed out loud and couldn't stop stroking his beard and squinting his eyes in amusement. Yukai's eyes widened in disbelief when he heard it. Well. You Zhang Yudao. Horse's ass. My generation has a cultivator like you. Disgraceful. Disgraceful. I'll be damned. I'll give you a chance to take it back. I'll say it instead. Zhang Yudao felt Yukai's gaze and looked back as if provoking. Seeing this, Yukai couldn't help but clench his fists and gnash his teeth. Lu Yanyan saw this scene with a face of novelty, and Li Mengyun and the others couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker. The Spirit Flame Sect's disciples were so embarrassed one by two that they couldn't wait to find a crack to drill into on the spot. Su Xiaoxiao's gaze moved away from the Lu Yanyan trio, glanced at the Zhang Yudao trio, and then landed on Wu Daohei. And her eyes lit up. This sucks. So cool. Su Xiaoxiao's face was colored with some scarlet, raising her hand to cover her chest, only to feel her heart beating faster. Is this what it feels like to be in love? So happy. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head and moved horizontally step by step to Wu Daohei's side. Wu Daohei sensed Su Xiaoxiao's proximity and looked at her in confusion. Mu Yuyan inexplicably felt a sense of crisis, and turned around fiercely, and saw Su Xiaoxiao with a shy face and her head lowered, standing beside Wu Daohei, with less than a fist's distance separating the two of them. Su Xiaoxiao raised his hand and pulled Wu Daohei's sleeve. Whispered, "Little daughter Su Xiaoxiao. Fong Yin 21 and 8 months. Sleeps in the Tianxian continent, South Shin continent, Northern Bay River County. One Gun Sect asked the peak of the 735th place steps next to the flower garden behind the Qingming Pavilion to the inside, counting the third room into the door to the left turn of the bed. Met brother. Brother so handsome, I wonder what brother's name. Sleep. Ah. Is home where? How old is your brother? Can have married? Does the heart have a favorite woman? Su Xiaoxiao slightly turned her head away, made a shy gesture and opened her mouth to inquire. When Lu Yanyan heard the movement behind her, she couldn't help but turn around to look at Su Xiaoxiao, just in time to hear her words, her entire body thundering in place. Holy! Sister Mu's home is going to be stolen. Yan Yan Lu hurriedly turned her head to look at Mu Yuyan, and saw her standing there, grimacing, her hands clenched into fists, so angry that her body was trembling with a murderous aura. It's over. It's over. Senior Sister Mu is furious. Wu Daohei pulled his sleeve out of Su Xiaoxiao's hand and took a few steps back. His voice was a little cold as he said, "I'm sorry. We're not very familiar." Are we? Su Xiaoxiao looked like she didn't hear the rejection in Wu Daohei's words. Her hands propped up on her chin, her eyes full of love. So handsome. So handsome. Rejection is so handsome. It's really heartwarming. Su Xiaoxiao took a step forward and said, "I introduced myself. Don't you know me?" Moreover, it doesn't matter if you don't know me well now, said. Su Xiaoxiao red face. Whispered, after all. Day-long love? 1 day cannot then 2 days. 2 days cannot then every day. Yan Lu's jaw dropped in shock at Su Xiaoxiao's words. Mu Yuyan finally couldn't help it. Not waiting for Su Xiaoxiao to speak this tiger and wolf words. Rushed over and pushed her away. Stood in front of Wu Daohei and shouted angrily. Senior brother Wu doesn't like Thai people like you. Su Xiaoxiao was pushed to stagger a few steps. Looking at Mu Yuyan. Her heart was clear. So it's a love rival. But this is too lame. Being in a clan with his brother hasn't even taken him down yet. Aya. Sister. What are you doing? It's hurting me. Brother. Su Xiaoxiao covered her chest, revealing a pained expression. Then looked at Wu Daohei in a pitiful manner. This look. As if it would break in the next moment. One could not help but feel pity. Yan Lu opened her mouth wide with an incredulous look on her face. This man. Good tea. You are not able to speak. Whiny. Weirdly hard to hear. Not able to speak, I'll teach you. Mu Yuyan couldn't stand Su Zhao's tea words and shouted angrily. At the same time lifting her hand and taking out her own flying sword. She was about to make a move. Then, the next moment, it was pressed by Wu Daohei's shoulder. Mu Yuyan froze and looked at Wu Daohei, only to see the latter shaking his head at him. And he couldn't help but have a somewhat dimmer look in his eyes. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao's heart was delighted. And she struck while the iron was hot. Aya. Brother. If you do this, sister won't be angry. Right? Sister is so fierce, so unlike me. So gentle. Only heartache brother. Wu. Senior brother Wu. You. Mu Yuyan's hand holding the sword couldn't stop trembling. Pursed her lips and lowered her head, forcing the tears not to fall. Could it be that Senior Wu really likes this kind of person? If that's the case, she can go and learn. What should I do if my heart hurts? Just as Mu Yuyan was about to be wrapped in sorrow, Wu Daoxian's voice rang out. Smoke. There's no need for you to do it. And I hate these kinds of people. So I'll just do it. Mu Yuyan looked up incredulously at Wu Daohei. Wu Daohei smiled at her and violently raised his sword finger to point straight at Su Xiaoxiao. Swish. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from Wu Daohei's body. And his intrinsic flying sword broke through the air and stabbed at Su Xiaoxiao. Chapter 66, Look. The Great Young Man of the Middle Continent. Chapter 66, Look. The Great Young Man of the Middle Continent. Su Xiaoxiao froze, but quickly reacted. A silver light flashed in her hand, and a long spear appeared in her hand, crossing in front of her body. Boom! Wu Daohei's intrinsic flying sword blasted against Su Xiaoxiao's gun and shook her out a few meters away. What's going on? What's with the fight? The game hasn't started yet. I don't know. I was just looking at Goddess Dreamcloud. The sudden scene made everyone freeze. Xin Ling, Yu Kai and Zhang Yudao heard the commotion. And all three of them also looked at the Wu Daohei trio. Su Xiaoxiao's hands couldn't stop trembling. Her pupils dilated as she stared at the lance in her hand. So close. Wu Daohei struck too suddenly. If she reacted a little slower, she would have been pierced through her body by the flying sword. Wu Daohei didn't hold back with this move. He was down for the kill. Su Xiaoxiao looked up at Wu Daohei, her expression revealing incredulity. 4. Why? The benevolent flying sword flew back to Wu Daohei's side. And Wu Daohei glanced at Su Xiaoxiao with an indifferent expression and said, You made the person I like angry. As Wu Daohei's words fell, The entire room fell silent. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but freeze. Lu Yanyan clenched her hands into fists and placed them by her mouth. Her face agitated. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Brother Wu confessed. Mu Yuyan looked at Wu Daohei without looking back. Wu Daohei looked down at Mu Yuyan and revealed a smile as he wrapped her in his arms. Mu Yuyan's eyes widened before she reacted. And a blush immediately appeared on her face. Wu. Senior brother Wu. You. Mu Yuyan stuttered a little. Not knowing what to say. Feeling Wu Daohei's powerful arm around her waist. Pressing her body tightly in front of him. An unprecedented joy surged in her heart. Senior brother Wu. Are you lying to me? Mu Yuyan was still a bit in disbelief. Always feeling that this was all an illusion. I didn't lie to you. What I said is true. You are the person I like. I love you. Ah Yan. Wu Daohei gazed tenderly at Mu Yuyan and said softly. Mu Yuyan raised her head, biting her lower lip. Looking at Wu Daohei's face. Tears could no longer be held back and came out of her eyes. Reaching out and hugging Wu Daohei tightly. Her head buried in his chest. Crying out. Why are you crying? Shouldn't I be happy that I confessed to you? Wu Daohei smiled and patted Mu Yuyan's back. Saying. Hearing Wu Daohei's words. Mu Yuyan became even more aggrieved. I thought that you didn't like me. Elder brother Daohei. Mu Yuyan huffed. Huh? Didn't you see the love letter I wrote you? Wu Daohei froze for a moment and asked. Huh? Mu Yuyan froze. Somewhat not understanding Wu Daoxian's words. When did you write me a love letter? Mu Yuyan asked. Not a single memory in her mind. Huh? It's the spirit fruit I gave you earlier. Didn't you eat it? My love letter was tucked inside. Wu Daohei scratched his head and said. Lu Yanyan couldn't help but hold her forehead. Who's a good person who stuffs love letters inside spirit fruits? Also, these two clearly should have been a done deal a long time ago. It's just that something happened in the middle. Jesus Christ. So she didn't do all of this for purely nothing? Hearing Wu Daohei's words, Mu Yuyan's small face blushed. How did she know that the fruit Wu Daohei gave her had a love letter hidden in it? She couldn't afford to eat that spirit fruit. And kept it well. Putting it in the safest place in her space ring and taking it out every night to fool around. The next day after that, I saw that you weren't in much of a mood and seemed to be a little distant from me. Thinking you didn't like. Before the word I could be uttered, Mu Yuyan covered her mouth. Who said that? I'm just shy, can't I? Mu Yuyan said with a red face. Almost missed it. But Mu Yuyan reburied her head in Wu Daohei's chest. A smile of satisfaction appearing at the corner of her mouth. It turned out to be good. All of a sudden, everyone was satiated by this wave of dog food. You guys. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Wu Daohei and Mu Yuyan, who were showing love recklessly. And was so angry that she couldn't speak. Xinling's trio was a bit confused about the situation. Xiao. Why are you guys fighting? Yukai came to Su Xiaoxiao's side and inquired somewhat nervously. If they accidentally angered the Heavenly Sword Sect, their 10,000 guns sect would be finished. Su Xiaoxiao ignored Yukai and immediately dropped her spear in aggravation and cried out. You guys are too hateful. Woo. Blah blah blah. You're the one who's hateful. How dare you think of hooking up with my family's eldest senior brother? And it's still senior sister Mu's eldest senior brother. Knowing 3 is 3. Heaven's justice is hard to tolerate. Lu Yanyan immediately jumped out and scolded back viciously. When Su Xiaoxiao heard this, tears flowed like no money. And she twisted her head and ran away. Yukai had a bit of a headache. Su Xiaoxiao was a rare genius of their 10,000 gun sect, Only that her temperament was just too refined and strange. Uncertain and inscrutable. I remembered that once. A spirit chicken had eaten one of the caterpillars she had raised. And immediately found the 10,000 gun sect patriarch crying out, accusing the spirit chicken of the crime. The patriarch was helpless and said she could just kill the spirit chicken. Su Xiao Xiao, however, said that would be too fan spirit chicken and said that he would be punished with thunder punishment. It can't be helped. Who let her be a heavenly pride and the patriarch just favored her? Then he used lightning punishment to kill the spirit chicken. Su Xiao Xiao still didn't relieve her hatred, shedding tears while ruthlessly tearing into the spirit chicken's meat that had been scorched on the outside by the heavenly thunderbolt. Elder Qin. I'm sorry. I'll go check on Xiao Xiao. She's a person with a bit of a strange temperament. Please bear with me if she has offended your disciple in any way. Yu Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead and apologized to Qinling. There's no harm. Go ahead. Qinling glanced at Wu Daohei and Mu Yuyan and waved his hand. Zhang Yudao bloated on the side. Yu Kai glared at Zhang Yudao and hurriedly went after Su Xiao Xiao. Yen Yen. What the hell is going on here? Li Mengyun came to Lu Yanyan and inquired. Yan Lu then told what had just happened. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you. All a little tense. It is difficult to comment on this matter as they are not party to it. However, to the delight of the crowd, it so happened that because of Su Xiao Xiao, the two people were able to know each other's feelings and finally become a couple. At that moment, in the sky, several more figures came with their swords. People were looking up. That's the extreme martial sex people. Frog fun. Look. There's a good-looking beauty from that extreme martial sect too. Country bumpkin. Don't you even recognize this person? Extreme martial sect's new generation of heavenly pride. Ling Binger. Ling Bing sword vein. 9th level of the Dao transformation realm. Ice's legs are so white. Straight and long. Longer than even my life. I can't believe that this Heaven's Pride conference actually had 5 beautiful women come at once. Ling Binger's appearance once again ignited the crowd. Ling Binger landed on the north platform. Indifferent to these words as if she had already gotten used to them. Elder Qin. Hello again. Haoren retrieved his flying sword and came before Qinling to salute. Elder Hao. Hello again. Qinling responded with a smile. Elder Guan Jr. not easy haven't come yet? Haoman asked as he swept behind Qinling. They are. Qinling was just about to say something when he was interrupted by a voice coming out of the crowd. Quick look. That's Gu Chongyu. And the person next to him shouldn't be a great young man of the middle continent. I think. Sorry for the wait, everyone. Sorry for volunteering today. Chapter 67, Betting with Lingbinger. Chapter 67, Betting with Lingbinger. With that incident yesterday, Jiang Dongyao's name directly spread like crazy throughout Tianyu City, with all the major newspapers in Tianyu City competing to report on it. Tianyu Express, shocked. 3 half-saints visit Tianyu City. But it's for him. Tianyu Evening News, because of one sentence. It actually drew out 3 half-saint powerhouses. The former waste of the Heavenly Sword sect. What exactly is the god? Tianyu Jinyu, is the love between master and disciple a distortion of human nature or a moral degradation? What? There are 3 half-saints to cover. That's fine. Tianyu Pulpit, a world-spurned waste actually married a cold fairy. And there are 3 half-saints escort. The truth of everything. Tianyu Pulpit. To give you the word. After a round of momentum from the human transmitters as well as the major newspapers and magazines, everyone defaulted to the fact that Jiang was not easy to use and was not a waste, but rather a person from one of the peak forces in the central continent. So much so that, when everyone talked about Jiang Ichio, They addressed him as the great young man of the central continent. What's more, a number of novelists have been known to put out multiple versions of their novels in a single night's time. Just on the heat of the moment. What's that? Starting out as a loser? Sorry. I've got half Saint backing me up. The love-hate relationship between my master and I'm not a waste. And the daily life of a mid-continent youngster pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger are already selling like hotcakes at all the major bookstores. I told you. How could a cultivation demon like Gu Qingyue accept a waste as her disciple 14 years ago? Must have seen his identity. I have a feeling that the news released that Jiang Yanyu has only opened 4 sword veins is definitely false. And that Jiang Yanyu is definitely a celestial genius. Spacing out and pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. But what is he trying to do? Who cares? Won't we know his strength when the match starts later? The crowd began to murmur. Gu Qingyue couldn't help but cover her mouth with a light laugh when she heard the discussion of the people below and looked at Zhang Yiqiu and snickered. A great young man of the central continent? Zhang Yiqi looked at Gu Qingyue somewhat helplessly. So childish. Slightly. Gu Qingyue pulled her lower eyelids with both hands. Spat out her tongue. And made a face towards Zhang Yiqi. Zhang did not easily take the opportunity to draw out his hand and tickle Gu Qingyue's waist. Gu Qingyue was immediately tickled and giggled. Ouch. Stop it. It tickles. I'm still in the imperial sword. Gu Qingyue hurriedly drove her flying sword away from Zhang Yenyuan. Her eyes laughing out tears. Well. Zhang did not easily ask with a smile. Humph. Not playing with you. Gu Qingyue slowed down a bit. Pouted. Glared at Zhang Yiqi. And flew to the north stage. Kong did not easily just laugh and followed her. The scene of the two of them jostling in the sky, as well as Gu Qingyue's playful movements, immediately startled the crowd below. Everyone rubbed their eyes frantically, unable to believe what they themselves were seeing. What did they just see? South Xian Continent's high ridge flower. The cold fairy Gu Qingyue was actually putting on a ghostly face and playing a little tantrum. It's a rare sight to see in 100 years. Snap. One man slapped the person next to him on the face and said, "It doesn't hurt." Yes. I'm dreaming. How could Gu Qingyue possibly smile? Of course you don't hurt. It's my face you're punching. Looking for a jerk. The person who was hit covered his face. His eyes were fierce. And he raised his hand to draw it back. Brother. Don't be impulsive. I'm not careful. Impulsiveness is the devil. The man hurriedly pulled the arm of the person who was beaten and persuaded. Old me is the devil. The person who was hit didn't eat that one. And immediately rubbed the man on the ground. Ouch. My face. Ah. Pain. Gently. Ah. I don't dare anymore. Brother. Spare me. Ah. Soon. The man was beaten to a haunting halt. Of course. This was just a small episode of the Heaven's Pride Conference. North Terrace. Not easy seeing your brother. Sixth Elder. You guys are here? Yen Lu bounced over. Aha. Jiang did not easily respond with a smile. Ling Binger came over at this time to look at Zhang Yiqiu. Gu Qingyue frowned as she looked at Ling Binger, not knowing what she was up to. Hello? My name is Spirit Binger. You're Zhang Yiqiu, right? Ling Binger asked. Yes. Jiang did not easily look at her and responded faintly. I heard that you're from the central continent? Ling Binger asked. A slight blazing look in her eyes. You shouldn't have only opened 4 sword veins like they said. Right? You should. Also have a special Yuan vein. Right? Why are you asking this? Jiang did not easily frown slightly and said impatiently. I hope that you won't let me down when it comes to the competition. Ling Binger laughed. Jiang Dongyi froze for a moment when he heard this. And then laughed. What are you laughing at? Ling Binger asked with a slight frown. There are quite a few people who are all at the 8th level of the Dao transformation realm like you. In case you are eliminated. There are no eventualities. Ling Binger interrupted Jiang Ichou's words by speaking decisively. Saying that, he casually glanced at Wu Daohei and said unconcernedly. They're not my opponents yet. Jiang did not easily raise his eyebrows slightly. And when the eye of scrying opened, Ling Binger's information surfaced in the form of a panel before his eyes. Name, Ling Binger. Age, 25. Talent, Ice Sword Vein. Realm, 8th level of the Harmonization Realm, Masked. Actually 1st level of the Ascension Realm. Flying Sword, Lingbing Sword, Immortal. Personality, arrogant. Hates when others are better than her. Jiang did not easily withdraw his probing eyes and glanced at Ling Binger with deep concern. No wonder it is so arrogant. So it is to the peak Ascension Realm, ah? It is the elite of the extreme martial sect, ah? Oh. It doesn't matter. He's playing the elite. Prideful. Isn't she? Hated when people are better than her. Right? When he meets her at the tournament. Let's see if he doesn't rub her arrogance hard. Binger. Don't be rude. Hao Run hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Ling Binger. Saying. Fearing that she would anger Jiang Yenyuan and directly call out the half-saint to exterminate the few of them. Ling Binger's eyes were gloomy. Revealing a look full of concern. What's wrong with that? I'm just going to prove to him that people from the central continent are nothing. Shut up. Hao Ren shouted angrily. The strength approach of the 5th level of the Immortal Realm. Pressuring Ling Binger to say nothing. I'm sorry. Little brother, not easy. Binger doesn't know any better and has offended a lot. Please don't hold it against her. Hao Ren nodded his head towards Jiang Ichou. Jiang Ichou waved his hand and said. It's okay. I don't talk to mole crickets. You. Hearing this statement from Jiang Ichou, Ling Binger couldn't help it at once. Wanting to say something but not being able to say much because of Hao Ren's pressure. Ling Binger. Right? Why don't we make a bet? How about it? Jiang did not easily come in front of Ling Binger and looked at her. Teasingly saying. Hao Man hesitated for a moment and withdrew his mighty pressure. Bet on what? As the pressure disappeared, Ling Binger straightened up and stared coldly at Jiang Ichou. Asking. How about betting that if we meet in a match, whoever wins will have to fulfill any one of the other's conditions? Jiang Ichou said with a smile. Good. Ling Binger didn't even think twice and directly agreed. Hao Ren pondered slightly and did not stop Ling Binger. He still had some expectations in his heart and believed that Ling Binger would win. Although he currently didn't know what Jiang Dongyao's strength was. However, it shouldn't be too high. Even if Jiang Dongyao's talent was outstanding. At the very top, he was only in the 1st level of the Peak Ascension Realm. Whereas Ling Binger had stepped into the Peak Ascension Realm 2 years ago. After 2 years of precipitation, her strength was not inferior against ordinary people in the 3rd or 4th level of the Peak Ascension Realm. If Ling Binger won, their extreme martial sect would make a fortune. If I win, I want you to kneel down and walk through the entire Tianyu city and learn to bark like a dog while saying out loud that you're trash. How's that? Chapter 68, Gu Qingyue's Little Complaint. Chapter 68, Gu Qingyue's Little Complaint. The moment Ling Binger's words were spoken, it drew a shock from everyone present. This request was too ruthless. Directly aimed at destroying the Dao Heart Ah. Yen Yen Lu immediately popped out, pointing at Ling Binger's face and cursing. What kind of bull ****** bet is this? It's too underhanded. Hao Run was also startled by the words Ling Binger offered. My aunt ah. He has half-sane blessing ah. This bet you ask. Not to mention that people may win you. Even if they cannot win you. He proposed this bet. You dare to expect that he will keep his word? Finished. This is going to offend Zhang not easy to death ah. Haoren wanted to cry and couldn't stop wailing in his heart. Gu Qingyu frowned slightly when she heard the request made by Ling Binger. Although she knew that Ling Binger couldn't beat Zhang Dongyi. But hearing her make such a bet, Gu Qingyu was still a little uncomfortable in her heart. What? Don't dare? Ling Binger looked at Zhang Yiqiu with her chest clasped provocatively and said. A great young man of the central continent. Nothing more than that. Hearing Spirit Binger's mockery, Zhang did not easily get annoyed and laughed. Yes. But if you lose, you'll have to do what you just said. How's that? Zhang Yiqiu was still thinking about what kind of bet to propose to break Spirit Binger's Dao heart. But he didn't expect her to come up with a good idea on her own. Well, what more humiliating punishment can there be than having the person who proposed it punished? Ling Binger was stunned. Not expecting Zhang Yiqiu's bet to be this as well. But she quickly came back to her senses. Unconcerned. No problem. See you on the martial arts stage later. Ling Binger said and twisted her head to leave. Haoren revealed a bitter smile. Had he known that he wouldn't have brought the team out? Losing or winning. He as the leading elder couldn't escape the Sect's chastisement. What a way to stick your head out. And what a way to shrink it. Not easy. Are you sure you can win against her? Xinling walked over to Zhang Dongyao and said with some worry. Although Zhang was not easy to find with many secrets on his body. But seeing Ling Binger with such a confident look, he still couldn't help but feel a little worried. If he didn't win the fight, regardless of whether Zhang didn't easily comply with the bet or not, it would leave an indelible crack in his Dao. Don't worry, great elder. So easy la. Zhang Yiqiu let out a light laugh and said. Ha? What hand one? Xinling was confused by Zhang Yiqiu's sudden spurt of English. Kong did not easily shrugged. Nothing. I mean. Ing her as easy as pie ah. Ah yo. Before Zhang Dongyi could finish his sentence, his ear was twisted by Gu Qingyue. Gu. Pain, lighten up. Master. Master, what are you doing? Zhang Yenyuan grimaced as he held Gu Qingyue's arm with both hands. He. Did you just say her? Gu Qingyue, her face as frosty as ice, revealed a cold smile and said. No. A slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. Definitely not the one you think. I'm wrong, master. Wrong. Zhang not easy to hurry to pat his mouth and beg for forgiveness. Gu Qingyue grunted coldly before she let go of her hand. Seeing this scene, the people around them were stifling their laughter. Master, I was wrong. Zhang did not easily rub his ears and said. Coming up pitifully. Gu Qingyue turned around and turned her back to Zhang Yiqiu. Zhang did not easily hug Gu Qingyue from behind. Gu Qingyue twisted her body to break free and took a step forward. Zhang did not give up easily and chased after and hugged Gu Qingyue again. What for? Gu Qingyue's voice was cold. But she didn't resist anymore. Humph. Stinking disciple. Stupid disciple. Stupid disciple. It's so natural to speak of tigers and wolves to others. But not to me. Is that reasonable? Is it normal? That's not what the books say. Gu Qingyue's heartfelt voice rang out in Zhang Dongyi's mind. Zhang is not easy to be happy in his heart. It seems that Gu Qingyue is not so angry. Then it is good. As long as you follow her words. Said. Wait a minute. Saying the words of the tiger and the wolf. Getting mad at him for not saying the words of the tiger and the wolf to her. Could it be? Jiang was not easily able to look at Gu Qingyue's pouting face and was a bit tense. He finally understood the last life. Saw those videos? Boys how to coax cannot coax the girl is why. Girls angry point R. So strange. Jiang did not easily place his head on Gu Qingyue's shoulder and looked at Gu Qingyue with a slight sideways glance. Feeling the warm breath coming from in front of her, Gu Qingyue's heartbeat accelerated and her cheeks colored a little scarlet. You don't make a scene. And there are so many people watching. Gu Qingyue raised her hand and pushed Zhang Yiqi's head. Didn't push it off. Couldn't help but say somewhat helplessly. Hearing this, Qin Ling and the others immediately turned their heads, whistled, and pretended to know nothing. Zhang did not easily come to Gu Qingyue's ear with a soft voice, Master. Not angry? Don't worry. I will. In the future. Only say that to you. I promise. Say. What? Gu Qingyue asked weakly as the blush on her face deepened. It's. Khan could not easily say those two words very quietly. After Gu Qingyue heard this, her pupils widened and her earlobes were so red that they could almost drip blood. How could he say such words? Almost she had to wonder if Jiang was not easy to hear her heart. However, she was more willing to believe that it was the two of them having a heart-to-heart than the matter of Jiang not being able to easily hear her heart. You're bad. Gu Qingyue ranted softly and gluttonously. He. Not angry anymore? Khan did not easily ask. Aha. Gu Qingyue nodded. Zhang Yi rubbed Gu Qingyue's face and said happily. Master, you're so nice. Oops. Gu Qingyue's mouth hooked into a happy smile. Burp. Man. I'm full. Me too. I'm like a rat crouching in the shadows, peeking into someone else's love. Oh. No. Am I on the wrong movie set? Why are there so many dog food in this session of the Heaven's Pride Conference? And they're all from the Heavenly Sword Sect. Ah. Spare the single dog. Don't kill the dog. There was a wailing sound from the crowd. It was at this moment that the canopy was torn open with a crack, and a burly figure stepped out from it. The aura of the 9th level of the heavenly immortal realm enveloping the entire scene. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Lord City Lord. It's Lord City Lord coming. Chapter 69, Wei Zhentian. Chapter 69, Wei Zhentian. Everyone's gazes were directed towards the white figure in the sky. Wei Zhentian's face was bland as he took a step out and landed in front of the main seat on the north stage. Good day. City Lord Wei. The crowd saluted towards Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian smiled and gestured for everyone to be excused. His eyes swept around the crowd and finally landed on Zhang Yiqi. Wei Zhentian had been away from southern Shan continent for the past few days due to some matters. And yesterday's matter of Zhang not being able to move easily was also told to him by someone from the city lord's mansion by voice transmission. Wei Zhentian was also shocked upon hearing this. Although half-saints were not uncommon in the central continent. For example, the Holy Land behind him also had 3 half-saint powerhouses. However, despite this, the status of half-saints is still very high. The 3 half-saints of the Holy Land are in important positions. Unless there is a major event. Otherwise never ask about the affairs of the clan. Let alone being sent to do guards. However, Zhang was not easily able to have half-saints as his guards. And there were still 3 of them. This can only mean 2 things. Either that, or Jiang was not easily gifted. And the forces behind him wanted to protect his safety no matter what the cost. Either that, or Jiang was not easy to be the core figure of the power behind him. Relating to the inheritance of the power. No matter which one, it was enough to show that Jiang was not easy to be extraordinary. And he also borrowed the power of the Holy Land behind him to deliberately inquire in the central continent. And in the end, He didn't find out what was going on. This also further illustrated the horror of Kang's difficult life. Can't be offended. It must be flattered. In this way, his path to promotion to the central continent would be easier. With this in mind, Wei Zhentian walked to Zhang Yiqian with a smile on his face and respectfully saluted. I presume you're young Lord Jiang, aren't you? My name is Wei Zhentian, the city lord of Tianyu City. I was not in the city yesterday and was unable to greet you in time. Please don't be offended. Young lord, after the heaven's remarkable assembly, I will definitely set up a banquet for young Lord Jiang. I don't know what young lord would like to do? Wei Zhentian's words immediately shocked everyone present. Don't look at Wei Zhentian, who was only at the 9th level of the heavenly immortal realm. Because of his ancestry, he had a close relationship with a holy land in the central continent. The Holy Land. That was sitting on a serious saintly powerhouse. In this way, he would be able to mix well in the southern Xin continent and build Tianyu City into the #1 city in the southern Xin continent. Both the Tianji Pavilion and the extreme martial sect had to give him some face. But it was such a character with a super strong background that would actually say such humble and complimentary words to Jiang Yanyu. How could it not shock people? And the crowd also, from Wei Zhentian's attitude towards Jiang Dongyao, made the crowd even more curious about Jiang Dongyao's life. Could it be that the power behind Jiang Yanyu was even stronger than the Holy Land behind Wei Zhentian? Thinking of this, cold sweat flowed behind Hao Ren and he couldn't help but shiver all over. It's over. It's over. My extreme martial sect is going to be finished now. The extreme martial sect was afraid that it would be destroyed in his hands. Hao Ren's heart was incomparably remorseful at the moment. Hating why Spirit Binger had to make such a bet with Zhang Yiqiu. And hating that he was so lucky that he didn't stop Spirit Binger in time. LOL. Hao Ren could only pray silently inwardly at this moment, hoping that Ling Binger would lose to Zhang Yiqiu. Yu Kai and Zhang Yudao glanced at each other, and their respective hearts became even more determined to hold on to the heavenly sword Sect's thigh. Qin Ling reacted with a flutter in his heart. This feeling of being held up by people was really great. Even though it was all because of Zhang Yiqiu, it didn't get in the way. Nominally, he's the grand elder of Zhang Yiqiu. Hey. Good. Zhang Yenyuan naturally quickly saw Wei Zhentian's small mind and agreed without much thought. Hearing that Zhang was not easy to promise, Wei Zhentian's heart was so excited that he almost couldn't help but jump up in place. Young lord, please also move to the main seat. The Heaven's Pride Assembly will begin soon. Wei Zhentian forced down the excitement in his heart and invited Zhang Yiqi. Zhang did not easily nod slightly and took Gu Qingyue's hand. How could Wei Zhentian not see the meaning of this? Immediately the two of them carried another chair side by side with the main seat. Wei Zhentian, young lord. I want to progress too much. A smile curled up on Zhang's lips easily as he looked at Gu Qingyue and softly said, Please. Master? Gu Qingyue's pretty face blushed slightly and nodded shyly as she sat on the main seat with Zhang Yiqi. The crowd also sat back in their seats. Wei Zhentian gathered his emotions and came to the front of the north stage, saying in a loud voice, It's getting late, so I'll briefly introduce the rules of the tournament. For this Heaven's Pride Conference competition, the age of the participants is limited to below 30 years old, and a lottery ranking system is adopted for the competition. Alright. Without further ado, I declare that the South Xian Continent Heaven's Pride Conference officially begins. As Wei Zhentian's words fell, everyone let out a cheer. Soon, there were attendants from the city lord's mansion roaming around the clans with boxes for the clan participants to draw lots. Young lord, please. Wei Zhentian took a lottery box from the attendant and came before Zhang Yiqi, respectfully saying. Zhang did not easily reach out and take a random wooden card out. Got what? Gu Qingyue asked as she curiously came up with her head. Zhang did not easily smile and handed it to Gu Qingyue, saying, "The turn is empty." When Gu Qingyue heard this, she immediately jumped up happily when she saw the word empty written on the wooden sign. Wow! Apprentice! Your luck is good. Gu Qingyue happily clapped her hands. Wei Zhentian was also complimentary, taking the wooden box to the attendant and making a face without moving. The valet went down with the wooden box. Everyone else drew their own number. I'm Heavenly 138. How many are you guys? Lu Yanyan asked as she held up the wooden sign. I'm Heavenly number 52. Mu Yuyan shook the wooden plate in her hand. Wu Daoming, Earth number 33. Everyone else chimed in with their numbers. Elder brother not easy. You're so lucky. Of all people, you're the only one who got a turn. Yen Yen Lu sighed with a sigh, her dull hairs drooping down powerlessly. Her current strength was the first level of the Dao transformation realm, so she probably wouldn't take more than a few rounds to come down. It's fine. Just do your best. Jiang was not easy to comfort with a smile. Yen Yen Lu sighed. Jiang not easy. Your luck is good. But it won't necessarily be so next time. Ling Binger walked up to Zhang Dongyao and said in a cold voice. Zhang did not easily raise his eyebrows. This person is sick. Right? Well, wait and see. Zhang did not easily shrug his shoulders and said indifferently. Seeing Jiang Ichou in this state, Ling Binger was immediately furious, gritting her teeth and saying, Good. Let's see how I'll thwart you when we face off. Zhang did not easily roll his eyes and stopped paying attention. Ling Binger huffed and puffed and laughed. How Man wiped his sweat frequently on the sidelines, wary of the situation. This person is really sick. Gu Qingyue looked at Ling Binger's back, and a hint of hostility flashed in her eyes. All right. Don't get angry over this kind of jumping clown. It's not worth it. Just watch the game. Jiang did not easily hold Gu Qingyue's hand to comfort her. Aha! Gu Qingyue retracted her gaze and nodded. The host began to read out the numbers of the opposing sides, and those who were read out stepped onto the sparring stage, saluted each other, and then began to wrestle. Khan was not easily bored and yawned with lack of interest. For him, this kind of fight was no different from a child's fight. Seeing this, Wei Zhentian transmitted his voice to the people below. Soon enough, there were attendants carrying long tables up, followed closely by trays of exotic fruits. Jiang did not easily glance at Wei Zhentian, and some appreciation flashed in his eyes. Not bad. It'll come in handy. Seeing this, Wei Zhentian couldn't help but feel smug in his heart, and worked even harder to curry favor. Old Chow. Have the people below call up Tianyu City's top-ranked women to dance for the young lord to cheer him up. The transmission ended, and Wei Zhentian began to get caught up in the scene where Jiang Yanyu would praise him later. Chapter 70, You're quite good at enjoying yourself. Chapter 70, You're quite good at enjoying yourself. Here. Master. Eat this. This one is good too. Come on. Open your mouth. Ah. Later. I'll skin you. Jiang did not easily pick the spirit fruits and then began to feed Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue was a bit reluctant at first, but it was not easy for Jiang to be too strong. There was no choice but to eat the fruits that Jiang was not easy to feed over one bite at a time. Looking at the way Jiang was not easy to pick and peel carefully, Gu Qingyue was touched for a moment in her heart. With that, Gu Qingyue picked up one of the spirit fruits, peeled off the outer skin, and handed it to Zhang Yanyuan's mouth. Nah. You eat too. Gu Qingyue said somewhat shyly. Jiang did not easily look at the spirit fruit that Gu Qingyue handed over, his eyebrows smiling, not knowing whether it was on purpose or accidentally. He took the spirit fruit along with Gu Qingyue's slender fingers in one mouthful. Ah! Gu Qingyue exclaimed in a low voice and hastily drew back her hand, the scarlet on her cheeks becoming even more vivid. You! Gu Qingyue's mind went blank. Looking at Jiang Ichio. Stuttering a bit. What happened to me? Kong asked not easily. Seeing that Jiang was not easy to see that bad smile on his face, Gu Qingyu immediately reacted that this guy actually did it on purpose. You! Why are you so bad? Gu Qingyu averted her face and said, Hey! Master! Your hands are so sweet. Jiang did not easily pretend to reminisce. He liked to see Gu Qingyu's shy appearance. Then he got an inch. Cheekily came forward and whispered in her ear. Rascal! The blush on Gu Qingyue's face intensified when she heard Jiang Yanyuan's words. Only to you, rogue. Kong did not easily say. Gu Qingyu only felt that she was being held by Jiang Yi, not knowing how to retort. Her head a little hot and dizzy. The interaction between the two fell in the eyes of the people behind them and immediately caused someone's displeasure. Yo 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 yo. Only go rogue on you. So meaty. Ling Binger skimmed her lips and said. Someone can't eat grapes and says grapes are sour. Lu Yanyan sat on the side and rolled her eyes. Who are you talking about? Ling Binger was instantly enraged. Just say what's wrong with you. Yan Yan Lu nonchalantly disliked back. You. Ling Binger stood up and wanted to say something. But she was pulled back by Hao Run. Enough! Hao Run shouted angrily. What more do you want? Third elder. But. Looking at Lu Yanyan waving her face at her. Ling Binger wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Hao Run. Nothing but. You talk less. Extreme martial sect is about to be played to death by you. Hao Ren sighed. Although Ling Binger was unconvinced, she didn't say any more. Glared at Lu Yanyan and sat down in the far seat. Yan Lu raised her eyebrows. Little fellow. Still want to fight with Auntie me? Alright. Day after day like a little hedgehog. Mu Yuyan dotingly stroked Lu Yanyan's head and said. Aya. What are you saying, senior sister Mu? I'm not some little hedgehog. Lu Yanyan immediately fell into Mu Yuyan's arms and pouted. Yeah. It's not a little hedgehog. It's a big hedgehog. Wu Daohei said helpfully from the side. Alright, senior brother Wu. You are making fun of me. Ignore you. Hearing this, Yan Yan Lu muttered in dissatisfaction. Thanks to me thinking about how to set you two up. Hearing this, several people laughed out loud. Mu Yuyan glanced at Wu Daohei angrily. Fine. Fine. Senior sister Lu. I'm wrong. Okay? Shouldn't have said that about you. Wu Daohei scratched his head and hurriedly apologized. Seeing that your attitude is so sincere, I forgive you. Lu Yanyan hugged her chest and said, with a look of a grown-up not remembering a small person's fault. Mu Yuyan fondly pinched Lu Yanyan's face. It was at this moment that a footstep came. A few people looked up and saw more than a dozen first-rate looking women, dressed in cool clothes, coming in style. These women stopped in front of Jiang Ichio, set up a line, and began to dance as a melodious music played. A smile, a step, a pendulum, all beautiful. For a while, many people looked dumbfounded. Jiang did not easily feel a chill spreading throughout his body. And when he looked at Gu Qingyue, he met her pair of grudging eyes. Quite good at enjoying yourself, huh? Gu Qingyue's voice was clear and cold. No. Master. Listen to me. I didn't. Jiang was not easy to just want to defend himself. Only Gu Qingyu simply didn't give Jiang Dongyao a chance and got up to leave. Jiang did not easily look at Gu Qingyue's back and remembered something. Looking towards Wei Zhentian, who was not far away. When Wei Zhentian saw Jiang Dongyao looking at him, he thought that he was going to praise him. But it turned out that Jiang Dongyao's eyes were filled with killing intent. Before Wei Zhentian had a chance to react, he saw Jiang Yenyuan get up and go after Gu Qingyue. Now, even a pig should understand what's going on. It's over. He seems to have botched it. At that moment, Wei Zhentian wanted to cry in his heart and couldn't wait to give himself 2 mouths. Yan Yanlu walked over and smoothed a few spirit fruits into her mouth, looking at the backs of Jiang Yenyuan and Gu Qingyue as they pulled and tugged, with a gloating look on her face. Oh, my God. I'm so jealous. Su Xiaoxiao was originally still immersed in sadness, and when she saw that Jiang Yenyuan and Gu Qingyu had fallen out, she immediately jumped up. As the saying goes, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. The sky is the limit. Why be in love with a single flower? Wu Daohei can't catch up. She can chase after Jiang Yi. Moreover, Jiang is not easy to look at. Background: in no way worse than Wu Daohei. Being a light to Kong when he is not easy to be sad and upset. While Su Xiaoxiao was immersed in fantasy and drooling, Lu Yanyan held a bunch of spirit fruits in her arms. Her cheeks were stuffed, and she passed by with a spirit fruit in her mouth, took a look at her, and without saying a word, she lifted her foot and kicked Su Xiaoxiao's ass. Ouch! What are you doing? Su Xiaoxiao was kicked back to her senses by this kick from Lu Yanyan, covering her buttocks, glaring at her and questioning. The mud is holding back the shouting. Aha! 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 Don't even think about it. Elder brother only likes the 6th elder. Lu Yanyan blank Su Xiaoxiao muttered and said vaguely, looking Su Xiaoxiao up and down, her face full of dislike. Compared to the 6th elder, he has no boobs and no ass. What can he compare? I can't. Su Xiaoxiao froze, and immediately felt heavy snow falling on her. Flop down and kneel down, looking up to the sky. No. Wait a long time. Get an early night. Good night. Chapter 71, Inclusion in the Super Sect. Chapter 71, Inclusion in the Super Sect. Master. Master. Jiang was not easy to catch up with Gu Qingyue as he grabbed her hand. Senior. Listen to me. Jiang Yenyuan looked at Gu Qingyue and said, what did you say? What's there to say? Gu Qingyue broke away from Jiang Yiqiu's hand and crossed her arms fiercely. Jiang Yiqi tugged on Gu Qingyue's sleeve. Give it a chance. Fine. I'll give you a chance. Say it. Gu Qingyue raised her eyebrows. When Jiang did not easily hear this, his heart was delighted and he was just about to open his mouth to defend himself, only to see Gu Qingyue covering her ears and shaking her head. Don't listen. Don't listen. Wanker chanting. Ginger is not easy. Come on. Say it. Why don't you say it? Gu Qingyue put down her hand and looked at Jiang Yiqiu questioningly. Jiang did not easily open his lips slightly, and Gu Qingyue immediately repeated again. Ah! Don't listen. Don't listen. Wanker chanting. Go ahead. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. Jiang wasn't easy to get rid of at the moment. He was already winded. Look. You don't speak again. Gu Qingyue saw that Jiang was not easy to move and blurted out again. As a result, without waiting for her to finish, she was embraced by Jiang Yushi in his arms and lowered his head to kiss her. Well. Gu Qingyue's pupils widened, not expecting Jiang Yenyuan to be so direct. Gu Qingyu tried to break free. But it was no help at all. In the kiss, Jiang did not easily gain the upper hand. And Gu Qingyu only felt her heartbeat accelerating and a bit suffocated. Constantly swinging his fists to pound Jiang Yushi's chest. After a long time, Jiang did not easily let go of his mouth. And Gu Qingyu's whole body was paralyzed in Jiang's arms. Her face flushed and she panted heavily. Do you want me to be suffocated? Gu Qingyu glared at Jiang Dongyi without any good humor and said. It can't be helped. You won't listen to me. I can only resort to this. Jiang was not easily aggravated. Humph. I'm not going to listen to. Gu Qingyu don't turn her head. Not listening. Then I'll continue? Jiang Yi finished. Making a gesture to kiss up again. Seeing this, Gu Qingyu hurriedly reached out to cover her mouth. No more. Jiang did not easily show a smile of triumph and said. Then, do you listen to me? Go ahead. Gu Qingyu nodded. Master. Those women really weren't what I asked for. Jiang Yiqiu said in an aggrieved manner. Gu Qingyu gave Jiang Yi a look. See if I believe it. No. How can you doubt your disciple's character? Jiang Yenyuan revealed a look of watering eyes. Gu Qingyu couldn't stand to watch and deflated. Then what are you doing eyeballing Wei Zhentian? Isn't it just to order dancers? Hearing this, Jiang Dongyi was stunned and immediately said. No. I absolutely did not mean that. Really? Gu Qingyu raised her eyebrows and looked at Jiang Yenyuan with a skeptical face. They say that men will become bad after spending time with women. That's impossible. I can only be good to you. Besides, you have boobs and ass in color. What don't I know about? Right? Jiang Yiqiu immediately said. Hearing these words of tigers and wolves from Jiang Yiqian, Gu Qingyu could not help but blush a little and blankly glanced at Jiang Yiqian. Count on it. Jiang did not easily talk a whole lot of fleshy love words before Gu Qingyu's jealousy washed down. Only then did the two men sit back in the main seat again together. By this time, those dancers had already been removed by Wei Zhentian. And more goodies were delivered by the City Lord's retainers under Wei Zhentian's leadership. City Lord Wei. Jiang did not easily glance at Wei Zhentian and said. Wei Zhentian's tiger body shook as he rushed to Jiang Yiqi's front and said humbly. I wonder what young lord has to say. Do you know how to play chess? Jiang did not easily say in a casual tone. Wei Zhentian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded slightly. There is a little bit of three-legged kung fu. Chess is still a very delicate game. The so-called one careless move. The whole game is lost. Right? Jiang Yiqiu said. A little cold sweat broke out on Wei Zhentian's forehead. Is this about chess? This is about how he just did something poorly. Wei Zhentian hurriedly said. Thank you, young master, for your advice. Mr. Wei is not talented. But I know that the character of the chess player is the first thing. The chess art is in chess. And being a human being is outside of chess. Jiang did not easily hook up a smile. It's good to know. Go down. Wei Zhentian hurriedly saluted and retreated. Wei Zhentian cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. So it seems that Jiang is not easy to not too much want to count with him. Of course. This is a prerequisite. Wei Zhentian sent word to the butler of the city lord's mansion to prepare something to be sent to the Heavenly Sword Sect's residence. Game after game went by. Yen Yen Lu and the others also finished the race one after another. And they all managed to advance. As the sky darkened and the first round of the competition came to an end, the squire took the box for drawing numbers for the crowd. Jiang did not easily take it out and look at it, raising his eyebrows slightly. Senior brother, not easy. What did you draw? Lu Yenyen curiously walked up and asked. And the others also gathered around. Rotation. Jiang did not easily answer. What? Elder brother, not easy? What kind of luck are you having? Another empty turn. Lu Yanyan took the wooden card in Jiang Yanyan's hand and scrutinized it until she was sure that it was indeed a blank wooden card. And only then did she stop. Her little face wrinkled into a ball of envy. Gentlemen, please draw your wooden cards. An attendant said as he came over with a wooden box. There were blocking formations placed on the wooden boxes. And those below the half-saint realm were not able to perceive the wooden tiles within. However, it was not difficult to defeat Jiang Ichio. The eye of probing opened and took a look at the wooden box. Normal. The eyes scanned around the area and, finally, landed behind the crowd. Just saw two squires secretly exchanging the wooden box in their hands. And after looking around, the squire who received the wooden box retreated. And inside the wooden box, it was filled with wooden cards with the word empty. Good Lord! He told me why he was the only one who came in his turn. So it was an inside job. It didn't take much thought to realize that it was Wei Zhentian's handiwork. But Jiang is not easy to be happy with. The written exam is over. Let's go back too. Xinling said. The crowd nodded and left the room. Back at the Heavenly Sword Sect's residence, everyone was dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. Just in front of the main gate, many attendants came and went, constantly carrying boxes to the mansion. What are you doing? Xinling stepped forward to stop one of the attendants and inquired. This, is a congratulatory gift from the city lord. The attendant replied. Congratulation? Xinling froze when he heard this. What was it that the Heavenly Sword Sect had to celebrate? Of course. To say that there is. It is also today's martial arts Wu Dao Hei. Several people all passed a round of competition. Yes. Not long ago, the Heavenly Chance Pavilion classified the Heavenly Sword Sect as a super sect from a first-grade sect. And the envoys have already sent people to the Heavenly Sword Sect to send it over. These are the gifts given by the City Lord in celebration of the Heavenly Sword Sect. No more. There's so much more to carry. After saying this, the squire left in a hurry. Xinling froze in place, not expecting to be classified as a super sect so soon. One must know that being classified as a super sect would not only allow one to match up with the Tenji Pavilion in the Central Continent, but also obtain a place in the Central Continent Heaven's Pride competition. This was their Heavenly Sword Sect taking off. Several other people also showed a delighted look. Zhang Yenyuan was also a bit surprised, not expecting Wei Zhentian to act fast enough. Chapter 72, She also loves her disciple the most. Chapter 72, She also loves her disciple the most. The mansion had been piled high with all kinds of wooden crates, and there was hardly room to land. Lu Yanyan, several people curiously wandered among them, opened the wooden box to see all kinds of exotic treasures inside, and couldn't stop praising. For a moment, the crowd was left with only an extremely deep impression of Wei Zhentian. How? Lord, young lord. At this moment, an old man in black walked up to Jiang Ichi and saluted respectfully. Are you? Jiang did not easily look at the old man and inquired. Oh, I am the butler of the city lord's mansion. Chao Wei Bing. The old man introduced himself. So it's Butler Chao of the city lord's mansion. Long time no see. Jiang did not easily respond with a smile. Lord, young lord. This is a small token of appreciation from Lord City Lord for you. Please accept it with a smile. Chao Wei Bing said, taking out a spatial ring from his pocket and handing it to Jiang Dongyi. Jiang did not easily raise his eyebrows slightly. Receiving the spatial ring, his divine sense entered it, and his eyes lit up. Good lord! There's more stuff in this ring than what's put in this yard. Wei Zhentian has really put his blood on the line to please him. Since it's a token of appreciation from City Lord Wei, I'll take it. And pass on a message to City Lord Wei for me. Jiang did not easily take the spatial ring and said indifferently. Please also ask the young lord to speak. Chao Wei Chao bent down and saluted. The rock rises with the wind in one day and rises 90,000 miles. Hearing this, Chao Wei Si froze and quickly reacted. Saluting once again. Don't worry, young lord. I will definitely pass this on to the city lord. Jiang did not easily nod and waved his hand. Go. Chao Wei Bing then retired. Come. When Chao Weibing's figure disappeared, Jiang Yixian finally couldn't help himself and grinned. In terms of drawing big cakes, he, Jiang Yixiu, has never convinced anyone. However, seeing as Wei Zhentian was so uptight, if he encountered any difficulties, he wouldn't mind helping out a bit. The immortal cultivation world is not just about fighting and killing, but also about human feelings. City Lord. In the City Lord's mansion, a Chao Wei Chao walked in and bowed respectfully towards Wei Zhentian. How are things all going? Wei Zhentian asked as he took a sip of tea. According to your instructions, the gifts prepared have all been sent to the Heavenly Sword Sect's residence. Butler Chao responded. He also accepted the gift you requested for the young lord. Then what is the young master's attitude? Wei Zhentian inquired as he placed his teacup on the table. The young lord is very satisfied. Moreover, he also asked me to bring you a message. Butler Chao said. What words? Hearing this, Wei Zhentian stood up and hurriedly asked. The rock rises with the wind in one day, rocking up to 90,000 miles. Butler Chao repeated Jiang Yixiu's words. Wei Zhentian heard. His mouth could not stop murmuring. Rock one day with the wind up with the wind up. Rocking up 90,000 miles. Immediately afterward, Wei Zhentian's expression became excited. And the heart that had been hanging in the air finally fell. It's a hint that he'll eventually rocket up to the clouds. Although it cost the city lord's mansion most of its treasures. With Jiang Dongyi's words, it wasn't a loss. On the contrary, he had made a huge profit. Wei Zhentian couldn't help but laugh out loud. He, Wei Zhentian, was also finally coming to the end. Had dinner. Jiang did not easily pull Gu Qingyue for a walk by the small lake in the backyard. The moon was hazy. Its light reflected on the lake, and the breeze rendered a different atmosphere. Senior? Jiang did not easily twist his head to look at Gu Qingyue's side face and spoke softly. What for? Gu Qingyue asked as she kicked small stones. Here. Jiang did not easily take out the spatial ring given by Chao Weibing and handed it to Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue looked at the space ring in front of her and then at Jiang Yiqi. A little confused. What is this for? Saying that, he took the spatial ring and his divine sense entered it. And in the next second, the entire thing stayed in place. Jiang was not easily able to bring a smile to the corner of his mouth, admiring Gu Qingyue's surprised appearance. This. Where did you get this? It took Gu Qingyue a long time to come back to her senses. Stuttering as she looked at Jiang Yenyuan. Jiang did not easily shrug and continued on. Wei Zhentian asked the butler to give it to me. Once Gu Qingyue heard this, she also understood the meaning of Wei Zhentian's move. And you took it? He doesn't look like a good person to me. Gu Qingyue kept up with Jiang Dongyi's pace. Side by side with him. Her mouth unforgiving. After all, how good could the one who sent out a dancer to seduce his apprentice be? What's in that? Who is your disciple? The South Shen continent is recognized as a great young man of the central continent. Who dares to harbor ill will towards your disciple? Moreover, it's not too good to not take something when it's delivered in front of us. Right? Jiang Yixiu smiled and laughed. Gu Qingyue couldn't help but snort and laugh. gently pushing Jiang Ichi's shoulder and delicately saying, "Look at this dead look of yours. Then I'll keep it for you. No comments. Right?" Gu Qingyue said, putting the spatial ring away. He. Of course I don't have a problem with it. However, Master, since you've collected the space ring, why don't we sleep together again tonight? Jiang Dongyi said with some anticipation. Aren't you afraid that I'll drain you dry again? Gu Qingyue asked with a smile. Not afraid. Is it good? Jiang Ichio pulled Gu Qingyue's arm and pampered her. If you say so. Gu Qingyue put her finger on her lower lip, pretending to think. Kong did not easily look at her with anticipation. No way. Gu Qingyue glanced at Jiang Yenyuan, revealing a bad smile and decisively refusing. Jiang was not easily confused. This is not right. According to the habit of taking care of Qingyu, shouldn't he immediately agree and then pull him back to the room to heave to? How? Script is wrong? He had bought the Grow Bigger and Stronger potion in the system store, preparing to show his manly side in front of Gu Qingyu. Because I'm tired. Gu Qingyue stretched and yawned. Ginger is not easy. Moreover, disciple, you should not be able to support yourself after all the exertion these past few days. It's better to rest. Every time I see that shriveled up look on your face, my heart aches. Gu Qingyue glanced downwards and covered her mouth as she laughed. Ginger is not easy. Gu Qingyue touched Jiang Ichio's head. All right. It's getting late. I'll go back to rest first. You go back early too. Good night. After saying that, Gu Qingyue kissed the corner of Jiang Yenyuan's lips and waved her hand to leave. Jiang, not easy to touch the lips, skimmed his mouth. Well, actually, he said so useless. Right? In a few days, he would surely show her what he was capable of. Thinking of this, Jiang was not easy to sweep away his depressed mood and hummed away. The moonlight lengthened Gu Qingyu's shadow. And we kept sending Gu Qingyu back to her room. Gu Qingyu had placed the spatial ring on the table and sat down in front of it, propping her head up with a silly smile. The book says that the husbands who are willing to give their money to their mothers for safekeeping are the ones who love their mothers the most. The apprentice gave her the money for safekeeping, so the apprentice loves her the most. Gu Qingyu lay on the table, one hand touching the hairpin pinned in her hair, revealing a sweet smile. She also loves her disciples the most. Chapter 73, I Admit Defeat. Chapter 73, I Admit Defeat. There was no talk all night. On the second day, the crowd came to the North Terrace. Zhang Yudao and Yu Kai saw Qin Ling immediately scrambled to come before him to flatter him. Zhang Yi couldn't help but shake his head and laugh lightly at this scene, pulling Gu Qinyu's hand to the main seat and sitting down. Good morning, Lord Young Lord. Wei Zhentian hurriedly stepped forward to salute Jiang Ichi. At the same time, he waved his hand and asked the attendants below to bring up the spirit fruits. Keep up the good work. Jiang did not easily pick up a spirit fruit and nodded. When Wei Zhentian heard this, the smile on his face could barely fit, and he nodded his head and hailed. I respectfully follow young lord's decree. Soon, the host began to announce the list of the second round of the competition, and those whose card numbers were read out went up to the martial arts stage to compete. Boom! Ground 23 wins. As the moderator's words rang out, another match ended. Next match. Sky Character No. 3 versus Sky Character No. 44. Please welcome the two contestants to the stage. The host paused and read out the number of the next match. As soon as the words left his mouth, a stout young cultivator jumped onto the martial arts stage. Heavens! It's a disciple of the Green Spirit Sect. Wu Gang. At the 6th level of the harmonization realm. 6th level of the harmonized Dao realm? Aren't there many cultivators at the 6th level of the Dao transformation realm in this session? What's all the fuss about? Didn't you watch the game yesterday? Don't mention it. Originally was going to come. Who knows that the tiger lady at home is dead set against it? No way. I flew directly over. But the result was halfway by the girls caught up and fought. And injured her. No way. Took care of it for a night. And only just came over. Oops. Great. I don't know your honor's name. Hi. Exempt from your surname he? The road call me Chang. Gee. Long time no see. Alright. Alright. Don't be polite. Tell me. This Wu Gang has an outstanding skill? Don't look at this Wu Gang. Although he is at the 5th level of the Dao transformation realm, his true strength is far more than that. Yesterday, his opponent was also at the 5th level of the harmonized Dao realm. And as a result, he didn't last more than 3 moves in Wu Gang's hands before he was defeated. With no room for resistance at all. Hiss. It's so terrifying. His opponent is afraid that he'll suffer. There was a lot of talk on the audience stage. And they began to feel sorry for Wu Gang's opponent. After all, how can one say miserable when the person who confronted Wu Gang yesterday was beaten? It was at this moment that a silhouette landed on the martial arts stage, causing the crowd to let out another shocking sound. It's my Ice Maiden. Get lost. Ice is mine. Ha ha. This Wu Gang is in trouble now. Binger will definitely fix him severely. Not really. Wu Gang's strength is not bad. Dealing with the same realm is as simple as drinking water. Anyway, there's a good show in this one. On the martial arts stage, Wu Gang's eyes slightly condensed when he saw Ling Binger. Green Spirit Sect. Wu Gang. Please teach me more. Wu Gang declared himself as per the norm. Extreme Martial Sect. Ling Binger. Spirit Binger responded with a pale expression. Ling Binger's words had just fallen. A strange flying sword appeared in Wu Gang's hand. And in an instant, his aura skyrocketed, pushing him straight to the 9th level of the Dao transformation realm. And he let out a low gulp. And then fiercely stomped on the ground, pushing straight at Ling Binger. If it was against a normal 8th level of the Dao transformation realm, Wu Gang might not care too much. However, Ling Binger was not an ordinary Dao transformation realm. He didn't dare to be arrogant. He directly took out his pressure box to protect his bottom, took the initiative and went all out. Who would have thought that Ling Binger wouldn't even look at it? Raising her hand, a giant sword emerged in the sky and flew down. Boom! The entire martial arts stage shook violently. And thick smoke and dust blocked everyone's sight. The whole room was silent. Frog fun? So strong? Yen Yen Lu said with wide eyes. Then looked at Wu Daohei and asked. Senior brother Wu. You're also at the 8th level of the Dao transformation realm. Can't you do the same? Wu Daohei's face was grave. Shook his head and said. I can't do it. She should have hidden her strength. The real level. Far above me. Hearing Wu Daohei's words, the surrounding people froze. Not expecting Wu Daohei to actually comment on Ling Binger in such a way. Daohei is right. Ling Binger's strength is most likely at the 1st level of the Peak Ascension realm. Li Mengyun opened her mouth at this time. She had probed Spirit Binger's true strength from the scent of her strike just now. Before, she hid her strength. Surprisingly, she didn't even notice me. Li Mengyun's words were like a bomb exploding in the hearts of the crowd once again. 1st level of the Ascension realm. Actually went up to the Peak Ascension realm. Everyone's faces didn't look too good. The talent displayed by Ling Binger was simply too strong. The smoke cleared and everyone sucked in a cold breath. Only to see that on the martial arts stage, Ling Binger stood blandly, while Wu Gang's entire body was covered in blood, collapsing at Ling Binger's feet without moving, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Ling Binger kicked Wu Gang with some disgust. One sword. Just one sword defeated Wu Gang. Wow. Binger is so strong. Good sa. I love it, brothers. Buho so much want to be kicked by Ling Binger's beautiful legs. Not dude. The surrounding crowd immediately roared. Ling Binger revealed a smug smile as her gaze landed on Zhang Yenyuan, slightly raising her eyebrows and revealing a provocative expression. Zhang did not easily give her a blank look and didn't bother. Despite the arrogance, when he meets him, let's see if he doesn't beat the crap out of her. Seeing Zhang not easy to look disdainful, Ling Binger couldn't tense up and was so angry that she stomped her feet, wanting to go over and find him to theorize. But she was warned by Hao's voice transmission, so she had to grit her teeth and turn around to get off the field. After Ling Binger left, the host came on and announced that the winner was Ling Binger, and then started announcing the numbers for the next match. Next match. Sky Character No. 18 versus Sky Character No. 33. Please welcome the contestants to the ring. My turn. Lu Yanyan shouted as she took out her own wooden sign. Go for it. The crowd encouraged. Lu Yanyan nodded vigorously and jumped onto the martial arts field. Just after going on stage, a familiar figure entered Lu Yanyan's eyes. It's you? Yanyan Lu froze for a moment, not expecting that her opponent would actually be Su Xiaoxiao. You who? Who did I think it was? So it's you. The angry man. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they see red. Su Xiaoxiao's hatred for Lu Yanyan is incomparably thick. How could she not be annoyed by Lu Yanyan's dismantling and mocking every time? It's just that off stage she didn't dare to do anything to Yanyan Lu. Now, finally, she had found her chance. When you're on stage, you're bound to get hurt in a fight. Aren't you? The 8th level of the Dao Transformation Realm against the 1st level of the Dao Transformation Realm. The advantage was hers. She could finally take a breath of bad luck. On the north stage, everyone tensed up. The difference is just too great. There's almost no suspense. Li Mengyun hesitated for a moment, but still transmitted the voice to Lu Yanyan. Let her if she cannot fight, do not try to be strong. Give up is, lest be hurt the foundation. After all, the gentleman revenge 10 years is not too late. However, after finishing her words, Li Mengyun regretted it. She was afraid that Lu Yanyan would not be able to accept this matter. And if she left a knot in her heart, it would be difficult for her cultivation to go further in the future. I'll go. The 1st level of the Dao Transformation Realm versus the 8th level of the Dao Transformation Realm. A pure and simple abuse game. Oops. Lu Yanyan is also good looking. Su Xiaoxiao is also good looking. I don't know who to support. Oh. I bet one top grade spirit stone that in one move, Yanyan Lu will lose. Not so much. Lu Yanyan is at least a heavenly pride. The pressure box to protect the bottom is still there. Not too bad to lose. So, I bet 2 strokes must lose. For all, it was a no-holds-barred match. Ha 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 ha. Can't think of it. Lu Yanyan. You also have today. Humph. Wait and see how I. Su Xiaoxiao hugged her chest, her expression somewhat agitated, with a feeling that her great revenge had finally been avenged. However, before the words were finished, they were interrupted by Yanyan Lu. I concede. Lu Yanyan raised her hand and looked at the host. saying, "Humph. You admit defeat also." "What? You admit defeat?" Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as she let out a popping sound. Chapter 74, Silly Su Xiaoxiao. Chapter 74, Silly Su Xiaoxiao. No. You admit defeat? No kidding. Su Xiaoxiao aggressively came to Lu Yanyan and questioned. Right. Lu Yanyan looked at Su Xiaoxiao with her chest clasped and said. No. Why? Shouldn't you fight for the sake of the clan's honor? Then use all your means and finally be defeated by me. Revealing eyes full of resignation. Su Xiaoxiao looked at her hands and fell into her own imagination. No. Do you see me as stupid? The first level of the Dao Transformation Realm clearly can't beat the 8th level of the Dao Transformation Realm. Why make a fool of myself? Lu Yanyan blankly glanced at Su Xiaoxiao and said somewhat breathlessly. If you don't think about yourself, you have to think about the reputation of the sect as well. Can it be that you want the Heavenly Sword sect to be looked down upon? Su Xiaoxiao grabbed Lu Yanyan's shoulder and shook it desperately, pointing towards the north stage and shouting. Ha! Do you want to see your specific situation? Yan Lu pushed Su Xiaoxiao away and said. Su Xiaoxiao froze at the words and looked at the people of the Heavenly Sword sect, but found that several people were talking and laughing, seemingly not caring about the match at all. Jiang Yanyan even gave a thumbs up towards Yan Lu and shouted. Admit defeat if you can't beat them. So smart. Lu Yanyan also revealed 2 rows of white teeth to smile up. Tiger teeth even flashed a flash of white light. Dull hair swing. Also towards Jiang, not easy to give a thumbs up, not easy senior brother. Let's look down on people. I'm a big smart. Everyone present was dryly silenced by this scene. Just outrageous. Su Xiaoxiao dumbfounded. Is not the Heavenly Sword sect so strange? It shouldn't be Shouldn't be Su Xiaoxiao couldn't stop shaking her head and murmuring. What era is this? Still playing Battle of Dignity I can't beat it. There's still not easy senior brother. Dao Hei senior brother. Senior sister Mu. Senior brother Qin and senior brother Zhang to fight behind me. No. You can't admit defeat. Su Xiaoxiao roared towards Yan Lu. Come on. Haven't seen an opponent not letting the opponent admit defeat. White Win is still not happy. Lu Yanyan covered her ears and looked at the host and shouted. I've admitted defeat. Can you announce the result? The host then reacted, coughed, and said, Heavenly character no. 33 admits defeat. And for this match, Heavenly character no. 18 wins. When they heard the host announce the results, everyone sighed. Laughing my ass off at how inexplicably there is a sense of joy. The people on the viewing platform were talking about it. Yan Lu returned to the Heavenly Sword sect's viewing platform. Is everything alright? Li Mengyun walked forward to hold Lu Yanyan's hand and said with concern. What can it be? Didn't you always teach me? Master? When you encounter someone you can't defeat, run away immediately. Su Xiaoxiao, I can't beat it. Just admit defeat. It's not shameful as long as you guys don't feel shame on it. Lu Yanyan smiled and said. Seeing Lu Yanyan's heartless appearance, Li Mengyun's heart breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this did not have an effect on Lu Yanyan's Dao heart. Hearing Lu Yanyan's words, everyone laughed. On the contrary, here in the 10,000 Guns sect, although they won, Su Xiaoxiao pouted and was not happy at all. The other disciples were also cautious, not daring to touch Su Xiaoxiao's mold. She really just felt that Lu Yanyan was specializing in her. No matter what she did, she could always get a bellyful of anger from Lu Yanyan. Thinking about it, Su Xiaoxiao actually cried in anger. Tears bar falling. Not far away, Lu Yanyan saw Su Xiaoxiao sitting on a chair and constantly wiping tears, directly giving people a sense of the world abandoned me. After thinking about it, although he didn't really like Su Xiaoxiao's appearance as a little white flower, but at least people also had the affliction with themselves, so it wasn't good to let it cry. Immediately after, Lu Yanyan held a bunch of spirit fruits and came in front of Su Xiaoxiao. Sensing someone approaching, Su Xiaoxiao raised her head with tearful eyes, and seeing that it was Yanyan Lu, she cried even more. Come to see me laugh? Oh! Choked Su Xiaoxiao. Yanyan Lu shook her head. No. Then, what are you here for? Su Xiaoxiao couldn't stop sobbing and asked. To see you cry, Yanyan said. Hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao broke down. You have to kill people to get rid of them. You are really enough. Every time I see you, I have to be angry. By you. Su Xiaoxiao howled. Lu Yanyan couldn't help but hold her forehead, took out a spirit fruit and directly plugged Su Xiaoxiao's open mouth and said, Don't cry. Oh. Su Xiaoxiao froze for a moment, her face full of tears, looking pitifully at Lu Yanyan, her shoulders still trembling. You're at least at the 8th level of the Dao transformation realm. You're older than me, right? Crying and whining every day. What's the point? Lu Yanyan picked up a spirit fruit and said as she ate it. Oh. Hearing Lu Yanyan say this, Su Xiaoxiao glared at Lu Yanyan without killing her. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao like this with some amusement, Lu Yanyan couldn't help but laugh a little. Little crybaby. This does not say okay. Once said. Su Xiaoxiao eyes immediately full of tears, gesturing to fall. Alright. Stop crying. Why are there so many tears? With such a poor state of mind. I doubt if this realm of yours came up from kiting pills. Lu Yanyan said. Don't let me look down on you. Don't let me look down on you, this sentence immediately ignited Su Xiaoxiao's heart of the only remaining fighting spirit, and hurriedly wiped away the tears, looking straight into the eyes of Lu Yanyan, as if to say, I will not let you look down on me. Lu Yanyan nodded. This is only a bit of a strong man's demeanor. Hearing Lu Yanyan's approval, Su Xiaoxiao's heart was surprisingly a little happy. Her eyes flashed with fluttering. Here. These are for you. Don't cry when things happen all day. Lu Yanyan brainlessly stuffed the spirit fruits in her arms into Su Xiaoxiao's arms and said, turning around to leave. Su Xiaoxiao stared blankly at the spirit fruit in her arms. However, not long after, Lu Yanyan went and returned, holding half of the spirit fruit in Su Xiaoxiao's arms. Su Xiaoxiao froze and looked up at her. No. Giving you half is enough. If I give it all to you, I won't have anything to eat. Lu Yanyan finished and left. Su Xiaoxiao stared at Lu Yanyan's back, frowning slightly. This guy. Bullying her again. But. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the spirit fruit in her arms and squinted happily. However, in the next moment, saliva leaked out and fell down the fruit she was holding onto these spirit fruits. Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao stared wide-eyed, sucked in a mouthful, tilted her head up, and somewhat fumblingly put down the spirit fruit in her arms and wiped it with her sleeve. Returning to her seat, Yanyan Lu saw this and couldn't help but slap her forehead. Why is this person so stupid? Chapter 75, Mu Yuyan vs. Ling Binger. Chapter 75, Mu Yuyan vs. Ling Binger. The game continues. During that time, Mu Yuyan and the others were summoned to the martial arts stage in turn. A morning passed and the second round was over. Apart from Lu Yanyan, who had conceded defeat, and Qinshi, who had been defeated by a cultivator at the 5th level of the Dao transformation realm, the rest of the Heavenly Sword sect had all advanced. When the last bout is over, the host announces the end of the second round of bouts. And the third round of bouts will be held at the unspecified time. Senior brother Qin, don't look so sad. You're also at the 1st level of the Dao transformation realm. It's normal that you can't beat the 5th level of the Dao transformation realm. Seeing that Qinshi was downcast, Lu Yanyan immediately ran over to comfort him. Thank you, senior sister Lu, for your concern. Qinshi pulled up a bitter smile and said. The others gathered around. It's alright, senior brother Qin. You're already very good. You can still fight for so long under the suppression of 4 small realms. I believe that you'll definitely be stronger than him when you're in the same realm as him. Zhang Ren, as Qinshi's fellow peak senior brother, naturally knew how hard Qinshi practiced and patted Qinshi's shoulder in relief. Others spoke up with concern. Qinshi was touched after hearing this. Pursed her lips and smiled. Aha! Thank you all for your concern. I won't be frustrated. Instead, I'll work harder and become stronger soon. Hearing Qinshi's words, the crowd laughed. Xinling saw all of Qinshi's performance in his eyes and stroked his goatee, his face full of relief. My own son, after all, is growing up. The crowd talked and laughed and returned to the Heavenly Sword Sect's residence to rest and recuperate before returning to the North Platform before the hour. Soon, the third round of the tournament began. Zhang is not easy to be surprised, and drew the empty again, making Lu Yanyan call out outrageous. When Ling Binger heard that Zhang Dongyao had drawn the empty wooden tile again, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth and looked at Zhang Dongyao from afar. Humph. This guy is so lucky. Good. I'd like to see how long this kind of luck of yours can last. Ling Binger said indignantly. Not a moment later, the host began to announce the list of the third round of bouts. The first match of the third round of the Heaven's Remarkable Assembly. Heavenly Character No. 5 versus Heavenly Character No. 16. Please ask the player who drew the corresponding number to come up to the stage. The host said. Mu Yuyan glanced at the number of the wooden plate in her hand, which was none other than Tianzi No. 16. Cheer up. Senior sister Mu. Yan Yan Lu hugged Mu Yuyan and said. Okay. Mu Yuyan responded with a smile on her face as she stroked Yan Yan Lu's hair. Cheer up. Wu Daohei walked over to Mu Yuyan and shook his fist to cheer. Aha. Mu Yuyan's pretty face slightly reddened at the sight, nodding her head somewhat hastily. Afterwards, Mu Yuyan jumped onto the martial arts stage. At the same time, a figure arrived on the martial arts stage. Everyone fixed their eyes on it. And it was actually Ling Binger. Mu Yuyan's face instantly became a bit gloomy. She had heard her own master say that Ling Binger's true strength was the 1st level of the Peak Ascension realm, and she was only at the 4th level of the Dao transformation realm. So she didn't have the slightest chance of winning. But even then, she's up for the challenge. Heavenly Sword Sect. Mu Yuyan, please enlighten me. Mu Yuyan said in a deep voice. Ling Binger's face expression showed carelessness, as if she didn't put Mu Yuyan in her eyes, and casually said. Extreme Martial Sect. Ling Binger. As the words fell, Mu Yuyan's aura erupted, and her own flying sword broke out behind Ling Binger, charging straight at her. Ling Binger had obviously anticipated this and easily dodged Mu Yuyan's blast. Then her sword finger lifted and pressed to point at Mu Yuyan, and she droned. Kill. With the sound of words, an empty sword shadow emerged above Ling Binger, stabbing at Mu Yuyan with a swish. The speed was so fast that she couldn't even dodge. Senior sister Mu, be careful. Lu Yanyan was on the observation platform staring intently at the situation above the martial arts platform to see such a thrilling scene. She couldn't help but cry out in worry. Boom! The sword shadows fell, stirring up thick smoke and dust on the martial arts stage. I'll go. A familiar move. There's no need to look. The winner is already decided. Even Wu Gang, a 6th level of the Dao transformation realm, couldn't block this move. Let alone only a 4th level of the Dao transformation realm. Yeah. The surrounding crowd immediately murmured. Oh. This person's hands are too hard. Right? Senior Sister Mu must have been injured. Woo-woo. Lu Yanyan's heart was in her throat, remembering the image of Ling Binger defeating Wu Gang with the same move yesterday. No. Yu Yan is fine, Li Mengyun said softly. Huh? Really? Lu Yanyan froze for a moment when she heard her own master say that. Then her gaze looked towards smoke. It's over, Ling Binger said with a light laugh. But soon, the carelessness in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by a look of shock. The smoke and dust dispersed, and Mu Yuyan's figure gradually cleared up, only to see Mu Yuyan surrounded by a light golden shield, both hands holding the native flying sword raised above her head. No injuries were visible on her body, but her breath was a bit messy and her face was white. So it was evident that although Mu Yuyan had blocked the attack, she had suffered a not-so-small amount of serious injuries. Your strength is somewhat good. But if that's all it is, it's still not enough to look at. The shock on Ling Binger's face flickered away and she resumed her disdainful expression. Although she did not use her full strength, the power of this sword shadow was still not to be underestimated. And yesterday's Wu Gang was an example. Then let's give it a try. Mu Yuyan took a deep breath and forced down the blood chi surging in her body. Let out a low gulp and swung her sword. Sword rain. As Mu Yuyan's words fell, her own flying sword emitted a blue light, and dozens of sword shadows floated behind Mu Yuyan, then flew out in a swish 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 swish, and attacked Spirit Binger. Ling Binger snorted coldly, reciting words under her breath. Then she pressed down with a palm, and immediately sword chi spread out around her body, forming a sword chi barrier that intercepted all of Mu Yuyan's sword shadows. Hiss. It's too strong. Isn't it? Worthy of being my goddess. I have a feeling that the first place in this Heaven's Pride conference will not belong to Mistress Binger. I agree. I beg to differ. After all, there's still Jiang Doni who hasn't made a move at the moment. Me too. Jiang Yenyu's strength is still a mystery. Mainly because this guy is so lucky that he drew the wheel twice. The people on the surrounding viewing platforms saw this scene and exchanged words. Seeing that her moves were useless against Ling Binger, using the cover of smoke brought about by the attack, Mu Yuyan appeared with a talisman in her hand, injected her aura into it, and her figure disappeared into thin air. Holy! Did I see it right? Is this instantaneous transportation? Are all the Dao transformation realms so strong now? The spatial realm is so strong. And instantaneous transfer is even possible. This is a skill that only Immortal realm possesses. No! This instantaneous movement is not her own skill. It seems like she just took out something before she managed to instantly move. Huh? What's that? A space-based weapon? Everyone was surprised by Mu Yuyan's instantaneous movement. On the north stage, Qi Ling and Li Mengyun were both confused as well. Looking at each other, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. None of them seemed to have given Mu Yuyan anything of this sort. Did Mu Yuyan get it on her way to practice? On the side, John was not easy to smile on his face. That's right. This instantaneous transmission talisman was the one he gave to Mu Yuyan. Moreover, more than one was given. Chapter 76, Hands-On. Chapter 76, Hands-On. Ling Binger waved her hand as her gaze fell ahead and immediately frowned when she realized that Mu Yuyan's figure had disappeared. In the next moment, a strong sense of unease surged through his heart. Ling Binger's eyes glazed over. And with a movement of her hand, her own flying sword appeared above her head and landed straight behind her. Madaka! Mu Yuyan appeared behind Ling Binger, and the sword stabbing at Ling Binger collided with the Ling Bing sword, making a sharp ringing sound. Unexpected. Ling Binger turned around, grabbed her own innate flying sword, and stabbed at Mu Yuyan with a long leap. Mu Yuyan's complexion sank. Seeing that the blow did not work, immediately backed away to avoid Ling Binger's counterattack, and then took out an instantaneous talisman to instantly move again. Mu Yuyan frowned as she disappeared in front of Ling Binger, causing her sword to pierce empty. That's really weird. How the hell did this guy manage to instantly move? But Spirit Binger then spread her divine sense out, enveloping the entire field, and soon found a location with a spatial anomaly. A sword swung out, a sword chi. Boom! Mu Yuyan's figure appeared, and her entire body flew backwards, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood, her face turning as white as paper. Senior Sister Mu! Rainy! Yen Yen Lu and Wu Dao Hei said in unison. Sculptural tricks. See? This is the suppression of strength. Ling Binger said disdainfully. Mu Yuyan exhaled a breath and used her sword to support her body as she stood up, looking at Ling Binger and saying, "Is that so?" Ling Binger raised her eyebrows slightly. Mu Yuyan's figure disappeared once again. Ling Binger let out a cold laugh. Stubborn. In that case, let you lose. After saying that, Ling Binger's divine sense dispersed once again. However, this time, she was shocked to find that there were actually more than a dozen spaces fluctuating around her. This meant that Mu Yuyan was performing a high-frequency instantaneous transfer. And now, Ling Binger was a bit unable to get a feel for it for a while. Get out of here! Ling Binger was right in the middle of these spatial fluctuations, and such thoughts immediately surfaced in her mind. The longer she stayed, the more dangerous she became. However, without waiting for Ling Binger to make a move, Mu Yuyan made her move first. Swish! Mu Yuyan's figure appeared behind Ling Binger. Seeing this, Ling Binger hurriedly turned to attack. However, the second she turned around, Mu Yuyan's native flying sword appeared behind Ling Binger and stabbed at her. Ling Binger was flustered, but she still used her strong reflexes to deflect Mu Yuyan's attack. Despite this, Ling Binger's arm was still cut by Mu Yuyan's intrinsic flying sword and was oozing blood. Ling Binger twisted her head to look at the wound. Her eyes filled with disbelief. She had, in fact, been injured by a person at the 4th level of the Dao transformation realm. It's just like a strange shame. That's the price of arrogance. Damn it! Damn it! You seek death! Ling Binger shouted angrily, no longer hiding her strength. Her cultivation at the 1st level of the Peak Ascension realm exposed. Seeing this, Mu Yuyan exhaled a breath and laughed. I admit defeat. This smiling face, as if it was mocking, fell into Ling Binger's eyes and became incomparably shuttered and full of sarcasm. You die for me! Ling Binger shouted angrily, completely ignoring Mu Yuyan's words of admitting defeat. And the intrinsic flying sword in her hand swung a terrifying sword chi at Mu Yuyan. Binger! Stop! How Ren's heart thumped when he saw this. Stop! Wu Dao Hei shouted angrily, his figure appearing in front of Mu Yuyan, his intrinsic flying sword appearing in his hand as he prepared to receive this strike. Bold! Right at this moment, A majestic voice rang out as Wei Zhentian waved his large hand. And Ling Binger's sword chi was immediately dissolved, blatantly striking out at a contestant who has conceded defeat. Is it as if the rules of the tournament are for show? Do you think that I, the city lord, am just a fiddle? Wei Zhentian's voice was full of vigor, resounding throughout the martial arts stage. His immortal realm 9th level aura exploding, directly pressing down on Ling Binger. Ling Binger was directly brought to her knees by Wei Zhentian's pressure, her face pale. City Lord Wei. What Binger did was indeed wrong. But in the end, she's young and unintelligent. So please spare her for the sake of the extreme martial sect that has been helping out Tanyu City for so many years. Haoran hurriedly came to Wei Zhentian and begged for mercy through clenched teeth. Wei Zhentian pondered faintly. Then a voice immediately knocked his mind into an icy lake, chilling his body. City Lord Wei. This kind of person breaks the rules of the competition. Is there any qualification to continue the competition? Zhang Yenyuan stood up and said with an icy voice. Wei Zhentian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and made up his mind. Young Lord is right. Ling Binger breaks the rules of the competition. I declare. City Lord Wei. Hao Ren's voice rose. The extreme martial sect is nothing. Your family's old ancestor is nothing. Wei Zhentian roared, hurrying to take a stand. You die. Don't drag me into it. There's only one half-saint in your family. The other Heavenly Sword sect has 3 half-saints. Even if he was confused, the math was still clear. Haoran looked at Jiang Ichio. Lord, young lord, please also raise your hand. Zhang Yenyuan's face was grim as he let out a cold laugh and said, spare her? When she just made a move to kill my senior sister. Why didn't she think of stopping? Now asking me to raise my hand. Is she worthy? Is your extreme martial sect worthy? Zhang Dongyao's words were loud and clear, echoing throughout the martial arts stage and pounding in everyone's hearts. Worthy of being from the central continent. Just wild. Hao Man's face whitened, flopped down on his knees and kowtowed. I am sorry. I am sorry, young lord. Just now it is me who is confused. Don't ever blame the extreme martial sect. Shut up. Raucous. Zhang Yenyuan waved his hand, interrupting Hao Ren's words, jumped onto the martial arts stage, and walked in front of Ling Binger. You are nothing but a bully. Ling Binger glared at Zhang Ichio. You're just trying to take advantage of this opportunity so that I won't participate in the competition, so that I won't confront you and have the bet nullified. You despicable villain. Zhang did not easily look at Ling Binger with an amused expression as he said, fine. In that case, the two of us will fight and continue the previously agreed upon bet. Hearing this, Ling Binger revealed a vicious expression. You're serious? No regrets. Really? Zhang did not easily let out a light laugh and said, good. Come. Ling Binger said as she got up from the ground. Not easy, senior brother. You. Mu Yuyan was assisted over by Wu Daohei, her face full of worry. Senior sister Mu. Don't worry. She's not my opponent yet. Zhang difficulty cast a reassuring look. Mu Yuyan wanted to say something else, but seeing his confident look, she stopped saying anything more, nodded her head, urged caution, and returned to the viewing platform. It's over. Haoran looked at the two people on the martial arts stage and was stunned. Zhang, not easy. This is your own way of seeking death. Don't blame me. Ling Binger shouted angrily, her aura soaring as she charged towards Zhang Yanyu with her sword. Zhang did not easily bristle and said, it's too weak. As the words fell, with a casual wave of her hand, Ling Binger's entire body flew backwards, as if a kite with broken strings. smashing into the wall of the martial arts stage, stirring up thick smoke and dust. Seeing this, the room fell silent. Chapter 77, The End of the Tournament. Chapter 77, The End of the Competition. The entire room was silent. And everyone was in shock. Ling Binger, a heavenly pride of the first level of the Peak Ascension realm, was actually sent flying by a casual move from Zhang Yiqiu. It's a lie. Hiss. It's simply terrifying as hell. No way. Is Zhang not easy to be that strong? Even if it's much higher than Ling Binger's cultivation. It's not that much. Right? What kind of cultivation level is Zhang not easy? After a short silence, everyone erupted in amazement. Wow! Senior brother not easy is too handsome. Well done, senior brother not easy. Yan Lu shouted excitedly. Several people from Wu Daohe also revealed surprised gazes. Unable to imagine that their own senior brother had actually hidden so deeply and was so strong. Wei Jintian, on the other hand, revealed a resolute expression, worthy of being the young master he had identified. His strength was indeed not bad. This only explains why there are 3 half-saints guarding it. When Haoren saw this, he was slightly relieved, and his hanging heart fell a little. Fortunately, Zhang was not easily stronger than Ling Binger. In which case, as long as Ling Binger honored the bet, the extreme martial sect should not have been implicated in anything. Although in this way, according to Ling Binger's character, she would definitely be dealt a blow and her Dao heart would be damaged. But it was better than the extreme martial sect being destroyed. There were so many geniuses in this world. She was not far behind Ling Binger. The smoke and dust dispersed. Ling Binger spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, and collapsed on the ground. Her clothes were torn. Her eyes were godless. She couldn't believe that Zhang Yenyuan was actually this strong. And even more so, she was actually defeated by Zhang Yenyuan casually. Zhang did not easily walk up to Ling Binger and looked at her with an indifferent expression, saying, "Yo ho! The so-called Heaven's Pride is nothing more than that? So weak? 5 times 3 times jumping in front of me. I thought how strong it was. But in the end, I couldn't even catch a single move. It's just too lame." Upon hearing Zhang Yenyuan's mocking words, Ling Binger immediately became furious and spat out a mouthful of blood once again. "How are you? You so strong?" Ling Binger's eyes fell on Zhang Yenyu and she spoke with difficulty. Zhang did not easily shrug his shoulders and said, "It's not that I'm too strong, but that you're too weak." Ling Binger gritted her teeth. It was unthinkable that the talent she was so proud of was actually so unbearable in front of Zhang Yiqiu. "Remember to fulfill the bet. I want to see it tomorrow." A mocking smile appeared on Zhang Doni's face. Then he turned around and left. Ling Binger's face was green and red. She had never thought that she would be defeated at all. Much less that she would actually have to fulfill the agreement she had proposed. These are nothing short of humiliating for her. What exactly is your strength? Ling Binger asked. Her gaze fixed dead center on Zhang Yiqiu's back. Today's shame. In the coming day, she was bound to ask for it back 100-fold and 1,000-fold from Zhang Yiqian. Hearing Ling Binger's words, Zhang was not easily able to withdraw his cover and his aura exploded out. Ling Binger only felt that the pressure from Zhang Yenyuan was like a mountain, pressing down on her body, making her almost breathless. Terror! This was simply not the kind of strength that could be revealed by the Peak Ascension realm. Could it be the Immortal realm? Zhang Dongyao actually broke through to the Immortal realm. How could it be? He actually broke the record of the youngest person to reach the Immortal realm in the southern Xian continent. But the facts were right in front of her, not allowing her to refute them. The surrounding people also revealed unbelievable expressions as they felt Zhang's not easy aura. Master! His aura is very different from Ling Binger's. Could it be that he has already broken through to the immortal realm? On the viewing platform, a Sect disciple looked to the old man next to him and inquired, his eyes full of shock. The old man's gaze was dead set on Jiang Yanyu, shocked no less than his own disciple. Because Jiang Yanyu's true strength was only best known to those who were similar to him or higher than him. He shook his head and said, "No. Not the immortal realm. But on the North Platform's viewing platform, the moment Jiang did not easily leak his aura, the entire crowd couldn't help themselves, fiercely stepping forward and saying in shock, 'Earth Immortal Realm. 9th level.' The whole room was in an uproar at this sound. I knew that Jiang wasn't easy to be powerful, but I didn't expect that it was actually this powerful. Worthy of being a great young man of the central continent with 3 half-saints protecting him. Such a heavenly talent. In their place, they would not want to let him go out. Put him in the home every day with resources to feed him. I'm afraid he'll bump into something. A 20-something Earth Immortal Realm 9th level without the need for the Heavenly Chance Pavilion to do any measurements. They all dared to directly say that this son had the qualifications of a heavenly emperor. It was not good for Ling Binger to mess with anyone, but to mess with someone so demonic. This time she kicked the steel plate. On the martial arts stage, after Ling Binger heard Wei Zhentian say the phrase 9th level of the Earth Immortal Realm, her entire body froze in place, her eyes stagnant and in disbelief. No. This is not true. This is not true. A 20-year-old Earth Immortal Realm 9th level. How is it possible? Definitely a scam. Scam. Ling Binger murmured, refusing to accept the news. If that was the case, wouldn't she be a clown for screaming in front of Jiang Yanyu these days? Wouldn't she have no chance for revenge? You all lied to me. You all lied to me. Ling Binger finally broke her defense and hissed loudly. Yet no one responded to her madness. Jiang did not easily snicker and returned to the north stage. Because Ling Binger had been struggling and hissing, Haoren had no choice but to knock her out. And after performing a salute towards Jiang Ichi, he took her away. Senior brother not easy. Good wow you. You've actually been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. 9th level of the Earth Immortal Realm. Frog fun? Don't even dare to think about it. You've been lying to me all along, right? Darn 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 darn. In vain I've been so good to you. Lu Yanyan clutched her chest and muttered. But there was no blame in her eyes. Instead she was filled with admiration. It's my fault. I shouldn't have lied to you. Jiang did not easily laugh. That's good to say. You'll have to cover your senior sister me in the future. Lu Yanyan narrowed her eyes and smiled. Of course. Khan replied not easily. Not easy, senior brother. You are really strong. I, as the eldest senior brother, am ashamed to be inferior. Wu Daohei walked up and said. And me? Compared to you, we are really lame. Mu Yuyan shook her head and laughed. No. Just lucky. Jiang did not easily scratch his head and said. Where did you get this luck? I want it. Zhang Ren walked up and joked. Me too. Yan Lu immediately jumped up and raised her hand. And me. Qin Shi spoke up. Everyone roared with laughter. Qin Ling stroked his goatee. That was the end of this bout. The next 2 days went by quickly. And Khan was not easy to get to first place unsurprisingly. Aside from Zhang Ren, who was defeated by Su Xiaoxiao and didn't make it to the top 12. Wu Daohei and Mu Yuyan both made it to the top 12. Wei Zhentian gave these 12 people Jiang Yanyu a secret license. The Sage Secret Realm will open in 3 days. At that time, The elders of the Tianji Pavilion and I will personally lead everyone to the entrance of the secret realm. So everyone just rest for these 3 days. Wei Zhentian looked at the crowd and said. Jiang was not easily able to play with the secret plate in his hand. The secret plate was made of a type of jade that contained a special energy. It should be the key to opening the sage's secret realm. Wow! I'm envious. Sage secret realm, eh? I heard that there are a lot of treasures there. Yan Lu looked at the secret cards in the hands of Jiang Yan's trio and soured. It was time for her to reflect on whether or not she had practiced properly in the past few days. And why her cultivation hadn't risen. It's fine. I'll bring you good things out when the time comes. Mu Yuyan touched Lu Yan's head and laughed lightly. He. Senior sister Mu is the best. Lu Yan immediately laughed happily when she heard Mu Yuyan's words. Her dull hair bobbing up and down. Jiang did not easily look at the secret card in his hand and was just about to speak to Gu Qingyue when her voice happened to ring in his head. Silly poople. Just pay attention to me. Chapter 78, Heartfelt Voices. Chapter 78, Heartfelt Voices. I can't believe you're ignoring me and leaving me out to dry. So? I don't love you anymore. I'm tired of you. I'm just an abandoned kitten. Jiang did not easily look towards Gu Qingyue, who was drinking tea on the side, without a trace of expression on her face. If Jiang wasn't easily able to hear her heart, she really didn't know that Gu Qingyue would have so much heart drama. Master. Jiang Yiqiu walked over to Gu Qingyue and handed her the secret license plate in his hand. Look. I got the secret card. Jiang Yiqiu said. Gu Qingyue took a sip of tea calmly, put down her teacup, and took the secret card. He. You finally come to care about me. I knew you loved me too much to leave me alone. Very impressive. Gu Qingyue responded with a smile. Then, shouldn't you reward me? Jiang did not easily lean down to come closer to inquire. What reward do you want? Gu Qingyue's heartbeat accelerated as she felt the warmth of Jiang Yi's breath and inquired in a glutinous voice. Of course it's. Ginger said with a deliberate pause. Gu Qingyue nervously looked at Jiang Yuan. Of course it's to accompany me to eat snacks. Jiang did not easily straighten up again and laughed. Gu Qingyue froze for a moment when she heard Jiang Dani's words. Huh? Just going for a snack? Gu Qingyue asked. Or else. I just heard from Senior Brother Wu that there are a few snacks in Tianyu City that are not bad. So I wanted to go and try them. Jiang difficulty nodded. A somewhat wry smile on his face. What? Master thought I wanted some kind of reward? Gu Qingyue's pretty face blushed. I thought you wanted. Gu Qingyue's voice was soft and gentle. Then she stood up and kissed Jiang not easily on the face. I thought you wanted me to give you a kiss. Who knew your wish was so low? Gu Qingyu said with a red face and then left with her sword without looking back. Hurry up. Aren't we going for a snack? Gu Qingyue twisted her head and glanced at Jiang Yiqiu and said. Jiang did not easily touch the face that had been kissed by Gu Qingyue. Let out a light laugh. Called out Yue. And followed him. Ah. Sweet to death for a single dog like me. Lu Yan covered her eyes and wailed. Yu Yan. There is a lantern festival tonight. Do you want to go with me to see it? Wu Daohei looked at Mu Yuyan and asked. Good. Mu Yuyan revealed a smile and nodded in agreement. No. Senior sister Mu. Senior brother Wu. You guys are here too. It's really a shrimp pig's heart. Yan Lu covered her chest, showing an injured expression, and said. Little nerd. Then do you want to go together? Mu Yuyan covered her mouth and laughed lightly, asking. Of course. Not going. I still have eyesight. So I won't disturb senior sister Mu and senior brother Wu's rendezvous. Lu Yan hugged her chest. revealing a look of righteousness. The crowd was amused by Lu Yanyan's behavior. Tianyu City. Crowded with people. Hey everyone. We're sitting here again today. Taking up from the last time. We talked about that extreme martial sect's Ling Binger striking out at the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples who had already conceded defeat. And City Lord Wei stepped in just in time to prevent a disaster from occurring. At this time, the Tianjin sect's Zhengzhou big young man came out. Bound to claim acclaim for his own clan. So he and Ling Binger had a betting match. Only to see Ling Binger come out with all her strength. And the sword blade pointed straight at Zhengzhou big young man. Suddenly, Mr. Storyteller suddenly roared. The fan in his hand closed and slapped heavily on the table, startling the surrounding listeners. Bad old man. Why are you making a fuss when you're just talking about books? What's wrong all of a sudden? Yeah. Hurry up and say it. It's killing me. The listeners around the room spoke up. The old man storyteller calmly took a sip of tea, propped up his fan once again, and said. Suddenly, the young lord of the Middle Continent's aura rose around him. The entire heaven and earth changed color. In a flash, the cultivation of the Central Continent great youngster at the Earth Immortal realm was exposed. When that extreme martial sect's Ling Binger saw this, she was so frightened that she fell to her knees and begged for forgiveness. But the great young man of the Middle Continent didn't pay any attention. And with just one lift of his hand, he beat that Ling Binger to the point that she was unable to move because of the blood flowing from her 7 orifices. Hiss. What a tragedy. This Central Continent youngster is too strong. Isn't he? In the wonton store next to the storytelling stall, Zhang Yiqiu and Gu Qingyue were sitting face to face. Hearing the storyteller say this, Gu Qingyue couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Ginger asked as she took a bite. Ha ha. It feels like this storyteller is having so much fun. Gu Qingyue laughed in response. Only to be choked the next second. Cough 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 ouch. Zhang did not easily rush to pat Gu Qingyue's back and said helplessly. I said don't laugh. You see? Choking. Right? Gu Qingyue immediately revealed an aggrieved look. What the heck? This is also to blame me. Aggrieved. Zhang did not easily smile helplessly and pinched her nose. Okay. I shouldn't blame you. I blame the storyteller for saying it was too funny. Okay? Upon hearing Zhang Yiqiu's words, Gu Qingyue immediately smiled happily. After the two of them ate the ravioli, they interlocked their fingers and wandered around Tianyu City. As night fell, the two of them arrived at the riverside of Tianyu City. Not easy. Look. Gu Qingyue tugged at Zhang Dongyao and said. Zhang did not easily follow Gu Qingyue's gaze, only to see quite a few men and women setting off lanterns together by the river, with lanterns of various colors slowly drifting on the river. Not easy. Let's go set off lanterns too. Gu Qingyue looked toward Zhang Dongyao. Her eyes filled with excitement. Okay. Let's go set off the lanterns. Zhang Yi favored Gu Qingyue's head and agreed. The two bought lanterns from a sidewalk vendor and each wrote their own blessings on them. What did you write? Kong inquired as he didn't easily move his head over. No looking. Gu Qingyue hurriedly shielded the lantern. If you don't look. You don't look. Zhang did not easily skim his lips. And Gu Qingyue also heatedly smiled. The two men came to the river and squatted down, placing the lanterns on the surface of the river, which slowly floated away from the shore with the flowing water. Gu Qingyue's gaze fell on the two men's lanterns, revealing a delighted smile. Zhang did not easily twist his head to look at Gu Qingyue, and in his heart, he held her in his arms. Gu Qingyue froze, but quickly reacted, shyly burying her head into Zhang Yiqiu's chest. Gu Qingyue didn't say anything. But Jiang did not easily hear her heart. I hope that it will not be easy for me and you to remember each other and love each other forever. Regardless of time and space. Regardless of death. Waiting for an interview to write for everyone. Dedication. Right? Chapter 79, Lingbinger Compliance. Chapter 79, Lingbinger Compliance. After the two of them snuggled up and watched the lanterns for a while, they returned hand in hand to the Heavenly Sword Sect's residence. Then I'm going in. Gu Qingyue walked to the door of the sleeping room and looked at Zhang Yiqi. Zhang did not easily smile and nodded his head, waving his hand towards Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue pushed the door open. And at that moment, Gu Qingyue's heartfelt voice reached Zhang Doni's mind. No! The atmosphere is here. Doesn't the apprentice want to be in the same room with me? I want to sleep with my daughter tonight. I haven't slept with her for days. I miss her smell. My son. My son. Call out to me. Let's sleep together. Hearing Gu Qingyue's heartfelt words and seeing Gu Qingyue's slow walk into the room, Jiang did not easily cover her mouth with a smile. And her heart gave birth to the idea of teasing. Master. Jiang did not easily open his mouth. Hearing Jiang Yi's voice, Gu Qingyue hurriedly stopped her movements and turned to look at Jiang Yi's beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. Oh. Is my son going to let me sleep with him? That's great. What's wrong with you? Is there anything else? Gu Qingyue's pretty face blushed slightly as she shyly replied. Good night. Ginger said softly. Gu Qingyue froze, her beautiful eyes flashing with loss. Just good night? Oh. Disciple. Good night. Gu Qingyue's entire body was a bit messy. Whispered and turned around to close the door. Seeing Gu Qingyue's lost back, Zhang Yi could not help but feel heartbroken. Oops. Why tease her when her own master is so fragile? Mastermind. What's wrong again? Gu Qingyue beamed and turned around. But she was startled because Zhang Yiqiu had already arrived in front of her. Can I sleep with you tonight? Zhang did not easily laugh and heatedly laughed. Why do you suddenly want to sleep with me? Gu Qingyue asked as her cheeks flushed. Want to talk to you. Zhang did not easily get his head over and whispered in Gu Qingyue's ear. Hearing the words of tigers and wolves uttered by Zhang Yenyuan, Gu Qingyue swallowed a mouthful of water and said, Really? Although she acted shy on the surface, the blaze in her eyes made Zhang not easily look a little flustered. However, thinking of the grow bigger and stronger potion that he had received from the system, his heart quickly regained its calmness. Of course. Okay, master? Zhang did not easily nod his head. Gu Qingyu nodded her head. And then she couldn't wait to pull Zhang Doni into the room, closing the door with a bang. This night, as usual, was nothing special. The only thing that made a bit of a difference was the sound of a wailing cat coming out of the room in the latter part of the night. On the second day, sunlight poured through the window and into the room. On the bed, Zhang Yiqiu and Gu Qingyue both embraced each other. In the middle of the day, Zhang did not easily open his eyes and woke up, looking down at the face of the sleeping Gu Qingyue in his arms, with the remnants of tears still on her cheeks. He couldn't help but let out a light laugh. I have to say that what the system gives is really strong. Ever since he had performed Cloud and Rain with Gu Qingyue, it had been Gu Qingyue who had been frantically asking for it, almost milking him clean. And after he was done, he still looked like he was worried that his body couldn't handle it, really rubbing his dignity as a man on the ground. Now well, after that madness yesterday, Gu Qingyue was tossed around in the back and couldn't take it anymore, crying and constantly shouting that it was okay. When the effects of the medicine passed, Gu Qingyue's entire body was so exhausted that she didn't have the strength to speak, and she fell asleep with her eyes closed. Looking closely at Gu Qingyue's face, She was still able to see a circle of light dark circles under her eyes. Zhang Yi couldn't help but kiss Gu Qingyu's face several times before he reluctantly got out of bed and dressed to leave. Going out. Zhang did not easily stretch. Refreshed. Last night's dual cultivation with Gu Qingyu had successfully broken through to the first level of the heavenly immortal realm. It's not easy, senior brother. At this time, Lu Yanyan's voice came and her figure ran into the courtyard. Elder brother, not easy. I finally found you. Yan Lu gasped and said. What's wrong? What happened? Khan did not easily ask. It's the bet you made with Ling Binger. She has already arrived in the south of the city ready to fulfill it. 2 days have passed and I thought she wanted to disown it. Go and see. Lu Yanyan said excitedly. Forget it. A waste. There's no need. Zhang did not easily wave his hand. He did not care about such matters. Gee. Go see. Go. Lu Yanyan, on the other hand, tugged on Zhang Yanyan's sleeve and said. Zhang did not easily have a way out. So he had to let Lu Yanyan pull him along. In the south of Tianyu City, the streets were already crowded with people. All of them coming to see Ling Binger fulfill her bet. Ling Binger's face was unsightly as she clenched her fists tightly. Her entire body trembling uncontrollably. What are they all looking at? Huh? Isn't that Ling Binger? What's she doing here? Don't you know? She's here to fulfill a promise. What engagement? You know about the Heavens Pride Conference, right? She competed with a major young man from the central continent in a wager. And the loser had to kneel through the entire Heavenly Pride City, learning to bark like a dog while saying that he was a waste. I'll go. So ruthless? That's a lot of damage to the Taoist heart. Isn't that so? The funny thing is that this content was still suggested by Ling Binger. Hiss. Hearing the murmurs of the people around her, Ling Binger only felt incomparably harsh. Biting her lip. Her mind recalled her return to the clan and the scolding she received from the elders. Almost the entire clan was slagging her off. If you don't go and fulfill this bet, don't blame my extreme martial sect for not remembering old friendships and scrapping you as an invalid. Expelled from the extreme martial sect. The words of the Grand Elder still echoed in Ling Binger's ears. Ling Binger's heart is angry and very remorseful. She is fine. Provoke Jiang not easy. And bet against him for what? But there is no medicine for regret. After struggling for a long time, Ling Binger still knelt down after all. She didn't want to become an invalid. Didn't want to be expelled from the extreme martial sect. If she didn't have that, how would she defend herself after relying on her talent to bully so many people? This kneeling immediately caused the crowd to clamor. Ling Binger opened her mouth, trying to make a sound but couldn't get any words out. I. Willing to bet. You won't be unable to play. Right? Not seeing Ling Binger speak for half a day. Someone in the crowd watched the fun and suddenly snapped. The surrounding crowd followed suit. Hearing these voices, Ling Binger only felt her face burning hot. And the feeling of humiliation spread throughout her body and her heart. I am waste. Finally, Ling Binger trembled her lips and made a sound. Woof. Then he learned to bark like a dog. And his whole essence collapsed. Looking extremely wretched, Ling Binger lowered her head, not wanting anyone to see the embarrassment on her face. The only thing that still sustained her was that Kong wasn't easy to come by. He didn't see her in such a bad shape and didn't taunt her more. Just then, a gaze landed on her, causing Ling Binger to involuntarily raise her head in search. When she saw that Jian was not easily in the crowd, he had an indifferent expression on his face, and the corners of his mouth showed a touch of mockery. No words were spoken, but it seemed as if they said a lot. At once, the last straw that crushed her dignity fell. And Ling Binger only felt the sky spinning in front of her before she fainted as her eyes went black. The crowd could not help but let out a sigh of relief at this. A former heavenly pride would actually end up in such a state. Ha! That's swooning? It doesn't work either. Lu Yanyan skimmed her mouth and said, "Let's go." Jiang did not easily retract his gaze and smiled. Lu Yanyan nodded and the two disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 80, Traveling to the Secret Realm of Saints. Chapter 80, Traveling to the Secret Realm of Saints. Room. Gu Qingyue let out a soft hum. Her slender eyelashes trembling slightly. Then opened her eyes. Oh. Gu Qingyue only felt that all the bones in her body were going to break. Her body couldn't move a bit. And she could tell how crazy yesterday really was by twisting her head to look at the messy bed covers. Thinking of Kong Yi's boundless energy yesterday. The blush spread from his neck to his cheeks and then to his earlobes. How is it that in just a few days, the apprentice is so fierce? Gu Qingyue attempted to raise her hand, barely lifting it. Apprentice son is really something too, causing my whole body to be sore. Gu Qingyue skimmed her lips. After a moment's reprieve, Gu Qingyue got up and dressed. Sat down in front of the spirit mirror to freshen up her makeup. Coiled her long black hair and pinned it with the hairpin that Zhang Yiqi had given her. A sideways glance from side to side at herself in the mirror was followed by a satisfied smile. After tidying up, Gu Qingyue went out the door and probed Zhang Yiqi's aura. Finding that he wasn't in the mansion. Where is this going? Gu Qingyue murmured. Habitually coming to the pond in the backyard to look at the fish. Master. Not a moment later, Zhang Dongyu's voice rang out from behind Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue's heart rejoiced as she hurriedly turned around to see Zhang Yi trotting towards her. Not easy. Gu Qingyue revealed a smile. Zhang did not easily run to Gu Qingyue. And without waiting for her to react, he picked her up and spun her around in a circle. Gu Qingyue let out a low cry of shock. What are you doing, wow? Put me down now. Zhang did not easily turn around a few times before putting Gu Qingyue down. His face rubbing against Gu Qingyue's cheeks. It's warm and soft and smells so good. Gu Qingyue couldn't help but shy away once again, reaching out to push away Zhang Dongyi's head. Aya. Stop it. You're so sticky. Gu Qingyue said somewhat helplessly. Zhang is not easy to freeze. And then took a step back. Eyes full of unbelief. Voice with choking. You push me? You say I'm sticky? Ha? I. Gu Qingyue froze when she heard this. Zhang did not easily grunt in dissatisfaction. Master, you actually don't give me a sticker anymore. While saying that, he twisted his body as if he was going to mutate. Gu Qingyue looked at Zhang Yenyuan like this and didn't know what to do all of a sudden. So she had to say, all right. You post it. Hearing Gu Qingyue's consent, Zhang Yi immediately smiled and hugged Gu Qingyue. Then kept sticking it on. And then later on, feeling that this was not too much, he simply kissed Gu Qingyue's face profusely. Childish. Although Gu Qingyue said this on her lips, she loved it in her heart. 2 days passed uneventfully. It was the day to travel to the Sage Secret Realm. Boom! A dull breaking sound came from the sky. And a huge black shadow enveloped the entire Heavenly Sword Sect residence. The crowd below looked upwards, only to see a huge airship hovering in the air. What a big ship! This is the City Lord's airship. I recognize this airship. It's the City Lord's airship. The Zhentian. It's so domineering. I wonder how many spirit stones would be consumed to build such an airship. Don't think about it. It's out of reach for you and me for the rest of our lives anyway. The crowd murmured. At the entrance of the Heavenly Sword Sect's residence, Jiang Yanyu and the others walked out. When Yan Lu saw such a large airship, her entire body stared at it with starry eyes and dull hairs. Wow! So big. This airship is even bigger than our airship. Senior Sister Mu. Yan Lu tugged on the sleeve of Mu Yuyen next to her and said. The shock of the people around her was no less. Mu Yuyen let out a light laugh and touched Lu Yan's head. Zhang did not easily look up at the Jintian ship in the sky and raised his eyebrows slightly. It's really worthy of the city lord. I can't imagine there's such a good thing. Swish. Swish. Two figures descended from the flying boat and landed in front of Jiang Yenyuan and the others. Saluting towards Jiang Yenyuan. Greetings, Lord Young Lord. One of them was none other than Wei Jintian. City Lord Wei. This is. Jiang did not easily nod his head as a return salute. His eyes looking at the white-bearded old man next to Wei Jintian. Asking. When the eye of scrying opened, the white-bearded old man's information surfaced in front of Jiang Ichio. His eyes rested on his cultivation level and froze. It was actually a personal rank half-saint. Oh. Let me introduce you to Lord Young Lord. This is the Pavilion Master of Tianyu City's Tianji Pavilion Sub-Pavilion. Pavilion Master Tai Ran Tai. Wei Jintian hurriedly introduced. So it's Pavilion Master Tai. Long time no see. Jiang did not easily come back to his senses and laughed. The old man is terrified. Tyron said with a wave of his hand. Please also ask Lord Young Lord to move and take the airship to the sage mysterious realm. Wei Jintian respectfully said. Jiang did not easily nod and followed Wei Jintian, leading the crowd onto the airship. Buzz. There was a dull sound coming from the airship as it gradually picked up speed and sailed off into the distance. On the airship, Lu Yanyan looked around on it with a surprised face. Sister Yan. At that moment, a voice rang out. Yan Lu twisted her head to look, only to see Su Xiao wading towards him and trotting towards her. Xiao. Yan Lu ran over happily. Yan. Sis. Junior. The two hugged each other like longtime sisters. During these 2 days, Su Xiao took the initiative to come and play with Yan Lu. At first, Lu Yan was not happy. But she couldn't help that Su Xiao came every day and brought all kinds of delicious food. In the end, under the attack of Su Xiao's sugar-coated cannon, Lu Yan reluctantly agreed to let Su Xiao follow her to mix. Moreover, Lu Yan specifically asked Su Xiao to call her sister Yan. Su Xiao didn't even think about it and quickly agreed. As the youngest disciple inside the pro-transmission, Lu Yan is very eager to have a senior brother or sister. Want to enjoy the pleasure of being a senior sister. But it has not been able to realize. Now, with Su Xiao, her wish has finally come true. And that day, in the courtyard, Lu Yan patted Su Xiao's shoulder in an old-fashioned manner and said, Xiao, I'll cover you from now on. Su Xiao nodded her head violently, her eyes sparkling with stars. Okay day. Sister Yan. Jiang was not easily able to look at the scene in the courtyard where an 18-year-old harmonized Dao Realm first level and 1 meter 6 tall young girl was patting the shoulder of a 22-year-old harmonized Dao Realm 8th level and 1 meter 7 tall young girl. The heart calls out to the inverted Big Dipper. Nowadays, looking at these two people's sympathetic appearance, Jiang was not easy to get used to. Tiny. This boat is huge. Yes. Sister Yan. Let's go over there and hang out. Okay, Sister Yan. The two asked and answered. Lu Yan walked in front. Su Xiao farted and followed behind. The two this appearance. Rather have a big sister and little follower of the sense of vision. If you're on good terms, Who knows that these two have disliked each other as desperately as if they were enemies before. Chapter 81, The Secret World. Chapter 81, The Secret World. The airship flew over a mountain forest. As the airship continued to go deeper, a thick layer of clouds gradually shrouded the sky above the mountains and forests, obscuring the scene below. So much fog. It's hard to see, Lu Yanyan said as she lay on the side of the ship. Su Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Zhang did not easily probe with his divine sense and felt a burst of aura fluctuations coming from below. So he knew that the so-called clouds and mist here were nothing more than a concealment formation set up by the Heavenly Hall of Opportunity to cover up the sage's secret realm. Lord, young lord. We've arrived. Tai Ran walked up to Zhang Yiqiu and saluted. Good. Zhang did not easily nod in response. As the words fell, Tai Ran waved his large hand, and the clouds gradually cleared, revealing a gap. Gentlemen, through the gap is the secret entrance to the sage secret realm. Tai Ran's voice spread throughout the airship. After saying that, Tai Ran flew down. Everyone else who saw this also jumped off the ship and entered the rift. When everyone had entered, the clouds thickened once again, patching up the gap as if nothing had just happened. Beneath the clouds, the crowd surveyed their surroundings before realizing that they had arrived in front of a tall cliff which had an ancient formation carved into its wall. Is this the entrance to the sage secret realm? Jiang did not easily walk forward, reaching out to touch the formation runes on the cliff wall and asked. Yes, young lord. Tai Ran nodded his head at the side. At that time, I will open the formation. While you only need to infuse your aura into the secret tags in your hands, and you will be brought into the secret realm by the formation. The time you are able to stay in the secret realm is only 7 days. And after 7 days, you will be forcibly summoned back here. Zhang Yinyuan and the others nodded their heads in understanding after hearing Tai Ran's explanation. Well then, please take out your secret cards, Tai Ran said. Hearing Tai Ran give the word, the 12 people took out the secret cards Wei Zhentian had given them earlier. Tai Ran stood right in front of the formation. His hands lifted out and aura gathered in his hands, forming a pillar of light that was injected into the formation. Boom! The formation let out a roar, gradually glowing from the center of a striped path outward. Alright. Infuse your auras into the secret cards in your hands, Taran shouted. Hearing this, the crowd hurriedly drove the aura in their bodies to pool in their palms. The secret cards came into contact with the aura and blossomed into a dazzling white aura that enveloped them. It's not easy. Be careful. Gu Qingyue suddenly spoke out at this time. When Jiang did not easily hear this, he twisted his head to look at Gu Qingyue, revealing a smile. Of course. With such a lovely master waiting for me outside, I definitely have to protect myself. Hearing Zhang Yi's flirtatious words, Gu Qingyue's cheeks colored scarlet and she blanked him, snapping. Hate it. There are still so many people here. Crowd. You too. That's enough. Buzz. By the time the white aura disappeared, the figures of Jiang Yinyu and the others had already disappeared in place. Tai Ran withdrew his hand, and the light of the formation faded away. Although she knew that Jiang was not going to be easy, Gu Qingyue still folded her hands and silently prayed for him. After a wave of dizziness disappeared, Jiang did not easily open his eyes and swept around, realizing that Mu Yuyan and the others had disappeared, leaving him alone. This is exactly what Jiang is not easy to get. He could turn the entire sage secret realm upside down with impunity. Rice. It's your turn to perform. Jiang did not easily say that and released the rice grains from the living space. Z. Meg Rain jumped onto Zhang Yiqiu's shoulder and called out, his gaze grim. Me Grain, you're finally willing to let me out. After arriving at Tianyu City, He received it into the living space with Era and never let it out again. And I don't blame Rice for complaining here. Jung did not easily smile and touched Mimi's head, saying, "All right. Don't complain. I'll apologize and give you compensation afterwards. But first, help me find a good place to collect things in this secret realm." Rice called out. "You let that stupid dog out first." Jung did not easily froze. "What's the point of calling Era out?" Rice looked at Jung Ichio. "Don't ask. You hurry up." Jung was not easy to doubt in his heart. But he still released Era from the living space. Ow. After Era came out, as if he had been bored for a long time, he immediately happily bounced around Jung Ichi, his wise gaze filled with light. Rice called out, and Era reflexively stood still. Rice jumped onto Era's back with a squeak, and Era followed with a yelp, running in one direction. Jung did not easily freeze and could not help but hold his forehead. A mouse riding a dog? What an abstraction. However, this was a lot faster. And Jung did not easily jump with a long leap to follow. Z. Ow. A mouse and a dog stopped in front of a wall. "There's no way out?" Kong asked as he didn't easily land next to Rice and Era. Rice pointed up. Jung did not easily look up. A faint layer of clouds shrouded the top. But he was still able to vaguely see that there was a cave. "Is there a treasure in that cave up there?" Jung did not find it easy to ask. Rice nodded vigorously. "Good. Then let's go up." Jung Ichio nodded his head and said. Rice called out. And Era went straight up the wall and climbed. Seeing this scene, Jung could not help but nod his head. Worthy of being a tsunami beast. So strong. Jung did not easily flash his figure. And in the next moment, he arrived at the entrance of the cave. The cave was pitch black. But it didn't prevent Jung from easily seeing the structure inside. The passage through the cave was not very long. And there was a stone door at the end. Jung could not easily walk to the stone door. As if sensing something, a dark red array glow emerged from the stone door. A killing formation? Jung did not easily frown slightly. Rice. Come and see if you can undo this formation. In the end, it was a formation set up by a saint, the power of which was unknown. And Jang was not too keen on using brute force to break it open as a last resort. Then, Mimi didn't respond to him. Jung did not easily twist his head to see Rice continuously groping in the passageway behind him on one side. What are you doing? Kong asked not easily. However, the next second, the Rice seems to have touched some mechanism. Only to hear a click. Jung not easy to feel the force under the feet empty. Looking down, I wondered when the floor disappeared beneath my feet. Oh. You well. Jung is not easy to laugh. The body fell down. Ta. Steady on the ground. Rice and Era jumped down as well. Not waiting for Jung not easy to say anything. A section in front of him emitted light, showing a narrow passageway. Yo-ho. Not bad, our Rice Grain. Jung did not easily light up and patted Rice Grain's head, saying, intuition told him that something good awaited him at the end of the passage. Rice stood tall and proud and squeaked. Of course. You don't know who this rat is? Let's go. Jung did not easily probe with his divine sense and realized that there was no danger in the inner passage. Saying, a man, a dog, and a rat just entered the passage. After walking for an unknown period of time, a bright color different from the surrounding light appeared in front of the passage. Almost there. Jung did not easily light up and quickly walked forward. Stepping out of the passageway, a wave of extreme heat hit his face. Jung did not easily rush to release his aura to protect himself. And as he fixed his eyes on it, There was no small shock in his heart. In front of them was an empty magma land. With magma everywhere, emitting high temperatures that caused the air to distort. And at the end of the magma land stood a high platform, with hundreds of steps going up step by step. Not knowing where it led to or what was on it, Rice called out. As John was not easy to hear, he returned to his senses, his gaze falling on the high stage, his eyes flashing with blazing heat. What's sitting on the high table? Even the grains of rice can't help but praise it? Chapter 82, Firing. Chapter 82, Firing the Gun. John did not easily take a step forward before immediately retracting his foot, his brow slightly furrowed. I didn't expect that using aura to protect my body actually couldn't block this burning sensation. Just as soon as his feet touched the magma land, a sharp tingling sensation immediately came. John did not easily ask himself if any of the Immortal Realm's tactics were hardly effective in front of him nowadays, but couldn't pinpoint this saint's moves. After all, he didn't have a holy breath. Jiang was not easily prepared to fly over. But he realized that there was a taboo here that actually forcefully suppressed his ability to fly. It was then that Jiang Yinyu's face revealed a rare gravity. It was unthinkable that the mere act of traveling to the high platform was a problem. Jiang did not easily gaze at Rice and Era next to him. Feeling Jiang Dongyao's gaze, Era understood what Jiang Dongyao meant. Rice shook her head frantically, like a rattle, indicating that she couldn't. Era glanced at Jiang Ichio, then glanced at the magma road in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Jiang Ichio. Seeing that the latter's eyes were filled with a forcefulness that could not be dismissed, so he could only close his eyes and stretched out his front paws to touch the magma land. Ow! Era's eyes widened and he immediately retracted his foot, and the whole dog flopped and rolled on the ground, letting out a wail. Even the grains of rice were flung away. Seeing this, Jiang Ichio was a bit out of ideas for a moment. Era wailed for a while and suddenly stopped struggling. Jiang did not easily look at Era in confusion. Era looked towards Jiang Yenyuan, his eyes blinking, then stood up and attempted to take another step, immediately retracting it. Only this time Era didn't react as much as she did the first time. Era froze in place, then spat out her tongue, full of excitement, and jumped and bounced on the lava land. Khan did not easily freeze. Not hot? Khan did not easily ask. Era nodded her head and even rolled on the magma land, her fur touching the magma without even a trace of burning, let alone baking. You silly dog. Together the first time you were scared by yourself. John wasn't easy to talk to and was a bit speechless. But then that would be good. He could have Era carry him over. Era. Transform. John did not easily look at Era and said. Upon hearing Jiang Ichio's words, Era raised his voice to the sky, his voice echoing throughout space. Immediately after, Era's body changed, expanding in size, with clearer lines on his body, and his wise gaze became sharp. Jiang did not find it easy to look at the 10-meter-tall handsome wolf in front of him. How could he not match it with the Era in his mind? So, this is the real tsunami beast. Jiang did not easily retrieve his thoughts and jumped onto Era's back. Rice also climbed up from Era's tail and jumped onto Kang's shoulder. Let's go. Era. Target. The high platform. Jiang Ichio pointed at the high platform and said. Era answered and ran wildly towards the high platform. In just a few breaths, Era traversed the entire magma land. And in a few more arrow steps, stepped onto the steps and came to a stop on the high platform's dais. In the center of the high platform stood a sword platform, on which a sword was inserted, revealing only the pitch-black hilt. Jiang did not easily jump off Era's back, and Era also turned into a dull and stupid appearance, bumbling behind Jiang. Arriving in front of the sword platform, Jiang was not easily able to turn on the eye of scrying to probe the information of this flying sword. Name, Yen Yuan Sword. Grade, Holy. Obtained by defeating the sword spirit of the Inferno Source Sword. Jiang's eyes rubbed brightly when he didn't easily see the information about the Inferno Source Sword. The Holy Soldier. Good guy. Actually let him find the Holy Soldier. He remembered that in his previous life, those who had participated in the Saint's secret realm, the best they brought out was only an extremely tattered sacred armament. And this Yen Yuan sword in front of Jiang Yen Yuan was a true and genuine Saint soldier. Although Jiang did not easily have several instinctive flying swords at the moment, none of them had been forged yet. And they were only of immortal grade. If he took this Saint soldier, wouldn't he be able to greatly increase his combat power? Half saint or whatever. It's still a matter of a sword? If one sword doesn't work, then two. If two doesn't work, then three. He just didn't believe that a half-saint's flesh could still not stand up to a saint soldier's attack. Defeat the sword spirit. Right? Jiang was not easily able to look at the Yen Yuan sword with a burning gaze, and reached out to grip the hilt. Boom! Just at the moment when Jiang Dongyao's hand was about to touch the hilt of the sword, a fiery force erupted from the Yen Yuan sword, and Jiang Dongyao hurriedly reached out in front of his body, unable to stop himself from taking a few steps back. Who are you and others? How dare you disturb my father's rest? An illusory red figure floated above the flying sword, its eyes staring at Jiang Yen Yuan as if it were looking at a mole cricket. Oh! It's only the first level of the heavenly immortal realm. Actually able to walk through the Yen Yen sword domain I set up. The sword spirit revealed a look of surprise after probing out Jiang Yenyu's cultivation level. But it quickly recovered. It seems that there is still a bit of strength. However, wanting to contract with me, just like you, it's not enough. The sword spirit's complexion was filled with pride, and its tone was arrogant. Of course, if you kneel down and kowtow and beg me, it's not actually true that I won't agree. Hearing the sword spirit's words, Jiang did not easily let out a cold laugh. You're afraid you're overthinking it. Who wants to make a contract with you? The Inferno Source sword spirit froze. Lao Zi. I want to beat you until you give me a song of conquest. Jiang Ichio drank a sword spirit, and a sword spirit of a holy weapon at that. It didn't matter if he was a bit arrogant. After all, he could beat him into submission. But being so proud, he couldn't endure it. And it was hard to resolve his heart's hatred without erasing this sword spirit from the sword. Just you. The sword spirit heard Jiang not easy to say and just took it as him bragging. Only, in the next moment, the ridicule on the sword spirit's face disappeared, and his eyes widened in disbelief. It was not easy to see that Jiang was holding the world glaze in his hand, and black lightning flashed around the world glaze from time to time, emitting an aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth. Laugh. Keep laughing. Why don't you laugh anymore? Is it that you don't like to laugh? Jiang did not easily reveal a sinister smile, which landed in the eyes of the sword spirit and sent a chill down his spine. No. Not. Big brother. Let's have a good conversation. The sword spirit swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said. Fear flowed from the depths of his eyes. His intuition had always been spot on, and what Jiang was not easily able to hold in his hands was able to easily wear him down. Old me has nothing to say to you. Fire! Jiang Yiqiu shouted as his aura was injected into the world glaze. And in an instant, a black thunderbolt tore through the void and rushed straight towards the sword spirit. Seeing this, the sword spirit hurriedly fled. It was just that the black lightning looked like it had grown eyes, following closely behind the sword spirit and getting closer and closer. He ran. It chased him. And he couldn't get away. Big brother. I was wrong. Spare me. I'll contract with you. The sword spirit cried out as it looked towards John Ichio. Its voice trembling. He was truly afraid. He only hoped that John was not easy to stop. I'm sorry. Once it's released, it can't be retrieved. John Ichio said with a pale expression. This sentence directly dashed the last glimmer of hope in the sword spirit's heart. Boom! Black thunderbolts bombarded the sword spirit, accompanied by a miserable scream. Perhaps a generation of strong men who had once turned the tide in the Tianqian continent had fallen. Chapter 83, Explosions. Chapter 83, Explosion. The black thunderbolt then dimmed. Accompanied by its disappearance was the figure of the sword spirit. Zhang did not easily look down and play with the world glaze in his hand. Tu Taing. Although he had previously examined the power of the world glaze. But in the end, it was not a real battle. And now that he had used it, the power of the black heavenly thunder had once again refreshed his knowledge. Not only is it strong and powerful when it meets strength, but it can also be tracked. So unless there's some special means, it's simply insurmountable, alright. With this, he could now be said to be able to walk horizontally in the Tianqian continent. There were 100 black heavenly thunderbolts. And now that he had already used 2 of them, there were still 98 left. Which was more than enough. Thinking about this, Zhang Yixian couldn't help but grin. Exhale and soothe. Zhang did not easily take the world glaze back into space and came to the sword platform, reaching out to grip the hilt of the Yin Yuan sword. Because of the absence of the sword spirit, Zhang was not easily able to pull out the Yin Yuan sword with just a little force. Without the existence of the sword spirit, the Yin Yuan sword has less spirituality, but its own sword body. The degree of its revealed sharpness is still far more than those immortal flying swords. However, Zhang is not easy or some chagrin up. Just should still want to start a little lighter. Stay that sword spirit alive. Without the sword spirit of the holy weapon, its power is still worse meaning. However, where could he go to reattach a sword spirit to the Yin Yuan sword? While Jiang wasn't easy to contemplate, Overcloud's voice sounded in Zhang's mind. Master, can you give me this flying sword to refine? Upon hearing the words of Overcloud, Zhang couldn't easily stop himself from staring. And then he opened his mouth to ask. Your grade is only immortal. And you can still refine saint soldiers? Yes. In fact, there is one thing I have never told you. I was previously an Imperial Flying Sword. After a few moments of silence, Overcloud's voice resounded once again. Overcloud's words caused Kong to not easily freeze again. Zhang did not easily guess that Overcloud was not simple. But he did not expect it to actually be so uncomplicated. Overcloud's previous grade was actually an Imperial grade. This was something that she had never opened her mouth to mention to him in his last life. Until the Overcloud sword broke and snapped. Just what kind of thing had caused an Emperor-grade flying sword to be reduced to a broken Immortal-grade flying sword? It was unbelievable. As if guessing Zhang's thoughts that were not easy to come by, Overcloud spoke. Master, the time is not yet ripe. There are some things I'm not sure about and I can't tell you for the time being. I'm sorry. But there is one thing I can guarantee. And that is that after I refine this saint soldier, my rank will be raised to saint grade accordingly. After listening to Overcloud's words, Zhang Yinyuan also dismissed the idea of questioning Overcloud. Since he didn't want to talk about it, he was not in a position to ask more questions. Alright. Then you can take this flying sword and refine it. Zhang did not easily nod his head in agreement. Many thanks, Master. Having received Zhang Yinyuan's promise, Overcloud rejoiced. Buzz. In the next moment, the Yin Yuan sword in Zhang Yinyuan's hand disappeared. It was said that weapons upgraded to Saint grade would awaken special abilities. And it was unknown what kind of abilities the Overcloud, which had once been an Emperor's weapon, would have after its grade reached Saint grade. Really looking forward to it. Jiang did not easily come back to his senses. And after strolling around the high platform and not finding anything more, he let Era change form again and rode away. Retracing his steps back to the cave's exit, Jiang did not easily look over his shoulder at the rice grain and said, "Rice grain. Next place." Rice called out, directing Era to set off in a certain direction. It was getting dark. After a day of searching, Jiang was not easily able to scavenge quite a few things, among which the more eye-catching ones were 5 immortal soldiers, more than 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, and some herbs, a cave, a fire shadowed, a man, a dog, and a mouse sit around a campfire. Rice grain. Are you good at this? Except for the first time you found a holy soldier. What are the rest? Jiang did not easily fiddle with the fire and looked at Miguel and said. Era also looked at Miji and barked, echoing what Jiang Ichi had said. Hearing this, Rice bounced a little and squeaked. Master, how can you question me? Would you rather question that I can't, than believe that it's this secret realm that can't? Sad. When Jiang did not easily hear Mimi's words, he rubbed his nose as if it was true. After all, Mimi's title of treasure hunter mouse was no joke. Era then looked at Jiang Ichio and was about to bark in agreement with Rice, but was confused when Jiang Ichio slapped him on the head. Don't scream. Wallflower are you? Jiang did not easily laugh and scolded. Era's whole dog was lying on the ground, listless. You can't even be a wallflower. There's no justice. There was no talk all night. The next day, Jiang did not easily take Rice and Era with him to continue scavenging for treasures in the Sage secret realm. After storing the 13th immortal soldier of the day into his space, Jiang was not easily able to skim his lips, all a bit unwilling to look for it. To be all immortal soldiers? Words. He might as well go out earlier and stick it to Gu Chengyu. After all, he really didn't lack such things as immortal soldiers. Not only did he not lack them, but the grades were all quite a bit higher than ordinary immortal soldiers. Rice grain. Is this Sage secret realm really so poor? Jiang Yenyuan said somewhat helplessly. The rice grain was a bit sweaty. It didn't expect this either. It really disgraced the Sage mystic realm. Boom! Just then, there was an explosion in the distance. Jiang did not easily look in the direction of the explosion and wondered what had happened. Z. Swish. Rice's eyes glowed and he whooshed in the direction of the explosion. When Jiang did not easily see this, his heart rejoiced that there was a situation. Then he hurriedly brought Era to follow Miguel's lead. Ahem. I'll go. How shady. There's actually a formation? Almost. Su Xiaoxiao climbed up from the ground, waved her hand and swept away the smoke and dust in front of her, her mouth unable to stop complaining. However, when she looked up ahead, her entire body was petrified in place. Planted. In. This. Up. The voice is getting smaller and smaller. Ah, Lu. Not buddy. This is appropriate. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the hundreds of formations of various colors that had somehow flickered on the stone path in front of her, her eyes revealing unbelief and a deep sense of powerlessness. Just now, she found this path and was about to walk in. But she didn't want to. Her foot just landed on the first stone tile of the stone path and triggered the formation. Luckily, this formation wasn't too strong. She reacted quickly and released her aura to protect her body, so that she was saved from serious injury. However, Su Xiaoxiao's divine sense probed over and found that the further inside, the stronger the aura emanating from the formation became, making her unable to stop feeling creeped out. With so many formations laid out, there must be so many good things inside. She wasn't willing to leave just like that. But what could she do if she didn't leave? Although she had studied formations, it wasn't very deep. She couldn't solve it alone. She needed the cooperation of more than one person to do so. And if she didn't get it right, her life might be lost. Su Xiaoxiao stood in place, her hands clenched into fists, hesitating. Right at this moment, two figures appeared behind Su Xiaoxiao. Turning his head to look, it was actually Mu Yuyan and Wu Daohei. Why are you two here? Su Xiaoxiao, in a flash, asked. Did you cause the explosion just now? Mu Yuyan asked, not expecting to meet Su Xiaoxiao here. Yeah. Accidentally touched the formation. Su Xiaoxiao nodded helplessly. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuyan and Wu Daohei's gazes crossed over Su Xiaoxiao to look at the stone path behind her. And when they saw the densely packed formations, both of them sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss. Good Lord! So many formations. And the grades of these formations don't seem to be low. Mu Yuyan and Wu Daohei glanced at each other, somewhat moved. But they didn't dare to act. These formations were all killing formations. And if one messed up, they would all have to be blown up by the killing formations to the point where there was not even a crumb left. With so many formations laid out here, there must be something good inside. And it's even likely that that saint's bones are inside. Su Xiaoxiao walked up to the two and said, I know a little bit about formations. Why don't the three of us work together? Unravel these formations and we'll equally share what's inside. Su Xiaoxiao proposed. Chapter 84, Jiang Not Easy to Arrive. Cracking the Formation. Chapter 84, Jiang Yushi's Arrival. Cracking the Formation. Hearing Su Xiaoxiao's proposal, Mu Yuyan and Wu Daohei both had their hearts moved. If the saint's corpse was really stored inside, then most of the artifacts from his body must be inside as well. The quality would definitely not be too low. And it might not be possible to produce one or two holy items. Moreover, as the new generation of Heavenly Sword Sect's pride, they were also much involved in formations. Now that Su Xiaoxiao also knew about formations, if the three of them cracked it together, perhaps the probability and speed of success would be increased quite a bit. However, this was, after all, a formation laid down by a saint. Yet they weren't sure if something would go wrong in the middle. And they weren't sure if they would be able to unravel the formation in the remaining 5 days. Therefore, Mu Yuyan and Wu Daoxian both hesitated. When Su Xiaoxiao saw the two of them in this state, the enthusiasm in her heart faded and she regained some sanity. There was inexplicably some fear in his heart. Gosh! What was she thinking just now? She wasn't a professional formation master. She actually wanted to use that little bit of three-legged kung fu to unravel the formation laid down by the saint. Crazy! For a moment, the air was eerily quiet. At that moment, a black shadow flashed through the center of the three. The three of them froze, their gazes looking towards the stone path, only to see a chubby mouse standing at the entrance of the stone path, looking at the formation in front of them. Rice grains? Mu Yuyan and Wu Daoxian exited in unison. Since the rice grains were here, then Jiang Yushi must be nearby. As expected, it didn't take long for the figures of a man and a dog to emerge from the forest in the back. Senior brother Jiang. Mu Yuyan and Wu Daohei immediately walked forward happily when they saw Jiang Yanyu. Senior brother Wu. Senior sister Mu. Jiang did not easily respond with a smile, not expecting to actually meet them here. Senior brother Jiang. Are you all right? Mu Yuyan asked with concern. Don't worry. Senior Sister Mu. Aren't you clear about what strength I have? Jiang did not easily laugh. Mu Yuyan couldn't help but be dumbfounded when she heard this. Yes. Jiang was not easily able to step into the immortal realm, and was stronger than both her and Wu Daohei. So there was no need for her to be concerned. I can't help it. I always can't help but be habitually concerned about my younger siblings. By the way, Senior Brother Jiang, I wonder if you have any research on formations? Wu Daohei opened his mouth and asked. Formations? Jiang did not easily listen to the words. His eyes lit up as he looked ahead and saw the hundreds of formations covering the stone path. Nice guy. So many killing formations. There's some good stuff in there. I can't guarantee that the saints' bones are in there. I don't quite understand. Jiang did not easily retract his gaze to look at Wu Daohei. In that case. Wu Daohei nodded. It is also true that although Jiang's cultivation is high, but in the end, he is not specializing in formations. So it is normal that he does not understand it. In that case, it is better to give up. After all, the treasure is more than enough. But you have to have a life to take it. However, Jiang Yinyu's next words lifted the spirits of all three people present. Although I don't understand it, but Miran understands it. Kong did not easily point to rice, and said, Rice grain? The three of them looked at the rice grains, all of them showing puzzled expressions. A spiritually intelligent mouse is just a mouse that can understand formations? Su Xiaoxiao frowned. Mu Yuyan looked as if she had guessed something and looked fiercely at Jiang Yenyuan. Her lips trembling. Can do formations? The rice grain shouldn't be a treasure hunting mouse, right? On the side, Wu Daohei was also shocked, not realizing that the rice grain was actually a treasure-seeking mouse. Earlier they asked Lu Yanyan. Lu Yanyan only said it was a spiritually intelligent mouse. At that time they did not think much about it. Just as Jiang not easy to look at the cute and adopted. Unexpectedly, the rice grains were actually treasure-seeking rats. This kind of ancient divine beast was extremely rare. It's unattainable. Jiang did not easily acknowledge it with a nod of his head. Although the treasure-hunting mouse knows formations. But these formations are after all set up by saints. Mu Yuyan hesitated for a moment, but still voiced a reminder. Don't worry, Senior Sister Mu. There's no formation in this world that can't be broken by a grain of rice. Jiang Yenyuan cast Mu Yuyan a reassuring look and said. After the bloodline of the rice grain was purified, the concentration of the bloodline was already infinitely close to that of the originator. And it had already inherited all the techniques of cracking formations from all the generations of the treasure-hunting mouse clan. The formations set up by the saints were not much of a challenge for Miguel. Mi Gran twisted her head to look at the Mu Yuyan trio, showing her teeth and giving a thumbs up, with a look of having everything under control. With that, Rice entered the stone path and came to the second formation. Without waiting for the crowd to react, the second formation was unraveled and disappeared into particles of light. This is so fast, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Mu Yuyan and Wu Daoxian were both very shocked as well. Although the few formations in front of the stone path were of a lower grade, and they were able to unravel them, they definitely wouldn't be as fast and easy as the rice grains. During the period when the crowd was in a daze, Rice unraveled 3 more formations. Let's go and follow the rice grains, Jiang Ichio said, leading Era to step onto the stone path. Mu Yuyan and Wu Daohei saw this and hurriedly followed. Su Xiaoxiao stood still, looking at the trio's backs, not knowing whether to follow them or not. What are you standing still for? Hurry up and follow. Jiang did not easily notice that Su Xiaoxiao did not follow up and said with a twist of his head. Is it really okay? Su Xiaoxiao inquired cautiously. After all, she wasn't from the Heavenly Sword Sect. And moreover, she had gotten into some trouble with Mu Yuyan and Wu Daohei before. Your senior sister lose friend. Why can't you? Moreover, without the explosive commotion you made, I wouldn't have been able to find this place. Hurry up. The treasure's inside. There's a share for you. Jiang Ichio said. Mu Yuyan and Wu Daohei also nodded. In the eyes of the two of them, Su Xiaoxiao was nothing more than a girl with a big playful heart. Thank you. Hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao's heart leapt with joy and hurriedly followed behind the trio. The procession moves on. It wasn't long before the rice grains led Jiang Yanyuan's few people to the last formation. Chapter 85, Skeleton Man. Chapter 85, Skeleton Man. Rice jumped on top of the formation, turning the runes on it. Behind them, the three of them, Mu Yuyan, watched Mini's maneuvering with a nervous expression. This was the last formation. And even though it hadn't been violated, the extraordinary nature of this formation could be felt from the complex patterns on the formation and the deathly aura that was vaguely revealed alone. Ta-da! When the rice grains turned one of the runes to a specific location, the formation let out a slight sound, and the lines on it disintegrated one by one, turning into bits of starlight and disappearing. It worked! The three of them couldn't help but shout in excitement at the sight. I really didn't expect that it had only been a matter of time before all the hundreds of formations on the stone road had been cracked. What a treasure-hunting mouse! All three of them looked at Rice with admiration. Rice jumped onto Kang's shoulder. Smugly. Jiang did not easily laugh lightly and patted Mini's little head, saying, "Good job, Mini." Receiving Jiang Yi's praise, the rice grains became even more pleased, touching their noses and squeaking a few times. I'm sure you are. At the end of the stone path was a huge stone door. Jiang did not easily take a few steps forward and looked up at the tall stone door in front of him. It had to be as tall as 10 feet. I think the saint's bones should be inside, Mu Yuyan said as she walked over to Jiang Ichio. Jiang did not easily nod, placed his hands on the stone door and pushed. Boom! The stone door made a heavy sound and was slowly opened by Jiang Yushi. Behind the stone door, a burst of light revealed itself. Jiang Yenyuan several people walked into the stone door. And when they adjusted to the light and looked at the scene in front of them, all of them froze, only to see that before him was a huge hall room, around which were piles of uncountable top-grade spirit stones. And on one side of the wall were placed dozens of boxes, each of which had protective formations engraved on them. However, these formations were like papier-mâché in front of the rice grains, and were quickly cracked by the rice grains. Su Xiaoxiao came to a wooden box and opened it. In an instant, the rich scent of spirit herbs filled the air, making one only feel refreshed. My goodness! There are 5 sacred grasses packed here. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim in shock as she looked at the herbs contained in the wooden box that she had opened. The crowd was shocked to hear this. Sacred grass. That was the key spirit herb for refining the sacred pill. By taking the sage entry pill, the success rate of breaking through the sage realm could be increased by 20%. Don't underestimate this 20%. The world says that false saints are no better than saints. But most of them, stuck at the peak of the half-saint realm for the rest of their lives, don't even have the chance to be struck by a thunderbolt. However, the sacred grass is too rare. And every time it appears, it will cause all the forces to fight for it. And it can even be auctioned off at a price of millions of top-grade spirit stones at the auction. And now, 5 sacred grasses actually appeared in front of them. How could they not be surprised? Mu Yuyan reacted and hurriedly opened the wooden box in front of herself while letting out a gasp of surprise. I have 10 sacred healing pills here. Hearing Mu Yuyan's words, the crowd was once again startled. Holy healing elixir. Wu Daohei also hurriedly opened his own box and also discovered 10 sacred luck spirit pills placed in the wooden box. The three of them, Mu Yuyan, hurriedly opened the rest of the wooden boxes. And all of them found quite a few rare spirit herbs and elixirs in the boxes. And each of them was incomparably excited. Jiang did not easily look at the three people, but walked up the front steps to the dais in the center of the temple room. In the center of the dais, sitting demurely on a plate, was a skeleton in fancy dress. The skeleton's bones were glowing with dots of flowing light, revealing an unearthly aura. If his guess was good, this corpse should be the owner of this secret realm. Khan could not easily approach and realized that a sword was placed in front of the corpse's body. Jiang did not easily take a look with his probing eye, and his eyes lit up. It was actually a holy weapon. However, for some reason, the aura of the sword spirit was not felt on this holy soldier. After Jiang did not easily contemplate for a few moments to no avail, he simply gave up thinking and raised his hand to slowly reach out to the holy soldier. Just as his hand was about to touch the sacred soldier, the skeleton suddenly moved. Grabbing the saint soldier towards Jiang Ichio was to swing out a sword. Jiang was not easy to prepare for. His body flickered and dodged the skeleton's attack. Boom! The sword chi landed on one of the large pillars in the hall room, shattering it and causing the entire hall to shake violently. What's going on here? Mu Yuyan shouted as she looked toward the shattered pillar that was smoking thickly. The three of them looked at each other, and after storing the wooden crates in their space, they jumped onto the high platform. And soon they all froze, only to see a skeleton man standing slowly with a sword opposite Jiang Ichio, pointing his sword at the crowd. This is... Su Xiaoxiao spoke. This is the corpse of a saint, who, for some reason, was suddenly able to act. Jiang was not easy to answer. The three of them, Mu Yuyan, all swallowed a mouthful of saliva when they heard Jiang Dongyao's words. What they were facing at the moment was a previous saint powerhouse. Although he had died for an unknown period of time and his strength had been cut down, he was at least a ruthless person who had passed through the saint tribulation. And his physical strength was unknown to which extent. And no matter what, it was not something that a few of them at the realm of Dao transformation could cope with. Senior brother Jiang, why don't we run? Wu Daohei's face was gloomy as he said in a deep voice. Flee? Jiang did not easily raise his eyebrows and laughed. Why should I run away? A saint's bone delivered to the door. Don't take it for nothing. When the three of them, Mu Yuyan, heard Jiang Dongyao's statement, they all thought that he was crazy. The immortal realm still wanted to fight against the sacred realm, didn't they? Senior brother Wu, you guys retreat. Just leave this place to me, Jiang Yinyu said, his tone still revealing excitement. Mu Yuyan was still about to say something when the three of them felt a gust of wind. And with a flash of light before their eyes, the three of them arrived at the corner of the great hall that was far away from the high platform. At this point in time, the three of them had no choice but to pray that Jiang was not going to be easy and could have a way to defeat the skeleton man. Griffins, die! The skeleton man's empty eye sockets flickered with golden light as he opened his mouth and swung out his sword chi once again. This sword chi was even more bitter and swift than the last one. Jiang Ichio's figure disappeared once again and appeared behind the skeleton man. I guessed correctly. In fact, you are not the saint himself, but the sword spirit attached to the saint's corpse. Wanting to use it to get a new life, right? Jiang did not easily say. It's just that this process takes a long time. And you haven't mastered this body yet. Oh? You actually saw it. Not simple. The skeleton man turned to look at Jiang Ichio, letting out a hint of surprise, but quickly regained his composure. But so what? You're only at the first level of the heavenly immortal realm. Killing you is as easy as a slap in the face. Is that so? Jiang Yi's voice was low and he shouted angrily. Moon Yi. Out. As the words came together, the Moon Yi sword broke through the air behind the skeleton man, slashing straight at the skeleton man's body. The skeleton man stumbled, but quickly reacted with a backhanded swing that sent the Moon Yi sword flying. Jiang was not easily able to maneuver the Moon Yi sword back to his side, and was a little surprised in his heart. This flying sword of yours is not ordinary. But unfortunately, it's only an immortal product. I'm already a saintly bone. Only flying swords of saintly quality can do me any harm. The skeleton man let out an eerie laughter. So stay and be buried with us. The skeleton man shouted. And several sword shadows emerged behind him. Swish, swish, swish. As the skeleton man's hand moved, the sword shadow stabbed straight towards Jiang Yichi. The speed is so fast that it's hard to defend yourself. Boom, boom, boom. A sword shadow bombarded with a deafening sound, and the entire ground shook crazily. It's over, Skeletor said as he regained his footing and looked at the smoke in front of him. However, the next moment, the skeleton man made a surprised sound. Ha! It's gone? Can't be. Chapter 86, Why do you have 5 holy weapons? Chapter 86, How come you have 5 holy weapons? The smoke and dust disappeared. Only on the ground, apart from the broken cracks, there was no sign of Jiang Yushi's figure. Buzz. On the left side of the skeleton man, Jiang Yushi's figure once again appeared. This instantaneous transfer of yours? It's very odd, the skeleton man said. With Jiang's strength, it was impossible to dodge his attack. Jiang did not easily let out a breath. Fortunately, he had the instantaneous transmission talisman given by the system on him, and was able to trigger it faster than the danger when he encountered it. Jiang did not easily look at the skeleton with a gloomy expression. Unexpectedly, although it had not yet been fully attached, the strength it exerted was still not to be underestimated. It looks like the only way to do it is to use Black Sky Thunder. Jiang did not easily think. Took out the world glaze from the space and injected aura towards it. In the next moment, lightning flashed around the world glaze, and a black heavenly thunderbolt was released, blasting straight towards the skeletal man. In the face of the black heavenly thunder that emanated a terrifying aura, the skeleton man did not reveal a look of panic. Instead, he was astonished. Boom! The heavenly thunder attacked on the skeleton man, and black light filled the entire hall, emitting a strong energy that impacted the surroundings, causing the hall to vibrate crazily. What is this so terrifying? Mu Yuyan and the others exclaimed as they felt this aura that seemed to be capable of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. After a long time, the lightning disappeared. The skeleton man's entire body was bombarded by heavenly thunder on the wall of the Great Hall, smashing out a deep pit and not moving a muscle. Dead? Seeing this, the three of them, Mu Yuyan, couldn't help but voice their doubts. On the other hand, Zhang Dongyao's face showed some gravity. Click here. The skeleton man's knuckles slowly moved, and a golden light radiated around him. I didn't expect it. But you were actually able to collect heavenly thunder and release it as an attack. The skeleton man opened his mouth, pulling his body out of the crack and jumping back onto the high platform, looking at Jiang Yenyuan with a probing expression. I'm really curious how you did it. Jiang did not easily frown. What's going on? Aren't you strong when you're strong? Why isn't it working now? As if he could see the doubts in Jiang Yenyu's heart, the skeleton man snorted and spoke. How is it? Isn't it confusing why I was able to survive under the black heavenly thunder? Jiang did not speak easily, just staring at him. There's no harm in telling you. The skeleton man raised his hand, taking the flying sword that had fallen aside into his hand. If it's the half-saint realm, I'm afraid that without any surprises, you'll die in the heavenly thunder. But it's a pity that I'm a saint, not a half-saint. Your heavenly thunder is in the end only the heavenly thunder of the immortal tribulation. Saints are more or less blessed by the heavenly Tao consciousness ever since they've crossed the sacred tribulation. Moreover, the bones and souls that have been tempered by the sacred tribulation, how can it be that the immortal tribulation is able to shake them? The skeleton man spoke slowly, his empty eyes looking at Jiang Yanyu. It seems you have quite a lot of goodies on you, which makes it all the more important that you don't leave. After saying that, the skeleton man's figure disappeared. And without waiting for Zhang Dongyao to react, the next moment he appeared in front of Zhang Dongyao, lifting his sword to cut him down. Madaka! At that moment, a sword shadow swept out from the void and collided with the saint soldier in the skeleton man's hand, sending the skeleton man flying. The skeleton man stabilized his stance, the skeletal hand holding the flying sword trembling uncontrollably. Filled with astonishment, Zhang was not easily able to look at the Overcloud sword hovering in front of him and could not help but reveal a smile. Overcloud! You finally finished refining. Sorry, master. I'm late. The Overcloud sword let out a crisp sword chirp as her voice rang out in Zhang Yichou's mind. Saint soldier! You actually have a saint soldier as well. The skeleton man screamed as he felt the aura coming from the flying sword. Although it was the same saint soldier, the skeleton man sensed an aura on Overcloud that was different from being like a saint soldier. Very tricky. Zhang did not easily look at the skeleton man and laughed. You just said that only a saint soldier can do damage to you, right? Now that I have a saint soldier, how should your excellency respond? Kill. Zhang did not easily let out a low gulp, his sword finger pointing at the skeleton man. Receiving Jiang Yanyu's command, the Overcloud sword flew towards the skeleton man at great speed. The skeleton was greatly alarmed and hurriedly swung his sword to block. Only slowly, it gained momentum to fall into a downward spiral. Jiang Yichou, on the other hand, closed his eyes on the sidelines. Clanking. Skeleton man and Overcloud sword exchanged a few blows and retreated step by step. In his heart, he secretly said that it was not good. If he continued, he would inevitably be killed by Overcloud sword seizing the opportunity to kill him with a single blow. No! We must find the break. As the skeleton man thought, his gaze fell on Zhang Yenyuan and the three of them in the corner. Mu Yuyen. And an idea popped up in his heart all of a sudden. Madaka! The skeleton man exerted his force, and after knocking the Overcloud sword away, he manifested countless sword shadows that flew out towards Zhang Yenyuan and the three of them. Mu Yuyen. Seeing this, Mu Yuyen's three wanted to run, but they were locked by the skeleton man's aura, making it impossible for them to move the slightest bit. They could only watch as the flying swords approached. The Overcloud sword lurched, but immediately afterward, as if it had received some kind of instruction, it quickly flew towards the Mu Yuyen trio, intercepting all the sword shadows attacking the Mu Yuyen trio. The skeleton man Jiajia laughed. Regardless of whether it caused casualties or not, the plan to detach the Overcloud sword had been achieved. Thinking, he darted away without looking back. The sword shadows on the other side were about to touch Jiang Yanyu, when suddenly, four sword shadows flew out of Jiang Yanyu's body in unison, intercepting all those sword shadows. The four flying swords then flew towards the skeleton man. Feeling the four powerful auras coming from behind him, the skeleton man's heart was flustered and he violently twisted his head to look. Holy! For holy flying swords! Clank! 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 The skeleton man swung his sword in a panic, blocking the four flying swords' attacks in turn. What the hell are you? The skeleton man lost his voice. looking at Zhang Yenyuan with unbelief in his eyes. How many people could there be in Tianxian continent who took out 5 Saint-grade flying swords at once? How many people are there? When did the holy flying sword become a crappy existence? Me? The one who killed you. Zhang Yenyuan laughed coldly, his sword finger pointing towards the skeletal man as he slowly opened his mouth. Give it to me. Kill. Chapter 87, Explosion of the Secret Realm. Chapter 87, Explosion of the Secret Realm. Upon hearing Jiang Yi not easily giving the command, Yu Yi and the other flying swords flew towards the skeleton man one after another. The skeleton man could only respond to the battle in haste. But it was just hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. Not to mention facing 5 holy flying swords. Overcloud's figure emerged. She looked at the skeleton man with a cold expression, raised her hand, and said in a low voice, 10,000 Sword Slayer. The skeleton man resisted the attacks of Yu Yi's 4 flying swords. And when he heard Overcloud's words, the sense of crisis in his heart increased. Not good. Run. The skeleton man wanted to escape. But he realized that a sword formation had surfaced under his feet at some point. And the biting sword chi around him made it impossible for him to escape. Buzz. And above the sword formation, the Overcloud sword transformed into countless sword shadows and stabbed straight down towards the skeleton man. The skeleton man was shocked and hastily released his shield to defend against it. But in just a few moments, cracks appeared on the shield and grew larger. Junior! Release me! I'm at your disposal. Seeing that his shield was going to be unable to hold on, the skeleton man looked towards Zhang Yiqi and begged for mercy. Now you know to beg for mercy. What did you just do? Zhang did not easily reveal a snicker and said in a single word, I don't care. Hearing Zhang's not-so-easy reply, the skeleton man knew that he would not be able to escape, his empty eyes revealing a ghostly cold light. In that case, all go to hell. The skeleton man bellowed angrily, thrusting his sword with both hands into the ground with force as a berserk aura erupted from him. The entire hall began to shake uncontrollably. What's going on? Why is the ground shaking? Mu Yuyan's 3 people were unsteady on their feet due to the violent shaking and exclaimed in shock. Zhang was not easy to look at. His eyes were scanning the surroundings, only to see that a formation was surfacing around him, each one connoting an endless killing intent. Ha ha ha. I've set up hundreds of high-grade killing formations here, as well as air-banning formations, so you guys won't be able to escape from here. All of you will be buried with me. The skeleton man laughed maniacally. Everyone's faces turned pale when they heard the skeleton man's words. Zhang did not easily take out the instant transmission talisman given by the system and tried it out, finding that it was indeed as the skeleton man had said. Space was imprisoned and it was impossible to instantly move or teleport. Outside, the mountain wall began to shake violently, and a terrifying aura emanated out, causing everyone present to feel a chill down their spine. The formations carved on the mountain walls began to release a blinding light. Pavilion Master Tai. What's going on? Seeing this, Gu Qingyu hurriedly came to stand in front of the mountain wall. Looking at the situation in front of her, her heart only felt a wave of panic as she turned her head to Tai Ran, who was on the side, and asked. It was also the first time Terran had seen this and frowned. I'm not sure. Then, will Jiang not be easy for them to be in danger? Gu Qingyu asked, her tone anxious. Is there any way you can get me in to find Kong and the others? Tai Ran looked at the anxious Gu Qingyu and persuaded. Don't be anxious. I'll take a look at the situation. As Tai Ran spoke, his divine thoughts probed out, passing through the formation and entering the secret realm. The crowd looked nervously at Terran. Only Terran's frown grew tighter and tighter, and everyone's hearts followed. Gu Qingyue's hands couldn't help but clasp together and rubbed up nervously. silently praying in her heart. A moment later, Tyran opened his eyes with a complicated look in his eyes. "How's it going? How's it going in there?" Gu Qingyue asked hurriedly. "This secret realm's saint's corpse is possessed by a sword spirit. And he's preparing to blow up the entire secret realm," Tyran said in a deep voice. "What?" The crowd was shocked when they heard this. "Yes. There's no time. Let's evacuate quickly." Terran sighed. "I'm afraid the power of the explosion inside will extend to the outside world. If we stay here, we'll all be harmed." He also couldn't figure out why a few of Zhang's not easy to understand would force the saintly corpses to open all the killing formations in the array. "No. Zhang Yushi is still inside the secret realm. I can't leave. I have to take him away." Gu Qingyue's eyes reddened up and looked at Tyran. "Pavilion Master Tai. Please. Teleport me in. I want to save Jiang Yen Yuan. There's still me. Yu Yan and Dao He are still inside." Li Mengyun also stood out and said with an agitated expression. "It's not a matter of whether to enter or not. Those can be saints who set up the killing array. Not to mention the two of you. An earth immortal realm and a heavenly immortal realm. Even if a saint goes, he will have to shed a layer of skin. There is no chance at all," Tyran said hopelessly. Right at this moment, a biting aura spread out, and the entire earth shook uncontrollably. "Oops. It's going to explode. Quickly escape." Tyran's complexion changed. And with a wave of his hand, he rolled and carried the crowd into streams of light. Quickly fleeing. Not easy. Gu Qingyue was unable to struggle. She could only watch the mountain wall get smaller and smaller, her impotent cries tearing at her heart. Within the secret area, Zhang did not easily feel only a throbbing pain in his heart. And he could not help but reach out and place his hand on his chest. "What's wrong with Master? It feels like she's sad." "Well, desperate? Are you regretting being my enemy now?" "Ha ha ha." The skeleton man laughed as he looked at Zhang Dongyi's face. He wanted to see a look of panic on Zhang Yushi's face. Yet there was none. Just calm. Zhang was not easily pulled back by the skeleton man's words and did not bother with him. Instead, he looked at the Mu Yuyan trio and cast a reassuring look. Somehow, when they saw Zhang Yiqiu's eyes, the trio's panicked hearts instantly became calmer. Zhang did not easily raise his hand. And Moon Yi and the other swords returned to his body. "What? Giving up?" The skeleton man saw this and spoke. Zhang was not easy to ignore. Boom! The formation at the very edge began to explode. And a huge shockwave spread out. "Ha ha ha! All die! Die with me!" This time, the skeleton man had no fear of death. Just endless excitement. Zhang did not easily see the rice grain not far away after comparing an okay gesture. Looked towards the skeleton man and gave him a blank look. "To die you die yourself. We are not interested." "What do you mean?" Hearing Jiang Yinyu's words, the skeleton man froze for a moment and asked, a bad feeling flashing through his heart. Zhang did not easily take out the world glaze and hooked up a smile. "Air banning formation? I'll see if your air banning formation can ban the Heavenly Emperor's small world." Zhang Dongyao's words were like a thunderbolt exploding in the skullman's mind. And his gaze fell on the world glaze in Zhang Dongyao's hand. Heavenly Emperor's small world? With a flash of world glazed light, Mu Yuyan's trio, as well as Miguel and Era's figures, all disappeared. "No. How could you have this kind of artifact that can load the Heavenly Emperor's small world?" The skeleton man still couldn't believe the scene in front of him. "Then it's just that you're lonely." Zhang did not easily snicker. Boom! Another explosion came from the formation. Zhang did not easily look pale and waved his hand towards the skeleton man. saying, "See you later, idiot. No. You're not allowed to leave." The skeleton man bellowed angrily and ran towards Jiang Yanyu. But he was blocked by the sword array, and could only frantically pound on it in impotent fury. Jiang Yiqiu murmured softly as his figure disappeared into thin air, leaving only the epileptic skeleton man in the entire hall. Boom! Boom! The killing formations exploded one after another, and powerful energy fluctuations spread throughout the entire secret realm. Boom! The innermost killing formation was triggered, and the skeleton man's figure was instantly submerged, and the entire hall collapsed and obliterated. Boom! Taran had just landed with the crowd when earth-shattering explosions came from the mountain wall behind him. Gu Qingyu looked incredulously at the fire in the distance, tears blurring her vision as she sat helplessly on the ground, her entire body seeming to have lost her soul. Not easy. Chapter 88, Dividing the Treasure. Chapter 88, Dividing the Treasure. Yu Yen. Dao Hei. Li Mengyun covered her mouth, and the tears could not stop flowing down. It's not easy, senior brother. Senior sister Mu. Senior brother Wu. Lu Yanyan also looked at the explosion in front of her with a face of disbelief. Xinling's entire body froze in place, his gaze frozen. Tai Ran and Wei Zhentian looked at this scene and didn't know what to say. After all, the clan's pride could have perished. Elder Gu. You. Tai Ran was silent for a moment and went forward just to say something. No. I don't believe it's not easy to die. He will be fine. He's so good and has given me so many surprises. It's impossible for him to die just like that. Gu Qingyu interrupted Tai Ran and muttered, her gaze falling into the distance. There, the explosions had subsided, leaving only rolling smoke. Gu Qingyu stood up and flew over towards there. Elder Gu. Tai Ran shouted. But the sound of swish swish was heard in his ears. Li Mengyun and Xinling, with Lu Yinyan in tow, also followed. It's not easy. Not easy. You must be fine. Right? Gu Qingyu thought to herself as she stared dead at the thick smoke. Swish. Her figure penetrated into the smoke. The great hall had become a ruin, and its original appearance could no longer be seen. In the center, the luster of the skeleton man's body dissipated as much as it could, and he fell to the ground without any breath. Buzz. Suddenly, a sound came from not far away, and with it, a light appeared at first glance. In the next moment, the figures of Jiang Yanyu and several people reappeared. We're back again? Su Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but say, yes. It's fortunate that we have senior brother Jiang. Otherwise, with such a great power, we will surely die. Mu Yuyan looked at the scene around her and said with a face of fear, Senior brother Jiang, I owe you another favor. Wu Daohei patted Jiang Dongyi's shoulder and said with emotion, Senior brother Wu, look at what you're saying. Protecting fellow disciples? Isn't that what I should do? Jiang did not easily laugh. Squeak. Ow. Not far away. Rice rode Era around the skeleton man, making grunting noises. Jiang did not easily hear the sound. Came to the skeleton man and crouched down. After carefully probing his torso once more and realizing that there was no sound, he snorted. Little fellow. Still wanting me to be buried with him? Thinking of beauty. Saying that, John was not easy to pound on the skeleton man's body and searched down a space ring on his hand, thinking that a lot of this saint's treasures in his lifetime were in the space ring. Only a formation was laid out on it. Jiang did not easily put the ring into space, ready to look at it when he returned. Ow. Era rubbed against Jiang Yiqiu's calf and purred eagerly. Jiang did not easily freeze. Stroked Era's head. Pointed at the skeleton man and asked, "You mean? You want to eat this skeleton?" Era nodded vigorously. Thirst in her eyes. Jiang did not easily touch his chin and pondered for a while, feeling that he could not use the sage bone. So he nodded and asked, "Yes. But can you absorb the sage bone?" Upon hearing Jiang Ichou's words, Era let out an excited cry and nodded his head repeatedly. And then his body's aura changed abruptly, turning into a giganticized form. Seeing this scene, Mu Yuyan, three people all froze. Did not expect Era actually can still be so handsome. Without saying a word, Era swallowed the saint's bone in one gulp. Boom! The moment the saint's bone went down, a low sound was emitted from within Era's body, and dots of golden light were emitted from its surroundings, while at the same time, its power was rising by the minute. In just a few moments, he had broken through to the earth immortal realm, and was still climbing towards the heavenly immortal realm without stopping. Jiang did not easily pay too much attention in. His eyes swept around and saw the saint soldier that had fallen to the ground not far away. Walking over, he took the holy soldier in his hands and carefully examined it, nodding his head uncontrollably. Not to mention, the character of this saint soldier was too much better than the character of that Yen Yuan sword that he had encountered before. So no wonder it was able to attach itself to a saint's bone. Is this the holy soldier? It's the first time I've seen it. The three of them, Mu Yuyan, walked up and let out a gasp of amazement when they saw the saint soldier in Jiang Ichou's hands. Jiang did not easily nod, stood up, looked at Wu Daohei, and smiled. "Senior brother Wu, let's give this saint soldier to you." Hearing Jiang Dongyi's words, Wu Daohei was startled and waved his hand. "Senior brother Jiang, what are you talking about? This is a holy weapon. It's too valuable. I can't use it. It's better for you to keep it for yourself. Besides, he deserves it." Jiang did not easily smile as he shoved the saint soldier into Wu Daohei's hand and said, "I don't lack saint soldiers. As you have just seen, I have 5 saint soldiers in my possession." Hearing Jiang Dongyao's words, Wu Daohei froze, remembering the scene of the 5 flying swords surrounding the skeleton man. "There's nothing but. Just take it," Jiang Ichou said. He originally wanted to take this holy soldier and give it to Overcloud to refine. But who knows? Overcloud said that refining the holy soldier would not be of much use to her rank advancement. So Jiang did not easily give up, thinking that it could not be wasted. So he gave it to Wu Daohei. Su Xiaoxiao and Mu Yuyan were both envious. "Senior sister Mu Xiaoxiao, there's only one saint soldier. Do you guys mind?" Jiang did not easily look at the two and asked. "Of course I don't mind. I'm not especially Yuan vain. But I can't manage a sacred soldier. It's better to give it to senior brother Daohei." Mu Yuyan shook her head and looked at Wu Daohei with tenderness in her eyes. "I don't mind either. I use a gun. I don't use a sword." Su Xiaoxiao waved her hand and shook her head. "It's just a pity that this explosion has destroyed all those treasures." Su Xiaoxiao's heart was dripping blood when she thought of this. Heavenly treasures, holy elixirs, just gone. Jiang did not easily hear this and revealed a smile. "Who said it was gone?" As soon as these words came out, Su Xiaoxiao all looked at Jiang Ichou. It was not easy to see Jiang beckoning towards the rice grain to come over. Upon hearing Jiang Dongyi's call, Mi Gran jumped onto Jiang Dongyi's shoulder in a frenzied manner. "Let them all out." Jiang did not find it easy to say. Mi Gran nodded and opened her exclusive space. And various heavenly materials and uncountable spirit stones were instantly piled up in front of the several people. This is. The crowd saw this, and they were all staring at it with jaws agape and shocked. Jiang did not easily smile and explained. This is me letting the rice grain take advantage of the gap and collect all the treasures into its space. Once these words came out, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Zhang Yiqiu. Take it yourselves. Take whatever you want. Zhang Yiqiu pointed at the treasures piled up in front of him and said. Really? Su Xiaoxiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked. Of course. Jiang did not easily nod his head. Su Xiaoxiao looked at so many heavenly treasures. And just took 2 or 3 herbs from them. And an entry sacred Dan. That's it? Kong asked not easily. Enough is enough. Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly nodded her head. After all, she is not a person of the Heavenly Sword Sect. And the whole process she can't help with anything. So she is really embarrassed to take as much as she can. Mu Yuyan didn't take much either. Wu Dao Hei, on the other hand, said that he didn't want it when he had the sacred soldier. Zhang cannot easily help but hold his forehead. Good guy. This year the heavenly material is not rare? Since he didn't take it himself, he had to force it. Thinking about it, Zhang was not easy to brainstorm and forcefully distributed many spirit stones, pills and spirit herbs to the 3 of them. It was only after that Zhang did not easily put away the rest of the things, feeling the extra things in the space. The 3 of them had nothing but endless gratitude for Zhang Dongyi. I don't even know how to repay you. Or. Su Xiaoxiao wiped her eyes and opened her mouth. Stop. I'm a family man. Zhang Yiqiu naturally guessed Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts and immediately interrupted. Su Xiaoxiao spat out her tongue in embarrassment. At this moment, Zhang did not easily feel an aura approaching and could not help but turn his head to look. A familiar figure came into view. Chapter 89. It's good that people are all right. Chapter 89. I'm glad you're all right. Gu Qingyue flew over the secret realm, her eyes searching. But she hadn't been able to see Zhang Dongyao's figure. Not easy. Not easy. Where the hell are you? Gu Qingyue mumbled in her heart, looking anxious. Suddenly, as if she felt something in her heart, Gu Qingyue jerked her head up to look into the distance, where there were 4 people standing. One of them happened to look up and meet her eyes. Gu Qingyue's pupils widened, revealing a delighted expression. That person was none other than Zhang Yiqiu. Not easy. Gu Qingyue accelerated her speed and flew towards Zhang Yanyu. Seeing Gu Qingyue's figure, a smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yiqiu's mouth as he spoke. Master. As the words fell, Gu Qingyue had already arrived in front of her. And without waiting for Zhang Dongyao to react, she instantly pounced Zhang Dongyao to the ground and hugged him tightly. Zhang did not easily froze for a moment, but still reached out and hugged Gu Qingyue tightly, feeling the soft delicate body in his arms trembling uncontrollably. Master. What's wrong with you? Zhang did not easily pat Gu Qingyue's back and softly asked. It's not easy. It's great that you're okay. I fought. Gu Qingyu cried out in joy, her voice trembling, her hands holding Zhang Yi harder, as if she was afraid he would disappear. All right. Don't cry. Aren't I fine? Hearing Gu Qingyu's words, Zhang did not easily feel incredibly warm in his heart, coaxing Gu Qingyu like a child. Beside them, Su Xiaoxiao's trio directly burst into tears. Mu Yuyan and Wu Daohei looked at each other and hugged each other. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Yi and Gu Qingyu, and then at the 2 Mu Yuyan. Her heart soured. Why? Isn't this dog abuse? Woo-hoo! Su Xiaoxiao couldn't stop wailing in her heart. Only after half a day, under the coaxing sound of Zhang Yenyuan, Gu Qingyue gradually stopped sobbing, only still holding Zhang Yenyuan and refusing to let go. Really? Do you know how worried I was about you when I was outside and saw the formation entrance explode? Gu Qingyue raised her head, looked at Zhang Yenyuan, and said. Her eyes were red, with crystallized teardrops hanging on her eyelashes and tear stains remaining on her cheeks. So that at a glance, she looked pitiful and heartbreaking. Hearing Gu Qingyue's words, Zhang did not easily realize that the power of this explosion was actually so great that the entire secret realm was affected. And even the formation at the entrance of the secret realm was destroyed. I'm sorry. Let you worry. Zhang did not easily look at Gu Chengyu. His voice said, I think that in the future, you'll just follow me around and never separate from you again. Otherwise, if something happens to you, I don't know how to continue living. Gu Qingyu said softly and gluttonously. Good. From now on, I'll always follow Master Teacher around, so that Master Teacher won't worry. Zhang Yenyuan said as he pinched Gu Qingyue's face dotingly. Gu Qingyue blushed slightly. Yu Yan. Dao He. Are you guys alright? Li Mengyun also rushed over at this time. And seeing Mu Yuyan and Wu Daohe, she hurriedly inquired. We're fine, Master. Mu Yuyan replied as she saluted towards Li Mengyun. Senior Sister Mu. Senior Brother Wu. Great. You guys are fine. Yan Yan Lu hugged the two and cried out. Senior Sister Lu. Aren't we fine? Don't cry anymore, oh. Good boy. Mu Yuyan rubbed Lu Yanyan's little head and laughed. Well. Lu Yanyan nodded her head when she heard Mu Yuyan's words and wiped her tears. Thanks to Senior Brother Jiang being here. Otherwise, we might really be finished. Mu Yuyan said as she looked towards Zhang Yenyuan, who was lying on the ground cuddling with Gu Qingyue. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Gu Qingyu realized how ambiguous the two people's posture was at the moment and hurriedly got up from the ground. Seeing Gu Qingyue's petulant appearance, Zhang Yiqiu let out a light laugh and followed suit as he climbed up from the ground. Senior brother, not easy. It's great that you guys are fine, Lu Yanyan said as she looked at Zhang Yanyan with delight. Zhang did not easily smile and nodded. Senior nephew Jiang. I thank you on behalf of Yu Yan and Dao He for saving Yu Yan and the others, Li Mengyun said as she came to Zhang Yiqiu. Zhang did not easily hurry to wave his hand and said. Don't be like this third elder. I can't afford it. And then again, they are my fellow senior brothers and sisters. It's only right to help each other between fellow disciples. Li Mengyun smiled when he heard Jiang Dongyun's words. That's what I said. But I should still say thank you. Yu Yan has been under my seat for many years. I've long regarded her as my daughter. And I wouldn't know what to do if anything were to happen to her. Senior. Mu Yuyan walked to Li Mengyun's side and looked at her. Li Mengyun raised his hand to gently stroke her head. Ow. Just then, an earth-shattering voice rang out. When the crowd sniffed and looked, they only saw a giant beast roaring up to the sky, revealing a cultivation level that was clearly at the half-saint realm. Just now, a few people were so immersed in the joy of being reunited in life and death that they didn't notice the giant beast on the side. What is this? Li Mengyun asked as he shielded Mu Yuyan and the others behind him. His gaze deadpan on Era as he furrowed his brows. Don't worry. This is Era. Zhang did not easily wave his hand and laughed. This is Era? Li Mengyun froze. Huh? This is Era? Lu Yanyan was also astonished and ran to Era. Incredulous. It's not right. I remember that Era is not this big and not this handsome, Lu Yanyan said. Era heard this and was immediately sad. Is that all I am to you? This silly, stupid thing? Era's head drooped and his size gradually diminished, reverting to that dumb form. Oh yeah. This is the Era I know. Yan Yan Lu happily jumped up and hugged Era, rubbing his head. Era spat out her tongue, somewhat helplessly. The crowd laughed at this. Since the secret realm is destroyed, let's end this trip to the secret realm. No matter if we got any treasures or not. It doesn't matter. What's important is that everyone is safe and sound. Qin Ling stroked his goatee and smiled. Hearing Qin Ling's words, Mu Yu Yen, Wu Daohei and Zhang Yi looked at each other and coincidentally revealed a smile. I wonder what Qin Ling's expression would be if he saw the treasures they had searched. I'm sure it must have been wonderful. There were many people gathered in front of the destroyed mountain wall. Disciples of the Tianji Pavilion and retainers of the City Lord's mansion. City Lord Wei. The people from the Tianji Pavilion are almost here. Let's go in together. Tai Ran looked at the thick smoke in front of him and said, this matter couldn't be dissociated from Tianji Pavilion after all. So he gathered the disciples of Tianji Pavilion and prepared to help Gu Qingyue to go searching together. However, to be honest, the probability of Jiang Yanyu and the others being able to survive was very low. Almost zero. He was thinking about what to explain to the Heavenly Sword sect and a few other sects. Especially Jiang was not easy to use. He had the existence of a mysterious family behind him. And if there was no other way, he could only turn to the Tianji Pavilion in the central continent. Hearing Tai Ran's words, Wei Zhentian nodded his head, revealing a bitter smile. Wondering if his own Holy Land could withstand the wrath of the family behind Zhang Dongyao. However, he still held a hint of luck in his heart, in case Jiang wasn't easily killed. Thinking of this, Wei Zhentian beckoned, ready to let the people from the City Lord's mansion enter. Just then, Qin Ling's figure flew out of the smoke. Both Tai Ran and Wei Zhentian were stunned when they saw this. This was the end of the search. Without waiting for them to react, they were followed by the figures of Li Mengyun, Lu Yanyan, and the others. Behind them again were Gu Qingyue and Zhang Yanyu and the others. The moment they saw Jiang Ichio, the hearts hanging in the hearts of Tai Ran and Wei Zhentian finally fell. They wondered how Jiang did not easily survive such a powerful explosion. But on second thought, they dismissed the idea of continuing to think about it. People are at least people from mysterious families. They are able to send out 3 half-saints to protect them. It is actually quite normal to have some life-preserving things on their body. What's so strange about it? Anyway, for both of them, it's good that people are okay. Chapter 90, Return to the Sect. Chapter 90, Returning to the Sect. Young Lord Sama. Wei Zhentian and Tai Ran hurriedly arrived in front of Zhang Yiqi and saluted. Zhang did not easily look at the two men and nodded. Young Lord Sama. Are you all right? It was my dereliction of duty. I didn't anticipate this to happen. Please punish young Lord. Tai Ran stepped forward and saluted and said, his tone humble and sincere. Zhang did not easily wave his hand. His tone light, this matter is out of everyone's expectation. You are not to blame. This hadn't happened in the previous life's Sage Mystery realm. And in this life, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened if Jiang hadn't easily entered the Great Hall. At the end of the day, it was still not easy for Jiang to cause it. And Tai Ran didn't have much to answer for. How can this be done? This kind of thing happened. More or less it has some effect on young Lord. Tianji Pavilion will send 100,000 top-grade spirit stones and all kinds of strange and exotic treasures as compensation. I also hope that young Lord will accept it. Tai Ran once again bowed and said. Seeing this, Zhang Yanyu couldn't easily refuse and nodded his head in acceptance. After all, it's a free gift. So don't take it for nothing. The crowd stepped onto the flying boat and left the secret realm. 3 days later, Tianyu City. Stop Boat Harbor. People came and went on the Heavenly Sword Sect's airship, carrying many wooden boxes up. Young Lord. Why don't you stay a few more days? Wei Zhentian said as he looked at Jiang Yanyu. Jiang did not easily wave his hand, holding Gu Qingyue's hand, and smiled. Thank you for the invitation, City Lord Wei. Next time. There are important things to do this time. Upon hearing Jiang Dongyi's words, Gu Qingyue's pretty face slightly reddened. Wei Zhentian revealed a sigh. In that case, I'm not at liberty to force myself. I just hope that if Lord Young Lord has time, please come to Tianyu City as a guest more often. Naturally. Jiang did not easily nod his head. On the airship, Mimi wrote Era, and Yan Yan Lu ran madly after her. Laughter coming from time to time. Sister Yan Yan. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao's voice rang out. Lu Yan Yan froze, stopped the chase, ran to the ship side, and found Su Xiaoxiao standing at the shore entrance holding a small box, waving towards Lu Yan Yan. Xiao Xiao. Lu Yan Yan waved in surprise, then ran down the airship and came in front of Su Xiaoxiao. Sister Yan Yan, are you leaving already? Su Xiaoxiao asked. Right. Yan Yan Lu nodded. Here. This is my gift to you, Su Xiaoxiao said as she handed the small box in her hand to Yan Yan Lu. What is this? Lu Yan Yan took the wooden box, opened it, and her eyes lit up. Inside the box sits a wooden carving of one cute little bunny rabbit. What a lovely wooden sculpture, Yan Yan Lu said in surprise. Like it? Su Xiaoxiao asked with her hands behind her back. Love it. Yan Yan Lu nodded. Then remembered something. Wait a moment. Lu Yan Yan felt around in her bosom and fished out a small aura mirror. Mirror? Su Xiaoxiao asked curiously as she received the aura mirror and saw her own appearance inside. This is not an ordinary mirror. This is a mirror that can transmit information, Su Xiaoxiao said. This was something she happened to see from Jiang Yanyuan, and then begged bitterly to get two over at Jiang Yanyuan's place. If you miss each other, just inject Reiki and you'll be able to contact each other, Lu Yanyan explained. Then took out another aura mirror and injected aura. In the next moment, the aura mirror in Su Xiaoxiao's hand revealed Lu Yanyan's face. Su Xiaoxiao was shocked and incomparably amazed by this scene. Wow! Wouldn't we be able to meet all the time in the future like this? Su Xiaoxiao hugged the aura mirror like it was a treasure. Yan Lu nodded her head. Lord City Lord. The things have been moved. A servant came before Wei Zhentian and saluted. Good. Wei Zhentian nodded. In that case, we'll leave first. Zhang Yiqiu looked at Wei Zhentian and said. Greetings, Lord Young Lord. Wei Zhentian saluted. Zhang did not easily take Gu Qingyue's hand and walked onto the airship. Let's go. Senior Sister Lu. Mu Yuyan shouted towards Yan Yan Lu. Then I'll leave first. Lu Yanyan fondly hugged Su Xiaoxiao and said. Aha. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. Releasing her hand, Yan Yan Lu ran back to the airship. Buzz. The airship started up and slowly advanced in the direction of the Heavenly Sword Sect. It's finally over. Jiang did not easily sigh. Yeah. It's over, Gu Qingyue said as she snuggled into Jiang Dongyi's arms. Hey. Two of you. How's the preparation going? Qinling stroked his goatee and came to the two. Jiang Dongyi and Gu Qingyue naturally heard the meaning of Qinling's words. And the clan had sent word yesterday. Hearing that Gu Qingyue was getting married, the Patriarch personally came out to officiate the wedding without saying a word. The entire clan was now making preparations, and it would be held immediately when they returned to the Heavenly Sword Sect. I didn't expect that the sixth elder who hasn't been favored is actually getting married so soon. It makes me so envious. Li Mengyun came in front of the two and covered her mouth as she laughed softly. Gu Qingyue heard Li Mengyun's flirtation and an unpleasant blush surfaced. Jiang was not easily able to wrap his arms around Gu Qingyue's slender waist. Gu Qingyue felt the itching coming from her waist and couldn't help but sway a bit. Glancing at Jiang not easily, revealing an angry look. There are so many others. The people around them were up in arms. Aya. My eyes. It's not working. It's sour. Lu Yanyan covered her eyes and howled exaggeratedly. By the way, do you two have plans to get married? Should we take the opportunity to do it together? Xinling looked at Mu Yuyan and Wu Daohei and asked. Mu Yuyan and Wu Daohei both looked at each other and shook their heads. Let's forget about it this time. We've discussed it. We'll wait until our cultivation reaches the Earth Immortal realm before we pay our respects and get married. Hearing the two's reply, Xinling nodded, revealing a look of appreciation. The sun was going down and the haze was beautiful. 3 days later. Arrived. We're at the Sect. Lu Yanyan pointed ahead and shouted in surprise. The crowd came to the side of the ship and looked out into the distance. The buildings of the Heavenly Sword Sect came into view. Unlike in the past, the Heavenly Sword Sect was decorated with lights and a festive atmosphere. A little late. Thank you gift to be posted tomorrow. Chapter 91, Marriage. Chapter 91, Marriage. The airship was moored. And Second Elder Feng Tianji was full of smiles as he walked up with his disciples. Second Elder. The crowd saluted when they saw Feng Tianji. No need to be polite. No need to be polite. Today is a big day. Feng Tianji laughed, looking towards Jiang Yiqi and Gu Qingyue. The two newlyweds will separate for a while and change into their wedding attire. The marriage ceremony is about to begin. Feng Tianji said. A few female disciples behind them walked up and flanked Gu Qingyue as she left. Gu Qingyue twisted her head to look at Jiang Yenyuan, who flashed a smile towards her. I'll come and dress Little Moon. Li Mengyun hid her mouth and laughed lightly as she followed. I'll be the bridesmaid. Mu Yuyan smiled and followed. I want to be Sixth Elder's bridesmaid too. Lu Yanyan shouted and followed suit. Senior nephew. Let's go. I'll personally dress you up. I'll make sure you look good. Feng Tianji said as he pulled Jiang Doni off the boat. Then I'll trouble the Second Elder. Jiang Yiqiu said with a smile. Dusk. Jiang was not easily dressed in black and red attire, with a large red flower hanging from his chest, and was surrounded by several people from Wu Daohei, and walked towards Gu Qinyu's residence in a feverish manner. Coming. Senior brother not easy and the others are here. Yanyan Lu stood at the doorway and saw Jiang Yanyan and the others from afar. Hurriedly ran into the house and shouted. Hearing Lu Yanyan's words, the few people in the room all smiled. Gu Qingyue was dressed in a gorgeous red wedding dress, sitting in front of the dressing table, allowing Li Mengyun to help her fiddle with her hair accessories. Hearing Lu Yanyan's words, she couldn't help but look towards the door. Aya. Xiao, you don't move. What? So impatient? Li Mengyun let out a light laugh and flirted. Gu Qingyue smiled lightly, a little embarrassed. Li Mengyun helped Gu Qingyue pin on the hairpin that Zhang Dongyao had given to Gu Qingyue. And when she saw Gu Qingyue's appearance through the mirror, she couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Yu. You're really good looking na. It's cheaper to let that brat Dongyao go. Gu Qingyu blushed in shame when she heard Li Mengyun's words and looked at her exquisitely made up self in the mirror, revealing a sweet smile. Li Mengyun took the red cover from Mu Yuyan and gently covered Gu Qingyue's head. All right. Let's assist the bride and go. Li Mengyun said, helping Gu Qingyue to stand up. Mu Yuyan and Lu Yanyan also followed to support Gu Qingyu. And the few people stood still when they reached the entrance of the room. Jiang did not easily walk to the front door. Saw a brightly colored, dignified standing Gu Qingyu. His eyes lit up. And he walked quickly. Just as Jiang was not easily prepared to go up the steps, he was stopped by Li Mengyun. Little not easy. Assign a verse about lovesickness and I'll let you up. Li Mengyun laughed. When Gu Qingyue heard these words, she reached out and pulled Li Mengyun's sleeve. Li Mengyun patted Gu Qingyue's hand and looked at Jiang Yenyuan. Jiang did not easily froze. Pondered for a moment. And replied, I only wish that the heart of the gentleman is like my heart. And I will certainly not live up to the intention of the love of each other. Li Mengyun froze, not realizing that it was not easy to be so literate. Gu Qingyue's heart was touched when she heard these words. It's not negative. For sure. It's not easy. It's my favorite. It's my favorite. Gu Qingyue screamed furiously in her heart. Wu Daohei and the others looked at me and I looked at you. All of them were impressed by the literary elegance of this sentence. I didn't expect that not only was senior brother Jiang strong, but he was also so literate. Li Mengyun returned to his senses and grinned. One more. Assign a verse on the theme of mutual help. Ha? Again? Don't do it. Third elder. I want to get married soon. Wow. 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 But I'm also curious. What kind of verses will not be easy to make this time? Gu Qingyue's heartfelt words echoed in Jiang Dani's mind. Hearing this, Jiang did not easily hook up a smile. In the sky, I wish to be a bird with wings. And on earth, I wish to be a connected branch. This statement once again stunned the crowd. What a nice phrase. Birds of a feather. And birds of a tree. Gu Qingyue was very touched when she heard Jiang Dani's words. He wants to spend his life with me. I promise. I'll be with you for the rest of my life. Third elder. Please don't ask. Gu Qingyue chanted in her mind. Elder brother not easy. So literate. In the future, when looking for a husband, I must find one like you. Yen Yen Lu said with a face full of admiration. Jiang did not easily laugh lightly. Then perhaps you're afraid you won't be able to find it. Jiang Dongyi's words immediately drew laughter from the crowd. Li Mengyun returned to his senses and stepped aside. All right. Little not easy. Congratulations, you have passed the test. You can carry your bride to the clan hall to pay your respects. Hearing these words, Jiang Yiqiu's heart was delighted as he walked over to Gu Qingyue and squatted down with his back to her. Come up. Master. Jiang did not easily say in a soft voice. Gu Qingyue answered softly. Lying on top of Jiang Yiqiu. The crowd had risen up to applaud. And under the crowd's flanking, Jiang did not easily carry Gu Qingyue towards the sect's main hall. When he came to the open space in front of the great hall, both sides were already filled with people, each releasing the light of their aura, which looked especially spectacular under the night. The crowd separated a path that went all the way to the steps of the great hall. And at the bottom of the steps, Qinling waited with an ancient bow and arrow. Jiang did not easily carry Gu Qingyue on his back to Qinling. Qinling looked at the two of them with a smirk on his face, handing Jiang Dongyi an ancient bow and arrow in his hand. Master. Hold me tight. Jiang did not easily say in a soft voice. Gu Qingyue nodded and obediently wrapped her arms around Jiang Yiqi. Jiang did not easily let go of his hand that was holding Gu Qingyue and took the bow and arrow. And the disciple at the side respectfully handed over an arrow. An arrow shoots to the heavens. Heavenly good fortune and family happiness. Qinling shouted. Jiang did not easily draw his bow and release the string. The arrow turned into a burst of streams of light and exploded high in the sky, forming beautiful fireworks. 2 arrows shoot to the ground. And the sky is as long as people want it to be. Hearing this, Jiang did not easily take the second arrow and shot it at a fire pit delineated in the distance. Pust. The fire is as red as it gets. 3 arrows shoot far and wide. And life is beautiful and love lasts forever. In the distance, a tiny light appeared. Jiang did not easily take an arrow and shoot it, extinguishing the shimmering light. In the next moment, a sky full of sparklers lit up the night sky, and the sound of firecrackers spread throughout the sect. 2 newcomers, head to the main hall to pay your respects. Ling made a gesture of invitation and said. Jiang did not easily put down his bow and arrow and carried Gu Qingyue on his back as he stepped onto the steps to the main hall. In the main hall, the elders on both sides were already seated. And on the main seat, Wang Tianhao had a smile on his face, revealing a pleased expression. Jiang did not easily put Gu Qingyu down, and someone brought a red embroidered ball to the two. Jiang Dongyi and Gu Qingyue were holding one of them, facing Wang Tianhao. One bowed to heaven and earth. Ling stood aside and shouted. Jiang Dongyi and Gu Qingyue bent over and bowed 3 times. Second worship. The two of them bowed 3 times towards Wang Tianhao. And Wang Tianhao was overjoyed. Husband and wife worship each other. Jiang Ichio and Gu Qingyue turned to face each other and bowed towards each other 3 times. Ling hemmed and hawed. End of worship. Send to the cave. Laughter came from the surrounding people, clustering the two of them to the small courtyard that Wang Tianhao had specially prepared for the two of them. Chapter 92, The Sneaky Wang Tianhao Trio. Chapter 92, The Sneaky Wang Tianhao Trio. Inside the room, the light was hazy. Gu Qingyue sat upright on the edge of the bed. Jiang did not easily pour 2 glasses of wine and walked slowly to Gu Qingyu, handing one of the glasses to her. Mother, it's time to drink the cup. Gu Qingyue took the wine cup and nodded. The two crossed their arms and finished off the wine in their hands. The wine went into his stomach. And somehow, he only felt a dryness rise throughout his body. Putting down the wine glass, Jiang did not easily and gently lifted the cover, revealing Gu Qingyue's stunningly beautiful face that was slightly powdered. And his heartbeat accelerated as his heartbeat trembled. I don't know if it was because of the wine or shyness. Gu Qingyu's face carried a slight blush that made people look at her and couldn't help but want to take a bite out of her. Mother, you are beautiful. Jiang not easy to call out softly. Gu Qingyue raised her eyes to look at Jiang Ichi. And there was endless joy in her eyes. It's not easy. We're finally together. Truly together. Gu Qingyu lightly opened her lips and teeth to speak, her voice trembling. You don't know how long I've waited for this moment. It's nearly 14 years. It's 5,021 days, she said, her eyes gradually moist. Jiang was not easily moved in his heart and held Gu Qingyue in his arms. Gu Qingyu wrapped her arms around his waist and snuggled into his embrace, feeling Jiang's chest that was not easy to undulate and hearing the strong heartbeat coming from inside. Gu Qingyu only felt incomparably relieved and happy. After all this time of chasing, it finally caught up with her. It's not easy. Gu Qingyue murmured Jiang Dongyi's name softly. Jiang did not easily look down at the little person in his arms. And that look made the arousal in his heart even more exuberant. I'm so hot. So wanted. Gu Qingyu raised her head with a mesmerized look on her face and couldn't help but kiss Jiang Yi. Jiang Ichi froze, as if he had gotten a vent. He couldn't hold back any longer and pressed Gu Qingyue down onto the bed. The moonlight is tantalizing and the night is charming. The next day, early morning, Jiang did not easily open his eyes and stared at the ceiling. His head hurt a little. Last night, Jiang was not easy to gaze at the wine cups on the table. It was hard to believe that they had been drugged by the Patriarch and the others. Jiang did not easily shake his head and exhaled, not wanting to think about it. Looking down at the sleeping Gu Qingyu in her arms. With her little mouth open, she let out a slight snoring sound, looking extremely cute. Jiang did not easily evoke a smile and could not help but kiss Gu Qingyue's forehead. Gu Qingyue's long, slender eyelashes fluttered, sniffled, and hazily opened her eyes. Qingyu. Good morning. Jiang Ichio laughed. Good morning, not easy. Gu Qingyue rubbed her eyes, then barfed on Jiang Dongyao's face. That's great. What could be happier than getting up and seeing your favorite person at first sight? Gu Qingyue couldn't stop herself from burrowing into Jiang Dongyi's arms. Jiang was not easy to hug Gu Qingyue, and in his eyes was a fondness that he could not hide. By the way, Master, tell me, when did you fall in love with me? Jiang Yixian remembered something and asked curiously as his forehead pressed against Gu Qingyue's. This. Gu Qingyue's eyes fluttered, somewhat hesitant. What's wrong? We're both husband and wife. What else can't we say? Jiang did not easily laugh. You may not believe me. The first time I saw you, I couldn't restrain myself from falling in love with you for some reason. Gu Qingyu said with some embarrassment. Strange to say, at that time, when she was flying back to the Heavenly Sword Sect with her Imperial Sword, it was like there was some force pulling her in the direction of Jiang Yixian. When she saw Jiang Yixian sitting alone on the ground, an unspeakable heartache welled up in her heart. And what was absurd was that there was a voice in her heart that told her that he was her true love for the rest of her life. Really? Jiang did not easily sniff and looked at Gu Qingyue seriously. Forget it if you don't believe me. Gu Qingyue bristled and said. Jiang did not easily feel that Gu Qingyue was familiar, like he had seen her somewhere. I believe. Kang said easily. Huh? Gu Qingyue froze. I believe everything you say. Jiang Ichio let out a light laugh, and his hold on Gu Qingyue tightened. Gu Qingyue instantly blushed. Her heart was unspeakably happy. The two cuddled quietly. Outside the door, Wang Tianhao lay on the doorway and listened to the situation inside. No movement for so long. Did you overdose? Tossed around all night and still not awake? Wang Tianhao gazed at Qin Ling, who was following and eavesdropping on the side, and inquired in a low voice. I don't know. I asked the second elder to do it. Qin Ling innocently replied. The gazes of the two men looked toward Feng Tianji. Feng Tianji was listening attentively to the movements inside. And when he saw both of them staring at him, he hurriedly lowered his voice and said, What are you looking at me for? I'm putting it according to the standard. Just as the three were arguing, the door to the room was suddenly opened. The three of them were taken aback and hurriedly thought east and pretended as if nothing had happened. Patriarch. First elder. Second elder. What are you guys standing outside for? Gu Qingyue asked as she froze for a moment at the sight of the trio. Ah. Ahem. That what? Passing by, yes. Just passing by. Wang Tianhao scratched his head and laughed. Yes. Passing by. Qin Ling nodded his head in a hurry. Me too. Feng Tianji said with an awkward cough. Seeing the look on Gu Qingyue's face that looked like you see if I believe it or not, Wang Tianhao had a weak heart. We'll leave without anything, so we won't bother. Wang Tianhao finished and hurriedly skipped off. Seeing this, Qin Ling and the two of them also snorted and left right after Wang Tianhao. Gu Qingyu frowned slightly. These three guys were secretive, designating that they were hiding something from her. What's going on? Have the Patriarch and the others come? John did not easily get dressed and came to Gu Qingyue's side to inquire. Yeah. Sneaky. Gu Qingyue nodded in response. Jiang did not easily touch his nose, remembering yesterday's wine. And he didn't know what kind of drugs they were selling in their gourds. Phew! Scared me to death. Luckily, I'm smart. Or else I would have been caught. The three of them, Wang Tianhao, ran a long way before they stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah. Walking without a sound. Xinling let out a breath and said, I wonder when the two will have a baby. Wang Tianhao crossed his arms and said, No, sovereign. Why are you so worried? And let me give the two that kind of medicine. Feng Tianji asked curiously. Alas. This is not afraid of not easy that kid that thing. And this is not my idea. But a person requesting. Wang Tianhao touched his chin and said. Who? Both men inquired. Well. Someone who has some strong relationship with Gu Qingyue. Wang Tianhao sighed. She doesn't have much time left. And wants to spend her final time to see Gu Qingyue get married. And her child. Xinling and Feng Tianji looked at each other with confused faces. Wang Tianhao gazed into the distance, remembering the night Gu Qingyue first arrived at the sect. A woman appeared in his doorway. Her back turned to him. Her voice calm. Hello? My name is Guya. Xin Yu's sister-in-law. Chapter 93, Empty Sky Emperor. Chapter 93, Empty Sky Emperor. Yo! You two are shedding up? Li Mengyun walked into the courtyard and flirted when he saw the two standing in the doorway. So what? Gu Qingyue held Zhang Dongyao's hand and said as if showing off. Li Mengyun hid her mouth and smiled. Okay. 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 You're the biggest when you get married. Gu Qingyue narrowed her eyes and smiled, taking Li Mengyun's words in stride. By the way, there's something for you. Li Mengyun said. Gu Qingyue froze. What is it? You come with me. Li Mengyun beckoned. Gu Qingyue glanced at Jiang Yenyuan. Yenyuan. Then I'll go over and take a look. And come over to find you later. Jiang did not easily smile and nodded, stroking Gu Qingyue's head and saying, Go. Gu Qingyue stood on her tiptoes and dropped a kiss on Jiang Ichi's face. Then jumped down the steps to Li Mengyun. Go. The sudden dog food made Li Mengyun froze for a moment. But she quickly came back to her senses and smiled helplessly. Really? This is to sweeten me up as an older woman. He. Gu Qingyue spat out her tongue. Li Mengyun slightly tilted her head to look at Jiang Yenyuan. I'll borrow your family's bride first. With that, he pulled Gu Qingyue's hand and left. Gu Qingyu let Li Mengyun pull her along, turning back 3 times a step. Her eyes shining as if to say, you must wait for me to come back. Oh. Jiang was not easy to watch with a smile on his face as Gu Qingyue and Li Mengyun's figures disappeared into the doorway. Jiang did not easily exhale and came to sit on the stone bench placed at one side of the courtyard. Closing his eyes, his divine sense wandered through the sea of consciousness. The 9 styles of Emperor technique. He had already learned the first 7 styles. And there were 2 styles in the back that he hadn't had much time to learn. So he took advantage of the current gap to comprehend them all. Soon, Jiang did not easily enter a metaphysical realm. It didn't take long for Jiang to easily comprehend both the 8th style of the Emperor's secret, One Sword Sage Kneeling, and the 9th style, One Sword Heaven's Gate Opening. After wielding a sword in his sea of consciousness to open the heavenly gate, the next moment, his consciousness was pulled into a void. Has it finally come? Jiang did not easily look at the void in front of him and murmured. The Emperor's secret had left him with too much confusion. Whether it was the Ru Dao sword Immortal Mo Shanha, or the Star Celestial Emperor Lin Tian, both of them had words in their mouths. And instead of answering the doubts in his heart, they exacerbated them. Now, Having comprehended the 9 stanzas of the Emperor's secret, it was time to meet the last person. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps sounded behind them. When Jiang did not easily turn to look, he saw a middle-aged man with white hair looking at him with a smirk on his face. Elder. You are. Jiang did not easily know that this was the last person he would have to see to complete the last 3 styles. And all of his confusion might be able to be resolved. Introducing myself. My name is Forgotten Dust Empty. The world calls me Empty Sky Emperor. The man laughed. His voice was gentle but neutral. And when it fell on Jiang Yinyu's ears, it was as loud as a bell. When Jiang did not easily hear the words Empty Sky Emperor, although he had some guesses in his heart, he was still shocked. Empty Sky Emperor. He had actually met the Empty Sky Emperor. This was a supreme heavenly pride from tens of thousands of years ago, and was even known as the strongest person in hundreds of thousands of years. He alone, suppressing an era, made it difficult for people to look up to him. It was such a powerful being who suddenly disappeared one day, never to be found again. It was said that he had touched the limit of the Heavenly Emperor realm and had found a secluded place to retreat, preparing to impact. Some people also say that the evil demon rampage for the Tianqian continent caused a huge disaster. In order to protect the peace of the continent, Empty Sky Emperor alone soared deep into the extraterritorial world. Someone else said, all in all, there were many different opinions about the disappearance of the Empty Sky Emperor. But one thing was certain. The Empty Sky Emperor had indeed disappeared. Late Jiang not easy. Meet the Empty Sky Emperor. Jiang difficulty hurriedly bowed and saluted. The Empty Sky Emperor waved his hand and said, I'm just a wisp of a remnant soul. No need to be polite. Jiang did not easily hear these words and revealed a stunned expression. The Empty Sky Emperor waved his big hand, and a table and 2 chairs appeared in front of him. Imo Shanha should have given you his ink world, right? Empyrean Emperor asked. Jiang did not easily nod his head. A smile appeared on Empyrean Emperor's face as he waved his hand once again, and 2 wine glasses appeared on the table. Seeing this scene, Jiang did not easily understand Empyrean Emperor's meaning in an instant and injected the ink essence of the ink world into the wine cup. The Empty Sky Emperor happily sat down, picked up one of the wine cups and sniffed it, then took a sip and laughed out loud. Good. 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 That's the flavor. It's been I don't know how long since I've had his ink essence. After saying that, the Empty Sky Emperor drank it all in one go. Jiang was not easily able to hurry and fill up the Empty Sky Emperor again. Little friend, there's no need to be formal. Have a seat. The Empty Sky Emperor pointed to the chair in front of him and said. The Empyrean Emperor had spoken, so Jiang Yiqiu didn't make much of a fuss and followed suit. Empyrean Emperor took a sip of the ink essence and said, if you have any questions, just ask. After pondering for a moment, Jiang did not easily ask. The Emperor's secrets shouldn't be an ordinary Emperor grade technique, right? Is there some secret hidden behind it? And this may be a bit rude to ask you, what exactly did you disappear for back then? When he finished speaking, Jiang was not easily able to land his gaze on Empyrean Emperor's face. The Empty Sky Emperor's expression was bland as he nodded and lifted the empty wineglass in his hand. Kong was not easy to fill up for him once again. In fact, you guessed correctly. The Empyrean secrets is indeed not an ordinary Empyrean technique. The Empty Sky Emperor drank the ink essence in his hand and placed it on the table, squinting his eyes as if he was caught up in reminiscence. The Emperor's secret is not so much a technique as it is a layout. A layout to rescue the Tianqian continent from destruction. Empyrean Emperor's voice was low, but when it landed in Jiang Dongyi's ears, it exploded like thunder. You should know about evil demons and the extraterrestrial world. Right? Empyrean Emperor said as he looked at Zhang Yiqiu. Zhang did not easily nod his head. This he naturally knew. In fact, the so-called extraterrestrial world used to be part of the Tianqian continent. Zhang Yinyuan's eyes were wide with disbelief. I know you can't believe it. In fact, when I first found out, I couldn't believe it either. But it is what it is. And it cannot be argued. Chapter 94, The Truth. Chapter 94, The Truth. The Tianqian continent was actually more than just the area seen today, it also included parts of what people today call the extraterrestrial world. At that time, there were countless heavenly pride powerhouses. And great emperors were a very common existence. Only millions of years ago, for unknown reasons, a strange chi appeared between heaven and earth, starting from the edge and gradually eroding the entire continent. The eroded area was reduced to a barren land. And the living creatures that were eroded became inhuman and ghostly existences that had no consciousness and only knew how to kill. And these existences were called evil demons. Since that time, the cultivators of the Tianqian continent had begun to fight against the evil demons. However, the evil demons were very difficult and weird. And the cultivators retreated as they fought and retreated to the current territory hundreds of thousands of years ago. Moreover, after the evil chi descended, fewer and fewer people in the Tianqian continent had been promoted to heavenly emperor. And it was likely that the evil chi had plundered the opportunity to become an emperor. If it kept going on like this, the Tianqian continent would most likely have a vacancy for a heavenly emperor powerhouse at some point. And that would be the day when the Tianqian continent would be shattered as well. After the Empty Sky Emperor discovered this problem, he, along with the then Mo Shanha and Lin Tian, did many things, which included them creating the Emperor's Secret together, where the probability of becoming an emperor would be greatly increased with each completion of one of the styles. After listening to the Empty Sky Emperor's words, John was not easily able to fall into deep thought. The Empty Sky Emperor took small sips of the ink essence. Zhang did not easily tighten his brows, always feeling as if the Empyrean Emperor was hiding something else. Any more questions? Empyrean Emperor asked. How do you know about something that happened millions of years ago, when the people of the future generations have all but forgotten about it? And, after tens of thousands of years have passed, aren't you curious as to how I obtained the Emperor's secret? Zhang did not easily look up at the Empty Sky Emperor and asked. The Empty Sky Emperor was slightly stunned. It's a matter of the continent's survival. There should be a standard for the Emperor's secrets you created. Right? Furthermore, a single Emperor's secrets can only create one heavenly emperor. Right? In the previous era, there were so many heavenly emperors, and they all had trouble defending themselves against the evil demons. So what makes you guys believe that one heavenly emperor will be able to preserve the Tianqian continent during the heavenly emperor vacuum? In the face of Jiang Yinyu's barrage of questions, Empyrean Emperor was silent, then laughed softly. Actually, I've been wondering the same thing. What? Hearing the Empyrean Emperor's words, Zhang did not easily freeze. Zhang, not easy. You are indeed very different after being reborn. The Empty Sky Emperor looked at Zhang Dongyao with a smile on his face. Zhang wasn't easy to stare at, wondering how the Empyrean Emperor knew. Don't be surprised. Your rebirth was arranged by me, Empyrean Emperor said. This time Zhang did not easily feel only more and more confused. You arranged this? What the hell is going on here? The Empty Sky Emperor waved his big hand, and his middle-aged appearance gradually became younger as Zhang's pupils gradually contracted. The Empyrean Emperor in front of him was actually 90% similar to him. Back then, I had become the strongest person of that era. At the 9th level of the Heavenly Emperor realm, it was a great sight to behold. Later, as my cultivation settled, I was surprised to find that the 9th level of the Heavenly Emperor realm had actually loosened up. It also means that there is another layer of realm above the Heavenly Emperor realm. It's just that no one has ever reached it. So no one knows about it. And the night the realm was loosened, I had a dream in which I was in a void. And a voice claiming to be the system rang out. And it said that I was the one who had broken the evil demon. Hearing the empty Sky Emperor say this, Zhang Yinyuan's face revealed incredulity. System? A system that long ago? Is it the same system as his? Zhang was not easily filled with questions in his head. The empty Heavenly Emperor didn't know what Zhang wasn't easily thinking and continued. Later, with its help, I managed to enter a new realm above the Heavenly Emperor realm. The God realm. The system says that there is an existence in the depths of the present-day extra-dimensional world. It is the source that eroded the Tianxian continent and created the evil demon. With my strength and with the help of the system, I will surely be able to erase it and liberate the Tianxian continent. So I went into the depths of the extraterrestrial world and met that being. Speaking of this, Emperor and Emperor fell into a long silence. Zhang wasn't easy to get anxious in his heart. But he didn't rush. Finally, the empty Sky Emperor continued to speak. His voice filled with despondency. I can't kill it. Even with the aid of the system, I can't kill it. Hearing the empty Sky Emperor say this, Zhang was not easily able to guess the outcome. But his heart was still shaken. What kind of powerful existence was this that actually made the Empyrean Emperor? Who had become a god and was also equipped with a system. Unable to erase it. Why? Kong asked not easily. Because. Only you can kill it. The empty Sky Emperor looked at Zhang Yenyuan with a complicated expression. Me? Are you that sure? Ginger was not easy to stare at. Yes. I'm sure. Just you. Empyrean Emperor nodded. His tone incomparably certain. In that battle, I was severely injured. So when I returned, I proceeded with the layout I just told you about. This layout. It's for you. And the Empyrean secrets were created specifically for you. After I created the Emperor's secrets and accomplished a series of things, I closed myself up and fell asleep. And I hoped to wait until you appeared to be able to help you. But I just didn't expect that you had an accident during the process. I was woken up by the system. And it said that for some reason, it wasn't able to contact you, causing you to end up dead in the extraterrestrial battlefield. And it told me to use my divine power to bring you back to life. I didn't refuse. And used my divine power to force time back to the year you were 20. And, in order to be able to make things go smoother, I also let you retain your memories. It's just that the cost was too great. And after doing this, I wasn't far from death. The me you see is merely a dying person now, forcibly holding on to a breath. The empty Sky Emperor's expression was calm, as if he was talking about an irrelevant matter. No ripples in his eyes could be seen. Zhang Yenyuan's entire body froze in place. The amount of information in this matter was just too great. It was just a bit difficult for him to digest. But why me? I still don't understand. Khan did not easily ask. At first I didn't understand why it was you. And then I saw it and I understood. Empty Sky Emperor let out a light laugh. Took a sip of ink essence. Pointed to his face. And slowly spoke. I met the system because I look like you. But I can't kill it because I look like you and not you. Only you can kill it. Don't think about so many whys and don't ask. The empty Sky Emperor waved his hand, stopping Zhang Yenyu's thoughts of continuing to ask questions. 2x2 silence. It's not easy. I actually envy you. Empyrean Emperor suddenly spoke. Envy? Me? Zhang did not easily freeze for a moment. Yes. envy, even some jealousy. The empty sky emperor let out a light laugh as his body gradually became vain. I've often wondered. It's not fair. The two of us are so much alike. Why did you meet someone who loved you so much? Loves you to the bone. Loves you so purely. Even willing to be able to give up his own life to save you. Why is this your world and not mine? Empyrean Emperor's words were a little hard for Jeong to understand. Then I thought about it. So what? When you're gone. The huge drop from the top to the bottom. The huge drop. You'll never be able to stand it. Jiang did not easily look at Empyrean Emperor. Always feeling that his state at the moment was somewhat insane. Sure enough. Jealousy makes a man so faceless that he can't speak logically. The empty sky emperor was silent for a moment. His figure growing fainter and fainter. And in the end, as if relieved, he looked towards Jiang Ichi and hooked a smile. Don't pay any attention to what I just said. Just think of it as me talking crazy. What I was actually trying to say was, there's nothing wrong with mediocrity. Because in mediocrity, one encounters one's own bright colors. Chapter 95, Infinite Sunset. Chapter 95, Infinite Sunset. Right at this moment, a tall figure appeared beside Jiang Yenyu. And without waiting for the two to react, the person ran over and hugged Empyrean Emperor. Woo woo. Master. Finally I see you again. Overcloud sobbed uncontrollably. Her head buried in Empyrean Emperor's arms. Her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. As if she was a little girl who had been abandoned. So that people couldn't help but look at her with pity. Empyrean Emperor returned to his senses and looked at the person in his arms. Slightly stunned. Then raised his hand to gently pat her back. Revealing a smile. It's been a long time. Ah Yun. Hearing the Empyrean Emperor's words, Overcloud raised his head and looked at him with tearful eyes. His face already somewhat transparent. Are you leaving? Overcloud pursed his lips. Looking a little flustered. And asked hastily. The empty sky emperor gently stroked Overcloud's head. Nodded. And said in relief. I'll see you again. John was not easy to watch the two from the side and roughly guessed the relationship between the two. You're lying. I heard all of your words just now. You said you. You. Speaking of this. Over the cloud bean-sized tears across the face. With no money as if falling down. How to wipe cannot be wiped. Empyrean Emperor cupped Overcloud's head and wiped away his tears. Saying in a firm tone. Ah Yun. Don't cry. Trust me. We will meet again. Overcloud froze for a moment. Stunned to see the empty sky emperor. One day in the future. We will meet again. And at that time, I will fulfill my promise. Empyrean Emperor continued. Overcloud opened his mouth and asked incredulously. Are you telling the truth? Which time have I ever lied to you? Empyrean Emperor said as he stared into Overcloud's eyes. Over the cloud pursed lips. This guy. As if indeed did not cheat her. Nope. He fooled her once. Once after defeating an evil demon. He said he had a wound on his face. And she believed him and went over to see it. Only to be kissed on the face by the guy. Seeing Overcloud staring at himself with unblinking eyes. The empty sky emperor also remembered that one thing. Scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and coughed out. That one is. However. Without waiting for the empty sky emperor to finish speaking. Overcloud closed his eyes and directly kissed the empty sky emperor's lips. Causing the latter to freeze. After a long time. Overcloud pushed away empty sky emperor with a red face. Don't turn your head and said softly. Don't you lie to me. If you lie to me. Death won't spare you. It took a long time for the Empyrean Emperor to come back from that kiss and looked at Overcloud with a smile. Of course, Now that's more than I can afford to lie to you. Emperor and Emperor's gaze turned to Jiang Ichio and said, "All right. Now. I'm not jealous of you. Ginger is not easy." The Empty Sky Emperor raised his hand. And a red aura shot out. Straight into Jiang Yenyuan's head. Jiang did not feel it easily as he touched his forehead. There is another thing I did not say clearly. My reversal of time is not omnipotent. Because of some reasons. It is likely that the existence of that existence in the extra-dimensional world will not take long to also be able to react to it. At that time, the next invasion of the evil demons may come earlier. As for when it is advanced to, I do not know. I've just passed on my divine origin to you. It can help you break through to the heavenly emperor realm as well as the divine realm faster. And only then will you be able to have the strength to disarm the evil demon invasion. Emperor and Emperor replied in a deep voice. Jiang did not easily freeze for a moment. Looked at Emperor and Emperor. And nodded. I know. I'll work hard to improve my cultivation and defend myself against the invasion of evil demons. Receiving Jiang's not easy answer. The Emperor and Emperor then nodded with satisfaction. Raised his hand to hug Overcloud again. And said in a low voice, "Wait for me." When Overcloud heard this, tears once again crowded his eyes. In the end, the figure of the empty heavenly emperor disappeared. And without support, Crossing Cloud fell to his knees with a thud. Click here. Mirrors shattering like sounds rang out around them. And white cracks gradually appeared in the void. Densely packed. And eventually shattered. Jiang did not easily reopen his eyes and scanned around the courtyard. Carefully recalling what the Emperor and Emperor had said. Jiang did not easily feel a sense of unreality still. As if remembering something, Jiang Yushi hurriedly called out to the system. System! You come out! In the host! The system's voice rang out in Jiang Dongyi's mind. You should be the system that the Empty Sky Emperor is talking about. Right? Jiang did not easily ask. There was a moment of silence before the system replied. Yes. The host. What the hell is your system? With so many people dying every day. Why did you choose to find me? Jiang did not find it easy to ask. Sorry, host. This system can't tell you what I am right now. I can only tell you that it can only be you. Jiang did not easily show a bitter smile. What difference does it make if you tell me or not? If the host wants to know the truth, all that is needed is for the host to kill that being in the extraterrestrial world. Kill it and you will know everything. The system said. It? That being. Jiang did not easily murmur. For some reason, the next evil invasion is likely to occur in 100 years. The system's voice sounded again. Hearing the system's words, Jiang did not easily look up sharply. 100 years later? So soon. That's more than 200 years ahead of schedule. Yes, host. Please work hard on your cultivation. I believe that with the divine source. And with the help of this system, the host will definitely be able to become a god within 100 years. Jiang did not easily feel that things were only getting more and more uncomplicated. After 100 years of evil invasion, according to his current cultivation speed, it shouldn't be a problem for him to become an emperor and a god within 100 years. However, Gu Qingyue and the others weren't so sure. He didn't want a repeat of what happened in his last life. And he wanted everyone to be okay in this one. Thinking about it, Jiang did not easily open the system interface. And now the heartwarming value already had 435 points. Jiang did not easily think about it and directly bought 50 points of heartless fruit. When he arrived at the Ink World, he saw Shangguan Yuan, Chui Chang and Miaobai meditating and cultivating. Jiang did not easily probe the three briefly. Shangguan Yuan's aura storage was already able to break through to the Sage realm. While the two of them, Shui Chang and Miao Bai were able to advance to the heavenly stage semi-saint realm. Jiang did not easily give the heartless fruit that he had just exchanged with the heart-warming value to Shangguan Yuan to use. And in a split second, the sky's black clouds churned. And a saint's tribulation that was incomparably more powerful than that immortal tribulation of Jiang's did not easily take place gradually formed in the sky. It hadn't released the heavenly thunder yet. But that revealed might alone was enough to strike fear into one's heart. Shangguan Yuan flew into the air, preparing to receive the baptism of the holy tribulation. Jiang did not easily gaze towards the two of them, Miao Bai and Shui Chang, and used the still remaining Deathward Stone and Blade Soul sent by the system earlier to give them a breakthrough. After doing so, Jiang did not easily exit the world glaze. Jiang did not easily stand up, frowning as he contemplated the countermeasures afterward. What to do to make the clan's overall rapid improvement? Jiang did not easily come to the edge of the small pool and sat down cross-legged. Then his thoughts emptied and he checked in the system store. A little bit of time passed. The sun gradually set. The sunset was infinite, and the sunlight filled the sky. Gu Qingyue sensed Jiang Dongyao's aura and jogged over. Seeing Jiang Dongyao sitting motionless, she hurriedly stopped her footsteps and tiptoed closer to Jiang Dongyao with a bad smile on her face. Finally, came to the back of Jiang Not Easy. Gu Qingyue originally wanted to scare Jiang Not Easy, but saw him so serious look. All of a sudden there is intolerance. And then sat down on his knees. Gently hugged Jiang Not Easy from behind, his head leaning on his sturdy back. Jiang is not easy to think back to the cage. Feel the soft behind the twisted head to look. Surprise? You're back? Thinking about what? So serious. You don't even know I'm here. Gu Qingyue straightened up slightly, her chin resting on Jiang Ichi's shoulder, face to face with him, and asked softly, "Missed you." Jiang did not easily let out a light laugh and said smoothly, "Che? Lie to the dog you." Gu Qingyue blushed slightly and beamed. Eh? Ginger didn't find it easy to touch her nose. They're still thinking about it. Gu Qingyue grunted. Well, I knew. It. Don't be angry. Qingyu. I was wrong. But I really have been thinking about you too. Jiang Ichio hurriedly admitted his mistake. Not mad. Anyway. Woof woof woof. Jiang did not easily freeze. Then smiled and reached out to pull her into his arms and hold her tightly. Gu Qingyu was contentedly nestled in his arms, feeling the warmth of Jiang Yi's body. As the sun was setting, the backs of the two of them were beautiful. Chapter 96, Traveling to the Central Continent. Chapter 96, Traveling to the Central Continent. The sun was setting and the stars were shining brightly. Jiang Ichio and Gu Qingyue were lying on the grass, looking at the starry sky. So beautiful. Not easy. Gu Qingyue stretched out her hand to scratch in the sky, happily saying, I wish I could be like this all the time. Leisurely. Self-contained. Not needing to be disturbed by the outside world. It's just you and me. Jiang did not easily turn his head sideways to look at Gu Qingyue's side face, revealing a smile. It will. Gu Qingyue twisted her head to lock eyes with Jiang Ichio and smiled happily. Late at night, Gu Qingyue fell asleep with her pillow on Jiang Ichi's arm. Jiang did not easily roll over to lock eyes with Gu Qingyue, and looking at her sleeping form, he could not help but reach out and scrape her nose. Gu Qingyue slightly beamed, inhaled her nose, raised her hand and rubbed it. Her breathing was even and she didn't wake up. So cute. Jiang did not easily say softly. Just then, Gu Qingyue's brows furrowed. Seeing this, Jiang did not easily freeze and reached out to smooth her brow. But he saw Gu Qingyue's tears streaming down her face and her body could not stop trembling. Zhang Yiqi hurriedly hugged Gu Qingyue and softly soothed her. Just as she wanted to enter her dream to find out what was going on, Gu Qingyue woke up. Gu Qingyue's face was full of tears. Holding Zhang Yiqi's face and carefully measuring it, revealing a face full of grievances. Then hugging Zhang Yiqi tightly, like a frightened rabbit. It's not easy. Not easy. It's so good that you're okay. Woo-hoo. I thought I'd never see you again. Woo. Gu Qingyue choked her voice and said, It's okay. It's just a dream. I'm fine. Aren't I? Okay. Good boy. Don't cry. Don't cry. John was not easy to hear. His voice was soft and he gently patted her back, trying his best to calm her down. Do you know? So much blood. You lay motionless in a pool of blood. I was scared to death. Oh. Gu Qingyue sobbed. I don't know what I'm going to do after leaving you. All right. Don't want to think about this. Aren't I fine? Zhang Yiqi tightened his hold on Gu Qingyue. Under the soothing presence of Zhang Yi, Gu Qingyue's emotions gradually settled down, curling up in Zhang Yi's arms, her hands tightly embracing his waist, afraid that once she let go, he would leave as if. Zhang was not easy to hum softly, coaxing Gu Qingyue like a child. Shall we go back to bed? Gu Qingyue whispered. Okay. You let go first. Zhang, not easy to nod, said. No. I don't want to let go. Gu Qingyue suddenly became agitated. Well. Don't let go. Just hold. Zhang was not easy to hear and hurriedly spoke out to pacify. The body leaned forward slightly, then powered up and stood. Gu Qingyue's white lotus root-like arm wrapped around Zhang Yiqi's neck. Her slender legs wrapped around his waist. Her head buried in his neck, living like a sloth hanging on his body. Zhang did not easily hold Gu Qingyue's thighs to keep her from falling and walked slowly towards the room. Returning to his room, he placed Gu Qingyue on the bed and wrapped his arms around her and coaxed her for half a day before letting her fall asleep again. Staring at her face, which still had remnants of tears, Khan did not easily kiss her on the forehead. Sleep tight. All things. There I am. Day 2. Gu Qingyue still had palpitations over yesterday's dream, and had been pulling on Zhang Yenyuan's hand since she woke up, refusing to let go. Zhang Yenyuan was promoted to the position of inner sect elder by the sect because his strength had reached the heavenly immortal realm. At this moment, in the Hall of Elders, the elders were sitting in their respective seats. On the main seat, Wang Tianhao took a sip of tea before saying, Today, the main reason for summoning all the elders here is that there is a matter over in the central continent. Upon hearing this, all of them perked up. Master Tai of the Tianji Pavilion branch in Tianyu City sent word yesterday that the Tianji Pavilion in the central continent had specially invited the Heavenly Sword Sect to send someone there to discuss important matters. As Wang Tianhao's words fell, the crowd clamored. The central continent Tianji Pavilion invited to deliberate. This is the first time the central continent Tianji Pavilion invites to discuss. Not invited. Once invited, the discussion can be related to the entire continent's important matters. In the past, this kind of thing was always invited to the extreme martial sect, after which the extreme martial sect would come back and convey it to the various clans of the South Shan continent, both large and small. And now, Tianji Pavilion had actually invited them as well. How could this not make them excited? Seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Wang Tianhao waved his hand and said, Don't be happy yet. There are only 2 personnel dispatched. Everyone froze in place again at that statement. If there was no restriction, everyone could check it out. But with a restriction, then it is imperative to choose the right person for the job. And the rest of us fall through the cracks. And my idea is to let the two of them, Zhang Yiqiu and Gu Qingyue, go. Wang Tianhao continued. The moment these words came out, everyone's gazes went to Gu Qingyue and Zhang Yiqiu, who were sitting together. Gu Qingyue froze slightly, and Zhang Dongyi's expression was unchanged, as if it was expected. I wonder if everyone has any objections? Wang Tianhao swept his gaze at the crowd and asked. After a short silence, Qin Ling took the lead and said, I have no opinion. Seeing Qin Ling take a stand, everyone else followed suit and said they were fine with it. They knew very well that the reason why the Central Continent Heavenly Pavilion was willing to give them this opportunity was because Zhang was not easy. Zhang was not easily gifted. His strength had not only reached the heavenly immortal realm, but he was also able to see in this Heaven's Pride conference that his city was by no means comparable to his peers. Plus he had 3 half-saint powerhouses behind him. So there was little reason not to say yes when he was allowed to go. Since everyone doesn't have any opinions, it's decided. Gu Qingyue and Zhang Yiqiu, you two stay behind. The others go back first. Wang Tianhao said. The crowd rose and saluted and left. Wang Tianhao stood up and walked over to the two Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue and Zhang Dongyi followed suit and stood up. Qingyu, it's not easy. It's okay for me to take the liberty of letting you two go, right? Wang Tianhao asked with a smile. The two men shook their heads. Since it's the words of the Patriarch, the two of us will have no choice but to listen. Zhang was not easy to respond to. Gu Qingyue nodded along. Anyway, as long as there was Zhang, not easy to be there. Other than that, it didn't matter. Wang Tianhao smiled and nodded. The audio message given by Pavilion Master Tai said that this deliberation is rather urgent. So the two of you will take the clan's flying boat later. I've already notified the disciples to go prepare. Gu Qingyue and Zhang Dongyi both nodded. Before leaving, Zhang was not easy to hand over a space ring to Wang Tianhao. This is. Wang Tianhao looked at the spatial ring in his hand and voiced out in doubt. You will naturally know when you see it, Zhang Yiqiu said with a light smile. Wang Tianhao froze for a moment and smiled along with him, nodding and accepting it. The ship set sail. 6th Elder. Elder brother, not easy. You guys come back earlier. Yan Yan Lu stood on the ground, waving and shouting towards the airship. Everyone also voiced their farewells to Zhang Yiqiu and Gu Qingyue. Zhang Dongyi and Gu Qingyue smiled and waved with the crowd. The airship flew off into the distance, gradually getting smaller until it disappeared. The pace has picked up and it will probably be over in another week. Chapter 97, Tianhua Holy Land finds fault. Chapter 97, Tianhua Sacred Ground finds fault. 3 days later. In the Central Continent. Tianji City. Tianji City. As the name suggests, the place where Tianji Pavilion was located. At this moment, in the sky above Tianji City, there was an endless stream of large and small airships flying towards Tianji City's boat parking harbor. Wow! Is this the town in the Middle Continent? It's so lively. So many big airships. Gu Qingyue leaned against the side of the ship and looked at the flying boats coming and going around, her eyes wide with novelty. The Heavenly Sword Sect's flying boat looked so inconspicuous in the middle of these flying boats. Looking at the sprawling huge city in front of him, Zhang Yenyuan was also very emotional. The most prosperous Tianyu city in the southern Xian continent was afraid that it was not even a third of the Tianji city in front of it. Just then, a voice came from the board. The two men looked for the sound. And there was a kernel of fruit lying on the ship's board at some point. Ta-da! The sky suddenly darkened and another kernel fell. The two of them looked up, only to see a flying boat 3 times larger than theirs hovering in the sky. There was a young man leaning against the side of this large flying boat. Seeing the two looking at him, The young man didn't collect himself, but instead showed a provocative look and gave a downward thumbs up towards the two. Gu Qingyue's face instantly sank. Raising her hand and pointing her sword at the young man, the aura of the 9th level of the heavenly immortal realm erupted. A red sword shadow pointing straight at the two. The young man was not afraid to see this. Boom! Just as the sword shadow was about to approach, another sword shadow flew out, breaking Gu Qingyue's sword shadow. In the next moment, the aura of the half-saint realm was revealed. Who dares to touch my holy son? My lord! A voice like a flood bell suddenly rang out, and a white-haired old man hovered in the air, his sharp gaze fixed on the two Gu Qingyue. Quickly look! Isn't that the flying boat from the Tianhua Holy Land? The person on the airship is the holy son of the Tianhua Holy Land, Li Feiyu. Right? And that person's suspended in the air. Isn't that Elder Wu Yi? How did he appear? What happened? Which ungrateful clan dared to contradict the Holy Land? Not afraid of death? The surrounding flying boats stopped and gathered around to watch the scene. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Gu Qingyue's heart tightened, never imagining that the person across from her was actually the holy son of the Holy Land. So what if it's a holy son? Can a saint's son look down on people like that? Gu Qingyue's complexion turned cold as she snapped. Regardless of the reason, those who dare to make a move against Lord Saint's son die. Wu Yi's voice, cold and full of killing intent, raised his hand and prepared to strike when the young man spoke. Elder Wu. Wait. Hearing Li Feiyu's words, Wu paused in his movements on one hand and bowed respectfully towards him. Yes. Lord Saint's son. Li Feiyu sized up Gu Qingyue with interest and said, I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful woman in this world. I want you to serve me. How about it? I can give you anything. Feats, spirit stones, resources and so on. Whatever you want, I can fulfill you. Hearing Li Feiyu's words, Gu Qingyue was instantly furious and was about to make a move when she was pulled back by Jiang Yinyu's hand. Gu Qingyue looked at Jiang Yiqiu and saw that he gave her a rapid around-me look, revealing a look of resignation. It's not easy. You must take it out on me. Jiang did not easily read Gu Qingyue's meaning and patted her hand to comfort her. Seeing the two shaking hands and eyeballing each other, Li Feiyu immediately felt uncomfortable in his heart. Ever since he was a child, no one had ever dared to point at anything he had his eye on. Hey! Bastard! Who are you? Let go of my hand. Otherwise don't blame me for breaking one of your arms. Li Feiyu narrowed his eyes and said with an icy voice. Wu Yi's eyes were also filled with ill will, poised and ready to strike at any time, just waiting for Li Feiyu to give the order. Jiang Yiqiu twisted his head to look at Li Feiyu, his eyes filled with hostility, throwing fruit kernels to humiliate them, and saying unpleasant things to Gu Qingyue. This person already has a way of taking death. While the swords were being drawn, a flying boat with the banner of Gu flew over. What's this hair? Gu Justice curiously walked over to the side of the ship to look, his eyes widening. He recognized the woman on the airship. Gu Qingyue. Ah, Justice. What's wrong with you? A middle-aged man walked over to Gu Justice and asked with a smile. Following Gu Justice's gaze, he revealed a puzzled expression. He. Tianhua Holy Land, which power did this collide with? The airship is so small. It should be a small sect. When did the Tianhua Holy Land become so? Gu Yuanshan's words came to an abrupt end as he looked at Gu Qingyue beside Zhang Yenyuan, his brows getting tighter and tighter. Why is this figure so familiar? Suddenly, in the back of his mind, a face popped out, sending a shiver through his circumference. It's her! Gu Qingyue, the child of those two. Gu Yuanshan's eyes instantly turned cold. Unexpectedly, she actually met here after fleeing for nearly 100 years. Back then, after realizing that Gu Qingyue had escaped, he sent out a large number of people to search for her. But he couldn't find her. And then he simply gave up. And more than 10 years later, there was no news of Gu Qingyue. So he assumed she was dead. After all, at that time, Gu Qingyue was only in her teens and hadn't shown a single bit of cultivation talent. Running out on her own would be impossible to survive in this world of the weak and the strong. I just didn't realize that she wasn't dead. Not dead. As soon as he saw her, he remembered those two men. The thought of their angry eyes made him scared. Why don't you die? Why don't you die outside? Why are you still alive? Gu Yuanshan said viciously in his heart. At this moment, he immensely hoped that Wu Yi would be able to kill her. On this side, Jiang Yinyu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Li Feiyu and spoke coldly. What kind of a thing are you? In Li Feiyu's opinion, although Jiang Yinyuan's cultivation was higher than his, but he was the holy son of the Holy Land. He had Wu Yi to back him up. Jiang Yinyuan was no more than a mole in his eyes. A mole actually dared to scold him. How could he not let him be annoyed? The surrounding people were also surprised, knowing that Li Feiyu was known to be debauched, temperamental, and vindictive. Once, just because a person accidentally bumped into him, he slaughtered all of that person's clan and family. It made many people tremble at him. Now, Jiang Yinyu actually dared to scold Li Feiyu. This was clearly looking for death. You seek death, Elder Wu. Waste him for me. Li Feiyu was enraged, pointing at Jiang Yinyuan and shouting harshly. Wu Yi saw Jiang Not Easy Airship Little One. Also probed around Jiang Not Easy Airship. And there is nothing hidden up the breath. Thought it should be a small sect of people. And there is no strong shelter. So when he heard Li Feiyu's voice, he did not even think about it. And then he wanted to make a move. However, the next moment, a terrifying aura locked onto him. Alarm bells rang loudly in Wu Yi's heart. And he subconsciously frantically retreated, instantly moving to an extremely distant place in the blink of an eye. Boom! And at the place where he had just stood, an explosion suddenly occurred, with a terrifying power that shook many flying boats upside down. And even worse, small flying boats were directly overturned. A layer of cold sweat oozed from Wu Yi's forehead as he looked at the place of the explosion. His eyes filled with fear. But if he had been a little slow, he would have been dead. Who the hell is it? Ah! Just as Wu Yi was rambling, Li Feiyu's mournful screams came over, resounding through the heavens and earth, giving people chills. Chapter 98, Is there no one left in the Tianhua Holy Land? Chapter 98, Is there no one left in the Tianhua Holy Land? When Wu Yi heard Li Feiyu's miserable scream, he turned his head violently to look over. It was seen that one of Li Feiyu's arms was twisted 360 degrees, forming a very bizarre pattern. Li Feiyu's eyes were wide open. His eyes were covered with blood, unbelievably looking at his arm, and howling in death. Lord Saint's son! Wu Yi couldn't help but shout. And just as he wanted to go over, that terrifying aura locked onto him once again, as if he would die without a burial place if he moved. Wu Yi couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and didn't dare to move. The people around them looked dumbfounded as well. Inexplicably, Wu Yi ran away. And there was a powerful explosion where Wu Yi had just been. Then it was Li Feiyu's arm that twisted bizarrely 360 degrees. However, there was no one. So far, no one had appeared. Nor had they revealed the slightest fluctuation in their breath. This could only mean one thing: that the one who made the move was much stronger. Kid, You're the one who messed up. Wu Yi snapped as he looked toward Jiang Yanyu. Jiang did not easily laugh lightly. So what if it's me? You come to beat me up? You can bully us. But you don't allow us to bully you? Where in the world is there such bullying? Wu Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva, never imagining that it was really the person behind Jiang Yanyu. This guy. He's pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. He was an Earth-ranked half-saint. And those who could force him to such an extent could only be heaven-ranked half-saints. As for why he didn't go to guess if it was a saint or a pseudo-saint, that was impossible. A person with this kind of cultivation could only be a clan or family ancestor. Such a person would generally not go out, and it was impossible to make a move unless it was an extremely important moment. Do you dare me to call someone over? Wu Yi said with a gloomy face. Jiang did not easily raise his eyebrows and snorted. Yo! You want to shake people if you can't beat them? Tianhua Holy Land? It's nothing more than that. Hearing Jiang Yi's words, Wu Yi was so angry that his body trembled. But he didn't dare to say anything. That aura of terror was still locked onto him. Or if he upset Jiang Yi, he was afraid that both he and Li Feiyu would be in trouble. Fine. You call someone over. I'll wait. Jiang Yiqiu shrugged his shoulders, not panicking in the slightest. When he heard Jiang Yanyuan's words, Wu Yi's heart rejoiced and he hurriedly took out his summoning talisman and pinched it. Ha ha ha. This guy is simply arrogant. He didn't think that no one from his Tianhua Holy Land had a stronger aura than the people behind him. Did he? One must know that he, Tianhua Holy Land, still had a heavenly rank half-saint realm supreme elder, as well as a pseudo-saint realm old ancestor. The people around them were talking about it too. Holy! Who is this guy? So crazy that he dares to ask Wu Yi to call someone. That is he unaware of the depths of the Tianhua Holy Land? Heavenly rank half-saints, Taishan elders and pseudo-saint realms old ancestors. Any random one is not something he can match. In the distance, Gu Yuanshan watched this scene and laughed out coldly. He was really taken aback just now. If Gu Qingyue really had such a powerful existence behind her, he was afraid that he could only leave in disgrace. It was just that I didn't expect that this person beside her would be so proud, daring Wu Yi to call out the person behind him, simply looking for death. Well. What a godsend. Jiang did not easily take his eyes off of Wu Yi, holding Gu Qingyue's hand as he jumped onto the Tianhua Sacred Lands airship and arrived in front of Li Feiyu. Seeing this, Wu Yi's eyes widened in shock. What are you doing? Jiang did not easily look at Wu Yi and looked at Li Feiyu with amusement, saying, What? Can't take it anymore? Weren't you quite mad just now? Didn't you say you wanted to waste my hand? Want to waste your other hand as well? Li Feiyu was sweating profusely and looked at Jiang Yiqi with a terrified face. No. You don't come over. Elder Wu, save me. Stop. Don't move, Lord Saint's son. Wu Yi exclaimed in shock. And just as he made a move, a sharp and cold sword dagger flew over with a swish. Wu Yi panicked and condensed a shield to defend himself. Boom! The sword dangles landed on Wu Yi, making a violent collision sound, stirring up huge smoke and dust. And Wu Yi's entire body was like a kite with broken strings, falling to the ground and smashing out a huge deep pit. Telling you not to move, you have to move. A voice rang out from the sky. The crowd looked up. A burly figure emerged in the air, holding a sword in his hand. His expression indifferent. The aura emanating from his body was clearly the heavenly rank semi-saint realm. Half-saints. Heavenly order half-saints. Everyone's mind was blown. Gu Yuanshan swallowed a mouthful of water afterward, not expecting the person behind Gu Qingyue to be so strong. But Jiang was not easy to step on Li Feiyu's twisted arm. And the latter directly let out a wailing sound once again in pain. Ah! The voice echoed, causing everyone to feel nothing but chills in their hearts. Why are your hands so deficient? Throwing fruit kernels? Jiang did not easily step on it violently a few times and said in a cold voice. Li Feiyu was sweating from the pain. His voice was hoarse, and he was about to pass out. Ginger doesn't let go easily. Li Feiyu couldn't stop gasping for air. But without waiting for him to catch his breath, Jiang Yushi stomped on his mouth with such force that all his teeth were broken. Woo woo! Li Feiyu stared wide-eyed, shaking uncontrollably, but unable to break free from Jiang Ichi's restraints. Her arms and legs kept fluttering, tears streaming down her face, and her heart filled with resentment. Your mouth is also very indebted. Can't speak. Simply don't want it. Jiang not easy to hear a bit of emotion in his cold voice. Everyone present couldn't help but cover their mouths when they saw this scene. It hurt just to look at it. Bold fanatic. Stop your hands for me. Acting like this. Where do you place my Tianhua Holy Land? At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and an incomparably powerful aura enveloped the entire field. Rip it! The sky was torn open with a crack, and two figures stepped out from it, looking at Zhang Yenyuan with fury. Quickly look! Tianhua Holy Land's Supreme Elder Wei Xing and Old Ancestor Zhou Weidao. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Everyone's hearts fluttered as they thought. Jiang Yushi is not easy to finish this time. When they received Wu Yi's distress message, they still didn't believe it. After all, the Tianhua Holy Land's name was here. Who would dare to touch them? It was just that I didn't expect that as soon as Wei Xing and Zhou Weidao both came over. They saw that Jiang was not easy to step on their Tianhua Holy Land's holy son while Wu Yi was lying half dead on the ground. If this matter was spread out, where would their Tianhua Holy Land's face be placed? If Jiang was not easy to die, the anger in their hearts could not dissipate. Hearing what the two of them said, Jiang Yenyu laughed out loud and rushed at Li Feiyu. Hey! You heard it too. He told me to stop, but I used my foot. Doesn't that mean, let me keep stepping on it? Saying that, the force under Jiang Ichio's feet increased. Oh! Li Feiyu wailed in pain. You! The two of them were enraged when they heard this. Jiang did not easily look at the angry two. Instead he looked at Wu Yi on the ground, his face full of sarcasm. Hey! I asked you to call someone and you called these two? Is there no one left in the Tianhua Holy Land? Boom! A thunderbolt flashed across the sky, erupting with a loud sound. And Jiang Yuxian's voice was just like this thunderbolt, knocking on everyone's hearts. Mad. Too mad. Read my chapter-by-chapter review. Chapter 99, Mercy. Chapter 99, Mercy. You know, the Tianhua Holy Land's Pseudo-Saint Realm Elder and the Heavenly Rank Half-Saint Realm's Supreme Elder had come out. But Jiang was not easy to see as if he did not see it. Full of concern, and straight away said that there was no one left in the Tianhua Holy Land. Big brother, what you're standing in front of right now is a heavenly rank half-saint and a pseudo-saint. And you have nothing more than a heavenly rank half-saint by your side. The crowd that came back to their senses couldn't help but spit in their hearts. I really don't know if Zhang Dongyao had overplayed his hand and couldn't come back to his senses, or if he really had the capital to fight against the false saints. Gu Yuanshan's heart was filled with excitement when he heard Zhang Dongyao's words. Good. What a kid who doesn't know the heights of heaven and dares to taunt the false saints. This time he will die even if he doesn't. At that time, Gu Qingyue would definitely not be able to escape Zhou Weidao's pursuit. Thinking of this, Gu Yuanshan couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort in his heart. In his mind, he kept urging Zhou Weidao to do it. Gu Qingyue felt Zhou Weidao's aura and pulled on Jiang Dongyi's sleeve with a worried expression. She knew that Jiang was not easily backed up by 3 half-saints. So she was relieved to let Jiang not easily make his move. But she just didn't expect that Wu Yi would actually call a pseudo-saint over. Which had far exceeded her expectations. If she couldn't, and saw that the momentum wasn't right, she would take Jiang not easy to escape. Jiang did not easily turn his head to look at Gu Qingyue, revealing a smile as he reached out to stroke her head and softly said, "Don't worry, Qingyue. This kind of goods are not enough to look at in my eyes." These words shocked the entire audience once again. Zhou Weidao's eyes widened. His hair stood upright in anger. His hands clenched into fists. And his entire body couldn't help but tremble. Damn it! To be taunted by a mole again and again. If word got out, wouldn't he, Zhou Weidao, be laughed to death by the world? Junior. It's just that you have a heavenly rank half-saint backing you up. It seems that you've never seen the strength of a fake saint and don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Today, I want you to see what happens when you anger me. Zhou Weidao. Zhou Weidao shouted angrily. His pseudo-saint realm cultivation exploding as an extremely terrifying pressure enveloped the entire arena. All the strong people whose flying boats were hidden hurriedly shot out to shelter their own flying boats. Just because of the gap in the realm they're in. More or less reluctantly. However, they were all secretly grateful in their hearts. Fortunately, Zhou Weidao was targeting Jiang Dongyao. And most of the pressure was gathered around Jiang Dongyao, which didn't make them feel overwhelmed. However, sensing the sudden and powerful pressure around him, Jiang Yixian did not show any discomfort on his face. Instead, he hooked up a smile as if he was mocking. Gu Qingyue was also strange. She clearly felt a powerful force around her. But she did not receive the slightest impact on her. It was as if there was a force invisibly protecting her. Zhou Weidao's heart was greatly shaken when he saw this scene. How is it possible? How is this possible? In the face of his pressure. With Jiang difficulty's cultivation of a mere heavenly immortal realm, shouldn't he have already been on the ground, bleeding from his 7 orifices? How could it be that nothing happened at all? Moreover, the smirk on Jiang Yiqiu's face looked extremely piercing in his eyes. It was as if he was mocking his incompetence. The people around them also noticed the difference and were amazed. No wonder Jiang did not easily dare to clamor. So he had kept a hand. How many secrets are hidden in this guy? Zhou Weidao gritted his teeth. Anger had already swept him away. At the moment he only had one thought in his mind. To kill Jiang Yiqiu. Otherwise, he was afraid that in the future, his Tao would be unstable. There is something to counter his pressure. Isn't there? He would like to see what else he had to counter his pseudo-saint's full force strike. Junior. Die. Zhou Weidao shouted angrily. And a golden phantom of hundreds of feet gradually emerged behind him. I'll go. Golden body Dharma phase. I've actually seen a golden body Dharma phase in my lifetime. This isn't a true golden body phantasm. You can see that his figure in that phantasm is a bit flimsy. It's just that it was revealed by forcibly mobilizing only the holy breath because of the holy tribulation he had passed through. Although it said so. But in the end, it contains the power of the holy breath. The power should not be underestimated. Yeah. Forcing Zhou Weidao to release his golden body phantom. It seems like he's really pissed off by Jiang Dongyi. Let's hurry up and withdraw. Lest it all to fluctuate. The surrounding people were all shocked to see this scene. And then hurriedly drove their flying boats away. Fearing that they would be affected by Zhou Weidao's attack. Gu Qingyue looked at the huge palm that was getting closer and closer above her head. And her hand tightly gripped Jiang Dongyi's hand. Jiang was not easy to see. Gently patted Gu Qingyue's hand. Looked at Zhou Weidao. And said. False saints. Nothing more than that. After saying that, Jiang Yinyu's voice went cold. Break it for me. As Jiang Dongyao's words fell, an aura that was incomparably stronger than Zhou Weidao's erupted from Jiang Dongyao's body. The next moment, golden light flashed, and a rumbling sound resounded through heaven and earth. Huge energy fluctuations stirred in all directions. Even though the flying boats that had already ducked out far away were still affected, many of them were directly upended. And many of the strongest people supporting the flying boats were heavily injured by the fluctuations, spitting out blood furiously. When Tianji Pavilion was about to be affected by the waves, a figure appeared in the air, and with a wave of his large hand, he blocked the terrifying energy fluctuations, his gaze looking towards the explosion with a grave expression. It was a long time before the light faded. The crowd was shocked by the scene in front of them. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, only to see Jiang not easily holding Gu Qingyue's hand suspended in the air. His expression was calm and nothing happened at all. As for Wei Xing, because he was very close to the two people, he received an even bigger wave, and his entire body was covered in blood, living as a bloody man, collapsing on the ground, unconscious. As for Zhou Weidao, he was shocked out far away. His eyes were dull. One of his arms was missing. His clothes were covered in blood, and the golden body phantom behind him shattered and dissipated with it. And the whole person's aura was shriveled. How is this possible? Zhou Weidao couldn't believe it. He hadn't even reacted when his attack was blocked by Jiang Dongyao. And he was also heavily injured. Just now Jiang is not easy to break out a powerful breath on his body. But now he reveals his strength, or the strength of the heavenly immortal realm. How is this possible? How is this possible? Just as the crowd was staggered, Jiang did not easily look at Cui Chang and waved his hand. Kill them. Jiang Dongyao's words were like a demonic whisper, and fell like a bomb in Zhou Weidao's ears. No. Don't. Don't kill me. Zhou Weidao hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Right now. With his strength, he couldn't beat the heaven stage half-saint Cui Chang. Jiang was not easy to care about. Cui Chang was not easily ordered by Jiang, and his expression was cold as he flew to Zhou Wei. Don't kill me. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Please don't kill me. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Zhou Weidao could not stop shaking his head as he saw Cui Chang getting closer and closer, looking at Jiang Yiqi with a pleading look in his eyes. Be careful next time. Don't mess with my young master, Cui Chang said in a cold voice, raising his hand to chop Zhou Weidao to death. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Little friend, be merciful. Chapter 100, What Just Happened? Chapter 100, What Just Happened? The voice fell on Zhou Weidao's ears like heavenly music. And looking at the voice, he saw an old man with gray hair floating in the air with his hands in the air. That's the Vice Pavilion Master of Tianji Pavilion, Shi Ming, a Sage Realm powerhouse. Shi Ming has spoken. So it looks like Zhou Weidao can't be killed. When they saw the old man appear, the people around them let out sounds of surprise. They were certain that Zhou Weidao would be fine. After all, this was the Vice Pavilion Master of the Tianji Pavilion, and he was even at the Sage Realm cultivation. So who would dare not give him face? However, Cui Chang acted as if he hadn't heard it. And with one palm, Zhou Weidao was like a shooting star, falling straight to the ground. The entire earth shook, splattering up huge clouds of smoke and dust. By the time the smoke cleared, Zhou Weidao was out of breath, his eyes wide. And he couldn't believe until he died that Cui Chang had actually disobeyed Qi Ming and killed him. A generation of false saint powerhouses had fallen just like that. The surrounding people also froze, not expecting that Qi Ming had already voiced out to bail out Zhou Weidao. But Cui Chang actually made a move anyway. This was clearly not taking his words seriously. Qi Ming also froze, not expecting Cui Chang to be so decisive. You. Qi Ming opened his mouth to say something, and Cui Chang gave him a cold look. You what you? I only listened to the words of the young lord. Cui Chang's voice was icy cold, without a trace of emotion. Jiang did not easily snort and said, Cui Chang. Kill the rest of the people from the Tianhua Holy Land as well. Receiving Jiang Yi's order, Cui Chang was ready to make his move. And Qi Ming immediately became anxious and hurriedly spoke out. Little friend. For my face. This time, let's call it quits. Stop. Jiang did not easily look as if he had heard some heavenly joke, and looked at Qi Ming. Who are you to tell me to call it quits? Qi Ming gritted his teeth and said, just by virtue of the fact that I'm the vice pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion, a sage realm powerhouse. Hearing Qi Ming's words, Jiang Yuxian snorted. That's it? You want me to call it quits? You're not worthy. Qi Ming immediately felt a fire welling up in his heart. Let's not talk about the fact that this matter was instigated by the Tianhua sacred ground. Let's just talk about Zhou Weidao's full force strike just now. If I didn't have enough strength, I'm afraid that I would have fallen on the spot. But you didn't step in to stop it. What? Do you have some ulterior secrets with the Tianhua Holy Land? Or are you looking down on these slightly weaker clans? Zhang Yanyuan's voice was ice cold as he looked at Qi Ming. Qi Ming was shocked in his heart when he heard Zhang Dongyao's words. His anger dissipated quite a bit and he gritted his teeth. Somewhat speechless. Zhang was not easy to say right. He did look down on those clans that were a little weaker. After all, for something like an evil demon invasion, weak clans were nothing more than cannon fodder. And only those clans that were strong enough to fend off the evil demons. This was why Qi Ming had prevented Zhang from easily killing Zhou Weidao. Zhou Weidao, no matter what, was a solid false saint realm powerhouse. Kill them. Zhang did not easily pay any more attention to Cui Chang and opened his mouth. Cui Chang obeyed the order and killed both Wu Yi and Wei Xing. Qi Ming stood aside and didn't stop it after all. After all, there's no more Cheveldo. And there's no more need for it. Zhang did not easily return to the flying boat and came to Li Feiyu, his face full of teasing. Li Feiyu looked at Zhang Yanyu with terror in his eyes. He regretted it. Really regretted it. How did he provoke this kind of plague? Actually, even the old ancestor could not beat him. Qi Ming did not even dare to care. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I can make up for it. Li Feiyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Zhang did not easily kick him over. His voice indifferent, in your next life? Watch out. Don't be too condescending. After saying that, he stomped on Li Feiyu's neck to break it. Li Feiyu fluttered a few times and eventually ran out of breath. The once unbeatable holy son of the Holy Land died like this, making people sigh. All around, there was silence. Everyone didn't expect it to end like this. This guy can't be messed with. Everyone subconsciously thought this in their hearts. Right at this moment, Zhang Yiqiu's gaze looked toward a distant airship, revealing a morose smile. After watching from the sidelines for so long, it's your turn. Gu Yuanshan was still immersed in the shock of Zhou Weidao's decapitation when he felt Jiang Dongyi's gaze and heard the words he said. Upon hearing Jiang Dongyao's words, everyone curiously followed his gaze to the Gu family's airship. Gu Qingyue also saw Gu Yuanshan and froze for a moment. Then her eyes turned red. Gu Yuanshan, the enemy who killed her parents. Feeling the change in Gu Qingyue's breath, Jiang did not easily take hold of her hand gently. Gu Yuanshan. For the sake of the family head position. You killed my parents. And today, I'm bound to make you pay for it. Gu Qingyu shouted sternly towards Gu Yuanshan. Perhaps because she was too angry. Her entire body couldn't help but tremble. She had spent so many years. She had thought of killing Gu Yuanshan all the time to avenge her parents. It was just that she hadn't reached her strength yet. And Gu Yuanshan was a heavenly rank half-saint powerhouse. Now, finally, she had the chance. So how could she not be excited? Hearing Gu Qingyu's words, everyone looked at Gu Yuanshan, not expecting such a thing to actually happen. Gu Yuanshan felt the gazes of the crowd and swallowed a mouthful of water. Forcing composure on his face and barely revealing a smile. Qingyu, what are you talking about? Your parents' death was an accident. I didn't kill them. How could I possibly do that? Ha! Is still sophistry. If I don't kill you, it will be difficult for my parents to feel at ease in heaven. Gu Qingyu's eyes were covered in blood. After all this, he was actually still sophomoric and unrepentant. She couldn't wait to break Gu Yuanshan into pieces right now to vent her heart's hatred. Jiang was not easily indifferent and waved his hand as Cui Chang slowly flew towards Gu Yuanshan. Seeing this, Gu Yuanshan hurriedly looked at Qi Ming and said, Pavilion Master Qi, save me. My Gu family can contribute to the defense against the evil invasion. Qi Ming hesitated for a moment and looked at Jiang Ichio, saying, Little friend, let's talk about this matter later. Right now the evil demon invasion is more urgent. Let's focus on the big picture. Besides, you all killed Zhou Weidao. Let our power against the evil demons has been weakened a lot. Jiang did not easily look at Qi Ming with a cold expression. You mean you're going to bail him out? Qi Ming gritted his teeth and nodded his head. For the sake of the world. Jiang did not easily snort. What a nice phrase, for the sake of the world's life. What if I had to kill him? Qi Ming sighed and took a step in the void. Then I can only stop you. Jiang did not easily glance at Qi Ming and said softly, Come out. As the words fell, an aura of a Sage Realm powerhouse erupted from Jiang Dongyao's body. And two figures, one on the left and one on the right, appeared beside Jiang Dongyao and Gu Qingyue. It was Shangwan Yuan and Miao Baiyan. At this moment, Miao Bai was revealed to be at the heavenly rank half-saint realm cultivation. Shangwan Yuan, on the other hand, was clearly at the Sage Realm cultivation. Now what? Still want to stop me? Jiang didn't easily respect Qi Ming's consideration for fending off the evil demons. So he didn't give him too much of a hard time and inquired again. Qi Ming froze in place. He had just thought that Jiang Dongyao had some powerful magic weapon on him to be able to withstand Zhou Weidao's attack. Unexpectedly, where Jiang Yang is not easy to have any magic weapon. But Jiang Yang is not easy to host a Sage Realm powerhouse. It was the Sage Realm powerhouse who had stepped in to waste Zhou Weidao. Upon hearing Jiang Ichio's question, Qi Ming took a step back and turned his head away, as if he didn't know anything about it. Huh? What just happened? Chapter 101, Entering the Council Hall. Chapter 101, Entering the Council Hall. Seeing Qi Ming in this state, Gu Yuanshan's face immediately turned ashen. It's over. It's really over. How could he not have imagined that Jiang was not easily backed by a Sage Realm powerhouse? The moment Gu Justice saw Shangwan Yuan, his entire face turned pale. He hadn't thought that in just a few short months. Shangwan Yuan's strength had risen from the 9th level of the heavenly immortal realm to the Sage Realm. What kind of heaven-defying talent was this? A mocking smile appeared on Jiang Yuan's face as he said, Shangwan Yuan, waste them all. As Jiang did not easily fall at the sound of his words, Shangwan Yuan raised his hand, and a terrifying saintly aura emanated from his body. Only when Shangguan Yuan raised his hand and made a point. Several golden rays of light cut through the void and struck down on Gu Yuanshan and the others, sending them flying out. Pust. Gu Yuanshan and Gu Justice and the others spat out a mouthful of blood in unison and collapsed on the ground, letting out miserable wails as they struggled in pain. With just a single finger, Shangguan Yuan had abolished all of their Yuan veins, and they had been reduced to ordinary people at this moment. Qing Yu. Leave it to you. Zhang did not easily look at Gu Qingyue and said. Gu Qingyue nodded and landed in front of Gu Yuanshan. Gu Yuanshan's breath was atrophied at the moment. His face was pale, and his chest was drenched in blood. He saw Gu Qingyue walking towards him, and fear filled his eyes. And in his eyes, the faces of Gu Qingyue's parents were replaced in Gu Qingyue's face. No. Don't come over. I know it's wrong. Spare me. Please spare me. It's all because I'm confused. Gu Yuanshan endured the pain and knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing towards Gu Qingyue, expecting in his heart that Gu Qingyue would forgive him and spare his life. Spare you? When Gu Qingyu heard Gu Yuanshan's words, she let out a cold laugh as if she had heard some kind of joke, and kicked Gu Yuanshan out, hitting one of the pillars of the airship. Ah! Gu Yuanshan had his Yuan vein abolished. His body was already in severe pain. And then he was kicked violently by Gu Qingyue, only to feel the pain doubled, and let out a miserable wail that made people only feel frightened in their hearts when they heard it. Have you spared my parents? In order to seize the position of Patriarch, you went so far as to brutally murder your own brother and sister-in-law. And you even wanted to use me as a tool and take me to marry the Zhang family. When you did all these things, did you ever think that you would have this day as well? Gu Qingyu spoke word by word, thinking of her parents' deaths and what had happened to her. Her eyes filled with hate. Hate for the person in front of her. Qingyu. I'm sorry. I really know I'm wrong. Gu Yuanshan barely raised his head, not dying to continue to begging for mercy. Wrong? You don't know that it's wrong. You just know that you can't beat me anymore. You just know that you won't survive. Gu Qingyue's expression was cold, and a black flying sword emerged in her hand. Seeing this scene, Gu Yuanshan's pupils widened as his fear overflowed. No! Don't kill me! Gu Yuanshan shouted. However, Gu Qingyue did not pay any attention to Gu Yuanshan's pleas for mercy. And with a flash of her sword, she killed Gu Yuanshan with a single stroke of her sword. Gu Qingyue exhaled a breath and raised her head to look up at the sky, tears squeezing her eyes and flowing down her face. Father! Mother! Your revenge! I have finally avenged you! Zhang did not easily walk over to Gu Qingyue and held her in his arms, gently patting her back. Gu Qingyue buried her head in Zhang's arms. Her shoulders could not help but tremble. It's time for this farce to end, Zhang Ichio said, bringing Gu Qingyue back to the Heavenly Sword Sect's airship, which flew towards Tianji City. Shangguan Yuan looked towards Gu Xingjie and walked over step by step. Gu Justice cried out in terror in his eyes. Don't come over here! And then, with the appearance of a ball of fire, the heavens and earth returned to silence. When the people from the other surrounding sects saw this scene, they all fell silent. What I saw today was just mind-blowing. In a matter of moments. However, the top combatants of the Tianhua Holy Land and the Gu family had actually been annihilated. And it was still happening in front of Tianji City, under Qi Ming's nose. I'm afraid that it won't take long for this matter to spread throughout the entire Tianxian continent. Qi Ming saw Shangguan Yuan and the three of them disappear. Then his gaze fell in the direction where Zhang Yuan's ship had left with a complicated expression. I really didn't think that Zhang Dongyao would actually bring them so many surprises. Truly worthy of being someone who couldn't even peek into the heavenly chance realm. On the airship, In the room, Gu Qingyue sat on the bed. And Zhang Yiqi sat on the edge of the bed, holding her in his arms and softly soothing her. It's not easy. I don't have many people in this world that I can hold on to anymore. You won't leave me, right? Gu Qingyue asked as she looked towards Zhang Dongyao with reddened eyes. No. How could I possibly leave you? Zhang did not easily laugh lightly and shook his head. No matter what, I will not leave you. Hearing Zhang Yi's assurance, Gu Qingyue's hanging heart finally put down. Her head leaned on Zhang Yi's shoulder, closed her eyes, incomparably at ease, and before long, actually fell into a deep sleep. Zhang was not easy to gently stroke over the hair on Gu Qingyue's forehead, his eyes full of tenderness. In this world, 2 lifetimes of friendship, Gu Qingyue has long left an indelible mark in Zhang's heart. And if he leaves Gu Qingyue, Zhang is not easy to know how to live. The airship stalled on the port of boat parking, and the people from the Heavenly Hall sent someone to invite Zhang to go and live in the mansion that had been prepared, which he refused. The visitor had no choice but to call it quits, and told Jiang Yanyu that he would come back the next day to pick him up to deliberate at the Tianji Pavilion. Soon. It was the next day. The man came to the door again, and Jiang did not easily hold Gu Qingyue's hand. And together they followed the man to the place of deliberation. It wasn't long before the two were brought before a formation platform, with a teleportation portal hovering over it. In front is the entrance to the council hall. Please move to it. The man bowed respectfully towards Zhang Yenyuan and Gu Qingyue. Yes. Please. Zhang did not easily nod and pulled Gu Qingyue, entering the portal. A white aura flashed before their eyes. And in the next moment, the scene changed. And both of them couldn't help but feel emotional as they looked at the scene in front of them. In front of him was an incomparably empty hall, which was surrounded by clouds and mist, in which many gilt pillars stood, supporting a huge dome. Even describing it as demure seems a bit petty. A gate boy in a white fancy dress came over and respectfully said, "Dare I ask the senior clan? I can lead the way to the seating area." The Heavenly Sword Sect. Zhang did not easily reply with a light laugh. The door boy nodded his head when he heard Zhang Yenyu's words and made a gesture of invitation. "Senior, please follow me." Zhang Yiqiu and Gu Qingyue glanced at each other and followed the porter. Soon, under the porter's guidance, Zhang Yenyuan and Gu Qingyue were brought to a location at the very core of the hall. "This is the seat of the Heavenly Sword Sect," the door boy replied respectfully. Zhang did not easily sweep the surroundings, revealing a smile. It seems that the Heavenly Pavilion still understands the human condition. He didn't think that after making a name for himself at the Heaven's Pride Conference, Tianji Pavilion would be able to place the Heavenly Sword Sect in such a high position. Obviously because he had summoned Shangguan Yuan out yesterday, causing Tianji Pavilion to have to pay attention to arranging such a position. It was obvious that he wanted to make good relations with the Heavenly Sword Sect. When the surrounding people saw someone walking towards the core place, they couldn't help but drop their gazes on Zhang Yuxian, wanting to see who it was. As a result, as soon as they saw that face of Zhang Yiqiu, everyone couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly avert their eyes, not daring to look at it again. They had all been able to appreciate Zhang Yuxi's terror yesterday, with the Sage Realm powerhouse behind him. In just a moment's time, he had directly ate up the top combatants of the Tianhua Sacred Land and the Gu family. Zhang Yiqiu and Gu Qingyue then sat down, ignoring the gazes around them. It didn't take long for someone else to arrive at the core area as well. Chapter 102, Hard to Figure Out. Chapter 102, Hard to Figure Out. A tall woman came to the core area, passing by Zhang Yenyuan and Gu Qingyue, and her footsteps couldn't help but pause for a moment. But she didn't linger much, and without moving, She walked to the seat opposite the two men and sat down. Lifting her eyes, her gaze tracing over them without leaving a trace. Jinglan's beautiful eyes revealed some doubts. But more than that, they were shocked. I didn't expect that after an unknown number of years, new faces had actually appeared in the core area. This is a big thing. Can let Tianji Pavilion will be the location of the core area? All are not powerful. Casually stomping a foot can make the entire Tianshan continent shock. 3. Quake the existence of. She had participated in the proceedings of the Tianji Pavilion several times, and was already well versed in the people who could sit here. And it was really rare to see that both Jiang Dongyao and Gu Qingyue's faces were new. And their strengths were only at the heavenly immortal realm. Not even half-saints had reached it. To be able to sit here meant that the power behind it was extremely influential. And its power had been affirmed by the Tianji Pavilion. Only that as the emperor of the Northern Liang Empire in the central continent of the Tianshan continent, she had actually not been able to hear of any new rising sect forces in the central continent recently. It seems that those people in the supervisory patrol division are all drunken bags. And she has to go back and fix some of them. The seats in the back filled up one after another. And 3 groups of people came to the front core area one after another. Like Jinglan. Their eyes were filled with surprise at the first sight of Jiang Ichio and Gu Qingyue. After sitting down, 1 or 2 were exchanging information with thought transmission. Only in the end, they did not come up with any useful messages. So they had to wait for the people from the Heavenly Pavilion to come over and introduce them. Jiang Yi's not easy to measure these few people in the core area with his probing eyes with interest. Unexpectedly, these 4 people in front of him were actually all Sage Realm powerhouses. Jiang was not easy to marvel in his heart. Fortunately, he had used his heartwarming value again yesterday to buy a whole bunch of heartless fruits to pile Shangguan Yuan up to the quasi-emperor realm. Or else there were so many saints that it would easily trigger his phobia of not having enough firepower. After all, strength is hard. It didn't take long before there were no more seats left in the hall. A silhouette appeared before the main seat. The noisy voices immediately quieted down their gazes to that person. It was a middle-aged man, with a face as if he had gone through endless vicissitudes, and deep eyes as if he had seen through everything in the world. "Gentlemen, we meet again." The middle-aged man opened his mouth. His voice neutral. "Pavilion Master Chen." The crowd shouted. As soon as Jiang did not easily take a look with his eyes of scrying, the person's information appeared in front of him. Name, Chen Chang. Realm, Human Quasi-Emperor. Jiang didn't easily expect that the Heavenly Pavilion's Pavilion Master. It was thought that this person was the Pavilion Master of Tianji Pavilion. Chen asked and smiled, saying, "More than 50 years have passed since we last met." The usual rule. The people in the core area introduce themselves, lest some of the newly joined clans don't recognize them. Chen asked and cleared his throat, saying, "Let's start with me first." "I need," Chen asked. "Tianji Pavilion's Pavilion Master. Human ranked Quasi-Emperor Realm." Saying that, many of the people from the newly invited clans around them let out gasps of astonishment. Quasi-Emperor Realm. Second only to the Heavenly Emperor Realm. Now go back and have a blowout. Chen asked and finished, signaling the few people in the core area. "My name is Jinglan, Emperor of the Northern Liang Empire. Sage Realm." Jinglan propped up his head and said blandly. Once again, there were gasps of surprise from the people around them. Poverty Taoist Gue Ming, Master of the White Capital Guan. Sage Realm. A man dressed as a Taoist twirled his white beard and said, Gong Haoran, Holy Lord of the Heavenly Vault Sacred Land. Saint Realm. A white-bearded old man said, Fish Rin, Holy Lord of the Blessed Sea Holy Land. Sage Realm. A stout middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. Everyone's gazes fell on Jiang Yanyu. Jiang did not easily raise his eyes and met the pair of smiling eyes of Chen asked. And the few people in Jinglan also seemed as if Jiang was not easily a member of any power. Jiang not easy. Southern Xian Continent Heavenly Sword Sect. 9th level of the Heavenly Immortal Realm. Jiang not easy shrugged his shoulders and said. Gu Qingyue. Southern Xian Continent Heavenly Sword Sect. 9th level of the Heavenly Immortal Realm. When Jiang was not easy to finish, Gu Qingyue followed. These words shocked some sects. What? Heavenly Immortal Realm? The first few people were in the Sage Realm. How did they become the Heavenly Immortal Realm here? How did you get up there? Right. I'm not convinced. I'm a human order half-saint. I'm better than him. I can sit on it too. Many of the newly arrived clans were uncertain and murmured. Why? There's a saint behind him. Yesterday, the Tianhua Holy Land took the initiative to stir up trouble. And even their own ancestor was beheaded. And, by the way, all of the Gu family's top combatants were slaughtered. You didn't see that scene. How can you say tragic? Ah. This. Those who had just been talking about Jiang Ichio were instantly dumbfounded when they heard this. All of them were horrified, hurriedly closing their mouths and burying their heads for fear of being liquidated by Jiang Ichio. Below, Jinglan's few people heard the conversation. And their hearts were enlightened. No wonder they could make it to the front. So there was a backer behind them as well. In an instant, the entire room fell into an eerie silence. However, just at this time, Jiang did not easily look back at the people behind him, revealing a smirk, saying, Wrong. Oh. It's not a saint behind me, but Quasi-Emperor. As Jiang did not easily fall with his words, Shangguan Yuan's figure appeared beside him. And the aura of the Quasi-Emperor realm immediately revealed itself, enveloping the entire arena and pressuring everyone to the point where they could barely breathe. Kyorin and the others were shocked and looked incredulous. Paramount Emperor. It's actually a Quasi-Emperor. As of now, the only Quasi-Emperor powerhouse they knew of was Tianji Pavilion Master Chen Qiqi. When did another Quasi-Emperor appear without them knowing? Everyone's eyes were filled with terror and awe as they looked at Jiang Yanyu. Chen asked and was stunned, not realizing that there was actually a Quasi-Emperor behind him. Moreover, the power he emitted was not weaker than him in the slightest, and was even vaguely above him. What this man is, time and time again, is so shocking that it's almost hard to fathom. Chapter 103, Decisions. Chapter 103, Decisions. Chen asked was truly unable to understand the person in front of him, actually being able to make a paragon emperor obey his orders. The entire room fell into silence. And those who had opened their mouths to talk about Jiang Yuxian were all pale at the moment. If this was pursued, wouldn't their sect be finished? Fortunately, Jiang did not easily care and looked towards Chen asked, smiling, Pavilion Master Chen. We should be able to start. Right? Chen asked as he was reminded by Jiang Dongyi's words and came back to his senses, calming his mind and smiling. Of course. Those people were relieved to see that Jiang Yanyu didn't take their words to task, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Chen asked as his gaze swept the crowd. Today, gathering all of you here is mainly for one thing. And that is the matter of the evil demon invasion. Pavilion Master Chen. Is there some new movement in the extraterrestrial world? Jinglan frowned and inquired. After all, the last deliberation was about the invasion of evil demons. Now that the crowd has been brought together again, it is clear that something has happened. That's right. Chen asked, nodding his head without denying it. We observed through the heavenly chance realm that the evil chi unique to the extraterrestrial world had a greater fluctuation. And through deduction, We surmised that the next evil demon invasion will most likely appear 100 years from now. Chen Qi's words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in the ears of the crowd. The people on the stage pressed on and talked. What? It's actually ahead of schedule. Yeah. Last time it was only said to be in over 300 years. And this time it's actually so far in advance. Pavilion Master Chen. What's going on? 100 years of preparation is too short. Tianxian Continent. A heavenly pride to show the sharpness of the time or several decades. Sealing the peak is even more than 100 years of time. The original 300 years of time. Barely enough time for them to cultivate a number of good new generation of strong. But the extraterritorial world occurred a sudden situation. 100 years in advance of the emergence of the evil demon invasion. The time is too hasty. The new generation of young prides didn't have time to grow all at once. The atmosphere inside became oppressive. More specifics of the heavenly Qi realm cannot be revealed either. Chen asked and said with a sigh. Therefore, this deliberation is mainly intended for each sect to talk about the situation of their own sect. And then formulate a set of proven strategies to allow some of the most talented people to rise up first and become the backbone of the future. Chen asked and continued. Thus, under Chen Qi's organization, the crowd began to conduct an introduction of the situation of their sect. Zhang is not easy to the whole process of got in. For him, 100 years' time. Become a god to become a saint is not a problem. And Chen asked them to do more efforts are useless. If the empty sky emperor wasn't wrong, he was the only one who could solve this crisis. Of course, there was no need for him to tell Chen asked them about this matter. After all, they wouldn't believe it either. The deliberations were over. And Zhang did not easily leave with Gu Qingyue. Wandering around Tianji City. Not easy. Look. There's a cinnamon pastry store here too. As soon as she came out, Gu Qingyue pulled Zhang Dongyao to a pastry store. Pointing at the pastry store and saying with gusto. Then buy it. Zhang Yiqiu said as he returned to his senses. Dotingly stroking Gu Qingyue's head. After buying the cinnamon cake, the two of them walked one after the other. Here. Open your mouth. Gu Qingyue said after stuffing an osmanthus cake into her mouth. She suddenly turned around and took out a new piece from the pastry box. Handing it to Zhang Yiqi's mouth. Zhang did not easily froze slightly. Then opened his mouth and ate the cinnamon cake. Is it good? Gu Qingyue asked. Yummy. Zhang did not easily reply with a smile. Is there something on your mind? Gu Qingyue inquired with concern. I see that you've been distracted ever since you came out of the council meeting. Zhang did not easily froze. A little hesitant. Say it. Maybe I can help you? Gu Qingyue wore a smile on her face. After a moment of silence, Zhang did not easily open his mouth. Qingyu. I may have to go into seclusion. Hearing Zhang not easy words, Gu Qingyue froze. The smile on her face slightly stiffened. But quickly reacted and acted a little casual. Oh. Just shutting down. Then. How long are you going to shut down? Gu Qingyue had some drums in her heart. He's actually going into seclusion. If it's just an ordinary retreat, he won't be so distracted. It must be a long retreat. I'm so sad that I can't see him. Hearing Gu Qingyue's heartfelt words, Zhang was not easy to give up in his heart. But if he didn't do so, he was unsure in his heart. He hadn't reached the saint realm. He hadn't reached the quasi-emperor realm. And he hadn't touched the heavenly emperor realm or the god realm. He wondered if there would be any unsolvable bottlenecks in the meantime. He was afraid that in 100 years, when the evil demons invaded, he had not reached the divine realm. He was afraid that the events of his last life would repeat themselves. And he really didn't want to lose Gu Qingyue again. Therefore, going into seclusion was a way for him to be able to rapidly increase his strength. I don't know. Jiang did not easily speak. It may be very fast. 5 or 10 years to come out. Or it may be a long time. 30 years. 50 years. 100 years. Gu Qingyue revealed a downcast look when she heard this. Seeing this, Jiang Yixian only felt unbearable in his heart and held her in his arms. Gu Qingyue also reached out and wrapped her hand around his waist. In this way, I'll come out to accompany you at intervals. Okay? Jiang did not easily speak in a soft voice. Gu Qingyue buried her head into his chest, shook her head, and said softly, "It's fine. You don't have to accommodate me like this. I know that you want to become strong to protect me. And if you go out of retreat intermittently, the results won't be too good. I'm sorry, but I support all decisions that are not easy to make." Hearing Gu Qingyue's words, Jiang Yixian only felt his heart warming up. And his hand holding Gu Qingyue tightened a bit more. The two just embraced quietly, enjoying a moment of silence and feeling each other's body heat. Chapter 104, Chen asked for a request. Chapter 104, Chen asked for a request. He was stranded in Tianji Pavilion for a month. And during this month, Jiang was not easy to bring Gu Qingyue to walk through all the places in Tianji City. And tasted all the specialty snacks as well. Tianji City. A street with people coming and going. Jiang Yiqiu and Gu Qingyue walked among them holding hands. Gu Qingyue looked at Jiang Dani's back. And when she thought that she would be going back tomorrow, and then her disciple would have to go into seclusion, she only felt empty inside. During this month or so, she had been cherishing the time she spent with Jiang Dani. After all, once Dani closed his door, the two of them wouldn't know how long it would be before they could see each other. Jiang is not easy to be in the front naturally heard Gu Qingyue's heart. His heart is helpless. But there is nothing to do. Can only do his best to give to leave a good time for Gu Qingyue. Just then, a voice rang out behind the two. "Excuse me. Gentlemen." Jiang Yiqiu and Gu Qingyue stopped to look over, and saw Chen Qiwei appear behind them at some point, looking at them with a smile on his face. "Pavilion Master Chen." Jiang Yanyu nodded in response. Chen asked, glancing at the hands the two were holding together, and said, "It seems that I came at a bad time." Hearing Chen asked, Gu Qingyue's small face blushed. Jiang Yiqiu, on the other hand, laughed lightly and said, "I wonder what Pavilion Master Chen came for." Chen asked and glanced at Gu Qingyue, smiling. "Is it not easy for little friend to take a step to talk?" Jiang did not easily turn his head to look at Gu Qingyue and softly said, "Qingyue, wait for me on the sidelines." "Okay?" Gu Qingyue nodded knowingly and walked away. Pavilion Master Chen can say whatever he has to say. Waiting for Gu Qingyue to leave, Jiang Yanyuan then turned his head to look at Chen and asked, "It's not easy, little friend. I'll open up the window and speak the truth." Chen asked as he took a step forward and spoke. This time the evil demon invasion. "I'm not sure that the Tianqian continent will be able to pull through. But I didn't say anything about this matter to the people outside. And in this matter, only you know." Jiang did not easily raise his eyebrows slightly as he looked at Chen and asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Chen asked with a helpless sigh, saying, "Because I'm gambling." "Bet?" Jiang did not easily freeze. "Yes. A bet. A bet that you will be able to tide over this crisis for the Tianqian continent." Chen asked, nodding his head, his tone resolute. "Why me?" Kong asked not easily. "Because you're not simple." Chen asked, looking incomparably earnestly at Jiang Yanyu, and said. Jiang was not easily dumbfounded. The black immortal tribulation earlier should have been induced by you. Right? Chen asked. Jiang was not easy to be silent for a moment and nodded his head. Acknowledging it. Chen asked, revealing a look of determination. For that black immortal tribulation, I used the heavenly chance realm to deduce it. But the heavenly chance realm, which has always been able to deduce cause and effect, failed at this point. And the result of the deduction was chaos. Which means that the heavenly chance realm couldn't deduce your destiny either. This is a situation that hasn't appeared in the Tianji Pavilion since its existence. So, you're quite something. Of course. At that time, we didn't know that it was you who attracted the lightning tribulation. Until the South Xian Continent Heavens Pride Conference began. And Tai Ran told me about you. And I once again used the heavenly chance realm to deduce it. And found that the results of the deduction were also chaotic. At that point in time, I suspected that you might be the one who attracted the black immortal tribulation. But I wasn't quite sure. It wasn't until a month ago, when you came over to participate in the deliberations and had a quasi-emperor realm powerhouse to rely on, that I knew that you were indeed not simple. 20 years old at the 9th level of the heavenly immortal realm. This kind of talent. Looking at the ancient and modern world, there is no one before or after you. Perhaps, within 100 years, you can certify to be a heavenly emperor and save the heavens from tumbling. Chen Shiwei recounted in a deep voice. And Jiang was not easy to listen to quietly. You're so convinced that I really can? Even if I did become a heavenly emperor. It took so many heavenly emperors in front of me to be able to barely fend it off. So why should I, a heavenly emperor, be able to get the Tianxian continent through this crisis? Jiang did not easily open his mouth. That's why I say again. Bet. Chen asked, revealing a bitter smile. Jiang did not easily freeze. I suppose you'll do your best as well? Chen asked, bowing deeply towards Zhang Yenyuan. If there's anything you need, I, Tianji Pavilion, can help out in any way I can. Silent for a long time. Jiang was not easy to look at the middle-aged man in front of him whose temples were a bit gray. And suddenly recalled a word in his mind. Bow and scrape. Pavilion Master Chen doesn't have to be like this. Jiang did not easily help. Chen asked up and said, you don't need to help me with anything. I can't use it either. You just have to follow those plans you originally set out to do. Chen asked, slightly stunned when he heard Jiang Dongyao's words. You just said half right. I will do my best. But not should. But. Definitely. Jiang Yiqiu's tone was resolute. And his demeanor revealed a sense of perseverance. Chen asked as he looked at the teenagers departing back. The words he left behind before he left echoing in his mind. I don't have great ambitions to save the world. I just want to protect the people behind me. That's all. Puff. Gu Qingyue squatted by the river, propping her head up, casually picking up a stone off to the side and throwing it into the river, splashing a little bit of water. Sasha. Hearing the footsteps coming from behind, Gu Qingyue did not turn around. It wasn't until the sound faded and a man wrapped her in a hug from behind that a smile broke out. There you are. Well, let's go back. Jiang did not easily smile and nodded. Good. Gu Qingyue responded obediently, her voice pausing for a moment. But what? But I want you to carry me back. Gu Qingyue twisted her head to look at Zhang Yenyuan. Wryness showing in her eyes. Jiang did not easily freeze, but still smiled and answered. Okay. All according to you. Gu Qingyue lay on Jiang Dongyao's back, her head buried into his sturdy back, closing her eyes and carefully feeling Jiang Dongyao's scent. It's so nice. Every minute with not easy is nice. Under the moonlight. The young man carried the young girl on his back and quietly walked forward. Chapter 105, The Eve of the Retreat. Chapter 105, The Eve of the Closed Door. Re-entering the Heavenly Sword Sect. When she got off the airship, Lu Yanyan ran over with a bounce. Ah! Sixth Elder. Elder brother, not easy. You guys are back. Yan Lu said excitedly. Did you bring back any specialties from the central continent? With a let me see look. Yan Lu asked curiously, her dull hair shaking. Seeing this, both Zhang Yenyuan and Gu Qingyue were dumbfounded. With that, Zhang did not easily call out rice and ara. The specialties are all here in the rice grain. You ask it for them. Zhang did not easily laugh. Nini jumped onto Yan Lu's shoulders and hugged her chest. Yay! Quickly! Quickly! Migwen! Show me! Yan Lu shouted as she hugged and shook me grain. Rice struggled with his legs and squeaked. Get off of me! Gonna throw up! Behind Yan Lu, several figures also appeared. It was Li Mengyun and the others. Only that among the several people, a figure made Zhang not easily surprised. Su Xiao was actually there. Li Mengyun walked up. Seeing this scene could not help but be helpless. Seeing Zhang not easy, two people smiled. Back. This go to the central continent feel how? Didn't encounter anything on the road. Right? It's nothing. Zhang Yiqiu and Gu Qingyue both looked at each other and replied with a smile. That's good. Hearing this, Li Mengyun nodded. Mu Yuyan and the others also came over and greeted each other with smiles. And Zhang Yiqi was not easy to talk to a few people in a hurry. It's not easy. You're back. Right at this moment, Wang Tianhao's voice rang out. Zhang was not easy to find the sound to look at. Wang Tianhao stride over, full of excitement. Came to Zhang not easy, patted his shoulder vigorously. Zhang did not easily understand why Wang Tianhao was so happy naturally. It seemed that the resource feats that he had left for Wang Tianhao, he had brought them to the clan to use. And the effect should be pretty good. Sixth Elder. I have something to talk to not easy. Are you okay with that? Wang Tianhao looked at Gu Qingyue and smiled. Seeing this, Gu Qingyue didn't say anything more. Glancing at Zhang Yiqiu and nodding with a smile. Fine. Wang Tianhao left with Jiang Dongyi. Gu Qingyue retracted her gaze and looked at Li Mengyun, asking, it always feels like Patriarch is happy? That's for sure. And thanks to the things not easily left behind. Li Mengyun lamented. Not easy? Gu Qingyue froze for a moment. Yes. Take you to see it. Li Mengyun nodded and pulled Gu Qingyue's hand to wander around the clan. The other side. Wang Tianhao brought Jiang Dongyao to a hidden place. Patriarch. Just say what's up. Zhang was not easy to say. Not easy? Where did you get all those resources and techniques from? It's simply too shocking. Wang Tianhao's tone was filled with excitement. After Zhang did not easily leave, he opened the spatial ring he left behind, which actually contained all kinds of spiritual herbs, techniques, weapons, pills, formulae, and spirit stones. There was only what he couldn't think of, and nothing that wasn't in there. And the grades in them were not low and very complete. He, Wang Tianhao, dared to say that he had never seen so many things in his life. And Zhang did not easily leave a note to rationalize the distribution of these things so that the overall strength of the Heavenly Sword Sect would increase. And he didn't fail to live up to Zhang Yiqiu's expectations. Expanding the recruitment of disciples. No longer limiting it to only disciples of the sword vein. But all types of disciples were included together. And taking out the gongfu for them to practice. He even traveled to various clans to lobby for a joint effort with various clans to send their elders and disciples to learn and exchange with each other. And those clans knew that the Heavenly Sword Sect had 3 half-sane powerhouses backing them up after the Southern Shan Continent Heavenly Remarks Conference. So naturally they wouldn't be reluctant to agree to it. And furthermore, exchanges of this sort would be beneficial to them. So they agreed to it with alacrity. In just a month's time, the Heavenly Sword Sect had opened up more peaks. And the sect had countless disciples. Gun Dao, Rune Dao, Blade Dao, Knife Dao, and so on, as well as elders from other sects practicing the Gongfu left behind by Zhang Yushi all over again, and teaching their disciples all over again. So it could be said that it was thriving. For a time, the Heavenly Sword Sect actually had the tendency to become the center of the South Shan continent's great Dao cultivation. Zhang was not easy to listen to Wang Tianhao's narration. He couldn't help but feel that it was worthy of being a patriarch. He initially just wanted to make the Heavenly Sword Sect powerful. As a result, he didn't expect that Wang Tianhao had actually managed to implicate the whole continent. But it's good to be able to do that. By the way, it's not easy. This time when you guys went to Tianji Pavilion, what did you say? Wang Tianhao inquired. Zhang was not easily able to tell the contents of the Tianji Pavilion's deliberations as they were. And as for what Chen Shiqi had approached him about later, he did not say anything about it. After all, it's quite nice to have such a thriving atmosphere right now. And everyone is full of energy. It's hard to guarantee that something won't happen if you know the future is lost. After listening to Zhang Dongyao's words, Wang Tianhao nodded and laughed. Ha ha. According to the current trend of the Heavenly Sword Sect, a batch of Heavenly Pride powerhouses will definitely be able to be produced within 100 years. At that time, fending off the evil demons, my Heavenly Sword Sect will definitely make a splash and leave a strong mark in the history of Tianshan continent. Wang Tianhao's eyes were almost glowing. It had always been his wish to make the Heavenly Sword Sect famous. Patriarch. This time when I came back, maybe I closed my eyes. Zhang Yiqiu looked at Wang Tianhao and opened his mouth. Retreat? How long is the seclusion? Wang Tianhao froze, then reacted to Zhang Dongyi's words that were not simple and asked. I don't know. It could be very short or very long, depending on whether or not I can reach the Heavenly Emperor realm. Zhang did not easily say, his gaze looking into the distance. Help me find a quiet place and don't let anyone disturb me. Zhang Yenyuan looked back at Wang Tianhao and said seriously. Wang Tianhao stared at Zhang, not easy to see. Pondering for a moment, Gu Qingyue sighed. And she agreed. Kong said easily. Wang Tianhao pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay. I'll find it for you. Trouble sovereign. Zhang Yiqiu said. Wang Tianhao sighed and left, leaving Zhang Yenyuan standing alone. On the other hand, Li Mengyun took Gu Qingyue around the newly opened peaks and told her all about the events of the past month. Gu Qingyue's eyes were shocked, but her heart was filled with pride. Self-apprentice is awesome. However, a pang of sadness was felt in his heart at the thought that there wasn't much time left for contact with the not-so-easy. Noticing Gu Qingyue's low mood, Li Mengyun asked what was wrong. Gu Qingyue told the matter that Zhang was not easy to be closed. Li Mengyun was silent and did not know what to say. After all, this was a matter between the two of them. It's nothing really. It's just that I miss him when I can't see him. Gu Qingyue took a deep breath and laughed. Li Mengyun was just about to say something comforting when he saw that not far away, Zhang Yiqiu's figure appeared. Look! Who's here? Hearing Li Mengyun's words, Gu Qingyue twisted her head to see Zhang Yenyuan. And her beautiful eyes immediately lit up. Not easy. Shouting, Gu Qingyue dove into Zhang Dongyao's arms. Zhang did not easily reach out to hug her. His eyes filled with tenderness. Seeing this, Li Mengyun had the sense to leave. Let's go to the mountain together and take a stroll. I'm going to be in seclusion tomorrow. Jiang Ichio said softly. Good. Gu Qingyue nodded. Very well behaved. But if you listen carefully, you'll hear the tremor in the words. The two of them came to the foot of the mountain. Went to that pastry store. Bought osmanthus cakes. Went to the temple. Wrote prayer charms together. And finally, as night fell, let off the lanterns once more. The two retraced the footsteps of Kang's wanderings when he was still a child. Finally, back to Qingyu Peak. At the top of the mountain, under the peach blossom tree, the two sat on the edge of the cliff, clinging to each other. Gu Qingyu's head leaned on Jiang Yi's shoulder. Neither of them said anything. The surrounding area was quiet. So quiet that one could hear the synchronized heartbeats of the two. One could hear the breathing of the two. It's not easy. Do you remember? The first time I picked you up and gave you a bath. The way you were all red and squirming and covered. Gu Qingyue recalled the past. Squinting her eyes. The corners of her mouth hooked into a faint smile. Under the illumination of the moonlight, it was differently beautiful. Ahem. Qingyu. Let's talk about this matter. It's weirdly shy. Jiang did not easily cough unnaturally. Gu Qingyue saw this and the smile on her face became even brighter. Why don't you say that you're trying to take advantage of me by pretending to be dizzy every day? Jiang did not easily start to fight back. Gu Qingyue froze. A layer of red coloring her face. And snapped. You even found this out? That's not. Jiang is not easy to be a little proud. The two of them talked about the past over and over again. Time passes slowly. And in the distance, the white of the fish's belly becomes visible. Not easy. Accompany me to watch this sunrise. Gu Qingyue moved closer to Jiang Dongyao and said softly. Aha. Kang did not easily nod. Leaning his face against her head and wrapping his arms around her tighter. 2 by 2. No words. Enjoying the moment in silence. Chapter 106, Missing Him. Chapter 106, Missing Him. Heavenly Sword Sect. Deep in the back of the mountain. It's not easy. Walk across this bridge. Through the mist in front of you. Behind you is the retreat prepared for you. Around the cliff outside there are people from the Tianji Pavilion who have set up isolation formations. At the same time I've notified down there. Without special permission. No one will come in. You can rest assured that you are in retreat. Wang Tianhao stopped his footsteps and pointed to the plank bridge that was hidden in the mist in front of him and said. Below the bridge, there are deep cliffs. Many thanks. Sovereign. Jiang Ichio said as he made a bow towards Wang Tianhao. Wang Tianhao nodded and glanced at Gu Qingyue beside him. Knowing that the young couple still had something to say. So he didn't linger any longer and left straight away. Jiang did not easily retract his gaze to look at Gu Qingyue. And when he saw the hard-to-hide loss on the latter's face, he pursed his lips. Then smiled and opened his arms. Cuddles. Gu Qingyue raised her eyes to look at Jiang Yenyuan. Bit her lip. Stepped forward and hugged Jiang Yenyuan hard, burying her head into his embrace and not speaking. Jiang did not easily pat Gu Qingyu's back gently. Qingyu. Take care of yourself in my absence, oh. Aha. Remember to smile a lot. Okay? Aha. And then, drink less. Or no one will bring you back if you get drunk. Aha. And. Jiang did not easily chatter a whole lot of words. Gu Qingyue quietly listened and just In the end, Jiang Yixin really said too much. And Gu Qingyue lifted her head and said. You're so wordy. Jiang did not easily lower his head. Staring into Gu Qingyue's eyes. Flirting? That's only nagging at you. I'm not willing to say more than a single word to ordinary people. Upon hearing Jiang Dongyi's words, Gu Qingyue's pretty face blushed slightly. Alright. I'm leaving. Remember not to miss me too much that you can't sleep. Zhang Yi smiled, rubbed Gu Qingyue's head and said, Humph. Less narcissistic. I won't lose sleep over you. Gu Qingyue let go of Zhang Yenyuan and beamed. Zhang did not easily nod slightly and said, I hope so. Alright. You go quickly. Gu Qingyue pushed Zhang Dongyi and urged. You're so heartless. Zhang Yenyuan revealed a helpless smile and walked over to the plank bridge, waving his hand to Gu Qingyue. Alright. I'm off then. Gu Qingyue also revealed a smile and waved after her. Gu Qingyue didn't lower her hand until Zhang Dongyao disappeared into the mist. Snap. A tear slid down Gu Qingyue's face and gathered on her chin before dripping to the ground. Immediately, Gu Qingyue could no longer hold back. Tears flowed down like a flood breaking through the dike. Her hands kept wiping the tears. But how could she not finish wiping them off? Crouching on the ground, her shoulders trembling. A small one, making people pity her. How is she heartless? She was just afraid that if she stayed a little longer with Not Easy, she wouldn't be able to let him go. And she was afraid that he would harbor thoughts of her and would find it difficult to close the door at ease. That night, Gu Qingyue lost sleep. The next day, she also asked Wang Tianhao for a place to start her seclusion. The cold came and went. Time passed by leisurely. And the Heavenly Sword Sect was developing in a good direction under the leadership of Wang Tianhao and the others. 50 years later, a majestic aura emanated from the deep mountains. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures flew out from the sect hall and landed in the deep forest, stopping by a stream. Patriarch, this aura is above you. Could it be that the sixth elder has broken through to the quasi-emperor realm? Xinling asked as he looked at the rushing aura in front of him. 50 years of cultivation. Under the gongfu left behind by Zhang Yenyu and the quenching and strengthening of pills and spiritual herbs, Xinling's cultivation had already come to the heavenly stage half-saint realm. Behind them, Li Mengyun and a few others were also at the half-saint realm. Wang Tianhao looked at the light in front of him and nodded, his eyes showing admiration. His strength nowadays was already saint realm strength. And the aura in front of him was even stronger than him. So it could only be said that there was no doubt about the quasi-emperor. In the middle of the day, the vision in front of them disappeared and a figure appeared in front of the crowd. It was none other than Gu Qingyue. Because of the strength breakthrough, Gu Qingyue's entire aura was different from before, vaguely giving off an invisible majesty. Seeing Wang Tianhao and the others, Gu Qingyue's brows showed some joy. Her eyes looked around. But the person she had been longing for was nowhere to be seen. Where is it Not Easy? Hasn't it come out yet? Gu Qingyue asked. Wang Tianhao and the others looked at me and you, shaking their heads. It's not easy yet, Li Mengyun said as she flew to Gu Qingyue's side. Hearing Li Mengyun's words, Gu Qingyue felt a slight loss in her heart. Yes. Why are you out of the gate? Li Mengyun remembered something and inquired. Logically speaking, having just broken through the realm, it was only right that at such a time one should continue to remain in seclusion for a period of time to stabilize. Gu Qingyue heard this, lowered her head, reached out and gently stroked her abdomen, her eyes full of tenderness. The corners of her mouth hooked up a faint smile. Seeing this, how could Li Mengyun not know what Gu Qingyue was trying to convey? You? Pregnant? Li Mengyun said in surprise. Gu Qingyue was a bit shy and just nodded gently. That's why I came out. This state, it's not suitable to continue the seclusion. Gu Qingyue softly said. Yes. 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 Protect the baby. Li Mengyun nodded approvingly. When Wang Tianhao and the others heard this, they also revealed a look of surprise. Come. Come. Third elder. Hurry up and hold on to sixth elder. Don't let her bump. I'm going to have a cute little nephew, la ha ha ha. Wang Tianhao hurriedly said. The crowd surrounded Gu Qingyue in a star-studded manner and escorted her back to Qingyue Peak with great vigor. On the way, Gu Qingyue cried and laughed a little, saying, Patriarch, all the elders, it's not so bad. How can this not be? Wang Tianhao glared at him. He had been looking forward to this master-nephew for a long time. How could he be careless? That's right. You have to be careful. Li Mengyun and the others nodded in agreement. Gu Qingyue couldn't argue with them, so she had to listen to them. Back in Gu Qingyue's room, Wang Tianhao and the others stood outside the door. Third elder. Leave your affairs to others for the time being. The most important thing right now is to take care of the sixth elder. Understand? Wang Tianhao looked at Li Mengyun and said. Gu Qingyue was about to say something, but Li Mengyun spoke first. Don't worry. Patriarch. I will definitely take care of Chengyu. Only after receiving Li Mengyun's reply did Wang Tianhao and the others leave at ease. Dream Cloud. Why bother? I'm not that fragile. Seeing Wang Tianhao and the others leave, Gu Qingyue said somewhat helplessly. What, why bother or not? You're pregnant. It's my duty to take care of you. Moreover, after the development of the sect, there are many matters. You don't know how tired I am every day. It just so happens that I can also take this opportunity to rest. Li Mengyun smiled and said, pulling Gu Qingyue to sit on the edge of the bed, telling her about the interesting things that had happened over the years. During this time, Gu Qingyue couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. It was getting dark. Gu Qingyue looked out the window and launched herself into a daze. What's wrong? Li Mengyun asked, cocking her head. Gu Qingyue pursed her lips. I miss him. Chapter 107, We're having a baby. It's a girl. Chapter 107, We're having a baby. It's a girl. During the night moon, Gu Qingyue came to the depths of the back mountain and stopped before the mist. Her eyes were lost in thought and she just stood silently, her mind constantly recalling the moments she had spent with Zhang Yi, reaching out to touch her belly and murmuring in a low voice. It's not easy. I'm pregnant. We're going to have a baby. I just don't know if it's a boy or a girl. Gu Qingyue recalled earlier on her way back to the Heavenly Sword Sect. During the night, she and Jiang Doni were snuggling at the bow of the boat. She asks if she is pregnant, then what is their child going to be called? After thinking about it carefully, Jiang did not think easily and replied, if it's a boy, it will be called Jiang Shiqing. And if it's a girl, it will be called Jiang Shiyu. She couldn't help but say. So cheesy. Jiang did not easily touch his nose and smiled. Indeed. I am indeed not very good at names. But between the lines, it was filled with his love for Gu Qingyue. Since then, Gu Qingyue would come here every day to laze around for a while, looking at the wooden plank bridge in the mist and imagining the image of Jiang not easily walking out of it. As summer went away and winter came, the seasons flowed. Gu Qingyue's stomach grew bigger day by day, and her entire body stepped into a period of weakness. It was only after Wang Tianhao's crowd persuaded him that Gu Qingyue reduced the number of times she went to the back of the mountain. Cultivator's gestation period compared to ordinary people is much more difficult. First of all, the manifestation of pregnancy is as short as a few years, as long as a few decades, from the manifestation of pregnancy to give birth to a child, and then a few years to a few decades ranging from time to time. In general, the higher the talent. The stronger the cultivation of cultivators, gestation of the child are more difficult. Later, Gu Qingyue's mobility was limited. And under Li Mengyun's bitter persuasion, she finally stopped going to the back of the mountain. More than 2 decades later. Heavenly Sword Sect. Xingyue Peak. Outside the room. Wang Tianhao. Xin Ling. Feng Tianji. Zhang Ren. Wu Daohei. Xin Shi. Lu Xing. Era. And Miguel stood outside the door. Their faces full of tension. From time to time, Mu Yuyan or Lu Yanyan or Su Xiaoxiao's figure came in and out of the room. Very busy. In the room, Gu Qingyue's agonizing voice rang out from time to time, making people's hearts clench as they listened. Wang Tianhao's entire body was incomparably nervous as he walked back and forth, his gaze falling on the room's closed door from time to time before looking in the direction of the back mountain. Patriarch, do you think we should? Xin Ling walked up at this time and asked. Wang Tianhao was silent for a moment, remembering what Gu Qingyue had said earlier. He shook his head and sighed. It's better to forget about it. I don't know how long it took, but the movement in the house decreased, followed by the sound of a baby crying. Dahi Dahi. It's a daughter. Both mother and daughter are safe. Yan Yanlu pushed open the door and shouted in surprise. Everyone was relieved to hear this, and happy smiles spread across their faces. Ha ha ha. My youngest nephew has been born. And I'm also a person who is a senior. Ha ha ha. Wang Tianhao laughed cheerfully. Right. Can we take a look at Master Nephew? Wang Tianhao couldn't wait to ask. Without waiting for Lu Yanyan to reply, Mu Yuyan and Su Xiaoxiao pulled Lu Yanyan out and spoke. Wait a few days. Let mother and daughter stay together. Wang Tianhao nodded, stroked his beard, looked toward the back of the mountain, and sighed. Room 2 de Lu. What a cute little girl, smiled Li Mengyun as she held the baby girl. Let me see. Dream Cloud. Gu Qingyue's face was pale and she said weakly. Look. How much it looks like you. Li Mengyun smiled and placed the baby girl on Gu Qingyue's pillow. Gu Qingyue looked at the baby girl, her eyes filled with tenderness, and spoke softly. No. Looks like her father. Li Mengyun froze, then spoke. Should we not let it be easy to come out? Gu Qingyue's expression flickered, bit her lip, and finally shook her head. No. I can feel it. He is in a critical period now. So I won't bother. Li Mengyun sighed softly. It was really a case of fate and misfortune. If it wasn't for the urgent invasion of evil demons, how could such a thing happen? Have you figured out what to call her? Li Mengyun asked. Well, Gu Qingyue nodded, reaching out to gently tap the baby girl's fleshy cheeks and smiled. Just call her Shiyu. Jiang Shiyu. Jiang Shiyu? Li Mengyun repeated. Well, his father obtained it for her. Gu Qingyue smiled happily. Li Mengyun only felt full. It was a mouthful of dog food. CA. Not cry. Is it not see daddy? Aggrieved? Daddy don't want you. Oh. Daddy loves and loves you and loves me. So daddy is trying to cultivate to protect us. Your daddy is great. He's the best husband and daddy in the world. Gu Qingyue gently patted Jiang Shiyu's back and softly coaxed, as if she had understood Gu Qingyue's words. Jiang Xie's cries became smaller and smaller and eventually subsided, letting out even breaths. Gu Qingyue hugged Jiang Xie and also fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Li Mengyun lightly left the room. Beneath the mists, on a round platform, Jiang was not easily able to sit with his legs crossed. and the originally orderly breath around him gradually became disorganized. All he felt was a stabbing pain in his heart. As if he had missed something. Failed something. A tear escaped from his tightly closed eyes. Broken images emerged sporadically from the chronically empty mind. Host. Steady. The system's voice suddenly appeared. As if it was a Sanskrit sound. Suppressing the waves in Zhang's heart. Gradually, Zhang wasn't easily able to smooth out his breath. Smoothly passing the Heavenly Emperor threshold and preparing to impact the Divine Realm. The leaves are yellowing again. A woman with a plump figure. Appearing mature and charming. Carrying a sleeping baby girl. Came to the boardwalk. Her eyes looking into the mists. It's not easy. Our baby was born safely. It's a girl. Let's call her Shiyu according to you. Shiyu is very good. You don't have to worry about us. I'll take care of her. And I'll take care of myself. I'll wait for you. No matter how long it takes. Still, I want to say this. It's not easy. I really miss you. Really miss you. Chapter 108, 100-Year Period. Going to the Extraterrestrial Battlefield. Chapter 108, the 100-Year Period. Going to the Extraterrestrial Battlefield. Since then, Gu Qingyue came to the back of the mountain. Always with a little biddy by her side. Hung a swing under a tree not far away. And just sat on the swing. Telling Shiyu over and over again about the bits and pieces of her and Zhang Yiqi's past. More than 10 years have passed since the cold came and went. On this day, Gu Qingyue came to the back of the mountain alone and stopped in front of the wooden boardwalk. Her thoughts floating. After a long time, her thoughts returned in Gu Qingyue's side. It's not easy. Yesterday was Yu Yu's birthday. And in a flash, we haven't seen each other for 34,963 days. Luna and I are fine. I've been listening to you. Drinking less and taking care of myself. Except that I think about you a lot. And Luna thinks about Dad a lot. Yu always asks me, Mother, what does father look like? Speaking here, Gu Qingyue suddenly laughed a little. Paused. And continued. I told her that you're very handsome. How handsome is very handsome? She asked. I'd say it's hard to describe. But it's just handsome anyway. As she spoke, Gu Qingyue raised her hand and wiped the corner of her eyes. Her gaze looking into the distance as she took a deep breath. Oops. Want to cry again? It's true. It's been so long. Still not used to being without you. Who? Right. I've reached my bottleneck. I'm going to break through the Heavenly Emperor realm tomorrow. I don't know how you are doing? Gu Qingyue retracted her gaze. Your talent is so high. You should have already reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. Right? But why haven't you come out yet? Gu Qingyue murmured. When a white spirit bird flew over and stopped on Gu Qingyue's shoulder. Gu Qingyue twisted her head. Let out a light laugh. And reached out her fingers to touch its head. It's called Nian-yi. An injured spirit bird I picked up earlier. Nian-yi cocked his head and barked a few times. Gu Qingyue stood for a long time before leaving. It wasn't long before a quirky little head poked out from behind an ancient tree in the back. And then, immediately above her head, the figure of Rice appeared. And then, further up, was the head of the evolved era. Uncle Me. Second uncle. When exactly will my father come out? Jiang Siye asked as she took 3 or 2 steps to sit down in front of the swing. At the age of 19, Jiang Siye is already long and elegant. Her appearance is pure and beautiful. Not losing Gu Qingyue. Jiang Siye wiggled her long slender legs and drove the swing to sway. Rice Grain sat cross-legged on Jiang Shiyu's head. I don't know. But with the evil invasion approaching, the master should be coming out soon. Right? Era's tall figure stopped behind Jiang Shiyu and agreed. I feel the same way. Jiang Shiyu held her fragrant cheeks and looked at the mist. Although in the clan, her mother, Uncle Mi, Uncle Heir, Lord Patriarch, all the elders, and many senior brothers and sisters, all cared about her and made her life very happy. However, in the end, I had never experienced a father's love since I was a child, and my heart felt more or less empty. Moreover, after hearing Gu Qingyue say a lot of things about her father, she was truly curious about him. In her mind, Daddy had become a very romantic and responsible image of a great hero. She really wanted to see Daddy. 5 years have passed since the wink. Uncountable numbers of Heavenly Sword Sect disciples were gathering at the Sect Square of the Heavenly Sword Sect. In 100 years, the Heavenly Sword Sect had become one of the 6 giants in the world, with one Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse, namely Gu Qingyue, Wang Tianhao, and Wu Daohei were quasi-emperor realm powerhouses. And all of the elders and personal disciples had reached the sage realm as well. Jiang Siye was also worthy of being the daughter of Gu Qingyue and Jiang Dongyao. And in 24 years, she was also in the sage realm. Elders and disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect, receiving a transmission from the Heavenly Pavilion Master. The evil demons of the extraterritorial battlefield are stirring and have begun a small-scale attack. Many forces of the Tianxian continent have already rushed to the extraterritorial battlefield. We've been biding our time for 100 years for this moment. To guard the Tianxian continent. To guard our homeland. Wang Tianhao's loud and clear words spread throughout the entire sect. And all the disciples under the stage were furious. Repel the evil and defend your home. Repel the evil and defend your home. Wang Tianhao looked at the disciples below and nodded. Then announced in a loud voice. Heavenly Sword Sect disciples obey. Disciples above the peak ascension realm get ready. 1 hour later, take the airship and head to the extraterrestrial battlefield to defend the enemy. Wang Tianhao gave the order. Yes. An earth-shattering response came from below. Many disciples revealed looks of remorse because they hadn't reached the peak ascension realm. Soon, the entire sect entered a busy state. The room on CU Peak. Why don't you let me go? I'm at least a sage realm cultivator. Jiang Siye looked at Gu Qingyue and said indignantly. No means no. There's no reason. You'll just wait here for your father to come out. Gu Qingyue's tone was irrefutable. But father doesn't know when he will be able to do it again. Jiang Siye wanted to say something else, but was immediately interrupted by Gu Qingyue. Shut up. No matter what. Just stay in the clan. Gu Qingyue couldn't help but turn around and leave. Jiang Shiyu looked at Gu Qinyue's back and stomped her feet in anger. How can you do that? I'm not a kid anymore. Gu Qingyue came to the back of the mountain. Looking at the mist in front of him, nothing was said. And the mood was a little apprehensive. 100 years have passed. I don't know what it is not easy to become. Looking at the hazy plank bridge, Gu Qingyue looked forward in her heart for his figure to appear. Then, time passed by and there was no movement at all inside. Until Li Mengyun came over to her. Qingyu. Has he not come out yet? Li Mengyun came to Gu Qingyue's side to inquire. Gu Qingyue nodded, her expression revealing a bit of despondency. Why don't you wait until it's not easy to come out and then go to the extraterrestrial battlefield? Li Mengyun proposed. Gu Qingyue was silent for a moment and shook her head. No. I heard from Pavilion Master Chen that the evil devils outside the domain have started to appear as powerful individuals of the Heavenly Emperor realm. And the pressure on the defense has increased quite a bit. So it's better for me to go over as early as possible to help. Li Mengyun didn't say anything else. Taking one last look at the mists, Gu Qingyue followed Li Mengyun out of the back mountain and onto the airship. Prepare to depart, Wang Tianhao said as he looked at Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue twisted her head in a direction and said, "Wait a moment." Saying that, Gu Qingyue walked over towards a wooden box, and without saying a word, directly opened it. Kang Shiyu had an ugly smile on her face. "Ha ha! Mother!" Gu Qingyue's face darkened as she lifted Zhang Shiyu up. "Get back there!" Zhang Xie revealed an aggrieved expression, her gaze looking towards Wang Tianhao. "Master! Help me!" Wang Tianhao coughed and twisted his head. Zhang Shiyu's gaze went back to Qin Ling and the others. Not surprisingly, several people also pretended not to see it. Zhang Shiyu. Rice grain. Era. Watch her for me. Or else. Take you to the test. Gu Qingyue gave orders to Migraine and Era, who were standing at the side. A mouse and a beast nodded hurriedly. In the end, the three of them, Zhang Xie, disembarked from the ship and watched the Heavenly Sword Sect's flotilla gradually disappear into the sky. Uncle Era. Uncle me. Zhang Xie pouted towards Mie and Era. You ah. After all, it's Madame's intention. The two of us wouldn't dare to go against it, Nini said with a helpless sigh. When the master comes out, you can go over there. Era followed in agreement. But father doesn't know when he'll be able to get out of the gate. I'm worried about mother. Even though she's a Celestial Emperor Realm powerhouse, there are quite a few Celestial Emperor Realm evil demons in the extraterrestrial battlefield. And evil demons can be evil in the first place. Zhang Shiyu was distressed. Rice and Era didn't know what to say. Zhang Xie beamed and looked at Nini and Era. In short, you guys have to take me. If you don't take me, then I'll eat myself to death. Saying that, Zhang Shiyu took out a large box of osmanthus cakes from somewhere and stuffed it into her mouth. Rice and Era stared at each other in disbelief. Seeing that the two were unmoved, Kang Heiyu had a bright idea, and after eating for a while, she pretended to look in pain. Gee, I'm so full. My stomach is so full. But I'm going to eat. If you guys don't let me go, I'll just prop yourself up. Let's see how you two will explain to father and mother. Miroku and Era finally moved. Alright. My auntie A. Let's take you there, alright? Don't really eat yourself up. Nini sighed and said. Hearing this, Zhang Shiyu immediately jumped up happily. You should have said so earlier. Otherwise I wouldn't have eaten so much cinnamon cake. It's choking me to death. Rice and Era, you know you're choking too. But you have to stay with us at all times and don't wander off. Okay? Rice sighed. Of course they knew they were being set up. But there was no way around it. Who made them really love Zhang Shiyu? They were at least quasi-emperor realm powerhouses. So as long as Zhang Xie didn't go to the battlefield, it was still possible to protect her. Chapter 109, Whoever moves my wife dies. Chapter 109, He who touches my wife dies. In the extraterritorial battlefield, the sun was setting and the evil demons were retreating. As they watched the evil demon's figure disappear, all of them breathed a sigh of relief and began to clean up the battlefield. On top of the battlefield, corpses were everywhere and miserable. Gu Qingyue returned to the top of the city wall and began to sit cross-legged, regulating her breath. Her face was a little pale, and she had some blood at the corner of her mouth. This was the fifth attack of evil demons. And apart from the first time, the remaining 4 times, evil demons of the Heavenly Emperor realm had appeared. However, The first 3 times the evil demons were relatively weak and were still able to cope well. But just this time, a strong Heavenly Emperor realm evil demon appeared and killed one of their Heavenly Emperors after exchanging a few moves. Seeing this, to prevent it from causing more casualties, Gu Qingyue flew out to engage it. Although she had finally killed the evil demon, she had also suffered a considerable amount of internal injuries. It's weird. It's just weird. The evil aura on the evil demons would not only accelerate the consumption of their aura, but it would also lower their attacks. It's going to get tougher and tougher back there in the confrontation if it continues. When are you coming? What came to Gu Qingyue's mind was Zhang Dani's figure. Swish swish swish. Several figures came to Gu Qingyue's side. Qingyu, are you alright? Li Mengyun hurriedly came to Gu Qingyue and squatted down in front of her, inquiring with concern, then took out a healing pill and handed it to her. Gu Qingyue opened her eyes and took the healing elixir and took it. And after a moment's reprieve, her face looked better. Thanks. It's nothing major. Gu Qingyue responded. The evil demon will get stronger next. Everyone must be more careful, Wang Tianhao said in a deep voice. The crowd nodded. By the way, the Heavenly Emperor who was just sacrificed is. Wu Daohei remembered something and opened his mouth to inquire. It's the Holy Lord of the Blessed Sea Holy Land. Fish Rin. Gu Qingyue was silent for a moment and said. Hearing Gu Qingyue's words, everyone fell silent once again. There were only 6 Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses in the entire Tianxian continent. Tianji Pavilion Master Chen asked. Heavenly Sword Sect Elder Gu Qingyue. Northern Liang Empire Emperor Jinglan. Heavenly Vault Sacred Land Sacred Lord Gan Haoren. White Vault Observatory Observant Master Gui Ming. And Blessed Sea Sacred Lands Sacred Lord Fish Rin. Now, after Fish Rin's death in battle, there were only 5 Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses left in the Tianxian continent. And there was no telling how many more Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses were behind the evil demons. In an instant, the atmosphere became grave. Mother! Just then, a voice rang out. When the crowd looked back, they saw Jiang Xie's figure rapidly flying towards here. He landed in front of Gu Qingyue and hugged her in one hand. Mother, you're hurt, Jiang Xiyu said with heartache. Gu Qingyue froze for a moment, only feeling warmth in her heart, but soon frowned and questioned. Why are you here? Saying that, he looked at Era and Miguel, who were not far away, and said, Didn't I tell you guys to keep an eye on her? Rice and Era were speechless. Jiang Xie shook her head, her eyes tearful. No. I don't blame Uncle Me and Second Uncle. I forced them to let me come. Gu Qingyue was silent for a long time and sighed. Now, she can't say anything. She can only stroke Jiang Xie's head. You promise your mother that you won't go to war. Do you understand? Aha, aha. All listen to mother. Jiang Xiyu agreed repeatedly. Then worriedly said, Mother, are you all right? It hurts. Doesn't it? Gu Qingyue revealed a smile and shook her head. How could it hurt? I'm trying to protect you and our home. Wow. I feel so useless, mother. Nothing can help. Jiang Xie head buried into Gu Qingyue's chest, sobbing. Little children. What kind of help is it? You should just grow up healthy under our shelter. Gu Qingyu gently patted Jiang Xiyu's back and said. The scene was moving. A few moments later, Gu Qingyue left with Jiang Xie, and the crowd dispersed. At night, Gu Qingyue embraced Jiang Xie in her arms. Jiang Xie snuggled into Gu Qingyue's arms, letting out even breaths. Gu Qingyu looked at her sleeping face with eyes full of tenderness. For a long time, He withdrew his eyes and gazed out the window at the silent sky. His thoughts drifting. It's not easy. When are you coming? On the second day, the sixth evil invasion began. This time, 5 heavenly Emperor Realm evil demons appeared on the opposite side. Chen asked as he stood on the city, looking at the 5 heavenly Emperor Realm evil demons with a grave expression as he said in a deep voice. Gentlemen, go up together. Guard our world. After saying that, he took a step out and flew towards the evil demon's heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouse. Gu Qingyue and the other 4 heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouses all flew out as well, each taking on a heavenly Emperor Realm evil demon respectively. In an instant, heaven and earth shook and streams of light flowed. Jiang Xie relied on the city wall and looked at Gu Qingyue with a worried expression. Miroku and Era guarded her side left and right. In the extraterritorial battlefield, there were constant sounds of killing and clashes of weapons. In the sky, Chen asked the several people to astonishingly discover that these 5 heavenly Emperor Realm evil demons actually did not shrivel up. They were able to recover immediately no matter how hard they were hit. Moreover, with the passage of time, they were still vaguely getting stronger. It was as if something had been channeling their power. Not good. The situation is not right. Retreat! Chen asked and shouted in alarm. However, it was too late. The 5 heavenly Emperor Realm evil demons suddenly had their auras skyrocketed, erupting with power far beyond the ordinary. Boom boom boom. Jing Lan, Gui Ming and Gong Haoran were all sent flying and crashed on top of the tall city wall. Their breath withered and they lost their fighting strength. Chen asked the strongest of the few, taking out the heavenly Chance Realm, barely resisting the attack. But also because the heavenly Chance Realm received a huge impact, resulting in a trembling of the divine soul and an unstable breath, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Gu Qingyue's expression was cold and grim as she raised her hand. And the 2 instinctive flying swords, one gold and one black, merged into one, striking directly at the flying black mist. Boom! Forcibly shattering the black mist. Gu Qingyue took advantage of the situation and held her innate flying sword, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the heavenly Emperor Realm evil demon she was facing. As a result, the other evil demons reacted and surrounded Gu Qingyue. Seeing this, Gu Qingyue had no choice but to stop and deal with the attacks from all sides. One of the evil demons then seized the opportunity to take advantage of Gu Qingyue's lull in her defense and threw a lance that struck Gu Qingyue directly. Gu Qingyue sensed the danger and twisted her body to avoid it. But she was still a step too slow, and the lance pierced through her shoulder, blasting her entire body to the ground. Boom! The earth shook and huge clouds of smoke rose. Mother! Seeing this, Jiang Xie's eyes turned red as she shouted. She tried to fly over, but was stopped by Miroku and Era. Let go of me! Let go of me! I'm going to save my mother! Jiang Xiyu cried out. You! That's a duel between heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouses. You're only at the Saint Realm. Going over there will only result in death. Era said in a deep voice. Then what to do? Jiang Xiyu paralyzed. Tears could not stop flowing down. Era's gaze was grave. He was ready. If Gu Qingyue was truly in danger, he would rush over with all his might and help her buy time to escape. A few breaths. 2. As the smoke cleared, Gu Qingyue held the lance pierced through her shoulder with one hand, and her entire body stood on weak feet as if she was about to fall down at any moment. Gu Qingyue's face was pale, blood spilling from the corners of her mouth as she gritted her teeth, forcibly pulling her lance out and dropping it on the ground, her gaze coldly looking up at the 5 evil demonic figures. Seeing this, the 5 evil demons struck out in unison, and in an instant, a heaven-destroying power enveloped the entire extraterrestrial battlefield. The huge black sword fell straight towards Gu Qingyue. Mother! Jiang Shiyu cried out. Era's entire aura skyrocketed, ready to rush over to save the day. Everyone who saw this scene revealed a look of despair. Gu Qingyu looked at the huge black blade that was getting closer and closer and wanted to escape. But the evil aura left behind by the lance just now was eroding her aura. And now, there was very little aura left in her body. So she couldn't escape at all. It's not easy. Looks like I'll never see you again. I hope in the next life we can be husband and wife again. And see, yeah, I'm sorry for letting you be born in such an era. There's no way for my mother to protect this world. And there's no way for me to protect you. I hope you don't dislike my mother. In the next life, we'll be mother and daughter again. Gu Qingyue slowly closed her eyes and murmured softly, her heart filled with regret. Father! Come quickly to save mother! Jiang Shiyu shouted. As soon as the words fell, the heavens and earth suddenly quieted down, followed by the sound of the mirror shattering clearly ringing in everyone's ears. Deep in the back of the heavenly sword Sect's mountain, behind the mists, Jiang did not easily open his eyes violently. His golden light flashed, and his divine might poured out, shaking the miles. I've made it. We've finally broken through to the God realm. The system shouted excitedly. Jiang did not easily get up and took a step out. And in the next moment, his figure appeared in front of Gu Qingyue, looking up at the huge blade that was close at hand. His expression was fierce. And he drank. Whoever touches my wife dies. Chapter 110, Killing Evil Demons. Chapter 110, Killing the Evil Devil. As the words fell, Jiang was not easily able to point his sword finger towards the giant black blade. A supreme aura erupted out of him. And in the next moment, a cold light suddenly flashed, accompanied by a resounding sword sound. The overcloud sword flew out and flew straight towards the giant blade. Boom! The overcloud sword attacked on the giant blade, penetrating through the entire giant blade from the bottom up with a destructive force. In an instant, the giant blade fell apart and turned into pieces. Seeing this, the 5 heavenly Emperor Realm evil demons' auras around them once again skyrocketed. And they all manipulated their own weapons to attack Jiang Yushi. Jiang Yenyuan snorted coldly and shouted lowly, "Swords, come!" With that said, 11 streams of light accompanied by a powerful sword aura flew out, straight towards the 5 evil demons. These, precisely, were Jiang Yenyu's 10 innate flying swords plus the Star Celestial Emperor's innate flying swords. The sun, moon, and stars. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, explosions rose and fell, and a wave of energy traveled and bombarded the city walls. Swish, swish, swish. Sword shadows flashed. And in just a few moments, all 5 evil demons were decapitated by flying swords, and their corpses fell heavily out of the field. Jiang did not easily sweep his gaze at the remaining evil demon soldiers on the battlefield. His feet stepped. His divine might swept through. And with a miserable scream, the evil demon soldiers were obliterated. The whole scene was silent. It all happened too fast for anyone to react. 5 evil demons who were able to seriously injure their heavenly emperor were actually killed so easily? Everyone's gazes fell on Jiang Yenyu's body. Their hearts filled with shock. I don't know how long it took. I don't know who started it. Great. We blocked it. We blocked the 6th down. Victory! Victory! All the cultivators began to cheer. Just now, when several heavenly emperors of Chen Shiwei had been heavily injured, everyone's hearts could be said to have sunk to the bottom, filled with despair. But they didn't want to think that Jiang Shiwei would not be able to come out in time. And with a single strike, He killed the 5 heavenly Emperor realm evil demons, bringing hope back to them. Long live Emperor Etnd. In the crowd, I don't know who took the lead and started shouting. And the crowd waved their arms and looked at Zhang Yenyuan with reverence. Etnd. Etnd. Cheers resounded throughout the extraterrestrial battlefield. Gu Qingyu looked at the both familiar and unfamiliar back in front of her, and tears gradually pooled in her eyes. It's not easy, Gu Qingyu murmured softly. Zhang did not easily turn back and carried Gu Qingyu into his arms. Feeling the warmth coming from Zhang Yenyuan's chest, Gu Qingyu then believed that everything in front of her was not a delusion before her death, but was real. It's not easy to actually come out. Ignoring the pain of being pierced through the shoulder by the lance and the blood staining a piece in front of her body, Gu Qingyu tightly hugged Zhang Yenyuan, not willing to let go, as if she was afraid that he would leave. Tears broke the bank and flowed down uncontrollably, as if they wanted to give vent to all the thoughts they had been thinking about for so long. Zhang did not easily caress her back. Feeling the injuries on her body, his heart burst with heartache. His hand flashed with white aura, inputting divine breath into Gu Qingyue's body to heal her injuries. Gu Qingyue only felt a strange power filling her body, warming her entire body, and the severe pain in her body lessened, even as the realm loosened to a higher level. It doesn't seem easy to really reach an unknown point with this retreat. She really couldn't imagine what they would have done if it wasn't easy to not shut down and didn't have the current cultivation level. I'm sorry, Qingyu, for not protecting you for so many years, for making you suffer, Jiang Yixian said softly, his tone filled with self-reproach. If he could have been a little faster, Qingyu would not have had to endure this pain through her shoulder. Gu Qingyu stopped crying, shook her head, lifted her head, her beautiful eyes staring tightly at Zhang Yiqi, reached out and carefully caressed his face, softly said, "Don't say that. You didn't do anything wrong. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that the current me would just be a corpse. Don't worry. This time when I'm out, I'll definitely be able to protect you," Zhang Yixian said in a firm tone. When Gu Qingyue heard this, her heart was touched. "Mother, are you all right?" Zhang Siye shouted as she flew down from the city wall in a fiery rage. At the sound of the voice, Zhang did not easily let go of Gu Qingyue and turned to look at Zhang Siye for a moment. Zhang Siye stopped her steps and looked at Zhang Yiqiu. "It's not easy. She's our daughter." "Zhang Siye," Gu Qingyue said with a light laugh as she wiped her tears, her gaze moving back and forth between the two dumbfounded faces. "Siye, come and shout for Daddy. Haven't you been shouting that you want to see Daddy? Now Daddy is here." Gu Qingyu looked at Zhang Xiyu and softly said, "Zhang is not easy to look at the daughter in front of her who resembles herself by 5 points." Her lips trembled and she softly called out, "Siye?" When Zhang Xiyu heard Zhang Yi's words, her entire body couldn't tense up, biting her lips as tears flowed down like no money. "Oh, Daddy! Yu misses you so much." Without saying a word, Zhang Xiyu jumped into Zhang Yi's arms and cried out. Zhang was not easy to hold Zhang Siye. Seeing her like this, unconsciously, his heart was filled with a sense of guilt. Being an orphan himself, he knew how pitiful it was to be a child who had no one to care for him. Although Xiyu had the love and care of Gu Qingyu, and the love and care of the people of the sect, but in the end, she was missing her father's love, which was incomplete and unfair to her. There was also Gu Qingyu. He wasn't around to take care of her when she was pregnant with Xiyu, and he wasn't around when she gave birth to Xiyu. There were many things that Gu Qingyu was bound to be inconvenienced by. Thinking about this, Zhang is not easy and his heart guilt is more intense. He is ashamed to be a husband, ashamed to be a father. Gu Qingyu looked at the two embracing each other and unconsciously wanted to shed tears again. Jiang did not easily twist his head to look at Gu Qingyu and swept her into his arms as well. After so many years. It's been hard on you. Jiang Ichio said softly. It's not hard. Gu Qingyu snuggled into Jiang Dongyu's arms, hugging Jiang Xie with one hand and wringing Jiang Dongyu's waist with the other. Softly saying. A family of 3 cuddling together. This was a wish she had dreamed of for many years. And now it had finally come true. Kang Hyeyu sobbed, feeling the love from her parents. Her heart filled with happiness. Jiang was not easy to hold his wife and daughter in his arms, and secretly vowed that he would settle the matter of the evil demons once and for all and protect them. It was a long time before the 3 of them let go. Jiang did not easily lead the 2 to the city wall. On the city walls, a group of powerful cultivators were all gathered together. Not easy. You finally come out of the gate. I really wasn't wrong about you. Chen asked as he walked up to Jiang Difficulty and laughed. Pavilion Master Chen. You've worked hard. Jiang Difficulty clasped his fists and said. He had great respect for those of them who dared to guard the world with their lives. Nowadays. What's the situation like? Jiang did not easily inquire. Alas. It's hard to explain. Chen asked with a sigh, and was about to elaborate on the situation of the past few days, when suddenly, the entire Earth shook. And on the extraterrestrial battlefield, scarlet-red evil aura filled the skies, gathering towards the outskirts of the extraterrestrial battlefield. At the same time, a chilling laugh resounded in the hearts of the crowd. Chapter 111, Meeting at Last. Chapter 111, Meeting at Last. All of a sudden, the crowd only felt a secretive pressure enveloping them, making it difficult for them to catch their breath. Jiang was not easily swayed by his aura of divine might and immediately shook this pressure back. What's going on here? Chen asked with a layer of fine sweat covering his forehead at the moment. Somewhat fearful. The wave of pressure that had just pressed down on him made him feel as desperate and fearful as if he were an ant seeing the sky. Deep in the depths of the extraterrestrial battlefield, there was definitely an unimaginably terrifying existence. Jiang did not easily frown, even though he had already reached the God Realm cultivation level. When that pressure appeared just now, it still made him feel a hint of threat. And, among the threat, there was even a bit of inexplicable familiarity. One would think that this pressure would be emanated by the existence that the empty Sky Emperor had spoken of. Watching this sky full of evil chi converging towards the depths of the extraterrestrial battlefield, it should be that existence sensing him and preparing to strike. Therefore, he had to make a choice as early as possible to snuff out that being before he could absorb the energy well. As if she knew what was going on inside Jiang Dongyu's mind, Gu Qingyue nervously held Jiang Dongyu's hand and worriedly said, "It's not easy to. Qingyu, I might have to go on a trip to the depths of the extraterrestrial battlefield. How the evil demon invasion is resolved depends on this time." Jiang did not easily turn his head to look at Gu Qingyue. His eyes filled with tenderness as he said in a warm voice, "Daddy, are you leaving? I want to go with Daddy." Hearing this, Jiang Xie hurriedly held Jiang Ichio's other hand and nervously said, she didn't want her daddy, who she hadn't been able to see so easily, to leave just like that. "Good boy Xie. You and your mother will stay here. When I'm done with the affairs of the extraterrestrial battlefield, our family will be able to live in peace." Jiang Yi rubbed Jiang Xie's head and comforted her. But, Jiang Xie lowered her head, not knowing what to say. She just couldn't give up very much in her heart. Moreover, that pressure just now gave her a very bad feeling. Gu Qingyu sighed, knowing that on this trip, Jiang was not easy to go, and they couldn't follow them there. If they did, they wouldn't be able to help. Not to mention that they would distract Jiang and become a burden to him. Gu Qingyue hugged Jiang Ichio and said, "Okay. You go. Be safe. Shiyu and I will be here, waiting for you to come back." Jiang did not easily nod and dropped a kiss on Gu Qingyue's forehead. Seeing this from the sidelines, Jiang Xia hurriedly said, "Daddy, I want it too." She hadn't been kissed by Jiang Ichio since she was a child. Kong did not easily laugh dumbly, but did not kiss Kong Heiyu? And touched his forehead with her. "You don't kiss when you're older." Kang Hee-moon was a little disgruntled and yelled straight out that she had to be kissed on the forehead. Gu Qingyue covered her mouth and laughed beside her. Jiang was not easy to help, but only kissed Jiang Xia's forehead, which made the little girl stop and giggle happily. "All right. I'm leaving." Jiang Ichio flew through the air, looked back at the crowd, and said, "We, the rest of us, await the triumph of Heavenly Emperor." Chen asked and the others saluted. Gu Qingyu held Jiang Shiyu's hand, her eyes filled with reluctance, and said, "It's not easy, you must come back. Daddy must come back." Jiang Shiyu followed. Jiang did not easily nod and promised with a smile, "I will." After saying that, he turned into a long rainbow and cut through the sky, straight into the extraterrestrial battlefield and into the boundless darkness. Gu Qingyue held Jiang Shiyu's hand tightly and prayed silently in her heart. "Make sure you come back safely. It's not easy." The depths of the domain. On a huge altar, countless dark red chains rose up from the ground and shot up to the sky, as if connecting the entire heaven and earth. The surrounding evil chi surged over from all directions and gathered in the sky above the altar, forming a vortex that was difficult to see the edges of, and converging into a figure in the center of the altar. Swish! With the flash of a sword, the evil aura in the sky was split in half by a sword, and a figure flew out of it, landing not far from the altar. Jiang was not easily able to look at the evil aura that had recoalesced in the sky with a grave expression. This kind of evil chi was truly bizarre, and was actually able to fight against the divine breath in his body. It was also fortunate that he had broken through the divine realm. Otherwise, but if any heavenly emperor realm enters, I'm afraid that it won't take long for the aura in his body to be eaten away by the dew evil chi. Jiang did not easily look at the back of the cross-legged figure in front of him, and only felt that there was something familiar about it. "System, this should be the existence you're talking about, right?" Jiang Ichio asked. Only the system didn't answer. Jiang did not easily frown and called out a few more times, but the response was still silence. Strange. Did the evil influence the system? Jiang was not easy to know, but he knew that all he had to do at the moment was to defeat the one in front of him. With this in mind, Jiang did not easily wave his sword finger, and a biting sword chi erupted out from him and flew towards the figure. Boom! However, before the sword chi could get close, it was blocked by a chain on the side. In the next moment, all the chains seemed to come to life, spreading their teeth and claws as they surrounded towards Jiang Yanyu. Jiang was not easy to look at, and the overcloud sword surfaced in his hand, accompanied by a crisp sword sound, shattering the few chains that were close to him. Then his figure flickered and disappeared in place. And in the next moment, more than a dozen chains rose up where he had been standing, splattering rolls of smoke. Jiang Dongyao's figure reappeared, let out a low cry. Golden light flashed, and swung out his sword to cut off all these dozen chains. At the same time, Jiang did not easily summon those 11 instinctive flying swords and attack that figure in unison. However, he didn't want to see more than a dozen heavenly emperor realm evil demons suddenly appear and entangle themselves with the benthic flying sword. Seeing this, Jiang difficulty let out a low curse, and his aura rose a height around him, 10,000 swords return. As the words fell, a huge sword formation emerged in the sky with Jiang Yuxian as the center. And tens of thousands of flying swords flew out from it, blasting above the ground. In an instant, the entire earth shook continuously. After a long time, the smoke dispersed. The chains were destroyed as much as possible. And the heavenly emperor realm evil demons all died, leaving only the figure in the center of the altar motionless. Kill. Without the slightest hesitation. Jiang did not easily hesitate. His sword pointed at his figure, and all 11 flying swords flew away. However, just as it was about to get close, a cold laugh was heard from the figure as it said, "Break." After he spoke, his aura exploded around him, sending 11 flying swords flying. Seeing this, Zhang Yiqiu immediately summoned his flying sword back to his side and looked at the figure with a grave expression. "Jiang is not easy. You can be really ruthless." Hearing that person's voice, Zhang Yinyuan's eyes widened and his entire body froze in place, his eyes full of incredulity. The man slowly stood up and turned to look at Zhang Yanyu, revealing a smile. His face was reflected in Kang's eyes. "It's not easy for Zhang. We've finally met. Ginger is not easy." He snorted. Chapter 112, Sorry for breaking my word. Chapter 112, Sorry for breaking my word. Zhang did not easily look at the person in front of him, who looked exactly like himself. And his mind went blank. In an instant, Zhang did not easily recall the expression on the Empyrean Emperor's face when he said these words to him. "Who the hell are you?" Zhang Yinyuan questioned as he stared dead ahead. "Isn't it obvious? I am you." Zhang Dongyao slowly walked towards Zhang Dongyao and said with a light laugh, "No. You are not me. Only I am me." Zhang Yinyuan let out a low cry, raised his hand and waved his sword. Dozens of sword chi flew out and blasted towards Zhang Yinyuan. Zhang Not Easy similarly rose his hand and swung out dozens of sword chi to block. Boom boom boom. Between the two of them, sword chi ran through the air. An intense energy fluctuation spread all around. "You're right. The two of us. Only one of us can live." Before the smoke and dust cleared, Zhang Not Easy flew out from the smoke and dust, lifting up the black flying sword to Zhang Not Easy to chop over. Zhang was not easily able to fight against it with his overcloud sword in hand. Madaka! The two flying swords collided, and an ear-piercing sound came from them as white and black light suddenly flashed. Both of them were forced back a few steps at the same time. "Go!" Zhang Dongyao stabilized his stance and drove Yui and the other 11 instinctive flying swords to attack Zhang Dongyao. Zhang Yanyu snorted when he saw this and similarly summoned 11 black natal flying swords to collide with them. Zhang did not easily see this and frowned. This person in front of him, not only did his appearance look like him, even his strength moves were not even close. If he didn't know that he himself was a genuine version, he would have thought that the person in front of him was really Zhang Yiqi. "Don't waste it. You can't beat me." Zhang Not Easy looked at Zhang Not Easy and said, "And might as well tell you, in this uninhabited realm, my strength will slowly grow. And at that time, I am invincible." Zhang is not easy is right. Zhang is not easy to feel the breath on his body is slowly becoming stronger. Hidden trend to press him head. If he continued to wear out, it wouldn't be long before he wasn't a match for this fake Zhang Yiqiu. Abominable. Zhang did not easily call out to the system in his mind, but he never got a response. "Don't think you're the only one with a domain. Ink World." Zhang was not easy to drink lowly. And in an instant, the two of them were pulled into a black and white ink world. Trapped. The sword pointed at Zhang Dongyao, and the surrounding water and ink turned into ropes and strings, trapping Zhang Dongyao. Jiang is not easy frowned slightly and said. I've underestimated you. You actually have a new domain. But so what? Divine domain. Open. On the body of Jiang Ichio, divine might was rampant. And he wanted to turn the ink world upside down. How could Jiang not easily let him have his way? Don't think you're the only one with a divine domain. Open. Jiang did not easily drink. His own divine domain colliding with his. The two forces were equal. Not letting go of each other in the slightest. Immortal tribulation. Saint tribulation. Emperor tribulation. Blast me. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Dongyao guided the heavenly thunder stored in the ink world and blasted it towards Jiang Dongyao. Boom boom boom. The sky immediately became black. Endless black thunderbolts fell towards Jiang Not Easy. Click. A more powerful force erupted from the body of Jiang Yushi. The entire ink world was shattered. And the two of them returned to the extraterrestrial world. Jiang Yanyu stared at Jiang Yanyu with a gloomy expression. He hadn't expected that Jiang Yanyu would actually have so many things on his body, causing him to suffer a considerable loss. Ink world was broken. Jiang Not Easy also suffered some repercussions. The corner of the mouth overflowed with blood. But see, Jiang Not Easy is not much better. The mood is much better. Very well. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Yushi said in a cold voice. And then his entire aura skyrocketed layer by layer. Behind him, a black 10,000-foot statue of a god appeared, looking down on Jiang Yenyuan as if he were looking at an ant. Jiang Yenyuan's face changed. Because at this moment, Jiang Yenyuan's aura had already overwhelmed him. Jiang did not easily dare to be careless. Mobilized his divine breath. And a huge golden idol also appeared behind him. The black idol held a sword in both hands and swung it straight down. The golden idol hurriedly raised its sword to block. Boom! When the two swords collided, the heavens and earth shook. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, everyone felt the powerful energy fluctuations. And all of them revealed worried expressions. With the energy being able to spread so far, it was clear that the battle between the two had gone far beyond their imagination. Gu Qingyue and Zhang Xie looked nervously into the depths of the domain and prayed for Jiang to not be easy. It's not easy. You must come back alive. Gu Qingyue's heart murmured. Her hands clenched into fists and placed them in front of her body, both of which were a bit purple. The depths of the domain. All the evil chi surged into the black giant statue like crazy. And the strength of the entire Jiang Yi was still growing. And the pressed sword was getting closer and closer to the golden idol's head. Jiang was not easily able to tremble all over his body, gritting his teeth and holding on for dear life. Is he really going to die here? No. He can't die. Xingyu and Shiyu were still waiting for him to return. Thinking of this, Jiang did not easily take a deep breath and forcefully raised the black giant sword a little higher. Seeing this, Jiang Yushi sneered. Don't struggle. You'll die sooner or later. Dream. Jiang Yenyuan's eyes were scarlet as he let out a low cry. It's not easy, for Jiang snorted. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. After saying that, Jiang Not Easy hand force aggravated a few points. Jiang Not Easy feet of the ground began to sink. The giant blade once again from the golden statue of God's head closer and closer. Jiang was not easy to fend off desperately. But he only felt that he had the heart to do so. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding! System repair complete. Relogin. Ding! Host threat detected. Undercard activated. The system's voice was like heavenly music at this moment. System, you're finally here. Jiang was not easy to reach and almost couldn't hold it together. Sorry, host. Just had some malfunctions. It's okay. Since this system is here. The package wins okay? System Road. Afterward. The immortal scrolls flew out of Jung Icho's body, flipping open one by one. Ginger is not easy saw this and froze. Swish swish swish. Countless streams of light flew out from the immortal scrolls, transforming into a single figure that stood behind Zhang Ichi. This is. Zhang Ichio showed the same surprise. Shangguan Yuan of the Tianxian continent. Here to help. Miaobai of the Tianxian continent. Here to help. Shui Chang of the Tianxian continent. Here to help. Zhang Wudao of the Tianxian continent. Here to help. The people behind him shouted out their names while pouring the power in themselves into Zhang Yinyu's body. Emo Shanha of the Tianxian continent. Here to help. A familiar voice rang out. And Zhang did not easily twist his head to see that Emo Shanha was all elegant, with a smile on his face. Mountain River Heavenly Emperor. Zhang did not easily murmur. Lin Tian of the Tianxian continent. Here to help. Another crisp voice rang out. Zhang did not easily glance over. It was the Star Celestial Emperor. Heavenly Shin Continent's Forgotten Dust Emptiness. Here to help. Immediately afterward, a figure emerged and spoke. Zhang did not look over easily. And the Empty Sky Emperor looked at him as well, his eyes smiling. Not easy. Let us help you. With that, Empyrean Emperor also transmitted his power into Zhang Yenyu. Zhang Dongyao only felt the power in his body surging wildly. And soon, his strength surpassed that of Zhang Dongyao. How is this possible? How is this possible? Zhang Yenyu was shocked beyond belief by this scene. It's not easy. Cheers. Behind them, dozens of once famous Heaven's Pride powerhouses opened their mouths. And then their bodies vaporized and disappeared. Since then, the world has never had any trace of them. A tear crossed the corner of his eye. And he opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Not Easy again. With a determined look in his eyes. Carrying the trust of generations of sages. I must not lose. Zhang Bai angrily shouted. The golden giant statue behind him steeply grew in size, knocking the black giant sword away and landing it straight down, splitting the black giant statue in two. Boom! A blast from heaven and earth. Zhang is not easy. The entire person flew out backwards and crashed into the middle of a huge mountain peak. In a sorry state. Zhang Not Easy body shape flashed. The next moment came to the Zhang Not Easy over the sky. Zhang Not Easy was covered in blood. Couldn't stop coughing. And looked at Zhang Not Easy. His eyes filled with viciousness. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. As long as the domain still exists, I will never die. Ha 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 ha. I can boil you to death. Boil you to death. Ginger is not easy, said Epileptic. Is that so? Zhang was not easily indifferent. A sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Behind him, 11 flying swords plus the Overcloud sword. 12 flying swords fused together one by one to form a flying sword with a white glow. Ginger is not easy sensed something was wrong. Zhang was not easily able to hold the flying sword. And a divine aura emanated around him. The first style. Breaking mountains. Saying that, Zhang Yenyu swung down a sword, slashing straight at Zhang Yenyu. Zhang Yushi's entire body was set into the ground. His body was in severe pain. And to his horror, his power was greatly reduced by being struck by this sword. If it stayed like this, he would die. Run! Seeing the momentum is not right, Zhang Not Easy want to escape. And then, the next sword has already come. Second style. Break the river. Boom! Third style. Zhang Not Easy mercilessly waved out the 9 styles of the Emperor's secret. Jiang not easy screams endlessly. Ninth style. One sword. Open heaven's gate. Jiang did not easily drink lowly, storing up his strength and preparing to swing his final sword. Jiang is not easy to live. Dying. See this? Heart great fear. Shouted, do not kill me. Kill me. You will not see Gu Qingyue and Jiang Siye. Jiang not easy hand movement. Jiang not easy see this heart a happy. Host. Don't listen to him. The system cried out anxiously. Jiang was not easy to contemplate for a moment, and was just about to ask why, when a flying sword flew behind him at great speed. Ha ha! Die! Jiang Yushi laughed maniacally. Jiang Yinyu's complexion changed, and without hesitation, he swung down a sword to kill Jiang Yinyu. And just in time, the flying sword pierced his chest. It's over. This was the last thought he had before his consciousness collapsed. And flashing through his mind were the figures of Gu Qingyue and Jiang Siye. Sorry. For breaking my word. Endless darkness. Vaguely. Jiang could not easily hear a vague voice. There's a reaction. The patient is responding. Chapter 113, It's good to meet you. Chapter 113, It's good to meet you. It had been 3 days. And Jiang was still not easily able to believe that everything before was a dream. I heard the nurse say that on the day of his accident, an ambulance happened to pass by and took him to the hospital, which saved his life. Only because of the trauma to his brain. He has been in a coma. And he's been in a coma for 3 months. Oh. Where there is what crossing. Where there is what system. Where there is what wife and daughter. Everything. Are just a life lived a scanty coma of people's delusion. After enjoying so much goodness in his dreams, he was really at a loss when he came back to reality. Why don't you just die? Jiang did not easily pull the covers on and closed his eyes. His mind was full of Gu Qinyu's figure. It's really sad the more I think about it. God. This joke really isn't funny at all. It wasn't long before the nurse came by again to perform a brief examination. By the way, nurse, I've been hospitalized for so long. It's going to cost a lot of money. Right? Jiang did not easily remember something and asked with some embarrassment. The nurse froze. Then shook her head. No. Your fee. Paid by the family of the girl you saved. Kong did not easily freeze for a moment, remembering the girl he had saved. Is she okay? Kong did not easily ask. Her? Not really. Seems to have gotten a bump on the head and has been unconscious as well. The nurse said as she gathered her things aside. Jiang was not easily confused and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Not expecting to save someone and still make them dizzy. Seeing this, the nurse consoled. Don't blame yourself too much. Coma at least has the possibility of waking up. Besides, if you hadn't saved her, I'm afraid that girl would already be dead. Her parents don't blame you. Hearing the nurse's words, Kong did not easily feel uneasy in her heart still and asked, Do you know where she lives? I think it's in the upstairs ward. Bed number 1. The nurse replied. Jiang did not easily nod and casually asked the girl's name. Name? It seems to be called Gu Chengyu. When Jiang did not easily hear these words, his eyes widened in shock. Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue. Is it her? Could it be her? What in the world could be so coincidental? The nurse finished cleaning up and left. And Kong did not easily come back to his senses and hurriedly got out of bed. Because the movement was a bit fast. His head was a bit dizzy when he stood up, holding the table to slow down for a while before walking out of the ward door. According to the information given by the nurse, Jiang did not easily come to that ward on the 2nd floor and confirmed that the ward number was correct. unable to help but take a deep breath and forcefully suppress the excitement in his heart. He tremblingly reached out his hand and pushed the door of the room open. Going in, I saw 2 beds. The second bed by the window, empty, and the first bed, with a nurse organizing it. That please. The person in hospital bed number 1. Where did he go? Jiang was not easy to inquire in a soft voice, his heart nervous to the extreme. The man in bed 1? Sudden deterioration in his condition last night. Couldn't be resuscitated. Gone. The nurse sighed and said, "My condolences." Hearing the nurse's words, Jiang Yinyu's head felt like it had been hit hard by someone swinging a hammerhead. His mind went blank and he stood still, not knowing what to do. The nurse laughed, leaving him alone in a daze. Gone. She's gone. How is this possible? Jiang did not easily know how he got out of the hospital room. Sitting on the bench in the corridor in a daze, Kang did not easily cover her face, tears blurring her vision as she sobbed silently. He killed her. Jiang is not easy to be filled with remorse, self-blame, regret. When he heard the name Gu Qingyue, his heart was startled, and it was as if a beam of light shone in from the obscure world, filled with excitement, anticipation. He harbored a glimmer of hope in his heart that Gu Qingyue would have the memories of her dream, that he would take care of her, and when she woke up, she would be able to remember him and still love him. The idea was ridiculous. He knew. But he just thought, what if? What if she would remember? He has nothing left but to hope for miracles and hope. Just now but told him, Gu Qingyue gone. Then everything has truly become impossible. His world was once again obscure. Kang didn't huff and puff for a while, letting out a breath and getting up, holding onto the wall, ready to go downstairs. However, just as John wasn't easily able to turn the corner, a familiar voice sounded behind him, causing him to stop in his tracks. Not easy. Where else are you going to leave me? Kang could not easily believe his ears, and cautiously turned back to see that familiar face. His lips trembled, and tears pooled in his eyes. Gu Qingyue, dressed in her hospital gown, approached Jiang Ichi, biting her lip, revealing an aggrieved look. At first taking small steps, and then finally running, and pouncing into Jiang Ichi's arms, holding him tightly, not daring to let go of her hand, fearing that in the next moment, he would be gone. Jiang Dani also hugged Gu Qingyue and burst into tears. A light shines in the darkness of his heart, and he is loved after the robbery. He really didn't know how to express his feelings at the moment. He just kept celebrating. Fortunately, Gu Qingyue was fine. Thankfully, she remembered him. Thankfully, they didn't, this time, miss it. The two held each other close in the hallway, feeling each other's breath and enjoying each other's temperature. The two looked at each other with love in their eyes. Aren't you in bed number 2? I heard the nurse say that you worsened your illness last night. And then, you don't know. I heard this at the time, and my heart was sad. Jiang is not easy to tell. Gu Qingyue shook her head and said, it wasn't me. It was another patient who switched beds with me because she couldn't stand the sunlight. It's good that it's okay. Jiang was not easy to celebrate. It's you. Why are you running around? I couldn't even find you when I went to your hospital room. Do you know how anxious I was? If I had come up a little later, would we have missed it like this? Gu Qingyue remembered something and said indignantly. Also, after the evil aura of the extraterrestrial world disappeared, you never came out. And I searched for you and waited for you for 10 years. Do you know how tormented I was every day? They all said you were dead. I didn't believe. Me. 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 The more Gu Qingyu spoke, the more aggrieved she became. Bean-sized tears snapping down her face. Her voice choking. Jiang did not easily know that he was wrong. Hugged Gu Qingyu and apologized. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Will you? You still leave me in the future? Gu Qingyu looked at Jiang Ichio with teary eyes and questioned. A look of determination flowed out of Jiang Dongyi's eyes. It won't be. I swear. That's more like it. Gu Qingyu skimmed her lips. Her head buried into Jiang Ichi's chest. The two of them embraced each other in silence. And the smell of disinfectant became different in the moment. Honey. We're ready. Let's go. Dad. Hurry up. Mommy and I can't wait. The voices of the two men came from downstairs. Jiang did not easily retrieve his thoughts and wrote a sentence in the last paragraph of the chapter in front of him. I won't update today, brothers. To accompany my wife and children. After writing, Jiang did not easily close the computer. Glanced at the wedding photo hanging on the wall. Revealed a smile. And responded. Coming. Going downstairs. Gu Qingyu stood waiting for him holding a 5 or 6-year-old girl. So slow. You can't wait to go to the amusement park. Gu Qingyu snapped. I'm sorry. You will forgive Dad. Right? Jiang did not easily laugh. That depends on how Dad behaves. Kang Hegyu turned her face away and pretended to be angry. Hey. Hey. Then will Daddy let you ride the big horse? Kang did not easily say. Yeah. Jiang Xiyu clapped her hands happily. Jiang did not easily pick Jiang Xia up and let her ride on her neck. Pulling on her calves and saying, Depart. Let's go. Jiang Xiyu said happily. Gu Qingyu followed behind. Worried. Be careful. It's fine. It's fine. Jiang did not easily respond with a smile. Look at that dead look of yours. Gu Qingyu covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Traveling home. On the way. Jiang Xia fell asleep because she was too tired to play. And was held in Jiang's arms easily. Gu Qingyu's other hand held Jiang Yenyu's arm. Her head leaning on his shoulder. It's not easy. It's good to have you. Gu Qingyu squinted her eyes. Enjoying herself. Me too. It's so good to have met you. Jiang Ichio looked at Gu Qingyu. His eyes filled with tenderness. The light of the setting sun shone on the three of them. Drawing long, slanted shadows behind them. Making them look cozy and happy. The full text is complete. Testimonials. This book has been written for almost 2 months and is over. Thank you for your support. I hope this process can bring you joy. The love life of Jiang Ichio and Gu Qingyu is also what I aspire for. I look forward to a life with less sadness and more warmth. But reality is always hard to be what we want it to be. So as I said on the main page, because life is always not as good as we want it to be. That's why we need to find solace in stories. That's what motivates me to write. But of course, there's also one thing, food and clothing. Many people say, feel so fast. One reason is that the content of the book was originally framework design is a short story. Will not be too long. And the back of the people feel fast just will be many details of the expansion of the deletion of the just. Its main framework is perfect. The story is also to tell the understanding of this ending is not scribbling. Right? In fact, the design of the original ending is also this. The second reason. The book data is really not too good. Meager income. Mainly in the 5th chapter. The introduction of Lu Yanyan. Many people will abandon the book. saying that this does not count as a single female protagonist. I am also very helpless. After all, the dragons of these novels' protagonists are also other female roles. But also absorbed the experience of the future. Marking the book does not mark a single female protagonist. Marking a harem-free, forget it. Alas. Finally, you have someone who wants to know what the new book is. Reveal a little. Is the urban high martial arts type? Partial refreshing article. Of course. There is also a female main character. The type of neighboring big sister. Well, after all that, I'll see you in the next book. Thank you all.